Dear readers, the plot is utterly explosive. The ghostly strategist was betrayed and met his demise at the hands of his most beloved brother, by Xian. Upon descending to the underworld, he was reborn as an infant and subsequently taken in by the esteemed Douluo Yuguan. For years later, he sought to witness the awakening of martial spirits, learning that attaining the rank of 100 would grant him divinity, thus igniting his ambition to achieve this KPI. However, he soon found himself toyed with by a group of children. What transpires next? Stay tuned. Let me tell you, this situation is simply outrageous. Just a moment ago, I found myself kneeling amidst a mountain of corpses, gazing at my dearest brother, the one I cherished above all, by Xian, as he approached me step by step. The bodies piled high like mountains along the city walls, the stench of blood overwhelming, causing my head to throb. I was battered and bruised, especially my left eye, blood smeared across my face, a miserable sight akin to a stray dog. I questioned him, why, by Xian? Why did it have to be you? Who among my family can comprehend this? Just a moment prior, we had sworn eternal allegiance, and in the next breath, he had rallied his troops to surround me. He approached, maintaining that same sorrowful fod, reaching out to wipe the blood from my face, muttering about his difficulties and urging me to come back with him. Return? To your grandmother's legs. As I prepared to unleash a tirade, a chill coursed through my chest. An arrow had pierced me, standing upright within my body. Looking down, I noticed his name inscribed on the arrowhead. What a custom-made betrayal. In that instant, a singular thought consumed me. Kill him. But alas, I lacked the strength. Just before my demise, I believe I heard him exclaim, "Agio, it wasn't me." Ah, what use is such a statement now? Here I was, a formidable, ghostly strategist, one of the top 10 masters, reduced to this farcical end. When my consciousness returned, I found myself in a VIP suite of the underworld. A dark, cavernous space devoid of any comforts, where I was shackled by iron chains. Just as I resigned myself to an eternity of stagnation, a voice emerged from the shadows. Hey there, do you want to get out? I was momentarily taken aback. Even the underworld had sales pitches. But I retorted, of course. Who would willingly linger in this wretched place? The voice, brimming with arrogance, responded, if you desire to leave, then go. In the next instant, my eyelids grew heavy, and I lost consciousness once more. Upon awakening, I discovered that I had shrunk. Indeed, in a literal sense, I had transformed into a helpless infant. The once great demon lord, now unable to lift a finger, reliant on others for the simplest tasks, was experiencing a profound humiliation. Moreover, it soon became evident that as I had just completed my reincarnation, my biological mother was on the brink of demise. She was being pursued, and in a field of flowers, she fiercely ensured the safety of her brother and the infant me, urging him to seek out a brother-in-law named Chi on the Nine Immortal Mountain. Alas, by the time her brother arrived at the Nine Immortal Mountain, the place had already been obliterated. And then, my nominal new father made his entrance. This gentleman is named Yu Guan, an elder of the Spirit Hall, known as Douluo. He had originally accompanied his partner, Guan Mei, on a trip to this desolate mountain for a leisurely task, only to serendipitously stumble upon me. At that moment, I was ensconced in a pool of blood, surrounded by corpses, burning with fever, teetering on the brink of a second demise. As the month drew to a close, my impression of Yuguan was somewhat effeminate, yet he possessed a kind heart. After a brief moment of hesitation, he chose not to submit me to the organization as a mere tool for cultivation. Instead, he discreetly brought me home. He even conferred with his close companion, Ghostly Charm, expressing his desire to raise me and care for me in my later years. Lying on the bed, I could hardly contain my eye rolls at the thought. Care for you? Perhaps in another lifetime. Thus, I, a former overlord of darkness, became the adopted son of the exquisite Douluo. In the initial days, time seemed to stretch endlessly. Yuguan, strikingly more beautiful than any woman, devoted his days to attending to my every need and engaging in meditation. Yet, observing the fluctuations of his soul power without any sign of progress, I began to suspect he was merely cultivating the air around him. One day, after finishing his meditation, he unexpectedly reached for my neck. My hair stood on end. Was he planning to end my life for being a burden? Though death held no fear for me, perishing so soon after my rebirth felt like a tremendous loss. I shut my eyes, braced my neck, and thought, bring it on. To my surprise, he merely removed the jade pendant from my neck. Peeking through my lashes, I saw him studying the pendant intently. I breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a false alarm. With a serious expression, he muttered that the pendant was now a hot potato and that he would keep it safe until I grew up. I thought to myself, take it if you wish, it was never mine to begin with. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I haven't given you a name yet." After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "I am Yu Egwan, and I found you on the 9 Immortal Mountain. Henceforth, your name shall be Yu Jiuxian. As for your nickname, since you've been quite well behaved these past few days, let's call you Guaijio." I was utterly bewildered. Yu Jiuxian was acceptable, but Guaijio? I, the formidable demon king, reduced to such a trivial name? You might as well end my life now. I howled in protest, desperate to convey my discontent. To my astonishment, he seemed to have an epiphany. "Oh, you need to use the restroom?" Without waiting for my reaction, he scooped me up and carried me outside. Then, while attending to my needs, he uttered the most shocking words of his life. "Oh, so you're a boy after all?" Who could understand the gravity of this revelation? He had been caring for me for nearly a week, only to realize today that I was male. What a colossal oversight. I could hardly bear to witness the moment, wishing only to vanish from existence. Thus, I spent my days in a cycle of eating and sleeping, all while being the subject of whispers and gossip, with onlookers remarking on how Douluo had raised a beautiful child, neither distinctly male nor female, akin to himself. For years swiftly passed in this manner. I gradually came to comprehend that this world was known as Douluo Continent, a realm governed by strength. The one who adopted me, Yu Egwan, along with his stern-faced brother Ghostly Charm, were among the pinnacle experts of the illustrious organization known as the Spirit Hall, holding the esteemed title of Douluo. My daily caretaker was a subordinate of Yu Egwan named Yuan Gao, a soul king of the Fifth Ring, also a formidable individual, yet reduced to the role of a full-time caretaker for Maya clear case of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and I felt pity for him. In an effort to comfort him, I pestered Yu Egwan for several days until he finally agreed to take Yuan Gao for an outdoor barbecue. Let me tell you, Yuan Gao's culinary skills are extraordinary. The roasted chicken is perfectly crisp on the outside and tender within, leaving my mouth watering in delight. I sat on the ground with a chicken leg in my left hand and a wine jar in my right, indulging in the feast with unrestrained joy. As I turned my head, I noticed Yuan Gao silently tending to the fire, having eaten nothing. I tore off a piece of chicken leg and offered it to him. "Hey, aren't you going to join me?" With an expressionless face, he shook his head. "If you're not eating, I will." I paid him no mind when faced with such delectable food. Who cares about your feelings? After I stuffed the last morsel into my mouth and let out a satisfied burp, I wandered into the woods to digest. Behind me, I heard a faint sound of suppressed sobs. I turned to see Yuan Gao staring at the mountain of chicken bones and empty wine jars, his perpetually stoic face finally cracking a smile. I could only imagine the turmoil in his mind. A 4-year-old devoured 5 whole chickens and drank several jars of fine wine. Does that seem reasonable? Is that normal? Truth be told, that day marked the most exhilarating experience of my 20-plus years of life. A few days later, Yuan announced that he would embark on a mission to observe children awakening their martial spirits and recruit talented individuals. Upon hearing this, I was determined to accompany him and witness the event firsthand. I promptly leaped from my bed and clung to his leg, pleading, "Uncle Guan, please take me with you. I promise I won't be a nuisance." Yu Guan, unable to resist my persistence, posed a dilemma. "Then tell me, do you prefer me or Lao Gue, Ghostly Charmor?" Without hesitation, I replied, "Of course, Uncle Guan." He burst into laughter, lifting me up with glee. "All right, but when we meet Lao Gue, you must repeat that in his presence." I thought, no need for that. Upon our arrival at the Martial Spirit Hall, my eyes were opened wide. There stood a muscular man covered in dark fur, with a massive bear shadow materializing behind him. He extended his hand, drawing forth a beam of light from a child's body, transforming it into various objects, blades, herbs, and an array of animals. Yu Guan provided insight, explaining that this phenomenon was known as a martial spirit, which could be awakened at the age of 6. Those with soul power could become soul masters, with the strongest among them being the 99th level title Douluo. I licked my lips. Why isn't there a 100th level? Level 100 signifies becoming a deity, Yu Guan replied, but in this generation, no one has achieved that yet. Upon hearing this, the notion of reaching divine status intrigued. Mess Holden, I strive for this KPI. Upon returning home, I asked Yu Guan to procure a plethora of books, eager to immerse myself in the knowledge of this world. Time flew by, and soon I was on the verge of turning 5. One day, Yu Guan mentioned he would be away for a month. Concerned that I would be bored with the taciturn Yuan Gao, he intended to send me to stay with several older boys and girls. Upon hearing this, I felt overwhelmed, my expression one of disdain. Yu Guan knelt to ruffle my hair, half coaxing and half threatening. "Those children are around 11 or 12, hardly little kids. If you refuse to go, you'll be confined at home with Yuan Gao. unable to venture out. Well, under such circumstances, I had no choice but to acquiesce. Yueguan led me to 3 children, 1 girl, and 2 boys. I spent a considerable time mentally preparing myself, finally managing to muster a compliant smile and greeted them, "Hello, big brother and sister." As soon as Yueguan departed, the trio pounced on me like famished wolves. The girl, Hulaina, took the lead, enthusiastically assaulting my face with a flurry of playful rubs. I must confess, I was utterly frozen at that moment, my mind buzzing in disbelief. Here I was, a formidable demon lord who had traversed the world with grandeur, now being treated like a plush toy by a gaggle of little rascals. Where is Yuan Gao? Yuan Gao, come to my rescue. Cast him away. Cast him away. Hulaina, perhaps realizing her exuberance was a tad excessive, pulled away the mischievous Shiyue and Yin, who were still wreaking havoc on my face. With a cheerful smile, she inquired, "Little brother, you are so adorable. Is Guaijiu your name?" I took a deep breath, reminding myself to remain composed. After all, I was merely a 5-year-old child. I shook my head, striving to maintain a facade of tranquility. "My name is Yu Jiu-Xian." Yet internally I was seething. Dare to call me Guaijiu again. The boy beside me, named Xieyu, rubbed his hands together and leaned in with a mischievous grin. "Yu Jiu-Xian? Little Gio, call me brother once, and I'll take you out for delicious food." The moment I heard those words, my face beamed with a radiant smile, while inside, I was rolling my eyes to the back of my head. "Brother? Calm? What calmness? Brother, my foot." I retorted sharply, "By generations, you ought to address me as uncle." The boy, Xieyu, was momentarily taken aback, a multitude of question marks floating above his head. He glanced at my small stature and attempted to pat my shoulder. "You must be still half asleep." I swiftly swatted his hand away. "Still half asleep? Huh, let me roll up my sleeves. I must teach you a lesson today. What do you call you, Guan?" I inquired. "Grandpa, of course," he replied nonchalantly. I chuckled, offering him a gentle smile. "Then, can you guess what I call you, Guan?" "Uncle." As soon as those 2 words escaped my lips, Xieyu staggered back 2 steps, clutching his chest, his expression akin to someone who had just tasted something foul. Who could understand the family dynamics? Just a moment ago, he wanted to be my brother, and now he had plummeted to the status of my nephew. Wasn't he that a thrill? The boy named Yin burst into laughter, covering his mouth as he shook with mirth. It was the little girl, who Laina, concerned for her brother, rushed out to mediate, introducing us. "By the way, you probably don't know our names. I am Hulaina. This is my brother Xieyu. And this is my friend Yin." I nodded, thinking to myself that I finally met a few peers. Having spent my days surrounded by grown men, I had nearly forgotten what children looked like. Hulaina asked if I wanted to join them for training, and of course, I agreed. After all, it was a rare opportunity to escape confinement. Who would want to return? Upon arriving at the training ground, the 3 of them promptly unleashed their martial spirits. A fluffy foxtail sprouted behind Hulaina, while Xieyu wielded 2 crescent-shaped blades, undeniably cool. However, I must say, the most astonishing of all was Yin. His martial spirit, known as the Flame Lord, made his muscles bulge, with his skin adorned with fissures resembling molten lava, glowing red and absolutely magnificent. "Wow, your martial spirit is incredibly flashy," I exclaimed, unable to contain my excitement. Hulaina proudly educated me, explaining that it was a top-tier fire and earth dual attribute beast martial spirit. After finishing her explanation, she flicked her foxtail and shot me a flirtatious glance. "Little Gio, isn't my fox beautiful?" My goodness, I nodded vigorously, absolutely stunning. So cool and beautiful. I felt that if I didn't compliment her further, this little vixen might just whisk me away with her tail. Thus, I became acquainted with the 3 of them. Despite being only around 10 years old, they were not the mischievous types, and our conversations flowed effortlessly. Although they were inexperienced, their presence was comforting, making the days fly by. We would sneak out of the spirit hall daily, climbing mountains and wading through rivers, reveling in our carefree adventures. On one occasion, while fishing in the river, Yin kicked Xieyu into the water. The 2 of them splashed around like a pair of clumsy puppies, and after a lengthy struggle, they had caught nothing, even losing the 1 fish they had managed to catch. I could no longer bear to watch. Who could understand the plight of relying on these 2 prodigies? I would surely starve. Silently, I took a dagger from Hulaina, whittled a few wooden sticks, and approached the riverbank, swiftly casting my line. When I returned to the shore, I was holding several lively, plump fish. The three of them stared at me in disbelief. Hulaina looked at me with admiration. "You're incredible." I waved my hand nonchalantly, just basic skills, nothing special. I then watched as Yin used his flame lore martial spirit to turn his hand into a grill, cooking the fish. Goodness, can your martial spirit be used like that? Today has been eye-opening. After eating our fill, as the sun set, we engaged in a joyous water fight, laughing like fools. In that moment, I truly felt as though I had returned to a previous life, a time that, despite its hardships, was filled with happiness. Alas, such joyful days are always fleeting. Not long after, my uncle Yu Guan returned, his expression fraught with conflict. Seeing his troubled demeanor, I knew something was amiss. Sure enough, he spoke, saying that in 2 years, I would be 6 years old and would awaken my martial spirit. If my talent was exceptional, I would have to join the spirit hall and pledge lifelong loyalty. He asked me if I was willing. I looked at him and asked directly, "Uncle Guan, you don't actually wish for me to stay, do you?" He closed his eyes, tacitly conceding. Ultimately, he left the decision in my hands. On my 6th birthday, I told him of my choice to leave. To prevent the spirit hall from discovering my talent, Yu Guan decided to awaken my spirit personally. He arranged 6 black stones in a formation and, with a swift motion, summoned his own martial spirit. It was a massive purple chrysanthemum, behind which 9 soul rings glimmered. Nearly blinding me, as I stepped into the formation, I felt 2 forces swirling within me, one warm and gentle, the other volatile and restless, as if threatening to tear me apart. Finally, the warm force surged into my right hand, manifesting as a seemingly ordinary wooden fan. Yu Guan was taken aback, stating that it was called a spirit pattern fan, though it appeared to be mutated. The authentic version had 7 attributes, while mine contained only wind, wood, and thunder, in addition to a blade for offensive purposes, making it an oddity. He instructed me to test my soul power, and to our astonishment, the crystal ball illuminated with the brightness of a searchlight, indicating innate full soul power. Yu Guan was perplexed, pondering whether my mutated martial spirit was strong or weak. Logically, a reduction in attributes signified weakness, yet the innate full soul power suggested otherwise. The most aggravating aspect was that this spirit pattern fan was purely auxiliary, incapable of enhancing its wielder's abilities, rendering it quite weak in one-on-one combat. He repeatedly cautioned me to prioritize my safety in future confrontations. The night before my departure, he gifted me the highest-ranking elder badge from the Spirit Hall and a valuable jade ring capable of storing items, all while feigning disdain and urging me to hastily pack my belongings. I looked at his haughty demeanor, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. Once back in my room, I sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. I refused to believe that this so-called trash auxiliary martial spirit could not become a weapon of destruction in my hands. However, as soon as I started to channel my energy, disaster struck. The previously subdued volatile force within my chest erupted. The pain was so intense that I nearly succumbed. Gritting my teeth, I dashed to a secluded mountain where I could no longer contain it. With a shout of anguish, I watched as black first sprouted from my hands. My nails elongated and darkened, and a colossal, monstrous apparition materialized behind me. A creature with a goat-esque body and a human face, its eyes located beneath its armpits. Sporting tiger-like teeth, a loud crash resounded in my mind. Was this not the Tao Tai I had read about in my previous life? A dual martial spirit. A tool martial spirit, the spirit pattern fan, and a beast martial spirit, Tao Tai. I barely had time to register the shock before darkness enveloped me, and I fainted. When I awoke, I found myself lying in my own bedroom. Who had brought me back? I had no recollection. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and as I groggily opened it, the door was abruptly pushed open from the outside, slamming into my face. A burly man stepped in, momentarily stunned when he saw the empty bed, only to turn around and discover me flattened against the door. Rubbing my sore forehead, I gazed at him. "Are you attempting to rob me, or are you here to commit murder?" The man, startled, quickly apologized, introducing himself as Yuan Gao, sent by Yu Guan to escort me to the Junior Soul Master Academy. Upon hearing that Yu Guan had left, I felt a pang of emptiness, but remarked sarcastically, "You expect me to report in while looking like this?" He promptly stepped outside, allowing me to freshen up. I gazed at my swollen forehead in the mirror, exclaiming in frustration, "What a bother." However, regarding the matter of the twin martial souls, since Uncle Guan has departed, it is best to keep it to myself for now. As I turned around, I noticed a package on the bedside table. Upon opening it, I discovered clothing, money, and 2 letters. One was penned by Gue Mei, while the other was authored by Hulai Na, Xieyu, and Yen, both advising me to be cautious while away from home and to inform them if I faced any troubles. I scoffed at the thought of appearing so easily bullied. Nevertheless, I sighed and muttered softly, "I understand," just as I was about to stow away the unwanted burden into my jade ring. I turned around and nearly jumped out of my skin. There lay a pitch-black whip covered in barbs, sprawled across my bed, with 9 dragons intricately coiled around its length, appearing remarkably lifelike. Was this not my old companion from my previous life, the Jiulongbian? At that moment, my mind went blank, overwhelmed with confusion. This whip was one of the 3 divine artifacts I had in my past life, unique and capable of igniting fierce flames when infused with energy. How could it possibly find its way into this world? As I caressed its familiar texture, my thoughts swirled chaotically. Last night, I had stealthily slipped away. Who could have discovered me? Even if someone had seen me, how would they know where I was staying? Moreover, judging by Yuan Gao's expressionless face, the one who returned me had not disturbed Yu Guan and the others. Who could it be? My irritation mounted as I tugged at my white hair. How absurd is this? I had reincarnated in a new world, yet somehow my old legendary equipment had been delivered across realms to me. A thought exploded in my mind. If I could traverse realms, could others as well? Those who could find this whip would be few and far between. Aside from my 2 close friends and sister, there remained the old man and the second brother. First, I dismissed the second brother. He was a king among men and certainly not dead. As for that old fellow, he would prefer I die and be reborn, wishing to forget me entirely. Hence he would not go to such lengths. That left only my 2 foolish brothers, Hua Xiao and Mi Sha. If I were to perish, they would undoubtedly suffer in my absence, perhaps even facing bullying themselves. The thought of them risking their lives to find me pierced my heart, leaving me breathless with pain. Hua Xiao, Mi Sha, could it truly be you? But if it were them, why not reveal themselves directly? Why go through the trouble of secretly sending equipment? I glanced at my hand, marked by my own nails, and admitted to myself that I missed them terribly. Yet, I was more afraid to uncover what they had endured to arrive here. I would rather they remained safe where they were. Never mind, never mind. I shall regard it as a supernatural occurrence. Yes, the Jiulongbian missed me so much that it traversed time and space to find me. I truly am a little genius. I stored the Jiulongbian in my ring, took a deep breath, tidied myself, and set off for school. Upon arriving at a place called Chongqing Academy, Yuan Gao introduced me to the dean. The dean resembled a Mithria Buddha, plump and jovial. And upon seeing the words innate, full soul power on my enrollment certificate, his eyes nearly sparkled with delight. You were the second student in 6 years to possess innate full soul power. I twirled the ring on my finger, contemplating, so I am indeed a second-rate individual. Who was the first? My daughter, Yin Xiaoxiao from the 2nd grade. The dean spoke of his daughter with exuberance, boasting about how the dean of Notting City had 2. And now he had 2 as well. How delightful. Observing this little spectacle, Yuan Gao's long-standing icy demeanor finally shifted. His expression remained stoic as he rapped the table, signaling the dean to cease his rambling and hasten the process. The dean promptly complied, swiftly presenting my school uniform and accommodation supplies. After receiving my belongings, Yuan Gao and I made our way outside. Upon reaching the playground, he suddenly halted and inquired, "Aren't you going to take a look at the academy?" I shook my head, jesting that since I would be here for 6 years, there would be ample time to explore later. Yuan Gao nodded and added, "I will be nearby for the next month. Feel free to seek me out if you need anything." I was taken aback, glancing up at him. His face still wore the expression of someone who felt owed a great deal of money, leading me to wonder if I had imagined his earlier concern. He departed, and I continued to wander toward the dormitory. However, just as I was about to enter, I collided forcefully with a wall. Rubbing my shoulder, I realized it was a boy who had bumped into me, and he was quite strong. Thinking it best to avoid trouble at the start of the school year, I bent down to help him pick up the books he had dropped. But guess what? That lad turned the tables, shouting at me, "Hey, watch where you're going." My hands froze mid-action. I retorted, "If your legs can't walk properly, perhaps you should use a wheelchair." The words wheelchair ignited a surge of rage within me, conjuring vivid images of my past life, where I had been left crawling on the ground after my legs were broken. My crimson eyes narrowed, and with a flick of my wrist, the Jiulong Bien was instantly in my grasp. The boy, lacking awareness, mistook my retreat as cowardice and escalated his taunts. "Are you scared? You're just like a girl, all cowardly." I found myself laughing in anger. Coward? Let us see who is truly cowardly. With a swift motion of my arm, I struck, and he was pinned against the wall, unable to move. Gasps filled the air as onlookers stared at me as if I were a monster, instinctively retreating. I flicked the blood from the whip, stored it away, and then bent down to gather the books strewn about, placing them neatly on the steps, leaving behind a bag of gold soul coins as a gesture of goodwill, considering it an act of mercy. To those who knew him, kindly assist him in getting down. It is quite unbecoming to leave someone hanging like that. Meanwhile, my two troublesome fathers, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, were still out on a mission. Yu Guan observed his subordinates placing soul rings and suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Oh no, our dear Gio should not be left to navigate the academy alone. We Haven-T even provided him with soul rings yet." Gue Mei, equally taken aback, realized they had forgotten this crucial matter. As Yu Guan grew increasingly anxious, he fretted, "The school has just been established. Are the teachers reliable? If they make Gio hunt for soul rings for 10 years, we would suffer greatly." He was about to abandon his mission and rush back. Gue Mei quickly restrained him, stating that Yuan Gao was with him. While he might be a bit dense, he had cared for Gio for 6 years and would surely keep an eye on him, urging my two fathers not to worry needlessly. Back in my dormitory, I spread my bedding across the bed and declared to the two younger boys present, "I need to rest. Do not disturb me." One of the frail boys nodded thoughtfully, asking, "Should I call you when it's time for dinner?" Just as he finished speaking, the other boy pulled it behind him, exclaiming, "Imo shouting, are you crazy?" He just slammed his senior against the wall. "Do you dare approach him?" However, the boy named Imo Xiaodang disagreed, insisting that the senior had provoked him first, leading to an argument with his friend Yuchong. The latter eventually issued a harsh ultimatum, stating, "If you're with him, we are no longer friends," before storming off. Imo Xiaodang sighed, then approached me to explain that Yuchong was merely frightened. I shook my head, indifferent. As long as they did not bother me, they could handle their affairs however they pleased. I lay down on the bed and closed my eyes. When I awoke, it was due to hunger. The dormitory was lit, but empty. I sat up and observed that the 6-person dorm had been transformed into a luxurious single room. Apart from my belongings, only one other bedboard blanket. How swiftly they had fled. As I pondered where to procure some food, a small head peeked through the door. It was the boy who had spoken on my behalf earlier. "You're awake," he exclaimed. "Who are you?" I asked, slightly bewildered. He scratched his head and replied, "I'm your roommate," Imo shouting. "Oh, now I remembered." I pointed at the only bedding that remained. "Is that yours?" He nodded. "They all left. Why haven't you?" "I'm not afraid of you," he replied nonchalantly, "for we shall be roommates from now on." As he spoke, he extended his hand. I shook it, marking the beginning of our acquaintance. This lad was inherently kind-hearted. He even brought me food, a truly innocent and optimistic child. While I ate, I inquired, "Do you know where we are headed to hunt for soul rings?" My sister told me there is a soul-hunting forest 400 miles from Nuoding City. Nuoding City? It's not far from here. I nodded in gratitude. The next morning, as Imo Xiaodang awoke naturally, she found the opposite bed already vacant, and I had long vanished. The soul-hunting forest awaited me. Before me stood a towering black bear, my lips twitching in disbelief. What a stroke of misfortune it was. Within half an hour of entering the forest, I encountered a century-old soul beast, the immortal bear. Drawing my Julong whip, I distanced myself, waiting for the right moment to deliver a fierce strike to its chest. What unfolded next left me utterly astounded. The bear's gaping wound began to heal at a visible pace. "Goodness, this is a milk tea. What am I even supposed to do here?" I immediately contemplated fleeing, but it was too late. The bear swatted me to the ground and sent me crashing into a nearby tree. The impact left me feeling as if my very organs had been displaced. I had been careless. As I lay on the ground, spitting blood, I seized the opportunity while the bear was distracted to channel my soul power into the Douluo whip. It ignited in flames, and I aimed for its eyes. Taking advantage of its temporary blindness, I leaped onto its back, attempting to strangle it with the whip. Yet, this seemingly blinded brute proved surprisingly agile, tossing me off with ease. It had been a long time since anyone had made me feel so utterly defeated. I licked my lip, which had been bitten and bloodied, when suddenly I felt an overwhelming surge of power, black mist enveloping me. The immortal bear seemed to sense the impending danger and began to retreat. Trying to escape? Did it consult me first? I grinned and limped toward it, delivering a single punch that shattered its leg. Then I climbed onto its body and, in a frenzy, pummeled its chest. In no time, the bear breathed its last, and a yellow halo ascended. Just as I descended from the bear, I collapsed to the ground, the black mist dissipating as my strength was instantaneously drained. It seemed I had tapped into the power of my beast martial soul. While I gasped for breath against the bear-esque carcass, a voice floated down from above. "Kid, aren't you going to absorb the soul ring?" Startled, I leaped up, scanning my surroundings warily. Eventually, my gaze landed on a large tree where a chubby little girl in a white dress swung her legs. For some reason, she felt oddly familiar. Sensing my wariness, she waved her hand, and clouds of black mist descended, forming steps. She stepped onto the mist and descended leisurely, exuding an air of confidence. She pointed at the yellow soul ring. "This belongs to a nearly 400-year-old soul beast, making it a decent first soul ring for you. If you trust me, absorb it, and I will protect you. I am Yin Xiao Xiao, a second-year student at Chongqing Academy." Yin Xiao Xiao, the headmaster's daughter? Upon hearing this, my guard lowered a bit. Since I couldn't fight anymore, I decided to absorb it right there. By the time I finished absorbing the soul ring, night was nearly upon us. Upon opening my eyes, I saw Yin Xiao Xiao by my side, having built a fire, her head drooping as she dozed off. I retrieved a clean jacket from my ring, intending to drape it gently over her. However, the moment my hand brushed against her, she abruptly opened her eyes, seized my hand, and executed a stunning shoulder throw, sending me sprawling. Kneeling, she shouted, "Do not disturb him. Are you trying to kill me?" I clutched my aching back and struggled to turn over. The immortal bear had failed to kill me. Was this girl here to finish the job? Realizing it was me, Yin Xiao Xiao chuckled awkwardly, then quietly grabbed her belongings by the fire and dashed away, leaving behind a hasty remark. "I remember my dad is looking for me. See you." I certainly did not trust her. I grimaced, gritting my teeth as I sat up, unleashing my spirit pattern fan to heal myself. As I felt my bones crack back into place, the pain was excruciating, yet I couldn't help but smile. My skill could actually be applied to myself. Just this alone was incredible. Moreover, I discovered that this fan could also enhance my speed with wind attributes, granting me a remarkable boost. As darkness fell, I hurriedly changed into fresh clothes, preparing to slip away. Just as I was about to depart, rustling sounds caught my attention nearby. I climbed a tree for a better view and was astonished to see the future God Tang San and the Master of Theories in a panic, being chased by a mandala snake. Observing the little one throw a white radish as a projectile with remarkable accuracy, I thought to myself that this child was quite extraordinary. Unfortunately, the radish failed to deter the snake, which became utterly enraged. Sensing the moment was right, I drew my Douluo whip, leaping from the tree to land beside the child, striking the snake away with a whip, quickly advising him, "Its eyes and mouth are its weak points." The child, Tang San, paused for a moment but reacted swiftly, brandishing a dagger while executing a peculiar footwork. Seizing the opportunity as the snake opened its mouth, he plunged the dagger inside. I casually gave him a boost with my wind attribute, serving as a solid support. His speed surged, allowing him to retreat in an instant. The snake thrashed wildly on the ground, while the master watched from a distance, horrified, and shouted, "Little San." After finishing the attack, this lad began to act dramatically. deliberately slipping and tumbling to the ground, feigning a harrowing escape in the Master's arms. His performance strikingly realistic. I nearly applauded. He deserved an Oscar for that. Once the mandala snake succumbed, a yellow 100-year soul ring ascended. I kicked the snake's head, lamenting, 100-year soul ring, yet it could have been 400 years. With speed and poison, if no one absorbs it, it will dissipate. What a waste. Tang, San nodded, sharing my sentiment. However, the master next to us shook his head, adjusting his glasses, and remarked, not a waste. This 400-year-old mandala snake is perfectly suited as your first soul ring, little San. I was momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, my martial soul is blue silvergrass, and this snake is an animal. Can these two even be combined? Wouldn't tea absorbing it cause an explosion right on the spot? Before I could finish my thought, a child named Yu Jiuxian beside us spoke up, eyeing me up and down. Are you level 10? I nodded, stating that I possessed innate full soul power. To my surprise, he stroked his chin and claimed the same. Goodness, my CPU nearly fried. Did they not say that only 5 individuals on the entire continent possess innate full soul power? How is it that he encountered 2 right after exiting the martial soul hall? Moreover, I had a universally recognized useless martial soul, blue silvergrass. While his situation was utterly extraordinary, what was even more astounding was that he continued. I once read a book which stated that plant martial souls need not exclusively absorb plant soul beasts, under specific conditions. The two can indeed interact. I was left speechless. This child surely knew an extraordinary amount. Instinctively, I glanced at my teacher, only to find the master nodding in agreement. A look of admiration directed at Yu Jiuxian as he inquired whether he had read his work, The Top 10 Competitiveness of Martial Souls. Yu Jiuxian's expression was one of complete bewilderment, as if recalling whether he had indeed perused that book 2 years prior. Upon seeing his reaction, the master proudly added, the theory you mentioned is indeed mine. At that moment, Yu Jiuxian's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new world, gazing at the master in awe, exclaiming, You are the master? It turned out he had long heard of the master's theories and held them in high regard. Never expecting to meet him in person today, the master was equally excited, sharing that his theories had been dismissed as mere jokes, with no one believing him. Yu Jiuxian was the second person, apart from me, to trust him. He immediately decided to take Yu Jiuxian as his second disciple. At that moment, I was quite looking forward to it. Having more junior brothers would be delightful. However, Yu Jiuxian simply shook his head, stating that he already had a master. Although his master seemed rather unreliable, a master is still a master. Yet he extended his hand towards me, saying, Since we cannot be brothers, how about we become friends and true brothers in the future? I introduced myself as Tong San. With such emotional intelligence, I grasped his hand firmly. The matter at hand was urgent. Once the master saw that we had finished our introductions, he turned to me and said that the greatest advantage of Lanin Cao was its non-discriminatory nature. It could absorb anything, urging me to proceed boldly. He did add, however, that this theory had yet to be put into practice. Nevertheless, I trusted my teacher completely. I promptly sat down, closed my eyes, and began to absorb. Let me be the first to take this bold step. While I was diligently engaged in my task, Yu Jiuxian was not idle. He was already scheming about how to make his move. It turned out that he had come to the soul-hunting forest to escape from the bothersome director of the academy. He figured that if the director could not find him, he would surely return to report his demise. Who could understand his family? The thought of returning lively and witnessing the terrified expressions on their faces made him want to laugh. Indeed, his joy was built upon the suffering of others. He had even planned the timing of his return, awaiting the Academy's award ceremony in 2 days to give everyone a grand surprise. Just as he was delighting in his plan, a loud crash echoed nearby. The master had collapsed. His lips turned purple, and he was on the brink of death. Yu Jiuxian rushed over, wanting to help, but his small frame was no match for an adult. He attempted to use his healing skills, but guess what? The skill was on cooldown. At such a critical moment, this was incredibly frustrating. With no other choice, he resorted to physical methods. He quickly pulled back the master's clothing, found the wound on his arm, and with a swift motion of his small knife, the dark purple poisonous blood gushed forth. Once the blood turned red, He breathed a sigh of relief and bandaged it up. After completing all this, he himself was exhausted and sat down heavily. Observing one person absorbing a soul ring and another unconscious, he sighed and decided to stay and keep us company. The next afternoon, after I completed my absorption, I opened my eyes to find the master still unconscious, while Yue Jiuxian was peacefully sleeping in a tree. Just as I was about to check on the situation, he woke up, stretching and sensing his soul power. He exclaimed, "Ah, my skill cooldown is over." He promptly took out his fan martial spirit and waved it at the master, showering him with glimmers of white light. Before long, the master regained consciousness. The master, looking bewildered, asked what had happened. Yue Jiuxian chuckled and said, "You were poisoned, and I performed a simple treatment, then used my first soul skill, ultimate healing, to bring you back to consciousness. Quite effective, wouldn't you say?" The master was utterly astonished, thinking that Yue Jiuxian's whip was a martial spirit. After all this, it turned out he was an auxiliary soul master. Yue Jiuxian nodded, explaining that the whip was merely for self-defense. Seeing that we were both fine, he hurriedly took his leave, as his surprise party was awaiting the grand entrance of its protagonist. I must say, he returned just in time, coinciding with the Academy's awards ceremony. The principal stood on stage, holding his student badge, and sorrowfully announced that a student with innate full soul power had perished while hunting soul beasts. The students below were overjoyed, as if it were a festival, nearly popping champagne. Only one senior, named Yin Xiao, panicked on the spot, her eyes turning red with worry. At that moment, Yue Jiuxian made his entrance. He had somehow smeared himself with animal blood, standing ominously at the back of the crowd with a sinister grin. As the director turned around, he let out a loud scream. A resurrection. The entire scene erupted into chaos, with students scattering in all directions as if they had seen a ghost. Yue Jiuxian chased after them, his face lit with mischievous glee, delivering a little shock from Yue Jiuxian. He even dashed past Yin Xiao, whispering, "I was just pretending." This incident caused quite the commotion, and ultimately, they called for his guardian. Yue Jiuxian summoned his protector, Yuan Gao. I tell you, when Yuan Gao, a five-ring soul king, stood in the principal's office with his long knife poised at the principal's throat, the principal broke into a cold sweat, not daring to utter a single word. In the end, while the negotiation for early graduation fell through, Yue Jiuxian received a permanent leave of absence, allowing him to depart whenever he wished. This maneuver was simply brilliant. Afterward, life passed swiftly. Yue Jiuxian practiced diligently, yet he remained stuck at level 19 for over half a year, which greatly troubled him. Finally, when the academy broke for vacation, he stepped out of the school gate only to bump into his long-lost roommate, Ma Xiaotong, who had been sent home for health reasons. They decided that since neither was returning home, they might as well embark on a little adventure together. They headed straight for Noding City, but after a lackluster stroll, they were about to head back when Yue Jiuxian suddenly spotted a familiar profile at the entrance of a blacksmith shop. Just as he pondered where he had seen it before, someone bumped into him from behind. That familiar feeling, just as he was about to explode in anger. He turned to find the person in front of the blacksmith shop. Yue Jiuxian's eyes lit up. "Tong-san?" I was equally stunned. What a coincidence. He pulled his little roommate over, and they introduced themselves. He curiously asked me, "What are you doing standing at the blacksmith's door? Planning to forge something?" I shook my head and explained, "I'm an apprentice there." Yue Jiuxian paused for a moment, then silently gave me a thumbs up. Impressive. Impressive indeed. But to be honest, I found myself baffled by his next actions. Tong-san mentioned he was heading home to see his father, and we parted ways. I turned back to see the adorable little Hai Tong beside me, whose stomach growled unceremoniously. I asked if he was hungry. He initially said he wasn't, but upon seeing my desperate expression, he immediately nodded, saying he was hungry. My eyes brightened, and I declared, "Let us go. Brother will take you out for drinks and meat." I rushed him into a restaurant, not even glancing at the menu, and directly told the owner, "Bring me the finest wine and dishes. Just serve everything you have." Dozens of jars of fine wine were placed on the table with a loud clatter, leaving little Hai Tong dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Isn't this too much?" I waved my hand nonchalantly. "Don't worry. It's on me. He looked conflicted, saying it wasn't about the money, but rather that it would be a waste if we couldn't finish it. I could only cough awkwardly and claim I had a big appetite. He pointed at the pile of wine jars, asking if I could drink that much. I promptly pressed him down on the chair, shoved a piece of fatty meat into his bowl, and began my lesson. Listen, Haitong. When mingling in the world and making friends, the secret is simply 4 words. Drink wine and eat meat. He blinked his curious eyes, wearing "Is that all?" expression. I gulped down a large mouthful of wine and explained, think about it. Between men, either you've fought together, been through thick and thin, or you've had a brawl. But you're still young. Those are too advanced. The most straightforward way is to drink wine and eat meat together. Once the wine flows, conversation will follow. And the more you talk, the deeper the bond. That is how you become brothers. He nodded, seemingly understanding, and asked, then why do we need to eat meat? Well, obviously, drinking alone is hard on the stomach. Plus, I love meat, and of course, I want to share my favorite things with friends, understand? This child grasped it immediately. He eagerly picked up a wine jar and filled my cup, mimicking my actions and placing a piece of lean meat in my bowl. Then he raised his bowl and down a large gulp. The next second, his little face scrunched up, his tongue sticking out. So spicy. I burst into laughter. You won't believe it, but I thought he would be done after a few sips. Yet this fellow only got more spirited. After downing half of a dozen jars of wine, his cheeks turned rosy, yet his eyes remained bright and clear, showing no signs of intoxication whatsoever. What a remarkable individual, born with an innate ability to withstand countless cups of alcohol. After indulging in a hearty meal, the two of us strolled leisurely down the street. Suddenly, I turned to him and declared, Xiao Haitang, I feel as though I am on the verge of breaking through to level 20. He came to an abrupt halt, his eyes widening in astonishment. Level 20. My sister is only 1 year older than you, and she possesses innate full soul power. She is only at level 17. You are truly extraordinary. Upon hearing this, I paused, contemplating the mention of his sister. A fleeting image crossed my mind. Could his sister be the renowned Yin Xiao Xiao? Indeed, he nodded in affirmation. My expression mirrored that of an elderly subway commuter engrossed in their phone. Anyone familiar with the situation would understand, although these two bore striking resemblances. Their personalities were as disparate as the poles. One was a commanding queen bee, exuding an aura that could fill a room, while the other was a shy, innocent little pup who believed everything I said. Who could have imagined they were siblings? I took a moment to collect my thoughts before resuming our conversation, dropping a bombshell. By the way, when school starts, I intend to take a leave of absence. A leave of absence. The alarmed exclamation was not solely from Xiao Haitang. It reverberated through the dean's office after the semester began, where the dean's thunderous roar nearly shattered my eardrums. I refuse. A 5-year leave of absence. You, Jiuxian, do you wish to ascend to the heavens? He then proceeded to inundate me with motivational platitudes, likening education to savoring tea, which must be enjoyed slowly. Otherwise, one risks burning their mouth. I nearly rolled my eyes, thinking to myself, are you attempting to engage in a tea ceremony with me? Just then, the door burst open with a loud crash, and the vice dean rushed in, flustered. The dean jumped in surprise, spilling his freshly brewed tea all over himself. Let me tell you, this dean is the epitome of hypocrisy. He pointed an accusatory finger at the vice dean, chastising him. Conducting affairs is just like brewing tea. One must not rush. Otherwise, one risks burning themselves and ending up with nothing. Do you understand? He then turned back, fuming and pounding his desk. Seizing the opportunity, I mimicked his tone, grasped his hand, and earnestly said, Esteemed Dean, what wrong has your hand committed that you must punish the table? My words rendered him speechless, his face turning a shade of green. The vice dean finally seized the moment to interject, revealing astonishing news. Dean, during yesterday's soul power assessment, a 7-year-old child has broken through to level 20. They have already acquired their second soul ring. What? The dean leaped to his feet, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. I, still nearby, fanned the flames, casually remarking, Dean, be careful not to burn yourself. He took a deep breath, sat down, and then suddenly turned to me, asking pointedly, if I recall correctly, you possess innate full soul power, correct? Is that child who reached level 20 someone you know? I feigned innocence, tilting my head and saying, oh, I suppose so. Goodness, the dean was visibly rattled. He stood up, gesturing towards my fluffy head, and then gave it a swift smack. Ouch, that hurts. So, you think you're playing the role of the big bad wolf while I'm the unsuspecting little bunny? The dean sneered, having burned his mouth severely. I chuckled, rubbing my head, and inquired, so, do you agree to my leave of absence? He shot me a glare, his expression a mix of anger and helplessness. How could he disagree? My abilities would indeed be wasted in this basic academy. Upon exiting the dean's office, I made my way directly to the dormitory to bid farewell to Xiao Haitang. That child had red-rimmed eyes, trying valiantly to hold back tears. I sighed and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Xiao Haitang, we have shared drinks and meals together, and you are a lifelong friend. He nodded, expressing his determination to train hard and strive to attend the same prestigious academy as me. He quickly pressed a jade pendant into my hands, claiming it was magical and would ensure my safety, before turning away to conceal his emotions. Ah, that foolish child. My heart warmed as I hung the pendant around my neck and called out to his defiant back, wait for me to return and treat you to drinks and feasts. With that, I turned to leave. Just as I reached the academy entrance, I heard someone call out, wait a moment. Turning around, I saw Yin Xiao, who was breathless and disheveled, rushing towards me. You're taking a leave of absence? For how long? 5 years, I replied. Her fists clenched tightly. I was puzzled. Had she rushed all this way just to ask that? Then she suddenly said, Yu Jiuxian, when we meet next time, please do not refer to me as Yin Xueji anymore. All right? I was even more bewildered. If not Xueji, then what? Xiao Haitang's sister? Just as she was about to clarify, a commotion erupted behind us. To my surprise, a group of over a dozen boys blocked the path, with the leader looking somewhat familiar. Yu Jiuxian, our matters are far from settled. You think you can simply walk away? I scoffed. Who are you? You make it sound as if I've desecrated your ancestral grave. Upon closer inspection, I recognized him as Mingho, the senior from a year ago, whom I had sent crashing into a wall with a single whip strike. Ah, it's you, I drawled lazily. How was it? Stuck to the wall that day? You. He seethed, his face flushed with anger as he summoned his martial soul, thrusting a spear towards me. I effortlessly sidestepped his attack. With such skill, he dared to seek revenge? Truly, he had forgotten the pain of his past injuries. Frustrated that he could not hit me, he gestured to his lackeys. Everyone attacked together and tear him apart. Among them, only Mingho possessed a soul ring. The rest were merely children under level 10. To my surprise, Yin Xiao attempted to step in front of me, embodying bravery. I swiftly pulled her into my embrace, saying, Sister, don't run around in situations like this. I winked at her, reassuringly stating, Fear not, for I am the formidable Yu Jiuxian. With that, I ceased playing coy. I swung my whip and charged into the crowd, the whip striking with the precision of a serpent, targeting their most sensitive spots. In no time, several of them lay sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. Mingho's eyes turned red with fury, and he stealthily maneuvered behind me, creating distance before unleashing his first soul skill, spear-piercing void. Yu Jiuxian. Both Yin Xiao and the arriving Vice Dean gasped in alarm. I paid them no heed, a cold smirk gracing my lips. Ignorant child. I propelled myself upwards with a nimble leap, twisting mid-air to land on my feet. However, a familiar pain in my chest slowed my movements. This persistent ailment had returned. Mingho, noticing my moment of weakness, seized the chance to strike again with another spear-piercing void. In that critical moment, Yin Xiao made her move. Suddenly, a figure identical to her appeared beside me, forcefully pushing me aside. That figure then dissipated into a cloud of dark mist. I turned to see the real Yin Xiao rushing over from the entrance, her face etched with concern. Goodness, is that a soul skill? This sister's abilities are truly impressive. I inhaled deeply, suppressing the pain in my chest as I rose to my feet. Allowing Mingho to live that day was indeed a grave mistake. I advanced towards him step by step, and the fear in his eyes began to manifest. Desperate, he unleashed another soul skill. I swiftly evaded, and with a flick of my wrist, the whip coiled around his neck like a venomous snake. He had no chance to react, his face turning crimson. I tightened my grip on the whip, pulling him closer. "You, please show mercy," the Vice Dean exclaimed, rushing over. I internally scoffed. Show mercy? Just moments ago, this scoundrel had attempted to end my life twice. And where were you then? Now that I had the upper hand, you wished to intervene as a peacemaker? Why should I extend mercy simply because my life is deemed expendable? I looked at the Vice Dean, feigning innocence as I asked, "Do you think if I were to tighten my grip a little more, he might just bid farewell to this world?" At that moment, as my murderous intent peaked, a soft voice broke through, "Xiao Juxian." It was Xiao Haidang. Upon hearing his voice, he rushed over, tears still glistening in his eyes, gazing at his pure, innocent face. All my rage dissipated in an instant. I did not wish to frighten this little one. I released the whip, kicking Mingho aside, and whispered in his ear, audible only to him, "Xiao Haidang is here, so I will spare your life. But do not rejoice too soon." Having said that, I walked out of the academy without looking back. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and I have not been idle during this time. After leaving the academy, I wandered for a few months and met a mercenary named Su Zhe. I heard they formed a team to hunt soul beasts for profit, and I was instantly intrigued. I joined their mercenary group, living a perilous life in the Qingdao Great Forest. You cannot imagine an 8-year-old child commanding a group of men in their 30s and 40s on the battlefield. On one occasion, we encountered an ancient cobra, estimated to be 7 or 8,000 years old. The older mercenaries were ready to flee, but I charged forward with my Julong whip, striking at the serpent's weak points while shouting commands. Control system, restrict. Fire system, unleash a fierce attack on its eyes and mouth. Su Zhe and the others were astonished, yet they complied. Ultimately, we succeeded in defeating that massive snake. From that day forth, their perception of me changed entirely. Throughout these years, my soul power did not stagnate. Through countless battles and meditations, after exhausting my soul energy, I unknowingly ascended to level 29. Another year passed, and I reached level 30. However, I refrained from hastily seeking my third soul ring. I thought it best to wait until I returned to the academy to collect my graduation certificate. If I advanced too quickly, I feared others might view me as a specimen to be studied. In the 4th year after leaving the academy, we undertook a mission targeting a powerful Dolly King Kong bear. I summoned my Lingwen fan, executing a thunderous strike, with lightning as thick as an arm descending from the sky, frying that beast until it lay convulsing on the ground. The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, and I could not help but swallow hard. A nearby employer chuckled at my eagerness and said to Su Zhe, "Look at how hungry the kid is. So, hurry back and treat him to something nice." I could only scratch my head and smile foolishly. As the 5th year approached, I was nearly 12 years old. One day, while grilling fish with Su Zhe at the foot of the mountain, he suddenly asked, "After 5 years out here, have you decided which intermediate academy you want to attend?" I shook my head. To be honest, I had already reached the rank of a 3-ring soul master, with practical experience surpassing that of many teachers. Attending a regular intermediate academy would be a waste of time. Su Zhe pondered for a moment and suggested, "If you trust me, why not take a look at this place?" He mentioned the name of an academy, and I tightened my grip on my jade ring, realizing I had never heard of it before. I looked at Su Zhe, thinking that I had nowhere else to go, and decided to follow his recommendation. However, I needed to return to Chongqing Academy first to collect my graduation certificate. Calculating the time, I planned to set out soon. Before I could make my move, Su Zhe found me first, insisting on giving me a precious gift for my new school. I was taken aback and protested, saying it was too valuable. He pressed the item into my hands, stating, "You have fought alongside me through thick and thin for these 5 years, without taking a single coin in commission. If you refuse this, do you think I won't be angry?" With such words spoken, I had no choice but to sigh and accept it. Half a month later, I set foot in Chongqing City, heading straight for my good brother Mo Xiaodang. After 5 years apart, I enveloped him in a bear hug that nearly took his breath away. His eyes turned red as he punched me playfully, exclaiming that he thought I had forgotten him. I threw my arm around his shoulder and declared, "Let us go. I'll treat you to drinks and meat." In the tavern, we each had a barrel of wine, reveling in the moment. Shouting boasted about his hard work over the past 5 years, claiming his father praised him for his prowess. I chuckled, but refrained from sharing my own struggles, simply stating that I had met a kind uncle who had protected me. Some hardships are best kept to oneself. Speaking of them feels overly sentimental. He nodded earnestly and asked if I had decided on a school. I replied that I had, but it was a bit far. He thumped his chest, assuring me it was fine, as his father said boys should venture out more. My heart warmed at his unwavering trust in me after 5 years. After a long gaze at my face, he suddenly became infatuated with the wine barrel, declaring that if I turned bad, he would follow suit. Family members understand this pure-hearted bond, truly a love warrior who, even when sold, helps count the money. We then set off on our journey. I pulled out the map Suze had given me, and let me tell you, it was a masterpiece that would bring tears to Picasso's eyes, resembling a chaotic scribble. We were utterly bewildered. With no other option, I flagged down a passerby to inquire about the location of Shrek Academy. The young man, clearly exasperated, pointed ahead and said, "Just keep walking straight, turn right at the second intersection, and you'll be there shortly." At that moment, I wanted to send a message to Suze, pleading with him never to create such a disastrous map again. Following the directions given, we finally arrived. However, upon seeing the dilapidated entrance, it resembled an abandoned village committee office, devoid of any human presence. I thought to myself, this is a disaster. Could it be that I missed the enrollment period? I hurriedly approached an elderly man sitting by the entrance. The old man barely opened his eyes and waved his hand, indicating that I was blocking his son. I took a couple steps back, and he asked what I wanted. After repeating my question, he leisurely replied, "You're early. Enrollment starts in 3 days." Phew, what a relief. Suze had told me that Shrek Academy was a peculiar institution, only accepting monsters under 13 years old with a soul power of at least level 21. Watching the rundown scene, Xiaodang seemed to feel pity for me and quietly suggested he would ask his father to invest in this academy. Goodness, I thought, is this untold wealth finally my turn? During the days leading up to enrollment, I instructed my subordinate Yuan Gao to book a hotel. Guess what? He reserved a room at the Rose Hotel. I was utterly taken aback. Staying in a couple S hotel with Xiaodang, such an innocent child, felt like leading the nation's flowers astray down a reckless path. Frustrated at the hotel, I decided to go downstairs for some distraction. Coincidentally, I overheard a handsome blonde man surrounded by admirers. So I inquired at the front desk about nearby mercenary groups. The blonde man, who turned out to be Dai Mubai, overheard and mentioned that those looking for a fight could head to the Grand Soul Arena in Suatawa City. That sounded promising. Just as I was preparing to leave, I ran into a pair, a man and a woman. Upon seeing the man, I exclaimed, "Goodness, isn't that Tang-san?" 5 years had passed, and he had changed quite a bit. The girl beside him called him Xiao-san and referred to herself as Xiao Wu. I didn't approach them to greet, but merely smiled and said, "See you next time," before departing with Dai Mubai. Upon arrival at the Grand Soul Arena, it was truly magnificent. Dai Mubai and I quickly decided to enter a 2-on-2 competition, naming ourselves Dai Yu Pai Xing, emphasizing an artistic flair. Soon it was our turn, and our opponents were 2 muscular men known as the Bull Duo, one at level 37 and the other at 39, both surpassing us in rank. When the match began, the 2 hulking figures unleashed their martial spirits, indeed impressive. Dai Mubai then revealed his own, a 37-level Battle Soul Master. When it was my turn, I cleared my throat and slowly summoned my Lingwen Fan, announcing Yu Jiuxian Martial Spirit Lingwen Fan, 31-level support Soul Master. As soon as my words fell, the arena fell silent. Dai Mubai looked at me in shock, while the 2 Bull brothers burst into laughter, one of them derisively calling my name effeminate. I nodded in agreement, saying, "Is that so? I feel the same way." As the battle commenced, they indeed underestimated me, viewing my role as merely decorative and charging straight for Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai activated his White Tiger Shield to defend himself fiercely. One of the opponents, nicknamed Bullhead, attempted to sneak around for a surprise attack. I chuckled, thinking, "Brother, did you forget I'm still here?" Bullhead ignored me entirely, likely considering me a mere 31-level support, no threat at all. As Dai Mubai became entangled with another opponent, he shouted my name in urgency. Just as Bullhead was about to strike from behind Dai Mubai, I instantly withdrew my martial spirit. Seeing this, he laughed, assuming I was surrendering. I remained silent, retrieving my Julong whip from my jade ring. Infusing it with soul power, the whip ignited in flames as I swung it towards him. The fellow had no defenses at all and was swiftly knocked to the ground by my whip. His teammates stood there in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Dai Mubai unleashed a white tiger light wave, sending his ally tumbling off the stage. After the match, the Minotaur, still unconvinced, pointed at me and shouted, "You tricked me. Didn't you claim to be a support-type soul master?" I shrugged, feigning innocence, and replied, "Indeed, but who says a support-type soul master cannot strike?" As we exited the soul arena, Dai Mubai regarded me as if I were a rare creature. "You, my friend, are impressive. A true support type? Level 31 at just 12 years old?" I thought to myself, this is merely the tip of the iceberg. There's much more you do not yet know. 3 days later, Shrek Academy began its official enrollment. The line was remarkably long. Tired, I found a stone beneath a tree to rest. Just as I was about to doze off, Yuan Gao appeared from some hidden corner. Startled, I quickly dragged him to a secluded spot. "What brings you here again?" I questioned. I prefer not to have my association with the Wuhuan temple revealed at the start of school. Expressionless, he handed me a letter and a pouch of money, claiming it was from a distinguished individual. Sighing, I accepted it and urged him to leave hastily. Speaking of the Wuhuan temple, let me tell you about my uncles, Yue Guan and Gue Mei. To protect me, they staged an elaborate performance before the Pope, Bibidong. They claimed my martial soul was flawed, with severe side effects that would prevent me from living past 16, thus justifying my upbringing away from their watchful eyes. Half-truths managed to convince her. After sending Yuan Gao away, I returned to the school entrance only to find it deserted. Could it be that a mere chat had caused me to miss the enrollment? Just then, the old gentleman from a few days prior called out to me, saying he had waited for me due to my apparent sincerity. He asked me to extend my hand, probing my soul power. His eyes widened in disbelief. A soul master at 12 years old? Without hesitation, he ushered me inside and instructed me to seek out Dai Mubai. Upon entering the academy, I surveyed the environment, reminiscent of a rural area, and felt a twitch at the corner of my mouth. However, Xiao Haitong had secured funding from her father, allowing her to enroll without examination, leaving me to register alone. While I pondered this, I suddenly spotted a vendor selling grilled sausages in the distance. The face was strikingly familiar, sending tremors through my pupils. I rushed over, shouting, "Old two!" The vendor stared at me in confusion. "Who are you?" I was taken aback. He bore an uncanny resemblance, his voice identical. Tentatively, I asked, "Aren't you Bai Shuren?" He shook his head. "I'm Ao Sika, brother. Would you like a sausage?" A sinking feeling gripped my heart. How could this be? I was no longer in my original world. Silently, I paid for the sausage and thanked him. As I took a bite, Dai Mubai approached, eyeing the sausage in my hand with an expression that was hard to describe. Leaning closer, he relayed Ao Sika's peculiar sausage incantation. Amused, I took a sizable bite. "What is the big deal? It's not poisonous." Dai Mubai, wearing an expression of admiration, clapped me on the shoulder. "Come, I will introduce you to the other newcomers." Following him inward, I casually inquired, "So, is it just you, Ao Sika, and a chubby fellow in this academy?" Dai Mubai nodded. I was astonished. Along with the newly arrived Xiao Haitong and myself, there were only 6 of us in total. It wasn't just poor. It was on the verge of collapse. Dai Mubai noticed my apprehension and quickly explained, "Our academy is Shrek, emphasizing quality over quantity. The entrance exams have 4 stages, each more rigorous than the last, allowing only the most exceptional individuals to enter." I thought that sounded quite impressive. I then asked, "But I haven't taken the exam yet. How can you count me in? Aren't you afraid the dean will have your head?" He chuckled. "I've already reported my situation to the dean. He granted special permission for you to enroll without examination." Upon hearing this, I thought, why not? After all, I am a soul master. It's only fair to take the express route. As we conversed, we arrived in front of the other newcomers. Dai Mubai pushed me forward. "Allow me to introduce Yue Jiuxian, our new classmate." The rabbit-like girl named Xiao Wu's eyes widened. "Hey, isn't this the person who left with you the other day? Weren't you 2 strangers then?" I shrugged and nudged Dai Mubai with my elbow, signaling for him to explain. Clearing his throat, Dai Mubai began his moment of grandeur. Those with soul power exceeding level 25 are exempt from the second and third stages. As for the fourth stage, Jiuxian is a soul master, and I witnessed his prowess in the soul arena just days ago, so he's also exempted from that. At that moment, the gaze of Tang San and the others towards me shifted dramatically. A 12-year-old soul master, everyone understood the implications. However, a bystander protested. Pointing at Tang San and Xiao Wu, he gets a pass, but what about them? I stepped back, relishing the unfolding drama, gesturing to Tang San. Show them what you've got, otherwise Dai Mubai will lose face. Tang San understood and nodded. The proctor, perceptive as ever, promptly handed over the crystal ball. As Tang San placed his hand upon it, a radiant glow erupted. Level 29, the crowd fell silent. Xiao Wu bounced forward, grabbed the crystal, and another blinding light emerged. Also level 29. This stirred quite the hornet's nest. A young girl in a blue dress, evidently affluent, approached with a smile. I believe I should also be exempt. Upon taking the crystal, she revealed her level to be 26. The proctor's smile stretched nearly to his ears. Monsters abound this year. The dean will be overjoyed. No sooner had he spoken than another aloof young lady, Zhu Zhuqing, seized the crystal. Without a word, she infused her soul power, her glow surpassing that of Ning Rongrong. Level 27. What transpired was akin to a showcase of skill levels, igniting a fire within me. I leaned against Dai Mubai and whispered, "These youngsters are extraordinary." Dai Mubai shot me a glance, as if to say, "Stop pretending to be the adult here. All right, enough showcasing. Let us proceed to the fourth stage," Dai Mubai declared, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing before leading us onward. At the fourth stage, a muscular man lounged in a chair, napping. Dai Mubai approached and called out, "Teacher Zhao, we've come to take on the challenge." The man, Zhao Wuji, opened his eyes and scanned us before settling on me. Dai Mubai promptly introduced, "Teacher Zhao, this is Yue Jiuxian, who has completed his enrollment. These four are here to face the fourth stage." Zhao Wuji waved me aside, then stood and stretched, grinning at Tang San and the others. "Not bad, not bad. Since you are so impressive, I, Zhao Wuji, will personally engage you. If you can withstand me for a single incense stick's duration, you shall pass." Zai Moet Go Lim. "Teacher Zhao, that is unreasonable." Zhao Wuji snorted. "The dean is absent. I am the highest authority here. I'll light the incense. You all better strategize." I sidled up to Dai Mubai and curiously asked, "Is Teacher Zhao really that formidable?" Xiao Wu chimed in. "Is he stronger than that soul emperor at the entrance?" Dai Mubai shook his head with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's courage surged. "Then what is there to fear? With the four of us combined, we can surely withstand an incense stick." Dai Mubai sighed, dropping a bombshell. "Teacher Zhao is not a soul emperor. He is a level 76 soul sage." "What?" Tang San and the others turned pale. As for me, I remained unfazed, even slightly amused. A level 76 soul sage? Oh, I see. The faculty here is quite impressive. No wonder Dai Mubai wore that expression. A soul saint of strength engaging with four great soul masters is nothing short of a dimensional strike. Tang San, perhaps noticing my calm demeanor, couldn't help but inquire, "Aren't you the least bit surprised?" How could I divulge that I have two titled, casually wandering about my home, making the sight of a soul saint seem as mundane as observing the captain? I refrained from saying anything that might provoke a beating and fabricated a casual excuse. "Oh, after wandering outside for so long, I've grown accustomed to seeing such things." As I noticed the incense nearly burnt down to the holder, I hastily urged them, "All right, enough dawdling. Let us introduce our martial souls. Otherwise, how shall we proceed with the battle?" Tang San was the first to step forward. "I am Tang San, with a martial soul blue silvergrass, a level 29 control type." Following him was Xiao Wu. "I am Xiao Wu, with a martial soul rabbit, a level 29 assault type." Next was Ning Rongrong, who wore an air of pride. "I am Ning Rongrong, with a martial soul 7 treasure glaze tile, a level 26 support type." Upon hearing that, I realized this was the legendary support martial soul of Douluo, reeking of monetary prowess. Yet, I silently critiqued that no matter how impressive, it still possessed flaws, as one could never reach level 80 in their lifetime. Alas, unlike my martial soul, which could not be utilized for personal gain. What a pity. Lastly, there was the icy girl, Zhu Zhuqing, with the martial soul nethercat, a level 27 agility type. Niterkat. My gaze flitted between Dai Mubai and her. My inquisitive radar buzzed with excitement. A fusion technique of martial souls. I understood the trivial matters of the Xingluo Empire. Dai Mubai patted me on the back. You should introduce yourself as well. We will be classmates from now on. I nodded and cleared my throat. I am Yu Jiuxian, with the martial soul spirit pattern fan, a level 33 support type. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Dai Mubai's eyes nearly bulged. You leveled up twice in 3 days? Ning Rongrong looked equally incredulous. Is it possible to cultivate a support type in such a manner? I licked my lips and shrugged, thinking if I weren't afraid of startling them, I would have already become a soul Douluo. I had little interest in watching them fight. I waved my hand dismissively. You all carry on, don't hold back your strength. I shall wander about the village. With that, I strolled away, leaving them in a state of confusion. I meandered to Oscar's sausage cart, observing his despondent expression. Suddenly, a whirlwind of chaotic images flashed through my mind. A person named by Shuren and some past events tightened in my heart. Hey! Oscar waved his hand in front of me. What are you zoning out for? I snapped back to reality, realizing tears had escaped my eyes, and hastily wiped them away. On a whim, I asked him, could you call me a Geo? Oscar was taken aback. A Geo? Why is that? Doesn't T-Boss Dai call you Yu Jiuxian? I inhaled deeply, feeling I had acted oddly, and quickly redirected the conversation. I am Yu Jiuxian, also a student of this academy. I look forward to your guidance, senior. I am Oscar, the sausage vendor. He smiled and shook my hand. He was about to inquire how I had bypassed the entrance exam when Dai Mubai's voice echoed from afar. Oscar, their essay job. Oscar perked up. Someone must be injured. I'll head over first. I thought it would be a good opportunity to witness the battle, so I followed suit. I'll join you. When we arrived at the scene, it was utterly devastating. Debris littered the ground. Tang San's hidden weapons scattered everywhere. And Xiao Wu lay unconscious, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing bore injuries. I gazed at Dai Mubai, questioning with my eyes, is this necessary? It's merely a test. He shook his head, wearing a complicated expression. Oscar was about to recite his embarrassingly cringe-worthy sausage incantation, and I quickly pressed his hand down. Your sausages restore health and energy, right? He nodded. No need for that. Watch me. I unveiled my spirit pattern fan and prepared for a group healing, poised to outshine them all. With a swift motion, I fanned them, and a gentle breeze enveloped them. Their wounds visibly healed, and their soul power was fully restored. Everyone, including Zhao Wujia, was left in shock. I silently critiqued. It feels incredible, yet it drains my energy immensely. That single fanning left me nearly empty, and the cooldown is slower than my grandmother's grinding wheel. Dai Mubai nearly dropped his jaw. I've fought you for 3 days, yet you never employed your martial soul. Could I admit that, as a support type, I could match him solely with my physical prowess? Wouldn't that be even more terrifying? I simply shook my fan and offered a casual excuse. This fan possesses wooden attributes. Fanning creates a breeze that restores energy. Once Tang San extracted all the hidden weapons from Zhao Wujia, everyone prepared to disperse. Dai Mubai arranged the dormitories, which were shared rooms. I mentioned I had to wait for my friend Mo Xiaoding to arrive and share a room. Dai Mubai generously offered, then you can stay with me for now. When he arrives, I'll move. I collapsed onto my bed, falling into a deep slumber until nightfall, my stomach growling with hunger. I ventured out of the village in the dark, seeking wild game in the forest, but soon found myself lost. Just then, I sensed a terrifying pressure, definitely a tidal Douluo level. Shortly after, Zhao Wujia's scream echoed from the woods. My immediate thought was, who dares stir trouble in the presence of the unmoving king? The cries ceased, and I wandered aimlessly in the forest like a headless fly until a tall man in a cloak appeared before me. Upon seeing him, I recognized him as the titled Douluo from earlier. I took a deep breath and approached him. "Excuse me, sir. How do I get to Shrek Academy? I seem to have lost my way." He appeared momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing me and asking why someone with such talent was allowed to roam free by the spirit hall. My heart skipped a beat. Did he notice Yuan Gao seeking me? I forced a chuckle. It's because my martial soul has flaws. They don't value me. He then inquired why I was unafraid of him. I retorted, "Will you kill me after hearing my answer?" He shook his head. "Then if you want to kill me, why should I fear you?" Finally, he asked, "Do you know Xiao San?" At that moment, I comprehended. This must be Tang San's parent. I replied, "I know him, but it has been a long time since we last met." He nodded, advising me not to mention his visit to Tang San, then silently led the way back to the academy. The next morning, Tang San came to collect the hidden weapons, discovering I had fallen asleep in a tree. I jumped down to assist him. Casual in my demeanor, I inquired about his family, to which he replied he had only a father. I gained further clarity. Upon returning to the dormitory, I immediately pulled Dai Mubai aside, urging him to recount the details of the previous day's cataclysmic battle. He informed me that Xiao Wu's charm had no effect on Zhao Wujia, and she had been backlashed into unconsciousness. Upon seeing Xiao Wu injured, Tang San had erupted in rage, establishing a wager with Zhao Wujia that if he won, everyone would be admitted to the academy. The two girls, displaying remarkable loyalty, agreed. Tang San unleashed all his power, hurling hidden weapons without restraint, forcing Zhao Wujia to employ his fourth and fifth soul skills. In the climactic moment, Tang San produced a hammer, and with one strike, the battle concluded. Upon hearing the word hammer, my hand instinctively brushed against my ring. Suddenly, all the clues coalesced in my mind. A hammer? The surname Tang? His father, a mysterious titled Douluo? Goodness, could it be? This was none other than the youngest titled Douluo, the Hao Yian dog Tang Hao, who was wanted by the Spirit Hall. His son, that must be the dual martial souls, blue-silver grasp paired with the Hao Yian hammer. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I have stumbled upon a monumental revelation. The protagonist of this tale is none other than Tang San. The more I pondered, the more unsettling it became. If he indeed possessed dual martial souls, then the identity of his father, oh, I dare not contemplate it. Enough of these thoughts. They are overwhelming, so I must roll up my sleeves and diligently cultivate. I cannot allow these little monsters to surpass me. Where would my pride go? To my astonishment, as soon as I closed my eyes, I fast-forwarded to 2 days later. When I opened my eyes, Dai Mubai had already rearranged the dormitory, moving in with the chubby one, and then a familiar figure appeared before me. Immo Xiaodang. My foolish brother had already registered at the academy. He noticed that I had awakened and promptly handed me 2 large boxes of rice. The delicious aroma of the meat was utterly intoxicating, and I immediately grabbed my chopsticks and devoured the meal with fervor. Xiao Haidang watched me with a silly grin, advising me to eat slowly, reminding me that there were snacks to enjoy as well. In that moment, my heart skipped a beat, and I affectionately ruffled his hair, suddenly realizing something profound. Let me tell you, I am a paradoxical amalgamation of contradictions. I am ruthless and unforgiving, capable of taking a life without a second thought. Yet if someone shows me even the slightest kindness, I can reciprocate with heartfelt devotion. Because of this, no one dared to approach me in the past. But Xiao Haidang is different. He is like a blank canvas, impossibly pure. On our first encounter, he stood up for me and even brought me food. After 5 years apart, this foolish boy had truly transformed himself from an ordinary person with only a first-level soul power into a 25th-level prodigy just to keep up with me. Who among my family understands this? Having lingered in darkness for so long, I suddenly glimpsed a ray of light and felt compelled to protect him fiercely, shielding him from any form of corruption. I gazed at him and earnestly said, "Xiao Haitang, call me Ge." Without hesitation, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Sure." My heart soared with joy. This simple address meant that I would protect him for a lifetime. Just as I was feeling moved, Dai Mubai passed by, knocked on the door, and said, "Now that you're awake, tidy up. Tomorrow we're heading to the Xingdou Great Forest." I was baffled and asked what needed to be tidied. He explained that Oscar had surprisingly broken through to 30 levels in just a few days. Tomorrow, Teacher Zhao would take our entire team to help him hunt for his third soul ring. He also casually mentioned the lessons I had missed, which involved either fighting at the Great Soul Arena or enjoying Oscar sausages. Neither sounded particularly worthwhile. By the way, Dai Mubai suddenly remembered, "You haven't met Fatty yet, have you?" He dragged me to the adjacent dormitory. Upon entering, we saw a plump fellow voraciously devouring a chicken leg. Upon noticing me, he pointed his greasy hand toward the bed, signaling that we could sit wherever we liked. "You must be that support-type genius, right?" Fatty swallowed his morsel and gazed at me with admiration. I was taken aback. Genius? How did I earn that title? A fortune teller? Dai Mubai, suppressing laughter, explained that my impressive performance at the Great Soul Arena had earned me such a nickname. Fine. I accepted it. He formally introduced me to the plump fellow, whose name was Ma Hongjun, a 27th level assault-type soul master with the evil fire phoenix soul. I was astonished. A phoenix? An anomalous martial soul? Dai Mubai revealed that in Fatty's village, all martial souls were mere chickens, and has had mutated into a fire phoenix. What a real-life transformation from a mere chicken to a phoenix. Upon hearing this, my battle instincts kicked in, and I directly asked Fatty, "Mind having a match?" Fatty was momentarily stunned before his eyes lit up. "Now?" I nodded, and we dashed toward the playground. Dai Mubai followed behind, face-palming as if to say, "Do you two clowns even care about tomorrow's journey?" Upon reaching the playground, I wasted no time and summoned my 9 Dragons whip. Ma Hongjun instantly activated his martial soul, unleashing his first soul skill, the Phoenix Fire Line, towards me. The flames were impressive. However, my whip specialized in countering flames. I licked my lips, advancing instead of retreating, and charged through the fiery wave, striking the ground before him with a whip crack, creating a fissure. Ma Hongjun flinched, his expression one of sheer terror. As if he wanted to scream, "Don't come any closer." Having heard of my previous feats, he feared that a single whip would leave him incapacitated. So he kept retreating while casting skills. I chased after him, exasperated. "Come on, are you afraid I'll eat you?" Just then, Tang San and the others arrived, and I had an idea. I shouted towards the crowd, "Ning Rongrong, support Fatty. Oscar, give him a boost. Who among my family understands this tactical maneuver?" One-on-one wasn't enough. I decided to raise the stakes by allowing the opposing side to receive team buffs while battling me. Dai Mubai couldn't bear to watch and attempted to intervene. I retorted, "How can one fully appreciate the limits of an anomalous martial soul without experiencing it?" Then I activated my martial soul, the Lingwen Fan, to grant myself a buff. Ning Rongrong and Oscar, fierce in their own right, wasted no time assisting and providing buffs. Fatty consumed the enhancements, his strength and speed soaring, and with his second soul skill, the Passionate Phoenix, the purple flames seemed capable of scorching the heavens. I stared at the blaze, remaining calm. I released my fan, which floated in midair, and activated my third soul skill. A bone-chilling gust of wind surged from the fan, colliding with the phoenix flames. With a resounding explosion, the fire was extinguished, but I was too close and my arm and hair were singed. Ma Hongjun collapsed on the ground, stunned, muttering, "Isn't that the banana fan from Journey to the West?" I retrieved my fan and casually waved it twice to extinguish the embers on my clothes, smiling kindly at everyone. Fatty's martial soul is indeed formidable. The crowd fell silent, likely thinking, "Dude, isn't it you who is formidable?" After the match, I led Xiao Haitang back. But out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a figure. I told Xiao Haitang to head back first, and took a detour to a large tree. "Aren't you tired from following me for so long?" From behind the tree, Ning Rongrong emerged, nervously fidgeting with her skirt. She inquired if I was from the Lingwen Fan clan. I concocted a casual excuse, claiming I had found it and that my martial soul had mutated, thus deceiving her. This little princess, having discovered the monstrous talents at Shrek Academy, was feeling disheartened and sought my guidance on how to train effectively. Seeing her pitiful expression, I poured her a bowl of wisdom, informing her that merely possessing talent without effort equates to nothing, encouraging her to communicate more with Tang San and the others. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief after persuading Ning Rongrong to leave, another figure emerged from the shadows. Zhu Zhuqing. I was even more surprised. What could this aloof beauty want from me? Her next words nearly sent me reeling. You are quite impressive. So you wish to battle me? I can't defeat you. She shook her head. I want to become your disciple. Please teach me. Before I could process her request, she suddenly knelt before me with a thud. I was utterly flabbergasted and rushed to help her up. In 2025, such antics still occur? This overwhelming master-disciple connection appeared out of nowhere. I couldn't push her away, so I finally relented, telling her to just call me by my name in the future. Thus, inexplicably, I gained a disciple. The following morning, we gathered at the playground with 8 of us. Teacher Zhao Wujia was already waiting, though his bruised and battered appearance resembled that of a pig's head, causing us to stifle our laughter to the point of injury. No need to ask, it was undoubtedly Tang Hao's doing. Dai Mubai began organizing our formation. Tang, Sin leading the way, support and fragile members in the middle, Xiao Wu and Fatty as wings, with him and Zhu Zhuqing at the rear. As for me, naturally, I was the free agent positioned at the back. After we set off, I noticed that Ning Rongrong still struggled to integrate into the group. I discreetly approached her and offered a suggestion. You are the support. Use your strengths to assist them. She quickly grasped my advice, activated her martial soul, and bestowed a speed aura upon everyone. Instantly, the team felt invigorated, showering her with praise for her effectiveness. Ning Rongrong's little face finally blossomed with genuine happiness. Thus, bolstered by Oscar's sausages and Ning Rongrong's buffs, we covered over 400 kilometers in a single day. As night fell, Teacher Zhao led us to a small town for a break. Tang San, observing the lively scene in the town, questioned, Isn't it a bit far to rest here, given that we are still over 100 kilometers from the Qingdao Great Forest? Far? Let me tell you, my friend, this is already the maximum distance. If we venture further, the soul beast from the Qingdao Great Forest will roam out and could easily flatten the town. Safety first. You know, Oscar, ever the sociable one, chimed in, Hey, Xiao Jiu really knows a lot. I cast a sidelong glance at him and nonchalantly prepared cup. Nonsense. Aside from my first spirit ring, the subsequent 2 were acquired in the Qingdao de Sunlin. This place is familiar to me. Teacher Zhao Wuji truly lacked patience, utterly ignoring us youngsters, as he retreated to his room upstairs for a rest. I glanced around the inn. It was rather ordinary. After a long day, I felt too lethargic to move and simply informed them, I'm heading upstairs as well. You all can eat and drink as you please. Mo Xiaodang expressed concern. Xiao Jiu, aren't you eating? I waved my hand dismissively, lacking appetite. You all eat. I shall ascend to cultivate, unless there is an urgent matter. Do not disturb me. With that, I approached the front desk, booked a few rooms, took my key, and tossed the rest to Dai Mubai without looking back as I ascended. I must tell you, before entering the Qingdao de Sunlin, one must be in peak condition. My spirit power was still a smidgen short of full capacity, which was unacceptable. As I settled cross-legged to focus on my cultivation, a loud crash from downstairs abruptly disrupted my concentration, nearly causing me to spit blood in anger. Infuriated, I strode downstairs, only to discover a group of boisterous youths clad in white uniforms, provocatively confronting Dai Mubai and his companions. Without a moment's hesitation, I retrieved a dagger from my ring, flicked my wrist, and sent it flying towards the leader of the group. The old man managed to catch it between 2 fingers, flipping it back to the ground just shy of my feet. I chuckled, approaching to retrieve my dagger. Why the anger, old man? Is the weather too hot for you? Perhaps you need some exercise? The student from Sanghui Academy looked on with disdain as we exited the inn. I displayed my Julong whip, channeling my spirit power into it. Flames erupted, and I struck the ground with tremendous force, sending dirt flying and scorching the earth. I boldly declared, Shrek Academy, Yu Jiu level 34 support spirit master. Please enlighten me. Upon hearing the term spirit master, the opposing group was momentarily stunned, likely thinking I was boasting. However, the next instant, my yellow, and purple spirit rings materialized, an optimal configuration. Those fellows were nearly slack-jawed in astonishment. Dai Mubai and the others subsequently revealed their spirit rings, and lo and behold, they too possessed the best configurations. 2 spirit masters, 6 above level 25, and 1 at level 30. Such a configuration was undeniably formidable. Dai Mubai, observing me, could not help but shudder slightly, quietly warning them, if you provoke Yu Jiuxian, do not expect to leave on your feet. He must have recalled my past glories. Once in the spirit arena, a brash 4-ring spirit master had dared to lay hands on me, and in my fury, I had effortlessly sent his defense-cracking spirit flying. That night, I earned the nickname Harbinger of Hell. In the midst of these reminiscences, I had already dispatched the students from Sanghui Academy. I beckoned the leading teacher with a finger. Old sir, care to play with me? The old man, Yi Zhiqiu, surveyed his fallen students with a darkened expression. Which academy do you hail from? Shrek Academy, Yu Jiuxian. He appeared bewildered, seemingly unfamiliar with our peculiar institution. Not having heard of us was fortuitous. He bellowed. Martial sous manifestation, Xuongyi. 5 spirit rings emerged beneath his feet, revealing him to be a spirit king. Dai Mubai rushed to pull me back, yet I shook off his arm dismissively. Isn't he merely a little turtle? What makes a spirit king so impressive? Initially, Yi Zhiqiu may have intended to intimidate us, but my retort ignited his ire as he proclaimed he would teach me manners on behalf of my elders. I must confess, while I could tolerate much, this particular remark struck a nerve. He uttered 2 words, uncultured. In that instant, I erupted. My mind buzzed, all reason dissipated, and my eyes turned crimson. Yi Zihiu, undeterred, unleashed his second spirit ability, Xian Shui Bing Feng. Dai Mubai sought to intervene, but was shoved aside by a scruffy old man who suddenly appeared. The old man summoned a rock shield, yet I, in a frenzy, shattered it with my whip. The old man, eyes wide with terror, asked Dai Mubai and the others, "What did you say to him?" Dai Mubai, stunned, replied, "It was that Yi Zhiqiu who called him uncultured." Upon hearing this, the old man clenched his fists, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yu Jiuxian was in a dangerous state. Others were incredulous, questioning how a spirit master could pose a threat to a spirit king. Yet the very next moment, I struck Yi Zhiqiu, who had dropped his defenses to the ground, then mounted him, raining down blows upon him. The once impregnable Xian Gui shell cracked beneath my relentless assault. At that moment, Oscar, for reasons unknown, called out to me, "Agio." Those 2 syllables struck me like lightning, hurling me back to my darkest childhood. I was small then, pinned down by a group of children who taunted me as an unloved, uncultured wretch. Later, in a dilapidated temple, when I was on the verge of death, a boy appeared, resembling Oscar today. He gently bandaged my wounds and smiled as he called me Agio. He was the first light in my life. Oscar's call jarred me back to reality. I gazed at my bloodied fists before turning to his face, completely dumbfounded. How could I strike anyone in front of him? I had promised to become gentler. My thoughts swirled chaotically, and I raised my hand as if to strike him, yet hesitated. My vision blurred and I collapsed. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a hotel room. Upon opening my eyes, I checked my clothing. All was in order. Just a nightmare, I mused about a group of old men accosting me. At that moment, the door swung open and the scruffy old man, Shu Shi, entered. He scratched his head and said, "You don't remember again?" Again? My mind was a muddled mess. How did I end up here? Wasn't Su Zhe supposed to be on a mission to the Xing Doda Sinlin? He informed me that all of this had transpired a week ago. A week? My temples throbbed as images of Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Tang Xin flooded back into my mind like a film reel. My head felt as if it would explode, and I screamed in agony before losing consciousness once more. In this latest bout of unconsciousness, I recovered all the memories I had lost. When I opened my eyes again, the room was empty. I recalled the events of the previous night. As a support spirit master, I had overpowered a 5-ring spirit king. I could never wash this stain away. Groaning, I descended the stairs, only to find Dai Mubai and the others absent. Yet I encountered a familiar face, a beautiful sister in a black dress, Yin Xiao. With a smile, she said, "You're finally awake. You suddenly fainted this morning, and it frightened everyone." I paused for a moment, recalling that she was the senior I had met 5 years prior. She explained that she was the prodigy from our academy who had taken a year off and had returned just in time to assist when I collapsed. As for Dai Mubai and the others, they had gone hunting for soul rings for Oscar. What a coincidence! It seems that fate had finally smiled upon me. Upon learning they had entered the forest, I could no longer remain seated and urged Yin Xiaoxiao to accompany me. However, what followed? I, the coolest of all, magnificently lost my way in the Xing Do de Sun Lin. My sense of direction had utterly failed me. Yin Xiaoxiao could only laugh and accompany me to find a place to rest until nightfall, when we could use the stars to guide our way. But guess what? When night fell, it rained. Not a star was visible, not even the moon. I was utterly exasperated. With no choice, I had to keep watch while she slept. The next morning, I finally stumbled upon the traces left by teacher Zhao Wuji and the others. Just as I was about to meet Yin Xiaoxiao, a thunderous beast roar erupted from the west, shaking the very ground beneath us. Instantly, I recognized that something had gone awry with Dai Mubai and the others. Yin Xiaoxiao grasped my arm and cautioned me that the noise signified a soul beast of at least 10,000 years, urging me not to rush into danger. I shook off her hand, insisting that my friends were in peril. Without another word, I dashed towards the source of the commotion. Upon my arrival, I gasped in astonishment. There it stood, a small mountain-like creature, the Titan great ape, a soul beast of 100,000 years. Teacher Zhao Wuji's was valiantly protecting everyone like a hen shielding its chicks. I charged forward, positioning myself at the forefront, instructing Teacher Zhao, safeguard their escape. Zhao Wuji's was taken aback upon seeing me, exclaiming, "What are you doing here? Come help." As I spoke, I eyed the towering Titan great ape with a tinge of trepidation. Mo Xiaodang, in her naive innocence, asked, "Brother Jiao, can you defeat this 100,000-year Titan great ape?" I shook my head, ruffling her hair with a smile. If even Vice Dean Zhao, a rank 7 soul sage, cannot prevail, how could I? I reassured her that I would ensure her safe return. Mo Xiaodang nodded earnestly, recognizing that Yu Xian was the strongest. However, just as I finished speaking, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Yin Xiaoxiao shot a sidelong glance at her, implying that she knew nothing, recalling how they had survived without Yu Xian in the past. Zhao Wuji's, nearly hoarse from shouting, urged us to stop chatting and to flee while he held off the beast. To my astonishment, Yin Xiaoxiao promptly replied, "All right." At that moment, I was taken aback. As I prepared to count to 3 for our escape, Yin Xiaoxiao suddenly erupted in a cloud of black mist, forming wings, and soared into the sky. Like an eagle seizing its prey, she grabbed the 2 slimmest girls from our group, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Mo Xiaodang quickly followed suit, activating her Qingyao martial spirit, lifting Ning Rongrong and pursuing after them, while calling back, "Brother Jiao, hurry up." We all stood in stunned silence. Zhao Wuji's and Dai Mubai's jaws nearly hitting the ground as they pointed at the sky, questioning Yu Xian. Isn't she a black mist martial spirit? Does that come with a flying module? Yu Xian's mouth twitched in disbelief, clearly having never witnessed such a spectacle. With a few swift motions of his fan, he bestowed upon the remaining few of us a lightness akin to that of a swallow, augmenting our strength. Just as we prepared to make our escape, the Titan great ape stirred. It seemed oblivious to us, its beady eyes fixed intently on Yin Xiaoxiao's flight path, thundering after her. Yu Xian stood frozen, a bolt of realization striking him. Wait, was the Titan great ape targeting one of those 3 girls? This was perilous. He shouted loudly, taking off in pursuit. The logic was simple. If the great ape did not obtain what it sought, it would persist in the chase. How long could Yin Xiaoxiao and Mo Xiaodang sustain the 3 of them? Zhao Wuji's, noticing the dire situation, waved his hand urgently. "Let us move." Oscar, rising to the occasion, activated his 3rd soul skill, providing each of us with a flying mushroom sausage. For those who understand, imagine chewing on a sausage while transparent wings sprout from your back. The sensation was utterly surreal. In the sky, Yin Xiaoxiao was nearing her limit. As the weight of the 2 girls was considerable, her clothes drenched in sweat. Ning Rongrong, the esteemed lady of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, activated her martial spirit at a critical moment, casting two beams of light upon Yin Xiaoxiao, significantly enhancing her speed. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, in a state of urgency, pleaded with Yin Xiaoxiao to let them down, insisting they could run on their own. After a brief hesitation, she ultimately released all three of them. This tactical genius immediately declared, "Split up. Run in three different directions." Goodness, was this not the standard horror movie death wish scenario? While splitting up might confuse the Titan Great Ape, what if it fixated on one path? That would spell disaster. Sure enough, the colossal beast ignored the others and barreled straight toward Xiao Wu. Fortunately, we arrived just in time. Yu Jiuxian was airborne, and his spirit fan flew out of his hand like a bolt of lightning, unleashing his second soul skill, Thunder Assault. The fan circled the Titan Great Ape, delivering a fierce barrage of electrical strikes. With a resounding explosion, the electric light erupted, scorching several patches on the beast's hide. Truly, 100,000-year soul beast. Its hide is remarkably tough, Yu Jiuxian muttered in exasperation. Zhao Wuji's smacked his back, admonishing, "Quit your chatter and save the others." The Titan Great Ape, momentarily stunned by the electrical assault, regained its composure and unleashed a thunderous roar that surged through me, causing my blood to boil. Zhao Wuji's shielded us younger ones behind him, beckoning Xiao Wu to come closer. With everyone assembled, we faced the boss together. Zhao Wuji's stood at the forefront, commanding us to flee, while Yu Jiuxian affirmed, "I'll provide support." Without a moment's hesitation, Dai Mubai transformed into his white tiger form and charged ahead. Tang San patted Ma Hongjun, instructing him to lead the retreat, but the hefty one firmly pushed his hand away. "My brothers are here. How could I leave?" Oscar was fervently preparing recovery sausages at the side. Xiao Wu clutched Tang San's hand tightly, declaring, "Where you go, I go." "Very well, then we would fight." Just then, Yin Xiaoxiao and the others returned, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda radiating brilliance, granting us all beneficial buffs. It was a spectacle to behold, showcasing each of our unique abilities in chaotic harmony. Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared, Yin Xiaoxiao's black mist obscured vision, Zhao Wuji's and Dai Mubai confronted the beast head-on, while Mo shouting harried from the flanks. Fatty's move, however, was quite something. A surge of phoenix flames shot towards the Titan Great Ape's lower regions, intending to let it experience the sensation of being crushed. Yu Jiuxian was not idle either. With a flick of his fan, he imbued each of our attacks with traces of lightning, instantly maximizing our damage potential. He even produced the 9 Dragons Whip, preparing to unleash its might, when suddenly his expression shifted and his alertness peaked. "Montak xiaotang retriat." He bellowed, ensnaring Yin Xiaoxiao in midair and yanking her down, before pivoting towards Zhu Zhuqing. "Montak xiaotang." Quick to respond, instinctively yanked Dai Mubai back. In the next instant, the Titan Great Ape unleashed a fearsome roar, causing the blue-silver grass to snap as a black wave of energy exploded outward from its center. It was an area of effect skill that cleared the battlefield. Zhao Wuji's and Ma Hongjun, at the forefront, were caught in the backlash of their own attack, both spitting blood as they were sent flying. Thanks to Tang San's purple extreme magic eye, he anticipated the attack, pulling Xiao Wu aside to dodge most of the damage. Yu Jiuxian also shielded Zhu Zhuqing, retreating to a safe distance. However, the most nerve-wracking moment was yet to come. The Titan Great Ape, after clearing the field, extended its massive paw with lightning speed, snatching Xiao Wu, who had been cast aside by Tang San. Tang San's eyes blazed with fury as countless silver beams shot towards the Titan Great Ape. Yu Jiuxian, too, panicked and seized a leaf from a nearby tree, imbuing it with soul power, transforming it into a blade-like projectile that shot forth. Yet the Great Ape paid no heed, clutching Xiao Wu and turning to flee. As it departed, it seemed to express its annoyance with us, swatting Tang San away and casually capturing Yu Jiuxian in the process. At that moment, I could only think we were doomed, utterly doomed. Caught in the Titan Great Ape's grasp, Yu Jiuxian felt as though he was suffocating. Straining to turn his head, he was astonished to see Xiao Wu perched upon the Titan Great Ape's shoulder, her face marked by urgency but devoid of fear. This was no abduction. It was merely a friend picking up another friend after school. A whirlwind of thoughts surged through Yu Jiuxian's mind, and in an instant he connected the dots. The goal of the Titan giant ape was never a treasure. It was that individual named Xiao Wu from the very beginning. Its emergence was solely to seek Xiao Wu. Presumably, Xiao Wu feared startling us, which is why she had Yin Xiaoxiao take her away and later suggested separating, intending to meet this formidable giant alone. A sudden realization struck Yu Jiuxian. Xiao Wu was acquainted with the Titan giant ape, and the calmness that radiated from her demeanor indicated she was a soul beast. My goodness, this speculation was exceedingly audacious. Subsequently, that gorilla, known as Ming, ran a considerable distance before halting. When Xiao Wu demanded he release the person, he appeared quite aggrieved. Xiao Wu leapt into his palm, gazing at the feeble Yu Jiuxian with a face full of remorse. As Yu Jiuxian regained his composure and observed Ming's submissive demeanor toward Xiao Wu, he felt a revelation wash over him. Tentatively, he inquired, "May I ask, are you a soul beast?" At that moment, Xiao Wu's face turned ashen. It was confirmed. Without hesitation, Yu Jiuxian leaped from the Titan giant ape's grasp, drawing forth the Jiulong whip, terrified of being silenced. Yet, Xiao Wu merely urged him to keep it a secret from Tang San. Taking a gamble, Yu Jiuxian wagered that Xiao Wu would not take action against him, and fortune favored him. Then came the even more outrageous turn of events. Xiao Wu suggested that since she was already out, she might as well absorb the third soul ring, requesting Ming to safeguard her. Yu Jiuxian could only watch, his mind overwhelmed with a torrent of thoughts. Meanwhile, witnessing the capture of Yu Jiuxian and Xiao Wu, everyone else was frantic. Yin Xiaoxiao was ready to pursue immediately, exclaiming to Zhao Wujia, "He is the one I admire." Zhu Zhuqing and Mo Xiaoding echoed their intent to join. Dai Mubai and the others also expressed their determination to rescue their companion. Observing this fervent group, Zhao Wujia had no choice but to lead them in pursuit. When Yu Jiuxian and Xiao Wu returned, they encountered Yin Xiaoxiao and Zhu Zhuqing along the way. Perhaps feeling grateful for escaping death, Yin Xiaoxiao boldly confessed her feelings to Yu Jiuxian. "I like you." Yu Jiuxian was momentarily stunned, responding, "You little girl. Do you even know what liking someone means?" Unwilling to back down, Yin Xiaoxiao retorted, "Is it because you like Zhu Zhuqing?" Yu Jiuxian was utterly flummoxed by this line of reasoning. To resolve the matter swiftly, he took a deep breath and blurted out a shocking truth. "I like men." This declaration rendered Yin Xiaoxiao speechless, leaving her in a daze. When the four of us finally located the main group, the atmosphere became tense. Tang San was seated cross-legged on the ground, enveloped in a thick shroud of blood mist, and the situation appeared dire. Zhao Wujia explained that during our absence, Tang San had single-handedly defeated a 2,000-year-old human-faced demon spider in search of Xiao Wu. 2,000 years. His third soul ring's limit was only 1,700 years. This was a reckless gamble with his life. Along the way, he encountered the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent gods, who attempted to seize the creature. And Tang San had to outmatch their granddaughter with hidden weapons to secure the soul ring. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes instantly welled with tears. The entire ordeal stemmed from her. Yu Jiuxian comforted her with a pat on the shoulder, just as we felt a knot of anxiety tightening in our throats. The blood mist surrounding Tang San began to dissipate, and his brows relaxed, revealing a faint blue glow. Just as I thought everything was stabilizing, Tang San suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar, contorting his face as if in a horror film, his body convulsing as if electrified. I quickly urged everyone to step back, sensing something was amiss. However, Yu Jiuxian remained unfazed. While others scrambled to evade, he smiled lightly and, as if it were a casual matter, flashed before Tang San. Zhao Wujia and the others attempted to intervene, but could not stop him. I thought to myself, what is wrong with this guy? He just told us not to approach. Yet he was the first to rush in, exhibiting a clear double standard. Xiao Wu was on the verge of tears, clenching her fists as she silently implored, "Brother, please be safe." Then, before our very eyes, an explosive scene unfolded. With a tearing sound, Tang San's upper garment burst open, and immediately, 8 fist-sized lumps erupted from his back. I tell you, the sight was reminiscent of a B-grade horror film, sending chills down my spine. Tang San was in agony, barely resembling a human. Yu Jiuxian activated his martial soul, gently fanning Tang San with his fan, murmuring, "Tang San, relax, don't be tense." Remarkably, it proved effective. The rigidity of Tang San's rock-hard muscles began to ease. Yet, this was merely the prelude. The true spectacle awaited. Those 8 large lumps suddenly burst open, and out sprang 8 deep purple appendages, growing wildly as if infused with steroids. Families, who could comprehend this? At that moment, a single thought consumed my mind. Was this a case of parasitism or mutation? Ma Hongjun, the fastest of the bunch, exclaimed, "What the heck? These things look just like the legs of a human-faced demon spider. Is Xiao San about to become Spider-Man?" Xiao Wu shot him a sharp glare, instantly silencing him. As we watched those 8 legs grow longer and longer until they exceeded 3 meters, joints snapping into place, they lifted Tang San into the air. Zhao Wujia panicked and shook Yu Jiuxian, but guess what? This fellow simply found a large tree, leaned against it, and fell asleep without opening his eyes, lazily uttering, "Don't worry, he won't die." His tone exuded an air of complete nonchalance. Zhao Wujia was infuriated, but there was little he could do. Subsequently, the blue-silver grass on Tang San began to move autonomously, coiling around him in circles until he was enveloped in a massive blue-silver grass cocoon. With those 8 lengthy legs protruding outward, presenting an utterly bizarre sight. With the only knowledgeable one dozing off, we could only watch helplessly. However, we all understood that although Yu Jiuxian appeared unreliable, he would never betray his comrades. If he claimed Tang San was fine, he likely truly was. Thus, we kept vigil over the giant cocoon from dusk until dawn. Finally, as dawn broke, a stirring emanated from within the grass cocoon. Xiao Wu was the first to spring up, dashing forward in a flash. Yu Jiuxian, startled awake, saw Xiao Wu within half a meter of Tang San and, frightened, yanked her back, shouting, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Stay put." It was then that we witnessed the blue-silver grass enveloping Tang San swiftly retracting into his body. Once the grass completely vanished, Tang San appeared before us, completely bare. "Brother," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face flushing crimson. Dai Mubai fanned the flames, teasing Xiao Wu with raised eyebrows. "So, how about Xiao San's abs? Aren't they handsome?" Oscar, ever the heavyweight, leaned close to Xiao Wu's ear, whispering, "Oh, our Xiao Wu is quite the little rogue," staring at his naked form without batting an eyelash. It was only then that Xiao Wu realized, letting out a scream as she turned away. Thankfully, Dai Mubai and Oscar had the foresight to cover Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, turning them away in advance. Tang San, still bewildered, looked at Yu Jiuxian and asked what happened to me. Yu Jiuxian pointed at him with his fan, clearing his throat. "Perhaps you should put on some pants first?" Tang San glanced down and was flabbergasted, exclaiming, "Who stripped me naked?" He fumbled through his soul guide device to retrieve his trousers, and, just as he was about to put on his shirt, he felt something behind him swaying. Turning around, he nearly lost his soul in fright. 8 long legs hung from his back like ornaments, attempting to retract them as he would his martial soul. Yu Jiuxian patted his shoulder, exuding calmness. Tang San's initial attempts failed, but Yu Jiuxian advised, "Imagine them as part of your body, just like controlling your arms and legs." Remarkably, on his 3rd attempt, Tang San succeeded. Those 8 legs swiftly retracted into his body, leaving his back smooth and unblemished. As he was about to inquire about the situation, Yu Jiuxian directly interrupted him, advising him to investigate on his own, hinting at a surprise. Fine, he was indeed formidable. I would defer to his judgment. Since Tang San was unharmed, Zhao Wujia was eager to vacate that dreadful place, hastily leading us away from the Xingdou Great Forest. After a few days, we finally returned to the academy. Zhao Wujia and the others went to report to Dean Flanders and Master. I imagine they were boasting about their grand battle against the 100,000-year-old beast, the Titan Great Ape. I was disinterested and promptly informed them I had errands to attend to. I ventured alone to a desolate mountain, shouting at the empty summit, "Hua Xiao, Mi Sha." Why don't you show yourselves? Are we playing hide and seek? I must tell you, on the way back to the academy, I suddenly sensed a presence both familiar and foreign. This sensation was all too well known to me. It was my two old companions from another realm. After 12 years, I thought they would never return. If they dawdled any longer, even if they stood before me, I would not recognize them. Amused, I thought I wouldn't harm them. So why hide? No sooner had I spoken than two wisps of red mist floated down from the sky, slowly transforming into a man and a woman. Gazing at them, I couldn't help but smile widely. Long time no see. Bro, Gio. They rushed over and enveloped me in a bear hug. The girl was Hua Xiao, and the boy was Mi Sha. I patted their backs and called them by their nicknames. Xiao Xiao, Demi. Hua Xiao's eyes glistened with tears as she lamented that without me around, Mi Sha had been bullying her unchallenged. I saw Mi Sha glare, to which he protested his innocence, claiming he treated Hua Xiao with utmost care, fearing she would break if held too tightly. After our playful banter, Hua Xiao suddenly remarked, Bro, is it a bit overwhelming for a beautiful young fairy of 15 or 16 to call you a mere child of 10, brother? It dawned on me that they still bore their past selves, while I had been reincarnated and was now a mere adolescent. I affectionately ruffled Hua Xiao's hair and said, Our Xiao Xiao said no changes, so there shall be none. Once we had enough fun, I inquired about the matter at hand. How had they managed to come here? Mi Sha then explained that after my demise in my previous life, a man named Gue Lao had sought them out and shown them my corpse. Hua Xiao recounted that my body had been charred by flames, missing both legs and arms, with one eye gone and riddled with holes. Gue Lao had not revealed the identity of my killer, but had asked them if they wished to see a living version of me. Naturally, they had said yes, leading to their transport to this world. They had arrived 6 years prior, when I was only 6 years old, observing my happy reincarnation and newfound friendships. They were uncertain if I would remember them, and thus chose to watch from the shadows. Once, when I fainted after running out in the middle of the night, it was Hua Xiao who carried me back, leaving behind the 9-dragon whip. I hurriedly asked, and then what happened? To which Mi Sha replied, the next day, before we could wait for you to awaken, we were transported back by a magical array. He scratched his head and said that Gue Lao explained the array was too old and had encountered a bug. It was only a few days ago that they were sent back here again, and how long they could stay this time remained uncertain. I patted Mi Sha on the shoulder and said, You've worked hard. As long as I can see you both well, it's all worth it. Hua Xiao chimed in eagerly. As dusk approached, I asked if they wished to accompany me back to the academy. Upon hearing, I would introduce them to my new friends. Hua Xiao became excited, but slightly worried about being a nuisance. I assured her, Do not worry, you will not be. Upon arriving at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Hua Xiao was taken aback, gazing at the shabby village in astonishment. Bro, you study in a place like this? I shrugged nonchalantly. I think it's fine. Hua Xiao pushed me into the village, urging me to report, while she and me wandered about. When I reached the playground, Master and the others were preparing to disperse. Just as I intended to slip away, I was called out by Xiao Wu de Xian. You're back. Well, there was no escaping now. Master glanced at me and said coolly, Although you possess great talent, tardiness is not a good habit. I quickly bowed in apology. Once the teachers departed, I collapsed on a Dai Mubai, lamenting how I had traveled all night and was utterly exhausted. I then inquired if there were any vacant rooms in the village for my friends. Dai Mubai generously offered, You look worn out. I'll fetch them for you. What do they look like and what are their names? A boy named Mi Sha and a girl named Hua Xiao. Just tell them they're my friends. Upon hearing there were girls involved, Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up. I'm going too. I smacked him on the back of the head. You can go. But do not entertain any thoughts about Xiao Xiao. If you anger her, I'll flay you alive. Before long, Dai Mubai and the others returned with them. Hua Xiao looked at them curiously and asked, You must be the good friends Gioga mentioned? Oscar appeared confused. Gioga? Mia Seaka, embracing Guo Xiao, explained. That S. Yuezi Yuxian. Hua Xiao further inquired, Why do you call him Xian? Ma Hongjun proudly declared, Because his combat prowess is as formidable as that of a deity. Hua Xiao nodded vigorously. That nickname sounds quite fitting. Along the way, Hua Xiao, with her social prowess, quickly befriended Zhu Zhuqing and the others, while Mi Sha looked on with affectionate amusement. Ma Hongjun slyly asked Mi Sha, Aren't you jealous that your girlfriend keeps calling him Joga? Mia seaka, chuckled. Not at all. Jiu holds a place in Xiao Zhao's heart that may surpass mine, but that is familial love. For her, Jiu is a divine entity, untouchable, and no one is worthy of him. She resists anyone becoming Jiu's consort, even herself. My goodness. I was taken aback to learn my status in her eyes was so elevated. Daimubai found them an empty room next to ours, albeit bare of furnishings. I said it was fine and offered them my bedding. I then suggested Hua Xiao rest with Zhu Zhuqing and the others while the men tidied up the place. Without hesitation, several brothers grabbed brooms and cloths to get to work. Oscar playfully choked me, saying, "Why didn't you call us if you needed help? Have you forgotten we're brothers?" Tang patted my shoulder, encouraging, "Do not worry about being a bother." My heart swelled with warmth. The 6 of us men worked together and soon had the cobweb-filled room spotless. I laid out my bedding and collapsed into a chair, utterly spent. Misha observed my fatigue state and shook his head, cautioning, "Don't always indulge that girl. She can be relentless, and your body can't take it." Hearing this made me chuckle. Ueziuxian could surely handle it. Just as I was about to retort, Ueziuxian chimed in, Hey, if Xiao Xiao hears you say that, she'll make me deal with you. Should I strike or not?" Misha, ever the dramatist, spread his hands in feigned submission. One must heed the little princess's opinions. If enduring some pain brings her a smile, I'd gladly do it repeatedly. My goodness, Ma Hongjun, overhearing this, was instantly inspired and slapped Oscar on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? Learn from Ego. By pleasing her, you'll have everything you desire, and your roan will come to you sooner." Oscar rolled his eyes, nearly flipping them to the heavens. Ueziuxian's curiosity was piqued. Little Ao and roan? What's going on? Just as Daimubai was about to speak, Ma Hongjun eagerly interjected, his mouth firing like a machine gun. "Oh, my dear fairy, how could you not see this? Little Ao likes roan, Dai Go likes Zhuqing, and San Go likes Xiao Wu, while you have Yin Xiao. Sighing, who among us understands? I'm the only lonely soul in the entire academy." He then hugged himself, feigning a pitiful demeanor. When San was called out, his face flushed crimson, and he stammered, "Xiao Wu is my sister." Ma Hongjun, surprised, thought to himself, "Sister? Surely, you mean your beloved sister." Misha grasped the essence of the matter, gazing at Ma Hongjun. "Did you just say someone has an affection for Jiu?" "Indeed," Ma Hongjun responded enthusiastically. "It's that Yin Xiao from our academy, a year older than you. Remember our trip to the Xingdou Da Senlin? Oh, right. Has Da Xian mentioned this to you?" Misha nodded, and Ma Hongjun immediately continued to divulge. "After that gorilla took you away, Yin Xiao insisted on rescuing you, but the vice principal stopped her. That girl declared her feelings right in front of everyone. She said she liked you. I tell you, all eyes were suddenly focused on Yue Jiuxian. Yue Jiuxian was taken aback, then shook his head and looked at Misha. "You know I don't have feelings for her." Alcika was beside them, his mouth agape in disbelief. "What astonishing news have I just heard?" Misha's gaze lingered on Alcika for a second before turning back to Yue Jiuxian, speaking earnestly. "If you like her, don't let that girl down." "I truly don't like her," Yue Jiuxian replied, rubbing his temples. He did not wish to squander the affections of a good girl. "If you don't like her, then you should end her hopes sooner rather than later." Misha sighed, pondering whether this fellow would remain solitary for a lifetime in this world. As night fell, Daimubai patted Yue Jiuxian's shoulder. "All right, it's time to head back, and don't forget to call Xiao." Once the group departed, Yue Jiuxian said to Misha, "Dami, could you fetch Xiao?" Misha nodded, but suddenly added, "Honestly, I never expected you to take on a disciple. You understand? I find it hard to resist a girl's persistence." Yue Jiuxian expressed with resignation. That girl, Zhu Zhuqing, had knelt before him all day. What could he do? "All right, go on quickly." Just as Misha was about to leave, he paused and pulled out a pitch-black ring from his pocket, handing it to Yue Jiuxian. Upon receiving it, Yue Jiuxian's hand trembled. "What is this?" "It's the one you used to wear often." Misha patted his shoulder, explaining, "Gue Lao mentioned that you have a habit of twisting your ring while pondering, fearing you might not adapt well here." With that, he exited. Upon receiving the ring, Yue Jiuxian felt overwhelmed. For a long time, everyone believed Gui Lao was merely a reluctant master who had taken him on as a disciple. He often treated Yue Jiuxian with indifference, tossing a mantra his way for self-discovery whenever they met. But in reality, Yue Jiuxian had previously thought the old man was bothersome, yet upon descending the mountain, Gui Lao had summoned him back 3 times, each time presenting him with a divine artifact. When Yue Jiuxian fell into a frenzy, it was Gui Lao who appeared in time to save him. Even after his death, Gui Lao collected his remains. Ultimately, it was Gui Lao who went to great lengths to ensure Misha was brought into this world as well. This was no mere master-student relationship. It was akin to that of a father and son. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yue Jiuxian sat on the bed, lost in thought while holding the ring. Daimu Bai waved his hand in front of him. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" "I was thinking about my master." Yue Jiuxian switched the jade ring from his hand to his middle finger and donned the storage ring given by Gui Lao on his index finger. "Do you have a master too? Is he as knowledgeable as Tong San's teacher?" Yue Jiuxian contemplated. Tong San's teacher was a theoretical master, but his master, Gui Lao, was the pinnacle of the previous world. Strength, knowledge, authority, and wealth, all at the top level, summed up in 8 words. Walks horizontally across the world. Do as you please. Thus, he succinctly replied, an untroubled old man. Daimu Bai was rendered speechless by this description. He had to change the subject. "You don't have betting tonight. Why not sleep with me?" "No, I feel a breakthrough coming." "You can sleep. I will cultivate." He added, "Don't disturb me, or we might have a repeat of last time." Daimu Bai observed the dark circles under his eyes, wanting to persuade him. But Yue Jiuxian had already closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in meditation. In the next moment, he radiated a dense black light, the soul power fluctuations nearly causing Daimu Bai's eyes to pop out. The following morning, Daimu Bai awoke and glanced at Yue Jiuxian, who was still in deep meditation, resembling a statue. He shook his head and quietly exited. I tell you, the next day, Daimu Bai and the others looked at me as if I were some cybernetic sage. Just as I stepped outside, I encountered Ao Si Ka and Ma Hongjuan, and upon hearing that Yue Jiuxian had cultivated all night, Ma Hongjuan erupted. "Cultivating? Doesn't he need rest? Is he made of iron? He just returned from the Qingdao forest and didn't even take a break before starting again. Can his body withstand this?" Daimu Bai wore a bitter smile. I wish I could stop him, but how could I? When they arrived at the dining hall, Tong San was already waiting. Upon seeing the 3 of them, he inquired, "Where is Da Xian?" "Still cultivating," Daimu Bai replied helplessly. Tong San was astonished. Is he really that dedicated? At that moment, Yue Jiuxian finally completed his breakthrough. He opened his eyes, noticing his body was sticky and grimaced in distaste. He quickly discarded the soiled clothes and changed in a clean attire. Just as he finished dressing, there was a knock on the door. Opening it, he found Hua Xiao peering in. "What are you doing, Jiu Ji?" "Just finished cultivating. What is up?" Yue Jiuxian pulled her in, allowing her to take a good look. "Oh, it's nothing. I just saw Tommy go out this morning. He passed by the playground and saw your brothers gathering, listening to your teacher's lecture. Since you weren't there, I came to check on you." Yue Jiuxian smacked his forehead. "Ah, this is bad." He skipped class again. He quickly tidied up his dirty clothes. "I have to go. You behave yourself, and don't bully Dami." Hua Xiao pouted, pushing him out and grumbling. "It must have been Misha who reported me." "Just wait, Dami." Upon arriving at the scene, I was greeted by Daimu Bai and Tong San, who had already taken their stances, seemingly preparing for a showdown at Shrek Academy. The master stood nearby, resembling a referee. I hurried over. "Sorry, master. I'm late again." The master glanced at me, but said nothing, likely having heard from Tong San. He pointed to the 2 combatants and asked, "Who do you think will win?" "Tong San has a greater chance." I stroked my chin, analyzing the situation. Tong San now possessed a 3rd soul ring, and a control-type soul master was formidable in one-on-one combat. As I pondered, I stealthily moved next to Ao Si Ka and whispered, "What's going on here?" Ao Si Ka leaned closer and quietly replied, "The master instructed Dai Lao Da to defeat all of us without injuring us." "Is that so? Does that include me?" I gestured to myself. Anyone who understands knows that when I see fighting, my DNA stirs, and I must get involved. Ao Si Ka looked at me as if I were a battle maniac, and indeed, He was not mistaken. On the arena, the battle between Mu Bai and Tong San had concluded. Tong San utilized his third soul skill, spiderweb binding, effectively immobilizing Mu Bai, determining the victor. The master provided some commentary, then arranged for the next round. Ma Hongjuan and Ao Si Ka as a team, ending Rong Rong and Zhu Zhuqing as another team, taking turns challenging Mu Bai. I quickly approached the master. Master, I would like to participate too. You? The master hesitated. Mu Bai and Ma Hongjuan turned pale at the prospect and hurriedly interjected. No, master. Da Xian hasn't tea-rested yet. Let him have a break. Ao Si Ka chuckled nearby. Haha, what is this? Are you all afraid of Da Xian? Such grandiose words. Seeing the situation, the master became intrigued and asked Yin Xiao Xiao and her companions if they would be willing to take on one of Mu Bai's opponents. Upon hearing this, Mu Bai grew even more anxious. No, master. Da Xian is unpredictable. It's not appropriate to let girls take him on. I shook my head, feeling like a villain in this scenario. Thus, I cleared my throat and proposed a groundbreaking suggestion. What if you let all 9 of us take on Mu Bai together after your battles? Mu Bai and Ma Hongjuan exchanged glances, considering Yue Jiuxian's formidable soul skills, and surprisingly nodded in unison. They believed it was a feasible plan. What a spectacle! 9 against 1, and against a support-type soul master. This was an unprecedented arrangement. At this moment, Hu Xiao pulled Misha over to witness the excitement. Before the battle commenced, I feigned a pitiful demeanor and implored them with a sorrowful tone. Dear brothers and sisters, please show me mercy. To my surprise, they believed me, nodding in agreement. Just as those words left my lips, my illusion had already ensnared them all. Tang San's Lan Yinchao was the first to charge, followed closely by Mu Bai's by Hu Lai Guangbo. In an instant, I vanished from sight. Mu Bai's attack missed its mark, as he continued searching for me, while Zhu Zhuqing was astonished, exclaiming, "What incredible speed!" Ma Hongjuan shouted from behind Mu Bai, "Get out of the way!" As a torrent of phoenix fire erupted, I could hardly be bothered to evade. Instead, I wielded the Lingguan fan with great force, summoning a tempest that extinguished his flames and showered them with dust. The observing master was taken aback, astonished that this child's martial spirit could quench Ma Hongjuan's malevolent fire. Amidst the swirling sands, I swiftly maneuvered to position myself behind Ning Rongrong and Oscar, placing my electrically charged hands on their shoulders without a sound, rendering both support types unconscious. The first step in combat is to eliminate the support, such as basic strategy. Is it not? As the dust settled, Tang San turned around only to discover his support had vanished. He immediately activated his ZGMO Tong, but under my extraordinary speed, he could only perceive a flurry of afterimages. Noticing my intent to target Xiao Wu, he hastily unleashed his Lan Yinchao. But with a mere illusion, I redirected his attack towards Zhu Zhuqing. Mu Bai attempted a heroic rescue, only for Zhu Zhuqing to effortlessly tear apart the Lan Yinchao. I taunted Mu Bai, and in his fury, he swung a fist backward, only to hear Ma Hongjuan scream in agony. He had struck the wrong target. Who else is left? In an instant, I returned to the master's side, crossing my arms to observe the spectacle. The master's gaze shifted as he questioned, "Why are you still here?" At that moment, Yin Xiaoxiao's ears perked up, a smile gracing her lips as she activated her first soul skill, Mist of Transformation. Observing her soul power fluctuations, I dashed forward, intent on incapacitating her as well. However, upon contact, she transformed into a swirling black mist. Trouble loomed. I had fallen into a trap. A rich floral fragrance enveloped me, triggering a flood of memories from my previous life, nearly ensnaring me. I promptly bit my tongue, inflicting a physical awakening upon myself. Swaying as if on the verge of collapse, a delicate hand steadied me. "Are you all right?" It was Yin Xiaoxiao. How could I be anything but fine? I grinned, swiftly grasping her hand, unleashing a jolt of electricity, and down she went. Gently laying her down, I surveyed the battlefield, where the remaining combatants were frantically unleashing skills against thin air, creating a scene of utter chaos. I appeared before Zhu Zhuqing, who hesitated for a moment. I chided her. "Are you distracted during battle?" She swiped at me with a claw, which I easily dodged, pulling her into my embrace and delivering a swift strike to the nape of her neck, taking down another opponent. For remained, Ma Hongjun, in a state of panic, unleashed fire wildly as he fled from his illusions, only to be ensnared by Tang San's Lannian Chao. How amusing! Tang San had evaded capture. I glanced upward at Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai, still engaged in their illusory battle against the soul beasts, and summoned a whirlwind that lifted them into the sky. I then brandished my spear toward Tang San. Shall we engage in a serious duel, little San? Enough, Decien, the master's voice rang out, halting this farce. I sighed, retracting my powers and gently lowering them to the ground. With a few flicks of my fan, I released beams of white light to awaken those who lay unconscious. The master called for everyone to assemble and commenced his personal critique session. Do you believe your performance today met expectations? He paced, calling out names. Tang San, you were too careless, falling for confusion spells twice. Xiao Wu, your teleportation was commendable, but why not retreat after attacking instead of confronting head-on? Dai Mubai, were you unaware that the enemy would strike at your peak condition? And Ma Hongjun and Oscar, did you have any coordination? One fell from the sky without knowing how to catch, while the other failed to save himself. Then it was my turn. The master asked them, do you know when Decien used his confusion on you? They all wore blank expressions. I cleared my throat and confessed. It was when I implored you to show me mercy. Oscar nearly leapt from his feet, realizing that what we thought was a pre-battle friendly interaction was actually my signal to commence the assault. How insidious! The master regarded me intently, but before he could speak, I preemptively admitted I did not approach the battle with the seriousness it deserved. The others exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions suggesting that if this was my lack of seriousness, we would surely be in dire straits if I were to truly engage. Your talent, abilities, and intellect are commendable, the master stated solemnly, but every battle warrants earnest consideration. It is a matter of respect for your opponents. I was taken aback. Those words echoed sentiments I had heard from the old ghost as well. I nodded solemnly, reclaiming that initial resolve. Next was Yin Xiao Xiao, chastised for her impulsiveness and lack of foresight. Finally, it was Mo Xiaotong's turn, and after a prolonged silence, the master simply asked, what did you contribute during the entire battle? Good heavens! Mo Xiaotong scratched his head, having spent the entire time hovering and spectating. You possess no sense of teamwork. The master fumed, pacing in agitation. And you, Decien, he was your opponent. He did not strike you, nor did you retaliate. I exchanged a glance with Mo Xiaotong, and we both lowered our heads, sincerely admitting our fault. We were wrong. To my surprise, the master was not swayed. With a sweeping gesture, he declared, listen carefully, everyone. The punishment shall commence. All of you left face. From here, run to Suotawa City and back again. 10 laps. No use of soul power. My goodness, this was no mere punishment. It felt as if our very lives were at stake. Tang San, having provoked the master, was sentenced to 12 laps. Ning Rongrong, visibly displeased, muttered that she had committed no offense. The master's piercing glare silenced her. Are they not your comrades? Ning Rongrong nodded dumbly, and with a wave of his hand, the master commanded, if they are comrades, then you shall all endure together. Who among us could comprehend the plight of our Shrek 7 monsters? No, now we are 9 monsters, now bound together in this arduous endeavor with no escape. Upon reaching the village entrance, I was utterly dumbfounded. 9 large bamboo baskets filled with stones awaited us, and each basket bore our names. A blatant testament to the master's foresight in anticipating our reactions. My 2 troublesome younger siblings, Hua, Xiao, and me, who had initially intended to join me, turned pale at the sight. I quickly urged them aside, instructing, you 2 head to the city and enjoy yourselves. Do not add to my troubles here. That rotund Ma Hongjun, with a basket on his back, darted away like a firecracker, turning back to mock Decien at this pace. You want to finish by next month. Am I slow? I am merely conserving my energy strategically. He knows nothing. Dai Mubai, displaying camaraderie, noticed my dark circles and sought to plead my case with the master. Could I allow him to do so? Not a chance. I shoved them away, insisting, hurry along. You all. The words impossible do not exist in my lexicon. I pushed him aside, shouldered my own basket, and strolled leisurely alongside Zhu Zhuqing and Imo shouting, as if we were taking a stroll with an elderly gentleman. Yet, inside, I was immensely anxious, for I could distinctly sense the vitality of Hua, Xiao, and Demi waning rapidly. My heart sank. This was dire. I quickly concocted an excuse to join Dai Mubai and the others, then dashed into a dilapidated alley. The scene before me is one I shall never forget. They leaned weakly against the wall, their forms nearly translucent, and the heart-wrenching sensation of watching loved ones on the brink of vanishing was maddening. Hua Xiao grasped my hand, tears brimming in her eyes as she implored, "Brother, we must go. You must thrive in this world, live happily." As a grown man, tears swelled in my eyes, and I bit down hard to prevent them from falling. They were in my embrace, gradually transforming into a myriad of luminous particles, completely vanishing. In that instant, it felt as though the heavens had collapsed, and I fell to my knees with a thud, a sweet taste filling my throat as a mouthful of dark crimson blood erupted forth. What nonsense is this so-called fate? What wretched rules? They can all vanish. Then my vision faded to black, and I lost consciousness. Upon regaining my senses, I found myself in a state akin to a cinematic montage of my past life. The scenes played out vividly, kneeling in the torrential rain as a child, pleading with that ghostly elder to take me as a disciple, later, risking my life for my brothers, bloodshed painting the royal palace, and the time when I nearly perished during my training, saved only by the elder who sacrificed half his life to pull me back from the brink of death. In the final dream sequence, that old man stood before me, his demeanor kind as he said, "Xiao Jiao, it's time to return. They're all waiting for you." With a wave of his hand, I felt myself plummeting like I had fallen off a cliff, and with a sudden kick of my legs, I awoke. As I opened my eyes, I was back in the dormitory. Mo Xiao Tang stared at me as if I were a living fossil. "Brother, you've finally awakened. You've slept for a full 7 days." 7 days? I nearly choked on my own saliva. He recounted how a teacher from the academy discovered me in a small alley in Suak Tua City, beside a pool of blood that had alarmed everyone. Just as I was regaining my composure, the principal summoned me. Flander, the master, and Zhao Wuji were gathered for a council. The cunning Flander wasted no time. Addressing me directly, "Young man, are you aware of the condition of your own body?" What else could I say? I simply laid it all out. I smiled faintly. I have always known that using soul power with this body is tantamount to burning my life away. I do not have much time left. Zhao Wuji attempted to persuade me to rest more, but I stood and interrupted him. I am well aware of my own body. Starting tomorrow, count me in for training. Prepare the bamboo basket for me. With that, I left, throwing back a parting remark. Do not tell anyone about this. Thus began 3 hellish months. The master truly pushed us to our limits. However, the results were remarkable. Even the stout Ma Hongjun had slimmed down and leveled up his soul power. On the night after our training concluded, Dai Mu Bai and a few others approached me. Ma Hongjun, ever the incautious one, brought up the topic of Hua, Xiao, and me, asking if they had left. My face darkened instantly, prompting Oscar to kick him in haste. To divert the awkward conversation, I turned to Tang San. "Xiao San, I heard you prepared concealed weapons for everyone?" "Let me see." Tang San, being a straightforward person, promptly retrieved a contraption called Zhuge Shun Nu from his treasure belt. I took it, aimed at a distant boulder, and fire volley. Remarkably powerful. However, I was no slouch either. I retrieved my prized Liao Jin Shi Isha from my spatial ring. When it gleamed into view, its golden brilliance outshone Tang San's dark weapon by several streets. I aimed at the same boulder, and, with a swift release, 9 rows of precisely arranged pinholes appeared, forming a striking character gel. Their jaws nearly dropped to the ground, their expressions akin to those witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. Tang San's eyes widened, and he rushed over, eager to know who had crafted such an invention. I chuckled, returning the crossbow to him. "This, my friend, is called Liao Jin Shi Isha. Compared to yours, it prioritizes aesthetics over practicality. After all, I created it in my past life to show off. I must say, Tang San's reaction was priceless. His jaw nearly hit the floor, as if he had seen a ghost. He examined the crossbow repeatedly, his face reflecting disbelief. He thought he was ingenious for crafting concealed weapons based on the Tang sect's blueprints. Yet here I was, conjuring an invention out of thin air. Dai Mubai, equally astonished, asked if such a remarkable creation had been submitted to the authorities. I couldn't help but laugh. Submit? What nonsense! Why should I let others benefit from my hard work for free? Moreover, this was Tang San's future fortune. How could I cut him off? Thus I began to feign indifference, walking toward the wooden house while waving my hand dismissively. I am quite lazy. If you want to go ask Xiao San. His skills are exceptional. My mediocre craftsmanship should not be spoken of. After all, possessing such treasures can invite trouble. I am weak and fragile. Should someone hold a knife to my throat, it would be quite unfortunate. I tell you, as soon as those words left my mouth, the four behind me nearly rolled their eyes into the back of their heads. Weak? If I were weak, are there still strong men in this world? After that ordeal passed, I finally had a reprieve from training and enjoyed a brief holiday. With nothing to do, I decided to stroll through the streets, hoping to find something intriguing to acquire. Just as I was about to browse, darkness suddenly enveloped me, and I was yanked into an alley. Upon regaining my balance, I found myself face to face with Yin Xiao, who blocked my path and delivered yet another heartfelt confession. My head spun, and I bluntly told her, I remember having rejected you already. It's impossible. Truly twice now. This girl was stubborn. Upon hearing my words, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. In a moment of impulsiveness, she pressed me against the wall and, on tiptoe, kissed me. What on earth? A wall slam, an intensified kiss? My heart skipped a beat, but reason prevailed. Just before her lips could touch mine, I pushed her away with determination. How could I, a man, harm a pure and innocent girl? She was not angry at being pushed away, merely smiling sadly, her finger poking my chest as she said, Clearly, we are like siblings. You are so gentle with Xiao Tang, yet so cold towards me. Her words caught me off guard. A fleeting image flickered in my mind, but I could not grasp it. All I could manage was a dry apology before I hurriedly left. Back in the dormitory, I collapsed onto my bed, my mind racing with the earlier scene. I felt oddly perplexed. It wasn't disgust, just an unsettling weight on my chest. After pondering for a long while, I realized that throughout both my past and present life, I had mostly interacted with men. Could it be that my orientation had been bent? Later, I learned that after my departure, Imo, Xiao Tang's sister, returned and confronted him, claiming I had rejected her and absurdly suggesting that I preferred men. Incredibly, Montauk Ci Otang. This clever boy believed her. No, he didn't just believe. He became her emotional analyst. He argued that if I liked men, how could I interact so naturally with Dai Mu Bai, and that I had repeatedly protected him, clearly indicating my interest. He concluded with a phrase. The observer sees clearly while the participant is confused. What a remarkable display of logical reasoning. His sister was convinced, believing I was employing reverse psychology. Yin Xiao Zhao's eyes sparkled with determination as she declared her intent to take matters into her own hands. I truly owe my dear brother a debt of gratitude. Mo Xiao Tang, observing my restless tossing and turning in bed, likely wondered if his sister had truly coerced me. While I was preoccupied with this troublesome matter, several heavyweight figures arrived in Suatua City. Hulai Na, Yin, and Xiaoyu finally made their way here. Upon their arrival, they realized they only knew I was in Suatua City, but not which school I attended. Just as they were contemplating their next move, a piercing scream echoed from the street. With nothing else to do, they wandered over to investigate the commotion. To their surprise, the spectacle was quite the spectacle. Ma Hongjun, bruised and battered, lay on the ground while a lecherous man named Douluo was inappropriately touching a young girl. The stout fellow had attempted to be a hero, but was overpowered. He spotted Hulaina and her companions approaching and kindly reminded them to flee, as that fellow was a Si Huan Hunzong. What happened next? Upon unleashing her martial spirit, Hulaina dazzled everyone with her 4 soul rings and cast a flirtatious glance at that unseemly man. The lecherous uncle nearly drooled and foolishly headed towards Hulaina. Yin, with a cold chuckle, delivered a series of powerful punches, sending the man flying, the sound of impact enough to make one wince in sympathy. When I awoke and made my way to the dining hall, I found Ma Hongjun nursing a swollen face like a pig, sighing heavily. Dai Mubai and the others shared the tale, laughing about how the hefty lad's attempt to rescue the beauty had gone awry, resulting in him being saved by the very beauty he sought to impress, leaving him utterly mortified. My curiosity piqued. I wondered how a powerful assault-type soul master like him could end up in such a state. Who could possibly have the strength to turn the tables on that ruffian? As Tang San and the others recounted the events, I began to sense something amiss. 2 men and 1 woman. My heart sank at the thought of Si Huan Hunzong. Tentatively, I inquired, "Do you happen to know the name of the young lady who saved you?" The hefty lad pondered for a moment and replied, "I heard her call another person Yen." Yen. My mind exploded with realization. If this were mere coincidence, it would be far too coincidental. Had Hulaina and her friends truly come? That couldn't be. The Pope from the Martial Soul Hall had been keeping a close watch on me. Their brazen approach would surely alert him to my whereabouts. Noticing my change in expression, Dai Mubai and the others asked if I wished to avenge the embarrassment of the hefty lad by confronting that ruffian. At that moment, I spotted Yin smiling in the dining hall, feeling rather vexed, and I shook my head in refusal. However, the following day, I found myself wandering towards Sitawa City. My intentions were twofold: to witness the aftermath of Dai Mubai and the others' cleanup, and to ascertain whether it was indeed Hulaina and her companions. Fate had it that I stumbled upon that ruffian and his 2 cronies who were plotting their revenge. I must tell you, I despise trouble. The endless cycle of vengeance is exhausting. Isn't it easier to resolve matters in one fell swoop? I flexed my wrist and approached them with a smile. They questioned my intentions, to which I replied, "Since you all feel compelled to seek revenge, I shall not hold back." After a brief incense stick-s time, the narrow alley was left with nothing but the remnants of an unexpected fire. I merely wiped my hands with a handkerchief and returned to the academy, concealing my achievements in humility. The 7-day holiday passed in a flash, and lo and behold, the biological clock I had cultivated over 3 months was utterly dismantled. Montak Xiaotang, akin to a nagging mother, stood by my bedside, chiding me. Wrapped in my blanket, I playfully whined, "Xiao Haidang, what if I just drop out? Then I would have to rise." He laughed in exasperation, reminding me that I had promised to accompany him through our studies. With a mischievous glint in my eye, I began a bargain. "All right, I promise not to backtrack, but let me sleep for just a little while longer." Before he could respond, I pulled my head back under the covers, managing to stay in bed for a good half of an incense stick-s time. When I finally awoke in the afternoon and strolled into the dining hall, I was met with a chorus of resentful glances from everyone. The master had announced the content of the 2nd phase of training. "All of you, head to the Great Soul Arena. You shall finish when you earn the Silver Soul Badge." I calculated the scores. From Copper Soul Badge to Iron required 100 points, and from Iron to Silver, 1,000 points, totaling 1,100 points. Even for me, with 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches, it would take at least a month. Alas, the toil was about to begin again. As we prepared to depart for the Great Soul Arena, Hulaina and her friend were finally graced with the arrival of my caretaker, Yuan Gao. They were plotting how to surprise me when they looked up and saw the master leading our group down the street. Hulaina's eyes sparkled, akin to a wolf spotting its prey. Meanwhile, the master was laying down the rules for the arena. First, no revealing one's identity or true name. Second, Tang San was forbidden from using hidden weapons. Third, each participant must engage in at least 2 matches daily. Finally, the master glanced at me and added, "Desien, you are not permitted to utilize your peculiar charm abilities." I shrugged indifferently and countered with a request to use only weapons, foregoing my martial spirit soul skills. The master hesitated, but Dai Mubai chimed in, stating that my soul skills were too potent and utilizing them would negate the training benefits. The master then consented. Next came the assignment of code names. The 7 of them would later become known as the Shrek's 7 monsters. My code name was Hell Messenger. Yang Xiao Xiao Shu's Poisonu Beauty, and I mused about where her poison lay. Mo Xiaodang opted for a simple name, Greenbird. The 3 of us formed pairs, and the master dubbed our duo Desien Yi Xiao. Soon, our first 2-on-2 match began. The host stood in the center of the arena, introducing us as a new duo, while our opponents, the undefeated Snake and Mouse sisters, were met with cheers from the audience shouting my codename. Hell Messenger! Hell Messenger! The atmosphere was electric, reminiscent of a concert. With a flick of my wrist, I brandished the black-boned, white-faced fan. Yin Xiao Xiao summoned a swirl of black mist around her. The opposing duo's faces turned pale, muttering that we were merely children without any real strength. I couldn't help but chuckle, leisurely announcing, Level 38 Auxiliary Soul Master. I await your guidance. Upon my declaration, the arena fell into a stunned silence. Even Dai Mubai and the others watching from the VIP box were in uproar. Ma Hongjun was rendered speechless, exclaiming that my speed of advancement was akin to having an AI assist me. The Snake and Mouse sisters were bewildered, but they deemed me an auxiliary soul master. No threat. With a glance exchanged, they charged towards Yin Xiao Xiao, employing their second and third soul skills simultaneously. The snake enters the grass, and a swarm of mice. They unleashed their assault directly at us. I must say, the sight of that dark mass of mice sent shivers down my spine. But guess what? My companion, Yin Xiao Xiao, didn't even bat an eyelid, as if she were merely watching a play unfold. I was puzzled when Yu Jiuxian stepped forward, swiftly drawing his white spear and planting it firmly into the ground. A brilliant white barrier instantaneously emerged, blocking the entire array of snake and mouse illusions. It was nothing short of magnificent. He nodded at Yin Xiao Xiao, signaling that it was her turn to shine. Yin Xiao Xiao, understanding the cue, stood up with a smirk and declared, "Since they were so gracious, I shall unleash my ultimate move." As she chanted her incantation, 2 clouds of black mist materialized. One enveloped us, while the other darted across to ensnare the Snake and Mouse sisters, leaving the audience in a state of confusion, wondering what sort of trickery this was. Was her third soul skill merely a smoke bomb? How gentle? Gentle? Ah, dear friends, if only you knew the true value of Yin Xiao Xiao's move. The next moment, a scream erupted from the opposing side, as the 2 sisters collapsed in a heap. Moreover, they fell precisely where Yu Jiuxian had been standing moments before. Their soul skills, a massive black snake and a horde of mice, had all backfired upon themselves. This was what one might call an extreme one-for-one exchange, albeit at the expense of their own team. The referee was momentarily stunned, taking a while to announce our victory. Yu Jiuxian, with a wicked grin, approached the 2 sisters still sprawled on the ground, teasingly stating, "Oh dear, I heard you've never lost before. Congratulations, you've just welcomed your first defeat." I nearly burst into laughter. It was simply too absurd. The sisters' faces turned ghostly pale, and had they been able to rise, they would have surely retaliated. Yu Jiuxian, relishing the moment, added, "Be content. You fared much better than my previous opponents." Good heavens, what did he imply? Were his former adversaries sent straight to the crematorium? The sisters' gazes shifted from defiance to sheer terror. This was precisely what Yu Jiuxian relished. The satisfaction derived from instilling fear as it fed into his peculiar sense of security. After the match concluded, he was still unsatisfied, eager for more, and promptly signed up for a one-on-one challenge. Upon returning to the private room, we found the master engaged in a review of the previous matches. Yu Jiuxian, stifling yawns, remarked that there was little of substance to discuss, asserting that one must endure hardship to learn. Seeking an excuse to leave, he claimed he had a match to prepare for. Just as he reached the door, a muscular behemoth reminiscent of a rhinoceros barged in, rudely pushing Yu Jiuxian aside and advancing straight towards Dai Mubai. My temper flared instantly. Who did he think he was belittling? Yu Jiuxian, bemused, wiped his mouth with his thumb and swiftly pressed his Mieshun Chong against the brute's lower back, coldly stating, "If you have something to say, do it from there." The man, known as Quang Shi, quickly complied, offering a cheeky grin as he announced that their team was next in line for the group battle and had come to extend a friendly greeting. A friendly greeting? He then mockingly pointed at Dai Mubai, questioning how their team could include a soul master of over level 20. The audacity! To make matters worse, he attempted to touch the faces of our Zhu Qing and Yin Xiao Xiao. Who could tolerate such insolence? In a flash, Yu Jiuxian interposed himself between the girls, firmly grasping Quang Shi's offending hand. The tension escalated, especially for Dai Mu Bai, who was ready to retaliate. Quang Shi, undeterred, swung a fist at Yu Jiuxian, who smirked and twisted both of Quang Shi's arms behind his back with a sharp crack, dislocating them with a clear snap. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a supervisor from the Great Soul Arena intervened, declaring that private fights were prohibited and that they should settle matters on the arena floor. Quang Shi, begrudgingly, retreated, leaving behind a parting threat. The supervisor, out of goodwill, cautioned us that Quang Shi's team consisted entirely of Soul Zun, ranked above 35, advising us to be cautious. Unfazed, Yu Jiuxian turned to Dai Mu Bai and said, "Be wary of those fellows. If push comes to shove, surrender, and once outside, let us put a sack over his head and give him a proper beating." With that, he was playfully pushed out by Dai Mu Bai to prepare for his duel. The atmosphere was electric for the next match. Our opponent, named Deshawn, a level 39 Soul Zun with a tiger spirit, looked formidable. As he entered, he unleashed a powerful roar that reverberated painfully in my ears. Yet, Yu Jiuxian merely covered his ears and feigned unconsciousness, as if truly dazed. Seeing an opportunity, Deshawn charged with a tiger fist, but Yu Jiuxian artfully dodged, as if by sheer coincidence. Deshawn, taken aback, created distance and unleashed his ultimate technique. Thousand Tigers Tier. The scene was chaotic, with countless tiger phantoms surrounding Yu Jiuxian, and my heart raced in trepidation. Yet, with a sudden awakening, Yu Jiuxian raised his Mia Shenchong, twirling it with the grace of a dragon, effortlessly dispelling the spectral tigers in a flurry. He cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who was attentively watching from the box above, and with a decisive motion, he vanished, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. It was as if he had activated some extraordinary technology. His speed was nothing short of a light-speed cruise. Dashin stood bewildered, into a Wudenpost, unable to comprehend the turn of events. Yu Jiuxian deftly circled behind him and landed a punch that nearly forced the previous night's meal from Deshawn's stomach. Recognizing his fate as a mere target, Deshawn wisely conceded defeat. Yu Jiuxian expressed mild disappointment, lamenting that he hadn't given my disciple more demonstrations. After concluding all matches for the day, darkness enveloped the surroundings. On our way back, Ma Hongjun and others clung to Yu Jiuxian like koalas, showering him with compliments. Amid our joviality, Dean Flander suddenly halted, declaring that he had heard a mouse. Instantly alert, we wondered who could be lurking in this desolate wilderness. Yu Jiuxian brandished his whip, humorously contemplating whether someone was seeking revenge for his earlier fierceness in battle. To our surprise, out emerged Hulai Na and her companions from the spirit hall. Ma Hongjun recognized them, recalling that they had once saved us. Yu Jiuxian, exasperated, remarked that they were merely his acquaintances, and it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Hulai Na explained that they had been observing our training and hesitated to intrude. Moments later, Yu Jiuxian took his old friends to a tavern for a meal. After not seeing each other for a while, they truly indulged in their drinks. Yu Jiuxian specifically cautioned them not to divulge any information about our Shrek team's talents to the spirit hall. As the drinking continued, he suddenly grew melancholic, clutching the wine jar with a distant gaze, reminiscing about his past when he too had 3 companions, similar to them, who had brought each other warmth. However, due to his poor judgment, he had lost everything. I sensed an abundance of stories hidden within him. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, wiping his face and resuming cheerful conversation. The next day, Yu Jiuxian emerged from the hotel with a disheveled appearance, greeted by his subordinate Yuan Gao, who handed him a letter. The correspondence from Yu Guan conveyed that the spirit hall had ceased to suspect him and advised him to take care. After hearing the message, Yu Jiuxian, uninterested in the letter, burnt it and decided not to accompany Hulai Na and her group that afternoon, choosing instead to return to the academy. Upon his return, he spotted Yin Xiao sitting alone on the steps, plucking petals, a sight that tugged at my heartstrings. Her brother, Mo Xiaotang, a clever little rascal, called Yu Jiuxian over while finding an excuse to slip away, playing the role of a divine facilitator. Yu Jiuxian approached and offered to take her to the Great Soul Arena. He pulled Yin Xiao to her feet, but having sat too long, her legs went numb, and she stumbled directly into his embrace. I must say, Yu Jiuxian stiffened like a board, radiating reluctance, while Yin Xiao clung tightly. Her cheeks flushed. Ultimately, he steeled himself, steadied her, and stepped back 3 large paces, creating a safe distance. He understood that prolonging this ambiguity would only hinder the young lady. Without uttering a word, he turned and walked away, leaving behind an unforgettable silhouette. Yin Xiao stood still, and I felt a pang of sympathy for her. Yet, she seemed to come to a realization, taking a deep breath, wiping her eyes, and walking in the opposite direction. Perhaps she understood that her feelings were her own to bear, and she could not compel him to reciprocate. This past period may have been exhausting for Yu Jiuxian as well. Setting aside matters of the heart, we had battles to continue. For the next month, the synergy between Yu Jiuxian and Yin Xiao was remarkable. On stage, they resembled the best of partners, leaving their opponents in tatters, while off stage, their interactions were as distant as strangers, with an almost formal politeness. The teachers attempted to intervene, but upon witnessing the results, Yu Jiuxian had ascended to level 39, and Yin Xiao to 32. It was clear they were operating at an extraordinary level, leaving no grounds for reconciliation. As for us men, don't hold your breath. None of us were enlightened. Tang San, the epitome of a dense male, Dai Mu Bai, and Ma Hongjun were tangled in their own messes. And AOC Ka was still pursuing Rong. It was as if our entire dormitory was filled with individuals struggling in the realm of love. Thus, an entire month passed in this peculiar manner. The master brought us back to the Great Soul Arena, preparing for the concluding battle of the month. At this point, we had become something of local celebrities. However, when a master went to register, he was promptly escorted into a small back room by the staff. My heart sank. Something felt amiss. Shortly thereafter, the master and Flander returned, with Flander's expression as dark as a pot's bottom, clutching a booklet. I leaned in to catch a glimpse and gasped. Imperial Battle Team. The name reeked of wealthy players. Upon examining the roster, I inhaled sharply. The Lan Dian Bao Wang Long, Xian Wu Gui, and Bai Lin Shi. What a star-studded lineup had come to the novice village to wreak havoc. All members were above level 35, with top-tier soul ring configurations. Most outrageous of all, their team boasted a support member with the spirit known as Jiu Xian Haitang. Upon glancing at the name, Ning Rongrong's complexion turned pale. She informed us with a sense of urgency that this entity was singular in its lineage, regardless of the number of soul rings. Its abilities would forever be confined to a universal area healing. As long as she remained alive, the opposing team would be akin to players under an invulnerability cheat, utterly incapable of being vanquished. How on earth were we to contend with that? Zhao Wujia, in a fit of exasperation, suggested we let Yu Jiuxian and Yin Xiao take the stage, considering they were already registered, to simply crush the opposition. Flander appeared tempted, on the verge of acquiescence. However, Yu Jiuxian stood up and decisively quashed the proposal with a single statement. His gaze swept over each member of the Shrek 7, exuding an aura that rivaled even that of the master. He proclaimed that over the past month, had we not found victory too effortless? Do we believe ourselves invincible? He rapped the table and continued, acknowledging his own arrogance, yet asserting it was earned through relentless training. What about us? We at this juncture required a defeat or a sufficiently arduous battle to temper our inflated spirits. This battle was ours to face. Losing was not the true terror. The real dread lay in contemplating a shortcut before even engaging in combat. His words struck us like a blow from a lower dimension. We were all rendered speechless, heads bowed, as if we were schoolchildren chastised by a teacher. After that, Yu Jiuxian took Mo Xiaodang by the hand, called upon Yin Xiao, and exited the private room, stating they had their own match to attend. Before leaving, Yin Xiao caught up to ask him if he believed they would win. Yu Jiuxian nodded. She further inquired about the possibility of them losing and getting injured. In that fleeting moment, Yu Jiuxian's expression turned icy, conveying a clear message. Who dares to harm my comrades? I shall decimate their entire team. Now, that is a true elder brother. His intent was not to shield us from hardship, but rather to teach us the essential skill of standing on our own 2 feet. I thought there was no harm in watching their match, even if it meant being a mere spectator. The duo of Yu Jiuxian and Mo Xiaodang faced off against 2 opponents, one wielding an axe and the other manipulating vines, appearing quite formidable. However, Yu Jiuxian's whip was a nemesis to plant-type abilities. With a crack of his whip, sparks flew, reducing the vines to mere tinder. In a fit of desperation, the axe-wielding adversary unleashed a powerful attack, soul-seeking giant axe, which homed in on Yu Jiuxian, inflicting a wound on his arm. This stirred a hornet's nest. Yu Jiuxian transformed his whip into a long staff with a few swift motions, and with a resounding strike, he cracked the axe, creating visible fissures. In a last-ditch effort, the 2 opponents attempted to outsmart him by wrapping themselves in vines, resembling 2 large green zongzi, preparing to ambush. Yu Jiuxian merely chuckled, producing 2 jars of exquisite wine from his ring and dousing them with it. In the next moment, Mo Xiaodang poured another jar from above. With a flick of his whip boom, 2 flaming torches emerged, darting chaotically across the battlefield. The scene was nothing short of a physical spectacle. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaoxiao was on a rampage. She faced an opponent named Shouho, never allowing him to catch a glimpse of her true form. The arena was filled with her phantom doppelgangers, leaving him chasing shadows, unleashing attacks into thin air. Eventually, perhaps bored of the game, when he unleashed a barrage of arrows. She executed her 3rd soul skill, teleporting herself away and leaving him to bathe in his own rain of arrows, instantly turning him into a porcupine. The execution of that maneuver was nothing short of astonishing. Upon their return, the supervisor of the Great Soul Arena hurried over, personally presenting us with gleaming golden soul arena badges. We returned to the private room to find the main battlefield had reached a fever pitch. Tang San and his team had successfully outwitted the opposing captain, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, inflicting severe injuries. In retaliation, the female adversary wielding poison became unhinged, indiscriminately spewing a cloud of toxic mist across the arena. Flander and the other instructors turned ashen, exclaiming that Oscar's antidote sausage could not withstand the lethal venom of the biphosphorus snake. I quickly looked for Yu Jiuxian and found him remarkably composed, unfazed as he fixated on Tang San below. His expression seemed to convey, "I know you have a trick up your sleeve. It is time to reveal your hand." Sure enough, amidst the poison fog, Tang San remained unperturbed, retrieving a water pouch from his precious waist belt, tossing it into the air while signaling Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, just as the 3 prepared to coordinate. I was startled by the sound of our private room door being violently flung open, as if struck by a battering ram. To my astonishment, it was Yin Xiaoxiao, radiating an aura of fierce determination as she entered. Her foolish brother, Mo Xiaodang, blurted out without thinking, "Sister, I beg you, if you can't embody the effortless elegance of Jiuxian, could you at least spare us the visual discomfort?" With those words, Yin Xiaoxiao's carefully cultivated frosty demeanor shattered instantly. Gritting her teeth, she delivered a sharp slap to Mo Xiaotong's fluffy head, effectively silencing him. The master, ever the keen observer, immediately caught the nuance. Elegance and abundance? Is the great one of royal descent? This question piqued everyone's interest, and all ears were attuned to the response. Yu Jiuxian, without lifting his eyelids, leisurely replied, "No, merely a comparatively affluent commoner." The subtlety of his words was palpable, almost overflowing through the screen. Flander, overhearing this, turned a shade of green, likely pondering how a soul sage of the 7th ring had to rely on his students for support, realizing the world had transformed into something unrecognizable. He awkwardly turned back to watch the match, only to hear Zhao Wujia exclaim in astonishment, "Is Jiuxian Haidang truly this formidable?" We hurried to see, and lo and behold, the healer named Yi Lingling was akin to a mobile spring, effortlessly restoring the health of those Tang San's team had painstakingly weakened. She simply floated a flower over, and the opponent was instantly revived, ready to engage in yet another round. How could we possibly win against that? I watched as Yu Jiuxian twirled his ring, his expression shifting noticeably. He had repeatedly emphasized the need to eliminate the support first. Yet Tang San's team had overlooked that crucial point. Now, the opposing Yu Tianheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, made a gesture, and his teammates surged forward as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. The true battle was only just beginning. And guess what? Yu Jiuxian leisurely strolled back to the sofa, picked up a teacup, and wore a smile, as if preparing to enjoy a grand performance. The master, displeased, shot him a cold glare, retorting, "You seem quite at ease." Yu Jiuxian likely rolled his eyes internally, thinking, what good would standing there staring do? It would only tire my legs. It would be far more prudent to conserve energy for when they return to revive them. Such clarity of thought was truly refreshing. Flander quickly interjected to smooth things over. Everyone has their own way of showing concern. I must say, this match was lengthy and tedious. Yu Jiuxian even dozed off on the sofa, dreaming away. When Mo shouting shook him awake, the first thing he asked was, "Is it over?" Fortunately, there were no drool marks on his face, his image carefully preserved. We hurried downstairs, just in time to witness a dramatic scene. Tang San, with his 8 long legs, the formidable Ba Zhu spear, pointed it at the neck of the healer Yi Lingling, coldly declaring, "Heal my teammates, or your companions will face dire consequences." One imposing stance. Yi Lingling recoiled, promptly complying and administering healing to the Shrek team. Once his teammates were restored, Tang San extracted the Ba Zhu spear from the enemy and absorbed the poison, turning to the stunned announcer and saying, "Shall we announce the results now?" The announcer finally regained composure, trembling as he floated to the center of the arena. Shrek versus the Royal Combat Team. Shrek wins. The crowd erupted in ecstatic disbelief, for none had anticipated that Shrek could achieve a comeback against the odds. The master and the audience felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he welcomed these 7 little monsters. With a grand wave of his hand, he proclaimed, "Excellent performance. Enjoy a half-month holiday." Oscar, overwhelmed with joy, pinched the chubby one beside him, letting out a howl to confirm he wasn't dreaming. As they debated their next destination to revel, eager to have their benefactor, Lucien, foot the bill, they turned around only to find him missing. Where could he have gone? To their astonishment, this fellow had boldly ventured alone into the private room of the opposing Huangdo team. Upon entering, he boldly plopped himself down on their sofa and cheerfully greeted, "Hello there." The opposing team's leader, Qin Ming, immediately became alert, asking in a low voice, "Hell's messenger, what brings you here?" Lucien, casually crossing his legs, responded nonchalantly, "Oh, nothing much. It's just that you injured my friend, and I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable, so I came to challenge you." My goodness, this was an exceptionally direct display of loyalty. The opposing Yu Tianheng was ready to explode, but Qin Ming restrained him firmly. Lucien, however, was even bolder, pointing at their 7 members. "I challenge all of you. 1 against 7. This maneuver left me utterly astounded. The 7 members of Huangdo were bewildered, thinking this fellow had come seeking punishment. Qin Ming, not feeling secure, promptly came to our room to inform Flander of the situation. Zhao Wujia wore an expression of knowing bemusement, casting a sidelong glance at the master, implying, "Didn't I tell you so?" You thought he was cold-hearted. The master, unable to maintain his composure, began to reflect on whether he had misjudged this young man. He had claimed that the boy lacked team spirit, yet it turned out he refrained from participating to allow his 7 comrades to earn honor, even going alone to seek a duel afterwards. When Qin Ming asked if the fight would proceed, the master contemplated refusing on Lucien's behalf, stating it was akin to a moth to a flame. At that moment, the usually gentle Mo shouting erupted, standing up to protest. "Why should you make decisions for Jiuge? This is outrageous." Flander, the dean, decisively declared, "Let us fight. As members of Shrek Academy, we shall stand as his unwavering support." The master, infuriated, stormed out, prompting Tang San to hastily chase after him. Amidst the uproar, Yin Xiaoxiao and Mo Xiaodang decided to leave first. As they exited the Grand Soul Arena, they spotted Lucien outside a tavern, swaying drunkenly like a weeble. Upon closer inspection, they saw 3 bowls on his table, and he was conversing with the 2 empty bowls, saying, "Bro, I wish you happiness and safety over there." With that, He downed a bowl of liquor. What a scene, utterly surreal. Yin Xiao rushed over to support him, but Yuelucian pushed her away, muttering, "Don't touch me. My sister Xiao will get jealous." Yin Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears. She followed Yuelucian, concerned he might fall, and casually asked, "What kind of girl do you like?" To her surprise, the inebriated lad responded, scratching his head, "Someone clean." Just as she pondered the meaning of clean, Yuelucian suddenly wobbled and fell backward, and she quickly caught him. Dazed, he gazed at her face and remarked, "You look like that kid I like." Then he completely lost consciousness. Who can understand the pain of secretly loving someone for 8 years, only to hear him confess to another right before your eyes? It was truly the most melancholic moment of 2025. The following morning, the master summoned everyone for a meeting, summarizing 3 key points. Firstly, in 2 months, our entire academy would relocate to Tiando City to join Huangdo Academy. Secondly, everyone needed to sort out their affairs, as they would not be returning for a while. Thirdly, Yuelucian's challenge to Huangdo was also postponed until 2 months later. With that announcement, the vacation was effectively over. Yuelucian, brimming with energy, dragged Mo Xiaoding and Zhu Zhuqing into intense training. The dormitory doors were tightly shut during the day, and, at night, special sessions were arranged for Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai, peering enviously from the opposite dormitory door, was practically overwhelmed by jealousy. After more than half a month of rigorous training, one evening, Yuelucian suddenly halted the session and informed Zhu Zhuqing, "By the way, Zhuqing, I broke through to level 40 during the day. In just over half a month, I will be heading to Huangdo Academy, so I need to pause training to acquire a soul ring." Zhu Zhuqing was astonished, thinking his rapid advancement was akin to riding a rocket. Fearing she might think too much, Yuelucian quickly clarified that his cultivation method had flaws and could lead to deviation, assuring her it wasn't intentional secrecy. I must say, Zhu Zhuqing was truly a wonderful disciple. She simply said, "No worries," her trust completely restored. Yuelucian was deeply touched and promised, "Rest assured, I will teach you everything I know. Once I optimize my cultivation method, I will also impart that to you." The next day, I gathered everyone to inform them, "Brothers, I have reached level 40 and am preparing to acquire a new skin. A new soul ring." Goodness, this group seemed to have become immune to my rapid leveling. They merely responded with a casual "oh" before launching in a gossip about what kind of 4th ring I planned to acquire. I had long since devised a plan. My Linguin fan wasn't just the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. No, it comprised the attributes of wind, thunder, and wood. With wind and thunder already secured, I absolutely had to arrange for a wood attribute for the 4th. I had my sights set on a rare plant called the Yao Yin Mo Shu, which possessed both poison and mental assault capabilities, truly tailor-made for me. But could I share this plan with them? Certainly not. I intended to solo the endeavor and then put on a show for Huangdo Academy when they came searching for me. Yet guess what? My splendid plan for soloing hit a snag right at the door of the dean's office. Flander and the master stood there like sentinels, blocking my entry. Flander, with a stern expression, mimicked the master's poker face and said, "Cut the act. Your charm 1T work. You still think you can venture alone into the Stardow Forest? Have you forgotten about the Titan giant ape last time? Do you think I would let you go and risk your life?" I internally rolled my eyes. Come on, that was an accident, right? That was Xiao Wu's exclusive summoned beast. Who could possibly see that thing in the outskirts? Realizing I couldn't reason with Flander, I turned to the master with pleading eyes. The master shot back, "We must ensure your personal safety." I sighed, realizing these 2 paternal figures were truly fraught with worry. I had no choice but to present the facts. "Dean, master, listen to me. My first soul ring was obtained through soloing. For the second, although there were others with me in the Stardow Forest, I primarily did the work myself. The 3rd soul ring was purely solo. I truly possess this capability." Flander's forehead twitched, likely questioning my sanity. Yet, my achievements clearly failed to sway them. The master resumed his lecture in the past. "Those were for soul beasts of a century or millennia. Now you are targeting soul beasts of 5,000 years. It's an entirely different concept." I thought to myself, I'm not the same person I was back then. Seeing that reasoning was futile, I decided to concoct a benevolent lie. Clearing my throat, I adopted a fine, I'll come clean expression and said, "All right, I'll be honest with you. My family has sent someone to protect me in secret, so you need not worry." Flander hesitated. "Oh? What level?" There was hope. I quickly stoked the flames, casually uttering 4 words: "Sixth ring Soul Emperor." He bought it. After all, my friends were nearing Soul King status. Having a Soul Emperor bodyguard seemed reasonable. Flander finally relented, advising me to be cautious on my journey. Who can fathom the lengths I go to step outside? After finally entering the Stardow Forest, I must say my physique was truly remarkable, naturally attracting soul beasts. Within moments, I found myself face to face with a 3,000-year-old mandala snake. I figured it wouldn't be my target, so I planned to slip away to conserve my strength. Just then, I stepped on a dry twig, snapping it loudly. The snake's head whipped around, but thankfully, I was swift enough to escape. Having narrowly escaped from a snake, I was suddenly engulfed in darkness above me. Upon raising my head, I was nearly struck down by shock. I had fled from a snake's den only to plummet directly into a spider's web. Dozens of large, blackish-purple spiders were suspended in their webs, regarding me as their next meal. A millennia-old burrowing demon spider was poised to shoot its silk at me, and without hesitation, I retaliated with a swift lash, sending it crashing to the ground. In that moment, I had unwittingly stirred hornet's nest. I was surrounded on all sides by several ancient spiders, each over 4,000 or 5,000 years old. My breath caught in my throat, and I wondered if my attack had harmed their offspring. In a panic, I pulled out the flying mushroom sausage bestowed upon me by Oscar, downed it in one gulp, and sprouted a pair of diminutive wings from my back. I waved farewell to the spiders and took to the skies. Yet, fate had other plans. While soaring above, I collided with a massive eagle vulture. To make matters worse, as I was engaged in a battle of wits with it, my wings began to falter. I watched helplessly as I plummeted from a height of several meters, regretting my ascent. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, unleashing a third soul skill, the tornado, just before hitting the ground, using the wind to cushion my fall. The giant eagle vulture, noticing I had not met my demise, became emboldened and began to trail me like a dog. My anger flared. How dare mere 2,000-year-old bird presume to test my patience? I retaliated with a gust, invoking my second soul skill, Thunderstrike. The electric surge singed its feathers, and it screeched in agony as it fled. As I continued my journey, dodging snakes, battling spiders, and outsmarting eagles, I found my soul power depleting significantly. By relying on my memory, I finally discerned the direction of the Yao, Yin, and Mo Shu. However, the deeper I ventured, the more unsettling the silence grew. Not even the chirping of birds or the buzzing of insects could be heard. My instincts heightened, sensing malevolence lurking nearby. Just as I halted, a sharp pain pierced my head. It was a mental attack. I quickly retreated several steps, and the pain subsided. Clearly, I had stumbled into the territory of a spirit-type soul beast. As I pondered my predicament, I felt familiar fluctuations of power emanating from 3 directions ahead. Realization dawned upon me. The snake, the spiders, and the eagle were all in pursuit. Now I found myself trapped, caught between these creatures and the invisible Yao, Yin, and Mo Shu. Gritting my teeth, I made a bold decision, wagering that the Yao, Yin, and Mo Shu would deter the spirit beast from encroaching upon its domain. I turned and dashed into the silent forest. Before plunging into the depths of the woods, I glanced back and unleashed a grand farewell gift, combining the tornado with Thunderstrike. The air filled with swirling sand, and thunder rumbled as the cries of the beasts echoed all around. Just as I reveled in my triumph, a sudden chill gripped my chest. I stiffly lowered my gaze to find a branch had impaled me from behind. In the midst of my offensive, an unseen assailant had struck. The Yao Yin and Mo Shu truly played foul. As the branch withdrew, I collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from my wound. Though dazed, my will to survive remained strong. I struggled to retrieve my fan, utilizing it for healing. The wound nearly healed, yet my soul power was nearly depleted, leaving me with less than 20%. But what did that matter? Having provoked me, I was determined to dismantle it. Even with my scant energy, I forced myself to rise. fixing my icy gaze upon the forest behind me, and roared, "Gun, come!" In the next moment, a snow-white annihilation gun materialized in my grasp. I tossed it forward, and it soared into the depths of the thicket as if guided by an unseen force. With each step I took, the floor beneath my feet wilted. Soon, I located the Yao Yin Mo Shu. My annihilation gun lunged forth, aiming for the tree. Its branches attempted to ensnare the weapon, but I executed a 360-degree rotation with my gun, severing them instantly, and plunged it into the trunk. The tree emitted a mournful sound, akin to weeping. Is this the might of a soul beast nearing 10,000 years? I scoffed, just as I prepared to retract my gun. The tree, in a frenzied response, unleashed countless branches toward me. Yet, the annihilation gun stood firm before me, forming a protective barrier. The branches recoiled as though scorched by hot iron upon contact. I patted my gun and commanded, "Stand back. I wish to engage it personally." With my weapon out of sight, the tree grew bold, and its branches surged toward me once more. I activated my martial spirit, electricity crackling around me, and seized one of its branches. The voltage surged, visibly scorching it. In agony, it sought to retaliate with other branches, but I hurled my spirit-patterned fan, unleashing a barrage of electric strikes. After 3 rounds, the leaves of the tree turned yellow, as if aged overnight. Yet, this was insufficient to satiate my wrath. I approached the tree, clenched my fist, and struck the trunk with a mighty punch. The sound of the impact reverberated. Enraged, the tree began releasing toxic gas and bombarding my mind with mental assaults. I was immune to the poison, but the mental attacks proved unbearable. Gritting my teeth against the excruciating pain, I continued to pummel it with relentless strikes. Finally, at the moment the trunk splintered and the tree toppled, I too could endure no longer. Darkness enveloped me, and I collapsed alongside it. Upon losing consciousness, my annihilation gun erupted from my ring, anxiously swaying beside me. It surveyed the corpses of the spirit beasts I had vanquished, and then glanced at the blackish-purple soul ring rising from the Yao Yin Mo Shu, causing the gun to tremble. When the Titan Great Ape arrived, it was greeted by a scene of charred beast remains, yet all the soul rings had vanished. Following the trail of soul power, it ventured deeper and discovered a startling sight. I lay unconscious on the ground, while my white gun was drawing several soul rings, including that of the nearly 10,000-year-old Yao Yin Mo Shu, converting them into pure energy for me to absorb. The Titan Great Ape was taken aback. These soul rings collectively must have amounted to 40,000 years. As a mere level 40, absorbing 5,000 years would be the limit. Surely, I would explode. Although it found me bothersome, it was a friend of Xiao Wu and feared my demise would sadden her. Thus, it resolved to remain and guard me. After waiting an entire day and night, I remained unscathed, while the Titan Great Ape grew weary and succumbed to slumber. When I awoke, I found my surroundings transformed. Upon opening my eyes, I was met with the imposing visage of the Titan Great Ape, nearly sending me into a panic. Where was I? The core of the Qingdao Great Forest? Upon noticing my awakening, it nudged me, claiming credit for my rescue, stating it had protected me and brought me home to recuperate. Initially skeptical, I recalled the last scene before my unconsciousness, and it seemed indeed that it had saved me. Though difficult to believe, I expressed my gratitude sincerely. The Titan Great Ape huffed, satisfied that I acknowledged its efforts. It recounted the events surrounding my absorption of the soul rings, prompting me to sense my own soul power. To my astonishment, not only had my injuries healed, but my soul power had skyrocketed to level 44. Eager to comprehend the unfolding events, I inquired further and described how it had witnessed my gun absorbing soul rings. I was momentarily stunned, never realizing my annihilation gun possessed such a capability. My curiosity piqued. I promptly released my soul rings to see the quality of my 4th ring. The Titan Great Ape leaned in, intrigued. As the 4th ring, colored yellow, purple, ascended beneath my feet, we both stood in stunned silence. To our astonishment, it manifested as a black, 10,000-year soul ring. I felt the surge of a new soul skill, and my smile nearly reached the heavens. This time, The annihilation gun had granted me an extraordinary boon. After recuperating in Xinghu for several days, I felt ready to bid farewell to the Titan Great Ape. Just as I was about to depart, a deep voice interrupted me. Emerging from the lake, a colossal, bull-headed figure, the Tianqing Yomang, Deming. It stated that Air Ming had saved me, and as humans value gratitude, it had a request for me to fulfill. Time swiftly passed to the end of the month. At Shrek Academy, Flandra was preparing to set out for Tiando City with the main force. Dai Mu Bai gazed at the empty village entrance. A hint of concern for my well-being evident in his expression. Flandra waved his hand and said, "The great master has instructed that if he does not return by the end of the month, we should proceed directly to Tiando without waiting." With this reassurance, everyone felt at ease and set off with Flandra. Mo Xiaodang soared through the sky, watching the increasingly distant Shrek Academy. Dai Mu Bai mistakenly thought he was concerned about him, but this fellow was nervously stating, "This is my second time venturing far from home. Goodness, I am at a loss." The portly Ma Hongjun quickly patted his chest, vowing that with his brothers around, he need not worry. Yet, Mo Xiaodang remained troubled, expressing concern for his ninth brother, Yu Jiuxian, who was notoriously directionally challenged. What if he gets lost on his way to Tiando, which is so far away? As they fretted, our protagonist Yu Jiuxian had already arrived at the Tiando Empire. He wasted no time and hastily made his way there. Upon arrival, he leisurely strolled into the Wuhuan branch hall. As he entered, a man in his 40s descended from upstairs. Seeing the young boy, he greeted him warmly. "Young lad, are you here to test your soul power?" Yu Jiuxian shook his head and, without further ado, displayed the chrysanthemum emblem given to him by Yuguan. Upon seeing it, the man nearly buckled at the knees, trembling as he exclaimed, "My lord, how may I assist you? I shall attend to it immediately." The speed of his transformation was faster than a Sichuan opera face change. Yu Jiuxian, uninterested in making comments, retrieved a letter from his ring and stated that if a soul king named Yuan Gao came, he should be given this letter. Yuan Gao was an old rival of Yuguan and a caretaker, now frequently loitering in Tiando, leaving a letter for my ninth brother as a means of checking in. The attendant, wiping sweat from his brow, accepted the letter, his composure clearly faltering. Once Yu Jiuxian completed his task, he cast a glance at the man and departed, thinking that this branch hall was inadequate. Exiting, Yu Jiuxian looked up at the sun and declared internally, "Royal Fighting Team, I have arrived." That afternoon, at the Tiando Royal Academy's back mountain, Yu Jiuxian had arranged to duel the entire Royal Fighting Team with Qin Ming. Qin Ming advised him to wait, as the dean had not yet arrived. To this, my ninth brother replied, "If they come, I'll 1T hold back." Those who understood his meaning knew he simply wished to avoid holding back in front of adults. With no choice, Qin Ming acquiesced. As Yu Jiuxian ambled to the back mountain, the 7 striking members of the Royal Fighting Team awaited him. Stepping forward, he grinned and introduced himself. "Yu Jiuxian, Wuhuan Lingwen fan, level 44 soul power, please enlighten me." The first half of his introduction was fine, but upon mentioning his level, Yu Qianheng and the others nearly had their eyes pop out. What? A 44-level soul master at just 12 or 13 years of age? Were they being subjected to an international joke? Seeing their disbelief, Yu Jiuxian directly summoned his Wuhuan. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black, rose around him. The final dark black 10,000-year soul ring nearly dazzled their eyes. The entire scene went rigid as they struggled to swallow their astonishment. Was he here to challenge them? It was evident he came to dominate. Observing their apprehension, Yu Jiuxian waved his fan and declared, "I am a 4-ringed soul master. It is futile to duel me one-on-one. Let us make this efficient. Everyone come at once." Upon hearing this, Yu Qianheng and the others could no longer concern themselves with pride. They exchanged glances and agreed to charge together. The control-type member, Duge Yin, was the first to act, unleashing a wave of purple poisonous mist. However, my ninth brother merely waved his fan in front of his nose, expressing disdain for the overpowering odor, declaring it far less pleasant than his own concoction. He activated his 3rd soul skill, summoning a powerful wind that swept the poison away in an instant. Duge Yin was taken aback, following Tang San. Another had arrived to dispel her poison. Yet she remained unfazed, knowing the poison was merely a ruse. In that moment, the seven had completed their formation. The brothers of the Xuanwu turtle were positioned behind Yu Jiuxian, flanked by the ghost leopard and Duguyan, with Yu Tianheng directly in front and a wind bell bird above, creating a three-dimensional encirclement, a veritable net of heaven and earth. Duguyan crossed her arms and sneered. Enough chatter. If you cannot win, surrender. Yu Jiuxian surveyed them and chuckled. You wish for me to enter standing and leave lying down? With that, he flicked his fan, and several tornadoes infused with lightning materialized around him, isolating Yu Tianheng and Duguyan outside. This maneuver was simply extraordinary. It transformed a team battle into a solo challenge, each fighting for themselves. Observing this, the wind bell bird saw a prime opportunity, as only he remained below. He shouted and dove down, his wings transforming into blades. However, Yu Tianheng and Duguyan cried out urgently, Yufeng, don't go down. It was too late. Yufeng had impulsively descended. A 36-level soul master against a 44-level one? He was essentially seeking his own demise. Realizing the folly, he attempted to retreat, but Yu Jiuxian had already seized him by the ankle and tossed him to the ground like refuse. At that moment, Yu Tianheng and the two Xuanwu turtle brothers charged through the lightning tornado. 3 against 1. They thought they could give it a try. Yu Tianheng unleashed his ultimate attack, a thunderous strike hurtling toward Yu Jiuxian. Observing this, my ninth brother thought, you play with thunder? I can do that too. However, he did not confront it head-on. Instead, he deftly retreated, only to find the two turtle brothers' shells crashing down behind him, as he was about to be caught between a rock and a hard place. Yu Jiuxian swiftly dodged to the left. The lightning and shells collided with a crackling sound, causing friendly fire that was utterly humorous. In the next instant, Yu Jiuxian appeared behind the two turtle brothers, executing a sweeping kick that sent them tumbling. Yu Tianheng felt a chill at his back and hurried forward. But as he distanced himself to unleash a thunder dragon claw, Yu Jiuxian vanished once more. Yu Tianheng was bewildered when, in the blink of an eye, Yu Jiuxian reappeared, dragging the two unconscious turtle brothers back to their original position and placing them beneath Yu Tianheng's dragon claw. The sizzling sound of cooking meat filled the air. Yu Tianheng turned to see his two charred teammates and nearly drooled in horror. Outside the wind wall, Yi Lingling and the others could see nothing, anxiously pacing. Just as she was about to force a healing attempt, Qin Ming arrived. Upon witnessing Duguyan and Aosu Luo shouting at the air, using soul skills and striking poses, he was momentarily stunned. What were these three doing? Aosu Luo mistook Qin Ming for an enemy and swiped at him with a claw. Qin Ming dodged and retaliated with a kick that sent Aosu Luo crashing to the ground. The kick snapped Aosu Luo out of his daze, and upon standing, he saw Yi Lingling and Duguyan still dancing around, leaving him utterly baffled. Qin Ming calmly stated, "They are under an illusion." He then swiftly incapacitated the two young women. Inside the wind wall, Yu Tianheng gazed at his three fallen teammates and realized that Yi Lingling and the others outside must be in trouble too, filling him with despair. In that moment of distraction, Yu Jiuxian's fan flew out, activating his second soul skill, Thunder Attack. The fan, crackling with lightning, bombarded Yu Tianheng, sending him into convulsions until he knelt on one knee. Taking a deep breath, he recognized the futility of continuing and called for surrender. My ninth brother, still somewhat unsatisfied, helped him to his feet. The moment he dispelled the tornado, Yu Tianheng saw Duguyan and Yi Lingling lying on the ground and immediately demanded, "What did you do to them?" Yu Jiuxian feigned innocence. It wasn't Teamy. Just then, Qin Ming arrived to clarify that he was the one who had knocked them out. Only then did Yu Tianheng understand. Later, in Qin Ming's office, Yu Tianheng was thoroughly convinced. Qin Ming even mentioned that initially, Yu Jiuxian's profile had indicated he was a support-type soul master. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng's worldview shattered. A support-type soul master single-handedly defeating their entire royal fighting team? He pointed at Yu Jiuxian and exclaimed, "You are simply extraordinary." Yu Jiuxian cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "I am a student of Shrek Academy. Shrek is a school for extraordinary beings." Implicitly, she suggested that if she could enter, then she was indeed not a monster. After their conversation, Yu Jiuxian did not linger at the academy, stating that she had other matters to attend to, and thus took residence at the nearby Kolai Hotel. Meanwhile, the group from Shrek continued their journey. Mo Xiao Tang soared through the skies daily, nearly feeling nauseated from the flight. His concern for Yu Jiuxian lingered, while Ma Hongjun boasted that he had already informed the villagers of their journey to Tiando, assuring him not to worry. That fellow was almost wearing the words thoughtful little cotton-padded jacket on his face. Upon their arrival in the Kingdom of Sylves, Flander took the group to the Grand Soul Arena to earn some money, allowing the somewhat unwell Mo Xiaotang to rest at the hotel. Sitting alone in the courtyard watching ants move their homes, he felt increasingly lonely. Just as he stood up to return indoors, he turned and collided with a fragrant, soft embrace. Raising his gaze, he was met by a stunning beauty with long pink hair, clad in white, looking like a fairy. The girl was also observing him, and upon noticing his fluffy hair and adorably naive expression, her heart nearly melted, and she felt an instant attraction. Montauk Iotang was momentarily stunned, and when he regained his senses, his face flushed. The girl broke the silence first, saying, "My name is Tao Zi. What is yours?" Montauk Iotang. Montauk Iotang? What a sweet name. I like it. Goodness, this girl was quite sociable, quickly becoming familiar with Xiao Tang in just a few exchanges, insisting on waiting with him. Upon inquiry, Xiao Tang revealed that he was from Shrek Academy, prompting Tao Zi to immediately share that she had been bullied by some students from the academy and wished to transfer, asking if Shrek would accept her. Her pitiful demeanor tugged at Mo Xiao Tang's heartstrings, and he promised to wait for the principal's return to inquire about her situation. When Flander and the others returned, their faces were pale and their eyes filled with panic, as if they had encountered a ghost, leaving everyone puzzled about their experience at the Grand Soul Arena. Upon seeing Flander, Tao Zi directly stated, "My name is Tao Zi, 15 years old, a level 42 assault system soul master, and I wish to join the academy." Flander, initially intending to invoke the rule regarding age limits, was interrupted by Zhao Wuji, who subtly gestured. Understanding immediately, Tao Zi produced a pouch filled with gold soul coins and handed it over. Upon seeing the pouch brimming with coins, Flander immediately softened his stance, exclaiming, "Seeing your sincerity, I shall make an exception." The master beside him was left stunned, criticizing Flander for being overly swayed by money. Flander defended himself, asserting, "What ill intentions could a young girl possess? Besides, we are quite impoverished. What could we possibly gain?" Meanwhile, within the spirit hall, Bai Bai Dong was subtly probing Hu Lai Na about Yu Jiuxian's situation. Hu Lai Na remarked that Yu Jiuxian was exceptionally gifted but somewhat peculiar, as he rarely utilized his soul skills in combat. Upon hearing this, Bai Bai Dong was enlightened and promptly dismissed her. As Hu Lai Na returned to her room, her legs felt weak. The pressure of facing her teacher had been overwhelming. The next afternoon at Kolai Hotel, Yu Jiuxian awoke naturally from his slumber, rose from bed, pulled back the curtains, stretched, and marveled at how delightful this heavenly life was. However, just as he began to relish the moment, a hurried knocking on the door erupted, echoing like a summons from fate. Yu Jiuxian's expression soured. Couldn't the attendant allow him a few more moments of daydreaming? Upon opening the door, Yu Jiuxian cast a melancholic glance at the hotel staff, voicing his displeasure. "You better have a good reason for disturbing me at this hour." The staff, looking bewildered, corrected him earnestly, "Sir, it is currently 2 in the afternoon." Yu Jiuxian smacked his own drowsy face in realization. Taking a deep breath, it seemed he had not fully awakened. The issue was not the time, but the reason for the disturbance. "What is the reason for interrupting me?" "Why?" The staff recoiled slightly, taking a few steps back, and quickly replied, "I apologize, sir. A Mr. Qin Ming is looking for you." "Qin Ming? This fellow was here to seek him out." Had the principal and the others arrived? Yu Jiuxian exhaled, calming the anger rising within him, and waved for the staff to leave hastily. They were just downstairs, and he had been interrupted. After the staff delivered their last line, they scurried away, clearly intimidated by the guests' morning dispositions. Returning to his room, Yu Jiuxian hastily washed up, changed his clothes, and descended from Kolai Hotel. Upon spotting Qin Ming and the principal, he paused momentarily. Qin Ming had come to inform him of the principal's arrival, But what was the context of their presence here? Shouldn't they be at the Royal Academy? Why were they all here? Noticing the downcast expression on Mo Xiaotang, he inquired, "What is the matter? Who has bullied you? I shall seek vengeance on your behalf." Mo Xiaotang succinctly recounted the events. When we arrived at the Royal Academy, someone sought trouble, and Dai Lao gave him a beating. Then we encountered Senior Qin, who took us to the Academy's 3 committee members, but the one who was beaten is the 4th prince of Tiandou. Unwilling to accept this, he sought out Prince Shui to confront us, claiming we assaulted a prince and could not enter the school due to a poisoned Douluo among them. We were unable to resist and were expelled. Senior Qin followed us out as well. To hear that they were expelled was a stark revelation, causing Flander's face to flush with embarrassment as he chastised Mo Xiaotang. "What do you mean expelled? It was I who chose to disdain the Royal Academy. It was my oversight," he added, recalling the words Flander had said at their departure, and Mo Xiaotang obediently nodded. Prince Shui? Yu Jiuxian's brow furrowed. His mood had soured after waking, and this was yet another unfortunate turn of events. The Royal Academy was rather absurd, rejecting them solely for striking a prince. It was worth noting that the teachers accompanying Flander were all above the 6th ring, sole emperors. Moreover, Dai Mu Bai and the others, aged between 12 and 14, had levels ranging from 26 to 38. Such talent ought to have made them irresistible to any academy. Yu Jiuxian scoffed, "The Royal Academy truly is something else." He turned to Flander, asking, "What are your plans now? Since we have arrived in Tiandou Imperial City, we have not taken the time to enjoy the sights. We shall take a good look around. As for everything else, we will take it step by step," Flander shrugged, revealing the consensus reached earlier. Hearing this, Yu Jiuxian twirled the storage ring on his finger, contemplating that it might indeed be refreshing to clear his mind after such vexing matters. "I haven't had the chance to explore properly since my arrival. Senior Qin, since you are familiar with this place, would you be our guide?" "Of course." Qin Ming nodded. "Then let us be on our way." Yu Jiuxian draped his arm over Mo Xiaotang's shoulder, inquiring about the events that had transpired during his absence. As he spoke, Dai Mu Bai and the others chimed in, recounting their encounters with the fearsome god team at the Grand Soul Arena, detailing how Tang San had eliminated them with his hidden weapons, which had left them sleepless that night. Though Mo Xiaotang had heard this before, he couldn't help but shudder slightly, prompting Yu Jiuxian to pat his back reassuringly. "Master, are you not afraid of killing?" Tang San asked Yu Jiuxian, who remained composed, voicing the curiosity of all present. He, having lived 2 lives, possessed a resolute mind. But what of Yu Jiuxian? Although he was known as a harbinger of death and dealt heavy blows, he was still just a 12-year-old child. Yu Jiuxian licked his lips, for he was the infamous killer from his past life. How could he harbor fear? Yet, he pondered how the initial killer within him had felt when taking a life for the first time. Was he afraid? It seemed not. At that time, someone had bullied Hua Xiao, and in his rage, he had killed that individual. Observing Hua Xiao's terrified cries, he had focused solely on comforting him, with no time to contemplate other matters. Once the first act was committed, was the second not easier? He shrugged at Tang San, inviting him to draw his own conclusions. Subsequently, Yu Jiuxian gently ruffled Mo Xiaotang's hair and tenderly assured her, "With me here, you shall not endure such hardships." Montauk Cio Tang nodded earnestly, placing her trust in him. Observing her unwavering faith, Yu Jiuxian could not help but chuckle at the naive boy. After a moment's pause, he sensed an unsettling gaze upon him from behind. "What is it, Jioge?" Montauk Xiao Tang inquired, puzzled. Turning to look, Yu Jiuxian spotted a strange girl following them, her eyes filled with resentment. He recalled having seen her at the Kulai Hotel, initially mistaking her for a mere passerby, only to discover she had trailed him all this way. Such negligence. In his previous life, he would have lost 100 lives due to such laxity. "What do you want? Why are you following us?" Montauk Cio Tang, noticing Yu Jiuxian's furious inquiry directed at the girl, quickly interjected, "Jioge, she is Tao Zi, who joined the academy on our journey to Tiandou." "A new student?" Yu Jiuxian's lips twitched. "Then why does she look at me as though I have slain her husband?" Tao Zi pouted, "It's not that severe, but he did take liberties with my boyfriend. I have yet to even pet Xiao Tian's head." Seeing the glint in Tao Zi's eyes, Yu Jiuxian stiffened, realizing this newcomer might harbor feelings for Mo Xiaotang. Gradually, he lowered his arm. Indeed, as if sensing this, Tao Zi's lingering resentment diminished slightly. Yu Jiuxian chuckled awkwardly and scanned the group. "What is the matter?" Daimubai inquired, puzzled. "I am merely checking for any additional new arrivals." Yu Jiuxian replied as he distanced himself from Mo Xiaotang, approaching the solitary figure of the chubby boy. He wished to avoid being caught in the crossfire of any couple's gazes. "Only Tao Zi," Oscar observed, chuckling at Yu Jiuxian's behavior, recalling how he had appeared similarly that morning. It was astonishing how this obedient boy, Mo Xiaotang, attracted the attention of girls. He promptly placed himself beside Mo Xiaotang, using his robust form to shield him from Ning Rong-Rong-esque glances. Adoptedby Muitam, Lanba Academy. Heaven's jealousy of talents after a playful exchange. The group returned to their usual demeanor, though Yu Jiuxian noted a peculiar expression on Xiao Wu's face. However, amidst the laughter, he swiftly dismissed this thought. Time flew by in joyous moments, and before they knew it, they had reached the city gate. Just as they were about to retrace their steps, Flinder's attention was caught by a bulletin board at the gate. The others followed suit, discovering a recruitment advertisement for teachers at a prestigious institution named Lanba Academy. Upon reading that successful candidates would receive excellent benefits, Flinder's eyes sparkled with visions of abundant gold soul coins beckoning him. Qin Ming, having stayed in Tiando for so long. "Do you know the background of Lanba Academy?" Flinder inquired. Qin Ming recounted what he knew. Lanba Academy's exact background is unclear. It occupies less than 1/3 of the area of the Royal Academy and allegedly only admits commoners. In a last elite competition preliminaries, they eliminated a team from the Royal Academy, demonstrating adequate strength. However, with Yu Tianheng and others participating next year, it is hard to say how they will fare. Hard to say. Flinder adjusted his spectacles, gazing at his little monsters. "This academy only admits commoners. It resonates with my ideals. What do you all think?" Zhao Wuji and the other teachers, having followed him for many years, had no objections to Flinder's proposal. Noticing their agreement, Flinder nodded and turned his gaze to Yu Jiuxian, asking, "And you?" Yu Jiuxian looked at Flinder with confusion. Was he truly someone with numerous faults? Why was he specifically asking for his opinion? He sighed. "I shall leave it to the director's discretion. Then let us set forth to Lanba Academy." Flinder exclaimed with a smile, a glint of cunning sparkling in his eyes as he turned. At the Wuhuan Palace training camp, Hulaina, drenched in sweat after sparring with her instructors, waved her hand to signal everyone to take a break. Approaching the railing, she wiped her brow with a towel and retrieved her water flask, tilting her head back to gulp it down. However, after just a few sips, the flask was empty, and she tossed it to the ground. Nearby, Yin Jiang noticed and offered his own water flask to Hulaina. After catching her breath, she accepted it, only to hesitate, unsure of what to do. "Yin, it's for you to drink, not to open the cap for him," Seiyu teased as he approached with a light laugh. Poor Yin, devotedly serving, yet he wonders when he will partake in the celebratory feast of his sister and her good friend. "Oh." Hulaina awkwardly withdrew her hand from the flask. Seeing this, Seiyu reached out to snatch it back. "If it's for Yin, why retract it? I'm out of water too. Let me have a sip." Just as Yin was about to reach for his other flask, Seiyu playfully scratched him, leaving him looking rather pitiful. "Is this how you repay kindness?" Seiyu was about to retort. "While your brother is here aiding you in your pursuit, you're sabotaging it," unaware of the underlying tones. Hulaina rolled her eyes at Seiyu. "This is Yan's gift to me. You dream too much." With that, she resumed drinking. Seiyu patted Yan's shoulder, winking at him, and teasingly remarked, "You just had an indirect kiss." At the mention of this, Yan's ears flushed crimson, and he hastily changed the subject. "By the way, Shauna, why did the Holy Lord summon you yesterday? I noticed you returned late at night." "Oh, we discussed training matters," Hulaina replied, recalling the inquiries Bibi Dong had made, her gaze dropping. "What was it?" Seiyu tilted his head. She also inquired about Xiao Jio'er's health. Hulaina sighed. "Do you think Xiao Jio'er's condition truly cannot be remedied?" Seiyu shook his head, lamenting, "Such is the envy of heaven towards gifted individuals." As the sun set, Flinder and his entourage finally arrived at Lanba Academy. After a series of inquiries, they met with a middle-aged man responsible for personnel. Since the academy was seeking teachers, the middle-aged man instructed Yu Jiuxian and the others to step outside to conduct assessments for the teaching positions first. They are our students. Should we succeed in our application, I hope your institution allows these little ones to enroll here, Flinder stated, gesturing towards Yu Jiuxian and the others. Ultimately, their aim was to provide the children with an excellent training environment, enabling them to shine in the elite competition a year from now. If these youngsters were not permitted entry, there would be no need for them to apply for teaching roles. Considering the current recruitment difficulties faced by the academy, the middle-aged man nodded in agreement. After finalizing the terms, he led the Shrek teachers to the assessment area. As for Yu Jiuxian and his companions, they remained in place, awaiting their return from the trials. Standing idle or sitting was still waiting, observing their departing figures. Yu Jiuxian took Mo Xiaotang and his little disciple directly to a bench at the academy. Just as Yu Jiuxian, feeling rather bored, prepared to engage the two in conversation, Xiao Wu approached and said, "I seem to have misplaced something. I think I dropped it while heading to that hotel." "Da Xiong, you stayed there for quite a while. Could you help me look for it?" Yu Jiuxian glanced at Tang San, who was idly standing a meter behind Xiao Wu. "Why not have your little San accompany you? Some good brothers do not pull. What does it mean for him to accompany her in searching for something?" Hearing his name called by Yu Jiuxian, Tang San approached and inquired, "What is it?" "Your little rabbit lost something near the Kulai Hotel. Accompany her to search for it," Yu Jiuxian replied, giving him a knowing glance as she precisely pushed Xiao Wu into his arms. She then waved her hand, urging them to return swiftly. Tang San, seeing this, ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and asked, "What did you lose, Xiao Wu?" His tone was so affectionate it could make one swoon. However, at that moment, Xiao Wu was not in the mood to respond to Tang San. She puffed her cheeks and pushed him away, asserting, "You just arrived in Tiando Imperial City. It's unfamiliar territory for you. Let Desian take me to search instead." With that, she shot an annoyed glance at Yu Jiuxian. "Desian, won't you accompany me?" Yu Jiuxian, observing Xiao Wu's unwavering insistence, slowly realized that she likely had something important to discuss with him, something that could not be shared with anyone else. He rubbed his numb legs and stood up, thinking, how could I refuse such a lovely little rabbit? Relieved, Xiao Wu took his hand and began to leave. Yu Jiuxian shook his head, noting the urgency of their departure and wondering if Tang San might misinterpret their relationship. Meanwhile, Tao Zi, who had been fixated on Mo Xiaotang, observed their interaction with a troubled expression. Upon arriving at a desolate clearing, Xiao Wu checked for any onlookers repeatedly, just as she was about to search for another location. Yu Jiuxian halted her. They had walked quite a distance, and he was genuinely hungry. Sighing, he produced the annihilation gun and created a transparent barrier around them. "Now, no one can hear our voices. Pray tell, why were you so hastily dragging me out?" "Desian, have you noticed? The new student has issues." Xiao Wu panted, speaking slowly. "Issues?" Yu Jiuxian twirled the spatial ring on his hand. A girl with both strength and talent. What university would Ti covet her? With so many choices, she deliberately chose a financially struggling academy. To claim there were no issues would be a deception. Yet, Xiao Wu had gone to such lengths to bring him out here? That seemed improbable. What did she know that couldn't be shared with others? Xiao Wu continued, "I sense she's one of my kind." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian couldn't help but marvel. How many shape-shifting soul beasts could there possibly be in the Douluo Continent? Yet, only 2 had been discovered at Shrek Academy. Truly, it was a remarkable institution. "Are you not astonished?" Xiao Wu asked, noticing Yu Jiuxian's calm demeanor and growing puzzled. A soul beast, upon realizing another of its kind, would be terrified. Yet here was Yu Jiuxian, a human, remaining so composed. Was a testament to his mental fortitude? Yu Jiuxian was at a loss for words. However, he had suspected that Tao Zi was a soul beast all along. After all, Xiao Wu sought him, someone who understood her identity, rather than her beloved Tang San, and she wanted to avoid others hearing their conversation. This indicated that she wished to discuss matters concerning soul beasts. Furthermore, he was somewhat aware of the events that had transpired recently. Aside from the expulsion of Flandra and his companions, Tao Zi's enrollment into the academy had drawn attention. Moreover, Xiao mentioned that Tao Zi had issues. If she, who knew he was the little rabbit, claimed a human had problems, it was evident that Tao Zi must be a soul beast. He sighed, pondering Tao Zi's motivations for joining the academy. Xiao Wu and Tang San had met only after entering the junior academy. Her love for Tang San led her to follow him to Shrek. What then could be Tao Zi's reason? Surely it could not be love as well. He slapped his head, realizing his hunger had dulled his faculties. Xian, I sense she is one of my kind. She must also know I'm a soul beast. Do you think she will expose my identity? Xiao Wu nervously tugged at her clothing. She was genuinely frightened. Throughout their journey, she had been on edge, fearing that Tao Zi might reveal her secret. She could hardly bear to imagine Tang San's reaction upon learning the truth. Yu Jiuxian sighed, recognizing the consequences of interspecies romance. If it were him, he certainly would not possess Xiao Wu's courage to fall in love with a human. Observing Xiao Wu's anxious demeanor, he snapped back to the matter at hand, asking, since her arrival at the academy, has she said or done anything to you? Xiao Wu, who had been fixated on Tao Zi, shook her head without hesitation. No. You're afraid she might disclose your identity as a soul beast, but she is equally wary. To avoid conflict and mutual exposure, she will likely coexist peacefully with you. Treat her as an ordinary person, and when the opportunity arises, I will meet her. Yu Jiuxian concluded, stretching lazily and dispelling the barrier. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to turn back to Lanba Academy, they encountered an unexpected figure. Ah, speak of the devil, and the devil appears. Yu Jiuxian smirked. What a coincidence, Tao Zi. We were just talking about you. Tao Zi shrugged, her gaze darting between Xiao Wu and Yu Jiuxian. She had assumed Xiao Wu would confide in her closest companion, Tang San, but instead, she was discussing matters with this fellow. Surprise aside, their expressions suggested they had devised a plan. What were they intending to do? Expose her? Or eliminate her? Or perhaps, after revealing everything, they would dispose of her? Xiao Wu, night is falling. You should return to find her, Tang San. I find this new addition, Tao Zi, quite intriguing and wish to discuss dreams and aspirations with her. The atmosphere grew tense as Yu Jiuxian, unable to bear the silence among the small group, patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, encouraging her to leave as he intended to deal with Tao Zi. Xiao Wu hesitated, aware that both she and Tao Zi were at the fourth ring level of soul masters, with only a minor difference in soul power. Well, the fight broke out. Eat losses? You underestimate me, Yu Jiuxian retorted, pushing Tao Zi aside with a significant glance, and strode forward, clearly heading toward the imperial city. Observing this, Xiao Wu shouted after him, harmony is paramount. No fighting. Let's talk it out. I advocate for peace. You should return to find your Tang San. As Yu Jiuxian walked away, he waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Xiao Wu tugged at her ears, glancing back repeatedly as she made her way toward Lanba Academy. In the imperial city, one could find all manner of restaurants. Yu Jiuxian led Tao Zi to a relatively secluded private room, perusing the menu and ordering 4 cold and 4 hot dishes, along with 2 bowls of rice and a jar of wine. What is the meaning of this? Tao Zi asked, bewildered. Hadn't they come here to discuss matters? Why order so much food? It's already evening. Are you not hungry? Yu Jiuxian inquired, patting his flat stomach. After battling with Yu Qianheng and the others, he returned home only to collapse into bed and sleep until noon. Since waking, he had been dragged around without a meal. Tao Zi nodded stiffly, realizing that she was indeed feeling a bit hungry. However, you do know my identity, right? As the wine had yet to arrive, Yu Jiuxian, parched, poured himself a glass of water. After soothing his throat, he leisurely remarked, a newly enrolled female student of Shrek Academy. And what else? Peach turned the inverted cup, skeptical that the little rabbit had said nothing after sneakily bringing this fellow out. Yu Jiuxian chuckled softly, believing that some matters are best kept to oneself. Is this truly the conclusion of their discussion? She nodded, just as the waiter arrived with dishes and wine. Peach stood up, kicked aside the long bench, flipped over 2 large black bowls that were upside down on the table, filled them with wine, and pushed 1 bowl toward Yu Jiuxian. I hear they call you Xian, right? Xian, I look forward to the days ahead. Saying this, Peach lifted the other bowl and drank it down in one go. Yu Jiuxian nodded, impressed by her boldness, and he could not afford to appear less than enthusiastic. He too emptied his bowl. Once the wine was finished, he picked up the wine jar to pour for both himself and Peach, thinking that since they would be classmates from now on, perhaps it was time to clarify certain matters. Peach took a few bites of the hot dishes, complimenting the food, then straightened her expression to return to the main topic. Why don't you tell me what I should clarify? Chapter 80. 3 questions and 3 answers. Tang San's disappearance. Yu Jiuxian took a sip before placing his bowl down, asking why he entered the Shrek Academy. I admire Xiao Tiantian, also known as Mo Xiaoding, and I wish to pursue her. Joining the academy makes it more convenient for me to do so. At the mention of Mo Xiaoding, Peach's expression and tone softened considerably. This inadvertently reminded him of Tang San's appearance before their departure. Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, pausing in his movements with the storage ring, appreciating the candidness. He decided to be forthright and slowly probed further. Have you considered how Xiao Haitang would feel if she knew you were Soul Beast? Are you aware of the consequences of a relationship between a human and a Soul Beast? If one day, Xiao Haitang fell in love with you, and people discovered you were Soul Beast, what would you do? I have contemplated these matters long ago. I believe if Xiao Tiantian were to develop feelings for me, she would not mind whether I was a human or Soul Beast. Furthermore, I initiated this attraction. I would risk my life to protect her from any harm. As for the revelation of my identity as a Soul Beast, I would ensure that no one finds out. If they did, I would take my own life and give my soul ring to Xiao Tiantian, making others think twice before bullying her. Peach looked at him with unwavering determination, speaking the gravest of truths in a light and casual tone. After finishing, she glanced at Yu Jiuxian, who wore a broad smile, knowing her answer had pleased him. Yu Jiuxian could not deny this. After all, compared to the timid rabbit, this Peach girl was evidently much more self-assured and had thoroughly considered future implications. The moment she decided to pursue Xiao Haitang, she had already taken future matters into account, which greatly pleased Yu Jiuxian. He tapped the table, adding one more crucial point. Do you truly have feelings for Xiao Haitang? He emphasized the word feelings. Peach lowered her gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She had fallen for him at first sight, then become enamored, and ultimately captivated. For Xiao Tiantian, she was willing to give everything. She raised her head, her eyes filled with undeniable conviction, causing Yu Jiuxian to catch his breath. Hearing her affirm his feelings, Yu Jiuxian quickly averted his gaze. So, you agree for me to be with Xiao Tiantian? Peach rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Yu Jiuxian, who was drinking. You're quite young, yet your thoughts are rather romantic, Yu Jiuxian scoffed, casting her a sideways glance. Upon hearing this, Peach was momentarily taken aback, after all her inquiries and revelations. To find it was all in vain was intolerable. Regaining her composure, she slammed her hand on the table and stood up. You are toying with me. Yu Jiuxian waved his hand, urging her to sit down. This girl is truly overreacting. If you wish to be with Xiao Haitang, the challenges ahead will be numerous. The most crucial point is that Xiao Haitang must agree as well. I am merely assisting in managing his romantic affairs. Ah, that makes sense, Peach replied. Xiao Tiantian is such a pure and adorable person. Many would surely be interested in her, so one must be discerning in choosing a partner. Since she has already passed through Xiao Tiantian's romantic trials, future challenges would be a mere breeze. Peach slowly sat back down, taking a sip of wine to calm her nerves. Observing Peach, Yu Jiuxian considered that as they continued to ascend, they encountered increasingly formidable individuals. It would be unfortunate if the still immature Peach were to suffer misfortune before her potential was fully realized. He stroked his chin, wishing for a pill that could conceal their presence, when suddenly the storage ring on his right hand clinked against the wine jar. Snapping him back to reality and sparking an idea, he retrieved the only 10-centimeter tall, small white gourd from the storage ring. Noticing the faint inscription on it reading Hidden Breath, he shook it and placed it in front of Peach. She had heard the rattling sound earlier and had a sense that something was inside. She lifted the lid of the small white gourd and peered inside, finding tiny black pills the size of millet grains. Although only half full, even this amount should contain over 100 pills. She looked at Yu Jiuxian in confusion. What is this? It's a pill that conceals one's presence. Take one at a time, and it lasts for the duration of a stick of incense. If you're worried it might not work, you can take a few, Jiu Xian explained while sipping his wine. Upon hearing this, Peach's eyes brightened. After taking it, I want to be detected as a soul beast, right? Jiu Xian was about to nod, but recalled that the medicine had been stored for over a decade. If its potency had not diminished, it should be effective. Does this medicine have an expiration date? Peach held the jade gourd close to her nose, attempting to sniff it, but it bore no scent. I have no idea. Jiu Xian shrugged. This medicine was kept from my previous life, where everything was fresh and bought as needed, so I'm not sure about the specific shelf life. Moreover, since completing my training with Old Ghost, I have not used this product again. It has been over a decade. It's fortunate I still have this half bottle of medicine. Seeing this, Peach was not upset. Clutching the half bottle of uncertain expiration date, she excitedly declared, "Then once I return, I'll take some for Xiao Wu to examine." Jiu Xian nodded, hoping they would not be disappointed. Gazing at the steaming food on the table, he pushed the rice toward Peach, urging her to eat quickly before it cooled down. All right, Peach picked up her chopsticks, scooping a bite of rice and a bite of vegetables, eating rapidly. However, despite Peach's speed, after both she and Jiu Xian finished their meal, the sky had already darkened. Under the pure and radiant moonlight, the two walked back to the academy on foot, spotting a group of young men at the school gate. Along with a worried Xiao Wu, Jiu Xian instinctively remarked, "Didn't he get into a fight?" Hearing this, Peach nodded in agreement. Xiao Wu shook her head in response, clarifying that she was not worried they had fought, but rather that Tang San was missing. Missing? Jiu Xian raised an eyebrow. If he is indeed missing, why are they all just standing around here? The dean has gone to search for him, and Xiao Wu, feeling uneasy, is waiting here for the dean's return, Dai Mubai explained. Jiu Xian gritted his teeth and nodded, glancing at everyone. Since the dean has already gone to search, and so many people are waiting here for news, he thought it best to return to wash up and rest. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Wu grabbed his arm, asking, "Do you think Tang San will be all right? I'm not a fortune teller. How would I know whether that lad will be all right? However, given Tang San's skills, he should be fine." He reassured her, gently loosening her grip and hastily departing. After running for a while, he suddenly realized that he had no idea where he was supposed to stay. He tapped his forehead in frustration. However, returning to ask them might lead to being entangled by Xiao Wu again. He turned in circles, his gaze landing on a relatively quiet flower bed. With his hands on his hips, he walked over and sat cross-legged, circulating the chaotic soul power within him. Chapter 81, A Divine Joke. Not meant for mortals, Zhu Zhuqing stood among a group, watching the hurried departure of Jiu Xian with a look of astonishment. Typically, he maintained an unhurried demeanor, as if the sky could fall and he would remain unfazed. What was causing his urgency today? After a while, Jiu Xian's silhouette vanished into the night. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly recalled that he wasn't present when the dormitory arrangements were made. She approached Mo Xiaotang, lowering her voice to ask, "What number is the divine dormitory?" 730, Mo Xiaotang replied, momentarily taken aback. "Oh no, does Jujia not know the dormitory number? How will he find a place to rest?" Just as she was about to turn away, Zhu Zhuqing patted her shoulder and said, "I can see clearly in the dark. I will go after him." Mo Xiaotang considered her unfamiliarity with the school as pathways and worried that Jujia might get lost, so she nodded in agreement. After conferring with Mo Xiaotang, Zhu Zhuqing silently left the crowd. Relying on her keen hearing, she quickly located Jiu Xian. Observing him struggling to stabilize his disordered soul power, she thought to herself, "No wonder he left in such a hurry. It seems his internal soul power is in turmoil." Waiting for Jiu Xian to calm his soul power and open his eyes, Zhu Zhuqing cleared her throat and asked, "What is wrong with your body?" Jiu Xian looked at the cold girl and countered, "Have you ever seen the process of making noodles?" Noodles? She had eaten noodles before, but had never witnessed their preparation. How did this relate to Jiu Xian's condition? After a skilled chef stretches and kneads the dough, it can be pulled into a long strand. Jiu Xian explained, demonstrating the length, which was over a meter long. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing nod in confusion, he continued, "But if the dough isn't properly kneaded, it can break before reaching 10 centimeters. I don't quite understand. Zhu Zhuqing admitted, unable to visualize it since she had never seen the process. Yu Jiuxian wasn't too impatient. After a moment of silence, he provided another analogy. You've seen a sponge absorb water, right? The size of a sponge determines how much water it can soak up. If you want to extract that water, you need a container to squeeze it into. The three elements, water, sponge, and container, were familiar to Zhu Zhuqing, and she could easily picture it. So, our bodies are like sponges, and the soul power we cultivate is like drops of water. A saturated sponge resembles our capacity, while the container represents the total sum of our soul power. As he explained, Yu Jiuxian retrieved an old, frayed handkerchief from his jade ring, along with a water pouch and a cup, vividly illustrating his point. Each time we cultivate a level, water seeps into the sponge. Once it's full, you take it to the container and squeeze it out. After finishing his explanation, he repeatedly soaked the handkerchief, accumulating water. Once the old cloth began to fray, he tossed the damp handkerchief onto the ground. Under Zhu Zhuqing's slightly bewildered gaze, Yu Jiuxian clarified his actions. You see, a handkerchief that is used repeatedly will fray. A sponge, when overused, will also deteriorate. However, a damaged sponge can still absorb water, but the more it absorbs and is squeezed, the more it will degrade, until one day it breaks down into pieces and the water spills out. Looking at the large, damp patch on the ground, Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip. So, you're saying you're cultivating too quickly for your body to handle? If what he said was true, continuing to cultivate could lead to a catastrophic outcome. Zhu Zhuqing could hardly believe that such a formidable person might ultimately meet a tragic end. She crouched down, tugging at Yu Jiuxian's sleeve, and urged, "Then you must stop cultivating." Yu Jiuxian smiled brightly. What good would it do to leave the sponge idle? Water will still gradually seep away, allowing the sponge to absorb more. Control is impossible? Zhu Zhuqing stuttered. When did you realize this? A long time ago. Yu Jiuxian sighed, supporting himself against the flower bed railing as he stood up. How much time do you have left? Zhu Zhuqing asked, sitting on the ground in a daze. Perhaps a year or two, or maybe just a few days, Yu Jiuxian shrugged nonchalantly. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's tears began to fall. Yu Jiuxian turned away, waiting for a response, but heard none. Hesitantly, he turned back to see the beautiful girl weeping, causing his heart to skip a beat. He hurriedly crouched down to wipe her tears. I only wanted to tease you because you seemed so serious. I'm sorry. I didn't expect such a strong reaction from you. Zhu Zhuqing looked up with red eyes. Tease me? Yu Jiuxian nodded repeatedly. Yes, it was a joke. Please don't cry. Those who are powerful cherish their lives. I'm the most cautious. If I had known that cultivating could lead to disaster, I would have spent that month and a half training with you. Zhu Zhuqing wiped her tears and, with Yu Jiuxian's assistance, stood up. She asked again, "It was truly a joke? I swear it was just a jest. You should know my character by now. If there were a real issue with my body, would I tell you?" Yu Jiuxian raised both hands in a vow, his eyes reflecting sincerity. Then why was your soul power in such disarray? Zhu Zhuqing pointed at his chest as she spoke. Yu Jiuxian turned in a circle, contemplating for a moment before waving his hand dismissively. I suppose I must tell you. I was injured while hunting for soul rings. Afterward, I nearly fell into a frenzy while cultivating. I've been trying to stabilize myself these past few days. Please don't tell anyone. I don't want them to worry. So it was indeed a joke. Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes and exhaled, her anger flaring up. How could he make such a joke? If someone with a weak heart heard that, they might just pass out on the spot. With that thought, she raised her arm, her fist just an inch from Yu Jiuxian's face, when she suddenly opened her eyes, realizing he was her master. Striking a mentor was a grave disrespect. Taking a deep breath, she retracted her fist, muttering dormitory 730 before turning to leave. Yu Jiuxian swallowed hard. What was destiny, and could it control him? Rolling his eyes, he thought of Zhu Zhuqing's fervent demeanor and slapped his forehead twice. He hadn't expected her to be so emotional. He almost couldn't salvage the situation. Watching the shrinking shadow sway towards the dormitory building, the further west he walked, the longer the shadow grew. What does it matter if I have no wife or children? I, Yu Jiuxian, shall accompany my shadow through life, living gracefully and freely. Chapter 82. Wake up call. Who dares to use it? Brother, wake up. Xiao Wu and Tao Zi are here to see you. Didn't you say it's impolite to keep the girls waiting? In dormitory 730. Mo Xiaodang was shaking Yu Jiuxian's body while lying on his bed. Don't wrong me. I never said that, Yu Jiuxian murmured, smacking his lips and rolling over to continue sleeping. Mo Xiaodang recalled that it was indeed something his sister had mentioned back at Chongqing. However, who said it was not the point? Brother, even if it's not for Xiao Wu and Tao Zi, think about Tang San. The dean and master have returned, and everyone is preparing to ask what is going on. After a long day of effort, Yu Jiuxian finally managed to squint open his eyes. He lay on the bed, gently rubbing Mo Xiaotang's head and using the remnants of his thoughts to convey to her that upon arriving at Lanba Academy, Flandre was no longer the principal. Moreover, Tang San had grown into a formidable figure, possessing extraordinary skills as a three-ringed soul master, capable of retrieving himself even if lost. If she was worried, she could listen for news and report back to him. Unbeknownst to her yesterday, the principal of Lanba Academy, Lu Erlong, was a friend of Flandre and the master, who, after learning of Flandre's circumstances, handed the academy over to him. Thus he still held the position. Mo Xiaotang shook her head and recounted yesterday's events to Yu Jiuxian. Yu Jiuxian, in a state of fatigue, gazed at Mo Xiaotang with a dazed expression, replying absently that the principal must have been overjoyed. Indeed, Mo Xiaotang nodded, remarking that the principal's smile had nearly reached the back of his ears. Congratulations, Yu Jiuxian muttered before resting his head by the edge of the bed and falling asleep. Just as Mo Xiaotang was about to express her wish to congratulate him in person and urge him to wake up, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Surprised, she stood up to open the door, revealing two handsome young men at the entrance, Daimu Bai and Oscar. What brings you here? She asked, astonished. Daimu Bai, with a helpless expression, explained that Xiao Wu and Tao Zi had sent them to check on her after her prolonged absence. Oh, I haven't even woken up Jiu Gu yet, Mo Xiaotang admitted, scratching her head in embarrassment. Not woken up? Oscar exclaimed, covering his mouth in disbelief. Had he heard correctly? The illustrious and talented members of Shrek Academy were still asleep, even as the sun reached its zenith? Daimu Bai expressed his surprise. How could the usually diligent Yu Jiuxian still be asleep? Had he exhausted himself? Remembering the pretense he had maintained to cover for Yu Jiuxian's training, Mo Xiaotang felt a pang of guilt. Jiugu is not waking up. Perhaps you can tell Xiao Wu and Tao Zi to come find him this afternoon. Not waking up? Oscar was skeptical. He turned to Mo Xiaotang, asking if she had used the 5 awakening methods. I did push him, she replied, raising a hand in acknowledgement. So you didn't use the other 4? Oscar declared, rolling up his sleeves and entering the dormitory to grab a cup filled with water from the table. As he was about to splash the water, he hesitated, looking at the two at the door. Aren't you going to stop me? Aren't you the one who wants to wake him up? Why should we stop you? Mo Xiaotang tilted her head, puzzled. Oscar decided to leave the question of fate, placing the cup back down and stepping forward to Daimu Bai. I've provided the method. The actual execution should be left to our brave leader. Without hesitation, Daimu Bai shook his head no. Come dai lauda. You're being too timid, Oscar complained, his lips twitching. If you weren't timid, why did you put the cup down? Daimu Bai shot back. Oscar was left speechless and cleared his throat, ushering the other two outside and gently closing the door. Xiaotang mentioned telling Xiao Wu and Tao Zi that the Xian hasn't woken up, right? Let us go, or the fatty might come looking for us soon. With that, Oscar pulled the other two along as they descended the stairs. Meanwhile, downstairs, the fatty was lounging with his legs crossed and sneezed. Ningrong grong, hearing the commotion, glanced at him and asked, Are you unwell? If you're feeling ill, you should head back. Ma Hongjun patted his round belly, declaring, This physique isn't merely for show. With that physique, you still sneezed, Xiao Wu retorted, playfully swinging her legs. Have you not heard the saying that a scolding can lead to a sneeze? Ma Hongjun quipped, rolling his eyes as he supported his head in contemplation. After a moment, he pointed towards the dormitory building, suggesting it could very well be Oscar causing this. Xiao Wu, Tao Zi, and the other girls listened intently. And as Ma Hongjun finished speaking, they spotted Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, and Mo Xiaotang coming down the stairs. Excitedly, Xiao Wu jumped up, pulling them aside to look behind, only to find it empty, without even a trace of Yu Jiuxian. She pouted, "You've been gone so long. Where's the Xian?" "Well, after hunting for a soul ring, he traveled overnight and didn't he arrive any earlier than us. Given his current exhaustion, we chose not to disturb him," Oscar stated firmly. Hearing this, Xiao Wu nodded, recognizing that the Xian deserved a good rest. She turned to Dai Mu Bai and said, "Then let us head to the principal's office." Dai Mu Bai agreed, leading the group toward the office. However, Tao Zi, following behind, felt somewhat suspicious. After several days of travel, how was he still not recuperated? And, given his current state, she hadn't noticed anything during their dinner the previous day. She glanced at Mo Xiaotang, who had come down with them, knowing she must have information. However, since Mo Xiaotang chose not to speak, she decided to remain perceptive and silent. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's voice broke through her thoughts. "The principal and the master are there." The group paused and turned to follow Zhu Zhuqing's pointed finger toward a small pavilion in the garden. Flandre, noticing their arrival, waved them over. Adjusting his glasses, Flandre spoke in a serious tone. "You are here to inquire about Tang San, are you not?" Xiao nodded eagerly, "Yes. I noticed that Xiao San didn't return with you yesterday. Did you fail to find him?" "We found him," Lu Erlong, seated beside Flandre, sipped his tea and responded to Xiao Wu. "Then why hasn't he returned?" she asked, anxiously clutching her skirt. Lu Erlong gestured for Xiao Wu to sit on a stone chair and gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Xiao San is fine." "Fine? If he is fine, why the secrecy? And if he is okay, why hasn't he come back?" Xiao Wu pressed on. Flandre explained, "When we discovered him, he was accompanied by an old friend of ours, who expressed a desire to teach him, given his exceptional talent. I agreed, as it was for Xiao San's benefit." The group exchanged skeptical glances, and Flandre, noticing their expressions, playfully tapped the foreheads of the three young men, excluding Mo Xiaotang. Oscar winced as he rubbed his forehead, grumbling, "Principal, why only us three? I'm a man. How can I lay a hand on a girl?" Flandre retorted, poking Oscar's forehead. "Besides, you're still pursuing Ning Rongrong. How can you not know to treat girls with care? And what about Mo Xiaotang?" Oscar pointed at her. "If you don't hit girls, then Mo Xiaotang isnt1? Flandre crossed his arms and smirked. "Have you not heard the saying, 'It is better to offend 10 gentlemen than 1 lady'?" "I have," Oscar nodded. "But do you know the continuation?" Flandre leaned in, chuckling. "There's more?" Oscar shook his head, unaware of any further sayings. Dai Mu Bai, recalling their previous encounters with Yu Jiuxian, hesitated and inquired, "Could it be better to offend 10 women than 1 Yu Jiuxian?" Flandre patted his shoulder. "You have insight." Upon hearing these words, Ayasaka's grievances dissipated without a trace, and he chuckled in response. Indeed, if he were to strike Xiaodang, the formidable Daxian, in his role as protector, would undoubtedly wield his whip to seek out the dean. In response, Ma Hongjun expressed a thoughtful sound, noting that they could not contend with Yu Jiuxian and dare not pluck fur from the tiger's head. How could his teacher be any different? Where is the boldness of a 7-stage soul sage? The Daxian, who frequently challenged multitudes, was not to be trifled with. With his extraordinary pace of cultivation, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed me. In the presence of such an individual, it is wise to accumulate virtue and leave oneself a path for retreat. Flandre spoke earnestly, imparting wisdom to his disciples. Those who overheard Flandre's words suddenly recalled that Yu Jiuxian had mentioned wanting to challenge Yu Qianheng and his companions. Given the character of the 4th prince from the Royal Academy, it was likely that Shrek had already been placed on their blacklist, making it improbable for Daxian to challenge Yu Qianheng and his group. Ma Hongjun turned his head, his voice brimming with excitement. He did not doubt Yu Jiuxian's abilities. Indeed, he believed, individually, none of Yu Qianheng's 7 companions could rival Yu Jiuxian, yet their numbers were considerable, and with the presence of Jiu Exine Haitang, he felt the odds were precarious if Yu Jiuxian were to face 7 opponents. If Yu Jiuxian merely wished to compare skills, like before, he would certainly applaud from the sidelines. However, this time was different. Yu Jiuxian was fighting for their sake. If there was even a hint of danger, they wished for Yu Jiuxian not to partake. Others felt the same, relieved that Yu Jiuxian was spared the need to challenge. Yet in the next moment, Qin Ming, passing by, shattered their illusion by stating, "Are you saying that Yu Shiwedi challenged Tianheng and the others?" He finished his fight before you arrived. Hearts shattered across the room as everyone hurried to Qin Ming for results, even Flander and the master, curious to know more. Only Tao Dao and Lu Erlong remained in the pavilion, oblivious to the commotion. Meanwhile, Tianheng's companions were still lying in their dormitory, unable to rise, observing their anxious expressions. Qin Ming did not keep them in suspense and reveal the outcome. Daxian is formidable. Daxian is invincible. Daxian is the best. Standing at the back, Zhu Zhuqing smiled lightly, affirming that she had indeed chosen the right master. Around 3 in the afternoon, in dormitory 730, Yu Jiuxian, after completing his morning routine, stretched and sat on his bed, listening as Mo Xiaodong chattered about the events of the morning in his absence. "Brother, do you think Xiao San really went to study?" Mo Xiaodong asked dreamily, propping his chin on his hand. "Perhaps," Yu Jiuxian shrugged. In Chapter 85, the discussion shifted to Mo Xiaotong's perspective, as Flander's words led Ayasaka down a peculiar train of thought, and eventually, Tang San's situation was cast aside. By the time they recalled it, the dean and the master had already departed, leaving Lu Erlong to remind them. "Tang San has gone to study. You must not slacken your efforts." Tang San being taken away by Flander's old friend for study posed no issue on its own, but their deliberate avoidance of details about Tang San's studies felt suspicious. If he were to voice his thoughts, he would surely suspect something was amiss. Nevertheless, he ruffled Mo Xiaotong's hair, assuring him that Tang San was undoubtedly fine. Otherwise, the protective dean would not remain so composed. "Oh," Mo Xiaodong nodded, placing his faith in Yu Jiuxian. As Mo Xiaodong gazed at Yu Jiuxian, who had fallen asleep with his hair tousled, he recalled the visit from Xiao Wu and Tao Tao in the morning. He nudged Yu Jiuxian's leg, saying, "Brother, Xiao Wu and Tao Tao came looking for you." Yu Jiuxian replied, puzzled, as he could not recall their visit. "You were asleep when they came. Why didn't he wake you?" "Later, we want to find the dean," Mo Xiaodong explained with a hint of exasperation. Yu Jiuxian expressed that sleep was paramount, but now that he was awake, he had to address matters that had arisen during his slumber. "Did they mention what it was about?" Mo Xiaodong shook his head. Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, considering that 2 soul beasts sought him out, yet they had not clearly stated their purpose. Reminiscent of the time, Xiao Wu discreetly approached him upon discovering Tao Tao. Sighing, he put on his shoes and stood up, patting Mo Xiaotong's shoulder, instructing him to rest, before stepping out of the dormitory to see whom they had identified as kindred spirits. After a brief period, Xiao Wu and Tao Tao emerged together from the girls' dormitory, following Yu Jiuxian to the playground. Nearby boys observed the scene, exclaiming how fortunate this lad was. The girls, unwilling to be outdone, whispered to each other about the striking youth, wishing to be like his companions. With keen senses, Tao Dao furrowed her brow and suggested, "Let us go somewhere less crowded." "Why?" Yu Jiuxian turned to them, seeking an explanation. As fellow girls, Xiao Wu also felt reluctant to linger there, exchanging glances with Tao Tao. Yu Jiuxian observed the surroundings, noting nothing out of the ordinary, and wondered if perhaps his earlier suspicions held some truth. Surely they had not entered the realm of transformed soul beasts, had they? Uncertain of his thoughts, the 2 girls shared a glance, and together they urged Yu Jiuxian toward the academy's back mountain. "Ladies, what brings you to me?" Yu Jiuxian seated himself on the ground, regarding Xiao Wu and Tao Tao, who shared a glance before simultaneously expressing their gratitude. "Thank you." "Thank you?" Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, suspecting they sought medicinal herbs. He chuckled lightly, "No problem. After all, if they had been discovered, he would surely face myriad troubles." Tao Tao's eyes sparkled as she thought of the medicinal herbs within her small gourd, realizing that with more places to visit, they would soon deplete their supply if they shared. She inquired, "Is there any of that medicine left?" Yu Jiuxian shook his head. "This is the last bottle." observing the frown on Tao Tao's face. He understood the weight of the situation. However, the stock was indeed exhausted. In Chapter 86, 3 months later, the academy formerly known as Lamba Academy had been transformed into Shrek Academy. Inside the boys' dormitory 730, Mo shouting vigorously shook the sleeping Yu Jiuxian, exclaiming, "Brother, brother!" Awakened by the vigorous shaking, Yu Jiuxian opened his eyes with reluctance, thinking to himself that if it were anyone else, he would have surely reprimanded them. The last person to suffer such a fate, Ming Hao, had shivered at home. "What's wrong, shouting? Has the sky fallen or the earth caved in?" He grumbled as he hung from the edge of the bed, his expression one of despair from lack of sleep. Mo shouting shook his head, gripping Yu Jiuxian's wrist with excitement. "Neither. Brother, I've broken through to level 30. Level 30. Yu Jiuxian tumbled to the floor with a crash, scrambling to his feet in a flurry. Mo shouting was startled by his reaction, and just as he moved to assist him, Yu Jiuxian seized his shoulder, his excitement matching that of Mo shouting. "Shouting, you are amazing. Indeed, once my little flower exerts herself, everyone else pales in comparison." Mo shouting scratched his head. "Brother, you're exaggerating. In the past, when at the Evergreen Academy, such a feat might have seemed reasonable. However, in this talent-laden Shrek Academy, how could he ever feel deserving of his brother's praise? Exaggerating? This is simply the truth." Yu Jiuxian embraced Mo Xiaotang's shoulder, exuding an air of pride. Observing Yu Jiuxian's demeanor, Mo Xiaotang could not help but chuckle. Surely, his elder brother had not been this exhilarated even when he himself achieved a breakthrough. His calmness during his own advancement was akin to the mundane act of eating or drinking, leading Su Zhe to mistakenly believe that his progress was merely a figment of his imagination. Returning to the matter at hand, Yu Jiuxian, gazing at the obedient Mo Xiaotang, suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Xiao Haitang, would you like to experience the exhilarating sensation of making an extraordinary impact after a period of silence?" Naturally, Montauk Xiaotang was intrigued, but he wondered if he was truly capable of such a feat with you, my elder brother, by my side. It must be possible. Noticing Montauk Xiaotang's hesitation, Yu Jiuxian confidently patted his own chest. An hour later, at the office of the dean, Flandre responded to the knocking sound, inviting them to enter. Yu Jiuxian patted Mo Xiaotang's shoulder and mouthed reassuringly that success was certain, given that Yu Jiuxian had frequently taken leave during his time at Chongqing. Mo Xiaotang had no doubt regarding his elder brother's capabilities. Observing this, Yu Jiuxian waved his hand, signaling Mo Xiaotang to follow him inside. Flandre, seated in a rocking chair, glanced up at the unexpected visitors and chuckled upon recognizing Yu Jiuxian and Mo Xiaotang. "What brings you two here unannounced?" He stood up and ushered them onto the sofa. "What wind has blown you here?" Yu Jiuxian shrugged, dismissing the inquiry. "No matter the wind, it's all good. Dean, I have matters to attend to and wish to take my little Hai Tang away for a few days." "A few days?" Flandre stroked his gray-white beard. "If you have something to do, then go ahead, but why take little Hai Tang with you?" "I am merely concerned that my little Hai Tang might be bullied if left alone here," Yu Jiuxian replied, his voice dropping as he pondered his words. At this, Flandre slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Now that's something I cannot abide. What do you mean by leaving Mo Xiaotang here to be bullied? After all these years, my reputation for protection is not built on mere money, but on strength and undeniable fact." Seeing Flandre getting worked up, Yu Jiuxian gently patted his back to ease the tension. "Let me rephrase that. Although Lanba Academy has been renamed Shrek Academy, the original students remain. And my little Hai Tang is rather shy, so I decided to take him with me." As he continued to speak, Flandre's irritation mounted, and he sighed. "You really do have a way with words, don't you? Fine, go ahead." "Thank you, Dean, for your approval," Yu Jiuxian replied courteously, before hastily pulling Mo Xiaotang along as they departed, leaving Flandre shaking his head in bemusement. At the school gate, Taozi had just returned with fresh fruit when she spotted Yu Jiuxian and Mo Xiaotang preparing to leave. She approached them, inquiring, "Hey, Xiao Tian, where are you off to?" Mo Xiaotang shook his head, indicating that he could not disclose that information at the moment. Tao Zi turned to Yu Jiuxian, who merely shrugged. She pouted, finding the situation rather mysterious. I left something in the dormitory, so, Xiao Haitang, wait for me here while I go retrieve it. Observing Tao Zi's forlorn expression, Yu Jiuxian sighed and patted Mo Xiaotang's shoulder before leaving to find trouble. As she watched Yu Jiuxian's departing figure, Mo Xiaotang's mind whirled. Had he truly forgotten something? He had checked thoroughly before leaving. Tao Zi, noticing his confusion, smiled slyly. Realizing that her feelings for him were indeed reciprocated, she approached Mo Xiaotang once more, asking, if you can't say where you're going, could you at least tell me when you'll be back? I can manage that. Mo Xiaotang estimated about 10 days. Upon hearing this, Tao Zi's face paled. 10 days without seeing Mo Xiaotang felt akin to a dagger to her heart. She clutched her chest, nearly in tears. Mo Xiaotang touched his nose, puzzled as to where he had gone wrong. Is it not acceptable to go? Tao Zi tugged gently on his sleeve with her fingers. Not go. He has just achieved a breakthrough. How could he possibly stay behind? He shook his head resolutely, realizing there was no room for negotiation. Tao Zi retrieved the fruit she had purchased and cleaned it with her soul guide's water pouch before offering it to him. Take this to eat on your journey. But this is what you bought for yourself. I cannot accept it, Mo Xiaotang insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. Tao Zi thrust the basket into his arms, stating, it was meant for you anyway, before turning and departing. As he held the basket of rosy peaches, Mo Xiaotang's cheeks flushed with warmth. Meanwhile, Yu Jiuxian, who had gone to fetch something from the dormitory, sat on the stone steps, counting ants out of sheer boredom. After reaching 100, he raised his head, stretching his aching neck. Surely by now, they would have finished their conversation. They had not yet united, and it had been quite a while. Yu Jiuxian glanced at the gray stone tiles, engaging in self-reflection. With that thought, he stood up, brushed off the dirt from his legs, ruffled his hair, and casually retrieved a vial of injury ointment from his jade ring, striding towards the school gate. Brother, don't you have healing abilities? Why are you bringing injury ointment? Mo Xiaotang inquired as he walked alongside him, holding the jade vial. Well, if the injuries are not severe, it's better to use ointment. When hunting for soul rings, there are many opportunities to exert soul power. Every little bit saved counts. Yu Jiuxian swallowed hard, quickly concocting an explanation. Mo Xiaotang nodded in agreement, fully convinced of his elder brother's wisdom. Of course, Yu Jiuxian replied with a smile, wiping the cold sweat from his brow when Mo Xiaotang was not looking. By the way, brother, I overheard you telling the dean that you were worried I would be bullied, which is why you're taking me along. Is that true? If so, why didn't you take me last time? Mo Xiaotang innocently shifted his focus from the ointment to another matter of curiosity. Yu Jiuxian pouted in frustration, pondering how to explain. The last time I went hunting for soul beasts, they were certainly over 6,000 years old, perhaps even more. I fear that you might get hurt if I brought you along. Besides, Mu Bai and the others would surely take good care of you under my imposing presence. Listening to Yu Jiuxian's words, Mo Xiaotang tilted his head. But what about this time? This time? Yu Jiuxian chuckled lightly. Now that the academy has so many students, even if they take good care of you, there may still be gaps in their vigilance. And I worry that those students might bully you. But this morning, brother praised me for being formidable. Mo Xiaotang crossed his arms defensively, turning away in displeasure. Observing Mo Xiaotang's harmless demeanor, Yu Jiuxian's heart softened. Indeed, his little flower was quite remarkable, but what if they opted for a group attack? A capable little flower might not fear them, but his elder brother would surely be concerned. I feel that with you by my side. I can stride confidently through the world. Mo Xiaotang remarked with a grin, voicing his sentiments. Do you wish to stride confidently? Yu Jiuxian mused, realizing that his little brother needed to put in more effort. He ruffled Mo Xiaotang's hair, declaring, I shall grant you that. An hour later, Yu Jiuxian arrived at the outskirts of the Sunset Forest Inn with Mo Xiaotang. We are about to enter the Sunset Forest. Let us rest well today to conserve our energy, so we can be fully prepared to face the soul beast tomorrow. Approaching the front desk, he found no staff present. Only a group of rough-looking men wielding large knives, swaggering about. Just as Yu Jiuxian was about to draw his Jiulong whip, He remembered Mo Xiaotang was behind him and refrained from being too aggressive. They have taken over this place. Let us depart. Since fighting is not an option, let us change our location. Out of sight, out of mind, as Yue Jiuxian remarked as she took hold of Ma Xiaodong. Ma Xiaodong had no objections. Just as the two were about to exit the hotel, a thug's underling brandished a knife, glancing at the duo before resolutely pointing it towards the more vulnerable Ma Xiaodong. Yue Jiuxian cast a sidelong glance at the blade resting against Ma Xiaotong's neck, her naturally relaxed hand clenching into a fist, the bones audibly cracking. Why was it that every time she intended to show kindness, it was never accepted? Turning to confront the thug seated at the desk, she declared, "I'll count to 3. Have your men lower the knife." The thug, stroking his chin, sensed no fluctuation of soul power from this young lad. Observing the other individual beside him, clearly just a 30-level novice without a soul ring, he surmised that this lad was comparable in strength to his companion. What reason did he have to heed the words of a mere child? He waved dismissively at his underlings, declaring, "These two are wealthy. Boys, strip them of their belongings." As the thugs approached, Ma Xiaotong instinctively shrank back, hastily retrieving her storage soul guide, pleading, "Please, don't resort to violence. I can give you what you want." The thug thought to himself, "Indeed, 2 naive children." He remarked, "The young master is quite clever." He then gestured with 2 fingers to his subordinates. The advancing thug stepped back, while the one beside Ma Xiaodong lowered his knife and reached for the hand-ring storage soul guide. Seeing the knife removed from Ma Xiaotong's neck, Yue Jiuxian narrowed her eyes and, before the thug could touch the storage ring, swiftly pulled Ma Xiaotong into her embrace and delivered a powerful kick to the underling behind her. The thug clutched his groin, collapsing to the ground in agony. Yue Jiuxian scoffed, thinking that anyone daring to threaten him deserved to be rendered incapable of procreation. Noticing Ma Xiaotong's subtle movements, she looked down and saw the girl covering her eyes. "Ah, and what are you doing giving them anything? Did your money come from the wind?" Ma Xiaodong, gazing up at Yue Jiuxian, who stood half a head taller, replied earnestly, "But it's not my money." Yue Jiuxian was momentarily taken aback. Raising her hand to gently tap Ma Xiaodong on the forehead, "I am seeking justice for you, and here you are undermining me." While it was particularly painful, Ma Xiaotong instinctively rubbed her forehead, retracting her head. "I'm sorry, brother. Please continue." Yue Jiuxian chuckled softly. Chapter 89. Compensation for mental distress. Having slipped something into Ma Xiaodong's arms, Yue Jiuxian ushered her out of the hotel and promptly closed the door behind them. Observing the throng of thugs outside, she reminded Ma Xiaodong, "Cover your ears, little Haidang." "Okay," Ma Xiaodong responded, raising her voice high. Listening to the commotion inside, Ma Xiaodong pressed her hand against her heart, thrilled that Jiuxian was taking action. "Oh wait, I promise to cover my ears." She quickly found a gap in the door and peered inside, covering her ears. Inside the hotel, the thug exclaimed, "Do you know I'm a 39-level soul master?" As he watched Yue Jiuxian approach, he flipped over the desk, retreating step by step. Yue Jiuxian licked her lips. 39, is it? Quite impressive. So why are you so fearful of me?" The thug glared at her, unable to comprehend the source of her confidence. Releasing his martial spirit, he wielded a 2-meter-long blade, feeling a slight sense of safety. Pointing the long knife at Yue Jiuxian, he menacingly threatened, "Hand over your money, and I will spare you too." To spare him? This was the most ludicrous jest he had heard in 12 years. A smirk crept across his face as he positioned the Mia Xinxiang at the entrance, creating a barrier that ensured no sounds or visuals escaped. He leisurely retrieved the Jiulong whip, declaring, "Financial resources are crucial, but they are to be left for me." Yue Day. Upon hearing Yue Jiuxian demand they pay him instead, the thug immediately rallied his brothers to attack. "You underestimate yourself," Yue Jiuxian coldly retorted, wielding the Jiulong whip. In a swift motion, she struck down 2 thugs at a time, and soon only she and the thug remained standing. "Will you surrender or not?" Yue Jiuxian queried, standing a short distance from the thug. The thug, witnessing his comrades' cries of pain, exhaled heavily. Although he was somewhat afraid, he could not bear the thought of relinquishing his life's essence. He gripped the long knife, waiting for the moment Yue Jiuxian lowered her guard. then unleashed his third soul skill, blade drawing water. Yue Jiuxian was somewhat surprised by the long knife hurtling toward her. She had not detected the sneak attack. With a smirk, she transformed the Jiulong whip into the Jiulong staff, aiming carefully before effortlessly sending the long knife flying. The knife grazed the thug's head before embedding itself into the wall, causing him to kneel on the floor, swallowing hard as he gingerly checked if his neck and head were still attached. My brother was just frightened by your men. Shouldn't you compensate for the mental distress? Yue Jiuxian crouched down, staring intently at the thug. The thug stiffly nodded and, under Yue Jiuxian's gaze, trembled as he presented his life essence with both hands. You are quite discerning. Yue Jiuxian accepted the thug's storage ring, rising to her feet and walking to the door to stow away the Mieshinxiang. As the barrier dissipated, she pushed open the door and stepped outside. Upon seeing Yue Jiuxian emerge, Ma Xiaotong leaped forward, clinging to her while secretly observing the situation within. The thug knelt on the ground, visibly shaken, while the underlings lay scattered, none severely harmed. Go! Yue Jiuxian pulled Ma Xiaotong away and placed the spoils from the thug into her hands. What is this? Ma Xiaotong blinked in surprise at the item she held. Compensation for your mental distress. Yue Jiuxian shrugged casually. Hearing the term mental distress compensation, Ma Xiaotong pursed her lips. Though Yue Jiuxian was not her biological brother, he treated her even better than a true brother would. Chapter 90, A Gift for Breakthrough. Entering the forest, were you thinking? Let us quickly find another hotel to rest. Yue Jiuxian ruffled Ma Xiaotong's hair, urging her to regain her focus. All right, Ma Xiaotong replied, trailing behind Yue Jiuxian, handing over the black dagger that Jiuxian had given her earlier. Yue Jiuxian glanced at it but did not take it, saying, keep it. Consider it a gift from your brother to celebrate your breakthrough to level 30. A gift for my breakthrough? This was the first gift Yue Jiuxian had ever given him. Ma Xiaotong tenderly caressed the black dagger, smiling, thank you, brother. Yue Jiuxian tilted her head, amused by how easily satisfied she was. What a simple-minded little one you are. She draped an arm around Ma Xiaotong's shoulder and imparted a few words of caution. Before using it, remember to let your blood touch the gem on the dagger to establish a bond. Be careful not to injure yourself. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotong looked at Yue Jiuxian. Establish a bond? Is this a divine weapon? My brother just gave it to me? What kind of celestial brother is he? Recalling the name she had given the dagger previously, Yue Jiuxian shook her head. No, you can name it Little Haidang. Shinjuanin, Ma Xiaotong, strained her brain, uttering those three characters as they entered the newly found hotel. Shinjuanin? Got a piece. Yue Jiuxian paused, taken aback, but said nothing further, surprised that the little one believed in deities. The following dawn, in the Luri forest, as she gazed at the early rising Yu Jiuxian, Mo Xiaotang's face was filled with surprise. How could her brother awaken so early without anyone calling him? Was he still in stupor? With his thought, she playfully struck Yu Jiuxian. Regardless of the circumstances, Mo Xiaotang was a fierce, attack-type soul master, and her strength was certainly greater than that of an average person. The sudden impact would be hard for Yu Jiuxian to ignore. Just as he was about to yelp in pain, he noticed Mo Xiaotang's eager gaze, and he thought to himself how embarrassing it would be to cry out now. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Mo Xiaotang with a questioning expression. What was the matter? Mo Xiaotang murmured, indeed, he must be dreaming. I knew he wouldn't be up this early. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian felt bewildered. He shot an irritated glare at Mo Xiaotang. This ungrateful little rascal. Who did he wake up so early for? It seemed his good intentions were all for naught. With a display of his strength, Yu Jiuxian lifted Mo Xiaotang effortlessly and began to walk toward the tree. As he was being carried along, Mo Xiaotang flailed her arms in confusion. Oh dear, if this is a dream, why does it feel so real? Could it actually not be a dream? Reaching a tree, Yu Jiuxian set Mo Xiaotang down and gave her head a gentle rub. Once she was fully alert, he seriously advised her, Mo Xiaotang, we have entered the sunset forest, and we must be vigilant. Do not act foolishly. Stay close to me and be cautious. If things seem amiss, run immediately. Do you understand? Yes, Mo Xiaotang replied, though in her heart she thought, brother thinks I am too weak. If danger arises, I will certainly charge forward as a shield for him, giving him the time to escape. Running away alone? What kind of man would that be? Yu Jiuxian, unaware of her inner thoughts, asked before they ventured further. The range of poisonous mist here is extensive. Did you take the antidote pill I gave you? Montak Xiao Tang nodded. Seeing that, Yu Jiuxian brandished his Jiolong whip, leading the way as Mo Xiaotang followed closely behind. They traversed a considerable distance, encountering numerous soul beasts, yet none captured Mo Xiaotang's interest. The right soul beast is not easily found. Let us rest for a moment, Yu Jiuxian said, noticing Mo Xiaotang's disappointment. Mo Xiaotang nodded in agreement, recalling how her father and sister had accompanied her on soul beast hunts that often took quite a while, but ultimately yielded a bountiful return. Moreover, this time her brother was personally leading the expedition. All she needed to do was obediently follow his instructions. While they sat idly, Yu Jiuxian chewed on a blade of grass, leaning against a tree as he chatted with Mo Xiaotang about mundane matters. However, while the conversation appeared casual, his thoughts were occupied with the unsettling events from the previous day at the hotel where the young one had been threatened, showcasing remarkable composure in the face of fear as she deftly retrieved the soul guide device without a hint of hesitation. Casually, he remarked, by the way, I noticed you handled the money quite adeptly yesterday. You must be accustomed to spending. Not all. Montak Xiao Tang instinctively retorted, tossing a peach she had been about to eat toward Yu Jiuxian. He caught the succulent fruit, teasing, how could that be? I was still processing everything when you had already removed the storage ring. That was merely, Mo Xiaotang began to explain, but as memories of embarrassing experiences flooded back, she fell silent. What is there that cannot be shared with your brother? Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, pouring water from a flask while rinsing the peach. Mo Xiaotang pursed her lips, realizing he had a point. But if I share, you must not laugh at me. At this, Yu Jiuxian nodded solemnly. When I was young, my health was poor and my father and sister never allowed me outside. The more they restricted me, the more I yearned for freedom. So, every time they left without me, I would sneak out, as Mo Xiaotang continued. Her voice grew softer until Yu Jiuxian could see her lips moving but heard no sound. He lowered his gaze, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder to ease her tension. What happened after you snuck out? Tell me. I was frail, and they didn't like me. Some less fortunate children, seeing my better clothing, would ask me for money. When I gave too much, it was purely instinctive, Mo Xiaotang confessed, scratching the back of her head in embarrassment. Money? Wasn't that extortion? Yu Jiuxian pondered, wondering how long she had endured such treatment that it became instinctive behavior. How had she managed to maintain her gentle demeanor towards the world despite these experiences? Being kind to the world is not inherently difficult. The challenge lies in sustaining that kindness. There was once someone like her, but he had been unable to maintain his resolve. Yu Jiuxian took a deep breath with his eyes closed, and when he opened them again, a calmness had washed over him. Yet, Mo Xiaotang, standing nearby, could still discern the shadowy emotions lurking within his dark gaze. Mo Xiaotang, write down the names of those individuals. I will travel great distances to ensure they suffer for their actions. Seeing his brother so affected, Mo Xiaotang stared at Yu Jiuxian, who appeared on the verge of slumber. She chuckled softly, it's been so long. How could I possibly remember their names? By the way, you are truly gentle. Gentle? Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, puzzled by how such a term could be associated with him. Just as he was about to refute this notion, Mo Xiaotang shook her head, countering her own assertion. No, it seems you are only gentle with me. After all, in the eyes of Dai Mu Bai and the others, his brother's reputation was more fearsome than that of a harbinger of doom. However, she had never witnessed it herself. All the negative rumors stemmed from those around him. Were it not for their kindness toward her brother, she might have suspected they were deliberately maligning him. Listening to Mo Xiaotang's words, Yu Jiuxian's brows furrowed. Just as he was about to hand the peach to her, his pupils narrowed, and in a flash, he pulled Mo Xiaotang behind him, lowering his voice. Mo Xiaotang, ascend. In an instant, Mo Xiaotang found herself behind Yu Jiuxian, still a bit dazed as she steadied herself. Before she could process what was happening, she instinctively unleashed her martial spirit and soared into the air. When she finally regained her senses and looked down, she was astonished to see Yu Jiuxian engaged in combat with a massive black tiger. Connecting the dots, she realized that the formidable beast had likely appeared behind her, and had Yu Jiuxian not pulled her back, she would have become its prey. A shiver ran down her spine at the thought. However, fear must give way to courage. Rolling up her sleeves, she prepared to assist, her gaze fixed intently below. As soon as an opportunity presented itself, she unleashed her first soul skill, Featherblade. From a short distance, Yu Jiuxian heard the mighty roars of the black tiger and glanced upward. Witnessing Mo Xiao Tang release thousands of feather-like projectiles that sliced through the air like blades. A smile crept onto his face as he gave her a thumbs up. Their coordination was impeccable. Mo Xiao Tang smiled back, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Just as the two exchanged glances, the black tiger, unwilling to remain under pressure, retaliated, slamming its paw into the ground, causing the earth beneath them to crack. As the fissures threatened to reach them, Yu Jiuxian leaped onto a nearby tree and waved to Mo Xiao Tang in the air, signaling her to come closer. Mo Xiao Tang flapped his wings a couple of times and arrived at Yu Jiuxian's side, where he heard his brother inquire about the formidable dark creature. The giant black tiger, with its recent display of strength, clearly boasted considerable offensive power. If he could absorb the soul ring of such a beast, it would be quite advantageous. However, it likely exceeded the age limit for his third soul ring absorption. Don't like it? Yu Jiuxian offered to accompany him in the search for another. Seeing Mo Xiao Tang remain silent after a long observation, Yu Jiuxian assumed he was reluctant to voice his discontent, and thus affectionately ruffled Mo Xiao Tang's hair. Mo Xiao Tang shook his head, explaining that the soul beast was probably beyond the age he could absorb. Age? Yu Jiuxian glanced at the giant black tiger. Aside from its first soul ring, the other three did not adhere to the absorption age limits, which had led him to focus solely on capabilities when seeking soul beasts for Mo Xiao Tang. No wonder the little one had been unsatisfied during their journey. The issue lay here. He was determined to secure this soul beast for Mo Xiao Tang. Yu Jiuxian found a stable spot to land and charged toward the giant black tiger. Given that this soul beast was over 3,000 years old, direct absorption could be fatal for the little one. However, his Mize gun could convert energy. Mo Xiao Tang sighed as he watched Yu Jiuxian confront the giant black tiger, realizing that acquiring it was only half the battle. Mo Xiao Tang had to be capable of absorbing it. After a while, he observed the giant black tiger, now on the ground and shedding tears. Yu Jiuxian smirked and gestured for Mo Xiao Tang to deliver the final blow. Are you sure? What if I explode upon absorption? If something happens to Xiao Hua, you will pay with your life. Yu Jiuxian chuckled and pulled Mo Xiao Tang in front of the giant black tiger. Chapter 93. The Giant Black Tiger. Hunting for soul rings, too. The giant black tiger lay on the ground, watching the two humans with disdain. After struggling to reach its current level, it resented the idea of becoming a soul ring for that little child, though it couldn't contend with the human who had injured it. The child who sought to absorb its soul ring would not have it easy either. Its dark eyes fixed on the child as he approached with a dagger, and just as the boy drew near, it leaped forward, its massive paw aimed at the child's face. Yu Jiuxian, who had been attentively monitoring the situation, swiftly moved to Mo Xiao Tang's side. Noticing the proximity of the giant black tiger, he wrapped his arms around Mo Xiao Tang and turned his back to absorb the blow. As the giant black tiger lunged again, he forcefully pushed Mo Xiao Tang aside and unleashed a series of fiery strikes from his Julong whip upon the beast. The already wounded giant black tiger visibly weakened with each lash. Enduring the pain, Yu Jiuxian took a breath and tightened the whip around the creature's neck, then beckoned Mo Xiao Tang to finish it off. All right, Mo Xiao Tang replied, his legs trembling as he approached Yu Jiuxian, observing the frightened expression on his brother's face. Yu Jiuxian sighed, lifting Mo Xiao Tang's hand holding the dagger and guiding it toward the giant black tiger's chest. After a brief struggle, the creature ceased to move, and a purple soul ring emerged beneath it. Hearing the faint sounds nearby, Mo Xiao Tang regained his senses, only to see his brother's bloodied back. Tears streamed down his face as he sank to the ground, filled with fear. Why did you shield me? I am taller and stronger. I should be your shield. Yu Jiuxian shrugged and admitted he had failed to protect him, allowing the massive tiger to retaliate. While blocking the attack alleviated some of his burden. He raised his hand to wipe Mo Xiaotang's tears. I don't want you to shield me. No. Mo Xiaotang pushed Yu Jiuxian's hand away, shaking his head vigorously. Unwilling to witness his brother's injury, let alone suffer for him. Yu Jiuxian nodded in agreement, recognizing that in this moment, Mo Xiaotang was paramount. Whatever he said was to be obeyed. Then swear it. Mo Xiaotang insisted, pulling Yu Jiuxian's hand to compel him to make an oath. In response, Yu Jiuxian dutifully swore, invoking various dire curses upon himself should he ever shield Mo Xiaotang from harm again. The innocent Mo Xiaotang listened, utterly convinced, and even ceased his sobbing. Observing this, Yu Jiuxian stifled a chuckle, amused by Mo Xiaotang's innocence. With the commotion settled, it was time to focus on the task at hand. Yu Jiuxian retrieved the Mise Hen gun and placed it beside the giant black tiger, preparing it to absorb the soul ring. Once completed, he urged Mo Xiaotang to absorb the soul ring. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Xiaotang seated himself on the ground. This soul beast had been captured through his brother's efforts, and he could not let that sacrifice go to waste. Just before closing his eyes, he fixed his gaze on Yu Jiuxian and urged him to tend to his wounds. All right, Yu Jiuxian replied with a smile. Chapter 94. Haitang presents a gift. Right arm soul bone as Mo Xiaotang absorbed the energy from the Mise Hen gun. Yu Jiuxian stood and removed his soiled clothing. After applying medicine to his back, he wrapped his wounds in a bandage. Once donned in fresh attire, he scattered insect repellent around the area, unwilling to spend the night being bitten. Just as he was about to sprinkle powder near Mo Xiaotang, he noticed a bone glowing faintly by the giant black tiger. Drawing from his experience with soul bones, he recognized it instantly as a right arm bone. Given that the giant black tiger's power resided predominantly in its forelimbs, obtaining this right arm bone was indeed fortuitous for Mo Xiaotang. An hour later, Mo Xiaotang slowly opened his eyes after absorbing the transformed energy. Just as he intended to rise, Yu Jiuxian tossed a pale object toward him from under a nearby tree. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a bone. What do you want with this? This is the right arm soul bone of the giant black tiger. Absorb it just like the soul ring. Mo Xiaotang stared at the unremarkable bone in his hand, his mouth agape in disbelief. This was indeed a soul bone. He hurriedly approached Yu Jiuxian, offering the bone. Are you hesitant to absorb it? Yu Jiuxian straightened, shedding his casual demeanor. Mo Xiaotang shook his head, asserting his courage as a man, declaring he would not shy away from absorption. Rather, he wished to give the soul bone to his brother. Knowing how rare soul bones were and how kind Yu Jiuxian had been to him, he wanted to share this treasure. Absorb it. This is your first soul bone. Yu Jiuxian shook his head, returning the bone. While soul bones were indeed precious, he believed Mo Xiaotang would encounter more in the future. I want my brother to absorb the first soul bone. Mo Xiaotang mumbled, feeling disheartened. Your first soul bone? Yu Jiuxian chuckled. Little one, I already have 3. You should absorb it. Huh? Mo Xiaotang tilted his head, astonished by his brother's prowess. However, he remained unconvinced. Surely having more soul bones was advantageous. With his brother already possessing 3, wouldn't absorbing this one only enhance his strength further? Brother, this is the first gift from Xiaotang to you. You should not refuse it. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian pursed his lips, realizing that the little one must have felt quite disheartened by his previous rejections. He subsequently placed the soul bone into his spatial ring, gently ruffling the little one's hair and expressing his gratitude. Although he had not absorbed it, Yu Jiuxian accepting it brought a radiant smile to Mo Xiaotang's face. Now that we have absorbed the soul ring, shall we proceed? Very well. Mo Xiaotang nodded, wrapping his arm around Yu Jiuxian's waist as they moved forward. However, Yu Jiuxian furrowed his brow, letting out a soft groan, as the little one's arm inadvertently pressed against his wound. Mo Xiaotang halted, turning to glance at the area behind Yu Jiuxian. Noticing a substantial amount of blood seeping from the spot where he was being embraced. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "What happened? Did you not treat your wound while I absorbed the soul ring?" After such a long time, with such a severe injury, How much pain must you have endured? Why did you not tend to yourself? My healing has increasingly severe side effects as my soul power grows, and it consumes a considerable amount of energy. You require protection while absorbing the soul ring. If I had treated myself, I would have depleted most of my soul power, and should a soul beast appear at that moment, it would have been disastrous. Now that I have absorbed the soul ring, please heal yourself quickly. The sunset forest is fraught with danger. I can manage for now, but we must address this once we are outside. I will carry you. Very well. Chapter 95. Side effects and reminiscing Mo Xiao Tang crouched down, allowing Yu Jiuxian to climb onto his back, and gradually rose. Ensuring his brother would not fall, he released his Qing Niao martial soul, spreading his wings to soar, feeling the rhythmic rise and fall of his brother's breath. He was reminded of a memory from long ago concerning healing. At that time, the two of them are on their way to Shrek Academy in Soto City. Xiaojiu, when will we arrive at Shrek Academy? In another day or two. Why? Are you struggling, Xiao Haitang? Not all. I just feel that Shrek Academy is so far from Chongqing. This is my first time venturing so far from home. Is that so? You will need to get accustomed to it, as there are many more distant journeys ahead with me. Mo Xiaotang nodded with a smile, intending to ask Yu Jiuxian about his future destinations when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his foot. Looking down, he gasped. A snake as gray as ash, about 3 fingers thick and half the length of an adult, was coiled around his ankle. Having ventured out rarely, he could not discern whether it was venomous, causing his legs to go weak as he attempted to call out to Yu Jiuxian ahead. Just then, the snake bit into his calf, silencing him in fear of alarming it. After walking a few steps, Yu Jiuxian noticed that his companion had not followed and turned to look back. His keen observation quickly revealed the snake wrapped around Mo Xiaotang's ankle. Judging by its coloration, it appeared to be non-venomous. But Mo Xiaotang's expression indicated he was unaware and frightened. He bent down, picked up a palm-sized stone, and hurled it at the snake. Mo Xiaotang had been fixated on Yu Jiuxian's figure, and as he witnessed the action of picking up the stone, he braced himself for pain in his ankle. Instead, he heard a whoosh, and the crawling sensation vanished. Looking down, he saw that the snake had been struck down. Moreover, Yu Jiuxian's throw had been powerful enough to sever the creature in two. He limped toward Yu Jiuxian. Xiaojiu, that snake's bite hurt quite a bit. It isn't venomous, is it? Will you be upset if I can't accompany you to the academy? Hearing Mo Xiaotang's sorrowful words, Yu Jiuxian could not help but chuckle. Just because it hurts does not mean it's poisonous. Even if it were, you need not worry. I shall provide you with treatment. Mo Xiaotang blinked his glistening eyes in surprise. Really? Yu Jiuxian shook his head, releasing his Lingwen fan and applying it twice toward Mo Xiaotang. Instantly, the latter felt rejuvenated. The pain in his foot subsided and fatigue vanished. Ecstatic, he embraced Yu Jiuxian, believing he had narrowly escaped a premature demise. Yu Jiuxian, taken aback by the sudden affection, patted Mo Xiaotang's back with a wry smile. Look at your timid nature. Let us hurry to Silvis. I am famished, right? Montauk Cio Tang exclaimed, releasing Yu Jiuxian with blinding speed and sprinting ahead. Yu Jiuxian paused, puzzled by the little one's sudden burst of energy. That way leads to a cliff. Go right. I know, Xiaojiu, you were just too slow. Yu Jiuxian placed one hand on his chest and leisurely waved the Lingwen fan, ignoring Mo Xiaotang's remarks as he sauntered behind. As the memories faded, Mo Xiaotang, with tears in his eyes, carried Yu Jiuxian on his back. At that moment, he had believed Yu Jiuxian was simply fatigued from their long journey. But now he realized that Yu Jiuxian had been suffering from the effects of his side effects. He turned to glance at the drowsy figure on his back, inhaling deeply to suppress his emotions, and silently vowed an oath. Chapter 96. Discovering Tang San. No more sabotage in the Yuji Hotel. Room 0712. Yu Jiuxian rubbed his neck and sat up in bed. Under Mo Xiaotang's watchful gaze, he completed his self-treatment, patting his relatively fit body. He addressed Mo Xiaotang. You can rest easy now, correct? Yes, Mo Xiaotang nodded, relieved that the wound had been treated. As he watched Yu Jiuxian prepare to pack, the latter recalled the aura he had sensed when protecting Mo Xiaotang. He tapped the bed frame, Since we did not specify to the dean how many days we would be absent, Xiao Haitang, let us linger here for a few more days. Sounds good. Upon hearing Mo Xiao Tang's enthusiastic agreement, Yu Xian was momentarily speechless. The quick acceptance caught him off guard, leaving him unprepared, and he could only nod stiffly. Days later, fully restored in soul power, Yu Xian, after conferring with Mo Xiao Tang, stepped into the sunset forest, grasping the Jiu Long Whip. Approaching the center of the forest, he halted, retrieved the Mieshin gun, murmuring a few words to it before casting it into the distance. He then sat beneath a tree, patiently awaiting news. He hoped that the one he sought still remembered the Mieshin gun. On the other side, Tang Sin sat by the eye of ice and fire, staring blankly at the sky. Having been away for so long, he wondered how Master and Xiao Wu were doing. Observing the sun's position, he propped himself up and slowly stood, intending to gather herbs for crafting some items, when a white spear suddenly startled him, causing him to retreat a couple of steps. The Mieshan gun swayed slightly, then pointed toward the direction from which Tang San had come. Frowning, Tang Sin pondered. What is this? A martial soul? It does not seem like it. The Mieshan gun repeated its earlier actions, but Tang San remained perplexed. After several attempts, the Mieshan gun, sensing Tang San's confusion, pointed directly at him, evoking certain memories in Tang San. During the initial phase of training, when Ashur had them defeated one by one, he recalled Yu Xian being summoned to battle as well. The memory was difficult to revisit, but at the end of the challenge, Yu Xian had wielded this very spear. But how did this long spear end up here? Could it be that Yu Xian is also present? He gazed at the Mieshan gun and inquired, is Xian here as well? The name Xian has been mentioned a few times by the Mieshan Chong in the presence of Yu Xian. So it is naturally understood that Xian refers to Yu Xian. It seems that this young man has caught on. He stands upright with the gun barrel, shaking it up and down twice. Tang San is instantly filled with joy. Where is he? The Mieshan Chong shakes the gun barrel and then flies towards the recently arrived location. Seeing this, Tang San closely follows behind. After a moment, under the guidance of the Mieshan Chong, Tang San successfully meets Yu Xian. How did you come here, Xian? I wanted to ask you the same. How did you end up here? Well, that's a long story. Then let us keep it brief. Upon hearing this, Tang San helplessly smiles and briefly recounts his circumstances. They are aware that he had a confrontation with the Huang Do battle team, and within that team, Du Gu Yin is the granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. After he solved her by Lin Shi poison, he informed the poisoned Douluo of this situation. The poisoned Douluo believed in his talent for poison and took him to Lanba Academy, expressing a desire to teach him some things. Chapter 97, A Small Trial. Beyond expectations at this point, Tang San licks his lips. You know, I am skilled in poison. To be guided by the poisoned Douluo is indeed a coveted opportunity. So I followed him to his lair, the setting sun forest. Yu Xian nods. This story is quite well told. After all, half-truth can be the most convincing. However, seeing how earnestly you crafted this tale, I shall not spoil it. He turns his Na Jie around, straightens his brow, and asks about the matters that concern him. Have you encountered any other Douluo in this area recently? Other Douluo? Tang San ponders for a moment before shaking his head. I haven't seen any. None at all. To be honest, this answer disappoints Yu Xian slightly. However, with Tang San present, he conceals his emotions, retracts the Mieshan Chong, and walks towards the outskirts of the forest. If you haven't seen any, then I shall return. Tang San is taken aback. Wasn't Yu Xian looking for him? He calls out to the already turning Yu Xian. Aren't you going to ask when I will return? I am not Xiao Wu, nor you Xiao Haitang. Yu Xian continues walking, raising his arm to wave dismissively at the person behind him. Tang San is momentarily stunned. Although he is somewhat emotionally obtuse, he is not foolish, and quickly comprehends Yu Xian's implied meaning. However, he wonders if the Yu Xian speaking now is indeed the same as the one who challenged the Huangdo battle team. Could it be that he was swapped during the 3 months of absence? At Shrek Academy, in the girls' dormitory, Tao Zi and Xiao Wu lean against the window, sharing their feelings of longing for their beloved ones. Xiao Tian said she would leave for 10 days, but it's been 12 days now, and they still haven't returned. My heart. Tao Zi clutches her chest, looking utterly heartbroken. Xiao Wu sighs. Mo, Xiao Tang has only been gone for 12 days. But my little three has been away for 3 months. Observing the sorrowful Tao Zi, Xiao Wu shifts the topic. By the way, Tao Zi, which forest did you grow up in? Tao Zi shakes her head. I don't know. Don't know? Xiao Wu stares at her in surprise. So, how can a soul beast not know where she lives? But the reality is that Tao Zi truly does not know. She shrugs and explains to Xiao Wu. I open my eyes in the human realm, and I have no recollection of anything before the age of 13. Xiao Wu sighs and pats Tao Zi on the shoulder. Meanwhile, at the hotel, in room 0712, Yu Jiuxian has stepped out, leaving Mo Xiao Tang feeling utterly bored. She takes out the Shunjun and examines it. The dagger is entirely black, adorned with a dark red gem in its sheath, appearing quite ordinary. Who would have thought it to be an artifact? She bites her finger, allowing blood to drip onto the gem, but aside from the blood being completely absorbed, there's no other reaction. Hesitantly, she slightly pulls out the dagger, and upon seeing no danger is mentioned by Yu Jiuxian, she fully withdraws it. In an attempt to test the power of Shunjunin, she swings the dagger towards the wooden bed railing beside her. At that moment, Yu Jiuxian, returning from the setting sun forest, pushes open the door and quickly pulls Mo Xiao Tang away. As Mo Xiao Tang stands up, the wooden bed is instantly split in half. Montak Xiao Tang gasps. Yu Jiuxian chuckles at the child's expression, for this dagger is indeed an artifact. With such a title, slicing through iron and cutting hair is merely the basics. Are you satisfied with the results of the test? Exceedingly beyond expectations. Upon hearing Mo Xiao Tang's response, Yu Jiuxian nods in agreement. I heard that business is particularly good today. It's the first time this year that the hotel is fully booked. To have your bed tested for this reason is indeed beyond expectations. Chapter 98. Dexian and Xiao Tang. Returning to the academy. 1. Half a month later. At the Yurin Busan Hotel, upon returning from a day of fun, Yu Jiuxian jumps onto the bed to stretch, and while moving his neck, he notices Mo Xiao Tang, who returned with him, sitting on the side, ready to meditate and cultivate without even taking a break. This little one practices meditation diligently at the same time every day. Those who know would say he is persistent, while those who don't might think his life depends on his cultivation. He sighs, and before Mo Xiao Tang begins, quickly calls someone over. What's wrong, brother? Rest for a while first. You can cultivate later. Okay. Seeing the person dazedly walk over, Yu Jiuxian pushes him down onto his bed, then raises his hand to start massaging the little one. No need, brother. Mo Xiao Tang, feeling the sensation of his brother's actions, hurriedly tries to stop him. After all, his brother is already quite tired from their activities. How can he still give him a massage? Observing his own hands being captured, Yu Jiuxian chuckles lightly. Few are the people who can receive a massage from him, and here is one who does not cherish the opportunity. He slightly raises his chin, allowing the little one to release his hands. If you don't want it, then don't. He feigns indifference. Once Mo Xiao Tang releases Yu Jiuxian's hands, he sees Yu Jiuxian lying on the soft bed, eyes closed in relaxation. Hesitating for a moment, he begins to massage his brother's limbs. Yu Jiuxian slightly raises his eyelids, which feel a bit heavy, but he does not refuse. After all, not everyone is like the little one, able to refuse a master who offers a free massage. If he can enjoy this comfort, he certainly will. After a while, Yu Jiuxian initially thought he would be lulled to sleep by the little one's gentle massage, yet the opposite occurs. As time passes, he becomes more awake. The moment he sits up, Mo Xiao Tang stops, looking at Yu Jiuxian with wide eyes full of questions. Did I press too hard? Is it uncomfortable? Yu Jiuxian shakes his head. The little one's attentive service is certainly not uncomfortable. Rather, it is he who, after such a long time, feels his own hands tiring. He takes hold of the little one's fingers and gently massages them. Upon seeing the little one attempt to withdraw his hand, he immediately shoots a glance at him. Mo Xiao Tang presses his lips together and, seeing this, does not dare to refuse. In contrast, for Yu Jiuxian, the ordinary massage is no longer sufficient. He channels his soul power into the massage, working on the little one's fingers and wrists. Upon seeing this, Mo Xiao Tang grabs Yu Jiuxian's hand, swallowing hard. Due to the last encounter during the soul hunting, where Yu Jiuxian mentioned the side effects of using healing abilities, Mo Xiao Tang now becomes anxious at the sight of Yu Jiuxian using his soul power. Fearing adverse effects. Will using soul power have side effects? Yu Jiuxian observed the anxious expression on Mo Xiao Tang's face and recalled the revelations from the Sunset Forest. Warmth surged in his heart as he explained. Only the first soul skill has side effects. Mo Xiao Tang nodded, relieved by his words. With a gentle smile, Yu Jiuxian reflected on another matter. It had been over half a month since they departed from the academy. If they delayed any longer, the dean might resort to posting a missing persons notice. He turned to Mo Xiao Tang and inquired, "During these past 2 weeks, have you found enjoyment? My dear brother has taken me out for feasting and merriment, returning each day thoroughly satisfied." Mo Xiao Tang replied indirectly. Hearing this, Yu Jiuxian nodded, concluding that it was time to return. Then, tomorrow, we shall set forth towards Tian-Do Shrek Academy. No more training today. Let's rest well. Montak Xi Otang. Though she had her reservations about the latter statement, dared not voice them in the presence of her brother's authority. She retracted her hands and obediently returned to her bed. At Shrek Academy, during the absence of Xiao San and Xiao Tang, Xiao Wu and Tao Zi had nearly turned into statues of longing. Indeed, if Xiao Xiao hadn't left, we would have one more in our midst, one remarked, noticing the sour undertone in their voices. Should you find someone you cherish, you too would share in this sentiment. Amidst the playful banter of the two friends, Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes internally, asserting, "I would never be like the two of you." Dai Mu Bai and Oscar exchanged knowing smiles. They too had once shared such thoughts, yet now they were merely spectators, awaiting the day when Ma Hongjun would be humbled. As the trio sat on the steps of the academy's teaching building, engaging in lively conversation, a raspy voice broke through. "In just half a year, the elite competition will commence. Do you truly believe you can achieve a perfect victory while idly chatting here?" Startled, Dai Mu Bai and his companions sprang to their feet, realizing that Lu Erlong had stealthily approached from behind, unnoticed. Perhaps their vigilance waned during their conversation, or perhaps she was simply too adept for them to perceive. Observing the 3 young men's tense expressions, Lu Erlong waved dismissively. "I was merely jesting with you." Dai Mu Bai exhaled in relief, thinking that if she had made a few more jokes, they might have met their demise on the spot. Lu Erlong insisted that life ought to be filled with a bit of humor. As they noticed the surrounding students gazing starry-eyed at Dai Mu Bai and Oscar, Lu Erlong recalled a certain studentess infatuation and asked the trio, "What brings you here?" "Well, we finished our training and sought a place to unwind. But we weren't sure where to go, so we came here to enjoy the academy's scenery and chat," they replied simply, eliciting a chuckle from Lu Erlong. "Next time, choose a more secluded spot. Some students have complained that you are disrupting the campus order." "We haven't done anything," Oscar protested, raising his hands innocently. Since their arrival at the academy, they had indeed been model students, engaging solely in meals, training, and classes, without indulging in previous vices. Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun exchanged puzzled glances with Lu Erlong observing their confusion. She found it hard to believe that, being young men with romantic interests, they could be so oblivious. She pointed to the throng of enamored students nearby. "Look at those girls." Following her gesture, the trio beheld a sea of infatuated faces. And upon seeing them, the girls erupted in cheers. "Dai Xwidi, Oscar Xwidi, Kang Kang Yeya, Dai Shwedi, you are my one true love. Oscar Shwedi, you are my eternal deity. All the little wolf cubs belong to me." Ma Hongjun's smile turned strained as he glanced at his companions. "No wonder they say we disrupt the order." Dai Mu Bai and Oscar felt the awkwardness rise as they faced Lu Erlong, hastily apologizing and assuring her. "Who isn't experienced youth?" Lu Erlong shrugged, unconcerned. After all, she was no longer the dean and had no responsibilities within the academy. Her visit was merely out of boredom, seeking some excitement. The next day, at the simulated training environment on the back mountain of Shrek Academy, a new student summoned several fresh arrivals to the foot of the mountain. Observing their formidable presence, the younger students swallowed nervously, adjusting their composure before addressing them. Hello, senior brothers and sisters. The dean has requested your presence. The dean? Very well, we shall come at once. Douluo Bai and his companions had not been summoned in a long while. Surprised by the sudden call, they were filled with curiosity about the dean's intentions. After bidding farewell to the younger student, they set off towards the dean's office, knocking on the door. Meanwhile, upon returning to Tiando Royal City and Shrek Academy, Mo Xiao Tang watched as Yu Jiuxian headed directly towards the boys' dormitory, perplexed. Brother, shouldn't we report to the dean first? Report? We returned, so we can report whenever. First, let's change clothes and grab a bite. Oh, Mo Xiao Tang nodded absent-mindedly, following Yu Jiuxian into room 731. However, shortly after they entered, a knock echoed at the door. Yu Jiuxian, confused, approached to open it, wondering what was happening. Had Douluo Bai and the others spotted them upon their return? Upon opening the door, he was met with a stranger, a male student. Thinking the student had made an error, he prepared to close the door. But the male student quickly spoke up. I'm here to deliver a message, senior. You must be mistaken, Yu Jiuxian replied, unyielding. What message could possibly concern us, two who have just returned? He grasped the door handle, ready to shut it. The male student pressed against the door, calling out, I haven't made a mistake. I was sent to summon the new students in room 731 to the dean's office. I have already notified the others, so you should hurry. Yu Jiuxian paused, glancing at the student, and a realization dawned on him. He opened the door and replied, Understood, I will be there shortly. The male student nodded and departed towards the staircase. Yu Jiuxian closed the door and began to change. Meanwhile, Mo Xiao Tang couldn't help but admire her brother's physique, swallowing hard. Perhaps her gaze lingered a moment too long, as Yu Jiuxian glanced over. She quickly diverted her eyes and inquired, Is what he said true? Has the dean really called for us? Whether it is true or not is irrelevant. We must report soon anyway. We might as well see what it is about. As he spoke, Yu Jiuxian retrieved clean clothes from the cabinet. All right. Mo Xiao Tang nodded repeatedly, relieved that Yu Jiuxian did not inquire further about the incident of peeking earlier. Chapter 101. The Great Immortal and Xiao Tang. Returning to the academy, knock knock. Inside the dean's office, Flandre paused at the sound of knocking, surveying the surroundings. Apart from himself, the 7 summoned youths were present, and Master Lu Erlong and Qin Ming had also arrived. Everyone who was supposed to be there was indeed present, so why was there still someone knocking? He glanced at Ma Hongjun, who nodded and dutifully went to open the door. To his surprise, it was Yu Jiuxian and Mo Xiao Tang. Tao Tao, who was standing directly opposite the door, caught sight of Mo Xiao Tang and rushed forward, disregarding Ma Hongjun as she embraced him. Mo Xiao Tang, taken aback by the sudden hug, stood frozen in place. Tao Tao, feeling Mo Xiao Tang's stiff demeanor against her skin, reluctantly released him and mumbled, Why did you take so long to come back? Mo Xiao Tang rubbed his neck, unsure of how to respond. He tugged at Yu Jiuxian's sleeve, seeking assistance. Yu Jiuxian chuckled and shook his head, explaining to Tao Tao, He was just eating and using the restroom, then I took him out to relax a bit. I fear that if he kept up this way, it would harm his health. Upon hearing the words harm his health, Tao Tao immediately calmed down, nodding in agreement with Yu Jiuxian's actions. However, Flandre was not pleased. He rose and approached Yu Jiuxian under the gaze of everyone. Didn't you say you had something to do? Yu Jiuxian nodded, affirming that indeed he had matters at hand. My purpose was to help Mo Xiao Tang alleviate his emotions. Instantly, a wave of envy washed over the onlookers. Yet, this feeling was short-lived, as a new emotion took precedence when Lu Erlong exclaimed, This child has already reached level 31? When I last saw him, he was clearly a 27 or 28 level soul master. How could he have advanced to soul sovereign in just a month of not seeing him? What? Flandre was equally astonished, his heart racing as he sensed the truth. The master, hearing their astonishment, could not help but step outside. Gazing at the dazed Mo Xiao Tang and recalling Flandre and Lu Erlong's words, he asked, Level 31? Have you absorbed your 3rd soul ring? Mo Xiao Tang glanced at Yu Jiuxian, who nodded encouragingly, prompting him to reply affirmatively. Flandre then turned to Yu Jiuxian, who shrugged and explained, While we were having fun, I happened to help him hunt a soul beast. By chance, The casual tone evoked a wave of envy and jealousy among them. Dai Mubai stepped forward, looking thoughtfully at Imo Xiaotang, and inquired, Xiaotang, what is your innate soul power level? The others stared at Dai Mubai in disbelief, as it was evident that his talent was either full innate soul power or around 8 or 9 levels of innate soul power. There was no need to ask. Sensing Imo Xiaotang's embarrassment, Yu Jiuxian spoke on his behalf. Xiao Haidang has an innate soul power of level 1. An innate soul power of level 1. This is impossible. Yu Jiuxian must be joking. However, the next moment they were struck by the reality, for under their scrutiny, Imo Xiaotang nodded affirmatively. It was indeed true. On the other side, in the office of Chongqing Academy, Dean Mo Huai, engrossed in his work, ignored the voice that rang out beside him. The reason was that over the past 2 years since his children had left, similar auditory hallucinations had occurred far too frequently, leaving him numb to it. Just as he set down his pen to examine some documents, the crisp voice sounded again, Dad, it's me, Xiao Xiao. He stiffly raised his head, his eyes instantly reddening as he beheld the girl before him. He stood up excitedly, gently reaching out to touch Yin Xiao Xiao's head, fearful that this might once again be a figment of his imagination that would shatter upon contact. Xiao Xiao, you really have returned. Yes. Chapter 102. Xiao Tang's planning and meticulous preparation. 1. The last to finish washing up, Yu Jiuxian entered the dormitory, wiping his damp hair, and asked Imo Xiaotang, Xiao Haidang, how did you feel today? Taken aback by the sudden question, Imo Xiaotang looked at Yu Jiuxian in confusion. What feeling? Yu Jiuxian face-palmed. Have you forgotten so soon? I told you to experience the sensation of being unnoticed until you make a stunning entrance. How was that feeling during the follow-up interview? Having tidied up his bedding, Imo Xiaotang sat on the bed, hearing Yu Jiuxian's nonchalant inquiry while lying on his side. He recalled the attitudes of everyone towards him in the afternoon, causing his earlobes to flush. He pursed his pink lips and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Yu Jiuxian smiled, lying flat on the bed, pulling the blanket up with a flick of his hand to cover himself. Imo Xiaotang, already accustomed to this behavior, watched calmly as he finished organizing his belongings and lay down to sleep. The next day at noon, after a restful sleep, Yu Jiuxian stretched lazily and struggled to open his eyes as he climbed out of bed. Observing the dimly lit dormitory, he was momentarily taken aback. Why hadn't Xiao Haidang opened the curtains today? Did he sleep in like him? Eagerly, he turned to look at the opposite bed. The outcome was evident. How could the diligent Xiao Haidang still be asleep? He simply hadn't drawn the curtains for some unknown reason. Stretching his somewhat numb legs, he took a moment before getting out of bed barefoot, pulling open the curtains and opening the window. As he gazed at the blinding sunlight, he inhaled deeply, marking the start of yet another day similar to the last. Just as he prepared to express his thoughts about the scorching sun, his stomach growled loudly, producing a cacophony of sounds. Reluctantly, he slipped on his shoes, donned his clothes, and made his way to the washroom. After tidying himself up, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror, deeming himself presentable enough to head out for a meal. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Yu Jiuxian flashed one after another as he proceeded towards the cafeteria. Ma Hongjun, also hungry, was making his way to the cafeteria, but having just fought with Dai Mubai, his legs felt weak, and even though he was starving, he couldn't move quickly, as he vowed never to fight again during meal times. He observed Yu Jiuxian's swift actions and couldn't help but applaud from behind. Fellow food enthusiast, he still had much to learn. At that moment, Yu Jiuxian's eyes were solely focused on food. He dashed into the cafeteria just as he was about to queue for his meal. Imo Xiaotang, already inside, stopped him and pointed to a nearby table laden with food. I knew you would be hungry when you woke up, so I prepared your meal in advance. Xiao Haidang, you are truly wonderful. Imo Xiaotang smiled and shook his head, thinking that what he did paled in comparison to what his brother had done. His brother was far too easily satisfied. However, at that moment, the ravenous Yu Jiuxian had no time to debate this with Xiao Haidang. He pulled him toward the dining table. Just as he was about to pick up his chopsticks to eat rice and dishes, Imo Xiaotang obstructed him once more, stating, "Let us eat this first." With that, he moved a steaming bowl of noodles in front of Yu Jiuxian. Yu Jiuxian had no objections, taking his chopsticks to eat. Chapter 103. Xiao Tang's Planning and Diligent Preparation 2. Initially, Yu Jiuxian was not particularly finicky about food. However, this particular noodle dish was truly lacking in flavor. As he swallowed the noodles, ready to critique the taste, he caught sight of Xiao Tang's eager gaze. In that instant, he fell silent, silently lifting the bowl, which was larger than his face. Before he took a bite, he repeated a phrase in his mind 3 times. This is Xiao Tang's heartfelt intention. It must not be wasted. After a short while, having finished an entire bowl of noodles, Yu Jiuxian straightened his back and exhaled deeply. Montak Cio Tang, who was dining nearby, noticed and handed him a water cup, fearing that Xiao Tang would notice. Yu Jiuxian took a couple of sips before setting the cup down. Fortunately, although the dishes were not particularly appetizing, they were not as dreadful as the noodles, and he quickly resumed eating with gusto. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun staggered into the cafeteria just as he was about to get his meal. He spotted Yu Jiuxian and Mo Xiao Tang already dining. With hunger gnawing at him, he licked his lips, prepared to approach their table for some food, only to be stopped by Zhu Zhuqing, who forbade him from going over. Ma Hongjun looked at her in confusion. Wasn't it normal to share food among brothers? Why was he being denied? Just as he was about to inquire, he was pulled away by Dai Mu Bai, who covered his mouth. Once they had moved a distance away, Dai Mu Bai released his grip on Ma Hongjun's mouth. However, Ma Hongjun glared at Dai Mu Bai's handsome face and grumbled, "It's just a meal. What's the matter with all of you?" Hearing this, Dai Mu Bai shrugged. He had spent the entire morning either training or sparring with the hefty fellow, so he had no idea about the situation. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun nudged him aside with an elbow. "Then why did you pull me away?" Dai Mu Bai crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, "Though I don't understand why. Since Zhu Qing forbids you to go over, you must not go." "Wow, Zhu Qing hasn't even accepted you yet, and you're already protecting her. If you end up together, will you become a possessive husband?" Ma Hongjun ceased. Dai Mu Bai patted Ma Hongjun's belly. "You're not hungry anymore, right?" "Of course I am." Ma Hongjun shot him a glare. "If you had stopped me, I would have already enjoyed a hot meal." He glanced at the queue at each window and moved toward the one with the shortest line, prompting Dai Mu Bai to follow suit. As night fell, Yu Jiuxian exercised a bit on the playground, and as the sky grew darker, he headed back. Lazily pushing open the door, he found the dormitory shrouded in darkness. His mouth twitched. What was wrong with Xiao Tang today? The curtains were drawn, and the lights were off. Was she feeling unwell? He quietly approached the light switch. But as he reached for it, he encountered a warm hand. His eyes widened as he grasped the wrist of the unknown person, pulling upward with force. A sharp crack echoed in the dormitory. The owner of the wrist howled in pain. Hearing that familiar sound, Yu Jiuxian paused. Why did it sound so familiar? He hurriedly turned on the lights. In the now brightly lit dormitory, he saw Oscar leaning against the wall, gently cradling his wrist, and Yu Jiuxian was utterly incredulous. What on earth was this guy doing hiding in his room? Oscar, looking aggrieved, said, "I just wanted to surprise you. Was it necessary to be so rough?" Chapter 104. Xiao Tang's Planning and Diligent Preparation 3. A surprise? Yu Jiuxian scoffed. "What business do you have with surprises? You nearly scare my heart out. I thought someone was trying to harm Xiao Tang." Rolling his eyes internally, he continued to manipulate Oscar's trembling hand with force. Oscar knew he was merely realigning his bones, yet he couldn't help but wail dramatically. Listening to the pitiful sounds, Yu Jiuxian reluctantly retrieved his Lingwen fan and, after infusing it with what attributes, fanned Oscar's hand. In a short while, Oscar ceased his cries. He moved his wrist and found it no longer hurt. Meanwhile, Yu Jiuxian hesitated, as he had heard an exclamation amidst Oscar's wailing. Upon turning around, he was taken aback. In the 731 dormitory shared with Mo Xiao Tang. Besides Oscar, there were also Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun. What were they up to? Was there an uprising? He navigated around them to approach his bed, ready to question their antics, when they all simultaneously exclaimed, "Happy 13th birthday to Xian." Birthday? Yu Jiuxian chuckled softly, recalling Xiao Tang's unusual behavior today. This idea was likely hers. He turned to Mo Xiao Tang, saying, "I didn't even know when my birthday was." Mo Xiao Tang bit her lip. Taking a moment before replying, Didn't you say you were probably born in December? So, I picked a date in December to celebrate your birthday. You don't mind, do you? Mind? Not at all. Yu Jiuxian shook his head. It's just a bit novel. After all, whether in his past life or this one, it was his first time celebrating a birthday. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotang joyfully approached the bedside, producing 2 boxes, one large and one small, and handed them to Yu Jiuxian. What are these? He inquired, shaking the boxes, which produced a dull clatter, indicating something hard inside. It's a birthday gift from me and Zhu Qing. Mo Xiaotang scratched her head. Yu Jiuxian nodded, ruffling Xiao Haitang's hair. This little one was quite thoughtful. Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hong Jun observed this scene, exclaiming in delight, "How sweet!" Hearing this, Yu Jiuxian turned to them. "What are you still doing here?" Dai Mu Bai's lips twitched. "What do you mean, still here? We've been here the whole time, all right?" After Dai Lauda and Xiao Pangzi learned I was celebrating your birthday, they came, and Mo Xiaotang explained. "How do they know?" Yu Jiuxian asked, looking at the 3 of them. Ma Hong Jun shrugged, joining Dai Mu Bai as they recounted the events of the afternoon. "This afternoon, I was going to find you to mooch a meal, but Zhu Qing stopped me. Dai Lauda came to protect his wife and pull me away. Of course, I have to protect my Zhu Qing." Curious, Dai Lauda and I asked her why. She said the meal at noon was specially prepared by Xiao Haitang for you. She wouldn't say anything else. So we asked Xiao Tang, and she said she planned to celebrate your birthday. Upon hearing that, we conspired with Xiao Tang to give you a surprise when you return tonight. We didn't expect you to be so tough, and just snapped. Ma Hong Jun added, cracking his wrist for emphasis. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian sighed and expressed his gratitude to them. Naturally, with so many people around, his gaze was directed at Mo Xiaotang. Chapter 105. Xiaotang's planning and diligent preparation. For Dai Mu Bai observed the gift boxes in Yu Jiuxian's hands and slowly remarked, "Since we hurried over, we didn't have time to prepare gifts for you. So the 3 of us discussed it." "What?" Yu Jiuxian looked at him, puzzled. Dai Mu Bai merely smiled in silence, while Oscar, seeing him being mysterious, stepped forward to reveal the details. "The gift has transformed into 3 wishes. Great sage, do you have any wishes? Speak them aloud, and we shall assist you in fulfilling them." "Not at the moment," Yueliuxian replied, shaking his head. Most of the things he could achieve, he had already accomplished. The unattainable were beyond their reach. It was better not to voice them and merely burden others with worries. Mahongjun nodded, suggesting they would remember and help him fulfill his wishes when he did think of them. "You all can handle it as you see fit," Yueliuxian shrugged. He was not particularly passionate about gifts. He found joy in their sincere congratulations. However, others seemed to disagree, so he let them be. Since today was his birthday, Dai Mu Bai, Oscar, and Mahongjun stayed late in the 731 dormitory. The 5 of them engaged in discussions about various topics, life, dreams, and whatever else came to mind. The next day, due to his late-night revelries, Yueliuxian shamelessly lingered in bed. Mo Xiaotang was powerless to change that. He leisurely descended the dormitory stairs and was about to head to the back mountain for simulated training when he encountered Dai Mu Bai and the others. They exchanged knowing smiles, and since they shared a common destination, they proceeded together. Oscar, recalling last night's birthday celebration for Yueliuxian, noticed how Mo Xiaotang had addressed him with brotherly affection. Initially, when he had just arrived at the academy, Mo Xiaotang had referred to him as Little Gio or something similar, but at some point, he had switched to calling him Brother Yueliuxian. Curiosity piqued, Oscar could not help but ask, "Xiaotang, why do you call him Brother Yueliuxian? He is clearly younger than you." "Isn't, because Brother Gio gives me a sense of reliability." Mo Xiaotang candidly shared his reason for the address. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Dai Mu Bai and the others turned somewhat peculiar. "Is that really the reason?" Mo Xiaotang nodded, and noticing their skepticism, he began to recount some reliable details. "You all know that the spirit beast was hunted with Brother Gio's assistance. What you might not know is that during the hunt, he kept me shielded behind him, always the first to stand in front of me when danger approached. With Brother Gio by my side, I feel assured that no matter the dangers ahead, I will not suffer a single hair's loss." Listening to these words, Dai Mu Bai nodded in agreement, believing in the truth of Mo Xiaotang's claims. As they had all witnessed Yueliuxian's protective nature, towards him since arriving at the academy. Not long ago, they had even felt envious of the special treatment Imo Xiaodang received from Yueliuxian. Oscar and Mahangjun concurred, with Oscar commenting, "Indeed, he does protect you." Imo Xiaodang readily agreed, reminiscing about the time in the Sunset Forest when Yueliuxian had selflessly shielded him, as well as the occasion when he had been bitten by a snake and Yueliuxian had braved the adverse effects to heal him. He nodded solemnly, gazing at a shadow on the ground, murmuring, "Indeed, he has always treated me well." Chapter 106, A Pot of Tea, relating an incident. 1. Indeed, he has always treated me well. Oscar, observing the downcast Imo Xiaodang, pondered a question, as friends and brothers. Could it be that Yueliuxian's kindness stemmed merely from their longer acquaintance? Just as this thought arose, it was dispelled when his gaze fell upon Daimobai. If longevity of acquaintance were the measure, then Xiao San and Xiao Wu had known Yueliuxian since he was 6 years old, when he entered the Junior Soul Master Academy. Moreover, Daimobai, while not knowing him as long as Xiao San and Xiao Wu, had still met him earlier than Oscar and Mahangjun. Yet, neither Daimobai, Xiao San, nor Xiao Wu received any special treatment from Yueliuxian. Curiosity stirred within him, and after some hesitation, he could not resist asking, "By the way, Xiaodang, how did you come to know Yueliuxian?" Upon hearing this, the other two turned their attention to him. Although his question seemed somewhat off topic, they too were intrigued. Imo Xiaodang scratched his head, preparing to answer, but momentarily recalled the scene from 7 years ago when he first met his brother. It was the first day of school, and out of curiosity, he leaned against the window, observing the flow of students below. Among them was a boy who, due to his striking appearance, caught his attention. That boy was Yueliuxian. Following Yueliuxian's movements, he soon witnessed the entire incident that transpired in front of the Chongqing dormitory. Before the incident, an upperclassman stormed out of the dorm carrying a stack of books, wearing a foul expression. Yueliuxian, lost in thought, did not notice the upperclassman and was knocked back. Inhaling sharply, the upperclassman, too, stumbled back, scattering books everywhere. Watching Yueliuxian frown, Imo Xiaodang initially assumed he would be angry, but instead, Yueliuxian bent down to help the upperclassman gather his books. In a surprising turn, the upperclassman began to berate Yueliuxian. After a moment of silence, Oscar and the others realized Imo Xiaodang had not spoken for quite some time. Oscar leaned slightly to observe him, though Imo Xiaodang's gaze was directed ahead. His expression was vacant, as if lost in thought. It seemed he was reminiscing about something quite captivating. A smile crept onto Oscar's lips as he gently patted Imo Xiaodang's shoulder. Snapping back to reality, Imo Xiaodang looked apologetically at them, seeing no anger in their expressions. He began to recount. When Brother Jiu entered the academy, someone sought to provoke him. After enduring several provocations, Brother Jiu finally lost his temper and retaliated. Daimubai's lips twitched. While Imo Xiaodang's account was casual, anyone who dared to provoke Yueliuxian was bound to face dire consequences. That person must have been quite brave, he mused. Imo Xiaodang nodded in agreement, stating, "This incident has been the talk of the academy. Everyone shares a sentiment similar to yours." He paused before continuing. At that time, I was upstairs with another roommate and witnessed the entire scene. Since Brother Gio was in our dormitory, the other person was frightened. I tried to mediate, but he refused to listen, even urging others not to associate with Brother Gio. At this, Mahangjun tilted his head. They all saw it. "And if the other person was scared, what about you? Weren't you afraid of Yueliuxian?" Imo Xiaodang looked at him in confusion. "Why should I be afraid? He is not a bad person, and he was merely teaching that individual a lesson for his insolence." Seeing that he could not persuade Imo Xiaodang, Mahangjun sighed, urging him to continue. And then what happened? Chapter 107, A Pot of Tea, relating an incident too. And then, Imo Xiaodang replied nonchalantly. "Eventually, only Brother Gio and I remained in the dormitory because he said not to disturb him and fell asleep. When dinner time arrived and he had not woken up, fearing he might miss the meal and go hungry, I brought him a portion of food. After that, we became friends." Upon hearing the entire story of their meeting, Oscar was taken aback, as were the others. They had envisioned countless scenarios regarding Yueliuxian and Imo Xiaodang's encounter, but never had they imagined it unfolded in such a manner. a meal exchanged for genuine friendship. Mo Xiaodang, unconcerned with their thoughts, waved goodbye as they reached their destination, splitting into two paths to head toward their respective training grounds. As night fell, after an arduous day of training, Mo Xiaodang trudged back to the dormitory, his body weighed down by fatigue. Due to the unpleasant odor of sweat that clung to him, he bypassed his bed and headed straight for the washroom. Once he had cleaned himself, he retrieved fresh clothing from his storage wristband and made his way to the inviting softness of his bed. Observing Yu Jiuxian seated at the edge of the bed, leisurely sipping tea, he recalled the inquiries posed to him by Oscar and the others earlier that morning. After Yu Jiuxian set aside his teacup, Mo Xiaodang ventured to ask, "Brother, why are you so kind to me?" Yu Jiuxian cast a light glance in his direction, noticing the genuine curiosity on Mo Xiaodang's face. He responded somewhat cryptically, "Let me tell you a story." Although perplexed by the sudden shift to storytelling, Mo Xiaodang nodded in agreement. "All right." After taking a sip of tea, Yu Jiuxian began, "In a distant land, there was a kingdom called Baigua, where a child was born. A wise man foretold that the child's future would be fraught with misfortune. Upon hearing this, the child's parents felt a deep disdain for him." Mo Xiaodang furrowed his brow at this revelation, finding it hard to fathom that any parents could harbor such feelings towards their own child, especially considering how well he was cared for by his own family. Yu Jiuxian chuckled lightly. Parents who despise their own children are not uncommon. There are even those who wish to harm their offspring. He recounted a tale of a couple he had witnessed, who were obsessed with their child, yet tormented themselves with thoughts of how to rid themselves of him. However, he decided that such grim details were not suitable for Mo Xiaodang's ears. After sipping his tea to soothe his throat, he continued, "Being their own flesh and blood, they could not bear to kill him outright, so they sent servants to abandon him in the mountains, leaving him to fend for himself. Those parents are truly wicked," Mo Xiaodang exclaimed, pounding the bed in frustration as he sighed for the unfortunate child left to face such cruelty. Yu Jiuxian gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him. There is more to the story. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaodang's excitement grew. "Really? The child didn't he die? Brother, please continue." Yu Jiuxian nodded and revealed the continuation of the tale. Perhaps fate spared the child. He was rescued by a passing old beggar who took him in. Yet, the beggar was quite aged, and when the child turned 3, he passed away. Mo Xiaodang's heart sank at the thought of such a young child losing his caretaker. At just 3 years old, how could he survive alone? He lamented, feeling that this could hardly be considered a continuation of the story. Have you never heard? Children from impoverished families learn to fend for themselves from a young age, Yu Jiuxian remarked, tapping Mo Xiaodang's forehead lightly. Why must you always think so negatively? Why not entertain the notion of a miracle? He refilled his teacup, ignoring Mo Xiaodang's distressed expression, and continued, "The child, grieving for the old beggar, took him to be buried. On his way back, he encountered 2 other children of his age. Surely they took him in?" Mo Xiaodang gazed at Yu Jiuxian in disbelief. Yu Jiuxian nodded, affirming, "The innocence of children is boundless. They share a similar mindset." The child, seeing their plight, brought them back to share the meager remnants of food left by the beggar. Mo Xiaodang pondered aloud. Being called an old beggar, their food must have been scarce. Indeed, how much could an old beggar possess? Yu Jiuxian mused, regardless. Even if they had plenty, 3 children sharing would eventually lead to it running out. As the meager supply of food dwindled day by day, the child took it upon himself to beg for scraps. But he was too small to do much more than plead with passers-by in the snow, while the other 2 children did the same. Mo Xiaodang swallowed hard, clenching his fists beneath the covers. Surely they all realized in the end? He murmured, all 3 of them begging. Upon returning home, they'd surely know what the others had. Yu Jiuxian took a sip of tea, masking the complexity of emotions swirling within him. Once he regained his composure, he continued, upon realizing this. The child felt deeply moved and pledged to protect and care for the others, despite not being the eldest. As the story concluded, Mo Xiaodang's eyes glistened with tears. He took a deep breath and softly inquired, "Was that child you, brother?" Yu Jiuxian paused, shaking his head gently. "I said I was telling you a story, but these truths resonate deeply. It makes me sad," Mo Xiaodang confessed, inching closer to Yu Jiuxian, who appeared distant and impassive, causing a pang in Mo Xiaotong's heart. Isn't the purpose of a story to convey reality? If it strikes a chord within me, must it not elicit sorrow? Yu Jiuxian shot him a disapproving glance, punctuated by a light flick to Mo Xiaotong's forehead. Rubbing his head, Mo Xiaotong contemplated the futility of arguing. Upon reflection, he realized that his brother had been quite wealthy when he arrived at Chongqing, a stark contrast to the child in the story. Perhaps it's best to leave the story be, he sighed, retreating to his bed. Just as he was settling in, preparing to rest, Yu Jiuxian interjected, "So, do you understand now?" "Understand what?" Montauk Xiaotong responded, bewildered. "I believe this is merely a story, and you're not that child anymore." Yu Jiuxian sighed, exasperated by Mo Xiaotong's naivety. Setting his teacup down, he remarked, "Did you not ask why I am so kind to you? This story is meant to convey that I am akin to that child, someone whose heart can be swayed by a simple meal." Montauk Xiaotong nodded faintly, feeling a twinge of sadness. "Brother, I hope you do not have to struggle like that child did." "Understood," Yu Jiuxian replied with a smile. 1 month later, news spread that their new dean had returned with a student named Tang San. "Surely everyone knows by now," Yu Jiuxian remarked, satisfied after a meal with Mo Xiaotong. As they entered the academy, they overheard students discussing Tang San's remarkable feats. The mention of Tang San and his return with the Douluo piqued Yu Jiuxian's interest. If his conjectures were correct, the Douluo Tang San brought back must be the poisoned Douluo. The ability to bring the poisoned Douluo back willingly spoke volumes about Tang San's prowess. Yet, with the poisoned Douluo's presence, Yu Guanin's return was also a possibility. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing he needed to caution Taozi and Xiao Wu to remain vigilant during this time. In the tranquil life within this academy, he was not yet inclined to bring it to an abrupt conclusion. As they walked into the dormitory building, just as they were about to enter their room 731, they were halted by Oscar. "Tang San has returned and called everyone over. You two are the only ones missing." Yu Jiuxian furrowed her brows slightly, withdrawing her hand from the door. Casting a glance at Mo Xiaotong, the two silently followed Oscar. After a short while, the trio arrived at Lu Erlong's residence. At that moment, Tang San was distributing the celestial herbs he had procured from the ice and fire yin-yang well, explaining their effects. Upon seeing Oscar, Yu Jiuxian, and Mo Xiaotong arrive, Tang San presented a petal of the 8-petal celestial orchid to Oscar. Just as he was about to retrieve more from his collection to offer to Yu Jiuxian and Mo Xiaotong, he was met with Yu Jiuxian's refusal. "Just give them to him. Xiao Haidang, and I do not require them." Tang San looked at Yu Jiuxian in confusion. The herbs were intended to enhance their physical conditions and assist in their cultivation. While it was understandable that Yu Jiuxian, being quite strong, would decline, why would Mo Xiaotong also refuse? Yu Jiuxian clarified, "I have celestial herbs as well. I have already given some to Xiao Haidang." "You have? You've already given them?" At this, Dai Mubai and the others cast accusatory glances at Yu Jiuxian, their expressions clearly suggesting that she had monopolized the resources for Mo Xiaotong. Feeling embarrassed, Mo Xiaotong fidgeted with her fingers, about to explain, when Yu Jiuxian boldly stated, "You all didn't ask for any. Had you not mentioned it, we would have remained unaware of your possession." Ma Hongjun responded, feeling somewhat ashamed by Yu Jiuxian's remark. After a moment of reflection, Yu Jiuxian realized the validity of this point, but remained too proud to concede. Tang San waved his hand, addressing the group. "All right. It doesn't matter whose herbs are being consumed. I've already explained the benefits of celestial herbs and how to use them. Everyone should partake and absorb their effects." Hearing this, Dai Mubai and the others redirected their attention, not truly harboring grievances, but rather envious of Yu Jiuxian's attentiveness to Mo Xiaotong. Following Tang San's instruction, those partaking of the herbs settled down to absorb their energies. Noticing that Taozi and Xiao Wu had not joined in, Yu Jiuxian was slightly taken aback, but refrained from commenting further. Reflecting on prior events, he instructed Xiao Haidang to remain there, then called the two outside. "Since you both are not absorbing the herbs, accompany me for a moment. I have matters to discuss with you." Xiao Wu and Taozi exchanged glances before following Yu Jiuxian outside. In a secluded corner, Yu Jiuxian leaned against the wall, toying with a dagger. After some time, Taozi, Noticing his silence and summoning them, inquired, "What did you need to speak with us about? Are you aware that the poisoned Douluo has come to the academy?" Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, responding with a question. They had indeed witnessed the scene when Tang San returned with the poisoned Douluo. Thus, they were informed. Was Yu Jiuxian calling them out solely for this reason? Given the presence of a Douluo, he advised, be cautious, limit your outings, and take medicine when you do. Yu Jiuxian, having heard Xiao Haidang mention that during their visit to the Royal Academy, it was Prince Shui who had expelled them with the poisoned Douluo, recalled that the latter had not recognized them as soul beasts at that time. With the new potion he possessed to conceal their presence, the two might feel a false sense of security. However, that would be a grave mistake. Although he was uncertain of the poisoned Douluo's current state, should another Douluo discover them, the consequences could be dire. Understanding Yu Jiuxian's good intentions, the two nodded in acknowledgement, asking, "Is there anything else?" "No, you may go. I have matters to attend to," Yu Jiuxian replied, shaking his head. This was already the extent of his careful consideration, and he had nothing further to add. Later that afternoon, under the scorching sun, Yu Jiuxian arrived at the dean's office. Upon entering, he spotted Flinder and the master seated side by side, the latter still emanating a faint aura of soul power, likely having just retracted it upon his arrival. Clearing his somewhat hoarse throat, he addressed the dean. "As the elite competition approaches, I wish to enter seclusion in the dormitory for my training, and during this period, I will refrain from attending classes." Flinder raised an eyebrow. Such a declaration would typically elicit joy from others, but with Yu Jiuxian, he had to tread carefully. Analyzing the statement, the first part presented a reason, the middle was a justification, and the latter part was undoubtedly the crux of his visit, his intention to skip classes. Adjusting his glasses, Flinder mused that had anyone else made such a request, he would have swiftly given them a scathing look. However, with Yu Jiuxian, he simply accepted his words. Content with Flinder's response, Yu Jiuxian exited the office, having successfully secured permission to rest without concern for his wake-up time. He truly was a capable elder brother. As night fell, Yu Jiuxian sat on a small stool, enjoying the meal Mo Xiaodang had brought while listening to her animatedly recount the effects experienced by Dai Mubai and the others after consuming the celestial herbs. After finishing, Mo Xiaodang rested her chin on her hand, puzzled. Why do the effects differ despite all being celestial herbs? There are numerous types of celestial herbs, each with distinct effects. Yu Jiuxian explained after swallowing his food. Mo Xiaodang nodded in understanding. As he reached for a cup of wine, he recollected what Xiao Haidang had mentioned regarding Dai Mubai and others' enhancements. He set down the cup and asked, "Does Xiao Haidang feel as though she hasn't improved in soul power, rendering the celestial herbs ineffective?" "How could that be?" Mo Xiaodang replied, bewildered by Yu Jiuxian's train of thought. While Dai Mubai and the others had indeed enhanced their soul power and physical abilities, he had also gradually healed from the ailments he had been born with under Yu Jiuxian's care. He felt satisfied with this progress and understood that enhancing soul power was not his immediate concern. Observing Mo Xiaotang's expression, Yu Jiuxian smiled and patted her shoulder earnestly. "Xiao Haidang, the celestial herbs I provided you are no less valuable than those given to anyone else." Montak Xiaotang nodded, fully aware that her brother would always prioritize her well-being. Days later, Mo Xiaodang gently shook the slumbering Yu Jiuxian. "Brother, the dean and vice dean, along with the master and Dai Lao, have gone to hunt for soul rings. Rong Rong has taken leave to return home. We should attend class. I forgot to mention, I've already spoken with the dean. I will be training in the dormitory and won't be attending classes." Yu Jiuxian, barely roused from slumber, managed to respond. "Oh, then I'll be off. You can continue sleeping." With that, Mo Xiaodang pulled up her blanket and, in a daze, quietly left the dormitory. 2 hours later, Yu Jiuxian rolled to the edge of his bed, apparently dreaming of something, and tossed and turned restlessly. Suddenly, he embraced the earth intimately, his consciousness returning to its rightful place. He rubbed his waist and slowly stood up, supporting himself against the bed frame. Glancing at the now vacant bed across from him, he completely forgot about the morning conversation. However, given Mo Xiaotang's obedient nature, she must have gone to class by now. He wiped his face and, after freshening up, sat on the bed. Although retreating for cultivation was a reason for missing class, if it did not make any progress after such a long time, it would be quite unfortunate. Nevertheless, he cultivated swiftly. So, he decided to complete his assignments today in one go. With a soul power of level 44, he would strive to break through to level 45. Contemplating this, he closed his eyes, focusing his mind. Meanwhile, in the academy's teaching building, Taozi rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Emo Xiaodang, playfully uttering flirtatious words. "Little sweetheart, do you know many paths?" "Not many," Emo Xiaodang replied earnestly. Although she was not directionally challenged like her brother, her experiences were limited, and naturally, so were her knowledge of routes. Taozi chuckled at her serious demeanor, but added, "There is one path you certainly know." "What path?" Emo Xiaodang looked at the beaming Taozi. Instead of answering immediately, Taozi smilingly presented a real peach. After Emo Xiaodang accepted it, she spoke, "The path to your heart." Hearing Taozi's words, Emo Xiaodang paused, and after understanding, her face flushed. Sitting behind them, Xiaowu covered her mouth and smiled, surprised that this new classmate was so charming. At noon, Yu Jiuxian opened his eyes after meditating. Sensing the fluctuations of his soul power within, his eyes sparkled with intensity. He clenched his fists and sighed in the empty dormitory. "Where is Zhu Qing? Why haven't I seen her?" As he ate, he scanned the cafeteria, and after 2 rounds without spotting the person he was looking for, he finally asked aloud. His dining companions pondered for a moment until Taozi mentioned she went straight to the simulation training ground after class. "After you finish eating, could you help me pack a meal?" Yu Jiuxian said to Emo Xiaodang, who was about to eat. Emo Xiaodang nodded in agreement. Oscar, overhearing their conversation, glanced at Yu Jiuxian, intending to tease him, but was distracted by his hair. "Hey, what happened to you recently?" Yu Jiuxian looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean? Do you have a mirror?" Oscar asked the nearby girls, who all shook their heads in unison. "I do," Tangsen said, producing a palm-sized mirror from his belongings. Oscar took it and, without questioning why a man like Tangsen had a mirror, handed it to Yu Jiuxian. "Look at your hair." Raising an eyebrow, Yu Jiuxian examined his reflection and was about to dismiss any concerns when he noticed several strands of white hair at his temples. He set down his chopsticks and turned his back to the dining table, brushing through his hair. Emo Xiaodang leaned in to take a look and gasped at the sight of her brother's white hair. "Brother, are you worried about something?" Yu Jiuxian tapped his molars, ruffled Emo Xiaotang's hair, and turned back to return the mirror to Tang San. Observing everyone's gazes, he shook his head. "Who doesn't he have a few white hairs? There's no need to make a fuss. Let us eat." The others exchanged glances, amused at the understatement, knowing he had far more white hair than anyone else in their age group. However, seeing Yu Jiuxian's reluctance to discuss it further, they continued their meal in silence. After finishing lunch, Yu Jiuxian took his lunchbox and, together with Emo Xiaodang, headed toward the simulation training ground. Since the other 5, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Taozi, had no other plans, they followed along. Upon arriving at the training ground, Yu Jiuxian called out Zhu Zhuqing and handed her the meal, saying, "Eat." "I'm not hungry," Zhu Zhuqing replied, wiping sweat from her forehead and shaking her head. "Haven't you heard? If you don't eat well today, you won't have energy tomorrow. As long as your meal intake is steady, your cultivation will rise in no time." With that, Yu Jiuxian pressed the lunchbox into her hands. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, then opened the box and began to eat heartily. After a while, as everyone watched, Zhu Zhuqing finished her meal and turned to Yu Jiuxian. "Eva eat then. Can we discuss the matter now?" All eyes turned to Yu Jiuxian, eager to listen. He shrugged and smiled. "I heard from Xiaodang that you've been training continuously since your 3rd ring. After taking some of Xiao San's herbal medicine a few days ago, your soul power has risen to level 38. So, I thought I'd come here to challenge you." "Okay," Zhu Zhuqing nodded in response. Nearby, Oscar stifled a grin, thinking to himself how Yu Jiuxian's mischievous hands had reached Zhu Zhuqing, who surprisingly agreed to the challenge. Emo Xiaodang, watching eagerly, looked at Yu Jiuxian. "I want to fight my brother too." "Sure, but you'll have to wait for me to finish with Zhuqing first," Yu Jiuxian replied, not refusing. After all, he had yet to spar with Emo Xiaodang, and was curious about her skills. Mo Xiaodang nodded in agreement, pleased with the arrangement. With that, Yu Jiuxian led Zhu Zhuqing and the group to the training ground. Observing Yu Jiuxian unleash his martial spirit, Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat surprised that he chose not to use any weapons and instead intended to fight her with his martial spirit. The others were equally taken aback, as Yu Jiuxian typically relied on weapons in battle. It was astonishing that he would opt to engage in combat using only his martial spirit this time. Yu Jiuxian shrugged. He did not wish to use his martial spirit either. However, the upcoming elite competition in half a year permitted only martial spirits and not weapons, leaving him with no choice but to adapt early and allow them to get accustomed. Since he aimed to gauge Zhu Zhuqing's abilities, he refrained from attacking first and awaited her advance. When Zhu Zhuqing approached and utilized her second skill, the ghostly claws, he deftly evaded and nodded in satisfaction. Zhu Zhuqing, not surprised that he dodged, continued her offensive. This time, she bypassed her second and first soul skills and unleashed her third. Shadows in the form of blades formed between her claws, launching a ghostly slash toward Yu Jiuxian. Onlookers were intently focused on the duel. Upon seeing Yu Jiuxian stand his ground against the powerful ghostly slash, their hearts raced. Yet, the next moment, they realized Yu Jiuxian was not someone easily struck. With the spirit fan in hand, he fanned himself, and just as Zhu Zhuqing's soul skill reached him, he smirked. In the blink of an eye, he was 3 meters away, to the side. Xiao Wu exclaimed, teleportation? Previously, when Yu Jiuxian had dodged swiftly, they could attribute it to speed. However, this time was entirely different. He had instantaneously moved 3 meters in a specific direction within a confined range. Was this not teleportation? Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun spoke up. Is that the 4th soul skill of the Xian? It shouldn't be. Tang San shook his head. Yu Jiuxian is now at the 4th ring of soul sect, and the usage of his 4th soul skill consumes a significant amount of his soul power. Intentionally dragging out the time to consume a large amount of soul power just to appear cool? That seems improbable. It must be that Yu Jiuxian employed other methods. In the central area of the playground, Yu Jiuxian and Zhu Zhuqing continued their back-and-forth exchange, with one pursuing and the other evading. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but applaud Yu Jiuxian's speed, drawing a glance from Taozi, who thought to herself, he is indeed formidable, but is it necessary to this extent? An auxiliary soul master whose speed surpasses that of agility-type soul masters like Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu, and whose attack strength exceeds that of power-type soul masters like Dai Laoda and myself, while also mastering control better than Xiao San. How is that even possible? Ma Hongjun retorted defiantly. Upon hearing this, Taozi nodded. It seemed reasonable, but did you not say he is an auxiliary type? Why do you not mention that his auxiliary abilities surpass those of Xiao Ao and Ronron? Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun and the others exchanged glances. Just as Taozi pondered their silence, the duel between Zhu Zhuqing and Yu Jiuxian came to an end. Yu Jiuxian patted Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder and provided feedback on her earlier attacks, noting that her speed had improved significantly, indicating that her practice was yielding results. However, she still could not match his speed. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her gaze. Although they were of the same stature, Yu Jiuxian was indeed far superior, and it seemed impossible for her to surpass him in this lifetime. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian smiled and shook his head, thinking his little disciple was too serious and lacked flexibility. She was improving, her speed was increasing. Did he not also experience growth? It was akin to 2 runners. Although Zhu Zhuqing and he began at the same starting point, he had already grasped the best way to run, taking fewer detours and being faster. Eventually, when Zhu Zhuqing found the right method and matched his speed, they were already separated by considerable distance. How could 2 individuals of equal speed surpass that gap? Unless he stopped midway or she discovered a shortcut, it would be impossible for her to catch up to him. However, given Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, it was evidently not the right moment to voice this, so he stroked his chin, contemplating how to comfort her. After a moment, Zhu Zhuqing heard him say, Zhuqing, there is something you need to understand. Each of us harbors a grand goal, but these lofty aspirations must be achieved through smaller, incremental objectives. One must not be overly ambitious. A grounded approach is essential to realize significant goals. After listening to this, Zhu Zhuqing nodded and asked, "Then what is your grand goal?" Yu Jiuxian instinctively began to reply, but as soon as he uttered a word, he halted. Was this really the question about his grand goal? He tapped his forehead, nearly allowing his little disciple to pry into his thoughts. Clearing his throat, he continued to enlighten Zhu Zhuqing, boasting that few in the academy could surpass him. It was commendable to consider him a target, but she must recognize that this was evidently a major goal for her. "Do you acknowledge this?" "Yes," Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Seeing this, Yu Jiuxian pressed on, reiterating that grand goals must stem from smaller objectives. "Therefore, before surpassing me, shouldn't you observe those around you and set the stronger individuals as your small targets?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded again. At this juncture, the indoctrination was nearing conclusion. Yu Jiuxian sighed and summarized his thoughts. "If you surpass them all and then look back at me, you will realize that I am merely someone slightly stronger than you, merely a small target in your life, and at that point, you will be ready to graduate. There's a saying that goes, listening to a single remark from you is worth more than a decade of study. In this instance, the one imparting wisdom is Yu Jiuxian, while the one benefiting is Zhu Zhuqing." She concealed her emotions and gazed at Yu Jiuxian, declaring, "I will." Hearing this, Yu Jiuxian nodded earnestly, waving his hand as he led Zhu Zhuqing towards Oscar and the others who were engaged in banter. As they walked, he inquired, "Have you decided on your first small target?" "Dai Mubai." Zhu Zhuqing mentally reviewed each of them and ultimately settled on Dai Mubai's figure. Upon hearing that name, Yu Jiuxian felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering how to reconcile the earlier lengthy discourse. As Yu Jiuxian and Zhu Zhuqing approached, Taozi ceased her contemplation and directly inquired, "How does your auxiliary ability compare to that of Xiao Ao and Rong Rong?" With a troubled expression, Yu Jiuxian turned his soul ring, realizing this question struck a chord. In terms of auxiliary abilities, Ning Rongrong provides boosts in strength, speed, and soul power, while Oscar offers recovery, detoxification, and flight. As for his Lingwen fan, his first soul skill is healing, the second enhances their lightning power, and the third increases their speed and wind blades. Taking into account their shared abilities, his first soul skill is similar to Oscar's, but its efficacy is significantly greater, albeit it consumes more soul power and entails considerable side effects. They would likely reach a stalemate. Moreover, his third soul skill, when compared to Ning Rongrong's second, not only increases speed, but also adds wind blades, while Ning Rongrong solely enhances speed, which is not as effective as his. Thus, he claims victory in that aspect. As for the other soul skills, they differ entirely, making direct comparisons impossible. Observing the eager crowd, he remarked, "Different strokes for different folks." Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their surprise. Yu Jiuxian shrugged. He had spoken his piece, and whether they comprehended it was their concern. Contemplating, he led Mo Xiaodang for a duel. Inquiring along the way, "How do you wish to fight?" Mo Xiaodang furrowed her brow, unsure of how to proceed. But she insisted that it must not resemble her bout with Zhu Zhuqing. She won a proper match. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Jiuxian agreed, reasoning that with his control over soul skill deployment, exercising caution would suffice. With the arrangement settled, Yu Jiuxian brought Mo Xiaodang to the center of the playground. Since he had just fought Zhu Zhuqing and had not retracted his martial soul, Yu Jiuxian remained stationary. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaodang observed her brother, waved her arm, released her martial soul, and took to the air. Oscar, watching from the sidelines, tilted his head, pondering if Mo Xiaodang were in the air. Would Xian not be forced to passively receive her attacks? Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing crossed her arms, stating that perhaps others would be forced into a defensive position. "But Yu Jiuxian?" She remarked coldly, "It depends on what he chooses." In the center of the arena, Yu Jiuxian, wielding the Lingwen fan, began to summon a powerful wind that gradually formed a tornado beneath him, lifting him into the air. This display of skill prompted the onlookers to raise their scores to 99, subtracting 1 point out of fear of inflating his ego. It was only when Yu Jiuxian reached eye level with Mo Xiaodang that he ceased to expand the tornado. With his left hand behind his back and his right hand holding the Lingwen fan, he gazed at Mo Xiaodang with a warm smile. After both simultaneously declared the start, Mo shouting pouted and flew back a distance, launching her first skill at her brother, Featherblade. As he gazed at the countless feathers descending upon him, Yu Jiuxian nonchalantly waved his Lingwen fan. It was not the time for intense confrontation. Instead, he decided to warm up his partner, Xiao Haidang. Observing his first soul skill, Yurun redirected by the wind towards him, Mo shouting twitched at the corners of his mouth. To counter his own attack with his own power was quite an idea coming from his brother. You done? Mo shouting watched the trajectory of the feather blades, dodging slightly before unleashing his second soul skill. Instantly, a pair of azure wings shielded him. Chapter 116. The sinister hand reaches out again, 5. Just as Mo shouting sighed in relief after fending off the feather blades, he heard his brother's mischievous voice. In human interactions, it's all about give and take. Xiao Haitang has gifted me a feather blade, so, as your elder brother, I must return the favor. Hearing this, he stuck out his tongue. He had no need for such a return gift, which involved taking damage from his own attack. While lost in thought, he noticed Yu Jiuxian raise both hands, summoning a barrage of wind blades towards him. Realizing that what had just transpired was not a mere gift, but rather a more potent attack, he flapped his wings and sent several feather blades back in retaliation. The collision of the feather blades and wind blades did not reveal a clear victor. Rather, they mutually canceled each other out. Observing from the sidelines, Ma Hongjun stroked his chin. Although shouting usually appeared gentle, his attacks carried significant power. Tang San, watching closely, also exhibited surprise, albeit for different reasons. He was already aware of Mo Xiaotong's formidable attack potential, considering that only those who could acquire the Golden Soul Badge at the Great Soul Arena were worthy, not merely due to Yu Jiuxian's protective presence. The commonality in their surprise stemmed from Mo Xiaotong's impressive attack strength. The last time he had witnessed Mo Xiaotong in battle, the damage dealt had not been as considerable. He turned to the others and inquired about the soul beast Mo Xiaotong had hunted for his third soul ring and the nature of his soul skill. The group shook their heads, suggesting that only Mo Xiaotong and Yu Jiuxian could provide the answers. By the way, Ma Hongjun glanced at Yu Jiuxian, who was fiercely battling Mo Xiaotong. Do you know about the fourth soul skill of the Great Master? The others again shook their heads. Listening to their exchanges, Oscar shrugged, suggesting they focus on the fight instead of discussing trivial matters, as they might glean insights from observation. Xiao Wu shot him a glare, about to retort, "Is it really that simple?" when the unfolding scene before them provided her with a swift rebuttal. In the center of the arena, Mo Xiaotong soared through the air, unleashing his previously unused third soul skill, Qing Miao Li Zhua. As he summoned dozens of claws aimed at Yu Jiuxian, the spectators collectively inhaled sharply. Yet, was Yu Jiuxian truly so easily defeated? Their concerns were entirely unfounded. In their line of sight, Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow with indifference, wielding his Lingwen fan to create a sweeping motion. Instantly, the branches of the surrounding trees thickened and extended towards him, forming layers of barriers to absorb Mo Xiaotong's onslaught. As Mo Xiaotong's claws neared the branches, Yu Jiuxian waved his fan again, restoring the branches to their original state in an instant. After the assault concluded, he elegantly withdrew the branches, returning them to their previous form. Great Master is truly extraordinary, Ma Hongjun remarked, clutching his pounding heart in awe. Oscar nodded emphatically, reflecting on the stark contrast between the ordinary auxiliary soul masters and Yu Jiuxian's prowess. Sigh. It's disheartening to discuss, he lamented. Meanwhile, Yu Jiuxian, observing Mo Xiaotong's dejected expression, inquired, Xiao Haidang, shall we continue? Mo Xiaotong shook his head, expressing his disinterest in a match where his brother merely defended without attacking. In response, Yu Jiuxian dissipated the whirlwind and descended gently to the ground. Chapter 117. A Provocation from Tang San. Let's have a meal first after retracting their martial spirits. Mo Xiaotong and Yu Jiuxian strolled towards the outskirts of the arena. Noticing their keen interest, he waved his hand dismissively. The battle was over. It was time to take Xiao Haitang home, and as for the audience, they could return to their own affairs. Oscar and the others, sensing the moment had passed, bid farewell with a promise to meet the next day before dispersing. The following noon, after awakening from slumber, Yu Jiuxian stretched and made his way downstairs. Just as he was about to head to the dining hall, he noticed students rushing toward the school gate. Initially indifferent, his interest peaked upon hearing snippets of gossip about a girl, Tang San, and the academy's top student, Tai Long, engaging in a fight, with Tai Long losing and seeking his father's intervention. Despite his newfound curiosity, the allure of food was undeniable. After all, Tang San was a level 37 control-type soul master, equipped with hidden weapons and poisons, making it difficult for anyone to pose a threat to him. Should any danger arise, those around him would surely call upon Zhao Wuji. With Zhao Wuji, a soul sage, present, who would dare to act against him? Thus, he resolved to eat first before joining the spectacle. Speaking of meals, he had noticed his appetite increasing lately, possibly due to the influence of his other martial spirit. Fortunately, his body was such that he remained slender regardless of his consumption. Even if he napped after eating, entering the cafeteria, he inhaled the delightful aroma and approached the serving counter. It seemed that juicy gossip had its perks. Fewer people meant no waiting in line. Yet, he recalled that he had rarely waited previously, as Xiao Haidang often prepared his meals in advance. Lost in thought, the voice of the cafeteria lady broke his reverie. "Young man, what would you like to eat?" Stir-fried eggplant, sweet and sour crispy fish, braised eggplant, twice-cooked pork, and crispy meat. Yu Jiuxian listed over 10 dishes, causing the cafeteria lady to stare in disbelief. Chuckling, he scratched his head and requested 3 bowls of plain rice to conclude his order. "Is that all, Annie?" The cafeteria lady nodded, swiftly serving his meals. After gathering his 2 trays, Yu Jiuxian placed them into a storage ring and sat down to enjoy his feast. As he savored each bite, he marveled at the joy of eating, though he missed Xiao Haitang's company. If only they were together, the happiness would be even greater. For it is often said that 60 of joy in life comes from delicious food and 40 from the company of those with whom one shares that food. After a fragrant moment, Yu Jiuxian patted his satisfied belly, returned his trays to the designated area, and set off towards the academy entrance. Chapter 118, Satisfied and Full. Brother Xian. 1. Yu Jiuxian gently patted his well-fed belly, placing his tray at the designated spot before setting off towards the academy's entrance. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he noticed a stream of students making their way towards the dining hall behind him. Seeing this, he halted, realizing that they were all rushing back, which likely indicated that Tang San and Xiao Wu had completed their match. Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, and just as he was pondering this, he overheard a pair of male and female students discussing the events that had just transpired. "That Tang San is incredibly cool. He actually defeated a level 58 strength-type Soul King. I think it's not that impressive. If he hadn't resorted to poison, who knows who would be lying on the ground. You're just sour grapes. Regardless, he defeated a Soul King." Not at all. It's clear he relied on cunning. If it were a straightforward fight, Tang San would undoubtedly lose. But what if we compare him to someone I encountered a few days ago? That would be entirely different. A few days ago? You can't mean that person, can you? Indeed. I heard he is a 4-ring soul master named Yu Jiuxian. Yu Jiuxian, who had been eavesdropping and savoring his own gossip, couldn't help but feel a twinge of irony. Rubbing his temples, he glanced at the students heading to the dining hall, confirming that he did not see Mo Xiao Tang before he turned and departed from the place he had just referred to as a sanctuary. Observing the flowers and plants along the way, he resumed the long-neglected activity of introspection. He had initially assumed that Tang San and Xiao Haitang were together, but it appeared otherwise. Contemplating further, if Xiao Haitang was not with Tang San and had not gone to the dining hall, then she must be at the metamorphic training ground, glancing at the now vacant bed across from him. After all, given Xiao Haitang's character, she would never venture out alone. Even if others took her out to play, she would certainly inform him in advance. Since she had not told him, it meant she was likely attending her usual classes. He remembered Xiao Haitang mentioning during their previous conversation that her schedule for the morning consisted of class, training ground, and dining hall. Thus, today, her absence from the dining hall could only mean that she lost track of time while training at the training ground. Therefore, he was certain he would be able to find her there. On the other side, at the metamorphic training ground, Mo Xiao Tang ceased her breath, and the moment she slowly opened her eyes, She clenched her fist to sense the soul power coursing through her. Astonishingly, she had reached level 39. Suddenly, she recalled her journey back to the academy. Feeling fatigued during the trek, she had glanced at the effortlessly composed Yu Jiuxian beside her and couldn't help but voice her exasperation. As a strength-type soul master, my physical condition is abysmal. I wonder when I'll be able to catch up to Dai, Lauda, and Fatty, just like my brother. Upon hearing this, her brother had frowned slightly. I seem to have forgotten about that. Forgotten what? She asked, looking puzzled at her brother. He ruffled her hair and explained. Last time when Xiao Xiao and the others came, they brought some of my previous belongings, which included some miraculous elixirs that can completely heal your body. Heal me? She gasped in astonishment, for the ailment she had since birth had troubled her for a long time. Throughout her life, she had consulted numerous doctors, yet none could provide a remedy for her condition. She never anticipated her brother would possess a solution. What wondrous brother is this? Her brother nodded in affirmation and continued. Indeed, and moreover, after you consume my medicine, your training will also see an enhancement. Chapter 119. Satisfied and full, Brother Xian too? Mo Xiaotang tilted her head. Enhancement? It will even improve my soul power? Her brother chuckled lightly. Improve your soul power? What good is gaining a few levels? What I desire is for your training to be enhanced in the long run. What does that mean? She scratched her head, somewhat confused. However, her brother did not elaborate further, lightly remarking that she would understand in due time. Upon returning to the academy, he presented her with the celestial grade herbs. And fearing that she might not absorb them effectively, he refined the herbs into pills for her to consume daily. According to him, once she finished those pills, the effects of the celestial grade herbs would be fully absorbed, and at that point, not only would her body improve, but she would also experience some unexpected delight. It wasn't until a few days ago that she finished them, immersed in the joy of having her health restored. She had not given much thought to what that unexpected delight could be, but now it had materialized before her. Realizing that it was already noon, she suppressed her excitement and quickly exited the metamorphic training ground. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she immediately spotted Tao Zi waiting for her. Casting a glance back at the metamorphic training ground, she inquired, "Aren't Xiao, Ao, Fatty, and Zhu Qing out yet?" Since they often trained together, they had gradually agreed to wait for each other before heading to the dining hall. Therefore, seeing only Tao Zi, there prompted her to ask. Hearing this, Tao Zi shook her head. "I couldn't wait for you, so I went to the dining hall first." Huh? Mo Xiaotang was taken aback. Couldn't wait for me? Although she often emerged last, it was hard to believe that she would be left waiting. As she gazed at the blazing sun, it suddenly dawned on her that her training time today had been significantly longer than usual. She inhaled deeply and hurried towards the dining hall, silently praying that her brother would wake up later than usual today. Yet, in the next moment, she spotted Yu Jiuxian standing ahead with a radiant smile. Upon seeing Xiao Haitang emerge, Yu Jiuxian halted his steps, waiting for her to approach. Observing the look of frustration on Mo Xiaotang's face, he gently patted her fluffy head, saying, "Training and health. Health comes first, you understand? Today was an exception. It won't happen again." Mo Xiaotang earnestly assured him. "I promise it won't. I believe in you." Yu Jiuxian nodded, completely disregarding Tao Zi, and took Xiao Haitang by the hand, leading her in the direction of the dormitory. Seeing this, Tao Zi quickly caught up with them, saying, "Xiao Tian hasn't eaten yet. Let's finish our meal at the dining hall before heading back to the dormitory." Hearing this, Mo Xiaotang was about to say it was all right when Yu Jiuxian interjected nonchalantly. "I know. I've already gotten food for him. He'll have something to eat when he gets back to the dormitory." "You got food for him?" Montak Cio Tang blinked in disbelief. "My brother actually got food for me? What a model brother." Meanwhile, Tao Zi, upon hearing this, felt less than pleased. She pouted, feeling somewhat disheartened that she could not share lunch with Xiao Tian. To this, Yu Jiuxian, oblivious to her feelings, assumed that Tao Zi was upset because she couldn't directly eat like Xiao Haitang and had to go to a gathering instead. He patted her shoulder reassuringly. "When I arrived, I ran into Zhu Qing and told her you and Xiao Haitang were together, so she helped you get food. You can eat once you go in." Tao Zi glanced at Mo Xiaotang, who nodded in agreement, and finally sighed, dejectedly heading towards the dining hall. Chapter 120. Post-meal chit-chat, breaking through together in dormitory 731. After finishing her meal, Mo Xiaotang reclined on her bed, engaging in casual conversation with her brother. Brother, after consuming the pills, my training speed has really accelerated. I'm already at level 39. Yu Jiuxian nodded. Having expected this, Xiao Haitang is remarkable. It seems we will be able to break through together this time. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotang abruptly sat up. Since that day, when Tang San brought back the celestial herbs, except for Xiao Wu, who had not taken the herbs and remained at level 35. The others from Shrek had all made progress. Individuals who have consumed herbal medicines are ranked from lowest to highest as follows. Ma Hongjun at level 36. Tang San and Ning Rongrong at level 37. Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing at level 38. And Dai Mubai, who has surpassed level 40. Accompanying Master Flinder on a quest to hunt for soul rings. As for Tao Zi, she has not ingested any herbs, yet after 6 months at the academy, her soul power has ascended to level 44. Not long ago, she expressed concern that her brother, despite his formidable prowess, might fall behind her due to his tendency to nap rather than train. Unexpectedly, her brother has secretly cultivated to level 49. After sharing this, Yu Jiuxian, who had not heard any response, turned to observe the person sitting on the bed with a silly smile and inquired, "What brings you such joy?" Mo Xiaotang instinctively replied that she was delighted to know her brother remains the strongest in the academy. Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow and teased, "You wish for me to be the strongest?" Realizing her slip of the tongue, Mo Xiaotang shyly fidgeted with her fingers, clarifying that it was not merely a wish. It was a belief that her brother ought to be the strongest. If I were unable to cultivate soul power and remained at my current level, would that disappoint you? Yu Jiuxian could not help but twirl his storage ring while intently gazing at Mo Xiaotang's profile, observing her expression. Mo Xiaotang tilted her head and responded, disappointed? Not at all. I might even be quite happy. Happy? Yu Jiuxian was momentarily taken aback. Had not Mo Xiaotang just expressed joy in his strength? Why then did she find happiness in his inability to cultivate? How so? She explained, I harbor a desire to protect my brother. If he remains so powerful, I would be forever shielded by him, and that wish would remain an unattainable dream. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian clenched his fists and murmured, Protect me? Montak Xiaotang, not catching his words, responded with a simple ah. He shook his head, smiling as he shifted the topic. By the way, with your rapid progress, I must strive harder. And Mo Xiaotang's face immediately displayed refusal. With his training speed, if he puts an effort, he would certainly break through in no time. I still wish to break through alongside him. He should maintain his usual state. At this, Yu Jiuxian's mischievous side surfaced, and he propped his chin, observing Mo Xiaotang with great interest. Your current training speed is commendable. Do not be so modest. The innocent young boy leapt from his bed to his brother's. Tugging at his sleeve, we agreed to break through together. You cannot do this. Do what? Yu Jiuxian blinked his large, innocent eyes. You cannot train hard. You must break through with me. Mo Xiaotang insisted, playfully shaking his brother's sleeve. In Chapter 121, a master of expressions, Yuan Gao pays a visit. All right. Yu Jiuxian agreed quickly, charmed by Mo Xiaotang's adorable demeanor. Mo Xiaotang beamed and returned to his own bed. In the afternoon, after a restful slumber, Mo Xiaotang and the roused Yu Jiuxian descended from their dormitory, making their way to the simulation training ground. Yu Jiuxian, initially overwhelmed by sleepiness, was reluctant to go, but he reluctantly followed Mo Xiaotang, who persistently urged him on. Along the way, they encountered Tang San, Oscar, and others, also heading for training. Observing the drowsy Yu Jiuxian, Oscar gave a hearty thumbs up to Mo Xiaotang, exclaiming, No wonder the esteemed master favors you. You managed to summon him. Ma Hongju nodded in agreement, affirming the young boy's exceptional nature. Meanwhile, the protagonist, oblivious to their admiration, scratched his head, about to inquire why they were staring at him when a loud voice interrupted. Tang San, someone is looking for you. Almost instantly, upon hearing the commotion, Mo Xiaotang glanced at his sleepy brother. Indeed, the sudden shout jolted Yu Jiuxian awake, and he glared at the messenger, demanding, "Are you looking for someone or stirring up trouble? Who do you intend to scare with such a racket?" The student, shrinking back, timidly replied in a hushed tone, "Looking for someone." Seeing his cowardly demeanor, Mo Xiaotang tugged at his brother's sleeve. "Brother, let it go. You should be magnanimous." Yu Jiuxian nodded, realizing that his fierce demeanor might intimidate Mo Xiaotang, and he softened his expression, smiling gently at her. He then turned to the messenger, coldly inquiring, "Who is searching for us, Tang-san?" The messenger was left speechless by Yu Jiuxian's rapid change in demeanor. In contrast, Tang-san, hearing his tone, sighed. "That sounds rather strange." Yu Jiuxian reflected on his words, realizing they might indeed sound odd. He decided not to hold a grudge against Tang-san for interrupting his sleep. He fixed a cold gaze on the messenger, letting out a huff. "I'm asking you a question. You've wandered into my dream." The messenger, frightened, quickly regained his composure and stammered that the person looking for Tang-san was Tai Long's grandfather before hastily fleeing. The remaining group exchanged glances, exclaiming in surprise, "Grandfather!" Xiao Wu angrily remarked, "Tai Long is too much. If he cannot handle it himself, he sends his father, and if his father fails, he sends his grandfather. How far does this go?" Yu Jiuxian chuckled softly. "Not that they cannot handle it. Rather, they're simply a very protective family." Mo Xiaotang, closest to her brother, was momentarily perplexed. Although Yu Jiuxian smiled, she sensed an undercurrent of unhappiness in him. Before she could ponder further, Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow and suggested they investigate. With Tang-san's agreement, they set off. However, after taking only a few steps, they encountered another junior student delivering a message, this time concerning Yu Jiuxian. The young student calmly stated, "Yu Jiuxian, a man named Yuan Gao, is looking for you." In Chapter 122, The Protector of the Master, the proclamation of the Esteemed One, upon learning that Yuan Gao awaited at the Academy's entrance, Yu Jiuxian and his companions set off in grand fashion. Upon reaching the entrance, Yu Jiuxian immediately spotted Yuan Gao clad in simple garments, standing behind the gates, and chuckled softly. "Behold, a dignified five-ringed Soul King, the second in command of Yu Guan, once a caretaker a decade ago, now reduced to a mere errand runner. Quite the irony. What is the matter?" "Ma on gajun inquired, noticing Yue juxian esse inexplicables mide." "I'm fine," Yu Jiuxian replied, shaking his head. Having never met Tai Long, he scrutinized the unfamiliar students gathered at the Academy's entrance, asking, "Which one is Tai Long?" Eagerly, Oscar pointed to 3 individuals nearby. Yu Jiuxian glanced over, nodding in approval. Level 37 Soul Master, Level 58 Soul King, and Level 86 Soul de Law. Their family's strength is commendable. They have the means to cause trouble. Oscar, who had been fixated on the Esteemed One, gasped in disbelief. "Soul de Law? How is it that Yu Jiuxian could remain unfazed and casually mention such formidable ranks in the face of potential conflict?" He gazed at the protagonist embroiled in trouble, intending to share this astonishing news with Tang-san, only to discover that someone had already approached Titan, the grandfather of Tai Long, with Xiao Wu unable to intervene. "Oh heavens!" Tang-san halted approximately 1 meter from Titan and declared, "I am Tang-san. You are the one who injured my son and grandson." Titan replied nonchalantly, his gaze assessing the fearless young lad before him. This child, though still quite young, possessed a temperament far superior to that of his son and grandson. Contemplating this, he glanced at his cowering son and grandson. He pursed his lips, recognizing that being defeated by such a child was a reflection of their own inadequacy. However, they were indeed members of the Li Ji clan. Regardless of the circumstances, he sought an explanation. "How about we make a wager?" Titan proposed. "What do you wish to wager, elder?" Moon Jiuxian stepped forward as Tang-san inquired. The old man was protective, but did Moon Jiuxian not also have his own loyalties? Had those who sought to bully him consulted him? Titan raised an eyebrow at Moon Jiuxian, subtly exerting pressure. "I am addressing Tang-san. What mischief is this child causing?" Moon Jiuxian chuckled and shrugged. "Elder, let us first discuss the terms of the wager." Observing his calm demeanor under pressure, Titan clasped his hands behind his back. In this era, young talents were emerging in abundance, and they, the older generation, were becoming obsolete. He sighed and affixed an incense stick to the stone pillar at the academy's entrance. I will not strike nor unleash my martial spirit. If that lad can endure the pressure I exert until the incense burns out, he wins. At that time, I shall have Tai Long and Tainua Bao and apologize to you. Conversely, if he fails, he must join my clan. Moon Jiuxian twirled the spatial ring on his hand. The pressure of an 8-ring solduo was surely manageable for him. Yet he could not be certain regarding Tang San's capabilities. He glanced at Tang San. What do you think? If it is unfeasible, I shall step in. Upon hearing this, Tang San nodded. Moon Jiuxian then turned to Titan. Let the contest begin. However, if he wins, there will be no need for them to bow in gratitude. It shall be at Tang San's discretion. No problem, Titan agreed with a nod. Chapter 123. Success on the Streets. Purchasing trinkets with the conditions set and both parties in accord, Moon Jiuxian remarked, friendship first, competition second, before swiftly departing with Yuan Gao outside the academy gates. So rapid was their exit that Oscar barely caught a glimpse of them. Moments later, the two adversaries commenced their duel. Observing the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Titan and the strained yet determined Tang San, Oscar clutched his chest and, with tears streaming down his face, remarked to Mo Xiaodang. Little San is facing the pressure of a soul, Douluo. How can Desian be so unconcerned, leaving without hesitation? Mo Xiaodang, unwilling to hear disparagement of her brother, immediately defended him. Not only does Little San have adversaries, but Brother Joe also has his own, all right? She glanced at Tang San, who had already unleashed his external spirit bone, and continued, moreover, when Brother Joe inquired if Little San could handle it, it was Little San himself who claimed he could. If Little San is unafraid, why should you be? After uttering these words, Mo Xiaodang noticed Oscar's mood further decline. He took a deep breath and comforted him by patting his shoulder. Rest assured, Brother Jiu had Taozi Sikh teacher Zhao Wujin before coming out. Even if Little San falters, it will be fine. This statement brought some relief to Oscar, who exhaled and led Mo Xiaodang and the others to a relatively safe vantage point to watch the contest. On the other side, Yuan Gao leisurely followed Moon Jiuxian along the bustling streets. Upon reaching an intersection, Moon Jiuxian paused and inquired, "How has Uncle Guan been lately? Has the Pope sought him out again?" "The Lord is well," Yuan Gao responded, contemplating the earlier rumors. Moon Jiuxian, noticing his hesitation, questioned, "Regarding what?" Yuan Gao pressed his lips together, hesitating before saying, "The Pope has not contacted the Lord since. But I heard that a month after the return of the Golden Generation trio, the Pope sought them out and inquired about matters related to you." "Inquired about me?" Moon Jiuxian mused, pinching his fingers. "Truly, one who can ascend to the papacy is meticulous to the point of being bothersome. Were my powers from my past life still intact, I could have easily dealt with that Pope. However, for now, patience was key. What do you plan to do?" Yuan Gao asked, observing Moon Jiuxian's calm demeanor. "What to do? Let it be." Moon Jiuxian shrugged, gazing at the nearby stall selling exquisite trinkets, and promptly approached the vendor. The proprietor, noticing a customer, eagerly welcomed him with a double inquiry. "What style are you looking for, young sir? Is it a gift or for personal use?" Moon Jiuxian remained silent, perusing the items before selecting 2 pieces after a moment. "How much for these 2? Young master has a discerning eye. These are the finest items at this stall, totaling 3 gold soul coins," the vendor replied with a cheerful smile, holding up 3 fingers. Moon Jiuxian nodded, preparing to pay when Yuan Gao preemptively settled the bill. Observing this, he retrieved a handkerchief to wrap the 2 small accessories before placing them into a spatial ring and moving forward. Yuan Gao, unable to contain himself, asked, "Do you have a fondness for these trinkets?" Moon Jiuxian hesitated, pondering whether he truly liked them. It was merely that the 2 accessories resembled begonia flowers and were quite exquisite. And since he was crafting a birthday gift for Xiao Haidang that was rather plain and lacking adornments, he decided to purchase them. However, he chose not to disclose this to Yuan Gao, casually responding, "They're just all right." "Oh," Yuan Gao nodded, noticing Moon Jiuxian's lack of enthusiasm and refraining from probing further. However, Moon Jiuxian, recalling that Yuan Gao had yet to reveal his purpose for being there, slowly inquired, What brings you to Tiando? Yuan Gao replied quietly. I came along with the two lords. This revelation surprised Moon Jiuxian. Both Uncle Guan and Uncle Gue had also come. Considering the sudden departure of the poisoned Douluo a few days prior, he deduced their reason for being there. They had likely been unaware that he had been transformed into the Shrek Academy, and, otherwise, they might have managed to meet him in secret. As he contemplated this, the enticing aroma of meat wafted from a nearby restaurant. He turned to Yuan Gao, saying, It has been a while. Let me treat you to a meal. Yuan Gao, also enticed by the aroma, shot him a knowing glance. Sounds pleasant enough, but are you sure it's not because you're the one who's hungry? As a dutiful and considerate subordinate, Yuan Gao did not call him out, instead agreeing to his invitation. Moon Jiuxian smiled and led him to the restaurant. In Yuan Gao's astonished gaze, he boldly ordered an extravagant meal. Observing Moon Jiuxian devouring his food with great delight, Yuan Gao silently set down his chopsticks, noting that the boy's appetite had grown significantly since they last met. After the meal, Yuan Gao emerged with a satisfied stomach. As they exited the restaurant, Moon Jiuxian rubbed his full belly and remarked, There is nothing pressing, so I shall return to the academy. You should go find Uncle Guan. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gao nodded slightly. Just as Yu Jiuxian lifted his leg to leave, he closely followed behind. Confused, Yu Jiuxian looked back at him. Hadn't they agreed that he would return to the academy while someone else sought his family's esteemed elder? Why was he still following him? With a stoic expression, Yuan Gao explained, I will escort you back to the academy before seeking the elder. I can return by myself. Yu Jiuxian waved his hand dismissively, stating, It's merely a trip to the academy. What's there to lose? No need to accompany me. Yuan Gao fell silent for a moment, then remarked, That hound Douluo might still be around. Yu Jiuxian pondered for a moment, dissecting his words and reflecting deeply until he finally gleaned the meaning. Yuan Gao was concerned that the hound Douluo could pose a threat to him. Setting aside the fact that he was not afraid of the hound Douluo and doubted its capability to harm him, he thought to himself, let the matter be. He had recently ascended to a formidable rank, now a level 59 Soul King, while that Titan was merely in level 86 Hound Douluo. If the Titan intended to confront him, what could Yuan Gao possibly do, given the 3-level disparity? Serve as a meat shield? It was likely he would perish before landing even a few blows. Casting a glance at the unyielding Yuan Gao, he sighed and acquiesced. Well, if you wish to accompany me, so be it. Although it may serve little purpose, it is nonetheless a kind gesture on your part. Nodding in agreement, Yu Jiuxian resumed his stride towards the Shrek Academy, with Yuan Gao silently trailing behind. Given the distance they had covered, by the time they returned to the academy, the sun was already setting in the west. Chapter 125, Returning to the Academy, Encountering Danger, 2, before the imposing figure before him. Yu Jiuxian felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. What luck was this? Merely returning to the academy had led him to cross paths with Ning Fengji, the master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Bone Douluo. Observing Yuan Gao's tense demeanor, he was certain that Yuan Gao had previously encountered Ning Fengji while accompanying Yu Guan. Taking a deep breath, he silently prayed that Ning Fengji would not remember Yuan Gao. As he prepared to discreetly slip past them, he heard the Bone Douluo coldly remark, Isn't this Yuan Gao, the Soul King under the Hound Douluo? Why has he suddenly brought a child to visit this Soul Master Academy? Is the Spirit Hall unable to educate this child? Upon hearing these words, Yuan Gao, who had intended to retreat, found himself unable to do so and had to confront Ning Fengji and the Bone Douluo directly. Yu Jiuxian, upon hearing this, also halted his steps. He fiddled with his storage ring, looking into the Bone Douluo's eyes, feigning confusion. What do you mean the Hound Douluo's underling? Why bring me here? And what is this about the Spirit Hall's Academy? What a disarray of nonsense. I recognize them individually, but why can't I make sense of them together? Ning Fengji, surprised by his response, looked at Yu Jiuxian and asked, You don't know? Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow and replied, What should I know? Ning Fengji exchanged glances with the Bone Douluo, then cautiously inquired, How is it that you are with him? Yu Jiuxian scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. With him? I don't even know who he is. Just as he finished speaking, he spotted a familiar figure within the campus. Glancing back at Ning Fengji, he wiped the smile off his face, waved his hand, and said, "All right, I won't chat with you any longer. My friend is waiting for me." With that, he hurriedly departed. Ning Fengji watched as he entered the academy. Following his gaze, he observed Yu Jiuxian only take a few steps before colliding with a young boy he had just met, casually throwing an arm around his shoulders. Seeing this, he turned to Yuan Gao, his earlier misunderstanding dissipating. "What are you doing here? Or did your esteemed elder send you for a task?" Once the young boy departed, Yuan Gao felt a sense of relief. Listening to Ning Fengji's question, he replied nonchalantly, just passing by, before turning to leave. This left Ning Fengji and the Bon Douluo exchanging bewildered glances at the academy entrance. Inside the academy, Yu Jiuxian draped his arm over Mo Xiao Tang's shoulder, smiling as he asked, "How did you end up at the academy gate?" "I noticed the snacks were running low and feared there wouldn't be enough when my brother returned, so I thought I'd go buy some." "I didn't expect to run into him," Mo Xiao Tang replied, scratching his head, suddenly recalling that his brother had intended to pull him back. He lamented that he hadn't bought any food yet. Seeing through Xiao Tang's intentions, Yu Jiuxian affectionately ruffled his hair and said, "You've already come back. I'll save some for tomorrow, and then we can go together." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao Tang had no objections. What his brother said was final. Looking at the adorable Xiao Tang, Yu Jiuxian inquired, "By the way, have you eaten yet?" "I'm not very hungry, so I didn't go." Mo Xiao Tang shook his head. At this, Yu Jiuxian, a die-hard foodie, frowned and pulled Xiao Tang toward the dining hall. "You can't skip meals. It should be known, nothing in the world is more important than a good meal." Chapter 126, Breaking Through Together, then Hunting Souls 1. A few days later, at the simulated training ground, Mo Xiao Tang, feeling the surge of his soul power breakthrough, opened his eyes in excitement, exclaiming, "Ah!" He pushed himself off the ground. Standing up, seemingly still in disbelief that he had actually broken through. Releasing his martial soul, he directed a three-soul technique at a nearby rock. As he saw the 40 claws he conjured make contact with the rock, it cracked audibly. Elated, he dashed towards the dormitory building, eager to be the first to share his breakthrough with his brother. Meanwhile, in room 731, Yu Jiuxian observed the soul power breakthrough with a hint of melancholy. They had promised to break through together, yet he had been the first to succeed. Would Xiao Tang be unhappy? With a thud, he flopped onto his bed, pulling up the blanket and rolling side to side on the single bed. As he wrestled with his frustration, a knock at the dormitory door interrupted him. Just as he was about to answer, a hurried figure lunged at him. Instinctively, he leaned back, his head striking the wall. The sound alone sent shivers down his spine. Mo Xiao Tang quickly scrambled off his brother and rushed to check the back of his head. Adhering to the principle of not letting Xiao Tang worry, Yu Jiuxian, despite the pain, smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. But why are you so worked up?" Without further ado, Mo Xiao Tang erupted with energy, tugging at his brother's sleeve and excitedly exclaiming, "Brother, I went to train after class today and reached level 40. Yu Jiuxian, momentarily stunned, could only focus on the fact that Xiao Tang had achieved his breakthrough. Coming back to his senses, he looked at the ecstatic Xiao Tang and said, "I have good news too." Hearing his brother's voice, Mo Xiao Tang calmed down slightly, asking, "What is it?" "I also broke through today." Yu Jiuxian exhaled slowly, his words filled with significance. At this revelation, Mo Xiao Tang erupted with excitement, enveloping his brother in a flurry of congratulations and praise. "Congratulations, brother. To break through to Soul King so quickly. You're the most impressive person I have ever known." Yu Jiuxian, with a slight smile, ruffled Xiao Tang's hair and then pulled him back. "Just reaching Soul King, and you're already calling me so amazing? You seem to have forgotten that above Soul King are the 6-ring Soul Emperors, 7-ring Soul Saints, 8-ring Soul Douluos, and 9-ring title Douluos." Mo Xiao Tang pouted, dismissing his brother's words. "What is the big deal about title Douluos? If my brother puts in the effort one day, wouldn't he surpass them in no time?" Yu Jiuxian sat upon the bed, raising a cup from the bedside table to sip water as he listened to Xiao Hua's words, nodding in agreement. Although some of Xiao Hua's earlier statements were somewhat exaggerated, This particular assertion held truth. Returning to the main topic, he motioned for Xiao Haitang to sit beside him on the bed. Since they had both achieved a breakthrough together, it was time to discuss the hunt for soul rings. Observing the obedient Xiao Haitang, Yu Jiuxian's thoughts turned to his own apprentice, who never sought him out unless he initiated contact. By the way, Xiao Haitang, do you know what level of soul power Zhu Qing possesses? If she is close to a breakthrough, we should wait for her to achieve it and go hunting for souls together. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao Tang reflected for a moment. Zhu Qing seems to still be at level 38. Level 38? Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, realizing that Zhu Qing had not advanced since consuming the celestial herb. As her master, he could not neglect her well-being. Pondering this, he tapped the table gently. Zhu Qing, do you have any matters to attend to lately? If not, come along with Xiao Haitang and me for a few days. Yu Jiuxian spoke slowly, addressing Zhu Qing, who had been summoned. Zhu Qing appeared somewhat surprised, unsure of the purpose behind their invitation. However, adhering to the dynamic of master and disciple, she refrained from questioning further and simply replied, nothing. Seeing her response, Yu Jiuxian nodded and shared his plans for the journey with Xiao Haitang. All right, then Xiao Haitang and I will go to seek leave from Flandra. You, on the other hand, should prepare your belongings. Understood. With Zhu Qing's agreement, Yu Jiuxian's proposal was solidified. Thus, he and Xiao Haitang parted ways with Zhu Qing, each attending to their own tasks. As they made their way to the principal's office, Yu Jiuxian felt a tinge of boredom and engaged Xiao Haitang in gossip. Rather, he discussed the recent wager between Titan and Tang San. What happened after I left? How did Tang San fare? Yu Jiuxian often found himself absent, yet he was curious about events that unfolded in his absence. Mo Xiaotang had developed a habit of remembering significant occurrences for when her brother would inquire. Hearing her brother's question, she recounted, after you left, Tyrone's grandfather released the pressure, and Tang San successively revealed his martial soul, external spirit bone, and reportedly, a second martial soul in the form of a hammer. Tyrone's grandfather was taken aback and murmured Hao Tian. A smirk formed on Yu Jiuxian's lips as he realized it was indeed the Hao Tian hammer. His earlier suspicions were confirmed. Tang San was the son of the Hao Tian Douluo, Tang Hao, who was wanted by the Spirit Hall. Truly, one should not judge by appearances, nor measure the ocean in mere fathoms. Mo Xiao Tang, observing her brother's expression, felt puzzled. Why is my brother not the least surprised upon hearing that Tang San has a twin martial soul? And when Hao Tian was mentioned, why did he seem so knowledgeable? Did my brother already know about Tang San's twin martial soul? Did he know about Hao Tian as well? Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow at this inquiry. In a sense, yes. I was uncertain until you shared these details. Mo Xiao Tang nodded, expressing her own astonishment. I was shocked to learn that Tang San possesses a twin martial soul. Having two martial souls is incredibly cool. Upon hearing Xiao Hua praise others, Yu Jiuxian felt a pang of hurt. But I also have two martial souls. Why has Xiao Haitang never mentioned that I am cool? Mo Xiao Tang inhaled sharply, realizing her brother was also a twin martial soul. Just as she was about to speak, Yu Jiuxian placed a finger over her lips. Winking, aside from the elders who raised me, I shall confide this to you alone. Xiao Hua must keep it a secret. Montauk Cio Tang nodded eagerly, assuring him she would. With that, Yu Jiuxian released Xiao Hua and inquired about the subsequent events. Clearing his throat, Mo Xiao Tang continued. Meanwhile, Rong Rong returned with her father, Ning Zhongzhu. Upon witnessing the atmosphere, he intervened to mediate, and Tyrone's grandfather readily agreed. Afterward, Tyrone's grandfather addressed Tang San as young master before heading to the conference room, and Tang San followed. Beyond that, I'm not aware. By this point, they had arrived at the principal's office. Gazing at the four large characters that read principal's office, Yu Jiuxian bit his lip and knocked lightly on the door. Upon hearing an invitation to enter, he and Xiao Haitang stepped inside. Flandra's expression mirrored that of their previous encounter upon seeing Yu Jiuxian and Mo Xiaotang. Adjusting his glasses, he inquired flatly, "What brings you two to my humble abode?" Yu Jiuxian, maintaining an innocent demeanor, replied, "It's not a matter of significance. I merely wish to request a leave of absence." Flandrin nearly choked on his tea at this statement, raising a hand to prevent Yu Jiuxian from approaching. After a brief pause, feeling more at ease, Flandra gazed at Yu Jiuxian and remarked, "Young man, you seem to be rather frequent in your requests for leave." Mo Xiaotang tilted her head. "Frequent? It's only been 3 times in 6 months. In the past, at Evergreen, their father had grown weary of Yu Jiuxian's constant leave requests and had given him a permanent leave slip. Now, that was truly frequent," Mo Xiaotang added. Flandra nearly lost his composure at this revelation, yet he took a deep breath. Recognizing that one was the son of a wealthy family and the other was the Academy's treasure, he could not afford to offend either. After composing himself, Flandra looked at them with a strained smile and asked, "How many days do you intend to take off?" "It will be 3 of us, Xiao Haitang, Zhu Qing, and myself, requesting approximately half a month," Yu Jiuxian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Zhu Qing's name, Flandra struggled to suppress the urge to reprimand Yu Jiuxian, nodding reluctantly. Seeing this, Yu Jiuxian took Xiao Haitang and prepared to leave. However, just as they opened the door to exit, Dai Mu Bai burst in. Without acknowledging Flandra, Dai Mu Bai approached Yu Jiuxian, having just returned and eager to see Zhu Qing. But upon overhearing Yu Jiuxian's plans to take her away for over half a month, he felt a wave of discomfort. Though he dared not obstruct the master's intentions, he sought a compromise. "Were you taking Zhu Qing? I wish to join." Yu Jiuxian considered the matter. He intended for them both to relax and enjoy a reprieve from their rigorous training. Hence, he had kept the details from their teacher, concerned that a large group would hinder their ability to unwind. However, since it was Dai Mu Bai, he deemed it acceptable. He nodded, turning to Flandra, "Principal, Dai Mu Bai will join us as well on our half-month leave." Flandra inhaled deeply, closing his eyes in resignation before nodding again. With that, Yu Jiuxian smiled, leading the 2 of them out. As Mo Xiaotang stepped outside, she cast a puzzled glance at her brother, questioning why the dean had closed his eyes moments ago. Yu Jiuxian and Dai Mu Bai exchanged knowing looks, fully aware of the answer. With a smile, he remarked that the dean feared he might be unable to refrain from intervening upon witnessing their antics. Mo Xiaotang, upon hearing this, became even more bewildered. Yu Jiuxian gently ruffled her hair and explained at a measured pace that the elite competition was approaching, and he had whisked away 3 of his promising students for a bit of adventure. Naturally, the esteemed Flandra, who preferred his students to remain diligently training in the simulation arena, would be reluctant to let them go. Yet, with a hint of reluctance, he had to concede. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotang nodded in understanding. It was entirely reasonable for an elder to begrudgingly agree to something he wished to avoid, especially when throwing a tantrum was involved. After gathering her belongings, Zhu Qing descended the stairs and was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 3 individuals not far away. Approaching Yu Jiuxian, she pointed at the tall figure beside him and inquired about his presence. Yu Jiuxian hesitated to reveal the truth, knowing it might not sit well with his young apprentice. For the sake of future endeavors, he led Mo Xiaotang away while offering a half-truth explanation. Given that this mission bore certain risks, he felt confident in his own ability to retreat unscathed, but the inclusion of the others made him uncertain. Thus, he had summoned Mu Bai, ensuring an additional layer of safety for them. Zhu Qing nodded in response, believing in Yu Jiuxian's sincerity, for she felt no need to doubt his intentions. However, this only deepened her curiosity regarding their destination, leaving her in a quandary as she hesitated to voice her questions for fear of appearing indiscreet. In contrast, Dai Mu Bai was less reserved. He caught up with Yu Jiuxian and directly asked, "Where are you headed, and is there danger involved?" "Hunting souls," Yu Jiuxian replied, gesturing towards the direction of the sunset forest as they exited the academy. Dai Mu Bai regarded them with astonishment, his gaze flitting among the trio before finally settling on Mo Xiaotang. "You have broken through to level 40. What have you consumed?" This thought conjured an image from 2 months prior when Tang San had gifted Mo Xiaotang a rare herb, only for Yu Jiuxian to refuse it. He swallowed hard, feeling a newfound respect for Yu Jiuxian. However, he couldn't help but ask, why bring Zhu Qing along for this soul-hunting venture? Zhu Qing turned her attention to Yu Jiuxian, equally curious about his reasoning. After all, bringing Mo shouting was logical, and including Dai Mubai seemed prudent for protection. But what purpose did her presence serve? In a real crisis, she feared she might hinder rather than assist them. Noticing their expectant expressions, Yu Jiuxian paused for a moment before responding. Since I have accepted this role, it is my duty to be responsible. Those who understood the implications comprehended the weight of his words, while those who did not would inevitably misconstrue them. The individuals in question were Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's instincts were piqued as he stared intently at Yu Jiuxian. What role are you referring to? Yu Jiuxian halted, smacking his forehead in realization. How could he forget that Dai Mubai was present, leading to such a potentially misleading statement? He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared indifferent, then cleared his throat and slowly clarified the relationship between master and disciple. Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, a question mark flashing through his mind. Isn't Yu Jiuxian just a few months younger than Zhuqing? However, he dismissed the thought, relieved that the misunderstanding had been cleared up. With the air of confusion dissipated, Yu Jiuxian led Mo shouting towards the sunset forest, engaging in light-hearted banter along the way. Do you think someone will contribute something during this outing? Probably not, she replied. What a pity, he mused. As they conversed, Dai Mubai, rejuvenated, joined in, asking, what kind of contribution are you referring to? Mo shouting chuckled and explained. My brother was talking about our last visit to the sunset forest when we encountered a group of individuals who attempted to rob us, only to surrender all their money. Dai Mubai chuckled lightly. To dare rob a master like Yu Jiuxian, those individuals certainly had audacity. A week after Yu Jiuxian departed with the three from the academy, they found themselves in the sunset forest. Having spent 2 days within its depths, they had yet to encounter any suitable soul beasts. Perhaps a stroke of bad luck akin to their previous expedition. Observing the growing impatience of Mubai and Zhuqing, Yu Jiuxian instructed them to rest and conserve their energy. He retrieved provisions from his jade ring, offering them to the seated trio. After receiving their thanks, Mo shouting shook her head, pushing the water back towards him. In her words, she simply was not thirsty or hungry. Seeing this, Yu Jiuxian did not press her, knowing she had enough supplies in her own storage soul guide. He took a few generous sips from his own water pouch, wiped his mouth, and began to stroll further into the woods. Mo shouting, noticing her brother's departure, hurriedly approached him, asking, where are you going? Yu Jiuxian paused and replied, you and Mubai, along with Zhuqing, should rest here. I'm just taking a look around. Dai Mubai, observing the concern on Mo shouting's face, stood and reassured her. With Yu Jiuxian's abilities, he is more than capable of handling any threats. You needn't worry. Reflecting on their previous soul-hunting experience, Mo shouting felt a little more at ease, but still urged her brother, be cautious. Yu Jiuxian smiled and nodded before continuing on his way. After walking a short distance, he placed his hands on his hips and surveyed his surroundings. He had distinctly sensed the presence of a nearly 10,000-year soul beast nearby. How could it vanish so swiftly after only a brief exchange? Just as he was about to turn back, he heard rustling noises a mere 2 meters behind him. Quietly turning, he spotted a small, unappealing creature resembling a wolf, but smaller, adorned with striking purple fur. A smile crept across his face. A nearing purple spirit beast. Good fortune was indeed on his side. He discreetly unleashed his martial spirit and subtly activated the illusionary soul skill from his cranial soul bone. Once the purple spirit beast succumbed to the illusion, swaying unsteadily as if intoxicated, he leisurely approached. Truth be told, he could easily dispatch a single purple spirit beast, but alarming, it could make it flee, complicating the search for it later. Thus, he opted for a gentler approach. Bending down, he imbued himself with the lightning attribute of the spirit pattern fan and grasped the creature by the neck, murmuring, "Little one, come with me." Observing the purple spirit beast rendered entirely unconscious by the electric shock, he lifted it with a shake, bemused by its weakness. Meanwhile, back at the resting spot, Mo Xiaodang sensed a faint surge of soul power nearby, her excitement mounting. That direction was precisely where her brother had ventured. Could it be that he was in danger? Sitting on the ground, Dai Mubai gazed at the bewildered expression of his companion, perplexed by the sudden announcement of danger surrounding Yu Jiuxian. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing calmed her mind to sense the atmosphere, but felt nothing unusual. She tugged at Mo Xiao Tang, her eyes questioning whether he had perceived something. Mo Xiao Tang swallowed hard, about to explain, when he caught sight of a figure ahead. Brother. Hearing the plaintive call, Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He turned to Dai Mu Bai, asking, "Have you bullied Xiao Hua?" Dai Mu Bai quickly raised his hands in protest, shaking his head. How could we bully someone precious to the great master? That would be courting death. In response, Yu Jiuxian approached, and upon reaching Xiao Hua, unceremoniously dropped the unconscious Ziling Bei to the ground. After wiping his hands, he gently ruffled Xiao Hua's hair. What has happened to little Hai Tang? Look what I have brought back for you. Upon hearing his words, Mo Xiao Tang looked down in surprise. A soul beast? Yu Jiuxian nodded, nudging the Ziling Bei closer to Xiao Hai Tang's feet. I thought it suited you, so I captured it. Brother, are you hurt? Mo Xiao Tang, filled with concern, examined his brother's arms and abdomen. Realizing Xiao Hai Tang was worried about him, Yu Jiuxian chuckled, pulling her away. Do you really think a small soul beast could harm me? You underestimate your brother too much. Hearing that he was fine, Mo Xiao Tang felt relieved. That's good. Yu Jiuxian gestured toward a robust tree nearby. Sit under the tree and wait for me to transform this with the Mieshan gun. You can absorb it afterwards. Upon hearing the mention of transformation, Mo Xiao Tang's gaze returned to the Ziling Bei. Isn't this a soul beast that has existed for thousands of years? Yu Jiuxian, while retrieving the Mieshan gun, casually explained, it's nearly 10,000 years old. Dai Mu Bai, who had been sitting silently, was taken aback. Had he misheard? Nearly 10,000 years. He quickly stood up, exclaiming, Great Master, I know you want to find a good soul ring for Xiao Tang, but the maximum absorption age for the 4-soul ring is 5,000 years. Only the 5th ring can absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. Are you not afraid of Xiao Tang exploding from the pressure? Last time, when Xiao San absorbed his 3rd soul ring, you saw how close he was to danger. How could you give Xiao Tang a ring with double the age? This is tantamount to condemning Mo Xiao Tang on the path of soul ring absorption. Seeing Dai Mu Bai's panicked attempt to intervene, Mo Xiao Tang waved his hand, offering an explanation for his brother. Don't worry, Mu Bai. Last time, under my brother's transformation, I successfully absorbed a ring that was several thousand years my senior. He'll be fine. Besides, I trust my brother. Before using the power of the Mieshan gun for transformation, Yu Jiuxian assured them earnestly, you can rest easy. I have personally tested the feasibility of this transformation absorption. Xiao Hai Tang will be perfectly safe after absorption. Noticing Dai Mu Bai's changing expression, Yu Jiuxian pressed on. You all know how I feel about Xiao Hai Tang. I would never allow her to come to any harm, even if it meant injuring myself. Hearing this, Mo Xiao Tang felt a lump in her throat, disregarding Dai Mu Bai's concerns as she quietly took out the dagger, Shun Junin, gifted by her brother. Under the gaze of all present, she drew Shun Jun and plunged it directly into the forehead of the Ziling Bei. As the dark purple soul ring emerged, Mo Xiao Tang settled under the tree, sniffing back her emotions. Brother, hurry up with the transformation. I can hardly wait to see what my 4th soul skill will be. All right, Yu Jiuxian responded, gripping the shaft of the Mieshan gun and connecting the soul ring to it. Once the power was transformed to a level that Xiao Hai Tang could absorb, he nodded at her, indicating that it was ready. Observing Yu Jiuxian's serious demeanor, Dai Mu Bai smiled faintly, beginning to understand why Mo Xiao Tang placed such unwavering trust in Yu Jiuxian. He shifted his gaze from the protective Yu Jiuxian to the indifferent Zhu Qing beside him. Due to the gentle nature of the transformed power, which was not at all stimulating, Mo Xiao Tang managed to fully absorb the nearly 10,000-year soul ring in less than an hour. Stretching his limbs, Dai Mu Bai intended to warn everyone about the lurking dangers in the sunsetting forest, only to hear the boastful proclamation from Yu Jiuxian. Xiao Hai Tang's soul ring is secured. Come, accompany me to seek the soul beast of my desire. His desired soul beast. Had the great master reached level 50? Noticing Dai Mu Bai's astonished expression, Yu Jiuxian couldn't help but smirk. Did this child only just now realize that he was not the only one hunting soul beasts? What a naive child. How could he be so carefree about the potential dangers while helping Xiao Haitang hunt a soul beast? Did he think the title of Great Master was just a hollow title? Moreover, he had promised to fulfill his responsibilities towards Zhu Zhuqing as a mentor. Merely bringing her to the sunsetting forest to hunt a 1,000-year-old soul beast was not enough to fulfill that obligation. He sighed, placing a hand on Xiao Haitang's shoulder as they walked forward, inquiring, "What soul skill did you acquire from absorbing the Ziling Bay?" Mo Xiaotang elaborated on the skill she sensed upon completing the absorption. "I plan to call this soul skill Qing Niao Chongming. The skill is an auditory domain attack that interrupts current attacks, though my current soul power can only sustain it for 5 seconds." Dai Mu Bai inhaled sharply upon hearing her words. Recalling his confusion regarding Yu Jiuxian's assertion that the Ziling Bay was suitable for Xiaotang, he had not anticipated the skill granted to Mo Xiaotang would be one that could interrupt current attacks for 5 seconds. In a critical moment, 5 seconds could provide a fatal blow to an enemy, granting a chance at survival. He glanced at the composed Yu Jiuxian, his admiration for him deepening. His Zhu Qing's insight was indeed sharp. As he pondered, Zhu Qing, recalling Yu Jiuxian's mention of his desired soul beast, asked, "Great Master, have you decided which soul beast you wish to hunt?" In response, Yu Jiuxian offered a thumbs up to Zhu Qing. "As expected of my little disciple. You are quite astute." He nodded slowly, stating, "Yes, it is the Dali Jindang Xiong that I encountered yesterday." Zhu Qing paused, surprised. The Dali Jindang Xiong? She remembered how cautious Yu Jiuxian had been when they encountered it, and Mo Xiaotang had asked why he seemed so afraid. At that time, Yu Jiuxian had explained, "It is a Dali Jindang Xiong that is 56,000 years old, although the maximum age for a 5th soul ring is 12,000 years. Yu Jiuxian could transform the power, making absorption feasible. However, why was he considering absorbing the soul ring of a Dali Jindang Xiong? The Dali Jindang Xiong was a soul beast of pure strength. If Yu Jiuxian were to absorb it, he would undoubtedly gain a soul skill related to power. He was undoubtedly aware that helping Mo Xiaotang hunt such a soul beast would be no easy feat. Why? Then, noticing Zhu Qing's confusion, Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow and patiently explained. As the crowd prepared to listen attentively, he gradually began to explain the reason behind his desire to hunt the Dali Jindang Xiong. The inspiration came from his previous battle with Xiao Haidang. "Me? I never anticipated that I would be the one to influence my brother's decision to hunt the Dali Jindang Xiong," murmured Mo Xiaotang, taken aback. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was due to Xiao Haitang that he had gained profound insights from that fight. "My first soul skill is healing, and my 4th soul skill, apart from the growth aspect that you are aware of, also possesses a slight mental attribute, which demands considerable soul power to utilize. As for the other 2 soul skills, you have seen and are familiar with them. They are lightning and storm, both highly destructive. This is quite advantageous when facing adversaries or tough soul beasts." However, Yu Jiuxian paused, contemplating his next words carefully before continuing. "If I were to use them against your martial souls, or in the upcoming elite competition where weapon usage is prohibited, a single lapse in control could result in fatal consequences. Thus, I find myself in a position where I am left without usable soul skills, prompting my intention to hunt a Dali Jindang Xiong." Upon hearing this, Dai Mu Bai remained silent, absorbing the gravity of Yu Jiuxian's perilous admission. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaodang and Zhu Qing, after reflecting on his final remarks, discerned the hidden tenderness within Yu Jiuxian's heart. However, this little secret was evidently not meant to be shared, as they dared not provoke the wrath of Yu Jiuxian. Observing the dimming sky, Yu Jiuxian waved his hand, signaling the group to proceed toward the territory of the Dali Jindang Xiong. Meanwhile, Mo Guanxin, having just suffered a setback against the poisoned Douluo, quietly returned to the inn where he was temporarily staying. After taking a sip of water, he sat cross-legged on the bed, quietly circulating his soul power. After a while, Gui Mei, who had been searching for the poisoned Douluo without success, was leisurely walking back when he encountered Yuan Gao, who had just returned to report. This was a day and a half later than he had anticipated. Although slightly displeased, He patiently inquired why Yuan Gao had arrived so late. Yuan Gao respectfully replied, "After visiting the branch hall, I received a letter from the young master. Upon learning that he was also in Tiando Imperial City, I went to check on him. Why has this child gone to Tiando?" Gui Mei asked as they walked. "It is said to secure a spot for the upcoming elite competition." Yuan Gao relayed the young master's words verbatim. Gui Mei frowned at this news. Participating in the elite competition? Sensing that Yu Guanxin had returned, he directly pushed open the door to Yu Guanxin's room. Just as he was about to engage in a detailed discussion, he noticed Yu Guanxin was meditating. "Have you just finished meditating?" Seeing Yuan Gao follow behind Gui Mei, Yu Guanxin set down his legs and asked calmly, "Is there something you need?" Gui Mei took a seat and gestured to Yuan Gao to convey the earlier information to Yu Guanxin. Upon hearing this, Yu Guanxin rubbed his temples, pondering. This boy seems obedient, yet he is quite reckless. Just as he has let down the Pope's guard, he goes off to participate in the elite competition. Which academy is he in? Lanba Academy. The dean of Lanba Academy is acquainted with the dean of Shrek, and now Lanba Academy has been transformed into Shrek Academy. As they approached the domain of the Dali Jindang Xiong, Yu Jiuxin cautioned, "Everyone, focus and be vigilant." Grasping the Mieshin gun, he carefully surveyed the surroundings while his expression remained serious. Upon reaching this area, there was no need for further reminders. Everyone was already on high alert, fearing a careless mistake could lead to being crushed into pulp by the concealed Dali Jindang Xiong, which had lived for over 50,000 years. Listening to Yu Jiuxian's words, they maintained a constant state of vigilance, unwilling to relax. Observing their demeanor, Yu Jiuxian smirked slightly, recalling the phrase, overly cautious. However, better to be overly cautious than to be careless and fail to return. Pressing his fingers to his forehead, he continued to lead them forward. Moments later, the imposing figure of the Dali Jindang Xiong came into Yu Jiuxian's view. He narrowed his eyes, raising his right hand high, signaling to those behind him that they had arrived, and they immediately halted. After ensuring everything was in order, Yu Jiuxian waved his hand, and the three individuals behind him silently executed the previously discussed strategy. Mo Xiaotang, usually obedient, took the lead, stealthily unleashing her martial soul and soaring into the air. As the others were not yet in position, she concealed herself behind a robust, century-old tree, awaiting the next command from her superior. The second to take position was the agile Zhu Zhuqing, who swiftly climbed and leaped to a tree not too far behind the Dali Jindang Xiong. After landing on a sturdy branch, she did not rush but instead confirmed, as per Yu Jiuxian's instructions, that she could maneuver effectively from this position and retreat safely if danger arose. After establishing her position, Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance with Yu Jiuxian for confirmation and then turned her attention to Dai Mubai, who had just arrived at a distance, facing the Dali Jindang Xiong. As he positioned himself, Yu Jiuxian's calm gaze suddenly sharpened. Clutching the Mieshin gun in one hand and the released Lingwen fan in the other, he resembled a striking amalgamation of a ruthless general and a refined scholar. Yet, as the saying goes, beauty does not last. Perhaps some wording was imprecise, but it was close enough. With a graceful motion, he waved the Lingwen fan towards a nearby tree, and in the blink of an eye, branches from both in front and behind him surged towards the slumbering Dali Jindang Xiong. Following Yu Jiuxian's command, the branches that had successfully concealed themselves beside the Dali Jindang Xiong swiftly ensnared the unsuspecting creature. As the Dali Jindang Xiong blinked in confusion at the entangling branches, just as it attempted to break free, Yu Jiuxian struck the rough trunk with his delicate hand, crackling with black and purple lightning. In an instant, the Dali Jindang Xiong was left dazed and bewildered. Though this formidable soul beast, with its 50,000-year legacy, was rendered momentarily incapacitated, it was not entirely defeated. "Now, everyone, unleash your attacks," commanded Yu Jiuxian. The trio, grinning with determination, prepared to execute their most powerful assaults. White Tiger Meteor Shower, Azure Bird's Edge, Ghostly Slash. The Dali Jindang Xiong, defenseless and unable to retaliate, let out a resounding roar as it was struck by their combined might. In the aftermath of the assault, the magnificent creature collapsed to the ground. "Brother, hurry and absorb the soul ring," We will protect you, Emo Xiaotang urged as the black soul ring began to rise. With his martial soul retracted, Yu Jiuxian obediently approached the fallen Dali Jindang Xiong. After ensuring everything was ready, he inserted the Mia Shun gun beside him, settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes filled with a gentle smile, and began to absorb his fifth soul ring. As time gradually passed, observing their superiors still engrossed in absorbing the energy, the three individuals decided to gather in a circle, keenly vigilant while indulging in food and gossip. Just as their merriment reached its peak, their attentive ears caught the sound of thumping footsteps. They quickly suppressed their playful demeanor, summoned their respective martial spirits, and assumed a defensive posture. Daimu Bai and Emo Xiaotang positioned themselves protectively around Yu Jiuxian, who was in the midst of absorbing his soul ring. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing leapt to the highest tree in the vicinity the moment the noise erupted, scanning the surroundings. Upon noticing a colossal creature approaching, resembling a certain bear with a striking 90% similarity, she inhaled sharply. It was indeed a great strength king bear, likely of a 10,000-year caliber. She hastily descended to share her findings with the others. As Zhu Zhuqing's words fell, Daimu Bai furrowed his brow, closing his eyes filled with despair. Could it be a relative of this creature? Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing his remark, kicked him sharply, admonishing him for speaking such nonsense at a time like this. She glared fiercely, urging him to silence his ominous predictions. Observing the delay of the soul beast's arrival, Emo Xiaotang stepped forward to mediate, pointing out that the great strength king bear was indeed headed in their direction, as Zhu Qing had indicated. Given that Jiugu was currently occupied with absorbing his soul ring, they could not afford to disturb him. A 50,000-year power-type soul beast was no trivial matter for the likes of them. They needed to remain united and devise a strategy swiftly. Listening to Emo Xiaotang's assessment, both Zhu Zhuqing and Daimu Bai recognized the gravity of their situation. Confronting a 50,000-year soul beast without Jiuxian's assistance was a daunting challenge. They promptly engaged in a serious discussion with Emo Xiaotang to strategize. With the colossal creature drawing closer, they eventually conceived a feasible plan, albeit a risky one. Perched on the tree trunk, Zhu Zhuqing observed the imposing figure of the great strength king bear and steadied her breath, clenching her fists. Yet in the next moment, she relaxed her grip. They were relying on her to divert the bear's attention, and she could not afford to panic. Taking a deep breath and mentally reassuring herself, she recalled someone's solemn promise. With her icy gaze fixed on the great strength king bear, she shouted, "Hey big guy, look over here!" Due to its poor eyesight, the bear, renowned for its acute hearing, turned its misty gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing and roared in response. Suppressing her trembling legs, Zhu Zhuqing charged at the great strength king bear, unleashing her first soul skill. Fully aware that as a level 38 agile attack soul master, her strike would likely leave no mark on such a formidable beast. She did not intend to inflict harm, but rather to provoke it. After the initial strike, witnessing the enraged great strength king bear, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, Daimu Bai, having instructed Emo Xiaotang to keep an eye on Yu Jiuxian, hurried after the bear, following Zhu Zhuqing. Montak Cio Tang, staying close to her brother, silently prayed for him to complete the absorption of the soul ring while anxiously watching their figures fade from her view. The plan was predicated on the bear's massive size and cumbersome movements, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to incite its fury and lead it away. For her safety, Daimu Bai would closely follow, providing protection from the shadows. Their mission would only be half accomplished once the bear was sufficiently diverted. The other half involved their own escape, as the great strength king bear was known for its vengefulness and patience, making their escape a formidable challenge. Hence, Emo Xiaotang fervently hoped for her brother's swift completion of the absorption process. Knowing that only once Yu Jiuxian successfully absorbed the soul ring could Daimu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing be rescued from peril. However, the absorption of a soul ring could take mere moments or extend over a day. This uncertainty was part of their gamble. On the other side, the great strength king bear uprooted a nearby tree, hurling it towards the fleeing Daimu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. Daimu Bai, aware of the impending danger. Instinctively tightened his grip around Zhu Zhuqing's waist and dove to the side. Successfully evading the initial strike, Dai shielded Zhu Zhuqing beneath him. In that moment, feeling the warmth of his protective embrace, Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced, momentarily captivated. Yet, recalling the intimate position of his hand on her waist, her cheeks flushed with indignation, ready to chastise him for his perceived impropriety. Just then, a tree with a diameter exceeding 1 meter hurtled towards their previous location. Her expression changed dramatically. Had Dai not pushed her away, she could have suffered grave consequences. Hearing the thunderous sound, she quickly helped Dai to his feet and urged him to run forward. As they sprinted, they soon realized something was amiss. The path they were on bore an uncanny resemblance to the route they had taken to lead the bear away. Their confusion was short-lived as the familiar silhouettes of two figures came into view, causing them to nearly choke on their disbelief. After expending so much effort, they had inadvertently circled back, leading the great strength king bear right to them. It seemed the heavens conspired against them. There is an adage that misfortune travels swiftly, while good fortune is often a slow whisper. This sentiment resonated profoundly with their current predicament. The bear, brimming with fury, swung its massive paw towards Dai and Zhu Zhuqing. Meanwhile, Yu Jiuxian remained undisturbed, meditating and absorbing his soul ring, oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him. As the bear's paw descended, Dai instinctively pulled Zhu Zhuqing behind him, activating his two soul skills, White Tiger Protective Shield and White Tiger Transformation. With a resounding thud, Yu Jiuxian fell to the ground, blood seeping from his lips. At the moment the bear's paw landed, he had just utilized his soul power to push Dai and Zhu Zhuqing away, positioning himself sideways, which resulted in his right arm dislocating and his left leg fracturing upon impact with the ground. Even though his consciousness remained somewhat intact, he could not muster the strength to rise. Turning his head to check on Dai and Zhu Zhuqing, he sighed in relief upon seeing that they were merely dazed by the shockwave and unharmed. As Xiaodang witnessed the scene, she dashed forward to assist him. Observing the formidable bear advancing toward them with a fierce roar, Yu Jiuxian, once lifted to his feet, forcefully pushed Xiao Haitang aside and exclaimed, "I will hold this creature at bay. You must swiftly lead and Zhu Qing, who are incapacitated by the shockwave, to safety." In response, Xiaodang shook her head vigorously, declaring, "No, I cannot leave my brother behind." Seeing her resolve, Yu Jiuxian gritted his teeth and, with his uninjured left hand, affectionately ruffled Xiao Haitang's hair, inhaling deeply before softly assuring her, "I am Yu Jiuxian. I shall be fine. However, you, Xiaohua, I cannot bear to witness you suffer before my eyes." Hearing his words, Xiaodang paused, reflecting on her brother's unwavering protection, as she had never experienced injury in his presence. Yet, his gaze seemed to penetrate through her to someone else. His words could not have been meant for her. Could they? Who had suffered in front of her brother and garnered such concern? "Xiaohua, I do not wish for this," she pondered. "Is it indeed Xiaohua?" There is a striking resemblance between Xiao Haidang and Xiaohua. Yu Jiuxian, observing her daze, placed his hand reassuringly on her shoulder and vowed, "I promise you, I shall return alive." Xiaodang lifted her gaze, realizing that his words seemed directed at her, yet also conveyed to another. Overwhelmed by the day's events, her mind was a tumultuous blur. Noticing Xiao Haitang's inertia, Yu Jiuxian harnessed his soul power and forcefully propelled her toward Dai bellowing, "Now go." In that instant, as his words echoed, Xiaotang's eyes glistened with tears. She grasped Dai and Zhu Qing, exhaled deeply, and with labored steps, soared into the air, heading toward the periphery of the sunset forest. Watching Xiao Haitang depart, Yu Jiuxian smiled, defiantly addressing the bear. 80,000 years? Huh! What does that matter when you are still but a bear? Do you truly believe I, Yu Jiuxian, would fear you? The great strength bear, subjected to the incessant prattle of the diminutive human, roared in response, nearly rupturing Yu Jiuxian's eardrums. He raised his unharmed left hand to unleash the Lingwen fan, forcefully striking at the bear Dai. Meanwhile, Xiaodang guided Dai and Zhu Qing, who were slowly regaining consciousness. Upon opening their eyes, they gasped in surprise at being suspended in the air. Soon after, they recalled the perilous moment before their unconsciousness, when Yu Jiuxian, having absorbed the soul ring, rushed to protect them from danger, pulling them away. Zhu Qing, glancing up, noticed the pale, tear-filled eyes of Emo Xiaotang, a sight that compelled her to clench her fists. Chapter 138. The Absorption of the Soul Ring. Unexpected Occurrences. 5. Daimu Bai, not merely growing in stature, quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Xiao Haidang, that is a pure power-type soul beast exceeding 50,000 years. Before he was injured, perhaps it was manageable, but now, Xiaodang, we must return to support him. Recalling her brother's expression, Emo Xiaodang inhaled and shook her head. Returning would only complicate matters for him. As she beheld the approaching great strength bear, Yu Jiuxian took 2 steps back, contemplating his limited soul power, and swiftly devised a strategy. He unleashed his 4 soul skills in succession at the bear's visage. The first wave of the Lingguan fan released the essence of growth, flourishing within the forest domain. His 4th soul skill would be particularly effective. However, since the bear was a power-type soul beast, it was only a matter of time before the branches would snap. Nevertheless, restraining the great strength bear for a few precious minutes was advantageous, facilitating his subsequent maneuvers. Seeing the branches firmly entangled, Yu Jiuxian waved the Lingguan fan twice more. This time, he unleashed the 3rd and 2nd soul skills. A roaring vortex enveloped the great strength bear, followed by a barrage of thunderous strikes. With no one present and the bear heavily injured, his powerful subordinates showed no mercy. Moments later, the bear emitted a feeble whimper from within the whirlwind. Hearing this sound, Yu Jiuxian swiftly approached the vortex, simultaneously releasing his newly acquired 5th soul power while retracting his 2nd and 3rd soul skills. Gazing at the charred, blackened great strength bear, he leaped and delivered a momentous strike with the Lingguan fan to the bear's forehead, shouting, "Die." As the old saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Although the great strength bear was a 10,000-year beast, it was a power-type soul beast akin to a tank in a game, with thick skin, thus sustaining the heavy blow. The bear, upon witnessing the dissipating vortex, retaliated with a powerful paw. Indeed, the old adage held true. Yu Jiuxian, caught off guard, was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing to the ground with a thud. Dazed and spitting blood, he surveyed the area, relieved that aside from himself, the bear was the only living creature present. He felt fortunate that they had departed. Otherwise, his disheveled appearance would have marred his image in their eyes. As seconds ticked away, feeling his body grow colder from the loss of blood, Yu Jiuxian lowered his dimmed gaze, pondering if he would perish here in the sunset forest. This thought struck him sharply, his heart constricting as images of promising Xiao Xiao he would live well and vowing to return to Xiao Haidang flooded his mind. He opened his blurred eyes, realizing that if he could survive the hunting spirit forest, he could not succumb in the sunset forest. No. Gritting his teeth, he pressed his relatively intact left arm against the ground, struggling to rise. It felt like an eternity, but finally, Yu Jiuxian stood, panting heavily, determined to regain his composure for those who cared for him. Chapter 139. The Absorption of the Soul Ring. Unexpected Occurrences. 6. Since I promised to live well for you, I shall fulfill that promise. Reflecting on the moment he defeated the undying bear, Yu Jiuxian retracted the Lingguan fan and summoned the long-forgotten Tao Tai martial spirit. The great strength bear, being over 10,000 years old, possessed a faint awareness. Sensing the aura emanating from Yu Jiuxian, it fought against the urge to submit and retreated hastily. Yet, observing its battered body, Yu Jiuxian smirked wickedly, thinking, "You wish to escape? Did I grant you permission?" In a flash, Yu Jiuxian appeared beside the great strength bear, and before the bear could swipe him down with its paw, he clung to its leg. Thanks to the Tao Tai martial spirit, Yu Jiuxian's strength surged, and he relentlessly slammed the bear to the ground several times. The forest echoed with the sounds of impact and the bear's anguished cries. After a brief moment, Yu Jiuxian stood triumphantly on the incapacitated bear's chest, coldly driving the extinguishing god spear into its forehead. "I am the fearsome Gui Lao Jiao. 80,000-year great strength bear, it is my honor to make you my soul ring. As night fell, the weary travelers found refuge at the resting inn. Zhu Zhuqing placed the two meticulously prepared lunch boxes on the table occupied by the two boys. Her demeanor unhurried and composed, complemented by her icy countenance that betrayed no impatience. Yet, only she was aware of the turmoil within her. Her inner self in a state of anxious agitation. After setting down the boxes, she approached the window and gazed intently at the movement of the grass below, losing track of time until her facade finally cracked. It had been so long, and Xian had yet to emerge. Could something have gone awry? Xiao Tang, shall we go back and check? Beside her, Dai Mubai's expression flickered with concern. Indeed, could anything have happened? Yu Jiuxian was undeniably formidable, and if all was well, he believed that a certain great figure could easily handle two formidable Dali Jingjing bears simultaneously. However, the great figure who had covered for them had sustained serious injuries while fending off the bear's attacks. It was a daunting task to confront an ancient soul beast while nursing wounds. He exhaled deeply and turned to the person on his right. Xiao Tang. As he called out, the person responded, "I believe brother will be fine." Simultaneously, two ethereal figures appeared in the sunset forest, hovering beside the pale, lifeless Yu Jiuxian. Observing the unconscious figure radiating a dark glow, the one clad in white robes questioned, when did he come into contact with that substance? The man in black rolled his eyes. He had been discreetly monitoring the boy, but who could avoid dozing off at times? He was not continuously vigilant. So how could he know when the boy had gotten into trouble? Nonetheless, regardless of when it had occurred, they could not allow this matter to escalate further. The man in white nodded in agreement, though a flicker of sympathy crossed his hollow gaze as he bent down and gently brushed his glowing fingers against Yu Jiuxian's cheek. I cannot bring myself to harm him. What about you? Harm him? That truly poses a dilemma. The man in black sighed, I cannot do it either. Upon hearing this, the white-robed man retracted his hand, about to inquire about their next course of action, when the man in black coldly uttered two words. Seal it. Seal it? That is indeed a viable solution. Yet with his current cultivation speed, it seems he cannot endure for long. The man in black lowered his dark eyes. Indeed, he could not hold out for long, but at this moment there was no alternative. They would have to make do for the time being. All right then. With a resolution formed, the man in black and the man in white stood side by side, raising their hands and reciting a torrent of complex and incomprehensible incantations directed at Yu Jiuxian. Moments later, the sealing was complete. The dark glow emanating from Yu Jiuxian dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. 3 days later, Yu Guan stared intently at the dense forest, inhaling the acrid poisonous mist. Ever since he ventured in to pursue a certain ancient being, his furrowed brow had remained tense. Just as he was about to vent his frustrations to the old ghost beside him, an exclamation broke the silence. Is that Guaijiu? Upon hearing the name, Yu Guan quickly followed the ghost's gaze. Despite not having seen the child for over 7 years, he recognized him instantly as the child he had raised for 6 years. Observing the bloodied child, Yu Guan's heart tightened, and he patted the stunned ghost. Let us get him out of here. The ghost, coming to his senses, nodded in agreement. As Yu Guan gently lifted the child, the two moved swiftly in the direction from which they had come. At the rest stop, Dai Mubai, having lost his earlier composure, rubbed his face heavily, still waiting for Yu Jiuxian's return. It had been 3 days, and continuing to wait like this was unfeasible. Zhu Zhuqing, sharing his sentiment, stepped forward. Yes, Xiao Tang, you firmly believe Xian is safe, and we share that belief, but with no news from him, we cannot remain at ease. If Xian does not return, we shall seek him out. If you fear we might encounter danger in our search, we can return to the academy and request the dean to join us. It is far better than waiting idly. Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish speaking, she noticed Mo shouting. His eyes, filled with bloodshot urgency, lifted his head to stare at them. After a brief moment, his hoarse voice broke the tension. I believe he will return. He will definitely return, right? Observing Mo Xiaotong's determined gaze, which gradually turned uncertain, Dai Mubai felt a weight in his chest, his tongue tied in knots. After much internal struggle, he finally managed to utter a barely audible response. Yes. In the afternoon, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, as per usual, finished their meal and remained in the room with Mo Xiaotang, watching the figures below. Just as Mo Xiaotang was on the verge of turning into a stone statue from waiting, a knock sounded on their wooden door, accompanied by the voice of an unfamiliar man. Is Mo Xiaotang there? Hearing this, Mo Xiaotang thought of the still missing Yu Jiuxian, and with excitement, he stood up, stumbling towards the door to respond. Yes. The man coolly stated, my young master, namely Yu Jiuxian, has sent me to inform you that he is safe. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotang's heart sank slightly. Could this be Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai trying to cheer him up? He turned to see the surprised and excited expressions on their faces, wondering if they were not the ones who had sent this man. He pinched his fingertips, redirecting his gaze to the man clad in sleek black attire standing at the door, whose face betrayed no emotion. Then why isn't he returning? Why send you to deliver the message? The man, known as Yuan Gao, had recently reported to Yuguan. He paused for a moment, recalling their instructions, and replied in a formal tone, our master has not seen him for quite some time and has taken him back to reminisce. Eavesdropping, Dai Mubai, upon hearing the exchange between the two, along with Zhu Zhuqing, guided Mo Xiaotang back into the room. Casting a glance at Yuan Gao, who stood patiently at the door, Dai Mubai lowered his voice to ask, Xiaotang, do you believe him? Mo Xiaotang lowered his head. Did he believe? His brother had indeed mentioned that he had not seen his family in a long while. However, truth be told, he felt that the reasoning of wanting to reconnect after such a long absence, while silent, seemed a bit implausible for his brother. Yet if these reasons were untrue, then where was his brother now? Why was he not returning? Was there still danger? At the door, Yuan Gao observed the trio inside, whispering among themselves, each displaying a look of skepticism. He retrieved a red string from his pocket. Thankfully, he had anticipated their disbelief and had discreetly extracted a personal item from a certain individual beforehand. He knocked on the door, and, as expected, the sound drew the attention of all three children. As he presented the familiar red string belonging to the great figure, he addressed the young ones. Surely, you recognize this? As the individual had been clenching his fists tightly, fearing he might hurt one of the children, he refrained from forcibly prying the ring from his hand and instead took the red string from around his neck. This item had been seen with the child long ago, and they had all been aware of it throughout their friendship. However, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing remained indifferent to it. However, Mo Xiaotang was different. He took the familiar red string jade pendant and nodded eagerly. How could he not recognize it? Even though he had given this jade pendant to his brother when he left school during the break, he had worn it himself for 6 or 7 years prior. Upon seeing the intricate patterns and feeling the texture, he immediately confirmed that this was indeed the piece he had given to his brother. Logically, this jade pendant should have been well preserved, and his brother would have kept it close and safe. Under normal circumstances, he would not part with it. So, could it be that this person was telling the truth? Yuan Gao discreetly observed Mo Xiaotang's expression, noticing his excitement, and he secretly sighed in relief. Rest assured, he is fine. You should return to the academy and wait for him. Hearing this, Mo Xiaotang turned to Yuan Gao and asked a rather vague question. Will he come back? Yuan Gao was left with a large question mark in his mind, recalling how a certain child cared for them, and he nodded affirmatively. He will return. At this, Mo Xiaotang took a deep breath, withdrew his gaze, and waved goodbye to Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, saying, let us depart. Observing Mo Xiaotang's demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat surprised. Xiaotang, do you believe him? Mo Xiaotang shook the jade pendant firmly held in his hand and smiled faintly at Zhu Zhuqing. I trust my brother. We'll return to the academy and await his arrival. With Mo Xiaotang, who had the closest relationship with Yu Jiuxian, expressing such faith, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing found no grounds for contradiction, and thus they nodded in agreement. All right. Several days passed, and Mo Xiaotang returned to Tiando Shrek Academy with Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. As the six descended from the simulated training ground and headed towards the cafeteria, they caught sight of the trio. However, before they could express their joy, the usually gentle Mo Xiaotang emanated a chilling aura that startled them. Tang San, who had been quietly observing, noticed that 4 of them had gone out, yet only 3 returned. He approached Dai Mubai and quietly inquired what happened to Xiaodang. Why isn't Daxian with you? Did something occur? The question struck Dai Mubai like a heavy blow to the heart, reflecting on the lingering image in his mind. His gaze turned somber. Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's soft cough from behind, Dai Mubai shifted his eyes to Tang San and, with a hint of resignation, explained. Daxian encountered an elder on the way back and had to return home. Xiaodang, feeling reluctant to part with Daxian, has been cold ever since. Oh, Tang San believed him and nodded slightly. In Wuhuan City, the headquarters of the Wuhuan Hall, the magnificent hall was a sight to behold. Yu Guan and Gei Mei stood respectfully at the foot of the dais, eagerly watching the exalted figure of the Pope, Bibi Dong. Yu Guan pointed to the child lying on the ground and implored Bibi Dong, Pope, please save this child. Save? From the moment they brought the young boy in, Bibi Dong had already begun to speculate about his identity based on their worried expressions. Now it seemed her suspicions were confirmed. She adjusted her fingers and cast her gaze upon the boy once more, asking, what happened to him? Yu Guan sniffed back tears and recounted the details. A few days ago, while searching for Dugabo with Lao Gui, we discovered this child in his lair. Although we had not seen him for many years, we recognized him at once. Since Dugabo's lair was surrounded by soul beasts, we initially thought he had been injured while hunting for a soul ring when we found him covered in blood and unconscious. We took him back, had him treated, and while his external injuries healed slowly, he remained unresponsive. It was then we realized something was amiss. At this point, Yu Guan paused, tears welling in his eyes. And both he and Gui Mei knelt on one knee, pleading in unison, we implore the Pope to save this child, considering our loyalty to you. Bibi Dong waved her hand, signaling them to rise. She had intended to help from the beginning. After all, assisting in saving this child would bring her immense benefits. The first benefit was the opportunity to examine the child's body for any issues and to ascertain whether his two arms had deceived her. The second benefit was that, regardless of past deceits, assisting them today would strengthen their loyalty to her. As for the third benefit, if she could heal him, he could potentially be utilized for her own purposes. Even if that didn't happen, having heard that this child was deeply emotional, she reasoned that the elder who raised him would be loyal to her for saving him today, ensuring he would not harbor any ill will towards the Wuhuan Hall in the future. Steeling herself, she approached the unconscious Yu Jiuxian, walking towards him while addressing the two kneeling elders. You may rise. I will first examine the child's condition, and if possible, since he is your child, I will certainly do my utmost to save him. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's willingness to assist, Yu Guan and Gui Mei slowly stood up, casting grateful glances at her. Bibi Dong nodded, lowering herself beside Yu Jiuxian and delicately placed her fingers on his wrist to check his pulse. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, using her staff to rise and conveying her findings to Yu Guan and Gui Mei. His internal soul power is chaotic, and there exist three distinct forces within him. Two of these forces are clashing violently against each other, yet he has not perished due to the protective presence of a gentler force. At this, Yu Guan nodded. That is correct. It aligns perfectly with what Lao Gui and I discovered. He raised his gaze to Bibi Dong, now seated on her throne, and asked, Does the Pope have a solution? If we had acted sooner, there might have been a solution, Bibi Dong replied. The child's condition stems from the disarray of his internal soul power. If we were to nullify all his cultivation, the problem would resolve itself. However, the damage inflicted upon his body by these forces has become irreversible, and at this point, any action would be futile. Bibi Dong sighed, causing Yu Guan's heart to sink. Looking at the silver-haired youth, he recalled the Pope's earlier statement regarding the gentle force that had thus far prevented the child from suffering a catastrophic fate. A glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes as he asked, Pope, does it mean that as long as this gentle force remains, the child will be safe? Bibi Dong nodded. That force is safeguarding Yu Jiuxian. As long as it exists, he will remain unharmed. She had an inkling of what Yu Guan was contemplating. However, it was crucial to note that the child's issues had begun 2 years prior, if not even earlier. That protective force had been sustaining him all this time. Currently, that power was weaker than the other two forces within the child. The fact that he remained unconscious only confirmed that the protective force was nearing its limit. Nevertheless, even if it was weaker, it could still sustain him for another year or two. Looking at the devastated expressions of the two elders, she revealed a relatively good piece of bad news. For the next year or two, this child will be safe. A year or two for a child under 14 years of age is a mere blink in time. Yuguan forced a smile, seizing the moment to voice another query while the Pope was still present. Since he is safe for the next year or two, why is he not waking up? Bibi Dong sat regally upon her throne, one hand grasping a scepter while the other rested lightly on the armrest, her fingers gently tapping. Upon hearing the inquiries from Yu Guan and Elder Yu, she responded with measured grace. The gentle force she wielded seemed feeble compared to the other two powers, unable to adequately protect the child, who would inevitably endure great suffering. The brief lapse in unconsciousness proved to be a blessing for him. Take the child back and care for him well. He should awaken in the coming days. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan and Gui Mei's expressions grew somber. They were acutely aware that the child they had nurtured would not have long to live, a fact that filled them with profound sorrow. Bibi Dong, unperturbed by their evident distress, waved her hand dismissively, signaling for them to depart as she rose to exit the grand hall. Just as Yu Guan was about to lift the child to carry him home, he noticed Yu Jiuxian slowly opening his eyes, gazing at them with confusion as he emitted pain groans. "It hurts," he whimpered. Chapter 144. Awakening from unconsciousness, the Great One returns to childhood. 2. It hurts. Yu Jiuxian clutched his chest, his bright red eyes fixated on the figures beside him as he softly murmured, "Who are you?" Initially tense at the sound of Yu Jiuxian's pained utterances, Yu Guan found his mind blank, momentarily short-circuited by the boy's next words. Observing this, Gui Mei maintained his composure, placing a reassuring hand on Yu Jiuxian's shoulder and gently asking, "Little Jiu, do you not remember us? What does it hurt?" At that moment, with the mind of a mere 3 or 4-year-old, Yu Jiuxian could not comprehend his words. All he knew was to clutch his chest and cry out, "It hurts. It really hurts." Having not yet exited the grand hall, Bibi Dong, alerted by the commotion behind her, turned back and approached them. Casting a glance at the dazed Yu Guan, she instructed Gui Mei, "Slowly channel your soul power into him. Let's see if it helps." After a brief incense stick's worth of time, Gui Mei, holding the now peacefully asleep Yu Jiuxian, turned to Bibi Dong. "Your Holiness, what could be the cause of this child's condition?" "It is likely the result of two powers clashing," Bibi Dong shrugged. "There are few individuals whose soul power is so chaotic, and even fewer who survive such turmoil. The records of the Wuhuan Temple on this matter are exceedingly sparse." She was not particularly well-versed in the subject. Yu Guan, regaining his senses, inquired, "Will he remember again?" Bibi Dong remained silent. For with so few records and the circumstances varying so greatly, how could she possibly know? At Yu Guan's residence, the silver-haired, crimson-eyed Yu Jiuxian crouched beside a flower bed, cradling his face in his hands as he spoke to the little white flowers that Yu Guan had whimsically planted. "Where has Little Flower gone? He hasn't come to play with me in such a long time. It's so boring being all alone. If Little Flower were not the only one who knows me, I wouldn't bother with him anymore." Upon receiving news of Yu Jiuxian's return, Hulaina eagerly dragged her brother and Yin, promptly completing their daily tasks, to visit the young boy. Although they had anticipated the situation, seeing it firsthand still tugged at their hearts. Xiaoyu quietly positioned himself a short distance behind Yu Jiuxian, observing the seemingly foolish child and finding it hard to reconcile this version with the confident, carefree, and somewhat arrogant boy he once was. Hearing voices behind him, Yu Jiuxian turned to see a stern expression on his face as he asked in a childish tone, "Who are you?" Hulaina pressed her lips together, forcing a smile as she approached, keeping a safe distance of about a meter. After introducing herself, she gestured to her companions. "These two are my brother, Xiaoyu, and my good friend, Yin." Not sensing any malice from the trio, Yu Jiuxian blinked his red eyes and responded, "Hello, I am Xiaojiu. I heard you say you were bored all alone. Would you like us to keep you company?" Hulaina spoke softly. Upon seeing him nod in agreement, the three gradually moved closer to him. Their cautious approach was due to prior warnings from Grandfather Yu and Grandfather Gui, who had advised them not to approach Yu Jiuxian, whose mind was not whole. Without familiar faces, forcing their way near him would likely result in a punch that could leave them half paralyzed. Their understanding of this was born of experience. Someone had tested the waters before them. As they neared Yu Jiuxian, Hulaina mirrored his crouching position and asked, "What are you doing here?" Chapter 145. The Old and the Sharp, the Young and the Fierce. 1. Taken aback by the beautiful young lady's question, Yu Jiuxian hesitated, wondering if it was not obvious. Poking at the petals of the little white flowers, he replied, "I am waiting for Little Flower. He has been gone for quite some time." At the mention of the unfamiliar name, Hulaina was momentarily stunned. Hadn't grandfather Yu said that Yu Jiuxian's mind was not whole, that he remembered no one? Moreover, as far as she knew, none of the friends he had at the academy bore the name Little Flower or anything resembling it. Calming the surprise within her, she gently inquired, "Who is Little Flower?" "Little Flower is my brother." "Are you silly?" Yu Jiuxian shot her a look, convinced he could keep secrets from everyone, even as all eyes watched him subtly shift away. Little Flower said that being close to foolish people will turn one foolish too. So it's better to keep a distance from silly people to avoid catching their foolishness. Yin, observing from the side, couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, those involved are often oblivious, while outsiders see clearly. Hulaina ignored the antics and continued, "Where is Little Flower? When will he return?" Yu Jiuxian ruffled his silver hair, pondering how he could know where Little Flower was or when he would come back if he could no longer see him. Instinctively, he felt that this young lady was hopelessly silly, prompting him to distance himself further. Half a year later, through Hulaina's relentless efforts, the trio finally began to decipher Yu Jiuxian's ways of interacting with others. However, his memory was no better than that of a goldfish, necessitating their frequent visits to remind him of their presence. Otherwise, through mere negligence, he might forget them entirely, requiring them to breach his defenses once more. With the elite competition approaching and their training intensifying, their opportunities to make their presence felt diminished. To preempt any possibility of being forgotten, they decided to escort this particular older child from Yu Guan's residence to their own. On this day, within the training hall of the Wuhuan Temple, in the rest area of Yin, Yu Jiuxian was amusing himself, fully engrossed in his own entertainment, when two individuals barged in, Zhang Fan and his subordinate. Upon entering the room and seeing Yu Jiuxian alone, paused momentarily, only to realize they had mistakenly entered the wrong chamber. However, instead of retreating immediately, they lingered, exchanging cold smirks at the sight of Yu Jiuxian by himself. Given that Yu Jiuxian spent considerable time with Hulaina, who was fiercely protective of him, they had been searching for a chance to confront him alone. Zhang Fan gestured for his subordinate to keep watch outside. As the obedient subordinate closed the door, Zhang Fan cracked his knuckles, taking deliberate steps toward Yu Jiuxian. "What gives you the right to be so close with the golden generation? Who do you think you are?" Yu Jiuxian, squinting at the insult, remembered Hulaina's admonition against resorting to violence. At the very moment when Zhang Fan swung his fist, Yu Jiuxian clenched his own fist and kicked him away. Although the formidable figure was mentally impaired, his soul power remained intact. With over 50 levels of soul power at his disposal, he delivered a kick that nearly expelled Zhang Fan's internal organs. Zhang Fan writhed on the ground, howling towards the entrance, summoning his lackeys to come in and assist him. Confused, the lackey activated his martial spirit, preparing to strike. However, how could he possibly defeat someone his boss could not? In the blink of an eye, he found himself sprawled on the ground next to his superior. Chapter 146. The Sharpness of Jiang Lao. The Ruthlessness of the Small. 2. Inside the hall of the Wuhuan Temple, Bai Dong lounged on the throne, casually inquiring, "Elder Yu, the preliminary rounds of the elite competition are about to commence. I have heard that although Xiao Jiu has lost his memory, his combat prowess remains formidable." Upon hearing this, Yu Guan's throat tightened. It took him a while to regain his voice as he swallowed hard and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Bai Dong tapped the armrest of his throne. "What do you think about allowing him to join Xiao Na and the others?" Beside him, Gui may expressed surprise. The Pope was actually suggesting their young one join the Golden Generation? Surely, that was inappropriate. He glanced at Yu Guan, who subtly clenched his palm and discreetly countered, redirecting the question back to Bai Bai Dong. You are aware of Xiao Jio's current situation. If he were to compete and something unforeseen were to occur, it would be quite concerning. Are you certain you wish to expose this uncertain element to the arena? Having collaborated for many years, Gue Mei and Yu Guan knew precisely what to say and how to express their sentiments. He nodded, highlighting the most critical point. Moreover, Xiao Jio and Xiao Na had never trained together. With only a month remaining until the elite competition, is it not a bit late to train their coordination? Bai Bai Dong, however, was not swayed by their arguments. He had already contemplated these matters well in advance. That is inconsequential. I believe Xiao Jio's performance will surpass that of the other contestants who have trained for years, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Xiao Na can keep a closer watch on him. Having reached this juncture, further refusal would appear rather peculiar. Both men suppressed their inner resignation and nodded in acquiescence. Once the decision was made, Yu Guan recalled another matter. Your Holiness, I fear that Xiao Jio's name and martial spirit information may have already been recorded in the academy he previously attended. What's the issue with that? Bai Bai Dong waved his hand dismissively. We can simply change his name and martial spirit. Change his martial spirit? Gue Mei looked at Bai Bai Dong in confusion. How does one even change a martial spirit? Ignoring Gue Mei, Bai Bai Dong turned his attention back to Yu Guan. Elder Yu, is it not true that Xiao Jio possesses twin martial spirits? Just register the other one. Twin martial spirits. Yu Guan was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. You were unaware? Bai Bai Dong raised an eyebrow, looking at Yu Guan with interest. Yu Guan shook his head, recalling the scene from the past, and resolutely affirmed. I personally awakened Xiao Jio's martial spirit, and it clearly displayed a spiritual pattern fan at that time. Bai Bai Dong pressed his lips together and explained, It seems you were not informed. However, that makes sense. After all, his other martial spirit is a divine beast. It is natural that you did not fully awaken to it that time. Gazing vacantly ahead, Yu Guan pondered, with such innate talent. Why is he met with such a fate? Observing Yu Guan's expression, Bai Bai Dong furrowed his brow, opening his mouth to offer comfort, but after much contemplation, he found no suitable words. Ultimately, he simply called out Elder Yu. Taking a deep breath, Yu Guan's shoulders seemed to sag further. As long as we can ensure his safety, let him participate. You agree? Gue Mei looked at Yu Guan in bewilderment. The battle was still ongoing, and he was striving hard, yet this fellow had already defected. Chapter 147. The Sharpness of Jiang Lao. The Ruthlessness of the Small. 3. Yu Guan lifted the corners of his drooping mouth and explained. He has expressed a desire to participate in this competition since he was very young. Although he may have forgotten now, I do not wish for him to have regrets. Descending from the throne, Bai Bai Dong patted Yu Guan on the shoulder, promising, Rest assured, I will ensure he remains unharmed. Yu Guan mustered his spirits and nodded in agreement. Sighing, Gue Mei remarked, I shall inform Xiao Na and the others. If she learns that Xiao Jio will be competing alongside them, she will be overjoyed. Bibi Don nodded. Go off it. As Gue Mei took Yuan out, they encountered Yuan Gao limping towards them. My lord. Yuan turned to him, puzzled. Should you be by Xiao Jiosian's side protecting that little genius? Why are you here? Has something happened to Xiao Jiosian? What is it? Speak slowly. Panting, Yuan Gao quickly replied, The young master has fought with someone. Fought with someone? A weary Yu Guan nodded in acknowledgement. As long as he was not the one being beaten, he waved his hand, arranging for a quick retreat, instructing them to apologize. Apologize? Yuan Gao's lips twitched. My lord, the young master has fought with everyone at the training ground. Yu Guan abruptly lifted his head. What did you say? Gue Mei, equally confused, interjected, Isn't Xiao Na with Xiao Jio? Why did they not intervene? Yuan Gao furrowed his brow, slowly stating under the gazes of the two lords, the Saintess, Yin, and Xie Yu all helped the young master in the fight. At the training ground, Hu Lai Na and her companions anxiously paced near Xiao Jiosian, watching as he dispatched yet another opponent with a kick. Finally, Hu Lai Na could no longer contain herself and stepped forward. Xiao Jio, please stop. Frowning, Xiao Jiosian paused. Stop. Why should I? Recognizing the trio as his close friends, he waved his hand. It's so much fun. Come join me. Join you? What kind of situation is this? Xiaoyu shook his head, pleading, "Stop this nonsense." Unhappily, Xiao Jiuxian retorted, "How is this nonsense?" He turned to his students and beckoned, "You all, come at me." The first to be beaten, Zhang Fan, felt deep regret upon witnessing this scene. Kneeling on the ground, he clasped his hands in earnestness. "We were wrong. Please show mercy, my lord." Xiao Jiuxian scoffed coldly. Forgiveness is an act for naive angels like Xiaohua. Xiao Jiu is a demon who resolves matters with his fists. Moreover, Xiaohua has said, "Good people are bullied, and good horses are ridden. Thus, in this world, he must be the one to bully others, never the other way around." Seeing there was no room for negotiation with Xiao Jiuxian, Zhang Fan turned to Hu Laina, pleading, "Saintess, please save us." Glancing back at the child behind her, Hu Laina hesitated. Noticing her expression, Xiao Jiuxian's gaze fell, his lips pouting as if he had suffered a great injustice. "Sister Na, do you wish to join them in bullying me? You are all bad people. Unlike Xiao Hua, who protects and cares for Xiao Jiu, you are all deceivers." Chapter 148. The Sharpness of Jiang Lao. The ruthlessness of the small, for, upon hearing this, Xiaoyu quickly stepped forward to clarify, "That is not the case. We are just like Xiao Hua." Xiao Jiuxian's expression hardened at the mention of like, his voice turning frigid as he responded, "Xiao Hua is one of a kind. No one is like Xiao Hua." Yin brought Shiyue back and whispered to someone before stepping forward to say, Yes, Shiyue is not very articulate. What he meant to convey is that we will treat you as kindly as Xiao Hua does. You're deceiving me. Your intention is to join forces with them to bully me." Yujiuxian turned her face away, crossing her arms. Yin swallowed hard and cautiously approached her, patting her head. "That's not true. We stand by Xiaojiu's side." "Really?" Yujiuxian shot him a glance, still skeptical. Sensing her wariness, Yin quickly added, "Of course." The corners of Yujiuxian's mouth curled up as she pointed at the cowering students, saying, "Then go beat them up and avenge Xiaojiu." "Avenge?" Zhang Fan, who was nearly terrified, gasped upon hearing this, glancing at the students on the ground wailing. His heart tightening. What state had he left them in? And now they were talking about revenge. He looked at Yin with hopeful eyes, wishing to bring him back to reason and dissuade him from agreeing to this. However, Yin ignored his silent plea, standing beside Yujiuxian and nodding. "Of course, if anyone bullies our Xiaojiu, Shiyue and I will certainly stand up for him." Upon hearing this, a broad smile appeared on Yujiuxian's face, and any unhappiness was tossed aside. "You really do protect Xiaojiu, just like Xiaohua." Yin raised his chin and casually replied, "That's right." Yet, in his heart, he thought, "Indeed, experience comes with age. The young are truly merciless." Then, Yin boldly walked over to Shiyue, pulling him to join in the fray. After listening to this unreliable dialogue, Shiyue forced a smile, lowering his voice to ask, "Are we really going to fight?" The first to respond was not Yin, but his dear sister, Hu Laina, who was staring intently at Yujiuxian, exclaiming one word, "Fight." Yin chimed in, "It is better for us to act than for Xiaojiu to do so." Shiyue nodded, rolled up his sleeves, and chuckled softly, "All right, then let us get started." Oh. Half an hour later, Hu Laina and the others met a tragic fate. In the grand hall, Yueguan watched their unrepentant expressions. Rubbing his temples, this group of children had lost all reason before Yujiuxian. They had been advised not to engage with a certain child, yet after much discussion, it was the children themselves who went up to assist in the fight. How could they, being so grown, indulge in such mischief with the obedient Xiaojiu? Reflecting on their actions, Shiyue knew they would face punishment, and before leaving, he muttered in dissatisfaction, "They bullied Xiaojiu first. We just wanted to let off some steam for him." Upon hearing this, Yueguan's brows furrowed even tighter as he recalled the scene of children sprawled across the ground. His expression becoming indescribable. "You truly exhibit loyalty. To vent your frustrations, you have attacked the students of the Wuhuan Temple." Hearing this, Shiyue broke into a cold sweat, realizing that they had initially intended to put on a show, never truly planning to engage in combat. However, as the fight escalated, they inadvertently struck harder against those who had bullied the defenseless child. Chapter 149. Joining the tournament, Yin Shichuan also won. He silently stepped forward, accepting all responsibility. "I led the charge. If Grandfather Yu wants to punish anyone, it should be me. Upon hearing this, Yin grew displeased. What do you mean you led the charge? I pulled you back. He stepped forward, declaring, Grandfather Yu, it was my idea. I dragged them into this. Hulaina shook her head, positioning herself between the two. Grandfather Yu, if punishment is to be given, it should be to me. I instigated their actions. Observing their eagerness to take the blame, Yu Guan felt overwhelmed, raising his hand to deliver the final verdict. All right, your loyalty is noted. Those who fought together will be punished together, including Xiaojiu, so some will share the consequences. Upon hearing that Yu Jiuxian would also be punished, Hulaina was about to step forward but was held back by Yin. Hulaina, confused, looked at him, and Yin whispered, Grandfather Yu cares for Xiaojiu just as much as we do. Let us hear what the punishment will be first. Yu Guan cleared his throat, breaking their hushed conversation. Hulaina and the others quickly ceased their murmurs and stood at attention. Yes. Watching them, Yu Guan recalled the past Yu Jiuxian, and a faint smile flickered in his eyes as he walked toward the trio, solemnly announcing the punishment. The Pope has decreed that you must take Xiaojiu with you to participate in the upcoming elite tournament. Yes, Hulaina and the others instinctively accepted, turning to fulfill their punishment when they suddenly realized. Wait, Grandfather, you did not say anything about running 20 laps or fighting a certain number of rounds, but rather, they looked at Yu Guan in disbelief, questioning if this was truly happening. What? Yu Guan raised an eyebrow, not willing. Hulaina was the first to shake her head, readily accepting. I am willing. Hearing this, Yu Guan took a deep breath, straightened up, and as he exited the hall, he lowered his voice, Xiaojiu, I entrust you to their care. Hulaina and Yin exchanged glances, recalling all that Yu Guan had done for Yu Jiuxian over the years, and nodded solemnly yes. Yu Guan sighed, and, just as he reached the door, another thought crossed his mind. Oh, Xiaojiu's previous school likely registered him, so the Pope has requested that Xiaojiu adopt a new name and identity for the elite tournament. You should prepare to communicate with Xiaojiu in advance. What else could it be? Communicating with Xiaojiu is what Hulaina excels at. She nodded. The next day, Hulaina and the others brought Yu Jiuxian back to Yan's lounge. After yesterday's dramatic events, their journey was eerily quiet. Even if someone passed by and spotted the four of them, they would avoid them. Observing this, Yu Jiuxian blinked innocently, clearly having forgotten much of what occurred yesterday. Hulaina and the others did not offer explanations. Once inside the lounge, they slowly spoke. Xiaojiu, we will be participating in a competition soon, and you need to adopt a new name. What do you think? Yu Jiuxian settled into an elderly rocking chair, swaying back and forth as he contemplated. You mentioned I should change my identity, right? Then you should call me Xiaoqi or Yin Qiquan. Yes. Both Xiyue and Yin nodded in unison. As for Hulaina, upon hearing this, an idea surfaced in her mind. She lowered her voice and gently asked, Xiaojiu, or rather Xiaoqi, can you tell Sister Laina how old you are now? Yu Jiuxian swayed in his chair, puzzled, wondering why they, who had been with him all along, still did not know his age. However, recalling Xiaohua's advice, do not strike those who wear a smiling face, he answered, I am 5 years old. 5 years. Old Guan, do you truly intend for Xiaojiu to participate in the elite tournament? The specter sat on the stone steps, observing the unhurried Moon Guan tending to the flowers and plants. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Moon Guan paused in his watering, asking agree? What do you mean by agree? From the very beginning, the Pope's approach regarding this matter was not one of inquiry or discussion, but rather a notification. Now, that child stood before the Pope. Should they disagree, the only fate awaiting the child would be premature death. What he could do was merely echo the Pope's words. Yet, that child had concealed his physical ailment for so long. They, too, should have noticed from the letter the child had sent them, which hinted at illness. If there were truly no issues, why would the child concoct such an elaborate ruse of illness, and with such convincing detail? Moon Guan sighed. Now that he was aware of everything, it was regrettably too late. Observing Moon Guan's demeanor, the specter chose not to pursue the topic further and instead broached another subject. Lao Guan, I heard Yuan Gao mention that Guaijiu's academy is quite formidable. What if they encounter Guaijiu and his previous friends in the finals? Moon Guan rubbed his temples, setting down the watering can, and approached the specter. "You silly ghost, can't you speak of anything good? Why must you burden me with these vexing matters?" The specter shrugged, expressing his desire to share something positive, but lamented that recent events had been nothing but troublesome chaos. He couldn't simply fabricate cheerful tales, could he? Moon Guan sighed again, settling beside the old ghost. Just as he intended to respond to the prior question when a young lady, Hulaina, appeared at the entrance. At this hour, she should have been at the training grounds. Could it be that their dear Guaijio was restless and causing a ruckus? However, her expression suggested otherwise. He gazed curiously at Hulaina. "Xiaona, what brings you here?" Without indulging in pleasantries, Hulaina stated her purpose directly. "Grandpa Yu, Xiao Jiu has shown a promising sign." "Promising?" Moon Guan exclaimed, rising in excitement. "How did you discern that?" Hulaina smiled slightly and recounted her observations. 6 months prior, the three of them had formed a bond with Yu Jiuxian. Noticing his childlike demeanor, they had jokingly asked how old he was, to which he earnestly replied that he was 3. A few months later, during a playful moment, Yu Jiuxian referred to himself as a big child at 4. At the time, they thought it was merely a moment of folly. Yet today, Xiao Jiu claimed he was 6, his speech less childish, articulating phrases such as Yu Xia Jiu Jiuxian and Yun Jin Qi Qi Quan with eloquence. Thus, I speculate that in time, Xiao Jiu may return to normalcy. Return to normalcy? I would prefer he remain blissfully oblivious, Moon Guan responded, his expression darkening rather than brightening with hope. Hulaina stood by, uncertain of how to interpret Moon Guan's mood. "Grandpa Yu." Moon Guan settled back onto the stone steps, shaking his head at Hulaina. "I'm fine. You must have snuck out. Return to your training." Hulaina hesitated, glancing at the specter, who nodded in affirmation. With a sigh of relief, she bid farewell to the 2 grandfathers. Once Hulaina departed, the specter cast a worried glance at Moon Guan, opening his mouth to speak, yet like Hulaina, found himself at a loss for words. "Lao Guan." Moon Guan remained silent, pinching the bridge of his nose and gazing upward at the azure sky dotted with clouds. Perhaps he had pondered the child's plight too often, for now. Even the fluffy clouds appeared to take on the child's likeness. Speaking of that child, they had nurtured him for 6 years, and although they had not met in the 7 or 8 years since his departure, they had maintained correspondence. They had discussed a hopeful future, grand ambitions, soul skills, and the Pope's unilateral authority, even plotting how to maneuver through the Pope's schemes. Lately, memories of that child surged forth, igniting a perplexing question within him. When did the child become aware of his ailment? This boy, barely past the threshold of 10, perhaps not even 10, had learned of his condition, yet chose to suffer in silence, never confiding in anyone. What feelings accompanied him during their correspondence? Did he ever yearn to share his burden? Perhaps not. After all, he was a child who could transform his fortune into jest. Exhaling, he settled into a moment of calm. Recalling his earlier words and the bewildered expressions of the specter and the recently departed Hulaina, slowly he articulated, "Old ghost, do you not see? If Guaijio returns to normal and realizes he has but 2 years left, it is better for him to remain blissfully ignorant, at least until he departs." Sighing. In the midst of the fog, Yu Jiuxian perceived an indistinct environment, his heart racing in alertness. He swallowed hard, clenching his fists tightly. As he turned in circles, feeling as though he might suffocate, he heard a soft voice call out, "Xiao Jiu? Xiao Jiu." The sound brought him joy, and he hastened toward its source, murmuring, "Little flower, is it you? You finally returned." Arriving at a room resembling a resting area, Yu Jiuxian halted, momentarily stunned by the figure before him. "Little flower? Brother, Yam Xiao Haitan. Do you not remember me?" Yu Jiuxian gazed at Mo Xiao Tang in confusion, muttering, "Who is Xiao Haitang?" He strained to recall, but his mind felt sealed off from that content, rendering him unable to access it. In mere moments, the effort to ponder this question left him with a throbbing headache and a cold sweat. Mo Xiao Tang recognized his distress and rushed to support him. But upon touching her brother, her mind went blank. Yu Jiuxian, seeing this, quickly pushed her away and ran in the opposite direction. Mo Xiao Tang watched her brother's retreating figure, her heart heavy. "Brother, you promised you would return. Your words must hold weight, right?" Hearing her hoarse, pleading voice. Yu Jiuxian fled in panic. Surrounded by fog, he lost all sense of direction, running for what felt like an eternity. Just as he considered stopping, he collided with a solid chest. Dai Mu Bai gazed at the figure before him, an expression of delight blossoming on his face. Daxiang. In this unfamiliar place with unfamiliar individuals, Yu Jiuxian, stripped of his mental faculties and feeling devoid of safety, instinctively recoiled several steps. Who are you? I am Mu Bai, the evil-eye white tiger Dai Mu Bai. Do you not remember me, Daxian? Dai Mu Bai paused, taken aback by Yu Jiuxian's question. Yu Jiuxian, recalling the previous events, shook his head vigorously. He did not know, nor did he wish to know. Observing Yu Jiuxian's reaction, Dai Mu Bai sighed. It is understandable that you do not wish to remember me. Had it not been for your desire to protect me, you would not have sustained injuries in the Sunset Forest. Sunset Forest? Protect? Injured? What do these mean? As Yu Jiuxian grasped these keywords, an intense, sharp pain pierced his head. Clutching his temples, he bolted away once more. He ran until breathless, his legs weary, unable to lift another step, and collapsed on the ground. Perhaps it was the desire to disrupt his tranquility that led to the chilling voice that soon echoed, calling out, Shifu. Shifu? He was merely a 5-year-old child, albeit a rather precocious one, yet he possessed no skills to take on a disciple. Surely, there had been a mistake, after all. He had just been mistaken for Xiao Huan moments ago. Taking a deep breath, he slowly rose to his feet, intending to depart from this patch of ground. However, in the next moment, he beheld a graceful maiden approaching him, who spoke, Shifu Daxian, I truly am inadequate. If I cannot assist you and instead cause you harm, it is entirely my fault. Yu Jiuxian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, poised to deny being her master when he heard a voice. Both distant and near, call out, Geo return. This was it. Without a second thought about the notions of master and disciple, Yu Jiuxian hastily retreated. As he walked, he muttered Xiaohua. Xiaohua, why have you been ignoring me lately? Have I upset you? The voice, echoing from a distance, replied. Xiao Jio did not upset Xiaohua. There is a reason I have not acknowledged you, and you will understand in due time. For now, you must leave this place with me. Yu Jiuxian was inclined to follow Xiaohua's lead, but then he recalled the 3 peculiar individuals he had encountered earlier. By the way, Xiaohua, do you know who those 3 people were? They spoke in strange, incomprehensible terms. The distant voice did not respond immediately. After a considerable pause, it finally said, I cannot tell you now, but you will learn in the future. Hearing this, Yu Jiuxian pouted in dissatisfaction. Knowing something yet not being informed was indeed frustrating. He pinched his fingers, feeling somewhat disgruntled, but given Xiao Hua's return, he refrained from expressing his irritation. With a resigned sigh, he muttered, All right. In the lounge, Xiaoyu observed the increasingly frail Yu Jiuxian, his forehead slick with sweat from worry. He crouched beside the sofa, vigorously shaking Yu Jiuxian while calling out, Xiao Jio, Xiao Jio, fearing that any moment now, his heart might cease to beat. Meanwhile, Yin rolled his eyes at Xiaoyu's frantic antics and patted his shoulder, signaling him to step aside. After Xiaoyu stood up, he looked at Yin with urgency. They were somewhat aware of Yu Jiuxian's condition. It was clear he was unwell. If you shout that first word with all your might, he will awaken, Yin asserted, pushing Xiaoyu aside to prevent interference, and approached the bed, gently removing the thin blanket covering Yu Jiuxian. Standing behind the bed, Xiaoyu watched his every move anxiously. What do we do? Should we summon Grandfather Yu or Old Man Gui? Yin gently lifted Yu Jiuxian onto his back and began to exit the lounge, prompting Xiaoyu to slap his forehead in realization and hurriedly follow. Not far outside, Hulina spotted Yin and Xiaoyu rushing towards her, carrying Yu Jiuxian. Observing their urgency, she joined them back into the Yu Guan Hall. Upon entering, Xiaoyu spoke rapidly. Grandfather Yu, today, Xiao Jio went to rest out of boredom. I left something behind and returned to find him. Seeing this, Yu Guan quickly cast aside his sentimental thoughts, rising to assist in laying Yu Jiuxian onto the large bed. Let me take a look. Xiaoyu watched anxiously and inquired, Xiao Jio won't be in any danger, will he? Despite his reservations about Yu Jiuxian after knowing him for so long, he felt a connection, albeit one of pure friendship. Yu Guan began to examine Yu Jiuxian earnestly, while Gue Mei consoled the three children nearby, reiterating, "The Pope has assured us that Xiao Jiao will be fine for at least 2 years. Do not panic." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Guan withdrew his hand, declaring, "He is fine. His soul energy is abundant." What? Xiaoyu, dazed and confused, looked at Yin and Hulaina, unable to comprehend. After all, just moments ago, Yu Jiuxian's heart had stopped beating. How could Yu Guan declare him unscathed? Gue Mei glanced at Xiaoyu, who was flustered with worry, and opted for silence. But sensing the concern for their child, he exchanged a knowing look with Yin. Yin succinctly stated, if Xiao Jiao's life force were waning, his soul energy would surely diminish as well. There is no way he could still possess such vitality. Ah, how foolish of me, Xiaoyu chuckled awkwardly, glancing back at Yu Jiuxian, with the belief that he was indeed fine. He even thought Yu Jiuxian's complexion appeared rosy. So, he is in a state of suspended animation? Yin nodded with a smile, confirming his thoughts. Xiaoyu, pondering the unconscious Yu Jiuxian, finally inquired, "What do we do now?" "We wait," Yin replied patiently. Meanwhile, Hulaina, relieved to learn that Yu Jiuxian was safe, observed their exchange with amusement and elbowed Xiaoyu playfully. "I never realized you cared so much for Xiao Jiao. Is this not a case of tough love?" Xiaoyu's face flushed at the teasing. In the Shrek Academy, Mo Xiao Tang gazed at the figure before him, his eyes misty. His brother had returned home with the elders, yet after a half-year absence, he had undergone a significant transformation and no longer recognized him. "Brother." He reached out to grasp his brother's arm, only for his hand to pass through him as if he were a mere illusion. He paused, pondering whether this was merely a figment of his imagination, if it were a product of his own mind. Why had his brother changed so drastically and failed to acknowledge him? If it were someone else, the ability to create such an illusion would require a formidable power, at least of the 6th or 7th ring. Such a person could not possibly appear in the academy unnoticed by Principal Flinder or Vice Principal Lu Erlong. As he watched his brother turn to leave, Mo Xiao Tang hesitated, then pursued him. After a moment, he navigated through the crowd, chasing the elusive figure to the training ground. He exerted all his strength to catch up, yet he collided with Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing, who were supposed to be in the simulation training area. The three exchanged glances, simultaneously asking, "Did you see a white light?" Upon hearing this, they collectively gasped. Mo Xiao Tang clenched his trembling hands, forming the words "no" with his lips, but without making a sound. Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing understood and nodded in response. After an indeterminate time, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her gaze and spoke weakly, "He does not remember us." Dai Mu Bai patted her shoulder, intending to offer words of comfort, but ultimately managed only a strained smile. After a while, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head, looking at the two boys beside her. Is he truly just an illusion? If so, it seems far too real. In the Yuguan Hall, Xiaoyu, teased by his younger sister, felt his face flush crimson upon hearing the remarks. Yet his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Yu Jiuxian. Did he truly care for that little rascal? How could this be possible? Observing the slight movement in the eyes of Yu Jiuxian, Xiaoyu seemed to grasp at a lifeline. In an effort to divert their attention from his concern for Yu Jiuxian, he hastily pointed toward someone, retreating while exclaiming, "Xiao Jiao has awakened." The matter of Yu Jiuxian's awakening captivated those present. Indeed, their focus shifted from his concern to the child, and even Yu Guan, who had been watching their antics, hurried forward. Seeing Yu Guan join the fray, Xiaoyu swallowed hard, realizing he had indeed made a blunder. He sincerely prayed for Yu Jiuxian to awaken swiftly. Yu Guan approached Yu Jiuxian's side, noticing that the child remained unresponsive. Just as he turned to chastise Xiaoyu for joking about Yu Jiuxian, the latter emitted a muffled sound. Instantly, everyone's attention snapped back to Yu Jiuxian. At the back, Xiaoyu felt a weight lift off his shoulders as he discreetly exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, Yu Jiuxian, having emerged from a mist and returned to reality, opened his hazy eyes, waiting for the surroundings to come into focus before sitting up with Yu Guan's assistants. Seeing familiar faces surrounding him, a large question mark appeared above Yu Jiuxian's head. He recognized only a few individuals, enough to count on one hand. Yet they all gathered here during his rest. Why are all of you here? Listening to the child's inquiry, Yuguan leisurely placed his hand on the child's pulse. Checking his condition while explaining, you suddenly fell into a coma, frightening Xiao Na and the others into thinking your illness had relapsed. So they brought you here for me to examine. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian paused. Coma? Wasn't that a dream? Reflecting on the voice of his little flower urging him to come out, he nodded absent-mindedly. Have you felt any discomfort these past few days? After receiving the answer, Yu Guan withdrew his hand and proceeded with the routine questioning. To this, Yu Jiuxian shrugged. I'm fine. Yu Guan nodded thoughtfully, observing the concerned expressions on the faces of Hu Lai Na and the other two children. He then guided his old companion out of the room, leaving space for them. Once the two adults exited, Hu Lai Na pulled over a chair and sat beside the bed, engaging in a back and forth with Yin, asking Yu Jiuxian how he had fallen into a coma. As for Yu Jiuxian, he idly toyed with the Pai Xiu bead bracelet on his wrist, casually responding, Do you know about the Sunset Forest? The Sunset Forest? The name sounded familiar, but they rarely ventured outside, and their knowledge of places beyond Wuhan City was limited. Just as they shook their heads, Xie, standing behind, interjected, It's located near the outskirts of Tiando Imperial City, rumored to be teeming with various soul beasts. Surprised by the revelation that the Sunset Forest was within the Tiando realm, Hu Laina thought that if Yu Jiuxian was well, he would certainly know about it. He might have even hunted soul beasts there. However, the current Yu Jiuxian possessed the memory of a goldfish, leading Hu Laina to ask slowly, How do you know about this place? How do I know? The image of a vague figure, dejected and speaking, floated into Yu Jiuxian's mind. You wouldn't want to remember me, right? If it weren't to protect me, you wouldn't have been injured in the Sunset Forest. He absent-mindedly ran his other empty hand through his hair, smiling as he said, I dreamed about it. Dreamed about it? Yin arched an eyebrow, intrigued. Did this place leave a profound memory? Was this the beginning of recovery? Unaware that his words had sparked such thoughts, Yu Jiuxian nodded vacantly and added, Can I go see it? Go see it. It's not impossible, but it's quite a distance from here. Yin agreed with Hu Laina's sentiment. Moreover, there are many soul beasts there. It's not safe for you to go alone. Yu Jiuxian tilted his head, his eyes darting around the room at the three individuals. Then you can accompany me, and it would be safe. They certainly wanted to, but Hu Laina sighed, However, we have training. Instantly, Yu Jiuxian stopped fiddling with the beads, lowering his head with a sigh, realizing he might not be able to go after all. Observing the dejected expression on Yu Jiuxian's face, Hu Laina felt a pang of sympathy for the poor child. She rubbed her nose and cleared her throat. Don't be sad. I'll talk to the teacher and request a few days off to accompany you. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian's eyes brightened. Really? Hu Laina nodded with a smile, thinking to herself that this was the demeanor Yu Jiuxian should exhibit. In the dormitory, Bai Dong paused in her grooming, turning to gaze at the graceful Hu Laina. What prompted the sudden desire to visit the Sunset Forest? Hu Laina did not conceal her intentions, succinctly explaining the situation surrounding Yu Jiuxian's coma while glancing at her teacher. To be honest, although she spoke with certainty, she was not entirely sure whether her teacher would agree. After all, the elite competition was approaching, and training seemed more important than leisure. Nevertheless, she did not want to disappoint the young boy. Swallowing nervously, she softly inquired, Teacher, is it possible? Bibidong shifti turgaze. Shaking off the droplets of water from her hands and removing the ornament from her hair. Observing Hu Laina's hopeful expression in the mirror, she pondered the coach's recent reports on their training progress. Eventually, she nodded. If you wish to go, then go. Consider it a pre-competition relaxation. Excited, Hao Eliana exclaimed. Thank you, teacher. Bai Dong waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. You all already have a break. The reason I agreed to your outing just before the elite competition is that your efforts have exceeded my expectations, and I am quite pleased. She removed her final adornment and cautioned Hu Laina. The center of the Sunset Forest is the lair of the poisoned Daw. Although he hasn't returned recently, it's best to exercise caution. Also, the child is only just recovering. Just in case, take Yuguan and Gui Mei with you when you go out. Hao Eliana nodded earnestly. Understood. 3 days later, Yu Jiuxian gazed at the dense forest, but after a short while, boredom overwhelmed him, and he yawned. So, this is the Sunset Forest? Watching the young boy, Hu Laina felt a twinge of heartache. When they had come here with Yu Guan 2 days prior, Yu Guan had looked quite surprised. They had sensed something was amiss, and after much persistence from Hu Laina and Xie Yu, they learned from Yu Guan that he and Gui Mei had discovered Yu Jiuxian here. At that time, Yu Jiuxian was covered in blood, with an unknown number of broken bones, especially his legs, which are the most severely injured. Even though Yu Guan had ensured he received immediate treatment, Yu Jiuxian still showed signs of limping when he walked quickly. Hu Laina truly felt indignant for the young boy. With such remarkable talent, his future was one that anyone could envision, destined to stand atop the pinnacle of success. Yet, fate had played a cruel joke on this boy. She scrunched her nose slightly and caught up with Yu Jiuxian, affectionately ruffling the boy's silvery hair. Indeed, this was the sunset forest. Meanwhile, Yin, observing Hu Laina's demeanor towards Yu Jiuxian, could no longer suppress the jealousy that had been brewing within him. He swiftly pulled Yu Jiuxian, who was nestled in Hu Laina's arms, between himself and Xie Yu, asserting, "This is not the training ground. You must stay close to us, little Jiuxian, so that your brother Yin and brother Xie Yu can protect you." Yu Jiuxian tilted his head and leaned closer to Yan's ear, whispering, "Do you like Sister Na?" At this, Yan's face flushed instantly. He quickly turned his head to steal a glance at Hu Laina's expression. Once he confirmed that Hu Laina had not overheard and showed no signs of suspicion, the heat in his cheeks diminished slightly. Chapter 157. A Return to the Sunset Forest 4. Yin cast a glance at the giggling Yu Jiuxian and playfully ruffled the boy's fluffy head. After receiving a promise that Yu Jiuxian would not divulge their secret, he finally released the mischievous child, being labeled as the troublesome Yu Jiuxian. He certainly would not be obedient simply from a little roughhousing. Freed from Yan's grasp, he darted back to Hu Laina's side and declared loudly, "Yin likes." Having witnessed the earlier incident, Yin felt wary of Yu Jiuxian. Upon hearing those 3 words, he quickly activated his martial spirit, pulling Yu Jiuxian closer and covering his mischievous mouth. Noticing Hu Laina's gaze, Yu Jiuxian blinked his innocent eyes and said, "Sister Na, Yin is bullying me." At this, Hu Laina shot a glare at Yin. Under the weight of her authority, Yin dared not protest, reluctantly releasing Yu Jiuxian. The free boy stuck out his tongue at Yin, and when he saw there was no threat, Yin, filled with dissatisfaction, bared his teeth at Yu Jiuxian. The latter recoiled slightly and scurried over to Yu Guan's side, causing Yin to simmer down and refrain from any mischief. Yu Jiuxian wandered around Yu Guan and, just as he was about to leave, noticed a flower floating above Yu Guan's hand. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, "Uncle Guan, do you have a Maozihua too?" "Maozihua? What on earth is that?" Yu Guan's forehead twitched, and shaking the martial spirit in his hand, he gritted his teeth, saying, "This is my martial spirit, Qirong Tongtianju, all right." Yu Jiuxian scrutinized it closely. Indeed, it was fluffy, purple, and resembled a chrysanthemum. He pouted, noting that it looked exactly like his Maozihua. However, Uncle Guan's term for it, Qirong Tongtianju, certainly sounded much grander. As Yu Guan's mouth twitched, he silently repeated to himself, "One must not strike one's own pets." Seeing Yu Jiuxian repeatedly mention Maozihua, Yu Guan's expression darkened. Yu Jiuxian raised his delicate hand, explaining as he produced an item. "The reason I call this flower Maozihua is that I have a flower that looks just like it, so I named it Maozihua. Just like it? Can you show Uncle?" Yu Guan, momentarily forgetting about the flower's name, looked eagerly at Yu Jiuxian. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian took out a Qirong Tongtianju from his black spatial ring and handed it to Yu Guan, saying, "If you like it, take your time to admire it." After receiving the Qirong Tongtianju, Yu Guan's hands trembled with excitement. "Is this really a Qirong Tongtianju? Do you know how valuable this is? And you were just giving it to me?" Yu Jiuxian shrugged, mentioning that it had been preserved quite well in his spatial ring, and since it was non-toxic, he found it uninteresting and allowed it to grow. Now that he was giving it away, he felt no remorse. It belongs to Uncle Guan now. As for its effects, I can't recall, but it should pose no harm to the body. Yu Guan sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my dear Jiuxian." "You're welcome," Yu Jiuxian replied, shaking his head. Chapter 158. the troublemaker, provoking the soul sage. 1. In the sunset forest, hearing commotion not far away. Yu Jiuxian led his 3 whispering companions behind a robust tree. Noticing their puzzled expressions, he placed a slender finger against his lips. Sure, there are people ahead. Yu Guan, who was walking behind, nodded in acknowledgement. Although he had lost his memory, his vigilance remained intact. Thus, he could feel reassured about the child being outside. Leaning against the tree, he remarked, 3 7-ring soul sages, 8 4-ring soul masters, and 2 3-ring soul elders. This group possesses considerable strength. Upon hearing this, Hulaina grew curious about who they might be. She patted Yu Jiuxian's shoulder, climbed the tree, and peered quietly at the group ahead. Instantly, her heart sank, nearly causing her to fall from the tree. After taking a calming breath, she slowly said to the others, I don't sense any malicious intent from them. They seem like ordinary hunters. Let's bypass them. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan turned to the child. What do you think, Jiuxian? Yu Jiuxian, deep in thought, stroked his chin and suggested, I think we could bag them and give them a good thrashing. Thrash? Are you serious? This child is quite the fighter, even targeting innocent bystanders. Hulaina quickly jumped down from the branch, exchanged glances with her brother and Yan, and urged, little Jiuxian, you need to be cautious. With his current temperament, if he regained his memories and recalled his violent past, it would surely lead to regret. Yu Jiuxian pouted, walking towards the right, and expressed his disbelief. I was just joking. Why are you all so frightened? Seiyu twitched his mouth, muttering, is that a joke? He truly is unfit for humor. Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. Do you recognize them? If I want to fight, why are you all so anxious? Hulaina waved her hands, insisting, that's not the case. After much discussion, Yin had roughly deduced who they were, thus stepping forward to support. We are just afraid that your habit of fighting might carry over into the competition. Oh, I will behave, Yu Jiuxian nodded. As he walked a bit further, he turned left. Hulaina, who had been watching him intently, was momentarily taken aback. Why are you turning left? She shouted after his retreating figure. Yu Jiuxian shook his head. I'm not. Not. They aren't blind. Clearly. They are with the Shrek group over there. Hulaina stared at him, wondering if he was still intent on a confrontation. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Yu Jiuxian casually remarked, bagging them is too underhanded. If we're going to fight, it should be open and above board. Open and above board. You are quite the bold one. Sister Na, you will help me, right? Yu Jiuxian tugged at Hulaina's sleeve, swaying it back and forth. Hulaina sighed. Who could resist a charming boy's plea? She nodded in agreement. But what do you need my help for? A fight? Yu Jiuxian shook his finger. Fighting should be enjoyed personally. I have my plans. Those kids look too weak. I want to challenge those old fellows. Sister Na, please help me daze that group of children so they won't disturb me. Is this how I should use my charming power? Chapter 159. Combatants provoking the Soul Saint 2 in the setting Sun Forest. Mo Xiaodang gazed at the fleeting figure in the jungle and murmured softly. Tang San, resting beneath a tree, noticed the commotion and glanced at Dai Mubai. His eyes filled with an unspoken question. What was going on with Mo Xiaodang? From his observations, ever since their return 6 months ago, Mo Xiaodang had been acting strangely, along with Zhu Zhuqing, who remained tight-lipped about it. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai had been providing cover for her. One might think they were plotting a coup. Dai Mubai, however, evaded the topic, shrugged, and casually approached Mo Xiaodang. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he paused beside her, just as Mo Xiaotang's hoarse voice broke the silence. I think I saw my brother. Here? How is that possible? Didn't Daxian go home? How could he possibly be here? Dai Mubai surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was in earshot before he jested with the group. It seemed Xiao Tang really misses Daxian after half a year apart. That is quite an affection, almost reaching a state of yearning, remarked Ma Hongjun, a hint of a smirk on his face. As the group's attention shifted, Dai Mubai stole another glance at Mo Xiaodang. Xiao Tang, she whispered while gently tending to Shun Junin, biting her lip. Dai Lauda, did I really see him? Upon hearing her, Dai Mubai turned to his equally listless partner, sighed, it's probably true. What one thinks of by day, one dreams of by night. Perhaps, Mo Xiaodang replied, stifling a yawn and nodding. It seemed the contagious yawn weighed down Dai Mubai's eyelids as he leaned against the tree trunk and closed his eyes, giving a soft hum. Meanwhile, Master, observing his proud students yawning one after another, felt a strange unease. In such a perilous place, they usually would not behave in this manner. Were they perhaps too fatigued lately? Contemplating this, he nodded off as well. Bored, Flanders swung his legs, watching the children succumb to slumber. Initially unconcerned, he finally felt alarmed when he noticed Master had also fallen asleep. He unleashed his martial spirit and patted the drowsy Lu Erlong, then kicked the yawning Zhao Wujin with some force. What is wrong? Zhao Wujin jolted awake, scanning his surroundings. Flander? Lu Erlong stood up, equally bewildered. Hidden in the shadows, Yu Jiuxian resembled a predator observing its prey, a sly smile creeping across his lips. He chuckled softly, ready to step out, only to be halted by Yu Guan tugging at his collar. Huh? He looked at Yu Guan, who had his arms crossed. Yu Guan pointed at the trio and whispered, "Those three are all 7-title soul saints, 2 ranks above you and about 20 levels higher. Are you sure about this?" Xiaohua once said to bravely challenge those stronger than oneself. In this instance, isn't that even better? Yu Jiuxian turned slowly and replied. Yu Guan massaged his wrist, pondering how this was not the first time he heard Xiaohua's name from his child. He was curious about who this Xiaohua was, as the child seemed to remember only him despite losing their memory and held an unwavering belief. Chapter 160, Combatants Provoking the Soul Saint 3. I must admit, I feel a twinge of jealousy. He ruffled the child's hair, saying, "It's commendable to embrace challenges, but the gap between you and them is too vast. A 1 against 3 is not challenge, but self-infliction. It's not just me. There's also Sister Na and the others." Yu Jiuxian pointed to the side, indicating Hu Laina, Xiaoyu, and Yen. Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock. He had no idea he was expected to fight too. As a 52nd level soul king facing soul saints above 75, he lacked the courage and combat prowess of Yu Jiuxian. He glanced nervously at Yen and Hu Laina, only to see their smiles faltering. Yu Guan, observing their reactions, continued. 4 soul kings against 3 soul saints seems a bit far-fetched. No worries. If we can't win, we still have Uncle Guan for support. His words pleased Yu Guan, who leaned against the tree and said, "Those kids won't sleep for long. You should hurry and make it quick." "All right." Yu Jiuxian nodded with a smile. Seeing their hesitance, he playfully tugged Xiaoyu with one hand and Yin with the other, saying, "It's fine. You've shared plenty about my martial spirit lately. Let us give it a try." At this, Hu Laina and Yin exchanged glances with Xiaoyu, who covered his face in despair, realizing he was the one to blame for this predicament. Seeing this, Yu Jiuxian patted their shoulders and continued, "Oh, it's fine. Uncle Guan will be supporting us from the back. We can indulge ourselves at the front." The trio paused at his words, realizing how reassuring that sounded. So, what were they waiting for? Hu Laina retrieved 4 masks, distributing them among them, and once donned, they marched forth with great vigor, ready to confront the soul saints. Minutes later, Flander looked at the white-haired, red-eyed youth before him, adorned with a mask and wielding a spirit fan. And couldn't he help but think of a certain student from his academy who had yet to return. With the spirit fan martial spirit. "What is your relation to Yu Jiuxian?" Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, surprised that this person recognized him. However, maintaining his composure, he leaned closer to the muscular Yin and rebutted with confidence, "It's not like I'm the only one with this fan." Flander adjusted his spectacles, realizing, that's true. While the spirit fan is rare, it isn't exclusive to Yu Jiuxian. As they continued their banter, Lu Erlong elbowed Flander sharply, wearing a forced smile. "Flander, the children are still unconscious." "Oh dear." Flander nodded at Lu Erlong and turned to the 4 young ones. "By the way, what brings you here? Why have you incapacitated my students?" The leader, Yu Jiuxian, waved his fan and replied amicably, "We wish to challenge you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujin exclaimed, "Challenge? You guys?" Though they were soul kings, among their peers, they were already exceptional. Yet these were soul saints. Were they jesting? Flander delivered a light kick to Zhao Wujin, giving him a knowing look that only they understood. Chapter 161. Combatants, Provoking the Soul Saint. 4. At this, Zhao Wujin promptly silenced himself, recalling unpleasant memories. Flander turned back to Yu Jiuxian, smiling broadly. A challenge, of course, is welcome. However, my students, hearing this, Hulaina calmly interjected. We just wanted them to have a peaceful nap. It's nothing serious. With that, Flander felt reassured. Yet, Yu Jiuxian, who had been itching for action, urged. After all this talk, can we start now? Flander glanced at the four youths who had awakened their martial souls, nodding slightly before retreating a few steps with Lu Erlong and Zhao Wujin, creating distance from Yu Jiuxian and his companions. The challenge commenced. Yu Jiuxian maintained his position, smiling as he supported his three little friends, Li, Su, and Lei, with triple enhancements. At the moment his voice fell, 12 beams of light emanated from his spirit-patterned fan, landing on Hulaina and her two companions, as well as on himself. Given that they were merely a few adolescents, Flandra and the others, all in their prime, adhered to the principle of respecting their elders and cherishing the young, refraining from striking first. However, the spirited Yu Jiuxian, embodying the essence of youth, charged forward, unleashing a heavy punch upon Zhao Wujin's dark cheek. Caught off guard, Zhao Wujin's face turned aside, and his body swayed. Had it not been for Flandra, that heartless old fox who retained a shred of humanity and lent a hand at the critical moment, he would have embraced the ground with a warm greeting. Recovering his breath, Zhao Wujin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, recalling past painful lessons, and forcibly suppressed the anger swelling in his chest, refraining from retaliating against Yu Jiuxian. Observing this, Yu Jiuxian pouted, expressing dissatisfaction with their lackluster seriousness. After all, he was a soul sage. With that, he waved to the three behind him, urging them to join the fray. After all, it was daunting for him to face them alone. Hulaina exchanged a glance with Yin and Xiaoyu, nodding slightly before charging forward under the watchful eyes of the three robust middle-aged men. Hulaina and Xiaoyu executed a martial soul fusion technique, isolating Lu Erlong and engaging in spirited banter. Meanwhile, Yin unleashed a hellish magma surge, propelling Flandra to the other side, where they traded playful blows. The final gaze shifted to Yu Jiuxian, who faced Zhao Wujin with a blend of jest, nonchalance, and seriousness. With a desire to avoid further punishment, Zhao Wujin unleashed his martial soul infused with water and began to engage Yu Jiuxian. After the duration of an incense stick, Zhao Wujin lay on the ground, clutching his swollen face, glaring at Flandra, who appeared unscathed and amused. He shouted in frustration, "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" In response, Yu Jiuxian shook his hand, still tingling from the impact of the force. Noticing Yin, who was visibly bored, and the children beginning to show signs of awakening, he waved his fan and proclaimed to his companions, "It's over." Upon hearing this, Yin immediately released Flandra, who was grinning like a fox, while Xiaoyu and Hulaina leisurely strolled over to Yu Jiuxian's side, embodying a spirit of respect for the elderly and affection for the young. Yu Jiuxian presented Zhao Wujin with a pill for invigorating blood circulation before departing. Contemplating his handsome cheek and the painful sensations coursing through his body, Zhao Wujin accepted it with tears in his eyes. Wait. Chapter 162. The Heavendo Empire, the preliminary competition begins. Wait. With that, Yu Jiuxian slowly approached Mo Xiaotang, who lay unconscious beneath a tree, noticing the dagger tightly clutched in the young boy's hand. He was momentarily taken aback. How did this come to be in his possession? Flandra cast a glance, recalling the gossip he had overheard among the students not long ago, and remarked casually, "A dagger? That seems to be a gift from his brother." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian's fingers instinctively wandered over his spatial ring. Ever since he awoke, flashes of certain memories had occasionally crossed his mind. Yet, whether in his previous state or his current one, he could never quite grasp them. He turned to Flandra, inquiring again, "Who is his brother?" Flandra pointed to the spirit-patterned fan in his hand, stating, "He is the boy I mentioned earlier, one who possesses the same martial soul as yours." Could it be that this youth was the brother of that boy? Moreover, he had gifted him a dagger that resonated deeply within him. Yu Jiuxian found his previous self utterly astonishing. However, before he could ponder further, Hulaina, who had noticed signs of awakening in a certain youth, swiftly pulled him away toward the concealed Emoguan. Finally escaping the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hulaina exhaled. Observing Yu Jiuxian's reluctant gaze toward the dagger, Yin, who followed closely behind, asked, Xiaojiu, does that dagger hold any significance? Yu Jiuxian shook his head, admitting, honestly, I do not know what makes it special. It simply evokes a sense of belonging. It feels as though it is calling to me. He glanced at Hulaina and the others ahead. Since the dagger had already been given away, there was no need for him to expend excessive energy on it. Rather, it was they who had introduced themselves and recounted their heroic tales upon his awakening 6 months ago. Yet, he could not recall them ever mentioning that he had a soft-spoken younger brother or how they were so familiar with him. Was it that his memory had failed him? Or had they simply never spoken of it? As he pondered, the image of Hulaina's expression when she had gone to investigate a presence ahead surfaced in his mind, along with her every action. He smirked. Perhaps they had never mentioned it at all. Watching Hulaina beckoning him to hurry up, he casually fiddled with his spatial ring and followed along nonchalantly. Things were far more intriguing than he had anticipated. It was truly delightful. On the other side, in the forest where Shrek resided one by one, the members began to awaken from their confusion. Catching sight of Zhao Wujin's familiar bruised visage, Dai Mubai inhaled sharply. What happened to you, Teacher Zhao? Hearing his voice, the newly awakened youths immediately turned their gaze toward Zhao Wujin. Warned by an old fox not to disclose certain matters, Zhao Wujin stammered in response to the children. Ultimately, he shifted his weight and turned away, engaging in a silent stare-off with 3 equally robust tree trunks. Observing this, Dai Mubai glanced at Flandra, who was leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, and at Lu Erlong, who was assisting the master. Flandra, with his cunning nature, understood well that the students would not rest until they uncovered the truth behind their teacher's condition during their unconsciousness. Chapter 163, The Heaven Do Empire. The preliminary competition begins. 2. Who is Flandra? He is the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy, who has dedicated over 2 years to nurturing them. Fully aware of the children's insistence on obtaining answers, Flandra leaned against the tree, racking his brain for the right words before speaking with a calm demeanor. After Zhao Wujin awoke, he stumbled and tripped over a rock while half asleep. That injury was sustained from hitting the ground. He tripped? Such an explanation would hardly convince even a toddler. If he didn't want to speak, that was fine, but to concoct such a tale was simply absurd. The bewildered Dai Mubai and the others silently turned away, reorganizing their ranks to prevent any further ambush. When Dai Mubai reached Mo Xiaodong, he found that although the youth had awakened, his gaze was vacant, fixated on the ground not far away. Following Mo Xiaodong's line of sight, he noticed nothing but a chaotic mess of footprints. This merely indicates that Zhao Wuji and the old trickster Flander had a confrontation earlier. He couldn't quite comprehend what was so captivating about it. He patted Mo Xiaodong on the shoulder, intending to inquire about his well-being. When he heard Mo Xiaodong utter a disjointed phrase, "He has arrived." Days passed, and after the group from Shrek and the Sunset Forest had assisted the children in hunting souls, they hurried back to the academy following their encounter with Yu Jiuxian. Meanwhile, Yu Jiuxian and his 5 companions, having wandered aimlessly and found no excitement, exited the Sunset Forest. However, instead of returning to Wuhuan City as planned, they heeded Yu Jiuxian's suggestion and found lodging in the Tiando Imperial City. They settled in room 1002 of the Kila Hotel. With nothing pressing to attend to, Yu Jiuxian lounged on the bed, engrossed in an illustrated gossip magazine that Xiaoyu had procured from the Imperial City, occasionally sharing his thoughts. The third trending topic revealed that during the previous elite competition S qualifiers in the Tiando Empire, Lanba Academy had eliminated one of the teams from the Tiando Royal Academy. For reasons unknown, the previous principal not only stepped down to a subordinate position, but also renamed Lanba to Shrek. After reading the last word, Yu Jiuxian rolled his eyes, silently mocking the absurdity of it being the third trending topic. Was there any mystery to it? It was simply a matter of connections. Otherwise, why would the principal of such an esteemed institution resign and change its name? It couldn't merely be about power, wealth, or status. The former could have led to the principal's immediate dismissal, while the latter two reasons should have manifested long before, not waiting until the institution gained notoriety for nearly 3 years. Having vented his frustrations, he continued to read. Finding the second trending topic claimed that 7 elites from the Tiando Royal Academy had been injured by a mysterious figure and had been bedridden for over half a month. Being beaten to such a state and still being called elites was quite the irony, according to Hulaina and others. This Tiando Royal Academy was also set to participate in the elite competition. Those 7 unfortunate souls, representing the Academy's elite, were certainly bound to compete. If they crossed paths with Hulaina, they would likely be vanquished in an instant. Considering the prowess of Hulaina and their own capabilities, he nodded in agreement, deciding to be more confident and eliminate the probably from his thoughts. Chapter 164, Tiando Empire. The qualifiers begin 3. The top trending topic indicated that the Plan Academy had been completely burned down by one of its unscrupulous students. Rumor had it that the expelled student had joined Shrek Academy. Once again, Shrek was mentioned in 2 out of the top 3 topics. The allure of this Shrek Academy was beyond his understanding. Yu Jiuxian scoffed, about to pick up another book when he was interrupted by a deafening knock at the door. Even with his eyes closed, he could guess that it was Yin, that robust fellow. As he sluggishly made his way to open the door, he recalled what Xiaohua had told him long ago. He remembered Xiaohua, sitting before the mirror, saying that a boy who had feelings for someone would become gentle. Yet, he had never observed such gentleness in Yin, the brawny man. Upon opening the door, Yu Jiuxian barely had time to step aside before Yin and Xieyu barged in, leaving only Hulaina outside to face the cold wind. Witnessing this scene only solidified Yu Jiuxian's belief that Xiaohua's wisdom was but hearsay. While pulling Hulaina inside, he vowed to discuss this matter with Xiaohua when he next saw him. Now, he turned to Xieyu, who was sprawling comfortably on the bed, and Yin, who stood against the wall, and asked, "What brings you here?" After Hulaina settled onto the sofa, she slowly began, "The qualifiers for the elite competition start tomorrow. Although we are not participating at this moment, we still need to discuss the rules of the competition." Hearing this, Yu Jiuxian lazily reclined against the armrest of the sofa, contemplating the strength of a certain academy, and hesitantly asked, "Is the elite competition truly enjoyable?" Such a solemn affair as a competition could hardly be described as enjoyable. However, for the emotionless yet formidable Xieyu, he cheerfully nodded. Fighting is quite entertaining. Wondering if they filtered out the weaker teams before the finals, Yu Jiuxian mused. Indeed, not all participants possessed the strength of the Tiando Royal Academy. The varying levels of strength were akin to the thrill of unboxing surprises. Thus, Yu Jiuxian turned to Hulaina beside him. "Sister Na, please share the rules of the competition." Hulaina nodded and methodically laid out the essential rules. First, since 7 participants are required for the competition, in addition to the 4 of us, there will be 3 older brothers and sisters. Always remember, we are a team. Once we enter the arena, we must work together against the opposing team and cannot harm our own. Understood? Yu Jiuxian agreed with a nod. This notion was sound. Hulaina continued. "The second point is that during the competition, we must not cause fatalities. So, Xiaojiu, you must be gentle when you strike." Yu Jiuxian hesitated slightly, as he typically fought with abandon, lacking a sense of restraint. However, for the sake of competing, he acquiesced, "No problem." Seeing Yu Jiuxian obediently agree, Hulaina's heart melted as she quickly stated the final rule. Lastly, during the competition, no non-food or non-healing items made by soul masters are allowed, nor any weapons outside of our martial souls. This rule might not seem crucial to Yu Jiuxian, who preferred unarmed combat, but Hulaina still felt it necessary to mention it. Chapter 165, Tiando Empire. The qualifiers begin with the rules outlined. Yu Jiuxian, the forgetful child, made a rough note of them and eagerly inquired, "Sister Na, you just said we are not participating for now. So when do we get to take the stage?" Before Hulaina could respond, Xieyu, seated on the bed, interjected, "Because our strength is too formidable, we are directly advanced to the finals. A swift victory, and we can joyfully claim the championship." "The finals?" Yu Jiuxian tilted his head, recalling that Yin had mentioned earlier that the elite competition comprised 3 stages. Only after the qualifiers and the advancement rounds did the finals occur. Thus, with the previous two stages filtering the competitors, the final contenders would undoubtedly possess the required strength. He realized that the anticipated thrill of surprises would be absent, but even so, he could still discover new enjoyment in the finals. Yet before the finals commenced, it seemed he had little to occupy his time. He looked at Hulaina and asked, "Can I go watch the qualifiers first?" Upon hearing this, Hulaina and the others responded in unison, "No." Taken aback by their synchronized reply, Yu Jiuxian blinked his big, watery eyes, wondering why they were reacting so dramatically over merely wanting to observe the excitement. Coming to his senses, Yu Jiuxian stood up, hands on his hips, and asked indignantly, "Why not? If you don't give me a satisfactory reason, I shall turn you all into a spectacle for my enjoyment." In response, a startled Xiaoyu, resembling a frightened bird, timidly hugged himself and pointed a trembling little finger at Yu Jiuxian. "Because we fear that you may lose control and resort to violence." Yu Jiuxian, with a slight smirk at the corners of his mouth, proclaimed with righteous indignation, "Do not wrongfully accuse a good person." "How could I, Xiao Jiao? I misspoke. I am Yin Shi Quan. Be so ill-mannered as to strike someone." Leaning against the wall, Yin Lung sneered, believing anyone else could be trusted. But not this little rascal. Having seen the excitement, you are not merely prone to violence. You are bound to act upon it. The mischievous Xiaoyu added, "Yin is absolutely right. In the end, you will relish the chaos, but we must bear the consequences." Just imagining the repercussions of being expelled from the competition for breaking the rules and facing the Pope's wrath sent shivers down his spine. Hearing this, Yu Jiuxian eagerly looked towards Ulaina, tugging at her garment. Understanding her brother's nature, Xiaoyu quickly admonished, "Nana, you must not waver." Hulaina nodded, aware that she had her principles in this matter. She raised her hands in an expression of helplessness towards Yu Jiuxian. "They speak the truth. If you feel the urge to act, we cannot restrain you. Is there anything else you wish to pursue? Other pursuits?" Yu Jiuxian expressed his sole interest in this matter, raising 3 fingers and swearing, "I promise I will not resort to violence. If I do, may lightning strike me down, and I shall not survive the night." The 3, well versed in his tendencies, exchanged glances, realizing he had not acted out in days and was perhaps courting danger. Yet, Yu Jiuxian remained undeterred, for he dismissed their concerns. The next day, amidst the bustling royal city, Yu Jiuxian rubbed his buzzing ears and dodged strangers, feeling a pang of regret for coming here. There were simply too many people. Upon hearing this, Yin and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, having nearly forgotten the reality of dealing with a temperamental young master for too long. As they witnessed him sidestepping once more, they hurriedly moved to his side, acting as his protectors. Meanwhile, Hulaina quietly followed, gently advising him. Today marked the opening ceremony of the preliminary round, and naturally, there were more attendees than usual. "Xiaoqi, do you remember what we discussed before coming out?" Despite the protection of Xiaoyu and Yin, a faint sense of unfamiliarity still enveloped him. Yu Jiuxian nodded, irritably responding, "It's simply a matter of not fighting or causing trouble. We watch the match and call you if needed." I remember. He recalled their earlier warnings, though he had dismissed the last caution about not straying from their side. Hulaina weakly added, "And do not leave our vicinity without permission." Hearing this once more, Yu Jiuxian shivered involuntarily. At 6 years old, he understood what was appropriate and what was not. Hulaina, noticing his expression, comprehended instantly. She mused, "Who knows which little brat, last time, gave the Wuhuan temple trainee a beating? Enough, enough, the opening ceremony has begun. Pay attention." With a forlorn expression, Yu Jiuxian pointed towards the high platform, conversing with them while pulling the 3 into a quieter corner. Observing his peculiar demeanor was enough to frustrate anyone. Finally, the 3 let out a collective sigh and turned their gaze toward the high platform. As Yu Jiuxian mentioned, the ceremony commenced with the host passionately addressing the crowd. "Welcome to the opening ceremony of this year's Pancontinental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. First, we invite the 28 participating teams to enter. Leading the way is our Tiendo Royal Team 2, followed by the 5 Elements Academy, the Botany Academy, and Shrek Academy. As the captain of Shrek Academy, Daimu Bai, entered first, followed closely by his teammates. Hu Laina's expression darkened momentarily. After much contemplation, she placed a meticulously crafted mask upon Yu Jiuxian's face. Oblivious, Yu Jiuxian watched the stream of young participants entering, curling his lip in boredom. Hu Laina, feeling unburdened, shot him a sidelong glance, folding her arms. I wonder who insisted on coming yesterday. Yu Jiuxian, hands on his hips, radiated a faint aura of irritation, reflecting, I had no idea it would be this dull. If I stay any longer, I might sprout mushrooms. Hearing this, Yin quickly stepped in front of him, questioning his intentions. Yu Jiuxian made a face at him, skillfully maneuvering around and darting away, calling back, I'll just be gone for a moment. Witnessing this, Hu Laina and the others pushed through the crowd, chasing after him. But how could they catch up to Yu Jiuxian, who seemed to glide effortlessly away? Amidst the throngs at the competition venue, Xie furiously pounded the air, cursing Yu Jiuxian for being such a troublesome little brat. Meanwhile, on the other side of the venue, a sharp voice rang out. Hey! A young man, having been bumped, shook his fiery arm and exclaimed, ouch. Can't you watch where you're going, you little brat? Yu Jiuxian, utterly speechless, found himself incredulous. He had been strolling without issue when this person collided with him. He and T even blamed the individual for knocking off his mask. Yet the audacity to retaliate was absurd. In a fit of temper, he clenched his fists, ready to retaliate against the loathsome face before him. But Hu Laina's admonitions echoed in his mind. Perhaps due to her repeated warnings, he surprisingly suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and relaxed his fists, bending down to retrieve his wrongfully displaced mask. As the saying goes, taking a step back opens up the vast ocean, yet no one speaks of the mutual retreat. Otherwise, when you step back and they advance, you are merely left to bear the brunt of the frustration. Observing this, the young man, feeling overly self-important, assumed Yu Jiuxian was intimidated. Boasting menacingly, he extended his hand, forcefully shoving Yu Jiuxian's shoulder. Hey, you little brat, are you deaf or something? Do you even know who I am? Yu Jiuxian bent slightly forward, pushed by the shove, but quickly regained his balance, stepping back to steady himself. Noticing the disappointment on the young man's face, which stemmed from failing to provoke him, fragmented memories flickered in Yu Jiuxian's mind. For instance, the rotund man serving warm meals, pressing a frail boy to the ground while hurling insults. Or the frigid winter when a group of boys cornered a thinly clad child in an alley, tearing apart the only clothing he had. Or the battered boy limping down the street, with passers-by offering no assistance or concern. That group of individuals, much like the young man before him, stood aloof and disdainfully observed his struggle for survival, their faces etched with disappointment. More egregiously, they murmured in hushed tones, audible enough for the young boy to hear, that someone like him was wasting precious air by living and occupying land by dying. Fragmented memories aside, Yu Jiuxian found himself, at an indeterminate moment, clenching his fists, gazing at the young man who was about to unleash a tirade of ridicule. In an instant, he appeared beside the young man, asserting, I care not who you are, anger me, and even the heavens shall not protect you. As he spoke coldly, he raised his fist, infused with the essence of his beast martial spirit, and struck the young man squarely in the mouth. With a sickening sound, the young man collapsed to the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood. A closer inspection would reveal several golden teeth among the crimson pool. As he gazed at the blood-stained earth, he belatedly covered his gory mouth in shock. Yu Jiuxian advanced step by step, each footfall resonating like a hammer upon the young man's heart. The young man quaked in fear, retreating as he stammered threats. Do not come closer. I am Mo Changshao of the Mo family. If you dare strike me, the Mo family will not let you go. At this proclamation, Yu Jiuxian merely rubbed his ears, suppressing a laugh. The Mo family? How dreadfully frightening. Without a moment's pause, he continued his leisurely advance. Chapter 168. Out to Revel. Trouble approaches, too. The young man, Mo Changshao, seeing his threats ineffective, turned to the bystanders, trying to manipulate them with his words. If you help me deal with him, the Mo family will grant you unimaginable wealth. He feigned helplessness, pleading for assistance. Yu Jiuxian, with a smile, beckoned to the onlookers, only to witness them recoil in fear, as if avoiding a plague. At this sight, the smile gradually faded from Yu Jiuxian's face. Such is the nature of humanity. He quickened his pace, lightly stepping on Mo Chong Xiao's calf. Lifting the fist that had just struck him and casually wiping it on a handkerchief, he inquired, "Do you think this kick will break anything?" Mo Chong Xiao, recoiling, covered his mouth, rendered speechless. When can one not respond to a question? Yu Jiuxian picked up a fallen green leaf from a nearby tree and tossed it gently towards Mo Chong Xiao. As the leaf grazed his arm, blood immediately oozed forth, causing him to flinch and pull his hand away, only to be startled by a sudden sound. Both Yu Jiuxian and Mo Chong Xiao turned their gazes toward the source of a noise. It was a small bamboo tube, appearing to be worth merely 10 copper soul coins. Mo Chong Xiao, perceiving it as a beacon of hope, swiftly raised his arm to seize it, opening the bottom to release its contents. As it shot into the air, exploding into a crimson MO in the sky, his eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Yu Jiuxian had no doubt that had he not been pinning Mo Chong Xiao down, the young man would have been dancing with delight, oblivious to the crowd's watchful eyes. Yet Mo Chong Xiao, unperturbed by his inability to rise, wiped the blood from his chin, straightened his attire, and boasted with an air of bravado. "You insolent child, my reinforcements will arrive shortly. And then, you shall regret crossing paths with me." Yu Jiuxian tucked away his handkerchief, bemused by the mindless prattle, thinking to himself that he was not blind. Unlike Mo Chong Xiao, the bystanders had immediately grasped the implications. Yet, why not prevent him from signaling for aid or flee the scene themselves? If Yu Jiuxian were to respond, he would declare that should foes arrive, he would vanquish them one by one. For what does he have to fear? Yu Jiuxian crouched down, inspecting Mo Chong Xiao's bloodied right cheek and the pristine left cheek, finding the contrast irksome. He flexed his wrist and, in an act of symmetry, gave Mo Chong Xiao a matching strike. Just as he finished delivering his blow, the sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Reinforcements were arriving. They moved with surprising speed and bore decent strength, consisting of 4 soul masters, each at least level 45. Mo Chong Xiao's anguished cries filled the air. "Brother Xiongdi, Noti Worth, brothers, charge!" At this, Yu Jiuxian smirked, just as he stood upright. A burly man among the newcomers struck him with a drunken fist. Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, seizing the man's wrist and gracefully executing a flawless 360-degree shoulder throw. "Drunken fist, is it? If you're not feeling dizzy, how can you call it a drunken fist? Allow me to enhance it for you." The onlookers watched in amusement, stifling their laughter. The man, treated with such gentleness, staggered after being thrown, his face and neck flushed as he lay on the ground, wobbling as if truly intoxicated. Chapter 169. Golden Fish Jiuxian. A familiar encounter. What is happening over there? It seems quite lively. After the competition commenced, the Shrek team swiftly eliminated their opponents within a minute, seizing the opportunity to slip out of the arena unnoticed. Not long after they exited, they were drawn to the commotion ahead, particularly capturing the curiosity of Ma Hongjun. Due to his stature, he could not see the unfolding events clearly, which made his heart race with an itch akin to being scratched by a cat, compelling him to jump up and down for a better view. The tall Dai moved by, noticing Ma Hongjun's struggle, glanced protectively at Zhu Zhuqing and remarked lightly, "It seems there is a fight." Upon hearing this, Oscar thrust a sausage into Mo Xiaotang's hands and dashed forward as if stepping on the gas pedal, exclaiming, "A fight? To fight here, they must have some audacity." Mo Xiaotang, standing at the back, heard the distant voice of someone proclaiming, "I dare not approach. I may as well leave." He murmured his brother's name, passing the sausage to a bystanding Tauzi before stepping forward. Witnessing Mo Xiaotang slip away, the Shrek team, who had promised to return together, hurried to intercept him, yet failed to catch even the hem of his garment. Xiao Tang Sing gazed at his empty palm, activating his purple extreme magic eye to track Mo Xiaotang's whereabouts, only to discover that Mo Xiaotang had mingled into the crowd and collided with a figure possessing white hair and red eyes. The visage bore an uncanny resemblance to their acquaintance, Yu Jiuxian. "Brother, is that really you?" Mo Xiao Tang exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Fresh from a brawl and still irritable, Yu Jiuxian shoved the person aside, retorting, "What do you mean by really you? If you wish to avoid a beating, make way." Mo Xiao Tang, gazing at Yu Jiuxian, gently tugged at his sleeve, asking with a hint of disbelief, "Brother, have you truly forgotten us?" Yu Jiuxian glanced at him, finding him somewhat familiar, yet he could not place where they had met. He withdrew his sleeve, wiped the blood from his mouth, and coldly replied, "What nonsense is this? I must find my friends." Mo Xiao Tang bit his tongue, suppressing the rising bitterness in his heart, and smiled. "It matters not if you have forgotten me. We can become acquainted once more. I am Mo Xiao Tang, from the Mo family, with the character Tang. All who extend a hand do not strike those who smile." Yu Jiuxian hesitated before slowly replying, "I am Yu Xia Jiuxian, from Yun Jian Chi Chi Quan, known as Yun Chi Quan. Now that I have told you, I shall take my leave." With that, he brushed off the dust from his recent skirmish and turned to depart. As he witnessed his brother about to leave, Mo Xiao Tang felt an urge to chase after him, yet recalled the disdainful expression Yu Jiuxian had just displayed. In less than a second of contemplation, he trailed closely behind Yu Jiuxian, maintaining a notably amicable distance. "Brother, where do you reside?" Yu Jiuxian glanced back at his little shadow, scoffing, "What? Are you planning a nocturnal ambush?" Mo Xiao Tang quickly shook her head. "I meant no such thing. Brother, I merely wish to know if you will be leaving soon." At this, Yu Jiuxian shrugged. "It depends on the circumstances." Mo Xiao Tang pursed her lips, removed the jade pendant from around her neck, and presented it with both hands. "Brother, this is for you." Yu Jiuxian cast a glance at it, but did not take it. "What is the purpose of gifting me a jade pendant?" "For your safety." Mo Xiao Tang swallowed hard. Yu Jiuxian scoffed. "Who guarantees safety? Deities? Huh. I, Yun Chi Quan, trust in myself and the blade in my hand. The rest of those intangible things I do not believe in. Is that so?" This was the first time her brother had shared such thoughts with her. Mo Xiao Tang retracted her hand, a hint of disappointment in her voice. "Oh, then never mind." Observing her demeanor, Yu Jiuxian felt a sudden pang in his heart. He swiftly took the jade pendant from her hands and, in a hurried tone, said, "Well, since you've given it, I shall reluctantly accept it." MHM. Mo Xiao Tang, seeing her brother leave, felt no sorrow but rather a smile of joy, thinking, "Brother is still the same as before." At the Kulai Hotel, Xiaoyu leaned against the wall, gazing at the just-entered Yu Jiuxian, and coldly remarked, "Xiaojiu, what did you say before going out? You have quite the ability, going out for less than a stick of incense, wandering around, and leaving us with such a grand surprise. You misunderstand me. They bullied me first." Yu Jiuxian casually seated himself on the sofa, providing them with the explanation they desired. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu nearly broke into laughter at the absurdity of it. How could someone as formidable as Yu Jiuxian be bullied, with fists as large as sandbags? Who could possibly intimidate him? Seeing this, Yu Jiuxian pressed his lips together. To be honest, if it had not truly happened to him, he would not have believed it himself. Rubbing his nose, he was about to exaggerate and demonstrate, but a sharp pain pierced his chest. Biting his pale lip, he gritted his teeth and stood, shoving them out one by one. "The truth is they ran into me. The answer is here. If you don't believe me, you can ask outside. Now, you all should leave quickly." How did it change so suddenly? Until he was pushed out, Xiaoyu remained bewildered by the turn of events. At the moment the door closed, he finally regained his senses. He propped the door with his hand and called through the crack, "What is wrong with you?" "I just want to be alone for a while," Yu Jiuxian replied weakly, gripping the doorknob. Alone? A person who loves the lively atmosphere suddenly wants solitude? Was it possible that he had misunderstood? With this thought, Xiaoyu leaned against the door, hastily clarifying, "Just now, you wouldn't take that seriously, right? I didn't mean to blame you. It was just a joke." From a moment, he entered and called out Xiaojiu. Yu Jiuxian had understood it was a jest. After all, someone truly angry would not address you so amicably. However, he had no time to elaborate. He kicked Xiaoyu away from the door and swiftly closed it with a decisive click of the bolt. Outside, Hulai Na watched the swift and fluid actions of a particular little brat, momentarily stunned. However, her astonishment was soon eclipsed by what followed. As the door fully shut, Xiaoyu unleashed his martial spirit. But fortunately, Hulai Na and Yin reacted quickly and restrained him before he could swing his moon blade to break down the door. Inside, as two distinct voices echoed, Yu Jiuxian collapsed onto the bed, gripping the fabric of his chest tightly, burying his pale face in the blanket, gritting his teeth to stifle any groans of pain. Time passed slowly. In torment, Yu Jiuxian rolled from the bed to the floor, from the floor to beneath the window, and then from there to the corner by the door. After such a struggle, sweat nearly soaked his garments. Having settled a rather dim-witted Xiaoyu, Yin took a deep breath and headed towards his own room. While walking, he reflected on Yu Jiuxian's earlier demeanor, feeling something was amiss. Just as he was about to enter his room, he glanced at the pristine white wall, and an idea flashed in his mind. He turned and rushed towards Yu Jiuxian's room. Seeing the closed door, he pushed it forcefully, but to no avail, further confirming his suspicion. After all, why lock the door in broad daylight? He knocked vigorously. Xiao Jiu, what's wrong? Open the door quickly. Although he said this inside, Yu Jiuxian paid no heed to his inquiries, opting instead to follow his own instincts. Taking a deep breath and steadying himself, he suppressed the trembling in his voice and coldly commanded, "Get lost." Yin pounded the air in frustration, suppressing the urge to kick the door down, and replied softly, "Xiao Jiu, don't throw a tantrum at a time like this." Yet Yu Jiuxian merely leaned against the wooden door, repeating his previous word. Hearing this, Yin raised his hand to knock again, but at that moment, an image of a boy curled up in a corner flashed in his mind. He closed his eyes, exhaled, and slowly lowered his hand. As he turned to lean against the wall, he encountered Xiaoyu and Hulai Na, who had come out to investigate the ruckus he had caused. Scratching his head, Yin thought, Xiaoyu doesn't resemble Hulai Na. Upon seeing him, he fell silent. Xiaoyu swaggered up and landed a punch on Yin's chest. "What is the deal? Trying to show off your barehanded demolition skills at the hotel?" Noting Yin's silence, Xiaoyu glanced at the door number beside him and continued relentlessly. "And what are you blocking Xiao Jiu's door for? You just shoved me back in, and now you're back here. What is up? Is there gold in Xiao Jiu's room that you want to keep to yourself?" Yin rolled his eyes at the oblivious Xiaoyu and said to the approaching Hulai Na, "Xiao Jiu is likely having a breakdown." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's boisterous demeanor returned. "What? Then shouldn't we hurry?" Before he could finish, Yin pushed him back. "Xiao Jiu doesn't want anyone in." At this, not only did Xiaoyu scoff, but even Hulai Na couldn't help but say, "If he says you can't come in, then you can't. It's just a door. Can't you kick it open?" Yin shook his head and replied to the two, "There's no life-threatening danger. Let him handle it himself." "Yin, why?" Hulai Na looked at him in confusion. He typically had no issues with that boy. Why would he say such a thing at a time like this? Yin cast a solemn gaze at the closed door and replied, "No one wishes for others to witness their most vulnerable moments." Xiaoyu clicked his tongue, finding himself at a loss for words in response. Hulai Na suddenly realized, understanding the truth of Yan's words. Everyone present comprehended this sentiment. Had it been someone else, they might have reacted similarly to Yan. Yet, due to Yu Jiuxian's physical and mental state, they had all overlooked this fundamental truth. Yu Jiuxian was merely unwell. The wisdom accumulated throughout history could undoubtedly be applied to his situation. Hulai Na exhaled softly, grasping her brother Xiaoyu's hand, leaning against the wall like Yan. "Then let us guard him here," she suggested. Indeed, Chapter 172, the innocent little lamb pretending to be a big bad wolf in the Tiando Empire. Within the grand hall of the Mo family, Mo Xiaotang sat upon a cold, dark wooden chair, observing with a steely gaze the 5 individuals kneeling in the center of the hall. The foremost of these was Mo Chong Xiao, the one who had stirred trouble days prior. As he beheld the child before him, who exuded a vastly different aura than their last encounter, he swallowed hard. Under Mo Xiaotang's emotionless scrutiny, Mo Chong Xiao nodded his head, which was swathed like a zongzi, and replied yes. Mo Xiaotang was aware of his own appearance and temperament, soft and unfit for significant matters. However, he was surrounded by many formidable individuals, particularly his brother, who had been with them for quite some time, absorbing nearly all of their commanding presence. Though his nature could not support such an atmosphere, he still feigned it with ease. He nonchalantly tapped the armrest of his chair and inquired, I recall you have always resided in Xing Luo's main family. Why do you come to Tiando instead of staying there to oversee matters? Despite being merely a half-grown child, Mo Chang Xiao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him under Mo Xiao Tang's gaze. He steadied himself and explained, half a year ago, the family had returned to the main family. Since then, I have been quite busy organizing affairs there. After sending a letter, I received no response from the young master. So I came to check on you. Mo Xiao Tang did not respond immediately. Instead, he leisurely picked up a pristine teacup from the table, taking a delicate sip. After moistening his throat, he set the cup down and asked earnestly, Is there anything else? Mo Chang Xiao shook his head, stammering, No, nothing more. Mo Xiao Tang rubbed his wrist, gradually rising and approaching Mo Chang Xiao. The memory of Yu Jiuxian loomed heavily in Mo Chang Xiao's mind, nearly paralyzing him with fear. He silently repeated to himself that the child before him was merely a weaned infant, managing to steady himself after a moment. The distance between the chair at the hall's edge and the center was short, and in the blink of an eye, Mo Xiao Tang stood before the trembling Mo Chang Xiao. So, your father sent you to check on me, yet you come to Tiando to stir trouble. What does that mean? Hearing Mo Xiao Tang reference the recent incident, Mo Chang Xiao forced a smile, saying, Young master, it was he before he could finish. Mo Xiao Tang interrupted, What was he? Did he initiate the confrontation? Did he collide with you? Or did he push you down? At this, Mo Chang Xiao quickly nodded. Young master, you truly possess keen insight. Insight? Mo Xiao Tang chuckled lightly, You, an innocent little lamb, pretending to be a cunning wolf. He tilted his head slightly and added, What a fitting phrase, for I understand now that all of this is mere nonsense on your part. Upon hearing this, Mo Chang Xiao's heart sank, yet he quickly regained his composure, grasping at Mo Xiao Tang's garments, apologizing profusely and seeking his forgiveness. Young master, I was wrong. I should not have caused trouble or lied to you, but that incident was indeed his fault. Inexperienced as he was, Mo Chang Xiao faltered, realizing that despite wearing the guise of a seasoned individual, he remained naive. Listening to the first half of his statement, Mo Xiao Tang believed he was genuinely remorseful. Yet the latter half revealed his attempt to shift blame. Seeing the older man reach for his sleeve, Mo Xiao Tang swiftly stepped back to evade him. Chapter 173. The dominant Haidang, re-entering the dreamscape. Young master, I was wrong. I should not have caused trouble or lied to you. But that incident was indeed his fault. He obstructed my path. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao Tang returned to his black wooden chair, sipping his tea before addressing the trembling Mo Chang Xiao on the floor. Such authority you possess, young master of the Mo family. Your demeanor even surpasses mine. You cannot. I am an elder of the Mo family. You cannot. Mo Chang Xiao stammered, rising unsteadily and pointing at Mo Xiao Tang. Mo Xiao Tang laughed coldly. Cannot? What is there that I cannot do? My father has long wished to abdicate and pass the family business to you too. The rightful heirs of the Mo family are my sister Yin and me. My sister is indifferent to family matters, and, if I so desired, I could assume the role of the family head right now. In a moment of hasty speech, Mo Chang Xiao fell to his knees. Young master, please grant me another chance. I am but a level 10 soul master. If I am cast out of the Mo family, I will have no means to survive. Mo Xiao Tang placed the teacup down, closing his eyes in a bid to block out the sight before him. This action once again brought tears to Mo Chang Xiao's eyes. Is the young master truly willing to drive this elder of the Mo family to despair for the sake of a stranger? Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao Tang opened his eyes, devoid of pretense, and addressed Mo Chang Xiao and the quaking individuals behind him with a voice that resonated with authority. Remember this. He is my brother and a distinguished guest of the Mo family. At the hotel, Yin pressed her ear against the door, listening for any signs of movement inside. She signaled to Xiaoyu and Hulaina, let us sneak in through the window to check. After a brief moment, the trio successfully entered Yu Jiu's room, changing his damp clothes and carefully placing him onto the bed. Once they completed their task, Xiaoyu sat in a chair, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, gazing at the slumbering Yu Jiu. a question emerging in his mind. He has these episodes occasionally. Do you think he knows he will die in 2 years? Hulai Na, who had been tucking the blankets around Yu-Gio, looked up at his question, puzzled. What brought that thought on? Xiaoyu opened his mouth, but merely replied nonchalantly, "Oh, just a passing thought," as the dark night enveloped them. Young Zhio's eyes reflected his unease. He scanned his surroundings and spotted a familiar white figure in the west, Xiaohua. Sensing the safety emanating from her, he chased after her without hesitation. Yet, for reasons unknown, she kept running, eluding him. He stumbled over a stone, but quickly regained his footing, calling out as he pursued her. "Xiaohua, please don't go. Don't leave me. I beg you, please don't go." As he uttered these words, Xiaohua halted, and Yu-Gio rushed forward, grasping her tightly, terrified of losing her again. After a moment of contemplation, he reassured her, "Xiaohua, as long as you stay with me, I will be obedient from now on. I will do whatever you say." Seeing Xiaohua remain silent, young Zhio's heart raced with anxiety. He tugged at her white sleeve and softly called, "Xiaohua." Chapter 174. Awakened from Nightmares. Conversing with Yin. 1. Upon hearing his voice, Xiaohua finally responded, turning her head to meet his gaze with her hollow eyes. A shiver ran through him, and he tightened his grip on her wrist with growing desperation. Just when he believed she could not escape, her wrist became translucent, slipping effortlessly through his fingers as she began to walk away. Her speed was unnaturally swift, as though fleeing from some terrifying presence. Young Zhio attempted to follow, but the ground beneath him grew soft, and black chains bound his feet, rendering him unable to move forward or back. He pulled at the iron chain in a frenzy, desperately trying to break free and chase after Xiaohua. However, while the imagination painted a beautiful picture, reality proved to be cruel. The deeper he sank, the more he felt a heavy weight in his chest as he gazed at the almost invisible figure. "You left, and I can never return." The abyss of despair felt unbearably cold, and he could not endure it alone. At that moment, the scene shifted to reality where Yu-Gio lay in bed. With a sudden gasp, he opened his eyes wide. Instinctively, he scanned his surroundings and froze upon seeing the casual figure of Xiaoyu seated across from him. Under Xiaoyu's scrutinizing gaze, which seemed to question whether he had forgotten who he was, it took Yu-Gio a moment to recall the identity of his companion. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Recognizing he had remembered, Xiaoyu leaned back against the chair's backrest, brushed aside the hair from his forehead, and replied nonchalantly, "Caretaker." "Caretaker?" Yu-Gio raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Why would he need their care? Struggling to move his weakened body, he propped himself up, intending to get out of bed. Fortunately, Xiaoyu was quick to assist him, preventing the unsteady Yu-Gio from collapsing to the floor. "What happened to me?" Xiaoyu observed Yu-Gio's pale complexion and, licking his lips, recited a familiar line, "You are ill again." Yu-Gio nodded and, with Xiaoyu's support, returned to bed. Watching him, Xiaoyu recalled the murmurs of someone's dreams and couldn't help but inquire, "What did you dream about?" "Did I dream?" Yu-Gio pondered for a moment, then countered with question. Xiaoyu merely smiled and, after pacing around the room a couple of times, opened the door to inform Hulai Na that a certain little brat had awakened. However, it was Yin who ultimately walked in. Hulai Na had been tirelessly caring for him during his illness and had just now managed to rest, seeing the heavy dark circles under her eyes. He couldn't bear to disturb her slumber. Yin took a seat on the edge of the bed and engaged in light conversation with Yu-Gio. "Does it hurt?" "What hurts?" Yu-Gio looked at him in confusion, bemused by their strange inquiries today. "Are you injured? Does it hurt?" Yan's fingers intertwined, his dark eyes fixed on Yu-Gio. In response, Yu-Gio playfully delivered a soft punch. "Are you foolish? Of course it hurts to be injured. Moreover, I have a low pain threshold." Yan's hands tightened as he asked again, "So how do you endure the pain?" Yu-Gio raised an eyebrow. "Why do you ask that?" Contemplating the heavy, unsteady breaths he had heard behind the door, Yin pressed his lips together and chuckled. "Xiaoyu and I often get injured during training. I wanted to learn from your experience." Yu-Gio shrugged. "If we're talking about this, the only way is to grow stronger, strong enough that no one can harm you. Everything else is nonsense. As for the pain of one's own ailments..." Listening to Yan's somber voice, Yu Jiuxian chuckled lightly. The pain of one's own ailments? Are you indirectly asking if I suffer from pain regularly? Seeing Yu Jiuxian's realization, Yan's voice tightened, unsure of what to say. Yet Yu Jiuxian found it of little concern. He settled back against the wall with a pillow, slowly chatting with Yan. Of course it hurts. My name is Jiuxian, but I am not a celestial being. I'm a flesh and blood human. Yin poured him a glass of water and continued with his earlier question. So how do you manage? Yu Jiuxian shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer. He simply couldn't remember. However, he mused, in such matters, one merely has to close their eyes and grit their teeth. Observing the awakening of a Yu Jiuxian who had shed some of his childishness, Yin was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, How old are you now? Before she could finish, Yu Jiuxian interjected, responding himself, How old? 8 years old. 8 years old? Given his eloquence, one would believe he was 11 or 12. Yet, it was precisely this maturity that made him so endearing. He sighed, lamenting, They say mature children take on responsibilities early. In truth, mature children bear the most burdens. Yu Jiuxian took a sip of water and glanced at him, perplexed by Yan's increasingly bizarre remarks. How did he know all this? Yan, sensing Yu Jiuxian's gaze, assumed he hadn't understood and pointed at Yu Jiuxian's heart. At such a young age, you see so much. Don't you feel exhausted? Hearing this, Yu Jiuxian pondered the words, then pointed at himself. You think those thoughts originated from me? Isn't it? Yan looked at him in surprise. Yu Jiuxian scoffed. Of course not. I'm just a happy little lunatic. Such eloquent phrases could never come from my mouth. He shook his head, exasperated. I merely borrowed them. Yan, with fingers resting on his knees, felt a name surfacing in his mind. To confirm, he asked, May I know who it is? As expected, Yu Jiuxian blurted out the name, Xiaohua. Xiaohua. Yan inhaled sharply, unable to refrain from asking, You often mention him. What kind of person is he? Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Jiuxian vividly described the figure in his mind. Xiaohua is like a polished jade, a true gentleman, genuinely kind-hearted and impeccably pure. Yan appeared skeptical, questioning the existence of such a flawless individual in reality. Yu Jiuxian shrugged, why not? Xiaohua is a living example. With that, Yan scrutinized Yu Jiuxian from head to toe. How did you manage to form such a close bond with him? Do you never fight? Listening to his unfinished sentence, Yu Jiuxian chuckled lightly. What do you mean, with him? What about his character? What about his morals? Why hide it? Compared to Xiaohua, I am indeed mired in muck, a complete rogue. He admitted, as for why we get along so well, that's all thanks to Xiaohua's tolerance. Between the extremes of himself and Xiaohua, how could it be so harmonious? It all boiled down to Xiaohua's acceptance. For instance, whatever he wanted to do, Xiaohua never stopped him. Sometimes he even provided support, like handing him a knife. Continuing down this path, it would be hard not to bond, wouldn't it? Yin stroked his chin, puzzled. How could someone like Xiaohua condone your misdeeds? Yu Jiuxian paused, then realized he had unwittingly revealed his innermost thoughts while lost in contemplation. He shook his head. Xiaohua's personality, if one wishes to put it nicely, is that of a good Samaritan. If one wishes to put it less kindly, he has a savior complex, wanting to help everyone. So how could he assist you in wrongdoing? That would be absurd. Yin asked in a teasing manner. Then what about his lack of intervention, support, and knife-handing? Yu Jiuxian propped his chin on his hand, smiling as he explained, that is precisely because I always engage in wrongdoing discreetly. By the time Xiaohua realizes, I have already acted. As for the aftermath, that is, when he, the protective one, steps in to defend me. Furthermore, there are always individuals beyond individuals, and realms beyond realms. There will always be someone who can surpass or intimidate him, to mitigate the possibility of being bullied by others. A certain Hua has been assisting him in honing his physique. Thus, with the absence of Xiaohua's interference, he has been supported and equipped with the means to defend himself. Yin reclined against the chair, sighing with a longing to meet this Xiaohua. Yu Jiuxian nodded in agreement, expressing a desire to meet as well. You two wish to meet? Yin paused momentarily, but within a second, he recalled what someone had mentioned previously. Oh, right. You said he hasn't appeared for quite some time. Yu Jiuxian hung his head, contemplating that it had indeed been a long while since Xiaohua had been absent. Throughout his life, Xiaohua had never been away for such an extended period. Observing Yue Zhouxian's dejected demeanor, Yin surreptitiously stoked the flames of concern, thinking, could he be in danger? Yue Zhouxian sat upright, hurling a nearby cushion at Yin, exclaiming, who is in danger? How could anyone be in danger with his prowess? Yin chuckled, enduring the mild assault akin to a tickle, silently expressing his envy of their bond. After some playful banter, Yue Zhouxian's anger dissipated slightly as he resumed his seat with a cold huff. Envy is of no consequence. Xiaohua is solely mine. Yin, amused by his pouting expression, could not resist adding fuel to the fire, but he is also your future sister-in-law. However, this remark did not land as intended. For after taking a sip of water, Yue Zhouxian calmly stated, he does not favor women. Does not favor women? Yin gasped, astonished at the revelation that Xiaohua might possess a preference for men. He instinctively clutched his robust frame, suddenly disinterested in getting to know Xiaohua. After all, Xiaohua was quite perfect. If he were to pursue Yin wholeheartedly, given Yin's affection for Xiaona, he could not guarantee that he would remain unaffected. Observing Yin, Yue Zhouxian discreetly sipped water, pondering that the drama king must be unaware of Yin's presence. Just as he pondered this, Yin spoke again. He is indeed one who favors men, which means you shall not have a sister-in-law. Implicitly, what he suggested was that there would be an unfamiliar boy sharing his brother. So what was there to boast about? Chapter 177. Return to Wuhuanding. Farewell to Haitong. Yue Zhouxian opened his mouth to argue that Xiaohua had initially been attracted to the opposite sex, and it was through his assistance that he had developed an inclination towards men. However, would this not merely validate Yin's insinuation? He swallowed hard, hastily shifting the topic. When shall we return? Yin perceived Yue Zhouxian's inability to counter his point as a victory, thus refraining from revisiting past subjects, merely stating, did you not wish to find inspiration in Tiando? Yue Zhouxian shook his head, deeming it sufficient. It was unrealistic to seek his so-called inspiration in the vast expanse of Tiando based solely on a mere sunset forest, not to mention whether such inspiration existed. Even if it did, Tiando was so expansive that it would take years to locate. Yin noticed the pallor of his companion's face and inquired, how is your health? Are you still unwell? Despite feeling a slight tightness in his chest, he replied unflinchingly, no. Yin nodded. All right then, prepare yourself. I will inform them that we shall depart tomorrow. Just as Yue Zhouxian was about to agree, a forlorn visage floated into his mind. I will step out for a moment. Yin glanced at his frail limbs, questioning whether he would indeed be able to venture outside. Sensing Yin's reluctance, Yue Zhouxian insisted. Just for a brief while. Yin shrugged, conceding that patients are to be treated as they see fit. If he believed himself capable, then let him go. At worst, he would assist in carrying him back. In the afternoon, across from the Tiando preliminaries venue, Yue Zhouxian leaned against a wall, idly toying with a small white orb, his gaze sweeping over each individual that emerged. After what felt like an eternity, just as he was about to doze off, he finally spotted a familiar figure. He yawned, stretched, and ambled over to intercept the person. Finding he was quite a challenge, the members of Shalake stared at the masked figure that seemed to have appeared from nowhere, perplexed as to who he was and his purpose. However, within the group, Ma Xiaotong's eyes lit up as she instructed the others to proceed, pulling the masked Yue Zhouxian to a less populated area. Upon seeing the genuine person before her, Ma Xiaotong joyfully exclaimed, brother. Yue Zhouxian was somewhat perplexed by her exuberance as he handed her the small white orb. Ma Xiaotong examined it closely. It was a milky white sphere with numerous beams of light swirling within. What is this? I must depart. This is a token of gratitude. If danger arises, throw it to ensure your safety, Yue Zhouxian explained lightly. Ma Xiaotong felt a chill and warmth simultaneously at his words, her eyes glistening as she could not help but ask, where is brother going? Yue Zhouxian tilted his head and replied indifferently, naturally, I must return to where I belong. Ma Xiaotong bit her lip, thinking that he had indeed not clarified. However, where he belongs should be here with them, right? Gazing at Yue Zhouxian, she could not help but call out, brother. Yue Zhouxian instinctively inquired, what is it? Ma Xiaotong shook her head, nothing. I just wanted to call you brother. I feel there will be few chances to call you that in the future. Yue Jiuxian raised his eyes to glance at her, recalling the words of a certain old man during their time in Sunset Forest. I heard someone say that you are the brother of Yue Jiuxian. It must be a non-blood-related bond, right? How long have you known Yue Jiuxian? Without a moment's thought, Ma Xiaodong answered, in a month, it will be 8 years. Chapter 178. The four great masters returned to Wuhuanding 8 years? Yue Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, realizing that such a duration of acquaintance was significant. He had forgotten about this individual, and it felt rather hurtful. Unbeknownst to Ma Xiaodong, who was oblivious to his thoughts, after securely stowing away the white orb, she solemnly declared, no matter how my brother changes or how much he forgets, I will wait for your return. Upon hearing this, Yue Jiuxian's hair stood on end, and he vigorously rubbed his arm, having expressed all that needed to be said and bestowed the necessary gifts. He considered that there was no harm in remaining. Uttering a final remark before turning to depart, how utterly sentimental. I am leaving. Ma Xiaodong watched her brother's retreating figure, softly calling out, brother, burying her unease deep within her heart. 3 days later, Wuhuan City. As Yue Jiuxian entered the city, he overheard two individuals at a nearby restaurant engaged in conversation while dining. The man with a dark complexion remarked, I heard there is a dark horse in the Tiando preliminaries. The man with a pockmarked face scratched his head. A dark horse? The strongest team in Tiando was granted automatic entry. You must be referring to the Royal Academy's second team, right? The dark-complexioned man, unaware that he was being watched, wolfed down his bowl of food, shaking his head vigorously. Not at all, but it is somewhat related to that team. Do tell, the pockmarked man urged. Curiosity piqued as he snatched the dark-complexioned man's chopsticks. The dark-complexioned man understood that dragging out the conversation could lead to trouble, so he cleared his throat and continued. This Dark Horse Academy is called Shalake. It was formerly known as Lanba Academy, and in this year's preliminaries, they defeated the Royal second team in just 1 minute. Is Shalake truly that formidable? The pockmarked man swallowed hard. The brother in black chuckled and said, indeed. Standing at the street corner, Yu Jiuxian crossed his arms, showing no embarrassment about eavesdropping. After listening, he tugged at Hulaina's sleeve and asked, Sister Na, is what they said true? After contemplating the image he had seen while searching for a troublesome lad, Hulaina nodded, affirming, it is true. Yu Jiuxian stroked his chin and commented sternly. Then it seems Shrek is quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. Within a minute, they had defeated the Tiando Royal second team. And in less than half a day, this news spread throughout Tiando, becoming common knowledge. Everyone who knew couldn't help but praise Shrek Academy as the new dark horse in the preliminary competition. How had it become merely not bad when spoken by someone like Jiuxian? Noticing the peculiar expressions in their eyes, Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow and slowly lowered his arms. First inquiring, is the Tiando second team very formidable? If this question was asked, it implied that if Shrek wasn't particularly outstanding, then this year's Tiando Royal second team must be exceedingly weak. Today, Xiaoyu, who seemed somewhat optimistic, shook his head and replied, not really. Hearing this, Yu Jiuxian spread his hands with a smile and continued to explain his earlier statement. Is defeating a mediocre team in a minute truly remarkable? Although everyone in the training camp is my subordinate, I must say they could easily do that, right? So what is there to lament? One must understand the virtue of humility. Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances and shared an awkward smile. That is true. You are right. Chapter 179. Fearsome Beast Tao Tai. Soul Skill Devour 4 handsome youths stood on the streets of Wuhuan City, unsurprisingly attracting a multitude of gazes. Hulaina glanced over without paying much attention and, while heading towards the Wuhuan Hall, addressed the slowly moving Yu Jiuxian, saying, by the way, shout, Jur, when we return, let us practice together a few times. Practice with you? Yu Jiuxian tilted his face to look at her with a hint of confusion in his eyes. With the 4 of us joining forces, will we not be unstoppable? Why we need a rehearsal? Hulaina felt somewhat embarrassed. Although this young lad was small, he was far from humble. She brushed aside her hair that hung in front and spoke softly, although we are quite formidable without a bit of tacit understanding. In a competition where there are always stronger individuals, we could easily suffer losses. Yu Jiuxian seemed to be in a relatively good mood today, despite his lack of humility. He did not refute her and nodded, asking about the specifics. Should I use the fan or that Taotai beast, or perhaps both together? Reflecting on her recent private conversation with the Pope Bibi Dong, Hulaina pursed her lips and quietly said, "The teacher said to let you use Taotai." Hearing this, Xieyu's expression soured. "Only use Taotai?" Hulaina helplessly nodded, "Yes." Observing their strange demeanor, Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong with just using Taotai?" Yen, who had been somewhat confused, finally regained some clarity. Listening to their conversation, he rubbed his face and realized that Xieyou wanted to say, "Your Taotai martial spirit hasn't hunted a soul ring yet." Soul ring? Such a familiar term. Yu Jiuxian searched through his mind and released his Taotai martial spirit. He pointed to the black, shiny halo beneath his feet and asked, "Is this it?" The three, overwhelmed by his powerful aura, momentarily gasped at the sight of the soul ring beneath Yu Jiuxian's feet. 10,000 years. Hulaina hurriedly inquired, "Can you sense what your soul skill is?" Yu Jiuxian quietly assessed and slowly said, "It seems to be devour." Devour? The three exchanged glances. The meaning in their eyes was self-evident. This soul skill was quite rare. It aligned perfectly with this martial spirit. After all, the legendary Taotai is known as a gluttonous and voracious beast. Observing their expressions, Yu Jiuxian assumed they did not understand and promptly offered, "Shall I show you?" Here, not to mention the crowd around them. His martial spirit's soul skill could easily cause collateral damage. Considering his fragile body, if anything were to go awry from using a soul skill, they would bear the consequences. Hulaina quickly shook her head. "Not now. Wait until we go back." Previously unaware that his Taotai martial spirit possessed a soul ring, now that she knew, she had to wait until she returned to discuss it with Yu Guan and devise a long-term plan. Seeing this, Yu Jiuxian shrugged and retracted his martial spirit, saying lightly, "All right." Meanwhile, in a certain dark corner, a figure cloaked in black held a staff, his eyes brightening as he gazed in a certain direction. Slowly kneeling, he murmured obscure words. Witnessing this, the minions behind him followed suit, kneeling sincerely before the front, offering their devout worship. Jili Gulu Bala Bala, Jili Gulu Bala Bala. We welcome the arrival of the Holy Master. We welcome the arrival of the Holy Master. Chapter 180. Fearsome Beast Taotai, Soul Skill Devoured, 2, in the Yuguan Hall. After reporting to Bibi Dong upon returning to the Wuhuan Hall, Hulaina hurriedly arrived at Yu Guan's location, who had returned early. Observing Yu Guan watering the flowers, Hulaina skipped pleasantries and directly stated her purpose. "Grandfather Yu, Xiao Jiuer's second martial spirit has already acquired a soul ring." "Already has a soul ring? How is that possible?" Yu Guan's face was filled with astonishment. Although that young lad had concealed matters related to his body from them, he had always been candid about other things. Moreover, anything that the lad deemed correct, he would obediently follow, never acting recklessly. He distinctly remembered discussing this with the boy. What on earth had happened during those years he had been away? He exhaled heavily, calming himself before raising his head to ask, "What is the age of the soul ring?" Hulaina pressed her lips together, her tone serious as she replied, 10,000 years. "But I feel it might be over 50,000. 50,000 years. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan set down the watering can, hands on his hips, his previously suppressed anger flaring into a blazing fire. 50,000 years? That truly belongs to that boy. With his reckless absorption method, it would be a miracle if his body wasn't ruined. Having such a troublesome child at home, it is only natural to be angry out of concern. Hulaina patiently waited for Yu Guan to vent his frustration before slowly expressing her own worries. "Grandfather Yu, you know that once the preliminary competition begins, the finals won't be far behind. We were thinking of practicing with Xiao Jiuer beforehand to prevent any unexpected situations during the match." "Indeed. The children from other families are a delight." Yu Guan nodded. "Do you have any issues with this? Your considerations are thorough and practical. Is Xiao Jiuer using this martial spirit and soul skill safe?" Hulaina nervously fiddled with her fingers, her tone revealing deep concern for Yu Jiuxian. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan smacked his forehead. He was so flustered by that young lad that he almost forgot this crucial detail. Taking a deep breath, he focused on Hulaina's question. According to what that young lad had said before, he would become exhausted and faint after releasing his martial spirit. However, after the boy's memory loss, he noticed that the little one had no issues after releasing his martial spirit. This may be related to the child's soul force. With the current enhancement of soul power and physique, it is sufficient to sustain the consumption of this martial soul. However, if soul skills are to be unleashed, I cannot be certain. In response, Laina nodded, about to say that it was not worth it, as Xiao Jiura's health was paramount, when Yuguan interjected, asking when they would practice, expressing his desire to observe. Laina was momentarily taken aback. Are you uncertain about what might happen after its use? Then why let him use it? Glancing at the anxious Laina, Yuguan picked up a watering can and, while tending to the flowers, explained, "It is better to use soul skills now to discover the specifics than to be forced into an urgent situation on the battlefield." Laina pondered this and found it reasonable. Discovering this now, with so many people from the Spirit Hall, they might even find a solution. Even if they could not, they could at least think of ways to avoid potential issues. However, if they were on the battlefield, unaware of what might transpire, this uncertainty would loom as a significant threat, constantly hanging over their heads. Chapter 181. The Ferocious Beast Tao Tai, Soul Skill Devour, 3, in the afternoon. The scorching sun illuminated the earth. In the vast training grounds, to closely observe and provide timely assistance to Yu Jiuxian. This drill included not just the 7 youths who would participate in the finals and the 7 teachers assisting them, but also Yu Guan and Gue Mei. Observing the tense atmosphere, Yu Jiuxian tilted his head, and in an effort to relieve them sooner, he first unleashed his martial soul, a Tao Tai that emanated a faint black glow, characterized by a human face on a goddess body, with eyes in its armpits and tiger-like teeth. He flexed his wrist, preparing for the imminent exertion, while the black shadow behind him mirrored his movements. Seeing this, the others followed suit and released their martial souls. The 7 teachers across from them surveyed the scene. From left to right, they were Yu Jiuxian, the child of the Yuguan family, whose imposing Tao Tai ranked as a formidable 55-level assault-type Soul King. Laina, the saintess of the Spirit Hall and one of the Golden Generation, with her enchanting and bewitching fox spirit, a 51-level control-type Soul King. Xiaoyu, also one of the Golden Generation, wielding his formidable Moonblade as a 52-level assault-type Soul King. Yin, another from the Golden Generation, commanding a Molten Fire Lord as a 52-level assault-type Soul King. And the 3 companions recently acquainted with Yu Jiuxian, Li Kai, Su Yu, and Zhang Ping. Among them, Li Kai possessed the Blackhorn Mountain Pig, a 47-level assault-type Soul Master. Su Yu wielded a Radiant Golden Scepter, a 46-level support-type Weapon Soul Master, and Zhang Ping had the Golden Waisted Swift, a 47-level Agility-type Soul Master. Upon reviewing the group, it was unexpected that the most formidable among them was not Xiaoyu or Yin, but the seemingly laid-back Yu Jiuxian. Not only did he possess the highest soul power, but his soul rings were also remarkable. This was primarily because the other 6 had optimal soul ring configurations. The 3 in the team were 2 yellow and 2 purple, while the rest boasted 2 yellow and 3 purple. This revelation would shock many if it were to be revealed. Yet there was more to come. As attention turned to Yu Jiuxian, it was said that he possessed a twin martial soul, with his soul power fluctuating at the 55 level. The first martial soul ring had yet to be seen, but the second martial soul's first soul ring was a black 10,000-year soul ring. One could only imagine the age of the soul rings associated with his first martial soul. They must be extraordinary. With introductions complete, it was time for battle to commence. The first to unleash a soul skill was the support type, Soul Master Su Yu. Gripping his radiant golden scepter, he waved it, casting an acceleration effect upon the group. The skirmish had begun, and with his preparations complete, Yu Jiuxian dashed forward, observing from the sidelines. Yu Guan and Gue Mei felt a swell of pride for their fearless little cub. However, in the next moment, they were taken aback as the teachers opposite began to unleash their soul skills, preparing to attack Yu Jiuxian, who had yet to make any evasive moves. Witnessing this scene, Yu Guan nearly rushed forward to pull the reckless little cub away, intending to reprimand someone for such impulsiveness. Yet Gue Mei remained calm. grasping Yu Guan's arm and softly urging him to watch. Taking a deep breath, Yu Guan fixed his gaze on his little cub. Yu Jiuxian smirked, and as a barrage of colorful attacks descended upon him, he raised his exceptionally bright hand, contrasting against the black shadow, and with a flick of his wrist, a swirling black hole appeared in his palm. He lifted the black hole to shield himself. A miraculous scene unfolded. Chapter 182. The Ferocious Beast Tao Tai. Soul Skill Devour 4 Devour. As various attacks were about to strike, while others were filled with trepidation, Yu Jiuxian remained unfazed. Following his low command, a remarkable occurrence transpired. With a twist of his wrist, the black hole hovered above his hand, and he raised his arm to position the black hole in front of him. In the next moment, the impending attacks were effortlessly absorbed into the black void. Yu Jiuxian clenched his fist, retracting the swirling energy. Just when everyone thought it was over, the black glow of Tao Tai behind him intensified. The dense aura of Tao Tai gave the teachers and youths a sensation that if it were to be augmented further, it might materialize. Yu Guan and Gue may exchange glances, feeling a strange sensation as they observed Tao Tai. They sensed that after devouring the teacher's soul skills, their little cub's aura had transformed. That aura felt familiar, yet it was too faint for them to recall where they had encountered it before. Gue mate gently patted Yu Guan's shoulder, both to reassure his friend that he was there for support and to draw his attention back to the evolving situation. Feeling slightly comforted, Yu Guan exhaled and looked up again. He saw Yu Jiuxian raise his clenched fist high, and in the gaze of the onlookers a shadowy hand, dark as night, swung toward the opposing teachers. The teachers, undaunted, recognized themselves as six-ringed soul emperors, unperturbed by a single skill from a five-ringed soul king. Among them, a defensive teacher, boasting a formidable 68-level defense, swiftly hurled his golden pot, initiating a fourth skill from its base. The sound of impact echoed as the golden pot spun rapidly, effortlessly deflecting Yu Jiuxian's shadowy hand. Slightly disgruntled, Yu Jiuxian attempted several more strikes against the defensive teacher. The continuous use of the fourth soul skill demanded considerable soul power, and the defensive teacher, observing Yu Jiuxian's impending attack, felt a sense of dread wash over him. Perhaps fate had heard his lament. Just as the little madman prepared to swing his fist for the sixth time, he found his punch devoid of strength. Yu Jiuxian stared blankly at his powerless hand. Seizing the opportunity, the assault-type teacher raised a gleaming axe and executed a spinning strike. Yu Jiuxian stumbled back a couple of steps, lifted his arm, and with a flick of his wrist, the devouring black hole reappeared, absorbing the incoming soul skill in an instant, causing the previously dim Tao Tai to glow brighter. Feeling the warmth of power returning to his palm, Yu Jiuxian smirked and stepped closer to the teachers, delivering a stunning surprise with a mighty palm strike reminiscent of Mount Tai descending upon them. This behavior, though seemingly exhilarating, is undoubtedly fraught with peril for certain individuals who have ventured into the lion's den. Captain Yu gestured towards the 5 individuals beside him, asserting that the spotlight should not rest solely on Xiaojiu. It was time for them to showcase their own skills. Hulaina and the other teammates responded in unison. Indeed, with that declaration, the 6 comrades charged forth with great fervor. Before Yu and Hulaina could unleash their martial soul fusion technique, they noticed an adversary attempting a sneak attack on the beleaguered Yu Jiuxian. Without waiting for Yu and Yin to react, Hulaina had already darted to Yu Jiuxian's side, aided by the agile Zhangping. Chapter 183. Self-created soul technique, full moon success. Charm. With a flutter of her eyelashes, Hulaina cast her charm upon several instructors. Concurrently, Zhangping seized the opportunity to pull Yu Jiuxian away from the battlefield. However, as they were of a higher level, Hulaina's charm had minimal impact. Observing Zhangping's attempt to escort Yu Jiuxian away, the 7 instructors mocked them and, after a brief stretch, unleashed a barrage of attacks. In response, Yu led his fellow assault-type soul masters to support them. Suyu, a support-type soul master, did not remain idle. He struck his staff against the ground, unleashing a radiant light that bolstered his teammates' defenses and attacks. Upon entering the fray, Xiaoyu swiftly positioned himself beside his sister, Hulaina. The other four, being seasoned allies, divided into two teams. The first team, consisting of Li Kai and Zhongping, shielded their comrades to allow them to execute their martial soul fusion. The second team, Yin and Yu Jiuxian, advanced, one absorbing an instructor's soul technique while the other engaged in offense to buy time. Minutes later, under the protection of their classmates, Hulaina and Xiaoyu successfully completed their martial soul fusion technique, Yao Mei. In that moment, Yin grasped Yu Jiuxian and, alongside the other two teammates, swiftly retreated. As Yu Jiuxian regained his footing, he observed that the once pristine training ground was now shrouded in crimson mist. They stood calmly at the periphery of this eerie fog. Prior to the onset of the battle, he recalled Hulaina's explanation. Their martial soul fusion technique was called Yao Mei, primarily controlling the release of a red mist centered around themselves. Within this mist, all senses were dulled by 50%, and soul power was suppressed by the same margin, resulting in a 50% delay in actions. Moreover, only the two wielding the fusion technique could perceive their surroundings clearly. With the enemy visible yet themselves concealed, they could easily dominate any opponent of moderate strength. This was indeed a most exhilarating skill. However, as he could not actively participate, Yu Jiuxian soon grew bored. Glancing at the warm pillow, he leaned against it without hesitation. After a brief interval, as the sounds of clattering echoed and instructors were sent flying, Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. Truly, no proclamation could match the visceral impact of witnessing events unfold. Congratulations on your success, he remarked, devoid of sentiment, as Hulaina and Xiaoyu supported each other. Xiaoyu smiled in response, affirming, "Indeed, we have succeeded." He had successfully realized his self-created soul technique, Full Moon. Yu Jiuxian pursed his lips and cautioned, "Next time, do not be so reckless." Xiaoyu blinked in confusion. "What do you mean by reckless?" Yu Jiuxian shot him a look of exasperation at his feigned ignorance before turning to leave. This challenge was not merely to observe the application of his soul technique and their cooperation. It was also an experiment for Xiaoyu to test his self-created soul technique. Full Moon. To facilitate this experiment, Xiaoyu arranged for 7 instructors, all at a level above theirs. Before commencing, he had instructed Hulaina to signal him, and once he was sufficiently fatigued, he would allow them to take over. He sought to gauge the potency of his creation. Chapter 184. Re-evaluating Soul Techniques. To thoroughly assess the efficacy of Full Moon, Xiaoyu had Hulaina signal him at the outset of the challenge. After enjoying himself for a while, he would dutifully step aside and hand over the stage to them. Although he verbally consented, he secretly harbored intentions of eliminating them swiftly. After all, they were contending with 7 individuals, each a level above them. He lacked a clear understanding of the advantages conferred by a higher soul ring, but he had heard others state that being 1 level up meant additional soul techniques to deploy against them. Thus, 7 opponents equated to 7 additional soul techniques. For those who had just successfully created their own techniques, but had yet to test them, this indeed constituted a perilous endeavor rated at 9 stars. Despite some concealment regarding certain matters, their genuine concern for him was evident, and he did not wish for them to be harmed due to such circumstances. However, he had overestimated his own capabilities. Lacking proficiency with soul techniques, he found himself ill-equipped to face the 7 experienced instructors. As he gazed upon the gates of Yuguan Hall, Yu Jiuxian pressed a hand to his chest and exhaled deeply, realizing he had unknowingly returned. Perhaps this was for the best. He quickened his pace back to his chamber and leapt onto his bed, burying his anguished visage in the soft blankets. In the training ground, after Yu Jiuxian's departure, Gue may lavish praise upon the siblings who leaned on each other for support, exclaiming, "Truly, the golden generation. Your full moon technique is nearly flawless." Xiaoyu considered this a matter of course. Had his self-created technique lacked any distinctive features or utility, he would not have expended such time and effort. However, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at Gue Mei's unabashed admiration, prompting him to discreetly tug at Hulaina's garment. Hulaina, having grown up alongside him, understood his unspoken sentiments without needing him to articulate them. As the words of Gue Mei and Yu Guan settled, she promptly interjected to divert attention from her brother Grandfather Yu, Grandfather Gui, let us discuss Xiao Jiao. Upon hearing the name of their beloved young one, Yu Guan and Gui Mei straightened their expressions, reflecting on the challenge's commencement and earnestly summarizing their observations. First and foremost, Yu Jiuxian's martial soul is peculiar. His primary soul technique should not be devour, but rather Mount Tai presses down a powerful strike. The absorption ability he possesses is likely a passive skill. Secondly, the Mount Tai presses down resulting from his absorption can only store 5 attacks at his current strength, regardless of the might of the absorbed energy. This should increase as his level ascends. Thirdly, after employing a soul technique, Yu Jiuxian should be unharmed. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Hu Laiina's face. That is good to know. Meanwhile, Yin, recalling the weighty presence leaning against him, felt a flicker of doubt. Was that fellow truly unscathed after using his soul technique? He glanced at the assured Yu Guan and shook his head vigorously, dismissing his concerns, reasoning that if Yu Jiuxian had faltered, then the other robust individuals present would certainly have noticed as well. Contemplating, he nodded. Inside the Yueguan Palace, once again bearing the weight of pain, Yu Jiuxian sank into a deep slumber. Yet, his lips murmured names that felt familiar, though he had never heard them since his amnesia. Chapter 185. On the training grounds, each with their own thoughts within the Yueguan Palace's dormitory, Yu Jiuxian, having survived a fierce battle, fell into a heavy sleep. If anyone were to observe him, they would notice that his rest was far from peaceful. His eyes remained tightly shut, brows furrowed. Murmuring names that were once known but now alien to him, such as Mu Bai, Zhu Qing, and Xiao San. At Wuhan City, the preliminary rounds of the elite competition have been underway for quite some time, with the finals approaching swiftly. Consequently, Hu Laiina and her peers found themselves in a state of intense preparation to cultivate an optimal environment for them. Bai Dong had issued directives that rendered the entire academy eerily quiet. This had evoked envy among many students towards the golden generation. In response, Hu Laiina and her fellow trainees exchanged glances, their arms sore from rigorous training, eyes reflecting inscrutable emotions. On this day, having completed a challenge a couple of days prior, Yu Jiuxian, feeling a sense of ennui due to the absence of further engagements, leaned against the railing, resting his chin as he observed the others fervently training, his brow furrowing slightly. They often expressed envy towards him, unaware that beneath such enviable treatment lay a heavy burden for each of them. As Yin, wiping his sweat, approached and overheard his musings, he nodded in agreement. A long time ago, in his youth, Yu Jiuxian often remarked that if the world were truly at peace, he would wish to live a simple life in a farmstead. At that time, they did not comprehend his words. However, just a few years later, burdened by immense accolades and pressures unknown to ordinary individuals, they began to understand the depth of Yu Jiuxian's sentiments. If given the choice, they would gladly trade their extraordinary gifts for the chance to live a simple and joyful life. As Yin was urged by their coach from behind, he snapped back to reality. After wiping away the sweat, he couldn't resist teasing the somewhat mature young one. Has Xiao Jiu grown up? Even knows how to worry for his brothers. Yu Jiuxian tightened his grip on the railing, concealing the complexity in his gaze. He raised his head and chuckled lightly. Adopting a familiar tone. Xiao Jiu isn't growing up. He simply understands everything. Okay? Hearing this, Yin rolled his eyes internally. Indeed, the recent intensity of training had taken its toll, leaving him fatigued at night. Yet this young one was able to detect maturity. One should never judge by appearances. Observing the youthful exuberance radiating from Yu Jiuxian, Yin sighed and walked towards the training field, pondering when that certain someone would finally shed their childish remarks. Meanwhile, leaning against the railing, Yu Jiuxian turned away, exhaling softly. He glanced at those continuing their high-difficulty training, then turned the ring on his hand, departing. In a certain corner, a ragged man spoke to a youth clad in a black robe across a long table. Boss, recently many youngsters have been captured and dealt with by that group. Should we intervene? The youth shook his head resolutely without a second thought. No. Instruct them to remain subdued for now. The man puzzled questioned, but why? Even if they are numerous, their elders are not to be trifled with. The youth seemed to anticipate the man's thoughts, slowly turning to reveal a scarred visage beneath his swaying cloak. Addressing the disheveled man, his voice was deep and husky. "The Lord is awakening. Let us wait a little longer, and soon we shall have nothing to fear in this world." Chapter 186. Returning to Tiando. Seeking Haitang. 1. In the Tiando Empire, as the elite competition occurs only once every few years. The venue was bustling with locals and visitors alike eager to purchase tickets for the event. This year's competition was fiercer than ever, and with limited seats available, spectators hurried to secure their spots. Thus, as Yu Jiuxian ambled along the street, lazily chewing on a yellowed grass stem, he appeared rather out of place. Unperturbed by this, he strolled into a tavern not far from the Tiando Great Soul Arena, rubbing his stiff fingers before settling down. Given its proximity to the arena, the tavern boasted a thriving business, possibly due to the owner's desire to provide excellent service for the influx of customers. Before he had even been seated for a minute, a waiter approached with freshly brewed tea and a drink menu, offering enthusiastic service. In response, he opened the smooth paper menu, lightly tracing his fingers across the names of the beverages. After the waiter noted his selections, he ordered 2 jars of each. The waiter, momentarily taken aback, wondered if he could consume such a quantity, just as he was about to gently advise the striking youth. He recalled the owner's counsel. Customers are to be treated as deities, and their decisions must not be questioned. Observing the unwavering resolve in Yu Jiuxian's eyes, the waiter discreetly retreated with the order. While awaiting his drinks, Yu Jiuxian leisurely poured himself tea, savoring each sip, while discreetly tuning into the discussions at the neighboring table regarding recent match analyses. Since the inauguration of the Tiando Elite Competition, Shrek Academy had seemingly been on a winning streak. Winning streak? A few victories can be attributed to luck, but to win continuously in over 10 matches? That transcends mere fortune. Indeed, even one of the 5 great academies, the Xiangjia Academy, has not managed to gain the upper hand against Shrek, indicating that Shrek possesses some formidable talent. Ah, come on, we've come out for drinks. Could you not dwell on such grim topics of fighting and killing? Yes. What would you suggest we discuss instead? As Yu Jiuxian overheard this exchange, his interest waned somewhat. Just as he leaned back in his chair, feeling slightly parched, the waiter returned with several jars of the ordered beverages, accompanied by aromatic dishes. Had he even ordered these? Noting the confusion in his eyes, the waiter, with hands clasped in front, kindly explained, "The owner, upon learning of your extensive drink order, worried that consuming alcohol alone might upset your stomach. So he instructed the chef to prepare a few appetizers for you. However, as it is still early, the head chef has not yet arrived. These dishes were made by the staff. I hope they are to your liking." Yu Jiuxian nodded, genuinely appreciating the owner's thoughtfulness, as well as the waiter's earnestness. They were still young, but remarkably sincere. It was quite endearing. He smiled and instructed the waiter to convey his gratitude to the considerate owner. The waiter acknowledged and departed with the tray. With a smile, Yu Jiuxian opened a jar of wine, and just as he poured it, he overheard another conversation that piqued his interest. Chapter 187. Returning to Tiando. Seeking Haitang, 2. As soon as the waiter departed, Yu Jiuxian swiftly opened another jar of wine. Upon uncorking the wooden stopper of the wine jar, the fragrant aroma wafted forth, prompting him to nod in affirmation of his decision to visit this tavern. He lifted the large black bowl that lay inverted upon the table and filled it generously from the jar, just as he settled himself to savor the wine. Hoping it would indeed possess the lingering aftertaste he had inquired about, he overheard an intriguing conversation from behind. "Did you not mention Shrek? I have a juicy tidbit about him." "What is it?" "Do tell." This led to a scandal involving the Botany Academy, which had been set ablaze by a female student 2 years prior. This girl was undoubtedly a domineering figure during her time at the academy. But what did this have to do with Shrek? Rumor had it that this student had transferred to Shrek. This was indeed true, and not long ago. She successfully confessed her feelings to a young man from Shrek. Which student could possibly have captured the heart of that fierce girl? It was said to be the youngest and most innocent child in Shrek Academy, whose surname was Mo, though the first name escaped his memory. This revelation was both unexpected, yet somehow plausible. When I learned of it, I was equally astonished. All right, gentlemen, let us drink. With that, the group of drinkers resumed their revelry. Yu Jiuxian was wholly engrossed in the tale of Mo Naiwa and the female overlord. The surname Mo, coupled with the description of an innocent child, undoubtedly referred to the Mo Xiaotang he knew. As for the fierce girl, he had encountered snippets regarding her, yet the details were consistent with what the drinkers had recounted. Mo Xiaotang and the enigmatic female overlord. How fascinating. Yu Jiuxian raised his large bowl, downing the remaining half of the wine in one gulp. A knock at the door interrupted the atmosphere in the Shrek Academy lounge, prompting several young men and women to exchange puzzled glances. Who could possibly be seeking them here? With a demeanor of confidence, Flander cast a glance at his round little disciple. Ma Hongjun nodded and approached the door, revealing a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. It was the man who had previously delivered news of Yu Jiuxian to them, the very same who was supposed to undertake a dazzling mission but was abruptly summoned to oversee Yu's escapades. Flander, noting the excitement in Mo Xiaotang's eyes, approached the newcomer with an inquiring demeanor. May I ask, sir, what brings you here today? Yuan Gao peered inside, confirming the presence of the protagonist before replying slowly. My young master wishes to have a word with young master Mo. Flander's eyebrows arched in surprise as the other students surged forward. Young master? That must be the long-absent Yu Jiuxian. If he had returned, why not come directly instead of sending for Mo Xiaotang? Mo Xiaotang, biting his lip, resolved, I shall go see. Considering the ongoing match where Tang San and the master had not arranged for Mo Xiaotang to participate, Flander waved dismissively. Go ahead. Chapter 188. Return to Tiando. Seek Haitang. 3. Behind the Tiando Great Soul Arena. The task was completed, and Yuan Gao turned to leave without hesitation. After all, it was not his concern. As for Mo Xiaotang, he was aware that his brother would appear, but was not particularly invested in Yuan Gao's silent presence. Instead, he offered a brief evaluation of the surroundings, noting that it was significantly less lively and ornate than the grand entrance of the Great Soul Arena. Ever since his brother had undergone a drastic transformation and lost his memory, their meetings had consistently occurred in quieter locales. Initially, he believed it was due to the inconvenience of speaking in crowded spaces, but upon reflection, it seemed his brother had an aversion to such environments, displaying a certain reluctance towards strangers. Although the reasons eluded him, he could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Meanwhile, at the nearby tavern, Yu Jiuxian, feeling a twinge of concern for the innocent Mo Xiaotang, instructed Yuan Gao to inform him of his presence and, adhering to his philosophy against wastefulness, began to drink from the 3 large jars of wine before him. Perhaps due to overindulgence, he found himself recalling names that had surfaced in his mind days prior. Dai Mu Bai, Zhu Zhu Qing, Yin Xiao Xiao. Initially indifferent, he noted that in his dreams, they had appeared alongside Mo Xiaotang, who had once been a stranger but was now familiar. He considered inquiring about them with Hulai Na and the others, but remembered that they had never alluded to such matters, choosing instead to bury these thoughts deep within. He recalled a saying uttered by Xiaohua, which implied that if those around you cannot be trusted, one should rely on their intuition. Thus, while the others were preoccupied, he ventured here to uncover what memories he had lost. After finishing the last sip of wine, he propped himself up from the table and strode out of the tavern. Passers-by should not misconstrue his actions. He was not attempting to dine and dash, as he had settled the bill when Yuan Gao went to summon Mo Xiaotang. Speaking of Mo Xiaotang, he had delayed for so long, the little fellow would not have grown impatient and left. Would he? With this thought, he quickened his pace, retracing his steps toward the Tiando Great Soul Arena, recalling the route from his previous visits. Approximately a stick of incense later, after circling twice, Yu Jiuxian finally arrived at the location he had mentioned. Observing Mo Xiaotang's slender figure, he twirled the spatial ring, feeling a sense of conflict within. He was relieved that the child had not departed. Otherwise, he would have had to enter again to call out to him. However, perhaps emboldened by the effects of the wine and a surge of compassion, he reflected on how long he had consumed after Yuan Gao's departure. Over an hour. And yet the little one had patiently waited. Was he simply a remarkably patient child, unbothered by the cold? Or was he naively innocent, oblivious to the need for adaptability. He slapped his forehead, dismissing these errant thoughts, and caught a whiff of the faint scent of wine lingering on his clothes. Realizing he had no time to air out the alcohol, he resignedly dropped his arms. Perhaps spurred on by the alcohol, seeing the unsuspecting child with his back turned. Yu Jiuxian's playful spirit ignited. Taking a deep breath, he stealthily approached Mo Xiaotang. As he drew near, he playfully tapped the boy's left shoulder before bellowing in his right ear, Mo Xiaotang. Chapter 189. Return to Tiando, See Kaidang, 4, Mo Xiaotang. Feeling a tap on his left shoulder, Mo Xiaotang instinctively turned to look, only to be met with a deafening shout in his right ear. The sudden noise left his ears ringing, prompting him to tilt his head to the left and squint his eyes innocently. Once he recovered, he turned to face Yu Jiuxian, who awaited his reaction with eager anticipation. Observing the fearless, unfazed expression on the boy's face, Yu Jiuxian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Are today's children so bold? As for Mo Xiaotang, having known his brother for quite some time, he could read some emotions in his eyes. He lowered his gaze, silently acknowledging that it was not a matter of courage, but rather an understanding that the person approaching was his elder brother. As he immersed himself in thought, his brother's voice resonated in his ears. I heard you accepted a confession from a female tyrant? Confession? Oh, yes. Just the day before yesterday, Taozi publicly declared her feelings for him. Given their vastly different personalities, it sparked much discussion. It was only natural for his brother, having come to Tiando, to have heard about it. Noticing his brother's curious expression, he swallowed hard and nodded in affirmation. The fact that the person in question had admitted it herself left Yu Jiuxian feeling somewhat peculiar. He had always assumed that someone like Mo Xiaodang, a young girl, would be drawn to gentle and charming little sisters, as the saying goes, like attracts like. However, he was utterly taken aback to discover that the young girl had a penchant for powerful and charismatic elder sisters. He cast a glance at Mo Xiaotang's frail figure, inwardly lamenting his fear that she might not be able to handle it. Mo Xiaotang, sensing her brother's distracted thoughts, caught his gaze vaguely drifting in her direction, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Tilting her head, she inquired, "What's wrong, brother?" At her words, Yu Jiuxian's face flushed crimson, as if caught sneaking a peek at something inappropriate. Quickly turning away, he vigorously patted his flushed cheeks to regain composure. He chided himself for being so tipsy, his thoughts wandering to such places. Oblivious to Mo Xiaotang's confusion, who stood dazed in place, she was about to approach him when he suddenly pivoted. Once he had composed himself, with a serious demeanor, Yu Jiuxian looked at Mo Xiaotang and earnestly changed the subject. Haven't you forgotten about my past? Could you tell me about what happened before? Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotang's eyes welled with tears. Observing her reaction, Yu Jiuxian felt a strain on his composure. Just as he contemplated which of his words had gone awry, he heard Mo Xiaotang clear her throat. Then, taking a deep breath, she began recounting past events in her soft voice. I was the first among your friends at Shrek to meet you, brother. Our formal introduction took place in the dormitory of the Qingchun Junior College in the far-off city of Chongqing. Meanwhile, since Taozi was not participating in this match, she accompanied her other companions to the spectator stands. This match was notably more intense than the previous ones, as they faced off against the Blaze Academy, one of the 5 elemental academies, following their encounter with the Earth Element Academy. Watching the sparks fly on the battlefield, Taozi swallowed nervously and, after greeting Master Flanders, quickly exited the arena. Stepping out of the Great Soul Arena and feeling the chill of the wind, she finally sensed her true safety. Chapter 190. Is it true or false? Strange Thoughts. 1. In the desolate mountains of the Tiando Empire, under a starry night, with the north wind howling, Yu Jiuxian sat atop a rocky peak, sipping the fragrant, rich liquor he had purchased from the tavern. Earlier that day, he had inquired about his memories prior to his amnesia from that young girl. She, seemingly used to narrating stories, spoke in vivid detail about the past. After listening, his heartfelt reflection was that he truly had been remiss, waking up to find so many memories lost. Moreover, he pondered whether this was a common affliction of the amnesiac. Even now, having digested her immersive storytelling, He felt as though he was merely hearing about someone else's life. At this point, he began to harbor doubts, suspecting that those tales might have been fabricated by the young girl. Yet, she, being astute, anticipated his skepticism and confidently suggested that if he did not believe her, he could send someone to verify the details at the Chongqing Academy or the Shrek Academy in Soto City, as well as the Royal Academy in Tiando. He remained unconvinced. After leaving the Great Soul Arena, he immediately sought out his caretaker, Yuan Gao. He asked Yuan Gao if he had any connections to his time at Chongqing and requested him to investigate everything regarding his experiences in Soto City and Tiando. The outcome revealed that every detail matched. The young girl's accounts were indeed true. Reflecting on this, he tapped the dark brown wine jar in his hand, the crisp sound drawing Yuan Gao's attention for his grilling nearby. Yu Jiuxian offered no explanation and took a hearty swig from the jar. He had spent the entire afternoon in the cold wind, his mind replaying the stories shared by the young girl. Perhaps overthinking had led him to find a trace of familiarity in her words. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a voice in his mind insisted that he was Yu Jiuxian, while she was merely Xiaojiao. This thought compelled him to question whether Yu Jiuxian and he were indeed the same person, or if they were merely two similar souls who had mistaken each other's identities. Observing Yuan Gao, who had returned to grilling meat with ease, he exhaled deeply and cautiously asked, Yuan Gao, you were my caretaker in my childhood, so you must know Yu Jiuxian well. Do you believe I am indeed the Yu Jiuxian you knew? Yuan Gao paused, raising his head to meet Yu Jiuxian's bewildered gaze. This child had grown up, yet he evoked even more sympathy. He carefully held the golden, glistening rabbit he was grilling with one hand and gestured towards Yu Jiuxian's right side with his tan fingers. Young master, when you were 7, I accompanied you on a hunt for soul beasts. Due to my inadequate protection, you were scratched on your right side by a thunder eagle, leaving 3 dark, charred scars that have since scarred over. Yu Jiuxian, upon hearing this, set down the wine jar and stood up to examine his azure garment. His body bore numerous scars, some deep, some shallow, and countless in number, that he had never truly noticed while dressing or bathing. Now, upon Yuan Gao's mention, he observed that indeed, there were 3 such scars on his waist. If he were truly a different person from Yu Jiuxian, how could he bear the scars from the hunt that Yuan Gao accompanied the real Yu Jiuxian on? Chapter 191. Is it true or false? Strange thoughts. 2. Yuan Gao's revelation was pivotal, providing irrefutable evidence that he and Yu Jiuxian were indeed the same individual. Furthermore, Hulaina had previously described him as well-behaved at home, but mischievous outside, resorting to any means to play pranks on the boys at the academy after they became acquainted. Setting aside the initial remark, the subsequent descriptions aligned perfectly with his character. However, he could not dismiss the thought brewing in his mind as mere coincidence. Dressed and naturally accepting the perfectly grilled rabbit from Yuan Gao, he devoured it hungrily. Yet, with no clear progress, his mind remained restless, shifting to another line of thought. He wondered if Yuan Gao and Mo Xiaoding recognized the Yu Jiuxian they knew. Just as this idea began to take root, he decisively snuffed it out. Although Yu Jiuxian had vanished for 5 years after the age of 7, the jade pendant Mo Xiaoding had gifted him remain around his neck, a constant reminder of his past. He had brought it with him when his uncle, Yu Guan, took him back. It was only when Yuan Gao transmitted a message to Mo Xiaoding and the others that he removed it, fearing they would not believe him. Furthermore, the agreement known only to Yu Jiuxian and Mo Xiaoding, which stated that Yu Jiuxian would return after 5 years, was honored. The tale, well known to many, serves as testimony. The scar is a secret between Yuan Gao and those involved. The jade pendant, however, has always been with him. The agreement is also known only to Mo Xiaoding and the parties concerned. Various pieces of information and signs indicate that he is indeed Yu Jiuxian. But why? What could have led him to such thoughts? Was it truly a result of amnesia? Yu Jiuxian tossed the skeletal rabbit onto the ground and reclined on the rock, which was draped with his external gear. Xiaohua once remarked that when the world is filled with the unknown and uncertainty, life becomes unbearably exhausting if one cannot even trust oneself. Yet he still held doubts. Now, with profound understanding, he felt a sharp pain in his face. Indeed, wisdom often comes with age, Your brother remains your brother, and his words carried deep meaning. After a short while, having consumed numerous jars of liquor and overtaxed his mind, Yu Jiuxian soon fell into a deep slumber on the rock, sprawled out in a most unrefined manner. Observing this, Yuan Gao stepped forward and gently patted Yu Jiuxian's shoulder. The weather had turned cool in this month, although Yu Jiuxian, being the sole king of the Five Rings, possessed an extraordinary physique, he should still take care of his health. While he could endure sleeping outside for a night, the delicate child would surely suffer without falling ill. Nevertheless, the exhausted Yu Jiuxian was as unshakable as a mountain in his slumber. Yuan Gao realized that a few gentle taps would not suffice to rouse him. After personally experimenting with this, he came to understand it well. Taking a deep breath, he spoke solemnly, "I beg your pardon." As soon as the words left his lips, Yuan Gao draped his wide outer garment over Yu Jiuxian's body, then slid his hands beneath the boy's neck and legs. With one strong lift, he hoisted the child into his arms, glancing at the uneven terrain of the desolate mountain before carrying the seemingly weighty child, using his sole force, towards the inn. In a place devoid of time and space, a man clad in white robes observed the images of Yu Jiuxian displayed on a suspended white screen, sighing with his hands clasped behind his back. The seal, after all, had grown weak. Chapter 192. The Weakening Seal, Danger for the Great Immortal. 1. Amidst the chaos, the man in black robes rubbed his temples, fatigue evident in his eyes as he regarded the white-robed man meditating nearby. He spoke. "It is said that Gui Lao Jiu kills without a flicker of an eye. A heartless being. Now, with emotions and memories from the past sealed away, he cannot endure for more than half a year." Upon hearing this, the white-robed man retracted his aura, opened his eyes, and replied, "Xiao Jiu is not a heartless person. You have misunderstood him." The black-robed man crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow, observing the white-robed figure who had worn a hood for years without removing it. He slowly remarked, "The rumors from back then were widely known. You claim Xiao Jiu is sentimental, but your bias is apparent. I thought you were merely protecting him. Who would have known that there was truth to it?" The white-robed man rose from the ground and shook his head at the black-robed man, who had criticized Yu Jiuxian. No one is inherently bad nor good, just like him and Xiao Jiu. Their ultimate natures are shaped by the words and actions of those around them over time. If Xiao Jiu seems wicked, it is merely a reflection of the world's cruelty toward him, a bitterness he expresses through his anger at the world. He regarded Xiao Jiu as more than just a good child in his eyes. Recollecting the suffocating aura he sensed back then, the black-robed man chuckled nervously, still unconvinced. However, gazing at the sleeping Yu Jiuxian on the screen, he knew he must obediently seek a solution from the white-robed man. What do we do now? Given his current state, even if we continue to interfere from the shadows, he will only take a day or two longer to regain his memories and break the seal. Let's wait and see. The white-robed man pinched his index finger, his gaze filled with concern as he watched the youth on the screen. His worry was not about the world after the seal was broken, but rather about the potential harm that power might inflict upon the youth's body. With his current physique, he doubted he could protect the boy a second time should history repeat itself. Noon at the Kulian. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming Yu Jiuxian's body. Not long after, he stirred, groaning comfortably as he slowly opened his eyes, shielding his head as he climbed out of the soft bed. Momentarily taken aback by the familiar yet strange room, he pondered how he ended up in an inn. Yu Jiuxian rubbed his numb legs while recalling the last fragments of his lost consciousness and memories, making his way to the washroom. In the mirror, he appeared dazed, clearly just awakened. To clear his mind, he splashed cold water on his face. According to the last image in his memory, he should have been asleep on the rock. At that time, he was with Yuan Gao, so it was likely Yuan Gao who brought him here. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a series of knocks at the door. Who could be looking for him at this hour? Adhering to his principle of not opening the door to strangers, he resolutely wiped his face dry with a towel and proceeded to answer the door when it was knocked again. Upon opening the door, he raised an eyebrow, surprised to find a girl standing before him. She appeared somewhat familiar, though he could not recall where he had seen her, leaning against the doorframe. Yu Jiuxian coldly inquired, "What do you want?" Chapter 193. The Weakening Seal, Danger for the Great Immortal. too, after overhearing the conversation. Her curiosity had led her to observe from afar. Since he had his back to her, she hadn't felt much at the time, only noting that his hair was turning white rather quickly. Perhaps the memories of Yu Jiuxian were too profound. Now, seeing the white-haired, red-eyed boy up close, the girl was momentarily taken aback. Yu Jiuxian squinted at the girl, who seemed lost in thought, and coldly asked, "What do you want?" Recognizing his familiar tone, the girl snapped back to reality and quickly responded, "Great Immortal, I would like to have a chat with you, if that's all right." "Great Immortal?" Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. It seemed the old friend from Shrek he had forgotten used to call him that. So, she must be from Shrek. Let's see. There are 5 girls from Shrek: Rabbit Xiaowu, Black Cat Zhu Zhuqing, Tower Ning Rong Rong, Black Mist Yin Xiao Xiao, and Peach Spirit Wuhuan Taozi. Twirling the storage ring on his finger, he looked at the girl, a name surfacing in his mind. To confirm, he called out, "Taozi?" The girl, Taozi, found it somewhat strange that the boy was blocking the doorway, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was odd. Hearing the esteemed figure call her name, she pushed aside her thoughts and nodded silently. Seeing this, Yu Jiuxian smiled, turned, and entered the room, inviting her, "Come in." 2 men, clad in ordinary attire and clutching staffs, stood together. One, with an unremarkable visage, inquired of the elder, "Is it truly necessary to proceed in this manner?" The other man, marked by a dark mole at the corner of his mouth, cast a sidelong glance and replied, "I have awaited this day for a long time." Subsequently, the man with the mole knelt on one knee, swaying his elder's staff while fervently uttering, "Holy Master, someone has interfered with your arrival. Allow me to assist you." As his words faded, a black thread of light emerged from the staff, darting towards a certain direction after the man murmured a few incantations. The ordinary-looking man glanced in that direction, closed his eyes, and sighed. "I hope that our efforts will aid our soon-to-awaken Holy Master." The scene shifted back to the Calais Hotel. Yu Jiuxian sat upon the sofa, about to speak when he felt a tightness in his throat. Casting a glance at the teapot on the table, he politely poured 2 cups of tea, consuming one in a single gulp and offering the other to Taozi. Once his throat was soothed, Yu Jiuxian felt a wave of relief wash over him as he reclined on the sofa and initiated the conversation. "What would you like to discuss with me?" "Daxian, I recently confessed my feelings to Xiao Tian," Taozi said, casting a glance at the languid figure nearby, her hand resting on her knee, smiling as she spoke. Yu Jiuxian nodded, already aware, having overheard passers-by discussing it the day prior. He had not anticipated that the young one would be fond of strong-willed women. "How did you win his heart?" At this, memories of her confession flooded Taozi's mind, and a smile blossomed on her face, her hand tightening on her knee. She appeared somewhat bashful, and, after a lengthy pause, she replied, with a beauty trap. "Using a beauty trap on that young lad? That's quite an overkill. Today's update time is uncertain. However, I must inform everyone that the author is feeling unwell and has not completed the writing. Thus, the posting time has been rescheduled to 8 p.m. Additionally, as the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, I wish you all prosperity without extended hours, joy, and high salaries." In Chapter 194, the seal weakens and Daxian faces danger. Employing a beauty trap on a young lad? Yu Jiuxian stroked his chin, marveling at the unconventional thoughts of a strong woman. However, upon mentioning the term strong woman, he glanced at Taozi, her delicate features framed by pink hair. Why is it that he only saw the feminine aspect in Taozi? Meanwhile, the strong woman herself, under the unabashed gaze of a powerful figure, found her confidence waning. Taking a deep breath, she quickly changed the subject. "Daxian, do you think Xiao Tiantian's father and sister will disapprove of me?" Hearing this, Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. The young lad's father and sister? According to him, his father dotes on him, so he likely won't mind. As for his sister, Yin Xiao Xiao, she is said to be quite gentle. However, from what I've gathered, she is undeniably a strong woman in her own right. The collision of 2 strong women could very well ignite unexpected sparks. He smirked, preparing to assure her that they would surely like her, but a sudden, excruciating pain pierced through his chest. Instantly, the teacup slipped from his grasp. What is happening? Is my body failing me? With others present in the room, he struggled to swallow, bowed his head, and braced himself against the table. slowly rising as he pulled Taozi up. I am unable to entertain today. Please forgive me. Taozi, suddenly yanked to her feet, blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend what transpired as she was ushered out of the hotel room by the visibly distressed Yujushin. As she faced the closed door, she was about to raise her arm to knock and inquire, but she recalled his earlier fatigued words. She had come hurriedly and had not given any prior notice. Perhaps there was something troubling him. Sighing, she turned and departed. Inside the room, leaning against the door, Yujushin listened to the receding footsteps, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He raised his head, no longer suppressing himself, and took deep breaths. Anyone observing would notice that in mere moments, a thin sheen of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and the color drained from his face. After regaining a semblance of strength, Yujushin thought of the Taozi he had sent away. That girl had come to talk, yet she had persistently brought up matters concerning the young lad. If he were not a steadfast man, he might have suspected her intentions to stake her claim. Shaking his head, he pressed his hand against his chest and staggered forward, only a few steps away from the bed when darkness suddenly enveloped him. In the next moment, he collapsed to the floor with a thud. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, observing the blazing sun, Yuan Gao gauged the time and gathered his freshly changed clothes before heading towards Yujushin. It was vital not to let the child miss 2 meals in a row simply because he had overindulged the previous day. With that thought, he took out his keys, inserted them into the lock, and with a gentle twist, opened the door. In the corner, the man with the mole knelt, manipulating the black thread of light into their holy master's being. Just as he began to marvel at the immense power within, a sudden realization struck him. He turned to look at the staff in his hand. This was a familiar act, one he had performed countless times before on many individuals. Why was this happening? Where had he gone wrong? In chapter 195, the dream returns to the Bai Kingdom, where a destitute old man, clad in rags and leaning on his cane, ventured onto the snow-laden mountains, hoping to set a trap and test his luck, reminiscing about his youthful exploits in the world. However, before he could advance even a meter into the snow, he was captivated by a gray rabbit with its eyes tightly shut under a tree. He stealthily approached and, lifting his cane to strike the rabbit, was startled by a gasp from a nearby child. He bent down, gently cradling the shivering child. Such a beautiful little one. How could you be abandoned here? Come with this poor old beggar to my home. This marked the first encounter between the old beggar, Yang Mu, and the child. In the eyes of the child, everything appeared magnified and frightening. Yet, the warmth of the old man's embrace inexplicably soothed him. As they walked, Yang Mu recounted tales of his youthful revelries, bestowing upon the child the name Xiao Hua for the simple reason that he was exceedingly lovely. After what felt like an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Mu returned to what he called home. The first task he undertook was to secure the dilapidated window with wooden boards. During his previous tenure in this abode, he remained indifferent to the cold due to his laziness and lack of concern. However, circumstances have shifted, for this household now welcomes a child. He fears the chilling wind that might intrude and harm the delicate infant. By the time Yang Mu finished tidying up, dusk had already descended. He retrieved the dry twigs stored in the corner, fashioned a quick decision, and ignited the branches. As the flames flickered, he unwrapped the blanket enveloping the small flower, preparing to change the child's garments. To his astonishment, he discovered that the little one was a boy. So you are a male child, he mused. The name Xiao Hua seems overly feminine, and surely you will not appreciate it as you grow older. Let me ponder being a mere old beggar with limited education. I shall keep it simple. You are the 9th child I brought home. Thus, you should be named Xiao Jiao. Xiao Hua blinked in surprise, taking some time to process this revelation. He gazed at Yang Mu, parting his lips as if to utter something. Yet being a small child lacking teeth, he babbled incoherently for an extended period, leaving Yang Mu unable to comprehend a single word, leading him to assume the child was simply tired and in need of sleep. Hastily, he grabbed a blanket from the ground, spread it out, and gently placed the child upon it, softly patting his belly while humming lullabies to coax him to sleep. With no alternative, the child reluctantly closed his eyes, engaging in silent imagination. The following day, as the air turned slightly cool, Yang Mu rose, adjusted the blanket around the child, and stealthily left the house. Do not misconstrue his intentions. He did not aim to abandon them, but rather to discreetly check the traps he had set the previous day for potential catches. At the moment Yang Mu closed the door, the child opened his dark eyes, pondering, has he left us to abandon us? Soon, a voice within echoed, that cannot be true. If that were his intention, he would not have brought us home yesterday, and he does not seem like the kind of person to do so. The child pouted, lowering his gaze to his tender, white hands, reflecting, initially you said the same thing. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, the once tiny child had grown to 3 years of age. Observing Yang Mu lying cold and breathless on the ground, Xiao Jio's warm tears streamed down his reddened cheeks. That winter, they had been brought back by the man they now called father, only to be forsaken by him 3 years later. He opened his pale lips, taking a while to utter a single phrase, "You are a liar." He had indeed abandoned them. Furthermore, this man employed even more ruthless methods than those who had come before, allowing them to experience familial warmth before discarding them. Upon hearing this, the voice within hastily countered, "It is not like that. Father merely suffered from lingering ailments, exhausted from the burdens of caring for them over the past 2 years." Such words, perhaps more painful than mere abandonment, echoed in his heart. Listening to the remnants of that thought, Xiao Jio silently cast his eyes downward. Even you cannot defend him anymore. Can you? He picked up a nearby wooden stick and exited the yard, laboriously digging. The inner voice observed in silence as he gradually unearthed a pit measuring 2 meters long and half a meter wide, working from dawn until dusk. Once the pit was prepared, Xiao Jiu paused to gather his strength, then summoned all his might to drag the tall figure of Yang Mu into the hole. He steadied his trembling legs, returning indoors to retrieve Yang Mu's clothing and the cane he had used, placing them into the pit. As he watched the earth cover Yang Mu, Xiao Jiu felt a piercing pain in his heart. After erecting a wooden board he had prepared while digging, he knelt on the ground, bowing his head repeatedly. His forehead grew red from the impact. With his head pressed against the earth, tears streamed down his face. And after 3 bows, he straightened up, wiping away his tears as he stepped outside. The little voice within him ached for him, wanting to suggest he rest. Yet upon reflection, realized he needed silent companionship at that moment. Not knowing how far he had walked, Xiao Jiu collided with another boy of similar age. In a foul mood, he lifted his head sharply, ready to lash out, only to see the boy clutching a small infant, appearing timid. Yet, Xiao Jiu had no doubt that should he dare to touch the child, the boy would not hesitate to bare his teeth and strike with all his might. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to sidestep and leave when he heard the boy apologize. Turning back, he observed the pitiful child and impulsively exclaimed, "Are you also an unwanted child? If so, let us band together." In an alley, a group of youths surrounded a scrawny boy, their words laced with contempt. Before launching a barrage of punches and kicks, the boy was Xiao Jiu, who curled up, shielding his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, bewildered by their aggression. He did not comprehend why they were treating him this way, as he merely passed through, intending to buy food for his younger siblings. Why? Why must they act in such a manner toward him? His fists clenched, filled with resentment. Just as he prepared to rise in defiance, his mind went blank. And when he regained awareness, a heart-wrenching scene unfolded before him. Observing the boy who shared his face, body, or rather, his shell, endure the beating, Xiao Jiu scoffed silently, inwardly berating the foolishness of it all. The world had turned so cruelly against them. Why should that dimwit continue to respond with gentleness? In such a world, enduring only invites further torment. Day after day, year after year, time whisked by until Xiao Jiu reached the age of 7. "Brother, eat." A little girl named Hua, Xiao said, sharing the only piece of bread she had, breaking in half for the 2 boys beside her. Xiao Hua shook his head, smiling as he patted his empty stomach, nonchalantly stating, "I'm not hungry. You and Demi enjoy it." Witnessing this tender moment, Xiao Jiu scoffed inwardly, thinking it foolishness. Despite his own hunger pangs, he still offered his food to them. He deserved to go hungry. "By the way, Jiu, did you really hear that the ghost elder would take you as a disciple?" Xiaomi Sha inquired, her large eyes fixed on the frail Xiao Hua. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hua did not contest the name. The 2 brothers shared a body, a secret they had kept hidden, fearing others would regard them as monsters. Until now, Xiao Jiu had always been in control, so being addressed by his brother's name was something he had grown accustomed to. With unwavering determination, he replied, "I will surely make him accept me as his disciple." The scene shifted to Gue Shanfeng. Torrential rain poured down, striking the ground with a resounding clap, and drenching Xiao Hua's face, reddening his cheeks further. Yet, he remained fixated on the bamboo cottage in the distance, repeatedly pleading, "Please, Ghost Elder, take me as your disciple. Please, Ghost Elder, take me as your disciple. Please, esteemed Gu Lao, take me as your disciple." The elderly man with white hair in the bamboo house gazed at the chessboard, clearly agitated. After pacing back and forth numerous times, he could no longer contain his sigh and stepped outside, where he beheld a disheveled child. With a sigh, he inquired, "Why are you so insistent on becoming my student?" Upon hearing this question, the child felt a forceful exchange of consciousness between Xiao Jiu and Xiao Hua within him. Experiencing a chill coursing through his body, he shivered slightly, steadied himself, and looked up at Gu Lao, exclaiming, "Because they say you are incredibly powerful. Once I become your disciple and complete my training, I shall no longer be bullied and can stand firm in this world to protect those I care for." Gu Lao, holding an umbrella, walked into the courtyard and approached Gu Lao Jiu. "Do you not realize that I am not a benevolent individual? The path I tread is not one of righteousness, and the world does not speak kindly of me. Why must I act virtuously?" Xiao Jiu let out a cold laugh, lowering his head in a tone of resignation. "Rise, then, come to me tomorrow at noon, and I shall impart my teachings to you." Gu Lao sighed and retreated into the bamboo house. Xiao Jiu stared in astonishment at Gu Lao's retreating figure, disbelief filling his eyes. He had thought that the notion of becoming Gu Lao's disciple was merely a jest. Yet here he was, having truly achieved it. As raindrops slid down his face and fell to the ground with a soft patter, he was jolted back to reality. He hurriedly adjusted his posture and bowed 3 times, exclaiming, "Yes, master." Chapter 198. Dreaming back to Bai Gua, Xiao Hua and Xiao Jiu 4 at the age of 7. Through Xiao Hua's efforts, Xiao Jiu successfully became Gu Lao's disciple. After 5 years of diligent training at Gue Feng, he finally emerged as an extraordinary powerhouse. Perhaps it was because he had ascended to great heights that he began to perceive the world's darkness more clearly, his heart gradually cooling. Many times, he gazed into the mirror, feeling a sense of disorientation, as if he could no longer recognize the person staring back at him. He sensed a pair of icy hands corroding his heart, pulling him slowly into a pitch-black world devoid of light. The underworld was too dark and cold, offering no warmth or hope. He could not endure it alone. Fortunately, whenever such thoughts crossed his mind, a steady voice would resonate within him, reassuring him, "Xiao Jiu, I am here." He reflected that without this voice, he would have long succumbed to despair. On this day, Bai Gua held a grand ceremony to pray for blessings for its people. Xiao Jiu, no, Gu Lao Jiu. This name better reflected his imposing presence and authority. Nonetheless, despite his prowess, he was merely a boy just 12 years old, someone who enjoyed mingling in lively gatherings. Thus, his presence at such an event was inevitable. This led to a vivid scene. Yu Jiu-Xian, one hand clutching a bright red Tonglu and the other playing with the ghostly blade he had nearly lost his life to retrieve from Gue Feng's treasure trove, strolled excitedly along the street, his eyes darting around in curiosity. Meanwhile, atop a tall building, a man observed the bustling festivities below, one hand holding pastries while the other wielded a dagger to savor his delicacies. When his gaze landed on a young boy below, he beckoned his subordinate with a finger. As his subordinate approached, he whispered a question, and, upon glancing at the boy, the subordinate nodded affirmatively. With this, Baishuren curled his lips into a smile, retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the crumbs from his mouth, adjusted his expression, and hurriedly descended the tower. A few minutes later, down on the street, having finished his Tonghulu, Gu Lao Jiu stood by the roadside, intrigued by the jubilant scenes of the peculiar figures performing their blessings. Just as he felt a bit peckish and turned to purchase some snack from a nearby stall, he was unexpectedly bumped into. Ouch! Is this person made of iron? Gulao Jiu grimaced, gently rubbing his shoulder. As he raised his head to confront the instigator, he heard a gentle voice from across him. "I'm terribly sorry. Are you all right?" This voice made Xiao Hua within Gulao Jiu momentarily dazed as he breathed out two words. "It's him." Simultaneously, the person across from him, seeing him raise his head, exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." The coincidence was striking, as both uttered an acknowledgement of one another. With a blank expression, Gulao Jiu, devoid of emotions, was about to walk away when the elegantly poised young man remarked, "You must be a Jiu, am I correct?" A Jiu? This name had only been spoken by one person. It belonged to the gentle youth who had bandaged his wounds when he sought refuge in a temple after being beaten at the age of 5. No wonder Xiao Hua had mentioned it was he. He paused, nodding in recognition. "So you have come to Jingcheng. No wonder I could not find you when I searched for you 5 years ago." Bai Shuren smiled faintly, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. In response, Gulao Jiu could not help but scoff inwardly. Chapter 199. Dreaming back to Bai Gua, Xiao Hua and Xiao Jiu 5, Gulao Jiu smirked himself, thinking it ironic that he chose to come to Jingcheng precisely 5 years after he had arrived and sought out Gulao at Gue Shanfeng. It was unlikely that he could have found him with any sincerity. Sensing his thoughts, Xiao Hua shook his head, saying he didn't know. Gulao Jiu rolled his eyes at this, thinking, "Xiao Hua, after all your calls, you have truly become a little white flower." Taking a deep breath, he forcibly exchanged consciousness with Xiao Hua. Since he cherished this person and found him agreeable, he decided to engage in conversation with him. Yet, regardless of his intentions, Gulao Jiu, who was known for his contradictory nature, could not help but secretly observe every word and action they exchanged. Watching them converse joyfully, lamenting their missed opportunities, and eventually returning to that insufferable man's residence, Gulao Jiu seethed in anger, contemplating the day when that naive little flower would come to him, lamenting the loss of everything. Gulao Jiu was known for his playful demeanor, yet his words often held a kernel of truth. Before long, Xiao Hua had been completely captivated by Bai Shuren, assisting him in gaining power and acting as a strategist. This continued until a war erupted 3 years later. Witnessing that scene, Gulao Jiu's eyes turned bloodshot, a wicked smile curling upon his lips as he opened his mouth, unleashing a terrifying aura that sent many recoiling in fear. The following day, having been pierced by a sharp weapon, battered and on the brink of death, he was brought back by reinforcements and treated with utmost urgency. Upon awakening, he stared vacantly at Xiao Hua and coldly addressed the gentleman beside him, who delayed the rescue, who claimed that Bai Hun Sin could save him. Bai Shuren numbly spoke a name, Chi Wang. Gulao Jiu, clutching his painfully wounded chest, smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement. In the afternoon, as the sun shone brightly and a gentle breeze wafted through the air, an angry roar shattered the tranquility. Gulao Jiu. Sitting in the pavilion of the Imperial Garden, Gulao Jiu turned slowly to face the source of the furious and terrified voice. Now 15 years of age, he bore fewer traces of childhood, resembling a refined and harmless young gentleman. With a cool gaze, he regarded the man before him, whose face was adorned with excess flesh. Lightly tapping his fingers on the stone table as he asked, "Who commanded you to act thus? Speak, and I shall spare your life." The man, Chi Wang, pointed at Gulao Jiu in anger and exclaimed, "Do you need someone to instruct you to kill? It is I who desires your demise." Upon hearing this, Gulao Jiu retrieved a handkerchief and meticulously removed the black ring from his right hand, wiping it both inside and out. He then inquired, "We have never met, have we? What fuels such profound hatred towards me?" Chi Wang let out a derisive laugh and unleashed a torrent of invective upon the composed Gulao Jiu, accusing him of aiding Bai Shuren in seizing power and committing countless murders to suppress unfavorable rumors. Gulao Jiu, you are a merciless fiend. Everyone yearns to see you perish. Are you not afraid of descending into hell after death? Hell. Gulao Jiu tilted his head, donned the ring once more, and rose slowly. What is it like? With a cold smile, he brandished the blazing Julong whip, saying, "You shall first ascend to explore the way for me." At this, Chi Wang's face turned pale with fear, and he shouted, "Madman? Madman?" Now, that is an intriguing title. Under Chi Wang's terrified gaze, Gue Laojiu raised his weapon high before bringing it crashing down. In that instant, scalding blood splattered across his face, and for the first time after taking a life, his eyes turned crimson. He rushed to the pond's edge, using the handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face clumsily like a child. If that irritating man discovers I'm stained with blood, he will surely be enraged. I must clean this before he notices, then he will not be angry. After a moment, he gazed at his reddened cheeks in the water, furrowing his brow. Just as he intended to apply ointment to his face, ripples began to form on the water's surface. He quickly sat up, and as he reached for his cheek, raindrops began to patter against his face. Ah, it is raining, he mused. How could Gue Laojiu, the terror of the land, possibly shed tears? The sky was overcast, and soon a torrential downpour ensued. Gue Laojiu sniffled, his head heavy as he stumbled back. Perhaps due to the rain, he felt disoriented and could not recall when he had strayed off course. Just as he was about to turn away, a hoarse and deep voice emerged from the palace gate behind him. I delayed reinforcements for a month and provided you with Baihan San. Yet you still failed to take that boy's life. You are truly a useless bunch. A man clad in guard's attire immediately knelt, pleading, "Forgive me, Chancellor. Please grant me another chance. Next time, I shall surely eliminate that wretched boy." The man opposite him, holding an oiled paper umbrella and exuding an air of nobility, responded coldly after hearing those words. "Who do you dare refer to as a wretched boy? That lad is none other than my son, Chi Yunmu. To call him such puts both me and my wife in a most disgraceful position." The terrified guard stared wide-eyed at the Chancellor, realizing that the infamous Gue Laojiu was indeed the Chancellor's son. He scrambled to his feet, bowing and begging, "Chancellor, spare my life. I beg for mercy." Chi Yunmu let out a chilling laugh, drawing the guard's sword from his waist. In an instant, the blade flashed, and the guard collapsed with a thud, his plea for mercy unfulfilled. In the shadows, Gue Laojiu clutched his aching chest, staring blankly at the man who had haunted his nightmares for 15 years, Chi Yunmu. He remembered the first person he and Xiaohua had seen upon being born, this very man. With a tender expression, he had busied himself in choosing a name for him. In those early days, he had indeed lavished love upon him, concern for his well-being, earning him the reputation of a good chancellor, a devoted husband, and a caring father. Gue Laojiu and Xiaohua had been elated to have such a father. Yet, perhaps heaven could not bear to witness their happiness, for that warmth was abruptly shattered just half a month after their birth. He recalled the day vividly, as dark clouds loomed and thunder rumbled, reminiscent of the present weather. On that fateful night, the Chancellor's residence welcomed an extraordinary, enlightened monk. Upon seeing a small child within the estate, the monk slowly spoke. "I have been sheltered from the rain by your kindness, and, in return, I possess the art of divination. Would you permit me to offer a reading for this little benefactor?" Chi Yunmu, who had long anticipated this, nodded with a smile. The monk, after casting a deep glance at him and Xiaohua, seemed to harbor a sense of guilt, and as they pondered this, he turned away. Taking a breath, the monk addressed Chi Yunmu. "May I ask for the name and birth date of the little benefactor?" Chi Yunmu, perhaps overly confident or simply careless, readily disclosed Chi Anjuan. On the XX day of the month, upon hearing his name and birth date, the monk gulped and his fingers twitched, frowning deeply. "This fate of yours." His words and hesitation did not bode well. Xiaojing noticed and asked anxiously, "What is it?" The monk tightly gripped his staff and after a long pause sighed. "He is capable of saving the world, yet can also bring about its destruction. You may interpret this as you wish." With that, the monk departed, though Xiaojing felt it was more akin to fleeing in panic. He shook his head, considering the old monk's words may have been deceitful, but Chi Yunmu spoke up. "Throw him out. Cast him away. Cast him away." Xiaojing blinked, his eyes wide with confusion. The old monk had left. How could they still throw him? Time, they say, reveals all truths. In but a second, Xiaojing understood the implication. The man who had shown him kindness that morning now commanded his subordinates to expel him. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Gue Laojiu returned to reality, glancing down at the blood-stained cloth around his chest, and sat on the ground, shaking his head with a smile. "Xiaohua! Oh, Xiaohua!" Back then, he had sought revenge against those who had tormented them, but Xiaohua had vehemently opposed, believing it unnecessary to revisit past grievances. Yet, driven by a desire for retribution, he had stealthily confronted each tormentor and returned the pain they had inflicted upon him. One day, utterly fatigued, he exchanged consciousness with Xiaohua. Coincidentally, when those related to his past adversaries sought him out for retribution, Xiaohua silently bore the brunt of everything afterward, keeping a close watch over him. Because of this, he had never found the opportunity to strike against that old scoundrel, Qi Yunmu. Now Xiaohua, do you see? Some matters cannot be forgotten with the passage of time. Do you ever regret your past actions? Had I slain Qi Yunmu back then, you would not. Gue Laojiu clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, drawing blood, yet he did not relent. He was determined not to allow certain individuals to meet a swift demise. From that day onward, Gue Laojiu devised a meticulously crafted plan spanning 2 years. Throughout this period, he scoured the world for the most torturous methods, secretly extracting individuals from the dungeons, disregarding all semblance of humanity. It was not long before his notorious reputation spread far and wide. It was said that Qi Yunmu fell gravely ill for a month due to his torment of innocent citizens. Upon hearing this news, Gue Laojiu immediately hosted a lavish 3-day banquet. 2 years later, within the only mechanical camp in the capital, the voice of a messenger echoed, Gue Junshi. A letter for you. Listening to the sounds from outside, Gue Laojiu carefully stored away the gilded 11 kills weapon he had prepared 6 months prior. Untouched yet polished repeatedly, he circled the table, donned his green-faced mask adorned with sharp fangs, and upon settling into his chair, instinctively glanced at the Bayou Lawn position to his left, silently acknowledging another visitor's arrival. After a prolonged wait without a response, he took a breath, concealing the faint sadness in his eyes, and with a slight smile, called out to the person outside, "Enter." The individual, adhering to the camp's decorum, bowed their head and stepped in, presenting an unopened letter. Observing this, Gue Laojiu leaned forward and, upon seeing the delicate handwriting that read to Brother Jiu, he rose to accept the envelope. Noticing the young soldier, still awaiting orders, he waved them away gently. Once alone, he refrained from immediately examining the letter. Instead, he picked up a watering can from the right side and began to water the plants while speaking to himself. Xiaohua, I have plotted for so long. It is time to reap the harvest. Xiaohua, will you watch over me silently? Will you be angry for all that I have done? If you were to see this, you would surely be furious. Anger is good. At least it means there is life in you. It has been nearly 2 years since I last witnessed your anger. He continued, moreover, my journey will take about a month. I am uneasy leaving you in someone else's care, so I will take you with me. But do not worry. I know you dislike emotion. While traveling, I will keep you in my storage ring and will take you out daily to water. As he concluded this final thought, Gue Laojiu waved his hand, placing Bayou Lan into the storage ring, adjusted his attire, took the letter with its red seal and black characters, and exited the strategist's tent. 10 days later, in the southern region of Baigua, at the Yong and Temple, Gue Laojiu observed the bustling temple adorned with a golden statue and crimson drapery, a cold smile gracing his lips. Deities? What purpose do they serve? Today, one burns incense and prays. Yet tomorrow, when danger arises, will the gods intervene to protect you? Having experienced this firsthand, he understood all too well that they would simply watch from their lofty perches. Thus, faith in deities? It is far better to trust in the blade in one's own hand. To rely on others? It is wiser to depend upon oneself. Taking a deep breath, he strode decisively into the temple, heading straight for the hall where the Buddhist statues were enshrined. Noticing a young monk lost in prayer, he brandished his ghostly blade and demanded, "Where is Wang Chun? Bring him forth." Upon his command, the 2 young monks embraced each other in fear, retreating, while one slightly older monk stepped forward declaring, "I am he." Gue Laojiu looked up, recognizing the face before him as identical to that from 17 years ago. It seemed life had treated him well. He appeared quite well preserved despite being in his 40s or 50s. With a smile that did not reach his eyes, he regarded Wang Chun, gripping the ghostly blade tightly enough that his knuckles turned white. Meanwhile, Wang Chun, calm and composed, held his prayer beads and bowed slightly, speaking softly. "What brings you to seek this humble monk?" In response, Gue Lao Jiao paced around the hall, eventually halting at the altar. He tapped the surface with his dagger, articulating each word. "Do you remember 17 years ago when you maliciously calculated the fate of a child from a wealthy family?" Calculating fate? Wang Chen's breath caught, and his fingers quickened their movement on the prayer beads. He closed his eyes and nodded, acknowledging that it was the source of his lifelong regret. Gue Lao Jiu leaned against the altar, a cold smile gracing his lips, sensing the deeper implications of Wang Chen's words. However, why should he be allowed to live freely, adopting a new name and identity, while the consequences of his actions faded from his memory? This man was indeed despicable. With a swift motion, he drew the dagger, letting his fingertip lightly graze the blade, drawing blood. He brought his finger to his lips, savoring the sweet, metallic taste, and chuckled softly. Amidst the crowd, "Care to share what you did back then?" "Share?" Wang Chen hesitated, the thought of speaking in front of so many filling him with dread. Observing the fear in Wang Chen's eyes, Gue Lao Ju stepped closer through the throng of onlookers, declaring, "You are too afraid to speak, but I am not. Speak out." Wang Chen froze, retreating 2 steps in fear. Why must he be so aggressive in this place? His words implied that he was the villain. Gue Lao Jiu twirled the storage ring on his finger as he advanced, accepting the title of villain. Yet in their discourse, he was not. Taking a deep breath, he stated coldly, "Aggressive? Is this aggression? But what are your actions towards that infant not yet a month old? Did you ever consider showing mercy? Do you realize that due to your words, one may benefit the world, yet another may doom it? That child has been ensnared in darkness for life? Do you understand that because of your single utterance, that child was first abandoned by his own father and then poisoned by him?" Wang Chen swallowed hard, noticing that his prayer beads had fallen from his grasp, but he did not bend to retrieve them, instead retreating further from Gue Lao Jiao. He was oblivious to the fact that after fulfilling his obligations, he had left and entered the monastic life, adopting the name Wang Chen. He had no knowledge of the consequences of his actions. He had been drowning in debt from gambling, truly unaware of how a seemingly gentle man could inflict such cruelty upon his own child with mere words. As Wang Chen stood there, lost in thought, Gue Lao Jiao overheard whispers from the crowd, suggesting that perhaps the child was simply cursed. How can we continue to blame the monk? Perhaps that child had issues of his own. Issues? Gu Lao Jiu Di Do. His greatest issue was having a father wholly devoted to the state. He quickened his pace until he stood before Wang Chen, seizing his collar. Addressing both Wang Chen and the surrounding crowd, he exclaimed, "Do you not know that recently I presented the child's birth date to a renowned fortune teller? What did he say? That child, destined to benefit the world and bring prosperity to the nation." Gasps of surprise rippled through the onlookers. The fortune teller was said to possess the ability to discern one's past and present with a mere gesture, even with closed eyes. If such a seer spoke thus, surely that child would grow to serve the nation and achieve greatness. Upon hearing these words, Wang Chen was rendered speechless, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, he too had been left with no choice. In Chapter 204, titled Dreaming Back to Baigua, Xiaohua, and Xiaojiu, 10, the ominous Gue Lao Jiao, devoid of compassion, forcefully pushed Wang Chen aside and continued speaking. "No choice. What a convenient excuse. Do you not realize that your so-called no choice has led to the demise of one of the kindest souls in this world?" Wang Chen collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the furious Gue Lao Jiao. Gue Lao Jiao opened his mouth, but found himself unable to articulate his thoughts, feeling a lump in his throat. He turned away, pondering the profound injustice of this world. Because of a stranger's no choice, one soul perished while another was left heartbroken. Reflecting on his anger, Gue Lao Jiao quickly regained his composure and demanded, "Who made you say such things?" Regret coursed through Wang Chen as he unreservedly revealed the name. Right Chancellor, Li Yugoslavia Mao. Li Yugoslavia Mao. He had always been at odds with Left Chancellor Qi Yinmu. Rumor had it that he had a child whom he adored, so concocting such a scheme was not surprising. Sheathing his dagger, Gue Lao Jiu coldly departed, but not before brandishing his bow and arrow threateningly at Wang Chun. The news had already spread before the gathered crowd. Gui Lao Jiu, mounted on his warhorse, eagerly led a small contingent of troops toward the capital. Contemplating that these brothers were nurtured by Xiaohua, he worried they might tire. Thus, as he passed by an inn, Gui Lao Jiu waved to his comrades behind him. Dismount and rest. We shall eat and drink our fill before continuing. Entering the spacious inn, Gui Lao Jiu sat alone at a table, taking out the carefully tended by Yulan and requesting a jug of cold water from the server. Fearing that pouring too much at once might damage the delicate roots, he poured some water into his hands and gently sprinkled it onto the fragile petals. Seeing the vibrant Bai Yulan brought a smile to his face. Just as he was contemplating the nearing completion of his plan when a young soldier approached, Gui Lao Jiu glanced at him, noting the pallor on his face. But with so many soldiers trained by Xiaohua, it was impossible for him to remember them all. He lifted his chin, questioning what is the matter. The young soldier, glancing at the crimson blood on the ground, swallowed hard and tremblingly presented a full bowl of fish soup. Jigui Junsher, this is for you. Gu Lao Zu, noticing the soldier's fear, tapped the table and asked, am I truly that terrifying? He had heard that their strategist was like this when enraged. And the young soldier hurriedly shook his head. No, you're not frightening. With a cold snort, Gui Lao Jiu dismissed the soldier's trembling words, rolling his eyes as he accepted the large bowl and drank the fish soup in one go. An hour later, the rest had also rested sufficiently, and it was time to continue their journey back to the capital. As they approached the city gate, Gui Lao Jiu suddenly sensed a blockage in his spiritual energy, which struck him as odd. However, he had no time to ponder this before a spear imbued with spiritual energy lunged directly at him. He leaned back and rolled off his horse just in time to evade the attack. Turning around, he intended to alert his soldiers to be on guard, only to find themselves surrounded by black-clad guards. Drawing his Jiu-long whip, he furiously declared, do you think I would fear you just because I lack spiritual power? With each crack of the whip, an enemy fell to the ground. Yet, despite his formidable strength, he was still outnumbered. In no time, a sword pierced his left eye, and his arms and legs were mercilessly broken. With a thud, he fell to his knees, staring at the blade pressed against his neck, a laugh escaping his lips. In Chapter 205, dreaming back to Bai Guo, Xiaohua, and Xiaojiu 11, he had fallen to the ground, gazing at the blade at his throat, laughing aloud at the unexpected manner of his demise. As he lifted his head, ready to lament, he caught sight of a figure in white atop the city tower. Turning to observe the black-clad guards beside him, he intended to scrutinize their identity tokens when he realized that the man who had pressed the blade to his throat had vanished, along with the hundreds of others. Perhaps the scene had been witnessed by the heavens, for as Gui Lao Jiu appeared so disheveled, rain began to pour down in torrents. He raised his head and shouted toward the figure above, Why, Shuren, why are you here? Kneeling on the gravel-strewn ground, he struggled to crawl, each movement leaving a trail of crimson behind. His uninjured eye beheld the pallid expressions of his fallen comrades, and his heart ached. Xiaohua had placed such trust in him, and this man had treated him so. If he harbored hatred, fear, or felt obstructed by him, he should have simply stated it. He knew full well that with one command from him, regardless of the peril, that foolish person would never flinch. Why resort to this form? These individuals were innocent. How heart-wrenching it would be for that delicate Xiao Bai Hua to witness such a scene. Bai Shuren, perhaps hearing the cries of his heart, the rain-soaked man leaped down from the tower. Gui Lao Jiu seized Bai Shuren's robe. This once pristine man, who had cherished cleanliness above all, now bore stains of blood and dirt. Tell me why? Why betray Xiaohua? Why? Bai Shuren's eyes were heavy with sorrow, and with a trembling hand, he gently wiped the blood streaming from Gui Lao Jiu's injured eye onto his face. I have my reasons. Trust me. Return with me, and I will explain everything. Gui Lao Jiu forced a grim smile, but his chest tightened painfully. Lowering his head, he saw an arrow piercing through his chest, the tiny character inscribed on the iron tip causing all warmth to drain from his body. Ignoring the pain and blood loss, he drew forth his Mieshin spear, pointing it at Bai Shuren. He was in league with that old fool. For such a lie, he had harmed the one who trusted him most. Xiaohua, oh Xiaohua, this is the man you love. This is the man you cherish. Bai Shuren, kneeling in shock, gazed at the spear that had pierced his heart. Gui Lao Jiu raised his hand, his mind screaming for him to strike, but he lacked the strength. The Mieshin spear sank into the earth, and he leaned against it. Under Bai Shuren's gaze, his hand fell limply, and his head bowed, as if he were destined to meet the ground without the support of the spear. In a daze, he thought he heard a voice before slipping into unconsciousness. Jiu, it wasn't me. Who? Did it even matter? It was a pity he could not provoke that old fool, nor could he convey that the rumors were false. Mere tactics from his adversary to harm her. It was said that after he was cast out, his beloved wife perished from anger. It is often said that one's greatest understanding comes from their enemies. It proved to be true. Chapter 206, The Great Immortal Awakens. Feels the need to act young. 1. Perhaps the influence of Qi Yunmu on him had penetrated to the marrow of his bones, even as his consciousness faded. He lamented that it was a pity he could not directly provoke Qi Yunmu. Nonetheless, it is often said that one's enemies know them best. And in the case of Qi Yunmu and Li Yuma, this was strikingly evident. Qi Yunmu is a person who loves his country more than his own family. The mere suggestion of a threat to the state is enough to ensure that Qi Yunmu will take the bait without hesitation. Li Yuma seized upon this characteristic, sacrificing his once proud son and alienating his wife, who loved him more than herself. Yet Qi Yunmu remained proud and unyielding. It was said that his health had deteriorated in recent years, and he had prepared a grand gift which might bring him to tears upon seeing it. Alas, he would not witness it. However, it was of little consequence. The darkness was quite chilling. Xiaohua, one wonders if she is waiting for him. On the Douluo Continent, within the Moonlight Hall in Wuhuan City, in the chamber of Yu Jiuxian, the door creaked open as Yin entered, carrying a tray. Upon catching sight of Hulaina dozing by the bedside, he instinctively softened his footsteps. After placing the tray down, he gently patted Hulaina, waiting for her to open her drowsy eyes, and pointed to the dark blue door behind him. Since Yu Jiuxian had fallen into a coma over 2 months ago and was hurriedly returned by Yuan Gao, they had agreed to take turns caring for him, each dedicating half of their time daily. Thus, Hulaina did not refuse. She tucked Yu Jiuxian in and stepped outside. As the door clicked shut, Yin slowly settled into a chair. Observing Yu Jiuxian's pale face, he sighed and began his routine of soliloquy. Xiaojiu, what on earth transpired after you left? Why is the power within you so uncontrollable? The Holy Pope mentioned that your power does not simply go awry without reason. There must be a catalyst, often linked to your emotions and soul power. Yuan Gao stated that he was nearby at the time, and everything was quiet on your end. Thus, it cannot be attributed to a conflict causing distress. Regarding soul power, with your current intellect, you surely wouldn't falter in your training while alone in a room. Xiaojiu, you have slept for over 2 months. Everyone is deeply concerned for you. Until when must you continue this slumber? As he spoke, Yin felt he had said too much, his throat becoming parched. He turned his gaze towards the tray he had just brought in. Raising his hand, he grasped the cup filled with water and gulped down several mouthfuls. After quenching his thirst, he did not forget the person on the bed. He abruptly stood, pulled out a chair, and rummaged through the bedside drawer for cotton swabs. Just as he pondered where the swabs had gone, a hoarse voice reached his ears. Xiaohua, no, I'm the one who deserves to die. Why do you seem more deranged than I? Do not abandon me, Xiaohua. Please return. I shall be good. I shall obey. Do not leave. Listening to Yu Jiuxian's muffled voice, Yan's breath caught in his throat. Recalling a statement Yu Jiuxian had made previously, he had not seen Xiaohua in a long time. Hastily, he stood, observing the contorted face of Yu Jiuxian in slumber. An idea blossomed in his mind. Chapter 207. The Great Immortal Awakens. Decides to act young, too. Not long ago, Seiyu had mentioned to him that Yu Jiuxian had uttered similar phrases in his dreams, pleading for Xiaohua not to leave him. If these were nightmares, it would be improbable for him to dream the same content repeatedly. It must be that this event truly transpired like a heart demon or nightmare, haunting this young man relentlessly. Considering his sleep talk, it is evident that Xiaohua treated him with great kindness. Thus, It is inconceivable that she would leave without a trace, especially under such desperate pleas from Yu Jiuxian. Could there be a possibility? Yin pressed his lips together, taking a damp towel from the tray to wipe the beads of sweat from Yu Jiuxian's forehead. After what seemed like the length of an incense stick, Yu Jiuxian calmed, ceasing his sleep talk and settling into a peaceful slumber. He placed the towel down, rolled up Yu Jiuxian's sleeve, and gently placed his fingers on his pulse. Though he was not a doctor and lacked the expertise of the Holy Pope, he could discern a few signs from his occasional health checks. The once tumultuous soul power within his pulse was gradually quieting, akin to a heavy stone sinking into still waters, signifying that his condition was improving significantly. This pulse indicated that Yu Jiuxian would awaken in due time. He lowered Yu Jiuxian's sleeve and turned to leave, casting a lingering glance at him through the crack of the door. Sighing, he closed the door, eager to share this good news with the somber individuals who had been waiting for a month and a half. Unbeknownst to Yin, as he departed, a man clad in a white cloak stepped into the room. Let the past memories resurface as they may. It will be better if you forget that incident. With that, the figure in white extended a hand, radiant with shimmering light and marred by countless wounds, hovering above Yu Jiuxian's head. As the white light penetrated Yu Jiuxian's mind, the figure flickered and vanished into thin air. 3 days later, as the turbulent soul power within Yu Jiuxian subsided, he finally awoke on the 3rd day after Yan's assessment. He instinctively surveyed his surroundings upon opening his eyes, noticing Xiaoyu asleep beside him, her breathing steady. He lowered his voice and moved slowly, carefully sitting up. He extended his fair hand, lost in thought. He had dreamt a dream that felt too real. In this dream, he returned to many places, such as the small temple that his adoptive father had turned into a home, the ghostly peak of Gulao, the royal residence of the second prince in the capital of Baigua, and even the imperial palace of Baigua. There were too many places to enumerate. Yet he could not comprehend why, in the past, he had felt agitated upon dreaming of these memories. This time, however, he felt a sense of ease, as if the immense stone weighing down his heart for years had vanished. Reflecting on certain details of the dream, they seemed to align, yet also diverge. He sensed that the disappearance of those disjointed memories was the reason for his unprecedented lightness. This newfound ease felt delightful, but also disconcerting. He abhorred the sensation of losing control and was even more troubled by the notion that his joy was predicated on the foundation of chaos. This instilled within him an inexplicable sense of impending danger. He exhaled, raising his hand to grasp the water on the bedside table. Chapter 208. The Great Immortal Awakens. Feels the need to act young. 3. If his ease stemmed from forgetting those memories, then this lightness, in his eyes, represented a loss of control, and he could not find happiness in it. It was akin to dancing upon the edge of a blade. Even if one were confident, how could they guarantee that no minor misstep would occur while treading such perilous ground? How could they assure that no unforeseen accidents would arise? It is often said that the higher one stands, the more devastating the fall. When you find yourself in a state of blissful ease, suddenly shackled by a pair of restraints that bind your hands and feet, can you endure such a predicament? Perhaps you could. Yet, the process of adaptation is fraught with difficulty. A misstep could potentially drive one to madness. Contemplating this, Yu Jiuxian gently patted his cheek, internally admonishing himself to dismiss such heavy and intricate thoughts upon awakening. Instead, he decided to sip some water to soothe his throat. He extended his hand, lifted his arm, and reached for the cup on the bedside table. Upon inspection, it was astonishingly pristine, devoid of even a single drop of water. He inhaled deeply, placing the cup back on the table. Perhaps it was due to his frustration that he exerted considerable force, resulting in a loud clatter as the cup was returned to its place. Initially, he had thought that the noise might disturb Xiaoyu, but upon glancing down, he realized that the notion of disturbance was unfounded. Xia was soundly asleep, unaffected by the commotion. After silently repeating to himself 3 times that he was there to look after himself, he tugged at the blankets, turned over, and closed his eyes to sleep. In the Xing Luo Empire, at the entrance of the Mo family's main hall, Yin Xiaoxiao sat by the window, perusing the latest news with a smile perpetually gracing her face. Beside her, Mo Huai Witnessing his daughter's unrestrained joy, felt genuine happiness himself. Recalling the day his wife gave birth to this child and named her Xiao Xiao, he had wished for her to live a life filled with happiness. However, since her return, she had worn a frown daily, often heading to the family training camp. Observing his daughter's exhaustion, with her clothes damp from exertion, he felt a profound ache in his heart. When he inquired about the source of her distress, she remained reticent, causing him genuine concern. Finally, when she appeared joyful, he could not restrain his curiosity and approached her, asking what had brought such cheer to Xiao Xiao. Yin Xiao Xiao handed her father a letter from Xiao Tang. Huai skimmed through the contents with disbelief, gazing at his daughter in astonishment. His youngest son, afflicted with an illness since birth, had often led him to believe that the child would never recover. Yet, seeing the smiles of his two children, he had never ceased his quest for medical assistance. Over the years, countless doctors had been at a loss. However, today his little Tang informed him that he had indeed recovered, thanks to the kindness of an older brother who had treated him. Furthermore, under this brother's guidance, his cultivation speed had accelerated, and he had now reached level 45. In the past, his little Tang had possessed merely a first-level innate soul power, leading him to despair over the child's potential to become a formidable soul master. He had even contemplated allowing his child to inherit the family business, fearing that the child might not take to their restaurant. Thus, he had diversified his investments across various industries, believing that if his children were uninterested, his earnings would suffice to ensure their comfort and security, allowing them to squander wealth for 300 years without concern. Of course, this was a world where strength prevailed. Mere wealth held no value. As for the well-being of his children, he had diligently trained his daughter and those around her, hoping that even if she lacked strength in the future, she could live untroubled. To his astonishment, his daughter had cultivated to level 49 by the age of 14. He sniffled as he turned to his daughter, asking who that brother Xiao Tang had mentioned was. Yin Xiao Xiao lowered her gaze and replied slowly, "He is Yu Jiuxian, the one I hold dear." Yu Jiuxian? Was he not the one who had captured both Xiao Tang and Xiao Xiao's hearts? When Yu Jiuxian awakened once more, the sky had darkened. Listening to the buzzing sound around him, he rolled over, pulling the blanket over his head and covering his ears, contentedly drifting back to sleep. Those nearby observed this scene, raising their voices in excitement, with Xiaoyu being the first to exclaim that Xiao Jiao had awakened. Hearing this, Yin, Hulaina, Gui Mei, and Yu Guan, who had their backs turned to Yu Jiuxian, simultaneously turned and approached the bedside. Concerned that Yu Jiuxian might suffocate, Yu Guan swiftly pulled down the blanket, asking, "Xiao Jiao, you're awake. How do you feel?" With no cover to shield him, Yu Jiuxian had no choice but to face Yu Guan directly. To be honest, he had thought Yu Guan was on a mission and had not prepared for their meeting. After all, they had not seen each other in 7 or 8 years, communicating solely through letters. Furthermore, during his period of cognitive impairment, Yu Guan had learned about his physical condition, leaving him somewhat at a loss. The others, however, had not considered that Yu Jiuxian had regained his memories. They merely perceived his recent coma as a mere illness. Since it was an ailment, they only hoped for stability, never daring to aspire for the miraculous recovery of memory. Seeing Yu Jiuxian silent, Hulaina assumed he no longer recognized them, and, filled with concern, instantly donned her usual gentle demeanor, saying, "Xiao Jiao, I am your sister Na. You've slept for over 2 months. Do you feel any discomfort?" To Yu Jiuxian, her expression resembled that of someone caring for a child with cognitive challenges. What was this sister Na? Did they still consider him that simple-minded Xiao Jiao? Twisting the storage ring, he thought that since he had not yet formulated a plan for how to confront them, it might be better to play along with their charade. Moreover, pretending to be simple-minded would afford him greater freedom to act. With this in mind, he suppressed his distaste, blinked, and feigned innocence, declaring that he felt perfectly fine. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals sighed in relief. "It's a relief that you feel well," Hulaina said, swallowing hard before asking, "So, how old is Xiao Jiao now?" "How old?" Yu Jiuxian pinched his fingers, recalling that according to his impaired memories, he should be 8 years old. This age would make his subsequent endeavors somewhat easier and would align with logic. Yet with the sum of his previous and current lives amounting to 34 years, he risked revealing himself. However, according to Hu Laina's account, he had been in a coma for 2 months. It would be illogical for him to maintain his original age after such a prolonged period of unconsciousness. Considering that they awaited his response, Yu Jiuxian smiled and slowly announced an age, 6 years old. After much contemplation, this age was neither too young nor too old. If he exerted himself, he should be able to endure through the finals without issue. Meanwhile, Hulai Na maintained a composed exterior but internally worried herself. Finding solace in the fact that he had not regressed to the age of 2 or 3 after such a severe illness, she exhaled, smiling as she ruffled Yu Jiuxian's hair, saying, "Wait here. I will prepare something for you to eat." Sister? With the combined ages of his past and present lives, he could easily be her father. Stealing a glance at the eager faces surrounding him, he believed that if he dared to reveal his true age, they would surely retaliate. Thus, he remained silent, grappling with his inner turmoil. As he gazed at the expectant Huli Na, he managed a smile that failed to reach his eyes and nodded slightly. So be it. After all, he had endured those 6 years, so what was this? He reclined back onto the bed, wearing a cheerful facade while internally cursing at the ceiling. It was indeed a grievance. A man of his age was forced to feign youth for the sake of convenience. If the people he had once disciplined were to discover this, he wondered if the coffin lid would even close. Speaking of which, he recalled that before his unconsciousness, Taozi had come to see him. What she said back then. She had confessed her feelings to Xia Heitang and asked whether her sister's father would disapprove of her. Was that even a question? Given her appearance and abilities, it would be strange for anyone to disapprove. However, if it were about Xiao, her concern would undoubtedly revolve around her identity as a soul beast. Family matters would hardly cross her mind, as she was confident in that regard. Speaking of soul beasts, he had heard Xia Heitang recount a story that suggested he was already aware of Taozi's identity. This was unexpected, yet not entirely surprising. Nevertheless, he needed to devise a plan to create some potions to help them conceal their auras. He certainly did not wish for Xia Heitang to fall in love with Taozi only for her soul beast identity to be discovered and face dire consequences. 7 days later, in the imperial capital of Tiandou, Moon Jiuxian, with his clever little mind, devised a way to enter the royal arena openly after learning the location of the Shrek 7 Monsters Advancement match. Having just evaded 3 waves of guards, he noticed another guard approaching and did not expend much effort to hide. He gently tapped his cheek before raising his head for them to scrutinize him closely. However, the guard merely cast a cursory glance before moving on. Moon Jiuxian scoffed silently, muttering inwardly that they ought to recognize who he was, then crossed his arms and swaggered towards the resting camp. As he approached the camp, he intended to inquire about Shrek from a boy in a red team uniform. When Zhu Zhuqing, who had stepped out for fresh air, spotted him, remembering Mo Xiaoding, who had just been joking with them inside the tent, Zhu Zhuqing swallowed hard, gathering her soul power and moving her feet. As Mo Xiaoding was about to speak to Huo Wushuang, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly struck at the neck of the false Mo Xiaoding. Yet, the false Mo Xiaoding was none other than Moon Jiuxian himself, and he was not easily subdued. He sidestepped the attack and seized Zhu Zhuqing's wrist. As Moon Jiuxian was about to apply a shoulder throw on the person behind him, he sensed a familiar cold aura. Glancing back, he recognized Zhu Zhuqing. Observing her stubbornness as she prepared to attack, he pointed at her cheek and withdrew his soul bone skill. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in shock upon seeing his face. And just as she was about to exclaim, Moon Jiuxian quickly activated his soul bone skill again and deftly covered her mouth. After reassuring Huo Wushuang, who had been pulled along, that all was well, he led Zhu Zhuqing to a more secluded area. "Great Master, when did you return? Do you know that as soon as Xiaotang arrived?" Zhu Zhuqing began, but Moon Jiuxian interrupted her. "I know, but this time I came to see you all and seek your help. I'm not planning to stay permanently. As for Xia Heitang, I will wait until the afternoon to find him on my own. For now, could you please gather everyone except Mo Xiaoding?" He was her mentor and had always been familiar with her. Upon hearing his request, Zhu Zhuqing, regardless of her lingering feelings or reasoning, could not refuse. Indeed, after she nodded in response, she turned and headed towards their tent. A moment later, With the exception of Mo shouting, the Shrek boys and girls emerged. Observing this, he deactivated his soul bone skill, revealing his true self. With waist-length white hair and blood-red eyes, he held a fan adorned with landscapes, dressed in a gray robe to avoid drawing too much attention. However, with his striking face and demeanor, he was impossible to overlook amidst the tall and muscular students and soldiers. Dai Mubai approached him with a smile, enveloping him in a warm embrace while repeatedly assuring him that all was well. He understood that Dai Mubai was still preoccupied with the incident in the Sunset Forest, but he had not taken it to heart. After all, since joining Shrek, his attitude towards him had been one of voluntary camaraderie. Regardless of who it was, he would have acted the same way that day. Once Dai Mubai released him, he patted his shoulder, encouraging him to relax. Dai Mubai smiled faintly. Then, after steadying himself, mentioned, "I heard from Zhu Qing that you have something to discuss with us." "What is it?" Moon Jiuxian smacked his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten. He twisted the spatial ring and addressed the 7 individuals Zhu Qing had summoned. "Zhu Qing must have informed you that I am not here to stay permanently. You are all like brothers to me. During my absence, please take good care of Zai Heitang." Take care of Zai Heitang? They initially wondered what the matter was, as Mo shouting was also their brother, and they would naturally look after him without needing Moon Jiuxian's request. For instance, upon hearing this, the robust Ma Hongjun confidently thumped his chest in assurance. The others quickly followed suit, offering their promises, though not as boisterously as Ma Hongjun. Moon Jiuxian surveyed their faces, clenching his fists. Recently, he had been plagued by a heavy sense of unease. Even during his time in the Sunset Forest, where he had become incapacitated, he had not felt such a sensation. This feeling had come too suddenly. The sensation was overwhelming. He racked his brain, but could not pinpoint where the problem lay. Subsequently, he redirected his thoughts to those around him, considering each person in turn. Ultimately, he settled on his naive younger brother, Mo shouting, as the source of his concern. Contemplating this unsettling feeling, he spoke earnestly to the group, almost as if threatening them. "A pact has been established. I, Moon Jiuxian, do not believe in heaven or spirits. You do not need to swear oaths. However, since you have agreed, if I discover that a single hair from Zai Heitang falls, I will traverse the ends of the earth to seek accountability from you. Now, I present you with an opportunity. Do you truly pledge to help me protect Zai Heitang?" As he spoke with such conviction, the hearts of his 7 stirred. They had always known Moon Jiuxian held great affection for Mo shouting, but they had not anticipated it would extend to this level. They exchanged glances and solemnly nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Moon Jiuxian placed his left hand on the spatial ring. Although they were brothers, asking for a favor could not rely solely on words. It was essential to offer appropriate compensation. In the afternoon, at the Tiando Tea House, Mo Xiaotang gazed at the graceful movements of Yu Jiuxian as he poured tea, every gesture resembling a delicate ink painting, so beautifully surreal that it left him momentarily entranced. It was only when the dark azure teacup filled with fragrant tea was placed before him that he slowly regained his senses. With his fingertips delicately gripping the rim of the cup, he softly inquired, "Brother, are you leaving again? How long until we meet again? Can't you take me with you when you go?" He recalled half a year ago when his brother had taken him to hunt soul beasts. At that time, the dean had asked his brother, "If you have matters to attend to, why bring Xiao Haitang along?" His brother had replied, "I am merely concerned that my little Haitang might be bullied if left alone here." Perhaps out of a sense of vulnerability, those moments remained etched in his memory as clearly as if they had occurred yesterday. Yet, how much time had passed? Was his brother no longer afraid of him being bullied? Or did he feel that Xiao Haitang was no longer worthy of his concern? Across from him, Mo Xiaotang's brother, Yu Jiuxian, lowered his head and licked his lips, contemplating the truth of the matter. Bringing Xiao Haitang back to the Wuhuan temple? That would be tantamount to admitting to the Pope that he had deceived them. Given the Pope's temperament and Yu Jiuxian's current strength, he feared he might suffer a fatal consequence. Thus, this matter was far too perilous to entertain any possibility of negotiation. He lifted his head and gently ruffled Mo Xiaotang's fluffy, delightful hair. "Xiao Haitang, I heard that you have entered the promotion matches." Yes. Montak Cio Tung, somewhat confused by the sudden shift in topic, felt it was best to nod obediently, adding, moreover, we have already triumphed over half of the formidable teams. Given the formidable lineup and strength of Shrek, winning against all the teams in the promotion matches was hardly surprising. Yu Jiuxian sipped his tea, feeling a swell of pride. Meanwhile, Mo Xiao Tang noticed his brother lost in thought and waved his hand in front of him. Yu Jiuxian snapped back to reality and addressed the adorable child before him. Xiao Haitang, didn't you want to know when we would meet again? Once you reach the finals, that will be our reunion. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao Tang's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Indeed, Yu Jiuxian nodded, amused by the boy's excitement. When have I ever not kept my word? Except, of course, during those moments of foolishness. Seated across from his brother, Mo Xiao Tang's heart raced with exhilaration. Yet he reminded himself to remain composed, aware that his brother was still present. After a few deep breaths, he managed to calm himself. Perhaps it was this newfound calmness that allowed him to think clearly, quickly sorting through the conversation he had just had with his brother. In this moment of reflection, he pondered why it had to be the finals. They had already completed a significant portion of the matches, perhaps in 6 or 7 days. They would finish. He hesitated before quietly asking, Brother, are you? Yu Jiuxian understood his unspoken question, which was whether he had joined another academy. He answered decisively, yes. Though it was merely a speculation, hearing this confirmed answer caused Mo Xiao Tang to frown in confusion. But why? Initially, he hadn't grasped his brother's fierce competitive spirit, but after several days of fierce matches, he began to understand. Engaging in such exhilarating pursuits alongside friends and brothers was indeed an invigorating experience. Mo Xiao Tang was transparent in his feelings, so much so that they were written across his face. Yu Jiuxian lowered his gaze and calmly remarked, there are some matters I have not disclosed to you. Undisclosed matters? Mo Xiao Tang contemplated before uttering the word. Family? Yu Jiuxian nodded, acknowledging the boy's quick intellect. He poured another cup of tea for Mo Xiao Tang, saying, yes, there are some matters over there that are rather complex, but after the finals, they will be resolved. Mo Xiao Tang reiterated, Brother, can't you take me with you? Perhaps the previous soul-hunting incident had left him shaken. These days, whenever he heard his brother might be in trouble, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Yu Jiuxian firmly rejected the notion, no. Mo Xiao Tang tugged gently at his brother's sleeve. If you can't be firm, then try being gentle. Yu Jiuxian chuckled and attempted to reason with the little one. Xiao Haitang, now that you have Tao Zi, what will happen if I take you with me? It is a complicated and dangerous place. I cannot risk your safety. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao Tang's expression became one of unspoken discontent. It was one thing to disregard his own safety, but for Tao Zi's sake he thought, if only he had known. Memories of distressing images flashed through his mind, and he took a deep breath to compose himself. All right then, brother, please be careful. Careful? Yu Jiuxian tilted his head, his smile not reaching his eyes. He twirled the ring on his finger, thinking that the one who truly needed to be cautious was his opponent. After all, he had been a great demon in his past life. However, this was not something he could share with Mo Xiao Tang. He ruffled the boy's hair and said, Understood, do you doubt my abilities? Mo Xiao Tang, lowering his head, muttered, I did trust you. But after that soul-hunting incident, I'm not so sure anymore. Even now, the memory gives me chills. Yu Jiuxian was not devoid of empathy. He recognized that ever since their meeting, every word and action of the little one had been filled with concern for him. He had always treated those who cared for him with kindness, especially toward Xiao Haitang. Yu Jiuxian considered himself detached, yet deeply affectionate. Perhaps it was the solitude that had persisted for so long, but since his rebirth, he found that any kindness shown to him was met with 100-fold gratitude. He was acutely attuned to the emotions of others, and with someone as sincere as Xiao Haitang, he perceived the boy's feelings clearly, albeit sometimes with difficulty. Yet, this mattered not. What was crucial was that Xiao Haitang had no ulterior motives in his affection, and he held no designs upon him. Extending his hand, he declared, All right, let's make a pact. I promise to take care of myself. Even if the sky falls, I will stand tall. Just as in his previous life, when facing that individual, he had endured the severing of his limbs without bending his back. Mo Xiao Tang, unaware of the underlying implications. Simply extended his hand for a pinky swear. 100 years without change. If you change, then what? If I change, then I'm no longer human. I shall never be hurt or perish. Upon hearing the words not hurt, not perish, Yu Jiuxian paused for a moment. Once he regained his composure, he thought to himself, this vow is indeed intriguing. He extended his delicate pinky to entwine with Mo Xiaotang's. Then their thumbs met. This was their seal of promise. With the pact established, it was time to discuss serious matters. He retrieved the annihilation gun from his storage ring and presented it to Mo Xiaotang. Take this gun. If you find yourself in danger, use it. It will protect you. Huh? But is it bound to a master? I won't be able to wield it. Mo Xiaotang stepped back, shaking his head. He declined to accept the annihilation gun, remembering that his brother had just mentioned one point. Moreover, this was his brother's weapon. What would his brother use to protect himself? Additionally, he already possessed Shun Junin. Take it, Yu Jiuxian insisted. As the young figure of Xiao Haidang remained unyielding, Yu Jiuxian promptly placed the annihilation spear into the little one's hands. Recent events had stirred within him a vague sense of unease, a troubling weight upon his heart. He could scarcely fathom what, apart from the foolishness of Xiao Haidang, could provoke such concern. Thus, he entrusted the spear to her for protection. After all, the annihilation spear possessed its own consciousness, and given his unfamiliarity with it, he decided to issue a command for it to act independently. Inhaling deeply, he spoke to the tearful child. You know it recognizes its master. Even in my absence, let it guard you as if I were by your side. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotang felt a warmth envelop her heart. She clutched the annihilation spear tightly and, with a serious gaze fixed upon her brother, urged, Brother, you must be cautious. Yu Jiuxian nodded in agreement, and as he turned to depart, he once again cautioned the annihilation spear to take good care of her. The spear vibrated twice in response, affirming its commitment. The journey from the Wuhuan Palace to Tianshang spanned over half a month. Yet Yu Jiuxian had managed to compress this time by half in order to clandestinely meet them. Once he returned to the Keilei Hotel, he did not even bother to change his clothes before leaping onto the bed and succumbing to a deep slumber. This time, he was determined to recover his lost rest. After all, upon awakening, he would need to set off without delay for another destination. Calculating the time, Yuan Gao and the personnel from Wuhuan Palace would soon arrive there as well. It had been agreed that he would separate from them and indulge in a few days of unrestrained enjoyment before they arrived. Thus, he could not allow any signs of fatigue to mar his countenance. The burdens of existence are indeed overwhelming. To feign ignorance is an even heavier burden. The finals. Oh, finals, why must you still be a month away? And why do plans not understand the need for self-motivation and effort? Must he be the sole architect of everything? The following day, Yu Jiuxian approached the borders of the imperial city, having just adjusted his shoulders in preparation for flight when he overheard hurried passersby. Today, Shrek faces the Botanical Academy. Who do you think will be fielded from their academy? Well, the Botanical Academy specializes in control. I heard that the control-type spirit master from Shrek is injured, so any of Shrek's strong, offensive types might take the stage. Is that so? Shrek has 5 strong, offensive spirit masters, each with distinct martial spirits. With what you said, I have my eyes set on the 2 avian martial spirit masters from Shrek. Observing the passers-by, Yu Jiuxian discerned that they were likely outsiders, unfamiliar with the names of Shrek's various academies, yet he himself was well informed. The mention of avian spirit masters evoked thoughts of the plump boy in Xiao Haidang. Although he had not delved into the specifics of the Botanical Academy, he was aware that it belonged to one of the 5 elements and was entirely composed of control-type masters. If Tang San were unable to participate due to injury, Shrek would undoubtedly send the plump boy into the fray, as he was a fire-type spirit master, inherently advantageous against the Botanical Academy's students. Nevertheless, despite such advantages, the control-type masters were not to be underestimated. He mused that the master would surely devise a strategy, sending the plump boy to test the waters against the Botanical Academy before fully deploying the strong, offensive types. The conversations he had overheard indicated that Shrek would indeed deploy their strong, offensive types. This notion, while partially accurate, was incomplete. If they were to probe the capabilities of the Botanical Academy, mere strong offensive types would not suffice. Though he was unaware of the Botanical Academy's full strength, it was reasonable to assume that any team reaching the playoffs would not be weak. Thus, he concluded that both strong offensive and agile offensive spirit masters would be summoned. Perhaps Xiao Haitang, with her avian martial spirit and inherent ability to fly, would also be called upon, despite her elevation to the rank of Soul Master. His recent anxieties for her well-being persisted. Clenching his fists, he resolutely turned towards the Imperial City S arena. As the saying goes, being late is being late, whether by a minute or two. Thus, he might as well embrace the delay with grace. At the Royal Arena, on the viewing platform, Flinder watched as his 3 soul masters were outmatched, leaving him unsettled after days of effortless victories. Sighing, he turned his gaze to the seemingly naive but immensely powerful Imo Xiaodang beside him, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder while gravely advising, "It matters not if you cannot probe their strengths, just be cautious." As Imo Xiaodang prepared to nod in agreement, intent on expressing her understanding that no one desired injury, Dai Mubai stepped forward with resolve. "Master, I recall you mentioning that a capable control-type spirit master can manage opponents within a 10-level disparity. Given that Xiaodang lacks our extensive combat experience, it would be perilous for her to face their control-type master alone. Allow me to take the lead." Listening to Zhu Zhuqing's words, Dai Mubai pulled her back behind him, countering, "It would be more fitting for me to take the stage. As a strong offensive soul master, I only need to exercise caution against that opponent. Even if I cannot secure a victory, drawing out some of their tactics will be well within my capabilities." Flinder observed them, choosing to remain silent while directing his attention towards the master. He felt reassured to assume the role of the academy head, having entrusted the strategic planning to the master and Qin Ming long ago. Thus, the question of what to do next remained unaddressed, for he would not intervene in their discussions. Meanwhile, the master stood on the viewing platform, surveying the distinguished youths in the audience. He had intended to urge them to adhere to the pre-battle strategy, yet his gaze fell upon a certain moving youth. He could not help but recall the ever-absent Yu Jiuxian. Should that young man be present, learning that Imo Xiaodang was to participate in such a perilous match, he would likely be even more fervent than Dai Mubai and the others. However, someone had once imparted a significant piece of wisdom to him. He was well aware of the formidable strength of the opposing team, and having made such a decision, he had undoubtedly formulated a plan to counter it. Thus, regardless of the outcome, it was the decision of those involved. They could neither lend unwavering support nor presumptively reject the decisions of the parties concerned. When he recalled the girl's rebuttal, initially infuriating, he later recognized the validity of her perspective. Turning away, he regarded Imo Xiaodang, his lips moving slightly, inquiring, "What is your intention?" "I am willing," Imo Xiaodang affirmed with a nod. Though unsure of why Dai Mubai and the others were so eager for her to take the stage today, she was resolute in her commitment. She yearned to accomplish this task on her own, regardless of victory or defeat. As the gong resounded, signaling the next participant from Shrek to enter the arena, Imo Xiaodang smiled as she unleashed her martial spirit, soaring coolly towards the platform constructed specifically for their competition. From the sidelines, the arriving Yu Jiuxian furrowed his brow at the sight of Xiao Haitang ascending the stage. Despite his haste, she had indeed made it to the arena. Exhaling deeply, he leaned against a pillar, scrutinizing the 2 combatants on the platform, slowly analyzing the situation. The opposing female spirit master was a 4-ring control-type soul master, matching Xiao Haitang in the number of spirit rings, yet her soul power surpassed that of his little sister. Furthermore, Xiao Haitang possessed 3 ranged attacks. If she could harness her abilities effectively, overcoming this female spirit master was not beyond the realm of possibility. Imo Xiaodang took to the stage, his beautiful azure wings fluttering rapidly as he deftly evaded the soul masters from the Plant Academy, simultaneously targeting a female soul master with his 3rd soul skill, Qingyao Lizhua. Claws attack. In an instant, 45 black claws materialized from his form, lunging towards the female student below. At his previous level in the 30s, this attack's damage was already considerable. Now, at over level 40, its potency was formidable. Before long, the female student found herself at a loss. Responding with her fourth soul skill, Tendril Fortress, directed at the airborne Mo Xiaodang. However, having spent ample time with the students of Shrek Academy, would Mo Xiaodang be intimidated by her? Certainly not. He calmly ascended a short distance and unleashed his first soul skill, Featherblade, which, although a first-tier skill, appeared devastating to the female soul master still reeling from the Qingyao Lizhua. In her panic, she was soon covered in lacerations from the multitude of feather blades, collapsing to the ground. As the captain of the Plan Academy team, Yao Zi, witnessed this dramatic scene, she hastily called for her teammate to surrender. On the sidelines, Yu Jiuxian observed the little fellow waving at the audience from the stage, a smile playing on his lips. Chapter 217, The Tiando Empire. A Twisted Fate 3. Watching Xiao Haitang greet her teammates from the stage, Yu Jiuxian turned away, smiling subtly. Though it did not manifest physically, he felt the weight of age upon his spirit and thoughts, rendering him unable to compare himself to the true youth. Indeed, how had he transformed into such a sentimental figure? Speaking of which, the child he once regarded as a mere infant had now grown capable of venturing forth independently. His role as a protective shield should now gracefully conclude. Even if danger lurked, that young one was more than capable of handling alone. Moreover, with the support of those spirited youngsters from Shrek, along with the divine gun, under such robust protections, how could anything go awry? The unease he felt was merely the machinations of destiny at play. This time, he resolved to ensure that destiny bore witness to his defiance. Destiny? Yu Jiuxian believed wholeheartedly that he could govern his own life, wielding his strength to safeguard those close to him. Such occurrences would never be permitted to transpire again. Yet, was it truly as simple as that? It appeared that the memories he had lost were not a trivial matter, regardless of whether they were good or bad. Such thoughts were not for him to ponder at present. That young one could soar freely in his own realm. It was time for him to spread his wings toward his own ambitions. Meanwhile, in the Xingluo Empire, at the Mo family abode, Yin Xiaoxiao sat on her bed, humming a tune while absent-mindedly tidying her clothes. 2 years had passed since her departure, during which she had diligently trained, now achieving the rank of a 49th level control system soul master. She felt that, at her age and level, she was sufficiently powerful. However, her younger brother's letter informed her that he had already ascended to the rank of Soul King, an impressive feat for one a year her junior. Folding her garments neatly into her storage soul guide, she gazed at the ink wash painting on her bedside table, pondering what an extraordinary talent she had developed feelings for. Nevertheless, she raised an eyebrow, for this only validated her discerning eye. As for him, she wondered if he had come to understand his own feelings during her absence. Clarity would be optimal, but if not, it mattered little. She would be the rational one. With that thought, she stood, noting her father's prolonged absence in collecting debts, and took up the brush and ink from her bedside to pen a letter. Savoring the scent of the ink, Yin Xiaoxiao placed the letter at the center of her bedside table, securing it with a weight. Casting a final glance around her room, she vowed that the next time she returned, it would be with her significant other in tow. Yin Xiaoxiao exhaled softly and turned to leave. Both Yin Xiaoxiao and Yu Jiuxian were individuals who loathed defeat. Yet, fate often unfolds in such a manner. It offers a wealth of hope and energy only to push one into the depths of despair when least expected, forcing a confrontation with reality. For instance, Yin Xiaoxiao approached Tiando, filled with hope, unaware that she was heading towards a meticulously orchestrated banquet of fate. Furthermore, for the ever-defiant Yu Jiuxian, his tribulations were only just beginning. The seeds of madness he had sown years prior were now taking root. The unease he sensed was merely the surface of a much longer fuse yet to burn. Chapter 218, The Nameless Rift. The Herbal Gathering Incident. 1. The flickering flame of destiny was set to ignite. Who would be the one to spark it? Deep underground, hidden for many years. The intersection of Tiando and Xingluo lay the nameless Great Rift, a desolate expanse where none dared venture. Several seventh ring soul saints had circled the barren rift twice, yet they had not encountered a certain child from the Zhu Gui and Douluo families. Returning to the rift's entrance, they furrowed their brows in complaint. Young Master Yu is being utterly reckless. He promised to gather here after 10 days of play, yet now, over half a month has passed without a single sighting. Hearing this, Yuan Gao tightened his grip on his long knife, the weapon's spirit responding to his agitation. Who were these people speaking ill of their master? With keen, narrowed eyes, he approached the group of loquacious soul saints. Having recently advanced to Soul Emperor, he had diligently trained over the past 6 months, elevating himself to a 67th level Soul Emperor. However, even with this elevation, his chances of defeating 4 soul saints, each a level above him, remained slim. Yet, to remain indifferent to their disparagement of his master was not in his character. He slowly raised his arm, poised to launch a decisive strike at the unsuspecting group, when he suddenly felt a force collide with him from behind. He could not ascertain the identity of the assailant, but a mere bump caused his shoulder to ache, rendering his arm limp. This was not the most significant issue. The disruption thwarted his carefully planned assault. Observing the now-turned soul saints, he clenched his fists tightly. This ambush could only be executed in this manner. Expressionless, he turned back to scrutinize who had carelessly interrupted his endeavor. Upon recognition, he was taken aback. Wasn't he that his young master, the Yu Jiuxian spoken of by the soul saints? The tenacious Yu Jiuxian, who had lost his memory, had unwittingly disrupted his attack, a scenario he could never have anticipated. He sheathed his long knife and respectfully clasped his fists before his young master. Meanwhile, the 4 soul saints, who had previously harbored discontent towards their master, now wore expressions of praise upon the sudden arrival of Yu Jiuxian. Greetings, young Master Yu. Yu Jiuxian cast a fleeting glance at them, choosing not to respond as he grasped Yuan Gao's garment and strode into the depths of the place, never looking back. He had indeed overheard their earlier conversation and was acutely aware of Yuan Gao's every action. However, the 4 individuals accompanying them could not be harmed. After all, they were under the special protection of their beloved Pope, assigned to ensure their safety. Should they return alone, the Pope's suspicious nature might awaken. Thus, throughout this journey, not only must they refrain from eliminating the 4, but they were also compelled to put on an impressive performance for their benefit. Yet behind their backs, they whispered about him. As Yuan Gao suspected, the vengeful Yu Jiuxian was not one to transform his character simply due to amnesia. He would only become more eccentric. Hence, how could he allow them to pass so lightly? The overt method of eliminating them was unfeasible. Nevertheless, alternative methods were not absent. They simply could not be employed. In the shadows, Yu Jiuxian had an abundance of tormenting little tricks at his disposal. Chapter 219, The Nameless Rift. The herbal gathering incident, too. The so-called demon you speak of was once benevolent. Xiaohua. Yu Jiuxian was indeed a man of petty grievances. Having heard disparaging remarks about him, how could he easily let it slide? After all, being petty was not merely a phrase. The nameless Great Rift. Yu Jiuxian, perhaps afflicted with a form of hyperactivity, found it difficult to remain idle. On a day adorned with splendid weather and a clear sky, while others sought rest, he was restless, itching to act. Contemplating certain individuals with whom he had unresolved matters, he retrieved his beloved little whip and set about his plans. However, in the midst of orchestrating his antics, Yu Jiuxian struggled to devise a way to feign innocence. Recalling Xiao Hua's words about his childlike mischief, he decided to embrace his true nature. For instance, at this moment he sat upon a rock, his face aglow with a smile, grilling with Yuan Gao while fixating intently on the 4 soul saints he was exploiting. Of course, he did not forget to periodically prompt and spur them. Understanding the essence of the situation, once satiated, he rose, whip in hand, teasing the 4 soul saints. Hey, what are you doing? I told you to gather herbs, not to look around. After all, the soul saints were still soul saints. Upon hearing Yu Jiuxian's words, they quickly corrected their demeanor. But who was Yu Jiuxian? He soon recalled another matter. In his past memories, the amnesiac had gifted the only flawless flower in his storage ring, a small one known as Mao Ziju and formerly called Qi Rong Tong Tianju, to Yu Guan. Qi Rong Tong Tianju, once he reclaimed the storage ring, he intended to give to Yu Guan, not in flower form, but as a medicinal pill. This was because, aside from the small white flower by Yulan, he had already utilized all the flora within the ring. Although the Qi Rong Tong Tianju given away appeared unblemished, its essence had entirely transformed under his handling. If consumed without professional processing, it would spell disaster for those involved. Thankfully, Yu Guan retained his rationality and cherished the Qi Rong Tong Tianju, diligently caring for it since he received it post-amnesia. Otherwise, he might have unwittingly committed fratricide. Ahem, back to the main topic. This time, their herb gathering was not solely for revenge or mischief. He genuinely required the herbs from this rift. For instance, the Yin Shi Chao and Wen He Hua. The former could produce a pill that concealed one's presence, while the latter could concoct a mild version of Qi Rong Tong Tianju. With the finals just over half a month away, he crossed his arms and continued, "Dear uncles, hurry up. I'm eagerly awaiting the flowers you pick for me to prepare for Uncle Yu." When speaking lazily, his enthusiasm was remarkable. Yet, when it came to work, they seemed to lose their vigor. Upon hearing Yu Jiuxian mention the Judo Luo, the 4 weak and helpless soul saints worked even harder. In no time, a basket brimming with colorful flowers, roots intact, was placed before him. One of the soul saints, seemingly named Liang Li, wiped the sweat from his brow and said to Yu Jiuxian, "All done, young master Yu, please inspect." His old companion, Zhang Shui, upon hearing the request for inspection, widened his eyes in disbelief. Yu Jiuxian suspected that, had he and Yuan Gao not been present, that man would have kicked him. Liang Li, perhaps unwilling to jeopardize their long-standing friendship, swiftly exchanged a look with Zhang Shui, silently conveying, "Idiot, don't you understand polite expressions?" Chapter 220, The Nameless Rift, The Herbal Gathering Incident, 3, Polite Expressions. Upon seeing Liang Li's gaze, Zhang Shui pouted. He understood the concept of polite speech very well. He knew that when ordinary people utter such phrases, they usually meant nothing by them and would not genuinely inspect the outcome. However, what if the child, who had been behaving unpredictably since their arrival, didn't he grasp this? As for the main character, Yu Jiuxian, not only did he understand, but he also saw through their blatant exchanges. Although he was currently a 6-year-old child, their intentions were so transparent. Did they truly think him foolish and blind? These old men, if he didn't investigate, it would be a disservice to the time they spent exchanging glances. With that thought, he bent down, picked a small purple flower, and shook off the dirt from its petals. Not far away, while grilling and covertly observing his young master, Yuan Gao beamed with amusement at this childish scene. As he turned the chicken on the skewer, he mused that after all this time, he had finally uncovered the little tail. As he prepared to rise and remind the playful child that if he continued, the fox's fur would surely fall off, he witnessed a shocking spectacle. His young master, while inspecting the flowers, unexpectedly plucked a petal and placed it in his mouth. Was he joking when he said the flower was edible? Before his mind could process the situation, his body instinctively reacted. He sprang to his feet, swiftly dodging the flower in Yu Jiuxian's hand, and grasped his wrist, placing his fingers on his pulse. The series of quick actions astonished Yu Jiuxian. He bit his lip, unable to suppress the question. How much of Yuan Gao's storyline had he missed? Was this still the Yuan Gao he knew? Returning to reality, Yu Jiuxian swallowed hard and gradually said, "I am fine." "Are you certain?" Yuan Gao, gazing at the vividly colored flower, was unconvinced. "Have you forgotten? I am immune to poison." Yu Jiuxian, not wishing to dwell on the potential slip-up, retracted his hand and, in a low voice, helplessly replied. His immunity to poison was a golden key he had carried through every lifetime. Hearing this, Yuan Gao regained a bit of composure. Recalling his earlier actions and awkwardly placing the small purple flower back into the bamboo basket, urging Yu Jiuxian to keep it safe. Clearing his throat, Yuan Gao addressed his young master. "Young master, have we completed our tasks? Once finished, we should return." Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. "My tasks?" His responsibilities merely involved observing the group from Shrek and gathering herbs. The final task had just been completed. Speaking of which, they had already delayed for quite some time. Although they were at the border, the journey back, measured by the pace of the 4 soul sages, would indeed be lengthy, approximately 8 to 9 days. Given his physique and the attributes of the child he currently embodied, this time frame would likely extend further. Therefore, it was imperative for them to set off now, as the finals were just around the corner. Otherwise, the overly cautious Pope would surely become anxious. He turned back to ensure that preparations were made before departing and took a moment to glance at Zhang Shui and the other soul sages. After all, the small disguise had slipped off more than once today. Yuan Gao had most likely noticed, but that was inconsequential. He was one of their own, and these four before him were a different matter entirely. He flexed his wrist, and, seeing their faces adorned with eager smiles and devoid of doubt, he relaxed his fist and waved his hand. Chapter 221. The Official Road Incident, Family Matters 1. Frequently, discussions of good and evil arise, and he pondered the criteria by which humanity delineates these concepts. Yu Jiu, accompanied by a group of rather dull uncles, halted in his tracks upon hearing a tremendous noise from behind. He turned to observe the source of the sound, which seemed to originate near the hill they had just traversed on the official road. Adjusting his breath, he centered himself and sensed a powerful fluctuation of soul energy emanating from that direction, reminiscent of that which belonged to his Uncle Guan. His eyes widened in surprise. What was happening? Just as he was about to inquire of Yuan Gao regarding Uncle Guan's presence on the way to Wuhan City, he recalled that Yuan Gao had set off with him. Considering that the Shrek group must have completed their advancement matches by now, he realized with a start that they had likely been en route to Wuhan City for about 10 days, causing his heart to race. He was well aware of the temperament of those young lads from Shrek and had some understanding of that madwoman, the Pope. Taking a deep breath, he quickly addressed them, instructing, "You all go ahead, I have something to attend to." Before departing, the Pope had explicitly instructed the four of them to assist Yuan Gao in protecting this young Master Yu, warning that if anything befell him, they would be held accountable. Initially, they had been quite excited that the Pope had personally sought them out, but upon learning it was young Master Yu, they understood the burdensome nature of the task. It was well known that young Master Yu was frail and prone to mischief, gaining a notorious reputation within the martial soul hall. Given the commotion now echoing from behind, it was clear that someone was up to no good. Allowing young Master Yu to venture out alone could lead to dire consequences for them should he be harmed. Thus, the soul sage named Zhang Shui immediately chimed in. "What is it? We will accompany you." Yu Jiu, spinning his storage ring, considered the tone of a child and replied nonchalantly, "I'm hungry. I wish to catch a rabbit in the mountains behind us to roast." Hungry? Zhang Shui appeared utterly perplexed. If his memory served him correctly, young Master, you had consumed 3 chickens and 2 bowls of rice before their departure. Had it not been but a short while since? How could he be hungry again? Observing the bewildered expression on his companion's face, Liang Li pulled him aside to calm him, stepping forward himself. "Catching rabbits? There is no need for you to do such a thing, young Master. Just give us the order, and we shall handle it." Yu Jiu, suppressing his frustration, retorted, "You old fogies are quite cunning. What if you secretly poison me? I must go myself." The 2 soul sages nearby exchanged exasperated glances. Poison? They would be more likely to return home than to resort to such measures. If he insisted on going alone, so be it. They feigned a desire to accompany him, as if they were eager to assist. After a lengthy wait, he finally heard a satisfactory response, and with a wave of his hand, Yu Jiu vanished in an instant. Yuan Gao watched the young Master disappear before glancing at the older, equally irate soul sages, and sighed. "You wait here, I will follow." Zhang Shui and Liang Li, possessing a modicum of rationality, contemplated the potential ramifications should anything befall the young Master. Even if the Pope did not hold them accountable, would the protective Duke Douluo not pursue them for their negligence? Thus, upon hearing Yuan Gao's words, they nodded in agreement with stern expressions. Chapter 222. The Official Road Incident. Family Matters 2. On the official road leading to Wuhan City, as they beheld the descending boulders and the knights who were struggling to withstand their onslaught, the Shrek group dismounted their carriages in an orderly fashion. At this juncture, Flander's role came into play. With a sweeping gesture, several accompanying teachers immediately positioned themselves before their students. Flander assessed the situation and waved his hand again. This time, everyone behind him summoned their martial souls for defense. Meanwhile, on the left side of the official road, the hills bore witness to the unfolding chaos as Yu Jiu was intercepted by Yuan Gao while hastening towards the scene. "Young Master, I am aware that you have regained your memory. What is your intent?" Tell me, and I shall assist you. Assist him? Yu Jiu licked his chapped lips and chuckled lightly. The individual ahead is likely my Uncle Guan. It would be a miracle if you weren't dismissed by him. What assistance could you possibly provide? You should remain here quietly. With that, he shoved Yuan Gao aside. Yet Yuan Gao, undeterred, pressed closer. Being so near, he could certainly sense the fluctuations of soul energy nearby. He had followed his master for many years and understood his temperament well. As Yu Jiu had surmised, should he dare interfere with his master's mission, dismissal would be a certainty. However, given the tumult below, how could his master possibly attend to Yu Jiu? He grasped Yu Jiu, exclaiming, "You cannot afford any further strain on this fragile body." Concerned for Xiao Haitang, Yu Jiu was unable to focus on Yuan Gao's words, perceiving only a cacophony of disjointed sounds. Frustrated, he forcefully shook off Yuan Gao's grip. Taking advantage of the fact that Yuan Gao would not harm him, he swiftly unleashed his martial soul, brandishing his fan lightly. With a mere touch, Yuan Gao collapsed to the ground, eyes closed. Yuan Gao, you have become more emotionally expressive than before. This marks the beginning of your journey toward normalcy, as well as the emergence of your vulnerabilities. After muttering this to himself, he surveyed the desolate hill and confirmed the absence of beasts before activating his Lingwen fan to enhance his speed, swiftly making his way toward the battlefield. His natural speed, augmented by the fan, allowed him to reach the heart of the conflict in mere moments. Noticing Shrek, now isolated from the other academies by the boulders, Yu Jiu was about to rush forward when an idea struck him. Given the commotion during his amnesia, it was likely that no one from the Martial Soul Hall would fail to recognize him. With this thought, he produced a mask with jagged features and donned a plain black cloak. To ensure his safety, he even augmented himself with a head soul bone's power. Once certain of his disguise, he flashed forward to stand before Xiao Haitang. As for Mo Xiaotang, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the mysterious cloaked figure, he instinctively believed the figure intended to attack him. However, before he could utter a cry of alarm, he caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance. As he moved his lips, preparing to confirm the identity of the figure in black, he suddenly witnessed a multitude of colossal stones plummeting from the sky. He flexed his wrist, about to unleash his soul skill, when a mysterious figure in black swiftly pulled him behind, delivering a series of powerful punches. In mere moments, he reduced the falling stones above them to rubble. Such a commotion could not escape the notice of the others from Shrek. They regarded the mysterious figure with the same bewilderment as Mo Xiaotang. Who was this person? How did he suddenly appear in their ranks? Moreover, had he just aided them? As Chapter 223, titled The Incident on the Official Road, unfolds, upon noticing the intense gaze of the Shrek group upon him, Yu Jiu instinctively touched the cold metallic surface of his mask, fearing he had been exposed. However, upon feeling the unmistakable chill of the mask, he found solace. His disguise remained intact. Even if they had seen through his illusion, it would be of no consequence. With newfound confidence, he spoke with authority. His arms crossed over his chest, raising an eyebrow in a manner unseen by others. In the face of imminent danger, why are you all staring at me instead of maintaining vigilance? In response, Dai Mubai clenched his fists and coughed discreetly. They were indeed on guard. His sudden appearance had disrupted their preparedness. Had it not been for his recent actions, they would have collectively restrained him as a precaution. Regardless, this enigmatic figure had indeed assisted them, prompting Dai Mubai to clear his throat and prepare to express his apologies. However, his keen eyes caught sight of another figure in black soaring towards them from the air. This one bore a striking resemblance to the one beside him, suggesting they were from the same faction. As Yu Jiu observed Dai Mubai lost in thought, he followed his gaze and was taken aback. The enemy had already launched an assault, yet this individual remained dazed. Given the sheer number of stones that had fallen, their adversaries were surely numerous. He pondered whether his mouth had been active prior to his arrival. The moment the thought crossed his mind, thousands of black-clad figures descended from the mountainside, landing at various positions around Shrek and the other academies. Ma Hongjun momentarily stood in disbelief, glancing between the attacking figures and the masked Yu Jiu. Surely, you are not allied with them? He thought. Will you wait until they have vanquished those foes before revealing your true intentions? After delivering a blow, Yu Jiuxian turned to tend to Xiao Haitang, reflecting on the earlier comment about not wanting to associate with the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, despite being the child of a law enforcement elder from the same institution. However, revealing such information now would undoubtedly lead to an onslaught against him. After dispatching several foes clad similarly to himself, Yu Jiuxian glanced regretfully at the hillside on the left side of the official road. Had he known the Pope would allocate such significant resources beyond just his Uncle Guan, he would have summoned Yuan Gao to assist them. He placed a hand on his chest, swallowing hard as he surveyed the battlefield, readying a new strategy. With over 1,000 attacking figures, each academy faced the daunting task of managing hundreds of opponents, many of whom were formidable soul saints. The ensuing battle proved challenging for all but a few teachers. Observing the teachers who had rushed into combat, Yu Jiuxian exhaled, ensuring Xiao Haidang was safe before pushing Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun to the rear. Harnessing his soul power, he braced himself against the combined assault of 5 soul masters charging towards them, then scattered a handful of small pellets. This action left those behind him in confusion. What was the mysterious figure attempting to convey? Was he trying to complicate their advance with these tiny projectiles to facilitate their attack? After all, the opposing side boasted numerous soul saints. Would such a tactic be effective? As Yu Jiuxian carelessly tossed the pellets, he retreated to the back, muttering to himself. Tang San shook his head, drawing his crossbow and taking aim at a target. Narrowing his eyes, he noticed his companions had readied themselves, aiming in various directions. Just as he was about to give the order to release, he observed the small pellets glowing in the air. To their astonishment, the multitude of pellets exploded, transforming into grotesque figures that landed heavily on the ground. Yu Jiuxian beamed with pride at his successful experiment of summoning soldiers from these pellets, saying softly, "Having been stifled for so long, now unleash your true nature." The summoned warriors responded with vigor, engaging the black-clad assailants in a fierce melee. Though unarmed, their strikes were direct and powerful. Yu Jiuxian glanced at Shrek's group, noticing they all held crossbows yet remained motionless. "What are you all waiting for? Release your bolts." While his phantom soldiers were formidable, their existence drained his soul power. If this had occurred 2 years prior, he could have easily sustained a prolonged battle with them, but in his current state, he was merely hoping to endure for a brief moment. Thus, the primary force depended on the young fighters around him. He took a few steps back to a safe location, waiting for another wave of black-clad attackers to surge past his soldiers before he firmly instructed them to unleash their assault. In that instant, the air filled with the sound of arrows whistling through the air. With Tang San's 16-string crossbow, the 9 used from Shrek released over 140 bolts. Although not all struck true, a significant number found their mark, and as a wave of enemies fell, Yu Jiuxian applauded their efforts. Tang San, noticing the commotion, regarded the mysterious figure with curiosity. This individual was peculiar indeed. Upon entering, he had concealed himself thoroughly, wearing a mask and employing illusions to ensure his identity remained hidden. Yet, in the midst of battle, despite his evident strength and peculiar tactics, he refrained from using his soul skills, considering that this person had just aided them. Tang San offered him a crossbow for self-defense, but Yu Jiuxian declined, for he had a plethora of such weapons stored away. Instead, he picked up a handful of stones. He recalled the words of Professor Gui Lao. "In my domain, there are no fixed techniques. Rather, one must aspire to wield nature itself. Every leaf and stone can become a weapon." He had achieved this mastery, understanding what it meant for every motion to become a lethal strike. As he pondered, he flipped his palm, and several stones flew out with a whoosh, each striking the dark-clad figures. Though it appeared he exerted little effort, those hit by his stones fell to the ground, unable to rise. Chapter 225, The Incident on the Official Road, is a family, 5 children allow me to showcase my true skills, he declared, as Yu Jiuxian scooped up a handful of stones and flicked them out with a casual gesture. Each stone struck a target, and not a single one missed. This was a testament to his remarkable skill, perhaps even superior to that of others he had encountered. He couldn't help but recall another individual renowned for similar prowess. capable of transforming petals into lethal projectiles. Lowering his gaze, he had yet to contemplate any potential connection between them when a formidable dark-clad figure descended from above. Although the soul ring was not visible, Yu Jiuxian could sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from this individual, far surpassing that of Zhang Shui Liang and Lu Erlong. However, this pressure was not on par with that of Douluo. If this man was indeed a soul Douluo, he could unleash his formidable Taotai martial soul to crush his opponents. Nevertheless, given his current state, his soul power was nearly depleted, and he could not risk unleashing the turbulent forces within him. Glancing at the young members of Shrek, he spoke in a relaxed tone. I shall refrain from intervening. You all coordinate your efforts to tackle this giant. Dai Mu Bai and Tang sent exchanged glances but said nothing, understanding that it was already a boon for them to have his assistance. Meanwhile, Yama and the others had already formed an orderly line to attack the great eagle soul Douluo. He stood by, seemingly unperturbed, wearing a smile as he observed the battle, while discreetly retrieving a pill from his storage ring. Seizing an opportune moment, he slipped it into his mouth and closed his eyes to regulate his breath. Just as Yu Jiuxian was about to gather his energy, the great eagle soul Douluo was brought down by the combined efforts of the Shrek team. The thud resonated, drawing the attention of both Flinder and Lu Erlong, who were confronting others in the air, and Yu Jiuxian followed suit. Yet, despite Flinder being a formidable soul sage at level 79, defeating a soul Douluo was no easy feat, especially against a group of young soul masters from Shrek. Moreover, the great eagle's wings, now limp and dragging on the ground, suggested severe damage. While the spirit hall may not have been entirely to his liking, he could not deny the rigorous training of its members. A soul Douluo should not fall so easily. He gathered his soul power and approached, casting a glance at the curious Mo Xiaotang, who seemed unafraid of any trickery. And he unceremoniously pressed the child as fluffy head down. In that brief moment of distraction, a gasp arose nearby. Mo Xiaotang was pointing at the scene of the incident, urging him to look. Observing the fearless and somewhat foolish expression on Mo Xiaotang's face, Yu Jiuxian swallowed hard and turned stiffly. Chapter 226, The Incident on the Official Road. Is a family, 6. Although it was peculiar how easily they had brought down a soul Douluo, this did not deter Mo Xiaotang from eagerly tiptoeing to admire the outcome of their battle. Just as he was engrossed in the spectacle, Yu Jiuxian, disguised and with a serious demeanor, approached and pulled him back, giving his head an unceremonious ruffle. Mo Xiaotang, feeling overshadowed by his taller brother, pouted in frustration, suspecting that his inability to grow was largely due to his brother's constant tousling of his hair. Unbeknownst to Yu Jiuxian, who had shed layers of disguises, he reflected on whether he had overly protected Xiao Haitang, leading the child to naively perceive everyone as benevolent. Why else would this child, upon seeing him, display no fear or even a hint of caution? Surely it could not be due to any flaws in his disguise. He glanced at the oblivious Mo Xiaotang. Thinking perhaps he had underestimated the child, he preferred to believe the child was simply naive. Misunderstood in his intellect, Mo Xiaotang, focused on the soul Douluo, had noticed the situation across from him, despite his gaze lingering on his brother. He quickly shook his brother's arm, pointing towards the opposing side. Yu Jiuxian paused momentarily, discarding his earlier thoughts of innocence, and turned to observe the scene of the incident involving the masked soul Douluo. At some point, the golden wings of the soul Douluo had begun to glow and tremble subtly. The sight of the great eagle soul Douluo with its shattered wings glowing sparked a realization in Yu Jiuxian, and he tapped his storage ring, having deduced the truth. No wonder such a formidable soul Douluo could be so easily subdued. It all made sense. Just as he opened his mouth to pull Mo Xiaotang behind him and signal for retreat, he saw Xiao Wu eagerly teleport to the soul Douluo's side, poised to deliver the final blow. However, sensing her level, he knew she was still below the rank of a soul master, likely no more than 39. Did she truly intend to confront a soul Douluo alone? Was she not afraid for her life? Just as he turned to call back Tang San, he saw that Tang San had already unleashed his blue silvergrass, yet it failed to pull Xiao Wu back in time. The great eagle soul Douluo, now kneeling, prepared for action, his eyes narrowing with amusement at the reckless girl who had rushed in. He had enjoyed the earlier skirmish and was ready to flex his muscles. With a casual release of his shoulders, his wings began to flap powerfully. Even for Daimyu Bai, who had consumed the rare Qirong Tong Tianju, withstood a single blow from a soul de law was no small feat. How could Xiao Wu, still under level 40 and without any herbs, withstand it? The moment she approached the soul de law, she was overwhelmed by the immense soul power radiating from him. The subsequent strike sent her flying. Witnessing the scene, the crowd felt a chill run through them. Tang San's eyes reddened as he unleashed a flurry of hidden projectiles. Yu Jiuxian sighed, pondering the unfolding situation. Chapter 227. The incident on the official road is a family 7. Yu Jiuxian shook his head, hand behind his back, about to step forward to check on Xiao Wu when he sensed a familiar aura rapidly approaching. As I pondered, a man clad in light armor and possessing an effeminate appearance suddenly materialized in the vacant space before Xiao Wu. Yu Jiuxian bit his thin lips and instinctively retreated a few steps, concealing himself behind Mo, Xiaotang, and the others. Mo Xiaotang, noticing this scene, exhibited a hint of confusion but chose not to voice it. Instead, he subtly moved his frail body in front of Daimyu Bai, seeking to ensure that his brother could hide comfortably behind him. However, Yu Jiuxian had little time to dwell on such matters, as his mind was preoccupied with a singular question. Why had his Uncle Guan appeared so unexpectedly, as a soul de law of over level 90? Was it not sufficient for him to assign tasks from above? Why had he chosen to descend personally? Despite having boasted to Yuan Gao about his lack of fear toward Uncle Guan, facing him brought forth an entirely different emotion. He was determined to prevent Uncle Guan from recognizing him, wishing to keep his involvement in obstructing the completion of this mission a secret. It was needless to say that he understood the determination with which Uncle Guan had been dispatched by the Pope to deal with Shrek. If he intervened, Uncle Guan would undoubtedly refrain from taking action. Yet, how could Uncle Guan return without fulfilling his mission? Conversely, what would happen to the Shrek members if he chose not to act? He could not simply abandon them to flee with Mo Xiaotang, could he? It was utterly vexing. He pinched his face to regain composure, only to suddenly discover that Daimyu Bai was confronting the aforementioned soul de law, and the atmosphere suggested an imminent clash. He tightened his fists, ready to step forward, when he observed Uncle Guan's authoritative hand gesture, sending that soul de law flying. Had he consumed the miraculous Qi Rong Tong Tianju? Wait, had Daimyu Bai ingested Qi Rong Tong Tianju? It should have been one of the celestial herbs brought back by Tang San on his last visit. It was unexpected. One would assume that after consuming Qi Rong Tong Tianju, Daimyu Bai's physique would have undergone significant transformation. He recalled Xiao Haitang mentioning that Daimyu Bai had directly broken through his bottleneck after consuming the celestial herb, achieving a 4th-level soul power upon acquiring his soul ring. Thus, if the Qi Rong Tong Tianju he had given to Uncle Guan possessed effects that only strengthened him, then with Uncle Guan currently at level 95, the pinnacle of tidal Douluos, also known as the ultimate de law, could be possible for him to leap directly to level 99 as the ultimate Douluo? If that were the case, should he consider procuring a Qi Rong Tong Tianju for his Uncle Gue as well? As he contemplated this, Uncle Guan and Daimyu Bai began to argue, with the soul de law interjecting in the midst of their exchange. Watching his Uncle Guan attempt to take Daimyu Bai as his disciple while struggling with the conditions proposed by Daimyu Bai caused Yu Jiuxian to chuckle softly, an incongruity amidst the tense atmosphere. Numerous eyes turned toward him in unison. Yu Jiuxian adjusted his mask and cleared his throat. Meanwhile, Yu Guan furrowed his brow, feeling that the figure shrouded in mystery bore an uncanny resemblance to his own child. However, his child had left for a trip over half a month ago, and by now, they should have already returned to the Spear Hall. Therefore, how could this person possibly be his dear Geo? Surely, he was merely imagining things out of worry. Chapter 228. The Official Road Incident, a Family Affair? 8. Very well. I shall agree to your terms. How about I only kill one of you? Yu Guan retracted his gaze, musing internally about the delay of the anticipated arrival. while speaking indifferently to Dai Mubai. Only one? This was indeed a significant concession, but Shrek was a collective. Losing anyone would not do. Without hesitation, Dai Mubai rejected the proposal. No. Yet, upon hearing this, Tang San nodded resolutely. If you release my companions, I will take my own life. Xiao San, brother. Two voices rang out simultaneously. Though they merely called a name, the meaning was clear to all. They opposed this transaction. Yu Guan raised an eyebrow at the second rejection, feeling a sense of pride that his child had found such loyal companions. However, the more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, casting a discreet glance backward, his heart racing with impatience. Where were they? If this continued, how would he conclude this matter? Meanwhile, Yu Jiuxian, observing the unfolding drama, felt a sudden tightness in his chest, not knowing if it was the tumult of emotions or the strain of power within him. For some reason, he was reminded of a person who had treated him with great kindness. Initially, he had been at odds with that individual, adhering to the principle of differing paths, not crossing. However, that person was undeniably formidable, prompting him to alter his approach, feigning brotherhood to lower the other S-guard and pursue his own nefarious plans. Yet, that individual had taken his pretense to heart, though he often claimed that he should not engage in certain actions, urging him to lay down his weapons every time trouble arose. That person was always the first to shield him. But how long had it been since such a loyal scapegoat had appeared? 18 years? 19 years? He could not recall, only knowing that it had been an eternity since that person had shown up. Unlike during his amnesia, thoughts of that individual now left him feeling hollow and despondent. Yet, he could not quite grasp the source of his sorrow. Gradually, since regaining his senses, he had developed a vague suspicion of the truth, but he had always been reluctant and fearful to accept it. Hearing the sounds of combat nearby, Yu Jiuxian exhaled deeply, shaking his head vigorously. He knew that this was not the time for such musings. He lifted his gaze and saw that something had transpired ahead, drawing a crowd around a particular individual. Yu Jiuxian bit his tongue and stepped forward. It was none other than Tang San. Before he could voice his inquiry, Mo Xiao Tang, as if sensing something, leaned closer and whispered, "That Douluo seems to have lost patience with us and has used a soul skill against Xiao San. Uncle Guan has made his move?" Yu Jiuxian glanced at Tang San again, reasoning that a single strike from a Douluo should be quite severe. Recalling how Tang San's father had dealt with Zhao Wuji without even using a soul skill, he observed that Tang San appeared to have merely received a punch to the stomach, while Xiao Wu seemed to be injured more severely. He turned his spatial ring, casting a puzzled look toward Yu Guan. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Yu Guan was aware of his enrollment at Shrek. Yuan Gao had visited him and must have noted his amicable relations with the Shrek group. This information, seemingly trivial, was significant, given Yuan Gao's nature. He would likely have related to Yu Guan. If the Pope had ordered Uncle Guan to handle the Shrek 7, then Uncle Guan, having been suspected by the Pope, would find it impossible to refuse. However, Uncle Guan had always been extremely indulgent towards him, fully aware that Shrek comprised his closest companions. How could he possibly strike against them? He refused to believe that Uncle Guan, considering his amnesia, would disregard Shrek's place in his heart and turn against these young souls. Guanshu is not the type of person to hesitate. He approached Tang San, checked his pulse, and palpated his bones. Indeed, he had only received a mere punch, without any internal injuries. Upon realizing this, he turned to Yue Guan. After clarifying the situation and reflecting on Yue Guan's actions, he found it unusual that Guanshu had not intervened for such an extended period, especially while lingering with the group from Shrek. This was decidedly out of character. Moreover, although Tang San had been struck, he was not gravely harmed, indicating that Guanshu had never intended to inflict serious injury. After all, Shrek was his friend. He did not dwell further on this, but instead focused on the excuse that Yue Guan was still seeking. After observing for a while, he noticed an issue. His Guanshu was absent. Additionally, as he sensed, Guanshu was not nearby. There were a few other individuals lurking in the vicinity, their intentions unclear. However, those individuals were not as formidable as Guanshu, rendering them insignificant. Returning to the main topic, it was customary for the Pope to assign tasks to both of them together, given their formidable martial soul fusion technique, which was nearly invincible. Therefore, it stood to reason that his Guanshu should have been present as well. As for why he had yet to appear, it might be related to He Guanshu's plan. Given He Guanshu's assistance, he could not simply remain idle. Since He Guanshu was waiting, he would accompany him until this segment was complete. With this thought, he clenched his fist and ran towards He Guanshu, unceremoniously delivering a punch. As a Douluo, Yueguan regarded this strike as inconsequential and deftly sidestepped it. Unable to await his support, Yueguan momentarily hesitated and casually engaged in combat with the cloaked figure. Naturally, in order to maintain the appearance of a fierce battle, they fought spectacularly, much to the concern of the onlookers, especially knowing that the cloaked figure was his brother disguised as Mo Xiaodang. His heart raced with anxiety. However, Yu Jiuxian did not overthink it. He lowered his voice and asked He Guanshu how they would report to the Pope after completing the task in this manner. You need not worry about how I will explain, you who lack the courage to show your face. He Guanshu, sensing the confrontation with Yu Jiuxian, delivered a swift kick, sending Yu Jiuxian staggering back several steps. It was not full force, yet it made his blood surge, and after a brief adjustment of his soul power, he was fine. Truly, the Douluo's control of strength was impeccable. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he glanced at the brightening sky and grasped Mo Xiaotang's hand as she came to support him. In Chapter 230, the official road incident of family, the prowess of a Douluo was undeniable. As he pondered why He Guanshu had ceased his actions, He Guanshu flexed his wrist and commanded the mighty Eagle Soul Douluo, Lord Diala, without hesitation. Unbeknownst to them, they had already delayed for quite some time. Lord Diala, it's time to resolve them. Upon hearing this, the long-named Lord Diala's eyes gleamed with excitement. The reason was evident. This eccentric Douluo had finally recognized the mission and was prepared to act. Yes, my lord, Lord Diala responded, launching himself towards Shrek with ferocity. His intent was to conclude the matter swiftly, for he had been utilizing his martial soul's true form and could not sustain it for long. Nevertheless, while he could still maintain his strength, his attack was relentless. Seeing this, Fran immediately intended to pull Lu Erlong to defend, but their troubles had yet to be fully resolved. The two cloaked figures they had previously asked for assistance had risen, blocking their path to stop their brother. With them restrained, the Shrek group found themselves in dire straits. With Xiao Wu gravely injured and Tang since still recovering, how could the remaining five withstand a soul Douluo? Just as Fran grew anxious and the cloaked figures rejoiced, Yu Jiuxian, also clad in black, charged in to absorb the fatal blow with his own body. Gritting his teeth, he held firm. While he pondered why his Guanshu's reinforcements had not yet arrived, 3 beams of light emerged from the sky. His heart echoed a familiar yet foreign title, the Dragon and Serpent Couple. In that moment of contemplation, Long Gong swung his serpent staff to intercept Lord Diala's attack and declared to He Guanshu with authority, "With us here, no one shall harm these children." Although they had successfully interrupted a nearly unbearable attack, he could not help but critique the situation. Despite legends claiming their martial soul fusion skills could rival that of titled Douluos, they were merely a 6th and an 8th ring Douluo. In contrast, He Guanshu was a true 95-level titled Douluo, and his Guanshu was already en route. If He Guanshu truly wished to intervene, the dragon and serpent couple would not pose a significant threat in his eyes. However, considering they could buy He Guanshu some time, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Watching Mo Xiaodang rush to support him, he steadied himself and grasped the hand she offered. The turmoil within him was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. It appeared that He Guanshu had begun to harbor doubts about him. Yet, due to his amnesia, he believed it improbable for him to suddenly appear here, especially since he had yet to reveal his martial soul. Thus, he merely suspected him without fully believing he was Yu Jiuxian. However, he knew his rational Guanshu would not be so easily convinced. Without suitable justification, he would neither believe nor doubt. Yet, should even the slightest inconsistency arise, he would seize that opportunity to unearth the truth. Moreover, considering the time, Yuan Gao should be awakening soon, and Liang Li and the others would likely emerge to search for him. In Chapter 231, the official road incident, a family, the combination of his Guanshu's suspicion, his Guanshu's rationality, and Yuan Gao and Liang Li's presence left him feeling increasingly uneasy. After all, aside from his Guanshu and Guanshu, if Liang Li and the others arrived, his cover would be completely blown. At that point, it would not only be problematic for him, but would also jeopardize He Guanshu and Guanshu's ability to account to the Pope. Thus, to preempt any unforeseen circumstances, he decided to retreat rather than await the final outcome. With this thought, he placed his other hand on Mo Xiaodong's well-muscled arm. As his fingers traced over her wrist and the sole guide device upon it, he spread his palm and traced a few lines onto her palm. Observing the dragon and serpent couple engaging with He Guanshu, he gently patted Mo Xiaodong's shoulder. Then he stealthily took a few steps back, seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, employing a few flashes to vanish in an instant from the passageway. Though Mo Xiaodong understood her brother was leaving, witnessing him disappear yet again filled her eyes with unmistakable melancholy. Recently, he found himself inexplicably fixated on the silhouette of his elder brother departing, accompanied by an unsettling turmoil within his heart. With his back turned to the others, he clasped his hands in prayer, bowing his head in silent supplication for his brother's safety. As for his own disquietude, why not pray for his own well-being? After all, when juxtaposed with the otherworldly figure of Yuezhi, he seemed far more vulnerable. Nevertheless, Mo Xiaodong's sentiment was that one should not be excessively greedy when praying for someone. One ought to focus solely on that individual. Perhaps misfortune was looming. Yet he held on to the belief that if calamity were indeed approaching, his brother would, as he did today, come forth to shield him. Thus, he prayed for his brother, hoping he would not be burdened by his own troubles. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Taozi, observing his melancholic demeanor, could not hide her own gloom. On the hillside to the left of the official road, Yuezhi had just shed his travel garb when he heard the sound of hurried footsteps nearby. In this region, apart from those who, like him, wished to frolic while journeying, most would simply take the official road, for it was far more traversable. Therefore, the sound could only have originated from Liang Li and his companions. Hastily, he crouched down, shaking Yuan Gao in an attempt to awaken him. To draw the group closer, he called out, his voice rising in urgency. "Uncle Yuan, what's wrong? Wake up. Please don't frighten me, Uncle Yuan." Moments later, Liang Li and his companions, having heard his cries, rushed over, their eyes widening at the sight of the tearful Yuezhi and the motionless Yuan Gao on the ground. What has transpired? Yuezhi had long prepared his lines. With a discreet pinch to himself, his eyes reddened as he explained in a childlike voice. "I went to catch rabbits, and Uncle Yuan came with me. But after searching for a long time without success, we thought you were waiting for us, so we decided to return. However, unexpectedly, here," Yuezhi paused deliberately, wiping away non-existent tears while vigorously rubbing his eyes before continuing. "Suddenly, a masked man appeared and incapacitated Uncle Yuan and me. When I awoke, I found Uncle Yuan. Uncle Yuan won't be in trouble, will he?" Yuezhi feigned wiping away tears, allowing a few sobs to escape, embodying the sorrow of a 6-year-old child. Listening to his words, Liang Li and his group were momentarily taken aback, quickly kneeling to assess the situation, checking for any signs of distress or pulse. Given Yuezhi assertion that the masked man had also incapacitated him, Liang Li conducted a thorough examination as a precaution. After a brief interval, the 4 soul saints finally concluded that Yuan Gao was unharmed, merely knocked unconscious. As for the differing recovery times, it was attributed to the masked man's approach. Evidently, he had been cautious with Yuezhi, a mere child, while being less gentle with the robust Yuan Gao, resulting in the latter's prolonged stupor. "What now? Shall we wait for Yuan Gao to awaken before departing?" Zhang Shui inquired. Without hesitation, Yuezhi responded, shouldering the unconscious Yuan Gao and urging a swift return. Firstly, they had not returned before the appointed time with Uncle Guan, which raised suspicion. Secondly, his own body was nearing its limits. However, succumbing to weakness was not an option in this moment. He must resolve his issues privately behind closed doors. After all, explaining to the Pope that he had gone to catch a rabbit only to return with a chaotic surge of soul power would not be easily accepted, even by someone as astute as the Pope, nor could he convince himself of such an absurdity. Furthermore, having suppressed his condition for so long, he would be left weakened for days after this ordeal, especially with the finals approaching. He could not afford to reveal any vulnerabilities during the competition. Casting a glance at Zhang Shui, who had already hoisted Yuan Gao onto his back, he gathered his soul power and continued on their journey. The path had been relatively uneventful thus far, allowing for a quicker pace and a sense of calm. However, as they neared the city of Wuhuan, a minor incident occurred, not related to Yuan Gao's awakening, as he had regained consciousness the day after they resumed their journey. Since his master and Yuezhi were allies, despite having been brutally treated by a certain and scrupulous individual, he accepted Yuezhi words in good faith. The minor incident unfolded as they returned to Wuhuan City after traversing several miles, leading to the following scene. Young Master Yu, what troubles you? As they approached the city, Liangli noted the child staring vacantly at a certain spot. He waved a hand in front of Yuezhi, inquiring about his unusual demeanor. Yuezhi merely pressed his lips together in silence, retracting his gaze to continue towards Wuhuan City. Yet, his calm exterior belied the turmoil within. He was deeply perplexed by the figure he had glimpsed outside the city. Could it be her? That person was undeniably familiar. However, she had been absent for 2 long years. Flinder had mentioned that she had left for a hiatus, yet the duration of her absence remained unverified. During his time of amnesia, he had visited Shrek several times, conversing with Xiaodang about events that transpired in his absence. Yet her presence was conspicuously absent from those narratives. As the finals approached, he wondered if she might suddenly return after such a long absence. If it were indeed her, would she participate in the competition? As he pondered these thoughts, Yuezhi beheld the grand and majestic Wuhan Hall ahead and promptly shook his head, attempting to dismiss these distractions. Once he set aside these contemplations, he noticed the 4 soul saints rushing towards Wuhuan Hall, their excitement palpable as they sprinted forth. In that instant, he sighed when it came to gathering people. The Pope was unrivaled, with no one daring to claim the second spot. However, rather than lamenting others, he ought to concern himself with his own affairs. After all, after a lengthy escapade, he would need to rely on his own memory and eloquence. If all went well, they would remain unscathed. If not, he would find himself in a precarious situation with new troubles awaiting him. Within the Wuhuan Hall, Bibi Dong sat upon her throne, observing the 4 individuals kneeling before her. She gestured for Hulaina, who stood beside her, to step back. Hulaina hesitated momentarily, being Bibi Dong's direct disciple, chosen to inherit the papal position. She had been accompanying her mentor to learn the intricacies of leadership. Thus, the sudden request for her to withdraw caught her off guard. Observing the unwavering gaze of Bai Dong directed at the 4 individuals below, Hulaina felt a flicker of speculation within her heart. However, Bai Dong, being the person she is, permits her cherished disciple to act freely as long as her actions do not infringe upon her boundaries. There are certain matters that require discretion. It is fundamental to refrain from prying or intervening. After bidding farewell to Bai Dong, Hulaina quietly withdrew. Meanwhile, Bai Dong regarded the 4 with a slight furrow in her brow. Navigating human affairs is a profound art. Ideally, she should not have allowed Hulaina to depart. Yet, the inquiries for today pertain to Yu Jiuxian, a child who holds considerable affection for that lad of the Yu Guan family. It is often said that concern can lead to chaos, and thus, today's lesson would likely unsettle her rationality. Once Hulaina had completely exited, Bai Dong wrapped her fingers against the metallic armrest of her throne and inquired languidly. With merely 4 or 5 days left until the finals, why have you arrived so late? Zhang Shui, kneeling on one knee, was the first to respond. Your Holiness, the young Master Yu is quite capricious, and his playful spirit has delayed our journey significantly. Bai Dong found this explanation somewhat credible. After all, one cannot expect a distracted child to remain composed and rational. It is entirely normal for a young one to exhibit such whimsical behavior. Oh, what mischief has that child engaged in? Bai Dong's tone rose slightly, sending a chill down the spines of those present. However, Liang Li, emboldened, stole a glance at her, suddenly realizing that despite her curious tone, her gaze was cast downward, seemingly indifferent as she toyed with her fingers. Liang Li, having rarely engaged his intellect, assumed the Pope was merely inquiring about the child of one of her elders. Yet, had the specter of Yu Guan been present, he would recognize it as a familiar tactic of the Pope, lowering one's guard to elicit the most genuine responses, or alternatively, to deliver a fatal blow once complacency sets in. In the Soul Master City, during their exchange, the Pope's seemingly casual demeanor would have been unmistakably recognized as a strategic maneuver by Yu Guan. Liang Li, oblivious to this, knelt and replied. He played hide-and-seek, picked flowers, and roasted meat. Hearing his old companion's words, Zhang Shui added, aside from that, it was mostly harmless fun, except for a slight mishap on the way back. Upon hearing the term mishap, Bai Dong's eyes gleamed with interest. Grasping her scepter with her left hand and resting her right on her knee, she asked lazily, a mishap? Her tone remained unhurried. Yet this time the four felt a prickling unease at the back of their necks. After all, as the enforcer elder and a trusted aide to the Pope, the child of Yu Guan would naturally receive special attention. Otherwise, they would not have been tasked with accompanying him. However, with Yuan Gao, a soul emperor, and the four soul saints escorting him, it was troubling that the young master Yu still encountered an incident. This inevitably raised doubts regarding their capabilities and methods. Zhang Shui, realizing he had misspoken, felt a sheen of sweat forming on his palms. Liang Li, being a good brother, noticed Zhang Shui's anxiety and quickly interjected, yes, it was a minor incident. On the way back, Tian Gao and the young master Yu went rabbit hunting and were ambushed. He hastily added, fearing the Pope's misunderstanding. They were knocked unconscious, but sustained no serious injuries. However, these details were of little concern to Bai Dong. Narrowing her eyes, she issued a series of questions. Where did this occur? At what time? Do you know what the assailant looked like? The tone of her inquiry was markedly softer than before, prompting Zhang Shui to exhale in relief as he and his companions spoke in unison. The incident occurred 7 days ago, on the hillside to the left of the official road on our return. As for the assailant, the young Master Yu described him as being of similar height, clad in black robes, and possessing considerable strength. 7 or 8 days ago, Bai Dong's fingers, once resting casually on her knee, suddenly clenched into a fist. She bit her lip, inhaled deeply, and spoke slowly. Very well, you may return for now. I will discuss this matter further when Yu Guan and the others return. Upon hearing they could leave without further consequence, the faces of Zhang Shui and the others brightened, and they quickly departed with a hasty affirmation. That afternoon, Yu Guan and Gue Mei returned, their spirits dampened, concerned for their child. They opted not to head directly to the Wuhan Palace, but instead returned to their official residence. Sensing Yu Guan's arrival, Yu Jiuxian cheerfully opened the door to greet his two uncles. Uncle Guan, Uncle Gue, you have finally returned. Relieved to see his child safe, Yu Guan patted Yu Jiuxian's head affectionately, asking, did you enjoy yourself? The tone used to placate the child made a vein in Yu Jiuxian's forehead throb. Once his uncles settled into chairs, he briefly glanced outside to ensure only Yuan Gao was present before closing the door. Everything is fine, he replied coolly. Then remembered the purpose of his outing and retrieved a small wooden box containing a pill from his storage ring, handing it to Yu Guan. By the way, Uncle Guan, this is for you. Yu Guan instinctively opened the box to find a dark pill inside, raising an eyebrow in confusion as he asked, what is this? I previously gave you a rare herb, the Qitong Tianjiu. This pill is meant to temper the potency of that herb when you consume it. Yu Jiuxian explained nonchalantly from his seat. Upon hearing this, Yu Guan and Gue Mei's expressions shifted through a spectrum of emotions. It took Yu Guan a moment to regain his composure before he spoke, his tone a mixture of surprise, concern, and uncertainty. My dear Jiuyu. Without hesitation, Yu Jiuxian answered clearly, yes, I have recovered. On the way back, he had contemplated whether to inform his two uncles of this news, knowing that their attitudes toward him would render such information beneficial. However, after witnessing the demeanor of the four soul saints, he felt uneasy. fearing they might inadvertently let slip something detrimental. Thus, he resolved to inform his uncles, providing them with clarity and alleviating their worries. Since your child is well, it is best for Gue Mei and Yu Guan to inquire directly from the source. I heard you and Yuan Gao were attacked by men in black on your return? At this question, Yu Jiuxian shook his head. No, that is false. False? Yu Guan looked puzzled at Yu Jiuxian, wondering why such a rumor would be circulated if there had been no attack. Yu Jiuxian licked his parched lips and slowly revealed a piece of information that would leave his uncles in shock. That day, the one who confronted Uncle Guan was me. Yu Guan inhaled sharply upon hearing those words, his heart exclaiming in disbelief. What? Although he had not exerted his full strength that day, he had still employed about 60% of his capabilities. Yet, the child had managed to withstand his attack without even summoning his martial spirit, relying solely on his bare hands. At that moment, he had thought the child possessed some skill, but now, all that remained was an overwhelming sense of concern. He hurried to examine the child, only for the latter to deftly evade his approach. Yu Jiuxian, smiling, reassured them multiple times that there was no cause for alarm, allowing their anxious hearts to settle slightly. Noticing their somber expressions, Yu Jiuxian quickly shifted the topic. Uncle Guan, have you yet to meet the Pope? Upon their return, they had intended to visit their own child, thinking they would meet the Pope afterward. Little did they know their child would astonish them so greatly with his abilities. Yu Guan, somewhat irked, replied, Not yet, but we will soon. However, Yu Jiuxian was indifferent to such matters. These two uncles, formidable outside, were akin to ordinary individuals at home, sipping tea and engaging in leisurely conversation. If he were present, there would be an additional element of playful rivalry. After resuming his seat, he cast a worried glance at them. Uncle Guan, what will happen if the mission fails? Knowing the child feared that they might face the Pope's wrath because of him, Yu Guan reined in his icy demeanor, reasoning that at most, they would receive a reprimand. Yu Jiuxian fell silent, uncertain whether to believe this. After a while, Yu Jiuxian spoke solemnly. Uncle Guan, if the Pope inquires about the black-clad assailants who attacked me, steer the conversation toward the ones I impersonated. Though the time, place, and characters matched, Yu Guan hesitated, concerned that this might expose Yu Jiuxian. Yu Jiuxian's gaze drifted toward the azure sky outside. Over the years, despite never having direct contact or conversation with the Pope, he had gleaned some understanding of him through the words of Uncle Guan and Uncle Gue. Gradually, he discerned that the Pope bore a resemblance to his former self in certain aspects. If they were alike, how could he not know how to deal with the Pope? He repositioned his arms behind him on the bed, gripping the blanket tightly, and offered Uncle Guan an affirmative response. It is feasible. With such unwavering confidence from his child, Yu Guan decided to proceed accordingly, knowing that if trouble arose, they would support him. However, he glanced at the fatigued child and asked, Do you plan to maintain this charade indefinitely? If that were the case, it would be better to deliver a blow to him, rendering him truly foolish. He straightened his posture to share some of his subsequent plans with Uncle Guan. I won't maintain this act forever. Once the finals conclude, my plans will be complete. Complete after the finals? What about the interim period? Yu Guan cast a silent glance at the enigmatic Uncle Gue, confirming that he was still present, and then solemnly inquired of his child, What do you intend to do? Yu Jiuxian lowered his gaze. To be frank, he had not considered divulging his plans to his two uncles. Had it not been for the fear of any unforeseen circumstances involving the Four Soul Saints, he would not have revealed that he had regained his consciousness. As the one who had raised him, Yu Guan could somewhat perceive his thoughts. He sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Just tell us when you regained your awareness. There was nothing to conceal about that. And Yu Jiuxian replied candidly. It was after I woke from a 2-month coma. Was it that instance? Yu Guan chuckled lightly, recalling the previous tense atmosphere. You certainly have some courage. Uncle Gue, however, seemed less attuned to such nuances, abruptly dousing Yu Jiuxian with a bucket of cold water. Shrek is also participating in the finals. How do you plan to handle that? Will you confront them? Yu Jiuxian nodded. Yes, we must confront them. What else can we do? There will be many complications on the Pope's side. Although Uncle Gue had a tendency to disrupt the mood, he genuinely cared for Yu Jiuxian. If you do not wish to, Sensing where Uncle Gue was headed, Yu Jiuxian hastily interrupted. No, Uncle Guan, Uncle Gue. Please no. No. Why not? Yu Jiuxian clasped his hands behind his back and, out of their sight, pinched himself sharply, instantly regaining some clarity. He organized his thoughts and explained, "You have already done enough for me. Over these years, I have been rather idle. It is time I manage my own affairs without continually relying on you." However, this reasoning evidently did not serve as a valid excuse for Yu Guan and Uncle Gue to relent. "You are our child. What is wrong with us providing support?" In response, Yu Jiuxian shook his head, forcing a smile. "Uncle Guan, you know I do not wish to burden you." At this juncture, he paused to observe his uncle's expressions, gritted his teeth, and continued speaking. Regarding the notion of not causing trouble, Yu Jiuxian hesitated, lowered his gaze to assess his uncle's faces, clenched his teeth, and resumed, "Though you have never disclosed my origins, I can surmise that you have done more than enough for me." This revelation took Yu Guan and Uncle Gue by surprise. They had believed their concealment was flawless, unaware that the child had perceived their subtleties. Yu Guan closed his eyes, his gaze heavy with gravity. After a deep breath to regain composure, he reopened his eyes to address the child before him. "Very well. You may proceed as you see fit, but know that we will always stand by your side. We are your steadfast support." Uncle Gue was taken aback by his brother's words, but refrained from arguing. After all, the child had matured, and they were growing older. They could not perpetually serve as the child's shield, nor should the child be hindered in his progress because of them. Seeing that his two uncles had acquiesced, Yu Jiuxian smiled. "I understand," just as he prepared to remind them of their impending meeting with the Pope. Yu Guan and Uncle Gue stood up in unison to speak again. "We have one final question." "What is it?" Yu Jiuxian queried, puzzled, as he thought they had already addressed everything, reflecting inwardly on whether he had overlooked something. Before he could speculate further, Yu Guan stated, "Your health." "Ah, it is about my health." Yu Jiuxian shrugged nonchalantly, replying with an air of ease, "I have ways to suppress it, as long as I do not overexert myself. Living for another decade, or so, should pose no issue." Although for someone of his age, 10 years remained a brief span, it was considerably longer than the 2 years mentioned by the Pope. Yet, based on their understanding of the child, it was improbable that he would refrain from excess. Thus, they countered, "What if you do overexert yourself?" "If I do overexert?" Yu Jiuxian pondered, hesitating before responding. "It will mean a few less days. At most a few months." This discrepancy in time nearly left the two Douluos breathless, almost sending them back to the west. No wonder he had previously claimed that he could endure for 10 years despite knowing he would not refrain from excess. He had evidently already resigned himself to that fact. Yu Guan inhaled deeply, resigning himself to the notion that, in life, following one's heart was paramount. He lifted his eyelids and wearily remarked, "As long as you are happy." Yu Jiuxian forced a smile. After speaking, he had contemplated various outcomes, including the possibility of Uncle Guan erupting in fury. After he finished speaking, he was scolded by Uncle Guan for being too frivolous. He had contemplated various possibilities, yet he never anticipated that Uncle Guan would ultimately tell him that his happiness was of paramount importance. He sniffled, retrieving a small red-purple box from his storage ring that resembled the one he had given Uncle Guan. "This is for you, Gue Shu," he said, handing it over. Gue Mei opened it and discovered that it contained a small black pill, identical to the one Moon Jiuxian had given to Moon Guan. However, he wondered why he was given this when he had not consumed the Qirong Tong Tianju. Moon Jiuxian, observing Gue Shu's puzzled expression, clarified that while they appeared similar, their effects were different. This particular elixir was beneficial for strengthening the body. He had crafted it using the Qirong Tong Tianju after obtaining the storage ring. Initially intended for Uncle Guan, but due to a series of mishaps, he had inadvertently given him a genuine celestial herb instead. In fact, since acquiring the storage ring, he had been attempting to refine elixirs from various herbs contained within it. After a decade-long hiatus, his skills had dulled, resulting in numerous failures. The elixir he prepared for Xiao Haidang was among the first successful batches. Later, he took some time to organize the herbs in the ring, managing to refine a few that were still relatively intact. The last time Yuan Gao sought him out, he happened to be in the midst of preparation and had not completed the refining process. After he finally succeeded, he had not found an appropriate opportunity to present it, leaving it stored away in the ring. Subsequently, he experienced a lapse in memory. Although he returned to Wuhuan City, he was oblivious to anything beyond indulging in enjoyment. During his journey to the setting sun, he inadvertently noticed Uncle Guan's martial spirit resembled the celestial herb in his storage ring and gifted him a genuine celestial herb. Once he regained his senses, he thought it was pointless to keep it since he had already given so much, so he decided to save the refined elixir. After all, consuming celestial herbs could yield unexpected results, and taking too much at once could be detrimental, as medicine often harbors toxicity. Thus, he seized this opportunity to find a remedy that would balance the herbal properties for Uncle Guan. He also did not waste the elixir on the way back. He tinkered with it for a while, enhancing its potency, preparing to present it to Gue Shu. Today's atmosphere was indeed fitting for such a gift. However, upon hearing it was a body-strengthening elixir, Gue Mei merely glanced at it and returned it to Moon Jiuxian, stating that it seemed more beneficial for him. Moon Jiuxian insisted, saying, "It won't be of any use to me, so you should keep it." Upon hearing this, Gue Mei no longer deferred and quietly accepted the small box, acknowledging the child's goodwill, especially since Moon Guan had one too. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, and Yuan Gao announced that the Pope was urging them. Moon Guan gently patted the child's shoulder and said, "You must be tired from the journey. Rest well while we head to see the Pope." Moon Jiuxian nodded eagerly. Watching them depart and hearing the door click shut, he sat cross-legged against the wall, focusing his mind. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand to his chest, and coughed up a mouthful of blood onto the floor, feeling as if he had been pulled from the depths of water. Since returning, he had been attempting to regulate his energy, but just as Moon Guan and the others returned unexpectedly, he did not wish for them to discover his injury, forcing himself to suppress the partially adjusted energy. Heaven knows that this was no different from disrupting one's practice. Had Uncle Guan not left swiftly, he feared he would have revealed his condition. Fortunately, that was not the case, but these next few days would likely be quite challenging. He wondered if he could recover before the finals in a few days and felt a sense of unease. He hoped to navigate through it smoothly. 2 days later, Shrek and the other 14 teams, led by the Cardinal, arrived in Wuhuan City. Since their resting place was a hotel in the western part of the city, they took in many sights along the way. Their astonishment was undeniable, but if asked to summarize their impressions, they would surely say the city was heavily fortified and that every citizen seemed to bear arms. However, one person felt differently, Mo shouting. She leaned out of the carriage, squinting to survey the unfamiliar city, but she felt little excitement. Unlike her companions, her thoughts lingered on what her brother had mentioned last time at the Tiando Tea House. He had said he joined an academy, though she had no idea which one, and she envied those who could fight alongside him. After a fragrant stick of incense, the 15 Soul Master teams from Tiando reached their accommodations, which had been closed for 3 days. As the headmaster of Shrek, Flinder collected the keys to their rooms at the front desk. After the Cardinal departed, Flinder distributed the keys to his students and quietly instructed them to stay on the same floor, with 2 students sharing each room, assuring them that they could call for help if needed. Understood, the students replied in unison, well aware of the journey's perils. Observing them congregating in the hall like a rowdy crowd, Flinder waved his hand and said, "All right, if there's nothing else, disperse." Mo shouting nodded and glanced at the room number in her hand as she headed toward the room she shared with Ma Hongjun. Along the way, she noticed Tao Tao's distracted demeanor and instinctively asked, "Xiao Tian Tian, where are you going?" Hearing the familiar voice, Mo Xiaotang rubbed her temples and replied, "I'm just going to rest for a bit." Seeing the dark circles under her eyes and sensing her impatience, Tao Tao apologized. "Then you should hurry." Mo Xiaotang nodded and continued toward her room. Once Mo Xiaotang left, Xiao Wu, who had just finished speaking with someone, linked arms with Tao Tao and asked, "What's going on with you and Mo Xiaotang? Is there something on her mind? Something on her mind?" Tao Tao recalled fragmented images in her mind. Seeing her companion hesitate, Xiao Wu quickly said, "If it's inconvenient to share, it's okay. It's not that it's inconvenient. I just have this feeling that something significant will happen in Wuhuan City." Tao Tao shook her head at this and explained to Xiao Wu, who was also a soul beast. Master said that the Royal Academy, which is favored by Tiando, should not be underestimated, but we cannot afford to be careless with the teams sponsored by the Wuhuan Temple. However, to Xiao Wu, the people from the Wuhuan Temple seemed no great threat. Although her intuition was unrelated to what Xiao Wu said, hearing her words lifted Tao Tao's spirits. As for any potential misfortune, why dwell on it? They would face challenges as they came. They were a large group after all. She let out a sigh of relief, pulling Xiao Wu's hand as they turned to gaze at Tang San, smiling as she said, "Let us refrain from discussing such disheartening matters, Xiao Wu. Do you and Xiao San share this sentiment?" Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed a light shade of pink, but before she could finish her shy response, a thunderous roar interrupted them. This exclamation shattered the carefully cultivated mood, leaving Xiao Wu bewildered as she inquired, "What is happening?" Chapter 240, Matters Before the Finals, 3. Taozi also placed a hand on her forehead, realizing that the two girls had finally engaged in a somewhat awkward conversation, only to be abruptly interrupted. She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Fatty, you better have a very good reason for this." Others were also drawn to the commotion caused by Fatty's voice, as they watched Taozi drag Xiao Wu upstairs in a fit of rage. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged a glance and followed suit. In the corridor on the second floor, though they were uncertain of Fatty's whereabouts, Taozi could easily locate him by the continuous shouts echoing through the halls. She approached room 102 and boldly pushed open the door without knocking. "Fatty, what are you doing? Shouting so loudly? Are you trying to reach the heavens?" Though Fatty was not yet visible, he felt the heat of her words and instinctively shrank back. Catching sight of Mo Xiaotang, he pulled the two girls inside just before they could kick him, quickly offering an explanation. It was Xiaotang who suddenly revealed a soul bone, and I was taken aback. Soul bone? Dai Mubai, who had just arrived, raised an eyebrow at their conversation while Tang San, being more observant, turned to Mo Xiaotang and asked, "Xiaotang, is this not the soul bone you possessed? Why are you so surprised?" Mo Xiaotang gazed at the right arm soul bone in her hands, her expression blank as she murmured, "I had indeed obtained a soul bone earlier, but I gifted it to ninth brother." "You gifted a soul bone?" Dai Mubai nodded sharply, fully aware of the rarity of soul bones, a fact known to each of them present. Moreover, to his knowledge, Mo Xiaotang had never absorbed any soul bone. Thus, the revelation that she had given away her only soul bone to Yu Jiuxian was astonishing. Fatima Hongjun, standing beside Mo Xiaotang, was equally astonished, recalling countless individuals he had heard of who had gone to great lengths, even resorting to murder for the sake of a soul bone. He shook his head in amazement, exclaiming, "Xiaotang, your love for your brother is truly profound." Xiao Wu, standing opposite Taozi, glanced at both Taozi and Mo Xiaotang before quietly warning, "Fatty." Yet Fatty, oblivious, asked in confusion, "What is it?" Xiao Wu took small steps towards him, reiterating, "Did you not notice the strange looks on Taozi and Mo Xiaotang's faces?" Fatty glanced over and indeed noticed the unusual expressions. He had heard concerning rumors circulating within the academy, but he never anticipated the reactions of the individuals involved would be so intense. He quickly wiped the smile off his face and attempted to change the subject, asking Mo Xiaotang, "So, is this soul bone the one you had before?" Those present had shared trials together, and Mo Xiaotang recognized that Fatty meant no harm. She nodded in response. "It seems to be." Dai Mubai stroked his chin, summarizing, "Then it is likely that the great immortal secretly returned it." At this, Mo Xiaotang touched the soul bone, her thoughts drifting to her brother, softly murmuring, "Brother." Taozi clenched her hands behind her back, biting her lip to steady her emotions before slowly asking, "What will you do with this soul bone, Xiao Tian? What to do?" After contemplating the soul bone for a moment, Mo Xiaotang finally replied, "I shall absorb it, since my brother secretly returned it to me. If I try to give it back, he surely would refuse." Moreover, as they drew closer to Wuhuan City, an unsettling feeling grew within her. If she absorbed this soul bone, her strength would also increase. Chapter 241, Matters Before the Finals, 4. In the event of danger, she could spare her companions some trouble. Tang Sen listened attentively to their discussion, catching a detail he found peculiar. "Have you not noticed something?" "What?" The 5 individuals in the room, excluding him, asked in unison. Tang San observed the genuine confusion in their eyes before slowly pointing out, this soul bone was originally in the possession of the great immortal. When we set off for Wuhuan City, Xiao Tang did not discover it. How is it that she found it here? His words were clear, and Dai Mubai immediately realized. The great immortal must have appeared along the way. However, they had all traveled together, and someone must have interacted with him, placing something on him without them noticing. Yet, nothing was absolute. Tang San further elucidated. What about the figure in black? The figure in black? Oh, right. Ma Hongjun, recalling Tang San's pointed hints, finally understood. They usually stayed together, but the situation on the official road was different. With so many people attacking them, their focus had primarily been on their adversaries. Leaving the figure in black and Xiao Tang in close proximity, he chuckled as he sat on the bed, saying, I wondered why that figure in black was always protecting Xiao Tang. Turns out it was the great immortal. Observing Mo Xiao Tang's expression, Dai Mubai revealed another clue. Xiao Tang, did you already know that was the great immortal? Montag si Tang Zeiten Frustration. Realizing that the matter had reached a point where she could no longer divert the topic, she nodded yes at that time. My brother instructed me not to mention his presence, so I did not tell you. Although you now know, I ask that you do not speak of his appearance. What is this? Everyone present readily agreed, understood. Wuhuan City, Golden Generation Training Ground. Hulaina rested her chin on her hand. Her expression languid as she observed the 2 lively individuals beside her. She spoke, they have arrived, right? The 2 present. One a devoted brother to his sister, and the other exhibiting traits of a devoted spouse, promptly responded, yes, they arrived today. Hearing this, Hulaina gazed at the floor, lost in thought. As the mood representative among the trio, Xiaoyu playfully pulled Yin closer, wrapping an arm around Hulaina's neck as he whispered, I heard they're staying at a hotel in the west of the city. Should we go pay them a visit? Without a moment's hesitation, Hulaina declined. We will see them in 3 days. Why the rush? Xiaoyu, feeling wronged by her resolute refusal, protested, I just want to find something to occupy my sister's mind. Why are you so agitated? Hulaina understood her brother's intentions, but found their suggestion to be frivolous. After offering a perfunctory consolation, she turned to ask, so, where is Xiaojiao? Since his return, she had not seen him come to join them in merriment. Finally confronted with the question, Xiaoyu swallowed hard and discreetly moved a distance away with his close friend before quietly saying, according to Grandpa Yu, he is still in his room, feeling unwell and resting. Upon hearing the words, not feeling well, Hulaina reacted as though a cat had stepped on her tail, her temper flaring suddenly. Chapter 242, the final before the championship, relaxing the muscles. 1. Listening to Xiao Jiuer's discomfort, Hulaina instantly flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Why did you only tell me now? She swiftly grabbed a towel nearby to wipe away the sweat from her recent training, adeptly pulling along Xiaoyu and Yin as she hurried to check on the child. Although she was aware that Hulaina's feelings for a certain someone were merely those of friendship and sisterhood, Yan's long-standing jealousy surged forth uncontrollably. Thus, he was reluctantly tugged along by his beloved, slowly rising to his feet and muttering just loud enough for Hulaina to hear, "Yes, perfectly fine." However, this did not capture Hulaina's attention. Instead, Xiaoyu, following behind them, curiously asked, "What makes you say that?" "What makes me say that?" Yin, crossing his arms, coldly replied, "That kid eats more each day. A truly sick person couldn't manage such feats. Just think about it. Given the appetite of Yu Jiuxian, it's a bit terrifying." To spare his brother's feelings, Xiaoyu wisely refrained from voicing his thoughts and merely nodded in agreement. At the same time, in the Douluo residence, Yu Guan retrieved a milk-white jade pendant he had kept for nearly 14 years. As his fingers traced the engraved words on the pendant, memories of a small child without arms flooded back to him. He recalled the first time he met that child during a winter when the little one had been frozen for an unknown duration, his body turning an alarming shade of purple. After bringing him back, he had even asked Lao Gui if the child would survive. Unexpectedly, 14 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and that child was now nearly as tall as them. Taking a deep breath, he raised his head. Initially, he intended to gather his spirits, but unexpectedly, Through the window, he observed Yuan Gao entering the child's room with a large plate of food. If his memory served him right, this was the 15th plate Yuan Gao had brought in that morning. While it could be said that the child's other martial soul was a representative of gluttony, he couldn't help but wonder if such consumption was truly safe. Holding the jade pendant tightly, Yuan exited his quarters and made his way toward his child's room. Since Yuan Gao had just entered with food and the door was left ajar, he gently pushed it open. Upon seeing the numerous empty plates before the child, his lips twitched. Although he was fully aware of how much the child had eaten, witnessing it firsthand still left him somewhat astonished. Once Yuan Gao finished tidying up and left, Yuan could not help but inquire, "Xiaojiu, are you truly fine after consuming so much?" Upon hearing the voice, Yu Jiuxian finally lifted his head from his meal, setting down the chicken leg and shaking his head. "To be honest, not only is there no problem, but it's also beneficial for my body. Uncle Guan, you know that the powers within me are chaotic. The two forces currently clashing are the energies from my dual martial souls." Yu Guan's eyes widened in surprise. "Is it really the power stemming from the incompatibility of your martial souls? Logically speaking, the Pope should not have overlooked such an issue. Otherwise, she would have noticed at the time. Dual martial souls are a rarity, something to be envied by many. Yet, it seemed to have become a burden for his child." Chapter 243, the final before the championship. Relaxing the muscles, too, the enviable dual martial souls had turned into a burden for his child, leaving Yu Guan both amused and exasperated. However, the Pope's original words indicated that three forces existed within his child. Among them, two were at odds, clashing violently. The fact that his child had not succumbed to a violent explosion was due to the presence of another gentle force protecting him. The former was indeed the power resulting from the incompatibility of his martial souls. But what about the latter? After all, it was his own body. He was acutely aware of where it hurt and where discomfort arose. Yet, when he posed this question, Yu Jiuxian shrugged. He genuinely had no clarity on it. However, one thing was certain. That force was not, as the Pope suggested, the reason he had not perished. That was utter nonsense. It sounded as though that force had always been present. In reality, it had manifested after he hunted for martial souls and sustained injuries. All right? Furthermore, the reason he had not perished was due to his relentless efforts in harmonizing the energies over the years. Though the force was indeed gentle and aided in balancing the two conflicting powers within him, it was ultimately negligible. It had even left him feeling somewhat dazed for several months, which was hardly beneficial. Wait a moment. Had he lost his memory after that force appeared? And when he regained his memory, that force seemed to fade away gradually. It appeared he had inadvertently stumbled upon something significant. However, weren't they just discussing the issue of eating? How had they veered so far off track? Such weighty topics could wait for another time. For now, he would consume another chicken leg to calm his nerves and steer the conversation back. By the way, Uncle Guan, my eating is not aimless. It's to soothe the beast martial soul's energy, preventing it from becoming overly agitated. Upon hearing that it could pacify the power of the Tao Tai, Yu Guan's eyes sparkled with interest, completely oblivious to the shift in topic. He merely pondered why his child had to endure such trials, all stemming from the turmoil within. If the energies were calmed, perhaps his child, Yu Jiuxian, sitting across from his uncle, could guess his thoughts. Yet, he had a clear answer. It was impossible. The energies clashed recklessly within him. To illustrate poorly, it was akin to a person rolling on the ground. When one rolls, their clothes inevitably rub against the floor. If interrupted in time, perhaps there would be no consequences. However, over time, the signs of wear become evident. What good would it do to say stop at that point? It merely distinguished between slightly tattered and completely ruined. The same applied to him. The damage inflicted upon his body by those two forces had already occurred. Even if he did nothing, he would eventually meet his end when the time arrived. However, he would never voice these thoughts to his uncle. After all, when one strives for something with hope, to reveal that it is all in vain would be too hurtful. Observing the glimmer of expectation in his uncle's eyes, he smiled and picked up a piece of pork belly, enjoying it with rice. Meanwhile, Yu Guan did not dwell on his thoughts for long. As a knock at the door interrupted him, it was Yuan Gao coming to deliver a message. "Knock, knock. Young master, The Saintess is asking if you would like to go out and play. Chapter 244, Going Out to Relax. Xiao Jiao gets drunk. 1. Just as Yuan Gao placed the empty plates he had collected from his young master's room into the kitchen, he was stopped by the hurriedly approaching Hulaina. Yuan Gao, how is Xiao Jiao? Although the young master at home played quite well with them, their genuine concern was solely for their own young master. However, Yuan Gao was uncertain whether to inform them that the young master had regained his memory. To avoid feigning childishness, he had intentionally spread the news about feeling unwell while at home. After much hesitation, Yuan Gao made up his mind and found an appropriate way to convey the message. Upon hearing this, Hulaina immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, Xiaoyu and Yin, perhaps due to their masculine perspectives, thought of another matter. They had heard that Yu Jiuxian had been cooped up in his room ever since he returned. Although they had never believed that the young lad was truly troubled, Hulaina took this to heart. Now that he had finally overcome his difficulties, it was essential for him to step outside. After all, a living person confined indoors for too long could easily become unwell. Thus, Yin proposed that with only 3 days left until the finals, they should invite Xiao Jiao out for some fresh air. This was certainly agreeable, but required the consent of the person involved. Hulaina turned to the expressionless Yuan Gao and asked if he could inquire whether Xiao Jiao would like to join them. Yuan Gao nodded and went to deliver the message without any emotional embellishments. This led to the situation where Yu Guan and Yu Jiuxian were interrupted, one lost in thought and the other savoring his meal. Upon hearing that Hulaina wished for him to come out and have fun, Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. Considering he had been indoors for several days, it was indeed time for him to stretch his legs. After finishing the last bite of meat on his plate, Yu Jiuxian looked at his Uncle Guan and said, "I'm heading out, Uncle Guan." Yuan Guan nodded in agreement, but just as he was about to consent, he glanced at the item in his hand. He looked at the child who was about to push the door open and, recalling his poor memory, quickly called out, "Wait a moment, Xiao Jiao." Yu Jiuxian turned back in confusion. "This is for you. Keep it safe." As Yuan Guan rose swiftly to hand over the fan-shaped jade pendant, Yu Jiuxian recognized it as something he had worn around his neck during infancy. He remembered how his Uncle Guan had been astonished upon seeing it. Why was it being given back to him now? Adhering to the principle of not feigning ignorance while avoiding revealing his reincarnation, he asked directly, "Uncle Guan, why are you giving me a jade pendant?" Yuan Guan hesitated before speaking about the young master's lineage. Just as Yu Jiuxian was about to dismiss the topic as inconvenient, Yuan Guan elaborated. "This is rightfully yours. It is a family heirloom. When you were too young, if the Pope discovered it, you and your family would have been in peril. However, times have changed. You have grown, and this should naturally be returned to you. Being discovered would lead to danger?" Yu Jiuxian carefully examined the unassuming object. The jade was of excellent quality, milky white, and fan-shaped, with intricate patterns on the front resembling those on his Lingwen fan, while the back was inscribed with the characters for Lingwen. Moreover, he noticed that, apart from its aesthetic appeal, it contained a vast reservoir of energy, akin to the trinket he had given to Xiao Haidang during his amnesia. The reason he referred to them as similar was that the one in his hand took considerable time to craft, while the one he had gifted appeared ordinary but was simpler to make and held significant power. In comparison, the latter was more practical. Since he was already wearing one around his neck, he casually stowed the newly received jade pendant into his spatial ring, considering that he and Uncle Guan were now free from worries. Hulaina was still waiting outside, so after exchanging brief pleasantries with Uncle Guan, he turned to leave. An incense stick later, on the streets of Wuhuan City, 4 striking youths walked side by side, initially forming a beautiful scene, yet marred by the ominous figure of a man in black trailing behind them. Nevertheless, they remained largely unaffected, engaging in lively conversation. Xiaoyu, while admiring the bustling street, inquired, "Are we just going to keep walking like this? A brief stroll is fine, but after a while, it will undoubtedly become tedious." Hearing this, Hulaina turned to him and asked, "What, do you have a place in mind?" Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances and shook their heads. "Not really," Xiaoyu admitted. "We've been quite busy these past few days, and now that we finally have some time off, we find ourselves somewhat aimless." Hulaina noticed the oblivious expression on Yu Jiuxian's face and and recalled that when they sought out Yuan Gao, he had just emerged from the kitchen. It was likely that Yu Jiuxian had been eating at that time. Given that the young lad had been eating quite a bit lately, she wondered if they had called him out too abruptly. With this thought, Hulaina clasped her hands and proposed, "Let's bring Yuan Gao, the skilled chef, up the mountain for some fun." Considering his own empty stomach, Yu Jiuxian readily agreed, seeing this as a splendid idea. Transitioning to the mountains, the youths purchased fine wines, gathered an abundance of fruits and vegetables, prepared deliciously seasoned rabbit meat, and set up a bonfire. Ultimately, they entrusted the culinary tasks to Yuan Gao, whose skills could transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Yu Jiuxian had prepared for a delightful night of feasting and drinking. Yet he did not anticipate that Hulaina and the others would still be as poor at handling alcohol as they were 10 years ago. As soon as the food was laid out, their faces flushed, and they quickly lost their senses. Hulaina, in particular, was fine. After drinking, she collapsed and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Yin, even when awake, were hardly composed. It was unrealistic to expect them to behave when intoxicated. They leaned against each other, animatedly discussing everything under the sun. Yu Jiuxian let out a sigh, having just begun to adjust to their antics when they finally settled down. This left him feeling an indescribable frustration. Nevertheless, since they were friends, he begrudgingly covered them each with a blanket. After preparing everything, Yu Jiuxian lifted a jar of wine, watching them drink while occasionally chiming in with a remark as he savored the meat. Suddenly, he heard Xiaoyu proclaim, "Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Cheers!" Yu Jiuxian shook his head, internally grumbling about their current state, yet realizing that Xiaoyu was the hidden heavy drinker among them. Then he heard Yin, seriously holding Xiaoyu, declare, "No, I confess. Laina, I like you." Ah, the sincerity of Yin's affections. Yu Jiuxian subdued the two of them, silently assessing the situation. It seemed that Yin truly harbored feelings for Laina. They say that alcohol brings forth truth, and even in their drunken state, Yan's thoughts were consumed by Hulaina. He couldn't help but wonder how Yin would react upon waking and realizing that his heartfelt confession was directed at Xiaoyu. However, before indulging in his schadenfreude, he deemed it more prudent to manage the situation at hand. Otherwise, he would have to bear witness to their drunken antics throughout the night. With this thought, he grabbed a nearby blanket and securely wrapped their limbs within it. When his gaze fell upon Hulaina, he hesitated for a brief moment before resolutely picking up the blanket and approaching her. After all, they were siblings, although she appeared calm at present. It could well be the tranquility before a storm, and she might erupt at any moment. Just as he was about to take action, he noticed Hulaina turning over, murmuring, "Xiao Jiuer, you will be all right." At her words, Yu Jiuxian's hand froze in place. Meanwhile, Yuan Gao, who was roasting meat nearby, observed the three of them swaying about and the motionless Yu Jiuxian and could not help but call out, "Young master?" This single utterance snapped Yu Jiuxian back to reality. Perhaps due to the volume of Yuan Gao's voice, it awakened the alcohol within him, and he suddenly yearned to confide in someone, to express the unspoken words that had been bottled up in his heart over the years. He walked over to Yuan Gao and sat down, lifting the wine jug at his feet as he said, "Yuan Gao, I suddenly thought of something." Yuan Gao, still bewildered, asked, "What is it?" After taking a generous swig of wine, Yu Jiuxian gazed at the twinkling stars in the dark sky, reflecting, "Love knows not its origin, yet it runs deep. Love knows not its end, yet it leads to ruin." This sentiment was utterly uncharacteristic of the child he had come to know, leaving Yuan Gao momentarily speechless, stuttering. Yet, Yu Jiuxian did not expect the wooden Yuan Gao to say anything profound, for he himself was unsure of the meaning behind his own words, despite the fact that many of his current circumstances were orchestrated by his own hand. An inexplicable sadness enveloped him. He inhaled deeply, consuming another mouthful of wine, as if it could soothe the anguish and sorrow within him. Only when the final drop of wine slipped down his throat did he continue, "What standard do people use to judge the goodness or wickedness of an individual?" Yuan Gao, somewhat hazy, replied vaguely, "Perhaps it's based on the wrongdoings one commits." This response was not entirely incorrect, yet it caused Yu Jiuxian to widen his dreamy eyes. as though he had heard something unfathomable. He tossed aside the wine jug and lunged at Yuan Gao, exclaiming, "Then why was I labeled a villain the moment I was born?" It was absurd to claim that a tiny infant could commit any wrongdoing. Moreover, if they had not treated him in such a manner, how could he have ever engaged in those misdeeds? Gripping Yuan Gao tightly, he struggled to ask, "If I say I am not wicked, would you believe me?" Without hesitation, Yuan Gao nodded, "I believe you." He believes? Yet, he was uncertain whether he should rely on others to believe in him. As he lay helplessly on the ground, gazing at the stars, his eyes were devoid of any light. Sometimes I truly envy him. We were born together, yet the world deems me as the villain and him as the virtuous one. Yu Jiuxian lay on the cold ground, contemplating their evaluations of that person, before expressing, "I genuinely envy him." However, that individual told me I need not feel envy. He said, "If I cared deeply, we could exchange lives." Hearing the choked voice of his young master, Yuan Gao felt a pang in his heart, whispering, "Young master." Tears streamed from the corners of Yu Jiuxian's eyes, echoing his subsequent words, "He is gone, no longer here." Although Yuan Gao felt a deep sense of sympathy, he found it difficult to comprehend. Even though this young master was brought to him by his own master, in terms of treatment and affection, his master had provided this child with the best of everything. Having been by his master's side for many years, Yuan Gao had come to understand that his master was very prideful, some words his master would not express. Nevertheless, it was evident that his master held this child in high regard. Furthermore, before this young master awakened his martial soul and ventured out to learn, he had been under constant protection. Indeed, this young master had not been given the opportunity to be bullied. As for rumors, although the outside world peddled unflattering tales, Yuan Gao did his utmost to shield this young master from hearing them and discreetly dealt with them. Once this young master turned 6 and went out, it became even less likely for him to hear such things. As he grew older, being a powerful young master, he was more likely to bully others than to be bullied himself. The notion that someone could bully him was utterly absurd, especially during his amnesiac period. Regardless, such thoughts were secondary. The group of youths was now intoxicated, and it was best to take them back first. "Young master, you are drunk. Let me take you back," Yuan Gao said, slipping his arm around the child's neck and lifting him. Meanwhile, Yu Jiuxian, completely inebriated, continued to confide in Yuan Gao. "I miss him so much, but that fellow is nowhere to be found. However, I did find someone who resembles him closely. Yet, I feel uneasy as if..." Upon hearing someone speak half a sentence, Yuan Gao instinctively inquired, "What do you feel? What's wrong?" Yu Jiuxian lowered his gaze, though his ensuing words lacked confidence. He was fearful, terrified that he could not protect that little one. Not hearing a response, Yuan Gao glanced down at the visibly despondent child, offering reassurance, "No matter what, we are by your side. Nothing will happen. You can rest easy." Hearing this, Yu Jiuxian closed his heavy eyelids and, before consciousness slipped away, uttered one final remark. How wonderful it would have been if you had fought alongside him from the beginning. As he approached the estate, glancing back at the now slumbering child, Yuan Gao found himself pondering whether to voice a particular expletive. It was akin to a captivating tale wherein the storyteller, having engaged the audience's full attention, abruptly announces, "Please tune in next time. If you're going to tell a story, tell in its entirety." Having spoken only half of it, piquing the audience's curiosity, only to fall silent as the listener drifts off. What kind of conclusion is that? Yuan Gao took a deep breath, considering the 3 from the golden generation still asleep on the desolate mountain peak, and hurriedly carried the child to summon assistance. The moment Yu Jiuxian was laid upon the bed, the previously slumbering child abruptly opened his eyes. In the holy hall, mutual exchanges were about to commence. After all, perhaps he had not noticed that he adopted entirely different tones when addressing acquaintances and strangers. His relaxed demeanor towards this pot of flowers was undeniably genuine. "I mentioned to you that today I seem to have spotted a familiar face, the girl who once confessed to me. She, like you, possesses an endearing innocence, trusting anyone without hesitation. She had left while I was still at Shrek, and her whereabouts remain unknown. However, today I believe I caught sight of her. The finals are about to commence, and perhaps she has returned to visit her younger brother. Speaking of that little one, I cannot help but wonder how he has fared in my absence, whether he has faced any bullying. With his sister back, I feel somewhat reassured. As I spoke, Yu Jiuxian retrieved a watering can from his spatial ring and began to water the slightly parched white magnolia. Regarding that child, I harbor an indescribable feeling, an instinctive urge to protect him and treat him kindly. My sentiments towards him differ significantly from those I hold for you, for Xiao Xiao, for Bai Sha, and for Hu Laina, as well as for Tang San and the others. I had contemplated this before and thought it might be due to the child's purity. But is that truly the case? It seems not. When I face him, my once frozen heart warms, compelling me to conceal my darker side and present only my better self to him. The next day, after rolling over in bed a dozen times while clutching his head, Yu Jiuxian finally managed to rise. In truth, he wished to sleep a little longer, but Yuan Gao, standing at the head of his bed, would not permit it. For a youth who had just consumed alcohol and fought in 800 matches, this was nothing short of inhumane. Nevertheless, Yuan Gao, what brings you here so early? Yuan Gao paused momentarily before responding. In 2 days, the elite competition finals will commence, and His Holiness the Pope wishes to see you. See him? Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, sitting up wrapped in his blanket. What could an amnesiac fool like me possibly have to discuss with him? Hearing his young master berate him, Yuan Gao could not help but recall the last words spoken, his heart sinking and his expression darkening. Young master. Observing the burly man emitting cold air, Yu Jiuxian lowered his head and rubbed his nose, reluctantly conceding while clutching the blanket. Very well. Do you know what she wishes to see me about? Yuan Gao shook his head. His role was merely to convey the message. He had not been informed of the specifics. Yu Jiuxian narrowed his eyes, pulling off the blanket as he walked towards the washroom, inquiring whether she called only for him, or if Na and Xie were included as well. Yuan Gao clarified, following him to the washroom door and reporting quietly. She called only for you. After taking a battle shower, Yu Jiuxian donned clean clothes, admiring his handsome reflection in the mirror, and flashed an enchanting smile. Chapter 249. In the Pope's Hall, mutual exchange too. She called for me. This is indeed much more interesting. Since the Pope wished to speak with him privately, Yuan Gao halted his steps upon reaching the Pope's hall, delivering this large child. He tilted his head, rubbed his cheek, and adjusted his expression. To be honest, this was his first face-to-face meeting with Pope Bibi Dong. He hoped the encounter would be amicable. Observing the woman of the Throne Mountain, he feigned curiosity and asked, "Did you summon me for something?" Given her maternal instincts, the Pope did not hold it against him, but instead smiled warmly like a caring mother, gently asking, "Are you feeling nervous with the competition approaching?" Was her invitation merely for a simple chat? He returned her innocent smile, asking innocently, "What does it mean to be nervous?" Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong descended from her throne, her high heels clicking on the floor as she watched the white-haired boy retrieve a mask from his storage soul guide. "I heard you will be competing under the name Yin Chi Quan. Is that correct? Such a lovely name." Lovely? Yu Jiuxian rolled his eyes in disdain internally, but maintained a grin resembling that of a silly dog on his face. Really? I think so too. Of course. Bibi Dong had her own methods when dealing with minors. Had Yu Jiuxian not been aware of the sharpness hidden behind this woman's masked eyes and the depth of her intellect, he might have been deceived by her gentle demeanor. Glancing at the mask in Bibi Dong's hand, Yu Jiuxian feigned curiosity, asking, "What is this for?" "This," she explained, "is a mask. Wearing it will make you look very cool." Bibi Dong handed the mask to the curious Yu Jiuxian, patiently explaining, "If you like it, sister will gift it to you." Sister? Yu Jiuxian thought to himself, sitting on Douluo. How old is she now? Still calling herself my sister? She could easily be my grandmother, or at the very least, an aunt. In any case, she certainly does not qualify as a sister. Yet, as the saying goes, one must endure small grievances to achieve grand schemes. Thus, for the sake of this long-awaited performance, he decided to respond with feigned excitement. "Really, sister?" Bibi Dong, oblivious to his thoughts, nodded. "Of course, since you like it so much, you can wear it during the competition. Okay? Wear a mask during the competition?" So this was her intention. Yu Jiuxian tilted his head, confusion evident in his eyes. "Ah? Why?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes. Why? It was to prevent that group from recognizing him. If the master and the others recognized this child and revealed everything to him, the gradually recovering boy would surely follow along, right? What was sent before her would be hers. Did she think she could simply take away a little genius? Absolutely not. But could she express this to the child before her? Certainly not. She took a deep breath, summoning her patience accumulated over 800 years, and said, "Because the master Yu Jiuxian will be very swift." Acknowledging the truth, Yu Jiuxian reluctantly agreed. Very well then. Watching Bibi Dong, who believed she had succeeded, Yu Jiuxian pouted, feeling somewhat irritable. "Do you have anything else? If not, I will take my leave. Nothing else, you may go." With all matters addressed, Bibi Dong had no reason to keep the child any longer. She waved her hand, allowing him to depart. Observing the child's retreating figure, she mused. After conversing with this little one for so long, she had not detected any flaws. His intelligence must have truly returned. Hopefully, it is genuine and not mere pretense. Otherwise, this boy, not yet 14, would be far too formidable. Chapter 250. In the Pope's Hall, Mutual Exchange 3, as Yu Jiuxian emerged, tilting his head in contemplation. Yuan Gao, who had been leaning against the wall, hurried forward to greet him. Heaven knows how agonizing it was for him while his young master was inside. Unable to see what transpired within, he was filled with trepidation, fearing that his young master might succumb to the pressure and expose his regained memories. Once both of them had exited the Pope's Hall and noticed the absence of others, Yuan Gao anxiously inquired, "The Pope did not trouble you, did she?" Hearing the extreme anxiety and uncertainty in Yuan Gao's tone, Yu Jiuxian found it rather amusing. Having emerged unscathed, what could possibly have happened? Moreover, he was a person of grand designs. How could he allow a mere trivial difficulty to obliterate his progress? That would be rather petty, wouldn't it? Reflecting on the harmonious exchanges he had shared with Pope Bibi Dong in the Grand Hall, he crossed his arms and nodded. Their previous interactions could certainly be described as amicable. Thus, as Yu Jiuxian made his way home, he assured Yuan Gao, "Not at all. It was rather pleasant." In the depths of his heart, the ever-steadfast Yuan Gao was taken aback, as if waves were crashing within him, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Pleasant interaction? Despite this being their inaugural meeting, had they not been engaged in a subtle battle for years? Surely, they had both accumulated enough experience to recognize the underlying tension. Yet, upon their first encounter, they arrived at the conclusion of a harmonious relationship. Observing that Yu Jiuxian appeared sincere, Yuan Gao lowered his head, silently grappling with this revelation. Realizing his attempts at comprehension were futile, he swallowed hard and shifted the conversation. With the finals approaching the day after tomorrow and a day of rest ahead, does the young master have any plans? Unfamiliar with the finals format, Yu Jiuxian remained oblivious to any flaws in his statement, merely stretching his limbs and murmuring, "As it is the final day of rest before the finals, of course, I shall sleep." Although Yuan Gao successfully redirected the topic, he was truly impressed by Yu Jiuxian. Was it typical for children of this age to focus solely on eating, sleeping, and trivial amusements? Did they not entertain any thoughts beyond these simple pleasures? Or was it merely his young master who was so limited? Alas, what a troubling conundrum. As Yu Jiuxian and Yuan Gao entered the elder's residence, engaged in light-hearted banter, Mo Xiaotang, lurking in the shadows, turned to her companion Tao Zi. That must be the great immortal, surely. But why would he enter an elder's residence? Mo Xiaotang, already distracted, listened intently to her words, her head bowing in silence. The elder's residence was a prominent establishment within Wuhan City, and it was evident whose faction the elders belonged to. Thus, had her brother chosen the academy affiliated with the Wuhan Temple? Was it due to their persuasion, or was he inherently aligned with them? Contemplating her brother's character and the contradictions in his earlier words, the latter possibility seemed more plausible. Yet, that too felt incorrect. If her brother were indeed part of the Wuhan Temple, he could simply study there. Why venture out to an external academy? It appeared her brother's assessment of his own intellect was not unfounded. He truly was rather slow. With matters laid bare before her, she found herself perplexed. Regardless of her understanding, he would always be her brother, an unchanging truth. Chapter 251. Letting go, a favor to all. Wait, why was she ruminating over such chaotic thoughts? As long as she understood that her brother would never harm her, was that not sufficient? As for other matters, let others concern themselves with those. Why should she delve into them? Clarifying this thought, Mo Xiao Tang turned to Tao Zi and said, Tao Zi, regarding our encounter with the great immortal today, please keep it confidential for now. Upon hearing this, a faint pang of disappointment surged within Tao Zi. So, in his eyes, she was merely a gossip monger. With a forced smile, she replied, I understand. Grateful for the expected response, Mo Xiao Tang expressed her appreciation. However, Tao Zi abruptly halted, her emotions bubbling over. What are you thanking me for? Even if he doesn't speak, the great immortal is still my friend. Until everything is clarified, why would I share it with others? Moreover, our current relationship is that of lovers, is it not? Helping each other is only natural. Mo Xiao Tang stopped in her tracks, turning to Tao Zi with an icy stare devoid of emotion. You know, Tao Zi, our connection is merely a facade to counter those rumors. Merely a facade? Though Tao Zi usually exhibited gentleness around Mo Xiao Tang, this did not diminish her fierce nature. She considered herself both delicate and resilient, unflinching even when awakening in an unfamiliar place with no recollection of her identity. Against harsh words, she would retaliate fiercely, always finding a way to retaliate. Yet, in the presence of Mo Xiao Tang, the one she cherished, she felt utterly helpless. Hearing this declaration, she felt a knot tightening in her chest, unable to swallow or release her frustration. Biting her lip, tears glistening in her eyes, she gazed at Mo Xiao Tang and slowly inquired, So for you, our relationship is indeed solely transactional, with nothing more? More? At her words, Mo Xiao Tang envisioned a familiar face, and turning to the girl before him, he bowed his head apologetically. I am sorry, my heart is rather small. Tao Zi, hands on her hips, inhaled deeply, her misty eyes cast skyward. This phrase was all too familiar. It was the very response he had given during her previous confession. Anticipating this outcome, she recognized his steadfast nature. Should he have said anything different, she would have doubted whether he truly was the Mo Xiao Tang she admired. Although she had no memory of the past, she understood that affection was a personal affair, independent of the other party. Yet, she could not resign herself to this fate. Why should their late encounter deprive her of opportunities, especially when her kindness towards him was no lesser than anyone else's? Turning away, she discreetly wiped her eyes, ensuring no tears would fall before pivoting back with a smile. What is there to apologize for? I willingly agreed to pretend to be your girlfriend. Mo Xiao Tang nodded, fully aware. Yet, he reiterated, thank you. With a sniffle, Tao Zi silently recited the mantra of letting go thrice before responding with a less bitter smile. You're welcome. However, when she looked up at the clean-cut boy before her, she nearly succumbed to tears. Clenching her jaw, she steadied her trembling hands, shifting the topic as they walked towards their resting place. Chapter 252. The Elder's Residence, Discussing Competition Rules. Friends, I have returned after a 3-day absence. When Tao Zi realized that the boy before her was the type who would never love her, she had considered halting her infatuation. Yet, every time she raised her gaze to the pure-hearted boy, she found herself unable to resist. Perhaps she had wronged him in a past life, destined to be ensnared by him in this one. With all her might, she forced a smile, concealing her trembling hands behind her back, while her thoughts drifted to the end of the street. On the day of the finals, although Yu Jiuxian had discreetly informed Hu Lai Na and the others of his regained memories, they remained apprehensive due to his notoriously poor memory during his amnesiac period. Thus, the trio resolved to provide him with a refresher on the competition rules on the day of the finals. After all, there is an old saying about having a sharp memory in the morning. Why was this not mentioned during the previous outing? They were concerned that Eugeniu, after a drink, might forget everything they had said. Returning to the main topic, within the room, after enduring numerous trials, Xie and Yin could no longer restrain themselves and, using somewhat unrefined methods, roused Eugeniu, or rather, Yu Shaojiao. Observing the entire ordeal, Hu Lai Na quietly handed over a glass of water post-event. Drink some water to clear your head, and then we shall discuss the rules of the finals. As the lifted Yu Jiuxian laboriously raised her heavy eyelids, she listened to the words being spoken, puzzled as she questioned, "Didn't we already discuss the competition rules? Why must they be reiterated?" It felt like an age ago, and yet, how could one still remember such details after so long? Xiaoyu, seemingly astonished by her incredulity, responded in disbelief. In turn, Yu Jiuxian shot him a quizzical look, as if to imply, "Are you foolish?" This left Xiaoyu feeling somewhat embarrassed. It appeared they had never actually inquired whether she remembered or not, leading to this awkward moment. He rubbed his nose and shot a fierce glare at Yin. As the most rational member of the team in dealing with Yu Jiuxian, surprisingly didn't he remind him or Hu Lai Na. The innocent Yin merely shrugged. The vivid memory of Yu Jiuxian as a previous forgetfulness lingered too strongly for them to hold it against her. Noticing the silent exchange between the two, Yu Jiuxian stretched lazily and slowly got out of bed. As she ambled to the window to savor the morning air, the blazing sun greeted her, and had she not reacted quickly, she might have uttered an inappropriate remark. "Isn't their competition today? It must be nearly noon by now. Why didn't you wake me?" Hearing the commotion beside her, Xiaoyu rolled his eyes dramatically. "Wake you? That would require someone to not be glued to the bed, allowing us to rouse you." However, he couldn't help but expose her inconsistency. She claimed to remember the competition rules, but had clearly forgotten them. Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow at Xiaoyu's expression, deducing that they likely wouldn't have to participate today. Yet, it was peculiar that no one had informed her of this. Perhaps her bewildered gaze prompted Xiaoyu and Yin to reflect on whether they had ever communicated the final match's rules to her. Regardless, Yin decided to explain once more. Chapter 253. The final match, are you excited? 1. Given his ignorance, Yu Jiuxian rubbed her temples and sat on the bed, attentively listening to Hu Lai Na's explanation. The final round of the elite competition follows an elimination format. As the competition has reached its final stages, to better prepare the team members for the upcoming contests, there will be a rest day after every round. In a rather humane twist, there will be an additional 3-day break before the last round. The rules are as follows. In the first round of the finals, 3 directly qualified teams will have a bye, while the remaining 30 teams will compete for 15 spots. In the second round, the first-place teams from Xingluo and Tiando will also have a bye, leaving 16 teams to vie for 8 positions. The third round will see the second-place teams from both nations receive a bye, with the remaining 8 teams competing for 4. The fourth round, or the so-called top 6 showdown, will not have any byes. Teams will draw lots and compete directly to determine the top 3. In the fifth round, the individual competition format from the qualifying matches will be employed, where the top 3 will compete for first place, while the 2 losing academies will continue to fight for second. Finally, the most thrilling round will determine the champion and runner-up through a team battle. Once Yu Jiuxian fully absorbed this information, she picked up a cup of water and teasingly inquired, "What gift has our dear Pope prepared for this year's elite competition hosted by the Spirit Hall?" Recalling the Pope's words during their last meeting, Hu Lai Na paused briefly before responding slowly. The winning side will receive 3 soul bones. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian nearly choked on her drink. A single soul bone could create quite a stir, yet Bibi Dong had confidently offered 3. Back during his time at Tiando Shrek, he had heard tales of past elite competitions. In the previous 3 editions, Xingluo had secured 1 championship, while the Spirit Hall had claimed 2. Given Hu Lai Na's strength and Yu Jiuxian's understanding of Pope Bibi Dong, it was likely that these 3 soul bones were intended as rewards for Hu Lai Na and her companions. Yu Jiuxian raised her eyebrows, internally marveling at Bibi Dong's generosity. Were it not for Bibi Dong's domineering nature, he might have considered joining the Spirit Hall himself. For who wouldn't he want to align with such generosity? Alas, the personalities of the 2 were destined to keep them apart in this lifetime. Nevertheless, as a laid-back player, he preferred to walk his own path, hoping that Bibi Dong would not create any complications that might disrupt his journey. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to unleash his fierce side during this second chance at life. The first round of the finals concluded yesterday, revealing the fierce competition that had ensued. All participating academies took the opportunity of the rest day to prepare for the second round, striving for respectable results. Consequently, the streets of the Spirit City, typically bustling with activity, felt eerily quiet. However, this did not deter the confidently daring Yu Jiuxian from sneaking out for a drink under the guise of Yuan Gao. Some might wonder, if she was so self-assured, why not go out openly and boldly? It was, after all, to avoid attracting the attention of the cunning Bibi Dong. While she wasn't too afraid of trouble, she certainly preferred to avoid it, especially as this was her final move. A victory would grant her freedom from Bibi Dong's control, making it imperative that she did not falter at this crucial juncture. Taking a deep breath, Yu Jiuxian regained her composure and surveyed the street she had traversed, only to spot a familiar figure ahead, back turned to her. For reasons unknown, that silhouette appeared strikingly familiar. Was it merely a common appearance, or had she truly seen him before, considering she had initially ventured out for leisure? She quickly donned her mask upon noticing Yuan Gao catching up. You go ahead and enjoy yourself for a bit. I'll be back shortly. Before Yuan Gao could comprehend the situation, the child vanished from the street, leaving him staring blankly into the empty space ahead. In a certain alley, in front of a tea house, a stealthy Yu Jiuxian observed a man seated inside. She chose a spot directly across from him to watch closely, and to her delight, she realized it was none other than Tang Hao, the father of Tang San. But why would he come to Spirit City? Did he not know that the Pope was actively pursuing him? Yet, given Tang Hao's apparent concern for Tang San, it seemed entirely reasonable for him to visit and check on his son, who was competing in the tournament. How fortunate Tang San was to have a father. Yu Jiuxian felt no envy towards Tang San. He had never truly experienced paternal affection. After all, he has two uncles who treat him well and many friends. He is not alone. He should be content. He pressed his lips together, and when he looked up, he found that the man who had been sitting in the tea shop had vanished. Where did he go? Just as he was pondering the man's disappearance, he heard a heavy breath behind him. It was coming from behind. Sensing the powerful wind from a strike approaching him, Yu Jiuxian instinctively darted to the side. After all, at this moment, he was merely a fragile being. Even a single attack from a Douluo would require him to think carefully. Given the imminent threat from behind, it was wise to evade. However, what he envisioned was far more pleasant than reality. In his eagerness to evade, he failed to check for obstacles beside him, resulting in a painful collision with a steel post. The sound alone was painful. Yu Jiuxian grimaced and covered his head, while Tang Hao, observing him with a fierce glare, asked in a low voice, "Is the Wuhuan Hall only capable of producing soul kings these days?" Seeing Tang Hao regard him as an assassin from the Wuhuan Hall, he quickly removed his mask to explain, "We've met 2 years ago. I mean no harm." Upon seeing the youthful face, Tang Hao's surprise was evident. He indeed recognized this child, whose talent was remarkable and closely linked to the Wuhuan Hall. Although this child had previously mentioned a flaw in his Wuhuan that prevented him from joining the hall, it had made him pay closer attention. He never expected this child's talent to surpass that of his own son, having cultivated to the level of Soul King at merely 14. Had the Wuhuan Hall ever witnessed such a young prodigy? Chapter 255, the final round begins. How exciting. 3. Considering the domineering nature of the Wuhuan Hall's Pope, Bibi Dong, would she allow such a gifted youth to serve her? Reflecting on past tragedies, Tang Hao shook his head resolutely. Those who harbored intentions towards the Wuhuan Hall either found themselves drawn in or eliminated. Yet why dwell on this? Regardless of the child's choices, he need not concern himself. For no matter how the child decides, he would not permit him to harm Xiao San. Since the youth was a friend of Xiao San, as long as he did not overstep, he would refrain from acting impulsively. However, that was merely a promise not to act. The actions of the Wuhuan Hall towards his family had instilled an unshakable prejudice against them within him. Thus, if the Wuhuan Hall sought to act against the youth, any notion of rescue would be out of the question. After 2 years apart, how could he have changed so much? Yu Jiuxian understood that his once dark locks had transformed into silvery strands in less than 2 years, a remarkable transformation indeed. Yet, he was uncertain of the cause. After all, he could not comprehend how his previous white hair had come to be, and he certainly could not elucidate the current state of his silver hair. Rubbing his nose, he shifted the topic. Does Xiao San know you are here? Are they aware of your presence in the Wuhuan Hall? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao remained silent, merely gazing at the Wuhuan Hall insignia on his clothing, responding with a steady gaze. Yu Jiuxian blinked, thinking to himself that Xiao San's father was indeed a master of conversation. I am indeed within the Wuhuan Hall, but I will not harm them, he stated. Tang Hao, upon hearing this, did not reply, merely adjusting his disheveled attire and nodding coldly, observing the man radiating a fierce aura. Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow and uncertainly asked, "So, shall we part ways?" Tang Hao glanced at him before turning to leave. As the figure departed, Yu Jiuxian let out a sigh of relief, clutching his painfully throbbing head, sensing the faint metallic scent in the air and the dampness on his hands. He felt tears welling up. Clearly, today was not a favorable day. Blinking, Yu Jiuxian found himself back at his residence. If one were to look closely at the sky outside, they would notice that dawn had already broken, marking the third day since the finals commenced. Time was passing swiftly. After being forcibly roused, with his eyelids battling against sleep, Yu Jiuxian helplessly gazed at the three individuals before him. Why the rush? The arena isn't going anywhere, he remarked. Yan, upon hearing this, stared at him in disbelief, almost visibly expressing, "Are you speaking in a language that makes sense? What does it mean that the arena won't run away? Does time not also move forward? If not for his poor health, he would undoubtedly have dragged Xiaoyu into a sack and dealt with him thoroughly." Watching the two boys at odds, Hulina stood by Yu Jiuxian. However, as she gazed at the rising sun, she found it difficult to voice her support. Time continued to slip away, and Hulina's initially calm demeanor transformed into one of urgency. As she grabbed clothing and a mask from the side, she anxiously urged, "All right, let us go quickly, or we'll be deemed to have forfeited." Yu Jiuxian knew he had indeed overslept, and, upon hearing her words, raised his hands in surrender. All right, I won't delay any longer." As he spoke, he took the clothing, donned it hastily, and rushed toward the door. Chapter 256, the final round begins. How exciting. 4. In the center of Wuhuan City, a stage had been erected. A man clad in supple armor slowly ascended the platform. It must be noted that he was indeed a carefully selected member of the Wuhuan Hall, appearing calm and collected before the multitude of soul masters below. With a gentle smile, he announced, "The second round of the finals, Wuhuan Hall versus the Baohua Academy, officially begins." As he stated, this match concerned the Wuhuan Hall's battle against other teams, and as a member of the Hall, he naturally favored his own team. However, upon turning around, he realized that the four little ancestors of the Wuhuan Hall were nowhere to be found. This caused a moment of panic within him. Yet, faced with such a large audience, he swallowed hard and continued with a measured tone. First to take the stage is the Baohua team from the Xinglua Empire. The Baohua team, being the second all-female team aside from the Tiando Plant Academy, was notable for their beauty and prowess. Let us return to the main topic. First to enter the arena is our captain, Mu Dan Wang, accompanied by vice-captain, Mei Hua Kuei. Here follows an introduction to the Baohua team. Captain Mu Dan Wang. Wuhuan, Peony, level 48 Soul Master, Assault System Soul Master. Vice-captain Mei Hua Kuei. Wuhuan, Plum Blossom, level 45 Soul Master, Assault System Soul Master. Timatlan Hu Xiang. Wuhuan, Orchid, level 45 Soul Master, Assault System Soul Master. Teammate Zhu Zijun. Wuhuan, Bamboo, level 45 Soul Master, Assault System Soul Master. Teammate Zhu Hua Sheng. Wuhuan, Chrysanthemum, level 45 Soul Master, Control System Soul Master. Teammate Shui Xianzi. Wuhuan, Daffodil, level 47 Soul Master, Agility System Soul Master. Timate Jiahu Xiao. Wuhuan, Camellia, level 41 Soul Sovereign, Support System Soul Master. Listening to the detailed introduction, the people from the Xinglua Empire felt a swell of pride, thinking, "Look, they are from our nation." Meanwhile, those who had long admired the Wuhuan Hall became disgruntled, questioning, "What does this mean?" Wuhuan Hall team. We demand to hear about the Wuhuan Hall team. The host, who also served as the referee, felt cold sweat trickling down, internally exasperated. These fools. Why are they babbling without understanding the situation? Originally, there was still time to delay for a while, but now, It has come to the point where even a minute cannot be spared. If those little ancestors fail to arrive within the stipulated time and are deemed to have conceded defeat, won't the Pope insist on re-evaluating their capabilities? The audience's emotions grew increasingly agitated, prompting the host to speak nervously. Next to take the stage is our Wu Han Dian battle team, with our captain, Xiaoyu, being the first to appear. However, as the announcer called out their names, the crowd scanned the stage and the audience, only to find no sign of them. What is the meaning of this? Someone boldly shouted amidst the confusion. How could the Wu Han Dian team be absent during their first appearance? Did their victories in the past two competitions lead them to underestimate their opponents? Upon hearing this, the host felt a wave of dread wash over him. Before he could think of a way to maintain order, disparaging remarks about Wu Han Dian began to echo one after another. The people from Wu Han Dian have yet to arrive. Could it be that they are intimidated by the presence of the girls from Quanhan Zone? Is Wu Han Dian indicating their intention to forfeit? If so, shouldn't the referee announce the result quickly? We wish to see other teams compete. Listening to the commotion below, the host, who also serves as the referee, managed to maintain a cheerful facade while feeling quite the opposite inside. His gaze fell upon the audience, where the earlier vocal supporter of Wu Han Dian now sat with lips tightly sealed, as if glued shut. He was on the verge of laughter from the absurdity. Just a moment ago, this person had been the loudest. Now they dared not utter a word when the tide turned. What a character! If not for his need to uphold his position and the decorum of the event, he would have relished confronting that individual. However, returning to the pressing matter, where are those little ancestors? If they do not appear soon, he would genuinely have no way to account for the situation. He nervously swallowed, his gaze darting towards the entrance. And just as he prepared to continue his ramblings, Hulai Na and her group of 7 miraculously appeared before him. Drawing on his professional composure, he took a quick, deep breath, adjusted his demeanor, and turned to introduce them with fervor. The 7 individuals, making their grand entrance, are indeed none other than our Wu Han Dian battle team. At the forefront stands our captain, the handsome Xiaoyu, who wields the formidable weapon, Moonblade. After many years, he has risen to become a rank 52 Assault System Soul King. Following him is Hulai Na, the goddess in the hearts of countless boys. Not only is she beautiful, but her dazzling soul, the enchanting demon fox, also makes her a rank 51 Control System Soul King. Next in line is another formidable individual, known simply as Yin, whose soul is the Flame Lord, matching our captain with his own rank 52 Assault System Soul King status. The 3 individuals following are familiar faces to us. I will briefly introduce them. Li Kai, with the Blackhorn Mountain Pig as his soul, is a rank 47 Assault System Soul Sect. Su Yu, wielding the Radiant Golden Scepter, is a rank 46 Support System Soul Master. Zhang Ping, with the Golden Way Swallow, is a rank 47 Agile Attack System Soul Master. The final member, although diminutive in stature, possesses immense potential. He is the newly added member to Wu Han Dian, Yin Chi Chuan. His soul, a rare ancient beast known as Tao Tai, boasts an impressive rank 59 Assault System Soul King level. With that, the introduction segment has come to a close. Observing the young men and women beside him ready to compete, the host, Zheng Yuwei, narrowed his eyes and declared the match officially underway with the release of their souls. Meanwhile, the audience erupted with fervent enthusiasm. Thanks to the resplendent introduction of the Wu Han Dian battle team, the previously lackluster audience was reinvigorated. One person shouted exuberantly, "My goodness, Wu Han Dian is incredible," fielding 4 Soul Kings under the age of 25. Others nearby echoed their admiration for Wu Han Dian, asserting that with 4 Soul Kings and 3 Soul Sects, their soul rings represent the best configuration. I dare say that even the top soul masters from Xing Luo and Tiando combined cannot match the prowess of the Wu Han Dian team. Among the spectators seated in a certain academy's viewing area, a young boy squinted, scrutinizing the scene before him, unable to contain his thoughts. Have you noticed? Both the Baihua battle team and Wu Han Dian battle team consist of a control, an agility, and a support member. His companion glanced over and nodded in agreement. Indeed, the same soul master composition, yet the disparity in soul power levels is stark. their defeat is inevitable. Upon hearing this, someone cannot hold back and let a chant, "Given such strength, why even fight?" By Hua should concede. A young lady, aware of the unfolding situation, suddenly stood up, dramatically clenched her fist, and held it to her mouth as if it were a microphone. She assumed the role of commentator. Initially, the crowd expected her to offer praise, lowering their voices to hear her words of admiration. Instead, she boldly declared between the two teams, Wu Hun Dian has a considerable advantage. Yet the Baihua battle team possesses sharp gazes and refuses to concede. Will the Baihua team present us with a reversal? Let us eagerly anticipate. Nearby, a man, noticing her attire resembling that of the Baihua battle team, scoffed and shouted, Wu Hun Dian will surely win. On the stage, Yu Jiuxian adjusted his indigo mask and cast a calm glance towards the direction of the proclamation. Though he preferred not to draw attention, the audience was perceptive. Let us go for it. Xie Yu and Yin echoed in unison, overwhelmed by the imposing presence of Yu Jiuxian and his companions. The Baihua Academy retreated 2 steps as they prepared to attack. It was not out of cowardice, but rather an acknowledgement of the overwhelming challenge they faced. Particularly daunting was the boy with the jet black soul, a rank 59, whose solitary soul ring was not to be underestimated, being a millennium old. Though the others may not be as extraordinary, they still boasted optimal soul ring configurations. Mu Dan Wang swallowed hard, casting a glance at the disheartened crowd, and waved at the female comrades behind her. Although they stood little chance, they had traveled long to reach this point, and conceding now would be too humiliating. They would fight. They could not allow themselves to be belittled by this group. Mu Dan Wang clenched her fist, her gaze fixating on the 7 individuals opposite them, who stood casually without any formation. Ultimately, her eyes settled on the masked Yu Jiuxian. If her memory served her correctly, this young man had stumbled onto the stage earlier, suggesting either a pretense or some ailment affecting his leg. Do not blame her for being despicable. The truth is that they are far too powerful, compelling her to search for weaknesses in their seemingly flawless forms. She cast her gaze towards the sisters behind her, lowering her voice to discuss tactics. Target the boy's legs. Upon hearing this, Mei Hua Kuei glanced at the masked boy, who feigned mystery. Could this boy truly be within their grasp? Listening to her companions remind her to remain vigilant, she smiled in response to her many sisters. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle of blooming flowers. As the control-type member of the team, Zhu Huasheng possessed a martial spirit that might lead some to indulge in fanciful thoughts, yet her soul skill was undeniably formidable. A cascade of chrysanthemum petals fell, momentarily freezing the entire arena, rendering people's movement sluggish. As she was merely a 4-ringed soul master, her control lasted only a fleeting 4 seconds. Cognizant of the situation, her sisters swiftly prepared themselves, with support positioned on one side and agile attackers ready to strike, while the other 4 powerful assailants launched their attacks. Among them was Mei Hua Kuei's most potent 4th soul skill, Mei Hua Lei, which caused petals to fall like tears in a gentle yet lethal downpour. Be it the delicate pink flowers or the unassuming leaves, all were capable of inflicting harm at a mere touch. Then there was Lan Huaxiang's Lan Huashang, perhaps a reflection of their deep friendship, sharing both style and name. When Lan Huashang and Mei Hua Yu combined, spectators struggled to discern whether it was one soul skill or 2. Notably, Zhu Zijun's bamboo sword manifested as vibrant green stalks of bamboo. If one overlooked their sharp tips, they could easily be mistaken for a culinary ingredient. Then there was the team leader, Mu Dan Wang, with her soul skill aptly named Death beneath the peony. As the captain, she naturally excelled in various aspects. The name of her soul skill, alluding to a poetic phrase, suggested a certain allure, not merely a reference to the peony itself. After all, soul skills are meant to have significant effects. One might wonder why, given her high soul power, she did not employ her most formidable 4th soul skill. It was not out of fear, but rather a strategic decision to prevent the opposing young men from breaking through her sister's chrysanthemum reign. Thus, she opted for a more conservative approach, wielding a control skill and allowing her more offensive sisters to deal the damage. Meanwhile, What was the reaction of the 7 members of the Spirit Hall as they observed the harmonious response and attacks of the 100 Flowers team, forged through years of camaraderie? Among them stood the most distinctive figure, Yu, with the name Jiuxian. Indeed, this was the same person who had assumed the alias Yun Shi Quan during the finals. His first thought was one of admiration for their execution, if he were not absolutely certain that they had done nothing overtly before the match. He might have suspected that Hu Lai Na and her companions had threatened them into action. The nature of that threat? It likely entailed a demand for the 7 to actively unleash their soul skills today. Otherwise, how could they have complied so readily without prompting him to unleash his carefully prepared provocations? While their compliance spared him considerable effort, it was excessive for so many to target his vulnerabilities. A smirk graced Yu Jiuxian's lips as he raised his arm, conjuring a swirling black mist beneath him. Just as an attack was about to strike, Yin behind him questioned whether his ailment had returned, causing his soul skill to falter. As he prepared to intervene, Yu Jiuxian's hand shot upward. The first soul skill, Tai Xie Shengyan Devour, in an instant, as his clear voice resonated. The dazzling soul skill before him was abruptly absorbed into the abyss of his dark power. The breathtaking spectacle, despite its perilous 4-star danger rating, was consumed in an instant by an unknown black hole. Aside from Yu Jiuxian and his teammates, everyone present stood agape, astonished by the unfolding scene. Was such a feat truly possible? The members of the 100 Flowers team, positioned closest, were particularly affected. Hailing from the star Luo Empire, they had heard of the legendary Shrek from the Heaven Do Empire, renowned for its astonishing martial spirit fusion techniques. They had thought that was impressive enough, only to be further astounded when they learned that this mysterious member of the Spirit Hall could absorb other soul skills. Remarkably, this was merely his first soul skill. A Soul King at level 59 employing a first soul skill was no trivial matter. It meant this extraordinary ability could be utilized repeatedly. How could they possibly compete against that? Mu Dan Wang felt her legs weaken. She had intended to stand tall and continue fighting, but unbeknownst to her, the other members of the Spirit Hall team had already encircled them, brandishing their martial spirits. They had been defeated, just like that, without warning. Yet, it would be misleading to say there were no signs. They had long anticipated their defeat, though the captain of the 100 Flowers team still hoped for a miracle. Nonetheless, this outcome was unexpected for everyone involved. However, for Pope Bibi Dong, such a result was undoubtedly most gratifying. As for others, what did it matter what they thought? Yet, it must be said that discussions of the main character could not be overlooked. So let us eavesdrop on the ongoing conversation about Shrek. On the observation platform, Flinders squinted at the masked youth below, slowly voicing his inquiry. Why did that individual bear such a striking resemblance to the Cien? Although Lu Erlong was somewhat coarse and irritable, being a woman, she possessed a keen eye. Upon closer inspection, she expressed her opinion. Yes, it's him. The voice and figure are identical. At this, Master gripped the railing tightly. Da Xiang, the member of the Spirit Hall team, Yin Shi Quan, possessing the martial spirit Tai Xie, was a level 59 Soul King. He tapped his head in frustration, realizing he had overlooked the fact that this boy was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, less preoccupied with such thoughts, gazed at the unfolding scene, reflecting on the teacher's words and exclaiming in awe. De Cien truly is De Cien. His soul skill is outrageously formidable. Hidden behind the crowd, Xiao Wu's eyes darkened as she observed her trembling fingertips, nervously rubbing her hands behind her back. How could De Cien be among the ranks of the Spirit Hall? She intended to quietly inquire of Tang, sitting beside her, but her voice was not as discreet as she had hoped. Consequently, everyone in the vicinity heard her words clearly. Human hearts are inscrutable, and emotions are not as steadfast as imagined. Soon, someone voiced a question. Did the Spirit Hall offer De Cien any incentives? Was it to betray them and join the Wuhuan Temple? And Mo Xiaotang, who had been listening to the surrounding murmurs, initially wished to quietly witness his brother's magnificent display of prowess. However, with the ongoing chatter and negative remarks about his brother, his patience wore thin. Ninth brother was not a person to betray trust. Observing Mo Xiaotang's sudden agitation, Ning Rongrong whispered, albeit not so quietly. that he indeed appeared as a member of the Wuhuan temple. Hearing the soft, melodious voice of the girl, Mo Xiaodang clenched his fists. During his brother's absence, he pondered why he had not immediately informed everyone, but chose to conceal the truth. Was he not afraid of this very moment? Taking a deep breath, he turned away, choosing silence. Freedom of speech exists, yet if one does not truly comprehend, others will not cease their discourse merely because of your fervent explanations. In this small area, the atmosphere grew tense due to their mutual silence. Meanwhile, Oscar, having long since pulled the chubby one away from the battlefield, leaned over the railing of the viewing platform, exclaiming in surprise, "Are those three beside the great master friends who came to visit during the second phase of the devil training at the Grand Soul Arena?" The chubby one stared at the three profiles below, struggling to respond quickly. Truth be told, after more than 2 years, his memories of those three benefactors who had once saved him from peril had become somewhat hazy. After a moment, Ma Hongjun stroked his chin and jested. "Indeed, the young lad possesses keen eyesight." Oscar unabashedly acknowledged this, saying, "Of course, who do you think I am?" At this, Ma Hongjun glanced at the little bend below and then at the frigid counterpart across, his thoughts bursting forth and scattering rapidly. He first patted his ample belly, straightening his back with ease, then cleared his throat to declare solemnly, "From this incident, we can ascertain that one should never doubt the memory of an extraordinarily handsome single gentleman regarding a breathtaking beauty." Oscar, feeling no hint of danger, chuckled in agreement. Listening to their banter and witnessing Ning Rongrong's actions, the atmosphere among Mo Xiaodang and his companions softened somewhat. It was evident that Ning Rongrong, in her exquisite little shoes, approached Oscar's side. Gazing at the grinning single gentleman before her, she shot him a deathly glare. "Proud of being single, are we?" Even Oscar, who was usually slow on the uptake, could not ignore the chill emanating from her presence, and he quickly offered an explanation. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, reveling in his successful scheme, eagerly approached Mo Xiaodang to discuss the details of their great master. He recalled that the great master had mentioned those three were friends he had grown up with, implying that he had always been a part of the Wuhuan temple. Beside his beloved little kitten, Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow at Ma Hongjun's sudden exuberance. "Well done, chubby one." Ma Hongjun patted his chest, mirroring Oscar's earlier confident demeanor. In contrast, the master appeared quite troubled. He remarked, "The Wuhuan temple has truly concealed this child well. We have never suspected or discovered anything in the past 2 years." The master gazed at the empty platform where the Pope observed the match, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, a blend of helplessness and disappointment toward someone. Mo Xiaodang, witnessing this scene, abandoned his usual decorum, crossing his arms and scoffing. Regardless of age or status, he should have respected the master, who had been their teacher for 2 years. Yet, setting aside the master's complex expression and his remarks, did he truly believe that his vast knowledge made him a detective? If his brother wished to conceal his identity, how could he be so easily discovered? Furthermore, during the years his brother spent at Shrek Academy, he had undoubtedly made significant contributions, never harming them but saving them time and again in moments of peril. The master could consider that they had only known each other for a brief period, devoid of emotional bonds. Mo Xiaodang sought no sympathy for his brother's presence in the Wuhuan temple, nor did he ask about his brother's well-being or safety there. However, how could they react so irrationally upon learning of his brother's affiliation with the Wuhuan temple? When a situation arises, malicious comments do not cease with explanations, yet they cannot be allowed to proliferate. I will say this: my brother is not a member of the Wuhuan temple. Observing the silent conflict between his obedient students and his good friends, Flinder's head throbbed. He intervened, separating the two, and after clearing his throat, he spoke objectively. No one wishes to believe that the great master is a member of the Wuhuan temple. Yet he has fought alongside the golden generation of the Wuhuan temple, sharing laughter and camaraderie. Surely an explanation is warranted? Ning Rongrong ignited the fire, while the master sparked the kindling. Mo Xiaodang did not involve Flinder in this dispute, but instead posed a series of probing questions. If my brother were a disruptor sent by the Wuhuan temple, why did he not take the opportunity to eliminate us during the battle against the Forest King? instead exerting himself to assist us? If my brother were an undercover agent from the Wuhuan Temple, why did he not attend the Royal Academies of Tiandou and Xinghua, but chose to come to the dilapidated Shrek instead? Moreover, do the people of the Wuhuan Temple truly believe themselves so foolish as to dispatch a talented and astute youth to test us for 2 years? Are they not concerned that, given enough time, Ninth Brother's loyalties might shift towards us? Upon hearing Mo Xiaotong's words, the master's face paled slightly. After a moment of reflection, he felt utterly ashamed. How could he have doubted an innocent child without any evidence? He opened his mouth, intending to apologize, but Mo Xiaotong, enraged, paid him no heed. Ultimately, it was Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained silent until then, who stepped forward, her movements graceful as she approached the fuming Mo Xiaotong. She placed a hand on his now sturdier shoulder and drew Dai Mubai closer, looking at Mo Xiaotong earnestly as she said, "Xiaotong, we believe in the great master. What about you?" Mo Xiaotong regarded her with skepticism. If Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai expressed their faith in his brother, he would have accepted it. However, her use of "we" raised doubts in his mind. Zhu Zhuqing had mentally prepared for the skepticism of the young ones, and thus her subsequent actions were calm and composed. As a girl of icy demeanor, she exhibited little in the way of actions or words, merely allowing her arms to hang naturally at her sides while casting a glance at the robust man beside her. In the next moment, those around her heard Dai Mubai utter, "If the Xian and the Wuhan Temple were in cahoots, he would not have intervened to assist us during the incident on the official road." Though the mastermind behind the official road incident had never been openly discussed, everyone was acutely aware of the identity of the perpetrator. It was none other than the Pope of the Wuhan Temple. They recalled the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent, who had rescued them from peril, along with the Qi Bao Liuli sect and the poisoned Douluo. Just when they thought the ordeal was over, an unexpected figure emerged. Yu Jiuxian. Lu Erlong's sixth sense tingled, and an image flickered in her mind, prompting her to hesitantly inquire, "Is the Xian that man in black?" Dai Mubai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, although the master was not present at the scene, upon his return, Lu Erlong and Franda had informed him. At that time, he had harbored suspicions regarding the identity of the man in black, initially believing him to be the father of Xiao San. However, after hearing Franda mention that the man in black was quite young, he dismissed his doubts, only to later be caught off guard by the revelation that this individual was Xian. Mo Xiaotong had been observing the master intently. Noticing his regret over her previous words regarding the official road incident, she slowly spoke up. "Brother has his reasons, esteemed teachers. I do not seek your understanding, but I implore you not to misinterpret him." The master, filled with remorse, bowed his head, realizing how he had regressed. Listening to the child's words, he promptly offered a heartfelt apology. "I was just overly excited. My apologies, Xiaotong." In response, Mo Xiaotong merely cast a fleeting glance at him, refusing to accept it. The one you should apologize to his brother. In the blink of an eye, the second round of the finals had concluded. That afternoon, within the grand hall of the Wuhan Temple, Pope Bai Dong sat regally upon her throne, her right hand gripping a lavishly adorned scepter. She gazed at the 4 children below, uttering not a word, simply tapping her delicate fingers rhythmically against the scepter's metallic surface. Observing this, Yu Jiuxian tilted his head, thinking to himself that Bai Dong was quite adept at psychological warfare. Being an innocent fool, he saw no need to feign fear or to overly perform. He could simply act naturally. However, this left Hu Lai Na and the others in a difficult position. Unlike Yu Jiuxian, they could not afford to be fearless in the presence of Bai Dong. Having grown up in Wuhan City, the reverence for Pope Bai Dong was ingrained in their very bones. Now, sensing the gravity of Bai Dong's expression and hearing the crisp sound of her tapping fingers, the 3 of them felt chills race down their spines, trembling in apprehension, fearing that the Pope might suddenly call upon them. Yet, the psychological strategy had to reach a conclusion, and soon enough, Pope Bai Dong lifted her chin slightly and asked in a monotone, "Why did you arrive late to the competition?" Her tone appeared casual, yet Hu Lai Na and the others understood that this was the beginning of their interrogation. As the saying goes, one could be punished regardless of the situation. Xiaoyu, with a resolute determination, stepped forward and, in a voice louder than expected, admitted, "I apologize, Your Holiness. It was my fault for waking up late." Upon hearing that it was Xiaoyu who was tardy, Pope Bai Dong's delicate brows knitted together. "On such a significant day, you woke up late? Others may be excused, but you are one of the golden generation." The fact that the captain of this team had led them in arriving late was infuriating to her. In that moment, she felt as if steam would erupt from her head. Meanwhile, Yu Jiuxian, observing this, turned his eyes in bewilderment and asked, "Wasn't it Xiao Jiu who woke up late? How did it become Xiaoyu? Xiao Jiu? Xiao Jiu?" The hall echoed, with two contrasting reactions. The first was a panicked response from Hu Lai Na and her companions, while the latter was one of astonishment from Bai Dong. They genuinely did not expect this boy to dare speak such words. After all, most individuals in such situations would prefer to distance themselves as far as possible. Yet this one seemed to walk straight into the line of fire. To their surprise, the encounter was far from over. Yu Jiuxian, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, hung his head and innocently asked, "Yes, Xiao Jiu went out to play yesterday and stayed up late, so he woke up late today. Older sister, did I cause trouble?" Yin Dang Ji covered his head, pondering how they could all stand there, and yet he had to ask. He truly did not know whether to admire this child's audacity or question the clarity of his mind at such an age. Just as he contemplated how to retract the child's statements, Bai Dong, in an unexpected turn of events, lowered her voice and spoke rather gently. "There is no harm done. Today, Xiao Jiu performed remarkably well and effortlessly won us a match." To this, Yu Jiuxian unabashedly pressed further. "Then is there a reward? A reward?" At this point, even Hu Lai Na felt compelled to silence the child. They were grateful to escape punishment for their actions today. Yet this child dared to ask for a reward. Observing the terrified expressions on Hu Lai Na and her companions, Yu Jiuxian innocently inquired, "I won the match. Isn't there a reward?" Upon hearing this, Bai Dong seemed to ponder something and nodded, indicating that there would indeed be one. Just as Hu Lai Na and her companions began to suspect that the Pope had been possessed, Bai Dong added a condition. "However, you shall receive it only after the competition concludes." Really? Though there were conditions, Yu Jiuxian could hardly contain his joy, reveling in the moment, and realized that he was, after all, behaving like a child. He then remembered the three handsome companions beside him and asked, "What about them?" Bai Dong waved her hand grandly, affirming, "As long as you all win the competition, each of you will receive one." "Thank you, older sister." Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, recognizing that with Bai Dong's stature, such gifts would surely not come cheaply, yet she readily offered them without a second thought. Truly, she was deserving of her title as the matriarch of the Wu Hun Temple, magnanimous. This incident enlightened Yu Jiuxian to the fact that Bai Dong genuinely cared about this competition. In contrast, Bai Dong remained blissfully unaware of Yu Jiuxian's intentions, smiling brightly as she replied, "It is nothing." Yu Jiuxian, feigning fatigue, playfully prodded his fingers. "Can we go out to play now?" "Of course." Bai Dong nodded with a smile. Just as Yu Jiuxian eagerly pulled Hu Lai Na and the others to leave, she cast Hu Lai Na a knowing glance, confident that as her direct disciple, Hu Lai Na would understand what was expected of her without further explanation. Upon exiting the grand hall of the Wu Hun Temple, Xiaoyu finally raised his hand to wipe away the cold sweat that had formed from the Pope's earlier intimidation. That was terrifying. Yu Jiuxian glanced at him, bemused, thinking, this guy knows fear yet still tries to play the hero. Xiaoyu seemed to sense something and spoke to himself. "You are younger than us, and your physique is not as robust. Isn't it only fair to take a punishment for you?" Upon hearing this, a ripple stirred within Yu Jiuxian's heart. After wandering along a dark and desolate path for so long, he had grown numb, gradually forgetting the feelings of fear and loneliness. However, this did not imply that he did not cherish light and warmth. Perhaps this is the reason why people seek companionship during their journey through life. He suppressed the corners of his mouth that were about to curl into a smile, thinking it foolish. But it was not foolish at all. Whenever he encountered a certain individual, Xiaoyu would transform into a simple-minded, physically strong creature, retaliating without a moment's thought. A hint of amusement flickered in Yu Jiuxian's eyes, Yet he continued to respond unapologetically, for a fool would never admit to being one. Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and shouted, "You Jiu Xian?" The addressed individual raised an eyebrow and cheekily replied, "Your uncle is here." Ah. Xiaoyu was on the verge of losing his mind. Hu Laina and Yin exchanged glances, both silently agreeing on the absurdity of having someone who specifically poked at other sore spots. However, the earlier tension had dissipated. Hu Laina interjected, "All right, you two, stop the bickering." Who is bickering? Xiaoyu and Yu Jiuxian replied in unison, after which they locked eyes and in perfect harmony exclaimed, "Why are you copying me?" Yin, who had been trailing behind, covered his face, both amused and exasperated. Were these two ever going to mature? How could they be so juvenile? Ultimately, it was Xiaoyu who brought the farce to an end. Did you expect it to be Yu Jiuxian, who is nearly 30 in spirit, to stop first? Not at all. It was Xiaoyu. Yu Jiuxian was too engrossed in his role to extricate himself. Observing Yu Jiuxian's slender frame, Xiaoyu thought of his own robust muscles and decided to be magnanimous, not holding a grudge against a certain individual. Furthermore, after all this commotion, it was time to discuss serious matters. He cleared his throat and was about to speak when Yu Jiuxian interrupted. "What is it you wish to report?" This time, the usually cheerful Yu was not in the mood for frivolity. He spoke with a grave expression. "Tomorrow, Shrek will also take the stage." Yu Jiuxian shrugged indifferently. "Let us just play when it's our turn." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Weren't they supposed to be good partners? If Yu Jiuxian knew what he was thinking, he would surely respond, "Precisely because we are partners, there is nothing wrong with fighting." Yin patted Xiaoyu's shoulder, bringing the team leader back to reality, and asked, "Aren't you afraid they will discover you?" "Discover?" Yu Jiuxian licked his lips. "They've known since I stepped onto the stage today." Hu Lainao was equally puzzled. "Then why are you so relaxed?" Yu Jiuxian glanced at her, throwing the question back. "What can I do?" Yes, everyone knew. And apart from enduring, what else could Yu Jiuxian do? Observing the playful Yu Jiuxian, Hu Lainao's gaze fell, recalling what Old Ghost had said, "Your plan will be executed after the finals, and once completed." Before the girl could finish her sentence, Yu Jiuxian interjected, "I will leave the spirit hall." Hu Lainao paused and continued, "Is there no chance at all for you to stay here?" Yu Jiuxian shook his head. "You know I am at odds with the Pope." Listening to Yu Jiuxian's own declaration that he would not remain in the spirit hall, Hu Lainao and the others felt a complicated mix of emotions. After all, they had grown up together within the spirit hall. Logically speaking, retaining a talented youth like Yu Jiuxian would undoubtedly benefit the spirit hall. Moreover, they would not have to bid farewell to their friend. However, they had also glimpsed the outside world. To be candid, compared to the outside, the regulations of the spirit hall were undeniably numerous and stringent. Thus, on a personal level, for a friend like Yu Jiuxian, who yearned for freedom and boundlessness, they believed that leaving was indeed the best course. They would genuinely rejoice for him, as he would finally escape the shackles that had long confined him. Yet, after knowing someone for so long, the sudden realization that an old friend was leaving left them with a heartfelt sense of loss. As the sunlight cascaded down, the shadows on the ground led the youths to reminisce about their past experiences. Among them, Xiaoyu gazed at a certain someone who was carelessly touseling their hair. And suddenly, memories of their first meeting flooded his mind. Back then, he was truly young and innocent. He and the newcomer would frequently clash over trivial matters. Thankfully, his sister Xiao Na was there. Otherwise, they would have been at odds for years. Looking back now, they truly were quite immature. It was precisely this immaturity that made their endless training in the spirit hall feel less monotonous. While the dashing Yin, who had been submerged in thought, finally raised his head after a prolonged silence. Upon doing so, he caught Xiaoyu gazing affectionately at their beloved Yuda, Tuanpeng. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, he decided to lighten the mood with a jest. "Xiaona, do you smell something?" Hu Lainao, lost in her thoughts, was brought back to reality by Yan's comment and seriously sniffed the air, shaking her head in confusion. Noticing this, Yan subtly pointed towards his two good friends and, in a voice that could hardly be termed small, remarked a strong scent of camaraderie. Hu Lainao burst into laughter at his words. It was amusing. Once it was mentioned, one could indeed sense that essence. "Yin, are you asking for a beating?" Meanwhile, the subjects of the jest were not in the mood for banter. Xie retaliated with a flurry of playful antics directed at Yan. Observing this scene, Yu Jiuxian exchanged a knowing glance with Hu Laina, both of them revealing smiles. Ah, youth is indeed splendid. As the sun dipped lower, the shadows on the road grew longer, mirroring the thoughts of the group. Approaching the elder's residence, Hu Laina could no longer contain herself and spoke up. After the competition, those youths from Shrek will likely graduate as well. So, Xiaojio, where do you plan to go? Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he had not given much thought to where he would go after the competition. However, such an answer clearly was not suitable for the earnest Hu Laina. He slightly lifted his chin and responded nonchalantly. You know my interests. Once I step outside, I shall begin my leisurely life of indulgence and frolicking. Hu Laina frowned disapprovingly at his response, clearly displeased. This answer did not satisfy her, nor did it deter her. As expected, within seconds she pressed on. You know I'm not asking about that. He, burdened with a multitude of unspoken thoughts, opened his mouth, yearning to share the long-concealed matters that had begun to fester in his heart over the years with his dear companions. Perhaps, by doing so, the weight upon his shoulders would feel lighter, and he would not feel so weary. Yet, in an instant, he dismissed this notion. Listening to Hu Laina's voice, slightly choked with emotion, Yu Jiuxian shook his head, silently reflecting, I am sorry, but all I can offer you is these words. Just as the elder's residence approached, it was time for them to part ways. His decision was resolute, and no one could alter it. Thus, why burden them with so-called truths that would only add to their troubles? He ascended the steps to the elder's residence, gazing at his friends, who were about to go their separate ways. According to the competition rules, they ranked first in the second round and would enjoy a bye in the third round of the finals, thus avoiding the stage. However, he cautioned them not to become overly complacent, taking the opportunity to wander freely during this interval. Instead, they should rest and focus on refining their strategies in preparation for the fierce competition awaiting them in the fourth round. Observing the young adult, Yu Jiuxian, Hu Laina felt her heart soften. She was not truly ignorant of the circumstances. After several evasive responses from Yu Jiuxian, she wrestled with her thoughts and began to adjust her mindset. Her intentions were noble, yet the events unfolded in Yu Jiuxian's life. He was no longer the little boy who needed her reassurance at every turn, but a clever individual with his own decisions. She should not impose her own thoughts upon him. A barrage of inquiries might inadvertently become his burden. Since her younger brother had grown and felt he no longer required their protection, they, as his older siblings, should not cling to him, becoming stumbling blocks on his path to freedom. Little Gio, after the competition concludes, we shall truly let you go. But remember, while we may relinquish our hold, we three, along with Grandpa Yu and Grandpa Gue, will forever stand as your steadfast support. So, if you ever feel regret, remember we are here, waiting for your return home. The two companions behind Hu Laina exchanged glances, uncertain of why she had suddenly let go, yet wholeheartedly agreeing with her sentiments. Since his departure had become an unalterable reality, he must approach the outside world with joy. Otherwise, even if separated by vast distances, she would pull him back. Young lad, all you need to do is stride forward joyfully. We'll be right behind you. With those words, Xie drew his sister and brother close, gently patting them, and smiled. Everything that needed to be said had been expressed. The younger brother wished to reassure them that he could handle everything, and they should reciprocate that trust. In their final moments together, they aimed to leave him with pleasant memories rather than sorrowful expressions. Let's go, it's time to sleep. After all, we have the rare chance to rest. Why waste time standing around? As the sun set, watching the silhouettes of the young people waving goodbye, Yu Jiuxian pursed his lips, a slight smile gracing his face. The chill in his heart gradually melted away. Chapter 268. The competition concludes. Late-night conversations. The third round of the finals had concluded. According to the rules of the competition, in the advancement rounds, the two teams that placed in the top two would receive a bye, leaving the remaining 8 teams to contest for 4 slots. In pursuit of being among these 4 teams, the various academies were abuzz with energy. However, compared to the previous round, today's competitors were somewhat lackluster. From the audience's perspective, it could be described as an emotional farewell. Less charitably, it might be termed sticky and awkward. All present were mere mortals, far from the extraordinary prowess exhibited by the Spirit Hall. Yet, those gathered could not be called ordinary either, each one sharp and cunning. No one was willing to reveal their ultimate skills. All were engaged in a battle of attrition. Winning meant adjusting well for the next day's fourth round, while losing would mean packing up and returning home for good. After all, if their grand techniques were exposed too early, it would only take one night for the coaches from other teams to dissect them thoroughly. What hope would remain for the sixth round if they were subsequently pinned down? Brothers, let us win down. Take down one at a time. The clamor of the arena echoed once more. Night fell. At the elder's residence, a series of urgent knocks on the door jolted Yu Jiu-Xian, who had barely settled in a bed for 3 minutes after a long day. Who is it? Arriving at such an hour? Reluctantly, he climbed out of bed, leaning against the doorframe, and weakly inquired, "What is it?" Yuan Gao, observing the exhausted child, was somewhat taken aback. The young master had secluded himself in his room, and it was puzzling how he had become so fatigued. However, adhering to his professional duty, he suppressed his curiosity and reported in a hushed tone, "The esteemed one requests your presence in the Pope's chamber." What a nuisance! Upon hearing it was that old woman, Yu Jiu-Xian felt a surge of frustration. Damn it! What mischief is she up to at this hour? After venting internally, he collected himself, tidying his appearance. Frustration aside, he needed to maintain a facade. After all, one lie required countless others to support it. With a sigh, he pinched his face, donning a mask of innocence before skipping towards the solemn Pope's chamber. Watching this scene, Yuan Gao could not help but reflect on the burdens this child bore. Far too much for one at such a carefree age, yet trapped within this gilded cage. Upon entering the Spirit Hall, Yu Jiu-Xian feigned ignorance of the tense young men and women present, greeting the woman on the throne and the two uncles beside her with cheer. "Good evening." His bright voice caused a stir. Aside from the queen, who kept her eyes closed, everyone else felt their hearts leap into their throats. "You speak without a filter. Yet do you not fear the consequences of such boldness?" Yu Jiu-Xian, however, focused solely on the injustice of being denied rest while she enjoyed her peace. The queen slowly opened her eyes, her displeasure evident at being disturbed. Yet upon considering the power within the young boy, she nodded gently. After a lengthy wait, all had arrived, and it was time to discuss the matters at hand. The third round of finals had concluded, and she invited the youths to share their thoughts. Chapter 269, Blowing Hot Air. It's all over. The third round of the competition had drawn to a close. Perhaps it was due to the lackluster results of the day. The atmosphere was thick with resentment, casting a dark pall over the night. However, the crescent moon hung in the sky, accompanied by clouds that resembled a lady's half-done makeup, adding an air of mystery to the evening. In such a mysterious night, how could it pass without excitement? Of course, there must be some revelry. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the atmosphere. Thus, our esteemed Pope announced the entrance of the 7 chosen youths into the hall. The third round of the finals has concluded. Let's discuss. Bibi Dong stated coldly from her throne. Upon hearing this, the 7 young men exchanged glances. What were they supposed to say? A vow of victory? Or evaluations of the participating academies? If it were the former, they could easily speak up. If it were the latter, they would have to endure this situation to the end. Who knew they still had to watch the matches during their break? Wasn't this the teacher's responsibility? Generally, in such trivial competitions, it was the teachers who gathered information on the participating students for analysis and strategy. What was happening now? As the silence lingered, Bibi Dong wrapped her fingers against the armrest of her throne. The sound echoed throughout the hall, resonating in the ears of each youth, especially that dreaded roll call. Xiaoyu, as the captain, take the lead and set an example. Xiaoyu, feeling a chill run down his spine, swallowed hard, cursing inwardly, damn, what a dreadful captain, what a dreadful start. However, he dared not voice such thoughts. After all, the Pope on the throne would certainly make him regret having spoken. Nevertheless, as the captain, he needed to maintain his composure and resilience. He quickly organized his thoughts and boldly declared, "Victory." Indeed, victory. As the golden trio of the Wuhuan Temple, How could the young prodigy neglect the significance of such a match? Facing those inexperienced youths, his answer was simply this. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by his strength and teammates. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, her expression inscrutable, making it difficult to discern her thoughts. Regardless, with the captain's initial declaration, the others found their direction, and a plethora of motivational phrases soon emerged. Bibi Dong sat up straight, casting a glance at the cunning Yu Jiuxian, who wore a smile, attempting to evade scrutiny. And you, Xiao Jiu, do you have anything to say about the top 6 competition? Xiao Jiu? What nonsense was that? Yu Jiuxian instantly comprehended the feelings of another, his lips twitching. The Pope truly paid attention to him, smiling at him like a fool. How ridiculous! He scoffed, win until the end. What a proclamation of victory. Truly commendable. My young compatriots of the Wuhuan Temple. Bibi Dong gradually stood, generously offering her praise, only to follow it with a perplexing inquiry. For the 4th round of the finals, I shall grant you a cup of tea's worth of time to conclude a battle. That should pose no problem, correct? With such words, did they dare raise any objections? Internally, the youths felt a sense of injustice. Yet vocally, they assured her with resolute voices, no problem. Bibi Dong smiled enigmatically, recognizing the bravado in their words. But the reality of failure loomed ominously in their minds. Yu Jiuxian appeared momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, the youths led by Xie shuddered at the thought of that hellish scenario. A chill coursing through them. They had truly gone too far with their bravado. Chapter 270. The competition commences. Unexpected surprises on the day of the competition. In the heart of Wuhuan City, the host stood on the stage, delivering the customary opening remarks and seamlessly guiding the event's proceedings. Welcome to the 4th round of the finals. What surprises will the 6 outstanding academies, who have emerged from rigorous selection, bring us today? Let us eagerly await. Now, we invite the captains of the top 3 academies, Wuhuan Temple Academy, Shrek Academy, and Shenkong Academy, to the stage for the drawing of lots. Following the previous incident of Wuhuan Temple's tardiness, each academy's members were escorted to the competition venue by their respective teachers. Thus, when the host concluded, the 3 captains ascended the stage simultaneously. With their beauty and strength combined, the appearance of these young men elicited fervent cheers from the audience. However, as the exquisitely inscribed cards, denoting the competing academies, spun gracefully before descending in front of the 3, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Outside, nearly everyone held their breath, eyes wide in anticipation, fearful of missing any developments in the arena. Inside, the 3 who drew lots harbored their own thoughts, their expressions grave. After a moment, it was Xie Yu, the trusted aide of Wuhuan Temple, who bit the bullet and turned over the card. They will be facing the Beast Academy. With this first revelation, the other 2 captains followed suit, discovering that they had not drawn each other, which brought a collective sigh of relief. To be honest, upon seeing the results, there was a hint of disappointment. After all, most people, like him, were eager to witness the showdown between Wuhuan Temple and either Shrek or Shenkong Academy. However, as long as both sides possessed formidable strength, they would inevitably clash. Now, let us observe how the fearless Beast Academy, alongside the formidable Wuhuan Temple, Shrek Academy, and Shenkong Academy, will ignite sparks of competition. Once the drawing concluded, the host promptly took the stage to provide commentary. As the host, it was his duty to ensure a flawless presentation, and he skillfully adjusted the audience's mood. Noticing the crowd's lackluster energy, he transformed into a jovial figure, using humor to reintroduce the results. As the excitement in the venue began to build, Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself. The individuals from Wuhuan Temple were indeed impressive. From battle soul masters to hosts, each exuded their unique charm. Just in this small matter, although the outcome remained the same, it was presented with 2 distinct attitudes. Truly, it was a place that everyone yearned for. Contemplating, the host began to announce the order of the matches. The first matchup would be Wuhuan Temple against the Beast Academy. He exchanged a glance with Hu Laina. Their intentions, unspoken yet understood. They would dominate this arena. The crowd erupted in cheers. Observing the extraordinary young men, the host diligently introduced the competitors. Regarding the Wuhuan battle team, Everyone's memories lingered on their stunning previous performance. Let us revisit the members of the Wuhuan Temple Battle Team. The charismatic Captain Xiaoyu. Wuhuan Moonblade, a level 52 Assault type Soul King. Next is our goddess Huliena. Wuhuan Demon Fox, a level 51 Control type Soul King. Following closely is Yen. Wuhuan Flame Lord, equally formidable at level 52 Assault type Soul King. Additionally, we have the breakout star Yun Xiuquan, Wuhuan Gluttony, a level 59 Assault type Soul King. Li Kai, Wuhuan Black Horn Mountain Pig, a level 47 Assault type Soul Sect. Suyu, Wuhuan Golden Scepter, a level 46 Support type Soul Sect. Zhang Ping, Wuhuan Golden Swallow, a level 47 Agility type Soul Master. After introducing the members of Wuhuan Temple, the host's gaze shifted to the other side. Just as he prepared to continue the customary introductions, he gasped, witnessing the Beast Academy participants releasing their soul rings one after another. Heavens, what do I see? All members are Assault type. I knew this beforehand. But 5 Soul Kings? They actually surpass Wuhuan Temple Academy by 1 Soul King, and the other 2 are also level 49 Soul Sects. Here follows the situation of the Beast Academy. Beast Academy. Captain Yodo, Wuhuan Black Bull, a level 52 Assault type Soul King. Team member Nyosho, Wuhuan Red Bull, a level 52 Assault type Soul King. Team member Nyo San, possessing the martial spirit of a dairy cow, is a formidable Soul King at level 50. Team member Nyo Si, with the martial spirit of a magic bull, stands as a level 55 Soul King. Team member Nyo Wu, wielding the martial spirit of a white bull, is a level 49 Soul King. Team member Nyo Lu, also with the martial spirit of a floral bull, is a level 49 Soul Master. Team member Nyo Chi, similarly equipped with a floral bull martial spirit, is a level 50 Soul Master. Chapter 271. A Spark Can Ignite a Prairie Fire, Part 1. Having introduced the competitors, the match commenced as both the Wuhuan Temple and the Beast Academy subtly unleashed their formidable pressures, neither side daring to strike first. Meanwhile, in the observation area, the members of Shrek Academy watched intently as the two teams faced off, noting the impressive Soul Masters from the Beast Academy. Oscar struggled to contain his excitement, reflecting on how, during their previous observations with the Master, he had overlooked such a powerful academy. The emergence of 5 Soul Kings from the Beast Academy undoubtedly astonished everyone, and the Master's expression grew serious. However, upon hearing the anxious inquiries from his students, he quickly reassured them. In competitive teams, academy instructors often instruct their students to conceal their true strengths, a strategy we also employ. Upon hearing this, the few little monsters from Shrek exchanged glances. For while the Master's words held truth, the level of concealment was beyond mere trivialities. It seemed as if the entire team had been camouflaged with cement. Tang San, as the Master's prized disciple, had reviewed the competitors' profiles before the match, including those from the Beast Academy. If his memory served him correctly, the profiles indicated that the members of the Beast Academy were of above-average strength, with mediocre innate talent, characterized as being of the hard-working developmental type. Such descriptions rendered them unremarkable amidst the numerous academies, easily overlooked by any observer. Yet, no one anticipated that these seemingly ordinary competitors would astonish everyone in the 4th round of the arena. Those present were not dull-witted. They quickly recognized the clever manipulation of wording. To know that the competing members were of average strength implied that these 5 Soul Kings had not previously taken the stage. This maneuver was undeniably lethal. It was only through the confrontation between the Wuhuan Temple and the Beast Academy that they could hold their own. Had they faced the Shunfeng Academy today, they would have certainly faltered. This realization bred frustration among the onlookers, reminding them of their own inadequacies. At that moment, Dai Mubai narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the figures on the arena. If his recollection was correct, he had encountered the captain of the Beast Academy before. This revelation piqued the crowd's interest. Dai Mubai continued, unreservedly sharing, "When I first met the Master, I fought at the Duhan stage alongside him. The first match was against that pair of brothers at the front. I recall their soul power being around 37 or 38 levels. In just 2 years, they VE surged by over 10 levels? Is this even human? As the audience marveled at the Beast Academy's talent, Emo, shouting, silently bowed her head. Her expression filled with concern, urging her brother to be cautious. On the arena, Yu Jiuxian gazed at the 7 opponents across from him, feeling a headache coming on. He could hardly comprehend how the Wuhuan Temple could make such mistakes. He once believed that the Wuhuan Temple was extraordinary and captivating. With a sigh, he exchanged a glance with Xieyu. The opponents remained unfazed. Prolonging this standoff was merely a waste of time. Since the adversaries demanded action, they would comply, for they had their own tasks at hand. Xieyu promptly assigned roles. Yu Jiuxian and Li Kai would team up to confront the level 55 Soul King and the 2 Soul Masters, while Yen would engage the 2 level 50 Soul Kings. He and Hulaina would handle the 2 level 52 opponents. Let us proceed. Upon receiving their assignments, Yu Jiuxian glanced at his 3 companions. The opponents had surely reviewed their profiles, or they wouldn't have initially engaged in a stalemate. Therefore, powerful soul techniques would not be easily revealed. Zhang Ping, as a sensitive attack soul master, approached those 2 soul masters and ideally coax out their soul skills. Li Kai, protect Zhang Ping from his side. I will confront the big fellow. Hearing this, the 3 nodded in agreement. Though Yu Jiuxian was the youngest in the team and had some doubts, his status as the adopted child of 2 titled Douluos, combined with his evident strength, earned him respect from all present. As the others received their orders, Suyu awkwardly scratched his nose, asking, "And what about me, young Master Yin? Your support. Stay behind us, observe the situation on the field, and provide assistance as needed." With that, everyone commenced their respective actions. Chapter 272. A Spark Can Ignite a Prairie Fire. Part 2. On the arena, everyone had started their maneuvers. Observing this, Yu Jiuxian quickly approached his target, smiling brightly at Nyo Si, the level 55 Soul King. Noticing the bewildered expression on his opponent's face, he tilted his head, verifying the astonishing news. "Stop looking. Your only opponent is me." Nyo Si flexed his wrist. Before the duel, he had anticipated a confrontation with this young adversary, as they were both formidable attackers and possessed the highest soul power. Yet, facing him now, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, the higher the level, the more pronounced the gap between them. With a 4-level difference, he felt the pressure, yet with no choice but to proceed. He gritted his teeth and unleashed his martial spirit and soul rings. It was evident to any observer that his martial spirit was merely an ordinary beast spirit, a result of his diligent cultivation. In stark contrast to Yu Jiuxian, who possessed a higher level and an ancient beast martial spirit, he felt overshadowed. However, upon noticing the solitary black ring beneath Yu Jiuxian's feet, he couldn't help but smirk with disdain. "Kid, what are you boasting about with just 1 soul ring?" While it is true that a higher level indicates a greater disparity, that is only under the condition of equal soul ring quantity. What does 1 soul ring matter? It can still crush you underfoot. Yu Jiuxian defiantly rebuffed the taunt. After a series of provocations, Nyosi finally unleashed a powerful punch infused with his soul power. But was Yu Jiuxian so easily harmed? With a stylish turn, he evaded the attack and subdued the reckless Nyosi. Simultaneously, Zhang Ping, who was provoking Nyo Lu and Nyo Qi, successfully drew out their soul skills with the assistance of the strong attack Li Kai. Third soul skill, Floral Bull Roar. Second soul skill, Floral Bull Charge. As the 2 prepared to withstand the onslaught, Suyu stood ready to heal at any moment. Meanwhile, Yu Jiuxian noticed the unfolding situation and swiftly countered, sending one of the attackers crashing against the barrier, rendering them unconscious. Seeing this, he felt reassured and instantly teleported to the trio of struggling companions. Devour. On the sidelines, the spectators were awestruck by this wave of counterattacks and rescues. Yet, the excitement was far from over. After absorbing the 2 soul skills, Yu Jiuxian exchanged a look with the young fighters and proceeded solo to assist Yin, who was grappling with 2 opponents. Observing his struggling ally, Yu Jiuxian hastened to his aid, instantly alleviating the pressure on Yin. He cast a glance at Yu Jiuxian, receiving a confirming look in return. Both of them unleashed their respective skills, instantly causing the two level 50 Soul Kings to vomit blood. The first soul skill was Hell's Magma Surge, while the second was Mount Tai's Crushing Weight. Meanwhile, observing the situation over at Zhang Ping's side, Zhang Ping and Zhang Kai immediately targeted the two Soul Masters who had just released their skills without any respite, launching a series of relentless attacks that left the two Soul Masters defenseless, ultimately collapsing to the ground. As for Hu Laina's side, the fusion skill of the brother and sister duo sent the last two opponents spinning in circles. This sequence of maneuvers decisively overwhelmed the Beast Spirit team, garnering admiration from professionals who witnessed it. The match was nearing its conclusion when Yu Jiuxian stepped aside to stretch his neck. Just as he was about to urge everyone to intensify their efforts and bring the contest to a swift end, a voice whispered in his ear, "My lord, it is time to awaken." The voice was ethereal, imbued with a chilling essence that sent a shiver down his spine. He momentarily froze, pondering who it could be. Though no name was mentioned, an undeniable intuition told him that the words were directed at him. Listening to that peculiar voice, the power within him, belonging to the beast spirit, surged dramatically, causing an explosion of sensation in his chest. However, the exquisite pain was known only to him. To mask his unusual state, he pressed his hand against his chest, attempting to alleviate the agony through pressure. The effect was pitifully minimal, yet during this act, he distinctly felt the fierce thumping within. Thud thud. Leaning against the railing, he appeared composed on the outside, yet internally he continuously urged himself to hold on. As the saying goes, misfortune often strikes when least expected. The next moment, Yu Jiuxian experienced this firsthand. He noticed familiar faces nearby, growing frantic, as if something terrifying lurked behind him. The pain dulled his reflexes, and before he could react, warmth spread across his waist. Having sustained numerous injuries in his youth, he recognized the warmth as blood without needing to investigate further. He had been ambushed, and the attack had succeeded. He silently counted to 3. Predictably, upon reaching the final number, his body softened, and with a thud, he collapsed to his knees. The spectators were left in stunned silence, their murmurs rising in a crescendo of astonishment. Goodness, to witness such a reversal under these circumstances. The Beast Spirit Academy lived up to its reputation for astonishing everyone from the moment they stepped onto the stage. The Spirit Hall has underestimated them. Who could have anticipated this? Indeed, no one could have foreseen that the level 55 Soul King, who had been knocked unconscious by Yu Jiuxian and crashed into the railing, would suddenly awaken at this precise moment. Moreover, by sheer coincidence, Yu Jiuxian was positioned directly behind him, lost in thought. Without further ado, the arena saw new developments. The youths from the Spirit Hall, witnessing their teammate being ambushed by none other than Yu Jiuxian, displayed expressions of anger and concern. With no support-type Soul Masters on the opposing side, they swiftly kicked aside the individual who had been rendered defenseless beneath them and engaged in a battle with Nyosi. The clash intensified with a cacophony of sounds, while Yu Jiuxian seized the opportunity to catch his breath, slowly rising with the support of the railing. However, the next moment, a heart-wrenching scene unfolded once more. Just as Yu Jiuxian managed to stand, a wave of black energy struck his legs, forcing him back down to the ground, repeatedly subjected to attacks. The turmoil within him caused his vital energy to surge uncontrollably, resulting in a spout of crimson blood. The audience in the stands, particularly Mo Xiaotang, watched her brother collapse to the ground, her heart aching painfully. She immediately sought to rush down to confront Nyosi, the source of her brother's injury. Xiao Dang. Yet before she could descend, she was intercepted at the entrance by Master and several teachers. Master, in particular, stated, "This is the Spirit City. Even if it were a competition elsewhere, once the match begins, unless the participants concede, it cannot be interrupted or terminated." The implication was clear. This was not a place for reckless behavior. Mo Xiaotang turned her head, glancing at the arena below. From her vantage point, she could still see her brother, barely clinging to life on the ground. Sniffling, she spoke with a choked voice. "Then I will go down and tell my brother to concede." Concede? Master shook his head. The spirit hall cannot concede. Upon hearing this, others could no longer remain calm. Why not? Conceding is the right of every competitor. How can there be a prohibition against it? With his hands clasped behind his back, Master gazed into the distance. His expression tinged with resignation. Those youths know that as long as they are in the spirit hall, they cannot afford to lose. Mo Xiaotang was no fool. After a moment of contemplation, she understood that in the spirit hall, where the strong are abundant, there was no room for defeat. Yet, such thoughts only intensified her concern for her brother's suffering. On the other side, while Mo Xiaotang's heart ached, Yu Juxian was not faring any better. At that moment, he lay on the frigid floor, his ears ringing, unable to hear anything, only feeling as if his body were about to explode. Every movement sent excruciating pain coursing through him. Was he to simply wait for his end? He refused to succumb. Gritting his teeth against the intense pain, he slowly attempted to rise once more. With a broken leg, standing was impossible, so he resolved to kneel instead. He had to struggle, even if it meant facing death. Remaining motionless was not in his nature. Yet, just as he began to rise, the effort nearly drained him of all strength. What should have been a simple action proved insurmountably difficult for Yu Juxian, causing him to feel as though he were on the verge of combustion. By the time he straightened his back, sweat soaked his clothes, staining them with blood, rendering him as though he had emerged from a pool of crimson. He glanced at Hulai Na and the others. This glance revealed a dire situation. The momentum they had built together was rapidly diminishing following his injury. Except for the relatively resilient Yin, the others were in a comparable state to his own. In contrast, the 7 competitors from the Beast Spirit Academy were enveloped in a dark aura, visibly recovering at an astonishing rate. Perhaps buoyed by their newfound strength, they exuded an air of arrogance. He scoffed softly, channeling his spirit, transforming into a fearsome ancient beast, its body resembling that of a sheep, with a human-like visage, eyes nestled beneath its arms, and fangs resembling those of a tiger. This formidable spirit had been witnessed in their previous matches. Yet, for reasons unknown, they felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from this release of his spirit. He exchanged a glance with Yen, instructing him to protect Hulai Na and the others before slowly making his way towards the Beast Spirit team. Thus unfolded a scene where the ground was marked with trails of blood wherever the young man passed. Hulai Na, watching the frail figure, felt her eyes welling with tears. She turned to the host standing at the edge of the arena, her lips moving as she pleaded, "We concede. Please stop the match." However, witnessing the raging battle spirits on both sides, the host could only lower his head in silence. In the center of the arena, Yu Juxian, confronting the Beast Spirit Academy, gradually sensed something amiss. The 7 enveloped in dark energy were experiencing a rapid surge in their soul power in response to the pressure of his spirit. What if this were another type of martial soul? He might believe that it possesses a unique passive trait, growing weaker against the feeble while becoming stronger against the formidable. However, they were merely ordinary bovine martial souls. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the peculiarity of this team, wondering if the multitude of spectators below had failed to notice. No, perhaps they had already discerned it. Yet the martial soul hall stood so elevated, emanating a formidable aura that instilled fear, making it a fierce competitor for several present teams. They lacked confidence in their ability to defeat the martial soul hall should it endure. Thus, the emergence of such an unusual team had consolidated their intentions. In this round, if the martial soul hall were to falter, they would undoubtedly report the Beast Martial Soul Academy. Conversely, if the Martial Soul Hall triumphed, they would suffer no losses while simultaneously depleting its strength. In that event, would not the lofty Martial Soul Hall be at their mercy? Ah, truly a clever strategy. He lowered his gaze, his expression subtly shifting, then raised his hand to brush his forehead, subsequently flicking his wrist lightly, unleashing a wave of soul power that surged toward the opposition like a scorching heat wave. Given these circumstances, he resolved to demonstrate their capabilities. A spark can ignite a conflagration. Although the Beast Martial Soul Academy was being continuously repelled, they remained unscathed. The leader, Nyo Si, patted his attire and could not refrain from mocking. "Is this all you have?" Yu Jiuxian smirked, "Is it?" He lifted his hand once more, and as his arm ascended, his bones creaked ominously, resembling a rusty machine. Enduring the pain, he snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, the expressions of the 7 members from the Beast Martial Soul Academy shifted to one of terror. Outside the arena, though the spectators were bewildered, witnessing the fearful and flushed faces of the Beast Martial Soul Academy members, who appeared as if they were suffocating, sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Meanwhile, a few knowledgeable instructors felt their blood surge with excitement. This was the realm. In the members' lounge of the Martial Soul Hall, 7 youths lay upon their beds, each face more pallid than the last, particularly Yu Jiuxian, who appeared so lifeless that one might mistake him for a corpse were it not for the rhythmic beating of his heart. Observing this from behind glass, Bai Dong squinted, recalling the messages from her subordinates on the day of the competition. Recognizing the disparity, she instantly flashed to the scene. There, she witnessed Yu Jiuxian utilizing his domain, causing the students of the Beast Martial Soul Academy to become dazed. While the Academy's instructors were so frightened they called for a withdrawal from the competition. Victory had been secured. The Martial Soul Hall had turned the tide against adversity, once again showcasing its might. Yet, none in attendance could muster a smile. The astonishing youth, who had captivated the crowd, collapsed backward after announcing their victory, unable to withstand the explosive power of the Beast Martial Soul. As he struggled to contain the energy within, striving to avoid losing consciousness and endangering his comrades, he simultaneously harnessed the strength bestowed by the Beast Martial Soul to protect his companions and secure their win. Ultimately, his body and meridians could not endure, and he collapsed immediately after the victory. When a standby healer approached to attend to him, he was already bleeding profusely from all orifices, his meridians severed. Reflecting on this, Bai Dong sighed inwardly, just as she overheard several healing soul masters express their concerns about the likelihood of participating in the 5th round given their current recovery state. Upon hearing this unsatisfactory response, she interjected, unable to participate. Unbeknownst to her, the Pope was standing behind her, causing the chatting soul masters to tremble and hastily deny it. Bai Dong waved her hand, acknowledging that expecting everyone to recover in just 3 days was unrealistic. As she paused, the eyes of several soul masters lit up, understanding that the Pope was not devoid of compassion. Then, the next moment, they heard her benevolently declare, "Except for that, you lad. I want to see the rest of them standing on the stage in good condition on the competition day." The soul masters felt naive. After all, how could the Pope possibly possess any semblance of empathy? We will not disappoint the Pope's expectations. Upon hearing the head healer's response, Bai Dong departed with her subordinates. Satisfied, the healing soul masters looked at their leader, faces filled with worry. "My lord, how could this possibly be achieved?" "Increase the dosage, and have all support-type healing soul masters take turns assisting." Their leader gritted his teeth and provided the answer. In a lounge, a conscious Hulaina listened to the sounds outside, revealing a bitter smile. Xiao Jiuer's decision was indeed correct. The Martial Soul Hall was no place for him. Here, power reigned supreme, with various enticing treasures, yet devoid of any semblance of emotion. Weakness only led to death. After 3 days of recuperation, the 5th round of the competition commenced as scheduled in front of the Martial Soul Hall. The host was replaced, and, compared to the previous host, this one delivered the competition rules with a chilling lack of emotion. In the final round of the championship, an individual competition format was adopted from the elimination rounds, where the top 3 would compete to determine the champion. The 2 losing academies would engage in a team battle in the afternoon to establish the 2nd place. Ultimately, the winner of the individual competition would face the champion of the team battle the following day to determine the elite competition's victor. First, please have the Chrysanthemum Academy, Shrek Academy, and Martial Soul Hall each send forth a student to draw lots for their matchups. As the lot drawing proceeded, Chrysanthemum Academy dispatched a prearranged student in accordance with their strategy. Shrek Academy also sent forth a corresponding elegant youth. As for the Martial Soul Hall's combat team, due to their significant injuries and their focus on recuperation over the past few days, they had not devised any strategies. Moreover, they had not been informed of the Pope's arrangements. However, upon observing the two unremarkable youths take the stage, Xiu instantly surmised their intentions. His expression soured as he glanced at his teammates behind him. Although the Pope had provided them with the best healing, the short span of just a few days was insufficient for complete recovery. To the onlookers, they seemed unscathed, yet aside from Hulaina, Yin, and himself, who were all of considerable strength and had recovered substantially, most others had barely regained 30% of their capabilities. In such circumstances, how could he possibly send his teammates in a battle? Gritting his teeth, he was about to personally take the stage when he was intercepted by Ghost Douluo. Your body has just begun to heal. Do not cause trouble. Before he could finish, Ghost Douluo waved his hand towards the back. A handsome youth, whom they had not seen before, silently walked onto the stage. Once all three participants had arrived at the center of the arena, an elder of the martial soul hall with gray-white hair slowly emerged, holding 3 exquisite cards for them to draw. In this individual competition, although 7 competitors were still sent forth from the team, they would duel one-on-one, with the victor remaining on stage while the defeated team continued to send forth participants until one side's competitors were entirely eliminated. Despite being an individual competition, the selected teammates were notably underwhelming. Yet, the audience was well aware of this reality. The 6-way competition had just concluded, and everyone was in a state of anticipation, especially the Wuhuan Temple. That battle directly wounded the vitality of the main force. Now, they're all contemplating how to first arrange some minor skirmishes to exhaust the opponent. While lost in thought, the outcome has already been revealed. Wuhuan Temple faces Shunfeng. In this round, Shrek has a bye. On stage, a woman observes a couple nestled in the corner, her silver teeth nearly grinding in frustration. This person leads a remarkably fortunate team, but it remains uncertain whether this luck will endure until the end. She raises her hand, and her subordinate immediately steps forward, receiving a whispered message, nodding before turning to relay it. Moments later, the 2 young men who had just taken the stage exchanged glances. As the referee called for the start, the Wuhuan Temple student, with an impassive expression, declared their withdrawal. This move was indeed ingenious. What is happening? Did not Wuhuan Temple vow to fight until the end? Why withdraw right at the beginning? Gazing at the lofty Pope on stage, the master, standing in the observation area, silently uttered a name, Bibi Dong. You truly play your cards well. Since Wuhuan Temple has withdrawn this round, then Shunfeng students are victorious. In the next round, Shunfeng Academy will compete against Shrek Academy. Observing a different youth before him, the student from Shunfeng Academy remained unfazed. Just as the 2 young men's eyes locked in a silent contest, the master beside them spoke in imitation. Shrek Academy forfeits the first half of the finals, willingly entering the afternoon's loser bracket. Jingling, return. Hearing the master's somewhat weighty voice, Bibi Dong stood up in disbelief, questioning why. Is this still the once arrogant master? With his hands clasped behind his back, the master coldly replied, no particular reason. I believe that conceding should be our right. Bibi Dong, after all these years, you have changed, and so have I. Shrek Academy has withdrawn from the morning's individual competition, leaving only Shunfeng and Wuhuan Temple in the match. As Shunfeng Academy prepared to face Wuhuan Temple once more, the girl glanced at a particularly distinguished youth from Shrek, a flash of unwillingness crossing her eyes as she contemplated stirring trouble. Shunfeng Academy, recognizing their inferiority to Wuhuan Temple, willingly withdrew from the morning's individual competition, opting to face Shrek in the afternoon's loser bracket. With this, Wuhuan Temple will claim the first place in the individual competition. The master narrowed his eyes, angrily tossing his sleeves as he departed. Chapter 277, The Decline of Society, The Erosion of Human Hearts 3 after completing the morning's proceedings. Hulaina bid farewell to her brother and Yin, returning to her dormitory in a daze. Just as she settled down, she heard a cacophony of voices in the corridor discussing various matters. She immediately scorned herself inwardly. Hulaina, how foolish can you be? Instead of returning to a luxurious apartment or the Holy Maiden's residence, you chose this shabby training camp dormitory. She covered her ears, yet despite her efforts, indistinct sounds still crept into her consciousness. She truly wondered whether she should lament her keen hearing. Defeated by reality, she surrendered her struggle, sprawling on her bed, vaguely catching the mention of Yu Jiuxian outside. Thus, she calmed herself, capturing a few key phrases amidst the noisy corridor. Elder Yu's adopted son is stable, according to the physician. With a surge of excitement, Hulaina sprang up, exclaiming, "Could you repeat that?" At this moment, within the elder's residence, after ensuring Yu Jiuxian was settled, the physician and Yu Guan stepped into the courtyard for a discussion, the atmosphere heavy with tension, and no one dared to breathe. Elder Yu, regarding the child's internal condition, you had previously consulted the Pope, and surely, he has informed you? Yes. The Pope's authority speaks for itself. As a titled Douluo, you should understand the inherent dangers of using soul power in such circumstances. Allowing him to compete is akin to dancing on a tightrope, courting death. Upon hearing the reproachful words, Yu Guan did not react with anger, but instead lowered his head in self-reproach, reflecting on his shortcomings. It was his failure to protect his own child. Observing Yu Guan's demeanor, the physician began to comprehend that he had wronged him. This was not Yu Guan's decision to let the child compete. Those spirit masters raised by Wuhuan Temple have no choice in the matter. This realization prompted a sigh, and his tone softened slightly. The young master, after sustaining injuries, has chaotic soul power, and with his martial spirit forcibly awakened. This has resulted in the complete rupture of his meridians. His survival relies solely on sheer willpower. After the young master awakens, if possible, try to avoid having him use soul power, and you and that esteemed individual should spend more time with him. At this point, it was evident to even a fool that the child's time was limited. A mist of tears welled in Yu Guan's eyes. After all, this was his own child, the one who had accompanied him through countless days and nights. Perhaps his heart was not hardened enough. Upon learning of the child's condition, he found himself unable to remain indifferent. Is there truly no way? The physician glanced at the room behind him. As the healer, if there were a solution, he would not hesitate to provide aid, especially for such a remarkable youth. He had genuinely done his utmost. The fact that the young master could awaken and undergo self-reconstruction of his meridians was already the best outcome possible. Yu Guan clenched his fists, his lips moving as he turned away, unwilling to meet the physician's gaze. In that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the specter entering. Seeing his trusted companion, Yu Guan's emotional defenses crumbled, and he could no longer maintain his facade. As a loyal brother to someone, the specter merely cast a glance, already understanding the situation. He waved his hand to disperse the servants in the courtyard and beckoned the physician to follow him. The physician, perceptive to the unspoken cues, obediently joined the specter as they left. Once the courtyard was empty, leaving only Yu Guan behind, he did not unleash his emotions as one might expect. Instead, he quietly closed his eyes. Chapter 278, The Decline of Society, The Erosion of Human Hearts. 4. After relaying the conversation from the corridor, Hulaina speculated that Yu Jiuxian might have awakened and hurried to find Xie Yu and Yin, bringing them along to visit the child. However, when they arrived at the Yu residence in high spirits, witnessing the sorrowful expressions of those present, Hulaina hesitated. Could it be that she was mistaken? At that moment, the specter, having comforted Yu Guan, emerged. You are here to see the dear Jiuxian, right? Why are you standing around foolishly? He is awake now. Feel free to enter without worry. You won't disturb him. With this official word, Hulaina and her companions rushed toward Yu Jiuxian's room, though upon reaching the door, they tiptoed in, fearful of disturbing him. Observing their awkwardness, the specter recalled the individual who had just been settled inside and couldn't help but sigh. Yuan Gao was instructed to leave. Meanwhile, Hulaina gently pushed open the door and entered. Although they had anticipated that Yu Jiuxian would not be in the best condition upon awakening, the moment they saw the young man's pale visage, they could not help but feel their eyes welling with tears. Nevertheless, they did not relent in their teasing of Yu Jiuxian, each taking turns to chide him. Yu Jiuxian, is it just you who can do this? It's merely a minor injury. Who doesn't get hurt in a match? Was it necessary for you to endure excruciating pain just to stand up for us? In response, Yu Jiuxian shrugged, ignoring their words. What are you all fussing about? I'm perfectly fine. Listening to someone's loud murmurs, Yin's excited voice rose several octaves. For the first time, Hulaina did not stand by him. subtly supporting Yin with her words. Xiao Jiuer, I'm not joking. That day truly frightened us. You must not act like this again. Observing their escalating emotions, Yu Jiuxian paused momentarily before slightly restraining himself, finding a way to lower his stance and comply with their sentiments. Once they calmed down, he began to shift the topic. I heard from Uncle Guan that today marks the 4th day of my coma. It is now past noon. Your individual matches should be concluded. What were the results? Upon hearing this, Hulaina did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned to gaze at Yu Jiuxian's childish face, finding no flaws. However, her earlier suspicions had already found their answer. She bit her tongue and recounted the events of the morning in detail. Yu Jiuxian gradually sat up, expressing his thoughts. If I take it easy this afternoon and recuperate well, perhaps I can join you for the final team showdown tomorrow. At this remark, Yin instantly became agitated. You're in this condition and still thinking about the competition? Xiaoyu also wore a disapproving expression. Xiao Jiu, my little ancestor, can't you just take it easy for a moment? Hulaina slowly began to speak, attempting to dissuade him. You're already in this state. After the competition, the Pope will allow you to leave. Allow me to leave? Huh, truly a child, so naive. That day, he had fully awakened his martial soul and developed a domain. With the Pope's cold-blooded nature, would he really let him go after extracting every ounce of power from him? One must understand, the world is in decline, and human hearts have soured over time. Yu Jiuxian is ultimately Yu Jiuxian. His words were astute, his observations clear. If the Pope were truly capable of mercy, how could he have attained his current position? Upon learning that Yu Jiuxian had awakened and was not gravely injured, the Pope inquired immediately whether he would participate in the next day's competition. Although it was framed as a question, there was no implication of refusal in his tone. Indeed, the youth was not one to be rendered foolish by mere comas. Chapter 279, Prepared for Battle, Unyielding on the final day of the championship. The most significant match of the elite competition, the day was surprisingly devoid of extensive procedures. It was merely a matter of waiting for everyone to arrive, positioning the participants, and commencing battle to determine the ultimate champion. However, the organizers' approach of simplifying the event did not lead anyone to underestimate the competition. On the contrary, it was regarded with more seriousness than any previous year. As the 14 extraordinary youths stepped onto the stage, a wave of excitement surged through the audience, with cheers echoing. Wow, this exhilarating moment has finally arrived. Shrek faces the Spirit Hall. Yet, one could not help but wonder at the audacity of the Spirit Hall. Their team was composed of 3 assault type, 1 control, and 3 support members. Such a composition was not unheard of, but to employ it in this final contest seemed rather juvenile. To be frank, while the Spirit Hall was indeed formidable, this year's competitors were not to be underestimated. Could the Spirit Hall, with its 4 elite members, once again conquer the resilient and steadfast Shrek? As the host, possessing a bird martial soul, soared to the center of the arena, the audience fell into a hushed anticipation. The battle commenced. Spirited youths, go forth and fight. As the final character was spoken, the gazes of the people swept over the determined young warriors. First, from the Spirit Hall, Yun Xiuchuan, a rising star, a dark horse in the finals with the martial soul of the ancient ferocious beast Tao Tai, soul power. Level 59, assault type soul king. Xiaoyu, one of the golden triangle of the Spirit Hall, captain of the team, martial soul. Moonblade, soul power. Level 52, assault type soul king. Hulaina, also part of the golden triangle, martial soul. Demon fox, soul power. Level 51, control type soul king. Yin, another golden triangle member, martial soul. Flame lord, soul power. Level 52. Assault type soul king. Bai Xiaoning, martial soul. Jade Buddha, soul power. Level 47, healing type soul master. Su Xian, martial soul. Mini meatball, soul power. Level 49, food type soul master. Lulu, martial soul. Golden flower, soul power. Level 49, healing type soul master. Now, shifting to the Shrek side, Tang San, a core member of Shrek. Martial soul, blue silver grass, soul power. Level 43, control type soul master. Dai Mu Bai, captain of Shrek, the star Luo prince, Martial Soul, Evil Eye White Tiger. Soul Power, Level 45, Assault Type Soul Master. Zhu Zhuqing, the second young lady of the Zhu family of Star Luo. Martial Soul, Nether Cat, Soul Power, Level 42. Agility Type Soul Master. Xiao Wu, one of Shrek's members. Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit, Soul Power, Level 40, Agility Type Soul Master. Ma Hongjun, another member. Martial Soul, Phoenix, Soul Power, Level 42, Assault Type Soul Master. Oscar, also a member. Martial Soul, Sausage, Soul Power, Level 42, Food Type Soul Master. Ningrongrong, the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Martial Soul, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Soul Power, Level 42, Support Type Soul Master. At this moment, the audience realized that they had been so focused on observing the Spirit Hall that Mo Xiaodang from Shrek Academy had not taken the stage. Faced with the 4 Soul Kings of the Spirit Hall, it was quite unexpected that Mo Xiaodang, with the same level as the captain, had not come forward. On the stage, the prominent figures of the Spirit Hall also took notice. Xiaoyu smirked, rubbing his nose, realizing that this time, the brothers did not wish to be at odds, aside from Yu Xian and that child. Recalling a certain someone's earlier advice, he tilted his head, realizing they had avoided quite a bit of trouble. Shrek, we await your performance. The youngest recipient of the purple medal? Do not let us underestimate you. Chapter 280. Prepared for battle. Unyielding 2. As the match commenced, the Spirit Hall employed a strategy entirely different from previous encounters. Xiaoyu, with a serious expression, discreetly signaled to his sister and brothers. Hu Laiina then utilized her inherent agility, comparable to that of an agility-type speedster, to approach the Shrek 7. She was indeed an enchanting queen, exuding an irresistible charm with every move, captivating all who beheld her. Moreover, with her powerful and alluring demon fox, Martial Soul, she was utterly mesmerizing, rendering one almost unable to stand. She casually swayed her fluffy tail, lifting a young man's chin with her finger, bestowing upon them a bewitching smile. Being spirited youths, they were unable to resist such provocation and quickly became entranced. Observing his sister's success, Xiaoyu immediately split paths with his close ally Yen, launching a coordinated assault, leaving Yu Jiuxian to contend alone against the 3 support members. Third Soul Skill / Second Soul Skill granted. Witnessing this scene, the crowd could not help but inquire. Had the 4 competitors from the Spirit Hall truly recovered? If Xiaoyu were to hear this, he would undoubtedly reply, "Isn't the answer obvious? The Spirit Hall invests substantial resources annually to nurture so many youths. They are not mere spectacles. Although these individuals may not be as astonishing as the elite few, many can still be deemed prodigies. If they had not fully recovered, how could the Pope have allowed them to step onto the stage and risk embarrassment? After all, they were among the most exceptional of the Wuhuan Temple." Following the battle, the Pope promptly dispatched the finest medical team and invested in the most advanced medical equipment available. It was not until this morning that the Soul Masters concluded their treatment. How could they be so ineffective? By the time they took the stage, their internal and external injuries had nearly healed to 90%. The decision for a swift resolution stemmed from concerns that Yu Jiuxian, having just awakened, might be unable to endure the rigors of battle. However, it must be noted that who exactly is Yu Jiuxian? Merely consuming a few herbs from a spatial ring would suffice for him to regain his vitality by the next day. Their worries were utterly unfounded. Yet in this life, amidst such a chaotic world, how many individuals truly care for you without expecting anything in return? Yu Jiuxian graciously accepted this warm-hearted care. This led to the striking contrast of Hu Laiina and her companions attacking fiercely while Yu Jiuxian remained utterly unmoved. On the other side, Shrek Academy observed that the actions of the Wuhuan Temple aligned closely with what their master had briefed them on the previous night, allowing them to adopt similar strategies without significant deviation. Thus, as they watched Hu Laiina and her group charging towards them, they felt no panic. Rather, it was akin to witnessing prey willingly walk into a trap. Although the poisoned Douluo had warned them to be cautious of Hu Laiina, they had underestimated her capabilities as a control-type soul master. Apart from Tang San, who possessed the purple extreme magic eye, and Xiao Wu, who inherently had charm. The rest of them, regardless of gender, succumbed to Hu Liena's alluring charm. As the attacks from Xiaoyu and Yin were about to descend upon them, Tang San swiftly employed his fourth soul skill, Blue-Silver Prison, for himself and his companions. As the name suggests, Blue-Silver Prison is a confinement mechanism made from blue-silver grass. Being a control-type skill, its primary purpose was to restrict the opponent's movements, rendering it nearly impenetrable in a short span of time. However, at this critical juncture, with attacks imminent, restricting the opponent would be futile. Instead, utilizing it as a defensive barrier to absorb the incoming blows was the most prudent course of action. With the protection of the Blue-Silver Prison, the Shrek 7 managed to catch their breath. Tang San wasted no time in physically reviving Oscar to create antidote sausages for the others. As his gaze traversed the members of the Wuhuan Temple, he noticed the masked youth lurking at the back, causing him to furrow his brow. Clearly, Yu Jiuxian had sustained severe injuries. Otherwise, given his combative nature, he would have joined the others in the fray. Had he been included, they would have had no chance to regroup and would have already faced defeat. Yet, this was not the moment for such musings. He regained his focus, glancing at the waning Blue-Silver Prison and then at his recovering teammates. One must admit that the Wuhuan Temple's recent maneuvers had indeed disrupted their plans. However, they were not sheep awaiting slaughter. He leaned down and whispered to Dai Mubai, who said only they could turn defense into offense. Upon hearing their plan, Zhu Zhuqing found herself not contemplating how to execute her role flawlessly in the competition, but rather reflecting on the aloof youth Yu Jiuxian, her mentor. Due to the matchup against the Wuhuan Temple, the master had shared much the previous night, including the possibility of personnel changes within the Wuhuan Temple's lineup. However, she had not anticipated that Yu Jiuxian would remain unaffected by these changes. The youth who had been gravely injured in the fourth round was again participating in the contest. Moreover, she had not expected to see him again. The once revered figure who seemed untouchable, now brought down to the mortal realm with numerous vulnerabilities. Lost in thought, she was jolted back to reality by Tang San's voice urging her to prepare. She refocused, observing her teammates taking their positions, quickly wiping her eyes to restore her composure, and then joined her companions in battle. At the edge of the arena, the three support members, following the Pope's orders, stayed close to Yu Jiuxian. For ordinary individuals, witnessing their teammates engage in fierce combat while merely accompanying a patient might evoke feelings of guilt, prompting them to inquire if assistance was needed. However, here, none of that transpired. They stood quietly beside Yu Jiuxian, akin to emotionless automatons, executing orders without engaging in any additional tasks. Fortunately, Yu Jiuxian retained his humanity. Though he appeared to be idly standing there, he was, in reality, attentively observing the actions of all within the arena. Suddenly, he turned to the person beside him, inquiring, "Is your Wuhuan a meatball?" Suyi was taken aback for a moment, but nodded in affirmation. Yes, a mini meatball. Considering the Pope's instructions, he glanced at Yu Jiuxian's pallid complexion, assuming he was unwell again. Just as he was about to mention that his soul skill primarily enhanced speed and strength, which was less effective than the two young ladies' abilities, he caught sight of Yu Jiuxian's unyielding gaze and swallowed his words. He presented 4 different meatballs to him. Yu Jiuxian examined the 2 he selected from the edge, one resembling a gourd and the other slightly translucent, then remarked, "Make more green meatballs." Prior to the match, Hu Liena had informed him that the food type's soul skill, Green Percore Meatball, enhanced speed. Though he did not fully comprehend, Suyi was too intimidated to ask further. After all, he was one of those who had been awed by Yu Jiuxian's illustrious moments in the past. Thus, the spectators beheld Suyu, head bowed and silent, diligently performing his task. In this clash, excluding the incapacitated support members, the Wuhuan Temple fielded 4 opponents while Shrek had 5, setting aside the exceptional case of Yu Jiuxian. The Wuhuan Temple essentially faced a 3-5 disadvantage. In such circumstances, unless each member possessed extraordinary abilities, they were bound to encounter moments of vulnerability. Consequently, Shrek dispatched Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, 3 formidable fighters, to engage in fair one-on-one duels. With Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing momentarily free, they exchanged glances and stealthily approached Yu Jiuxian. They were not entirely discreet, as by the time they appeared before Yu Jiuxian, he had already instructed the 3 support members to withdraw and was smiling at them. Little girl, you've truly grown. You've learned to pick on the soft targets. While commendable, it must be said that their discernment was still somewhat lacking. He was no mere soft target. Eager to dislodge Yu Jiuxian from the arena, Xiao Wu did not pay much attention. With a 3rd soul skill, she instantly closed the distance to Yu Jiuxian, and to be safe, she activated her 4th soul skill, Indestructible Golden Body. She exchanged a glance with Zhu Zhuqing, who promptly maneuvered to flank Yu Jiuxian, preventing any escape, while Xiao Wu attacked from the front, aiming to use her agility to knock him out of the ring. As for why they aimed to force him out instead of defeating him, considering Tang San, the 1,000-handed Shura, had not managed to vanquish him, how could they dare to entertain such thoughts? Thus, within the bounds of their capabilities, their sole aim was to kindly escort this formidable figure from the stage. As Xiao Wu inhaled deeply, she seized the wrist of Yu Jiuxian and tossed it upward, with her toes barely grazing the ground. She executed a fierce kick aimed at the slender waist, following up with a relentless series of attacks from below. Witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing's pupils contracted sharply. This was no mere display of skill. After all, Yu Jiuxian was her mentor, and mindful of Yu Jiuxian's incomplete recovery, she had previously advised Xiao Wu to merely force her off the stage using their first 2 skills, striving to avoid any further harm. In that moment, Xiao Wu, fearing Zhu Zhuqing's hesitation, had acted first. Observing the unfolding scene, Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, marveling at the sheer ferocity of the 8-section throw. On the other side, the 3 duels were unfolding, each a clash of similar attributes, control against control and brute force against brute force. In the match between Yin and Ma Hongjun, the 2 were not only of the same element, but both wielded the fire attribute. Yet, in the collision between the Flame Lord and the Fire Phoenix, Yin evidently held the upper hand. Meanwhile, Hulai Na, despite being of a higher level than Tang San, struggled as her charm primarily relied on auditory and visual triggers, making her confrontation with Tang San anything but effortless. As time passed, the strain became increasingly palpable. Casting a glance towards the 3 support members near them, she signaled to her brother and Yin. The 3, having grown up together, understood the unspoken meaning behind her gesture. In response, the trio distanced themselves from their opponents. Su Yu, following Yu Jiuxian's orders, swiftly tossed them 3 speed-enhancing per-core pills. Swallowing the pills hastily, Hulai Na and Xie Yu, under Yan's protection, successfully executed their martial soul fusion technique. The Shrek monsters had garnered a reputation for overpowering their rivals in the promotion matches. Now, they were about to witness how long they could endure under the enchanting red mist. As the crimson fog enveloped the arena, Tang San felt an ominous sensation creeping in. Sure enough, those caught in the red mist experienced a halving of their sensory perception, and their soul power was suppressed, rendering their movement sluggish. Furthermore, they discovered that visibility was entirely obscured within this peculiar crimson haze. Chapter 283. On high alert, without mercy 5, I'm done playing with you. Observing the crimson mist spreading from the center of the arena, Yu Jiuxian emerged from behind Zhu Zhuqing, precisely on cue. Taken aback, Zhu Zhuqing wondered how he had gotten behind her. Just as she pondered this, Xiao Wu's final strike of the 8-section throw sent Yu Jiuxian crashing against the railing. At the moment of impact, he disintegrated into powder, scattering with the wind, a mere decoy. Stunned by this revelation, Xiao Wu quickly redirected her assault towards the genuine Yu Jiuxian, seemingly determined to continue her onslaught as long as he remained on the stage. However, this time, Yu Jiuxian had no intention of indulging her. He swiftly seized her as she blinked into existence and kicked her back towards her companions. Initially considering sparing the girl out of respect for Tang San and the 2 bulkier opponents, he decided against it when faced with her obstinacy. After all, he was no benevolent hero. After dispatching one, he turned his attention to the next opponent. Perhaps due to their connection, she was unlike Xiao Wu. She lacked haste for quick victories and engaged in combat with a dazed demeanor. Approaching Zhu Zhuqing, he whispered in her ear, "Did I not instruct you to be on high alert, regardless of who you face? Strength and weakness are irrelevant. Your compassion will lead to dire consequences." As she met his crimson gaze, Zhu Zhuqing wished to convey that she had indeed been following his advice, albeit with a personal bias against him. Ultimately, her lips moved, but no words escaped. She was not Mo Xiaotang, and Yu Jiuxian had neither the time nor the inclination to entertain anyone other than her. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's silence, Yu Jiuxian narrowed his eyes, finding the situation quite tiresome, and pushed her into the red mist. Having previously instructed his team to be gentle with Zhu Zhuqing and Mo Xiaotang, he exerted no pressure in this action. With nothing to occupy his time, Yu Jiuxian approached Yin, who was equally idle, and remarked, "The carriage is prepared. I shall depart immediately following the conclusion of the match." Yin, surprised by the tight schedule, recalled Hu Laina's words from earlier and merely bid him a safe journey. Yu Jiuxian smiled, intending to change the subject when suddenly several members of Shrek were propelled out of the red mist. In fact, when Tang San and his companions had initially entered the mist, they had emerged briefly, only to be thrust back in by Yin. To his astonishment, this time they had learned to ascend into the air. Counting, Yin noted 6 figures above. Yu Jiuxian glanced at the mist and casually remarked, "Tang San remains inside." Yin, puzzled, questioned why they had not all exited together, knowing that their strength was severely diminished within the fog. Perhaps they were confident in their own abilities? After all, while the martial soul fusion technique was powerful, it also consumed considerable soul power from the soul masters. Once the duration expired, the fusion would dissolve, making them easy prey. Yu Jiuxian remained non-committal and exchanged glances with Su Yu before stretching his limbs. Since they wished to exit, let us oblige them. Chapter 284. On High Alert. Without mercy 6, given that Shrek's members were so eager to exit, they would indulge these naive souls until the end. Yu Jiuxian extended his hand, prompting Su Yu to promptly present 2 gourd-shaped pills. They were not genuinely capable of flight. They would descend when the time was right. While they possessed doppelganger pills, the clones would only wield 50% of their strength, whereas the Shrek team had 4 fully powered individuals. When we engage them in battle, I will leave one of my doppelgangers for you. You 3 should be cautious as well. Once they realize what is happening, they will come back with a vengeance, intent on claiming your lives. After all, our team includes support soul masters, particularly those specializing in healing, creating an invulnerable scenario. They simply cannot be defeated. On their side, however, there are 3, 2 of whom are healers. To truly vanquish them, the healing soul masters must be dealt with. As expected, Shrek swiftly descended back to the ground. However, upon landing, they found themselves not in a 2 versus 4 situation, but rather 4 against 4. Observing the additional 2 opponents, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Yin and Xiaoyu, Dai Mubai realized they had underestimated the opposing food-type soul master. Now, the challenge of breaching the martial soul hall had become even more formidable. Uncertain of the doppelganger's prowess, he recalled Xiao Wu's earlier whisper about their duration being approximately 5 minutes. Therefore, they must endure for at least that long. Meanwhile, Yin and his team contemplated a swift resolution within 5 minutes. The 2 waves of battle commenced once more. After the fusion of their martial souls, Hulaina and Xiaoyu formed a nearly impeccable combination, with Xiaoyu focusing on offense while Hulaina concentrated on control. They turned their attention to Tang San, having discovered through experimentation that he could see through the crimson mist, which brought them considerable surprise. It was no wonder that Yu Jiuxian had advised them to be cautious when facing Tang San and not to underestimate him. As they wielded their lunar blades, preparing to launch another attack, they noticed 8 spider legs sprouting from Tang San's back. This was an external spirit bone. The fact that he possessed an external spirit bone at such a young age was indeed astonishing. However, they were not envious. Without hesitation, they sent forth their lunar blades once more. Unlike their previous experiment, one blade struck Tang San directly while the other whirled past him. Given their strength, it was implausible for Tang San to believe it was merely a feint. Indeed, he utilized his Ziji demon eye to observe the second lunar blade as it passed him, descending towards the outside. He used his 8 spider lances to block the lunar blade, and, after releasing his grip, conjured a blue-silver prison to shield himself from damage. Although the blue-silver prison had become remarkably resilient, being composed of plant material, the lunar blades were sharp. Fortunately, after the blue-silver prison shattered, Dai promptly cast a protective barrier, allowing the lunar blades to be recalled by their master. Relieved to see his teammates safe, Tang San exhaled, but soon faced a new dilemma. After absorbing the underground magic pearl, the reinforced 8 spider lances broke while blocking the lunar blade. As the lunar blade hurtled towards him, he quickly transformed his Xianyu hand, grasping the blade's edge and, using its momentum, flung it away. It is crucial to note that once an external spirit bone is absorbed, it becomes akin to one's own bones. Now, having one of his 8 spider lance legs severed by a lunar blade felt akin to a bone being brutally fractured, causing Tang San to break out in a cold sweat. Yet in this moment of crisis, he had no time to lament his pain. He gritted his teeth, heightened his vigilance, and prepared to face Hulaina's renewed assault. Meanwhile, outside the Crimson Mist, Ma Hongjun relentlessly bombarded Yin with a flurry of attacks. Having previously engaged, he understood deeply that this youth, sharing his elemental affinity, was superior to him. Although he appeared chaotic, he was actually quite organized. He initiated with his 3rd spirit ability, Feng Yi Tian Xiang, granting him brief flight and doubling the potency of his phoenix flames, unleashing a barrage upon the spirit hall members below. Despite the numerous strikes, only a few landed, all of which Yin skillfully deflected. This left Ma Hongjun hesitating over whether to employ his 4th spirit ability, Phoenix Xiaotian Strike. It was his strongest move, yet required precise targeting within a 5-meter radius. However, given his current accuracy, success seemed doubtful. As a mere spirit master, he had limited opportunities to utilize his 4th spirit ability. On the high platform, the Pope frowned at the spectacle of the chaotic battle outside the Crimson Mist. The clones they consumed relied entirely on the main body's mental control, which could be challenging for others. Yet, Yin and his companions did not consider what the Pope thought. Even Yu Guan found it unbearable to witness. He contemplated whether all of this training was in vain. What was this chaotic fighting? Reflecting on the child's fervent assurances to the Pope last night, he felt an urge to roll his eyes. With such a clumsy ally, victory seemed hopeless. Looking below, Yan's clone initiated action, launching a rock of the flowering cliff to disrupt Xiao Wu, who was attempting to assist. Nearby, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated momentarily, but then leaped forward to catch Xiao Wu. Once stable, Xiao Wu wiped the blood from her mouth, recalling how easily she had been captured by Yu Jiuxian. It turned out that Yu Jiuxian had shown her mercy. However, Yu Jiuxian was single-handedly facing Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Occasionally, when Yu Jiuxian loosened his grip, Zhu Zhuqing would escape, only for the assisting clone to bring him back. He truly left no room for escape. Zhu Zhuqing sighed inwardly, reflecting on how they had been worried about Yu Jiuxian, who could toy with them without even using his spirit abilities. She exchanged glances with Dai Mubai, contemplating whether they should attempt a martial soul fusion technique. But before they could act, the Crimson Mist was filled with the sounds of shattering and Tang San's cries of anguish. What was happening? Yu Jiuxian glanced over, observing that Xie Yu had unleashed the full moon technique. Prior to the finals, Xie Yu had used this move to defeat a level 68 Spirit Emperor. Although Tang San was exceptionally gifted, he was still forced to retreat repeatedly against this attack, with the 8 spider lances he relied on for defense shattering one by one. As the last of his 8 spider lances broke, Xie Yu and Hulaina were compelled to disengage from their martial soul fusion technique. Judging by the timing, it seemed they were forced to separate. Remembering their previous weakened state, Yu Jiuxian swiftly moved to their side. Both sides' supports immediately began to heal and restore. The Spirit Hall's Jade Buddha and Golden Flower, along with Shrek Sausage and 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, provided assistance, allowing Hulaina and Tang San to recover somewhat. Tang San gradually rose from the ground, while Xiao Wu, filled with concern, shed tears. He raised his hand, summoning the shattered 8 spider lances back to him. This action left everyone puzzled. Just as they were filled with confusion, he shattered the 8 spider lances once more, grasping the fragments between his fingers. While the rules prohibited the use of external hidden weapons, these were remnants he had severed from his own body. Yu Jiuxian's eyes flickered as he recalled his promise to the Pope. He seized Ulaina and Xiaoyu by the wrists, and with a swift motion, hurled them off the platform. Yu Yin was about to voice his protest when Yu Jiuxian kicked him aside. He coldly regarded the three supports, and Su Yu swallowed hard, voluntarily leading the two girls to leap down. This maneuver took everyone by surprise. What was happening? Although Ulaina and Xiaoyu were not at their peak strength, wasn't the main force on the opposing side. Tang San, also injured. Why did Yu Jiuxian not resist, but instead push his teammates down? Did he believe victory was unattainable? Or was he attempting to face 7 opponents alone? But was that even feasible? Wasn't Yu Jiuxian severely injured? Wait, who said an injury couldn't heal? Suddenly, Tang San flung his hand, sending the shattered 8 spider lance fragments flying towards Yu Jiuxian. As a beast martial soul user, Yu Jiuxian had no weapon to defend himself with. He simply stood there, allowing the fragments to pierce his skin and pass through his body. Tang San watched in disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to be able to devour these? Why wasn't he using that ability? Observing Yu Jiuxian, who was now bloodied and battered, everyone in the audience shared Tang San's bewilderment. Yu Jiuxian smiled faintly before collapsing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Xiaojiu, Hulyina widened her eyes, her exhausted body in a daze as she gazed at the blood-soaked youth, her ears ringing. Yin could not restrain himself, shouting out, "Didn't Tiwi agree to leave once it was over? What on earth is happening?" The Pope, equally perplexed, observed as Yu Jiuxian's eyes gradually darkened, nearly obscuring the bloodshot whites. He tilted his head, surrounded by a swirling aura of black energy, kneeling there in stiffness. If he were to glance back at that moment, he would surely be taken aback. The dark energy enveloping him emanated from behind, coalescing into the form of a youth. It was the specter of the ghost general from his previous life, appearing as he did during his glorious battles, with twisted legs and vacant sleeves hanging at his sides. And an empty left eye, he raised his arm, channeling his soul power, drawing out fragments of the 8 spider lances from his body while simultaneously attracting the shards from the ground. "Here, take them back." He unleashed his soul power, sending the shards flying. Tang San, utilizing his ghostly shadow evasion, skillfully dodged the projectiles, casting a blue-silver prison around his comrades. Just as the blue-silver prison rose, it lacked the resilience expected, disintegrating into ashes upon contact, as if scorched by acid. Dai Mubai hastily pulled Zhu Zhuqing into his protective barrier, leaving the others to suffer. None could evade the onslaught, and the toxins of the 8 spider lances caused them to faint instantly. Yu Jiuxian raised his arm once more, condensing his soul power, his fingers curling as if grasping something. Before anyone could speculate, the shadow behind him revealed the answer. It resembled a spear, but those familiar with Yu Jiuxian recognized it as a lance. With a flick of his wrist, the lance surged forth, swirling through the air at an angle of 36 degrees. The spear struck Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, sending them crashing down. The lance then reversed direction, aiming at Tang San. Chapter 287. A smooth journey after Zhu Zhuqing fell, Yu Jiuxian no longer held back, enveloping the entire arena with his domain, leaving Tang San with no escape. Tang San's pupils constricted, finally comprehending the dire situation they had faced at the Beast Academy. He later heard that several individuals from the academy had gone mad overnight due to the immense pressure. At that moment, he could hardly fathom how a mere child could conjure such a terrifying domain. Although he could not escape, his consciousness had allowed him to endure for a while. Yet, having been distracted, he soon fell into disarray. Below the arena, Master hesitated as he watched Tang San remain motionless before the lance. Just as the spear was about to pierce Tang San's chest, Flinder bellowed, "Shrek surrenders." He summoned his soul power to disperse the mist-formed lance, leaping forward to interrupt the match. The halted Yu Jiuxian felt the backlash, blood surging forth as he coughed violently. He was enveloped in darkness, the world spinning around him, and despite bracing himself against the ground, dizziness overwhelmed him. He silently admonished himself, "I cannot fall now. I promised them I must not lose." He condensed a small orb of black mist in his palm, transforming it into a blade, gripping it tightly. The pain jolted him back to a semblance of clarity as he glanced at the stunned host below, announcing the results. In the 5th round of the Elite Competition Finals, the Spirit Hall triumphs over Shrek Academy. Hearing the host's voice, Yu Jiuxian revealed a smile. Though the process diverged from his plans, the outcome sufficed. He had emerged victorious. With that thought, his vision blurred, and he collapsed onto the arena floor. Hyena and the others rushed onto the stage. Little Gio, on the day of the reward ceremony at the Spirit Hall, ignoring the clamor outside, Yu Jiuxian sat in a specially designed wheelchair, gazing calmly at the exalted Pope. The match has been won. Will you not keep him? Bibi Dong eyed the young child from the Yu family, offering a half-hearted invitation, the sincerity of which was questionable. Yu Jiuxian lowered his gaze, self-mocking. I have become utterly useless. Remaining in the Spirit Hall serves no purpose, does it? Bibi Dong remained silent, merely snapping her fingers. A girl emerged at her call, the one who had competed alongside them, possessing the Jade Buddha martial soul. He looked at the Pope in confusion. Bibi Dong felt genuine regret, such a talent wasted. However, considering the deeds he had performed during the competition, she was inclined to extend him a bit of kindness. Upon learning of your condition, Yuan has been searching the continent for herbs that could heal you. He encountered this child during his quest, recognizing her rare Jade Buddha martial soul, and brought her back, hoping she could stay by your side. She glanced at the girl. The Jade Buddha martial soul was exceedingly rare, with healing capabilities unparalleled once reaching level 50, though it bore significant side effects. It rivaled the malevolent, mutated martial soul of the Yu family. Take her with you when you depart. Bibi Dong was willing to gift him a talented soul master? Quite unexpected. Yu Jiuxian nodded subtly. Thank you, your holiness. Uncertain if the outcome was predetermined, Bibi Dong engaged him in idle conversation. Do you have plans for the future? Yu Jiuxian inwardly rolled his eyes. He had not even informed Uncle Guan. How could he share with her? Yet, having feigned for so long, he maintained a composed facade, expressing a sense of yearning. I have heard the scenery in the south is quite lovely. I wish you a smooth journey, Bibi Dong nodded, tapping her staff on the ground, allowing the guards at the entrance to step aside. Chapter 288. A plea outside the Spirit City. Yu Jiuxian lounged in a carriage, one hand fanning himself, while the other concentrated soul power, gradually infusing it into his fractured legs. The girl opposite him, Bai Xiaoning, who possessed the Jade Buddha martial soul, watched in wide-eyed amazement as Yu Jiuxian's injuries began to heal. Young Master Yu's legs, they are actually healing. But isn't he an assault-type soul master? How can he employ the healing techniques of a support-type soul master? She felt dizzy. Yu Jiuxian glanced over, puzzled. Had Uncle Guan not informed this girl that he possessed twin martial souls? Perhaps, sensing his thoughts, Bai Xiaoning nodded. The Douluo Lord mentioned it to me. Mentioned it? Yu Jiuxian tilted his head, intrigued. Seeing that the notoriously fickle young master seemed to be in a good mood, she eagerly continued to voice her confusion. Young master, is your other martial soul not of the assault type? I have heard people say that when you wield your other martial soul, you become extraordinarily powerful, capable of defeating 10 opponents at once. Extraordinary indeed? Yu Jiuxian's expression remained calm, though his heart felt heavy. He lifted the curtain of the carriage, discerning their current path, while simultaneously countering the young girl's assertion. I only acknowledge the latter part. Only the latter part. So, the first part is incorrect, is it not? Bai Xiaoning glanced at the vibrant glow emanating from his subordinates, blinking in surprise. Is your other martial soul one of the supportive type? Yu Jiuxian nonchalantly nodded. Bai Xiaoning lamented how formidable both Judo Luo and Gudo Luo are, and though they are friends, their offspring seem utterly unremarkable. She opened her mouth to deliver an extravagant compliment, but her voice was drowned out by a distant thunderous crash. Pong! After the resounding noise, Yu Jiuxian felt a sharp pain in his chest, so intense that it made him gasp for air. Simultaneously, in his mind he hovered in the air, witnessing the people he cherished explode before him, helpless to intervene. He could only watch as the blood tainted his world repeatedly. Clutching his chest and breathing heavily, he abruptly flung open the carriage's curtain. Peering out, He stared blankly at the rear of the carriage, murmuring softly. This immense disturbance emanates from the direction of Wuhan City. Has something happened at the Wuhan temple? He slapped the carriage, issuing a simple command to his subordinate Yuan Gao. Turn around. We must return. In his haste, he failed to notice how hoarse his voice had become. However, this time, Yuan Gao did not comply. He silently apologized. I'm sorry, young master. Subsequently, he tightened his grip on the reins and fiercely struck the horse's rear. The carriage accelerated unexpectedly. Yu Jiuxian anxiously pounded on the carriage. Yuan Gao, I instructed you to turn around. Little Haitang is still at the Wuhan temple. Although he was unaware of what transpired, he had an ominous premonition that a significant event was unfolding at the Wuhan temple, one that could endanger little Haitang. If he did not hurry back, it might be too late. Yet today, Yuan Gao was particularly obstinate, reinforcing the carriage with layer upon layer of seals, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Young master, instead of pondering the trivial matters of Wuhan temple, you might as well focus on your own condition. Yu Jiuxian clutched his knees tightly. He could break through this seal. He could heal himself in an instant, but his body was in such a dreadful state. After expending his soul power, would he truly be able to reach the Wuhan temple? He grasped the door frame of the carriage, speaking softly, Yuan Gao, please. Turn around, I beg you. Once a proud son of heaven, he leaned against the carriage door, pleading in a hushed tone. His voice tinged with a hint of choking emotion. Chapter 289, Brother, it hurts so much. Bai Xiaoning also knocked on the carriage, joining in, Yuan Gao. Please turn around. What if something truly is amiss? Another thunderous sound erupted, causing Yu Jiuxian's complexion to pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. Despite being just outside Wuhan City on a small path, it felt as though he could hear heart-wrenching cries from within the city. Brother, it hurts so much. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. He felt as though he were plunging into a bottomless abyss, breaking through everything to reach the Wuhan temple. He ran wildly, searching through the chaotic crowd for the child he held dear. Finally, on that high platform, he found the child clutching their chest, collapsing to the ground, their vacant eyes staring blankly towards the direction of Wuhan City. His fingers brushed against the child's icy cheek, but at the moment of contact, everything dissolved into nothingness. He fell to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Little Haitang. A dark mist emanated from around him, and the fallen ghost general coalesced behind him once more. Bai Xiaoning trembled in fear. Outside, Yuan Gao remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, desperately urging the horses onward. Yu Jiuxian slowly raised his head, gently tapping the carriage, and the seal outside disintegrated in an instant. What on earth? The seal had been placed by Yuan Gao, and with its collapse, Yuan Gao too did not fare much better, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He paid no mind to it, intending to reinforce the seal. But the carriage was enveloped in black mist, and within 3 seconds, it was reduced to ashes, scattering with the wind. Yu Jiuxian floated in the air, his eyes unfocused, one hand gathering black mist while the other clutched a jade pendant, resembling a marionette devoid of awareness. He cast a glance at the astonished Yuan Gao and Bai Xiaoning before turning away, soaring towards Wuhan City. Bai Xiaoning, in a daze, asked, what now? What do we do? What can we do? We must pursue. Yuan Gao wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and with a swift motion, he harnessed his soul power to chase after them. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared down the path, leaving no trace behind. How cool. Bai Xiaoning glanced at the fainted horses and then at herself. She pouted. How cool is that? She was merely a support type, an utterly ordinary support. It would take her long. Mo Xiao Tang gazed at the blinding wave of light, momentarily losing focus. He was going to die, yet he felt no fear. In past years, death had always loomed at his heart. After such a long time, he grew indifferent to it. It was his brother who had given him hope for life. Speaking of his brother, he hadn't seen him today. Was the injury from that day still not healed? His brother belonged to the Wuhan temple. Would he know of everything happening here? Surely, it was still unhealed. Otherwise, he would have rushed over to protect him at the first opportunity. No, if his brother were present, he wouldn't be in danger at all. After all, his brother was so formidable. It was he who was too weak. Under the immense pressure of Douluo, He could barely move. He could only stand there, awaiting death. Brother, farewell. After Xiao Tang's death, may he transform into a star, always accompanying you. The wave of light crashed heavily against his chest, forcing a stream of blood up his throat. Too. He felt his body uncontrollably topple backward, and vaguely he thought he saw a massive gaping hole in his chest. Such a large wound, truly frightening. Perhaps the pain had reached its peak, rendering him numb. He seemed to feel little pain, only the sensation of blood continuously flowing from him, his limbs gradually losing feeling, and his vision slowly blurring. The child collapsed. Douluo's pupils constricted as he rushed down from the high platform. Who allowed you to attack that child? Chapter 290. Were there any casualties? The Douluo who had just struck was momentarily stunned. He was of the same rank as Douluo, but his identity did not compare. In the past, they had been somewhat cordial, but today, the fury directed at him was unprecedented. He retracted his hand and replied sternly. The Pope has just issued a decree that members of Shrek are to be killed without mercy. The Pope? Douluo scoffed. He will find a scapegoat. But I declare that I will protect that child from Shrek. Did you not hear me? Beside him, May saw his brother lose his composure and hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Old Jew, calm down. Find a healing soul master. Perhaps it's not too late. Taozi also felt a wave of dizziness. She maneuvered through the crowd, reaching Mo Xiao Tang's side, calling out in a heart-wrenching, soul-stirring voice, "Little sweet." She cradled the boy's body, her heart heavy with remorse. Aware of the lurking dangers, she lamented why she had not remained steadfastly by his side to ensure his safety. Tears streamed down her face as she gazed at the members of Shrek Academy, who had come to his rescue. Yet, the individuals from Shrek were preoccupied. Tang San and Xiao Wu were tirelessly battling. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were fiercely resisting. Oscar and Ning Rongrong were evading attacks. And Ma Hongjun was assisting Tang San against the forces of the Spirit Hall. Each seemed engrossed in their own affairs, oblivious to this small corner of despair. She felt utterly powerless. Who would save him? Just as her tears began to flow, a figure cloaked in black appeared, resembling a deity. It was Yin Xiaoxiao. She had infiltrated the Spirit City, secretly observing their every match. Bored by the award ceremony, she had sought a quiet place to linger, unaware that she would soon hear a commotion nearby. In that moment, an unprecedented wave of anxiety washed over her, prompting her to rush forward, though she arrived too late. She gazed at the once vibrant child, who had affectionately called her sister, now lifeless on the ground, his face growing paler. Her heart ached beyond words, her mouth opening as if her throat were constricted. She knelt beside him, her icy fingertips brushing against his brow, whispering, "Xiao Tang, I will take you home." Taking a deep breath, she seized him from the weeping girl's arms, a dark mist enveloping her. Third soul skill, space transition. Meanwhile, when Xiao Tao and Xiao Tian were touched by others, she was about to unleash her fury, but upon seeing the person who bore a striking resemblance to Mo Xiaoding, her anger dissipated instantly. Instinctively, she aligned herself with Yin Xiaoxiao, declaring, "I will aid you in providing cover." After entering the Spirit City, Yu Jiuxian gradually regained his composure. Observing the battered statue of the Spirit Hall, he could deduce that a fierce battle had taken place. But what was the outcome? He approached a flustered passerby, inquiring, "What transpired at the Spirit Hall?" The passerby, taken aback that someone was unaware of the events, glanced at Yu Jiuxian's disheveled appearance. Noticing patrolling soldiers, he guided the weakened Yu Jiuxian into an alley. One of the students from Shrek is a transformed 10,000-year spirit beast. The Pope sought to capture it, but Shrek refused to surrender, resulting in a confrontation. Was it Xiao Wu or Taozi who was discovered? Yu Jiuxian felt as if a string in his mind was about to snap, cautiously asking, "Were there any casualties?" The passerby shot him a disdainful glance, thinking his question was foolish given the magnitude of the battle. How could there be no casualties? Hearing this, Yu Jiuxian's already injured leg grew weaker, and he leaned against the wall. Chapter 291. Wasn't I supposed to ensure his safety? The thought of death pierced his heart relentlessly. The passerby, lost in memories, failed to notice him and continued speaking. I heard that during the final moments of the fight, two girls worked together to carry away a child from Shrek Academy. From a distance, I glimpsed that the child had a gaping wound in his chest. He likely wouldn't survive. Yu Jiuxian sank to the ground, feeling as if shards of glass were lodged in his throat, unable to utter a sound. Just as the passerby was about to leave, he grasped at the passerby's clothing. What did the child look like? Was he present in the finals? Do you know his name? The passerby, feeling pity, did not pull away but turned to leave, though he added, I truly cannot recall his name, but I believe it started with a Mo. He seemed quite handsome. A slender child who must have appeared in the elite competition. I think I even heard his name mentioned. Mo, slender, renowned in the elite competition. Hearing this, Yu Jiuxian's frail body grew even weaker, his heart ablaze with rage, a surge of blood rising in his throat. When Yuan Gao arrived, he found the boy kneeling in the alley, pale and dazed, his bloodied hand clutching a jade pendant. He murmured softly, Xiao Hua, Hua, Xiao Zhu. Yuan Gao approached to support Yu Jiuxian, who glanced at him and lamented, Yuan Gao, I feel utterly powerless. My flower has withered again. Flower? Yuan Gao was momentarily taken aback, suggesting, why not replace it? This time, I shall help you care for it. Upon saying this, he noticed Yu Jiuxian's hand open to reveal a shattered jade pendant. It was no longer that flower. Suddenly recalling the little flower Yu Jiuxian had mentioned and his friend Mo shouting, he thought perhaps there was still hope. Hearing Yuan Gao's words, Yu Jiuxian's eyes brightened. Yes, perhaps there was still hope. He stumbled to his feet, but the dark transformation had taken its toll, with his leg bones fractured, rendering him unable to stand. Yet, consumed by a frenzy, he forgot his predicament, repeating over and over, it will be fine. Shrek Academy, Shrek's 7 monsters. I will go to Shrek. Perhaps my flower is there. Eventually, Yuan Gao could no longer bear to watch and hoisted him up. At Shrek Academy, the disheveled Yu Jiuxian fixed his gaze on the assembled youth. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Ning Rongrong. None of them were the person he sought. With bloodied hands, he clenched the 9-dragon whip and asked softly, where is Mo shouting? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression darkened as he exchanged glances with his companions, each wearing a look of guilt. In that moment, Yu Jiuxian's heart sank, but he refused to accept it. He could not believe. Why? He endured and endured. But ultimately, he could not restrain himself from lunging at Dai Mubai, seizing his collar. Didn't I instruct you to protect him while I was away? You promised to take care of him, didn't you? Why are you all here while he is nowhere to be found? Tell me. Chapter 292. Where is my flower? The master, unable to watch any longer, stepped forward to intervene. Calm down, Yu Jiuxian. It is not Mo shouting's fault. However, this intervention felt like a blade, striking Yu Jiuxian with fury. He pushed Dai Mubai aside and raised the 9-dragon whip. Those present had witnessed its might before. Lu Erlong stepped forward to shield them. Yet, Yu Jiuxian was deeply pained by the unfolding scenes. Do not calm down, he scoffed, swinging the 9-dragon whip with ferocity. That is my brother, the child I held delicately in my hands, fearing he would fall, cherishing him as if he were a treasure. I entrusted him to your care, and if danger arises, Xiao Wu has Tang San with his 1,000 hands Azura to shield her. If harm befalls her, Master possesses the formidable Lu Erlong at over level 80 to protect her. But what am I Xiao Haidang? What am I Flower? How can you expect me to remain calm? Master furrowed his brow, perceiving his behavior as somewhat reckless amidst the chaos. When Xiao Wu was suddenly revealed to be a 10,000-year-old beast, who could have concerned themselves with him? Cannot be concerned? Yu Jiuxian laughed heartily. What a fine excuse for being unconcerned. He lowered his gaze, tears cascading down his cheeks like pearls that had snapped their string. His eyes swept over the faces of each individual present. So, is this your justification for abandoning Xiao Haitang? Flander gazed upon the almost maddened Yu Jiuxian, closing his eyes. Meanwhile, someone remarked in the midst of the turmoil, he is not alone. There is Xiao Tao by his side. Xiao Tao. Yu Jiuxian's eyes filled with blood, dark mist surging forth from his chest as the ghost general behind him howled silently in fury. Unable to locate the source of his anger, he seized Master, the one who had first provoked him. The black mist clung to Master, causing his eyes to bulge and his face to flush crimson. Yu Jiuxian paid no heed, speaking to himself. A mere girl like Xiao Tao cannot even ensure her own safety, and you expect me to leave my flower in her care? You truly possess a heart of stone. I have heard it said that a large gaping wound resides in his chest. Little Hua's health has always been frail. Enduring such a severe injury must be agonizing for him. Yu Jiuxian dared not contemplate it, his fingers piercing into Master's chest, leaving 5 bloody holes. As Master teetered on the brink of death, he forcefully shoved him away, his whip cracking and leaving deep furrows in the ground, severing the connection with Shrek. Shrek, you are well aware. From this day forth, I, Yu Jiuxian, shall stand against you. Young Master, how is your internal injury? You toil endlessly. Your body cannot withstand this. Observing the frail boy, Yuan Gao felt an unbearable pang of sympathy. If only he had not quarreled with the young master. Perhaps he would have arrived sooner, and that child would not have. Yu Jiuxian remained oblivious to his thoughts, retrieving a celestial herb from his spatial ring, chewing on it without any additional preparation. After consuming the herb, his complexion improved slightly, but only marginally. It's nothing. Nothing? His appearance hardly suggested that all was well. Yuan Gao clenched his fists, attempting to persuade him differently. Young Master, if you continue like this, you will be said to have found Master Mo. Yet even before locating him, your health is already deteriorating. How heart-wrenching it would be for him. Upon hearing Xiao Haitong's name, Yu Jiuxian closed his eyes and exhaled, declaring, "Let us rest today and set forth tomorrow." At this, Yuan Gao beamed with joy. Any respite, even for a night, was preferable to the relentless journeying. Chapter 293. What of the situation? In the valley, Xiao Tao gazed at the bloodless boy upon the rocks, her heart heavy with guilt. That day, Xiao, Tian, will you accompany me? I've never witnessed such grandeur. To attend an awards ceremony? For Shrek, who had persevered through struggles, such an event held immense allure. Yet for Mo Xiao Tang, whose heart was solely occupied by her brother, it felt rather dull. Moreover, Yu Jiuxian had sustained grave injuries on the day of the competition. It was unlikely he would make an appearance today. Nevertheless, the boy could not resist her plea and ultimately attended the awards ceremony, clinging to a slim chance of seeing his brother. The boy, had it not been for her, would not have suffered such severe injuries. Kneeling beside the rocks, she spoke with deep remorse. Sister Mo, I am so sorry. It is all my fault. I should not have taken him there. It is my failure to protect him. Yin Xiao sensed her regret. Yet the boy was already gone. Words held no power. She merely stated, this was Xiao Tang's own choice. But did it truly not matter? Xiao Tao glanced back. Yin Xiao stood beneath a tree, the shadows casting gloom upon her face, yet the weariness and swollen eyes were unmistakable. Yes, he was her brother. She quickly averted her gaze, unwilling to look any longer. She turned to the cold figure, gently asking, what about Xiao Tian? However, before she could finish her question, Yin Xiao interrupted. Any news from Yu Jiuxian? Xiao Tao nodded, then shook her head. I had gathered that young master you had sought news of Xiao Tian in Wuhuan City. Afterward, he seemed to have gone to Shrek, but beyond that, I am unaware. Yin Xiao nodded at this, gazing at her brother's body, murmuring to herself. Let's wait a while. Wait? Xiao Tao, being rather outspoken, was caught off guard by her own voice, covering her mouth in alarm, fearing Xiao Tian's sister would be angered. Yet a glance at Yin Xiao revealed her expression remained calm, as if unperturbed. Her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if reminiscing about someone associated with Xiao Tian. She softly murmured, let him come. Xiao Tang wishes to see him as well. Upon regaining her senses, she approached Xiao Tian, placing him into her spatial ring. A month later, within a dark cave, Yu Jiuxian stirred his stiff body, slowly opening his eyes to survey the multitude of figures concealed in the shadows. He snapped his fingers, and a man clad in black robes stepped forth. These were his followers, if one might call them that. They shared the same fallen souls and possessed the same wicked powers. How had he found them? No. It was after leaving Shrek Academy that this group had intercepted him. They referred to themselves as evil soul masters and hailed him as their lord. He knew not what they meant by evil soul master or lord, but he understood that he needed power for what lay ahead, whether it was to find Xiao Haidang or to avenge her. If they were willing to obey him, what harm was there in becoming their lord? After all, what does righteousness matter? In the face of danger, those one wishes to protect may still remain unprotected, left to howl like a mad dog. What else could be done? Speak of righteousness and morals? The dead cannot hear, cannot feel. What good is righteousness? What value does it hold? Buddha goodness. Who heard the pleas beneath the statue of Buddha that year? Who came to assist him? Chapter 294. What of evil? So what of evil? He could act for the benefit of one. Yet when confronted with unchangeable circumstances, he could lay waste to a city for the sake of another, seeking retribution. Yu Jiuxian exhaled, lightly waving his hand, causing the cave to emanate a dim yellow light. He observed his bandaged hands, contemplating power as dark mist immediately coalesced in his palms. Over the course of this month, he had fully merged with the black mist and could wield it adeptly. In a corner, Bai Xiaoning stared blankly at the young master. Though she had never witnessed the young master's every expression from the start, she had heard many recount tales of him. Douluo remarked that their youngest son was exceptionally well-behaved, understanding, and gifted with remarkable talent. Hulaina and others referred to him as their cherished little darling, suggesting that if given the opportunity to grow, he could single-handedly surpass the entire spirit hall. During this time, she had witnessed the young master, who would speak softly to others, appearing helpless and teetering on the brink of despair. She had observed a prodigy spiraling into madness for the sake of another. The process was truly heart-wrenching. Now, the transformation was complete, and all that remained was to await the opportune moment to strike decisively. As she contemplated this, she heard a familiar knocking sound, followed by the inquiry, "Is there any news?" At such moments, those present dared not breathe a word, and even the one lying in bed would begin to rage. However, today was different. An old fellow trembled as he approached, announcing, "My lord, we have found the whereabouts of the young master, in a corner of the canyon." Without needing to see, one could tell that upon hearing this news, Yu Jiuxian's eyes brightened, and a long-lost smile graced his lips as he exclaimed, "Wonderful." He donned his garments and tidied himself up. Just as he was about to step out, he glanced at his long unworn, wrinkled attire with disdain and quickly changed into clean, neat clothing. He even tidied his hair and beard, attending to every detail meticulously. His nervous demeanor led by Xiaoning to feel as if he was not meeting a friend, but rather a lover. The old man, seeing Yu Jiuxian's flurry, hastily interjected, "My lord, your health is fragile. If needed, we can bring him here." To stop him? Bai Xiaoning rolled her eyes, thinking it was a reckless proposition. As expected, Yu Jiuxian roared like an enraged dragon, "Get lost." The journey was neither short nor long, yet Yu Jiuxian's heart was filled with torment, his hands and feet icy, and beads of sweat forming on his brow. He was apprehensive, fearful of encountering that person, and equally fearful of not encountering them. Eventually, after an indeterminate period, the leading black-clad spirit master came to a halt, and his inner turmoil subsided. It was in this place that Yu Jiuxian descended to the ground, momentarily pausing as he recognized the nameless rift. His last visit had caused quite a stir. Back then, the young Haitang, upon discovering her disguised self, had gleamed with trust hidden behind him. Yet, he ultimately let her down. He walked step by step into the valley and spotted Yin Xiao and Xiao Tao resting within. Hearing footsteps, Yin Xiao stood alert and called out, "Who goes there? Come fort." Yu Jiuxian emerged, lowering his cloak to reveal himself to those present, softly uttering, "It is I, Yu Jiuxian." Yu Jiuxian? Yin Xiao turned to look. The young man was gaunt, with flowing white hair and entrancing red eyes that had turned black. The corners of his eyes bled crimson, and beneath them were dark circles, his lips colorless and cracked, a clear indication of his recent hardships. Chapter 295. Defying destiny, she rushed forward, cradling the young man's face. Her eyes filled with compassion. Jiuxian, don't turn away, she pleaded, but he gently evaded her touch, replying coolly, "It's nothing." Then, looking deeper into the valley, he anxiously inquired, "Where is he?" Yin Xiao stiffened, her lips twitching. Inwardly, She thought how callous he was towards someone who had professed their feelings for him. She touched the spatial ring on her finger, and her brother's form appeared before everyone. Upon seeing the ashen-faced Mo Xiaotang, Yu Juxian felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Had it not been for Yin Xiaoxiao supporting him, he would have collapsed. Yin Xiaoxiao, worried, called out, "Jiao." Yu Juxian pushed her aside and knelt on the ground. "Xiao Haitang, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not protecting you." "Sorry for not protecting Mo Xiaotang?" Yin Xiaoxiao tilted her head, a sigh escaping her lips, her eyes misty. This phrase had been the most frequent utterance she had heard recently. Xiao Tao had told her, "I'm sorry. I failed to protect Mo Xiaotang." Upon visiting Shrek, its members had said, "We're sorry. We did not protect Mo Xiaotang." Now, Yu Juxian had arrived, uttering the same apology, but this time directed at the very person involved. She attempted to lift him, but despite his frail frame, he was as immovable as a mountain. All she could offer was comfort. "It is not your fault. After all, what wrong had he done to Mo Xiaotang? What responsibility did they bear for ensuring his safety?" However, someone clearly thought otherwise. He carefully lifted the young man, as if he were still alive, fearful that his every movement might cause discomfort. His own health was not robust. After taking only 2 steps, he coughed. Yet, he paid it no mind, his expression gentle as he addressed the one in his arms. "Xiao Haitang, I'll take you away." Observing this scene, Yin Xiaoxiao felt a swell of frustration. She understood this was likely fueled by jealousy, yet she could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward, her rationality dissipating in an instant. "Where are you taking him?" Yu Juxian pressed on, insisting, "Xiao, I promised to take him to see the world. I vowed to protect him." Before he could finish, Yin Xiaoxiao interrupted him anxiously. "But he is already dead." "Dead?" Yu Juxian halted, gazing up at the azure sky, and began to laugh. "What of death? If I desire it, what is to stop me from defying fate to bring him back?" Yin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, attempting to respond. "You mean resurrect? Resurrect?" Before Yu Juxian could reply, she continued, "How could that even be possible?" Yet, as she looked into Yu Juxian's eyes, she felt a sudden jolt. He seemed as though he truly could accomplish it. If he could, her brother would return. But why did her heart feel so bitter? Even Yu Juxian, with his knowledge of ancient resurrection methods from years past, had not revisited them, and over time, the memories had faded. Furthermore, it was uncertain if fate itself was conspiring against him. In moments of despair, any glimmer of hope would vanish like smoke before he could grasp it. He rummaged through his spatial ring, discarding treasures as if they were worthless. He hurled item after item, clutching his head and screaming, "Why is there nothing? Why can't I remember?" Chapter 296. The one she loved her brother in these moments. Yin Xiaoxiao watched Yu Juxian's every action, her heart aching. At last, she could no longer hold back. She embraced him tightly, pleading softly, "Jiao, please stop. Xiao Tang is gone. Let him go. Go." Yu Juxian pushed her away, as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes reddened, his mind swirling with crimson, his heart wailing in agony. He collapsed to the ground. As Yin Xiaoxiao stepped forward once again, he immediately shouted, "Get away." Jiao, lost in thought, gazed at the boy who had gone mad for her brother, her heart heavy with bitterness. Someone cared so deeply for her brother's life, and she should have felt joy. Yet, as she touched her cheek, dampness met her fingers. She had cried. Yes, she had wept. In the past, her tears were shed for the one she loved, who favored another, a person who was not her. Now, she cried for the one she loved, who cherished another. And that person was her brother. Deep down, she sensed that Yu Juxian treated her brother with an unusual tenderness, a difference that she had always felt but was unwilling to acknowledge. Now, however, she could no longer conceal it. She called out, "Jiao." She longed to ask why. Why is it precisely my brother? After all, she and he had known each other first, had they not? But the words failed to escape her lips. She staggered back a couple of steps, closed her eyes, and left without looking back. She departed. Yu Juxian collapsed to the ground, unable to hold on any longer. In his mind, he could only watch helplessly as Xiao Hua perished before him. After waking, he had screamed in desperation, yet no one answered. He was terrified. In this second life, he encountered Mo Xiaotang, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiaohua. Their personalities, their purity, and their sweet smiles. Just one glance, and he thought he would protect Mo Xiaotang well, ensuring she would never suffer harm again. Yet still, he felt as powerless as in his previous life. He could not bear to lose this flower again. He truly could not endure it. He wiped the moisture from the corners of his eyes and cleared his throat before inquiring, "Have you heard any news about resurrection on this continent?" Yuan Gao, who had been waiting outside, replied helplessly, "No. Once a person dies, they cannot come back to life. The notion of resurrecting someone is merely a fanciful dream. If there were a way to revive them, it would have already spread across the continent, and the balance would have been disrupted long ago." Nevertheless, despite this understanding, witnessing the increasingly gaunt Yu Jiuxian truly pained him. Inside the room, Yu Jiuxian gazed at Xiao Haitang on the bed, his eyes dimmed. "Increase the intensity," he commanded. Outside, Yuan Gao sighed softly. The evil spirit master was not a righteous path, constantly oppressed by the righteous faction, WuhanDian. The last time they managed to glean news about young Master Mo, it was because Yin Xiao had deliberately left traces. Under normal circumstances, it would be fortunate to survive while evading danger. Furthermore, the task of gathering information was arduous. However, as a devoted caretaker, how could Yuan Gao betray him at such a time? He agreed, and as he was about to leave, he reminded, "Young master, their powers are peculiar and differ from ordinary soul masters. Please exercise caution." Within the room, Yu Jiuxian shrugged indifferently. Different from ordinary soul masters, so what? Do they have to be evil? What constitutes good? What constitutes evil? Who defines it? To label them as evil, yet to witness them committing heinous acts and taking lives? At least during my time here, I have not seen such behavior. WuhanDian was once something to aspire to. Should it not be considered good? Yet, they still harm my flower. Before Gue Laojiu, he had also been kind. Perhaps some would claim Yu Jiuxian had gone mad, but he himself did not care. Perhaps it was due to the blood lessons inflicted upon him in his previous life. Before becoming renowned, Gue Laojiu had gone to a hillside strewn with bones. People generally abhorred the place, finding it eerie, and most avoided it. Even if they had to come, they would merely dispose of a corpse and leave immediately. But that day he sat there for a long time. He pondered. The world said he was wicked, wicked to the core and to his soul. But where exactly was his wickedness? At birth, good and evil are indistinguishable. How can one define wickedness? Even though he and Xiaohua had been abandoned, there was a time when they were good too. He had once prayed and hoped for sunlight to shine upon him, yearning for someone to extend a hand to save him. Had it not been for Xiaohua's incident, even if he loathed this world, he would not have truly harmed it. Thus, he concluded that every individual possesses duality, a good side and a bad side. Whether one is defined as good or evil at birth depends solely on how people perceive and treat them. Listening to Yuan Gao's reminder, Yu Jiuxian lowered his gaze, contemplating a response that even if their powers were indeed sinister, he could manage them, for he understood them. However, when he regained his senses, the outside had fallen silent. Yuan Gao had presumably departed. He pursed his lips. After a while, he looked at the person on the bed, slowly climbing onto it. He gently cradled Xiao Haitang in his arms, as one would treasure a precious gem, extending his hand to impart verdant soul energy into her body. Unlike the healing he had done for himself before, this was the fourth soul skill he had gained from the Lingwen fan. This soul skill had absorbed the soul ring of the demon magic tree, and combined with the inherent wood attribute of the Lingwen fan, it brought forth many ideas, resulting in unexpected effects. The first was the shattering of the Lingwen fan. This passive skill transformed the shattered fan into lethal blades attacking living targets within 10 meters. Infused with the toxins of the demon magic tree, the burrow demon spider, and the mandrake snake. Due to its uncontrollable nature, it indiscriminately attacked both friend and foe. Thus, he typically refrained from using it. The second was interference, a primary skill of the fourth soul technique characterized by mental disturbance, reminiscent of the demon magic tree. The third was growth, a skill he had innovated himself to enhance the strength of surrounding plants. It could be paired with the second to control plants for offensive purposes, or combined with the Lingwen fan's wood attribute to accelerate the growth of a certain carrier. Currently, he utilized the third method of the fourth soul skill, accelerating the life of Xiao Haitang. However, given that Xiao Haitang had suffered such grave injuries and her heart had ceased to beat, this effort bore no effect on her lifeless body. Yet, it could ensure her body would not decay and remain vibrant, so that when he found a way to revive her, her soul could return to her own vessel. Otherwise, when the soul was found, if her original vessel was absent, it would be futile. Perhaps he had been too exhausted recently. While contemplating this, he skillfully controlled the output of his soul technique, gradually drifting off to sleep. Just as he was about to succumb to slumber, a frantic knocking echoed from the door. Bang, bang, bang. The noise stirred him awake, and he frowned in displeasure, irked as he exclaimed, "What is it?" Outside, a sinister soul master bowed slightly at the door and began to explain. It was the Grand Elder, who had relayed a message from overseas, claiming there might be a way to resurrect the young master. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian instantly came to his senses, his eyes widening in surprise. "You should gather everyone in the hall. I will prepare, and we will set off for overseas at once." After a short while, in the hall, Yu Jiuxian had calmed down and sought specific details from the soul master who had brought the news. "Hai Sen Zhao, this place." He recalled hearing about in his youth at the Wuhan temple, yet he had never connected it to this matter. He turned to Yuan Gao, who remarked that the notion of resurrecting Immo Xiao Gongzi on Haishan Dao was not mere fantasy. This tidbit of information was indeed credible. On Haishan Dao, every inhabitant must undergo a trial upon reaching 18. Those who succeed in the trial, whether they are native sea soul masters or outsiders, are bound to remain on the island for life, lest they incur the wrath of the sea god. Conversely, those who pass the trial would receive the sea god as protection. Naturally, those who fail would be sent away. Furthermore, the guardian of Haishan Dao, the sea god Poseidon, is a title Douluo of the 99th rank, nearly divine in strength. Thus, while the information was accurate, the hope it offered was still quite slim. After all, Haishan Dao is difficult to enter, and the trials are no simple matter. Even after passing, leaving the island is challenging. However, for his already troubled young master, any glimmer of hope was significant. As anticipated, Yu Jiuxian decisively declared, "I have yet to fully remember the ancient methods of my memory, so as long as there is a shred of hope, I shall pursue it. Prepare yourselves. We shall head to the island." The efficiency of the soul masters under his command was remarkable. No sooner had he issued the order than the elders and their subordinates began arranging everything. Within half a day, personnel, ships, supplies, maps, and itineraries were all ready. Yu Jiuxian cradled Xiao Haitang as he boarded the vessel, surveying his companions. Alongside him were still Yuan Gao and Bai Xiaoning. With the addition of the persistent Xiao Tao, 2 elders from the soul masters accompanied them, bringing along 20 subordinates, while the remaining elders stayed behind to supervise the others. After waiting a moment to ensure no one else was joining, he raised his hand, and the soul masters set sail. After securing Xiao Haitang comfortably, he stepped outside. Yuan Gao was on deck, seemingly inquiring about the whereabouts of Miss Yin, who had stormed off earlier in a huff and did not accompany them. The voices of the elder soul masters echoed, affirming that they had already dispatched someone to find her, and they would ensure her safety upon her return. Sending updates from Haishan Dao, Yuan Gao expressed his gratitude sincerely to the elder soul masters, acknowledging their efforts for the sake of their master. Yu Jiuxian, hidden in the shadows, exhaled in relief. He had been worried about Yin Xiao's safety, especially with the chaos on the roads due to recent events. Fortunately, Yuan Gao and the elders had arranged everything. Over the next few days, Yu Jiuxian spent his time in meditation. Finally, after half a month, they arrived at Haishan Dao. The soul masters docked the ship, and they disembarked one by one. Yu Jiuxian entered the cabin and opened the door, finding Xiao Haitang peacefully resting on the bed. Thanks to Yu Jiuxian's daily infusion of soul power, Xiao Haitang's condition was stable, and he appeared as if merely asleep. Approaching, Yu Jiuxian gently touched Xiao Haitang's cheek and whispered, "We have arrived." He then carefully lifted Xiao Haitang and stepped off the ship. Yuan Gao had already coordinated with the Grand Elder awaiting them on the island, who informed Yu Jiuxian The Grand Elder mentioned that Haishan Dao is not particularly welcoming to outsiders. This implied that, given their need for assistance, their large group might seem imposing. Yu Jiuxian nodded, understanding the sentiment for the sake of Xiao Haitang. He surveyed the group and assigned tasks. The Grand Elder will lead. Yuan Gao, stay with me. The rest of you should remain with the Grand Elder subordinates at the island's perimeter. Xiao Tao and Bai Xiao Ning exchanged glances, both wishing to accompany Yu Jiuxian onto Haishan Dao. After some deliberation, Xiao Tao spoke up. Yuan Gao is a man, robust and capable. I shall accompany you, as women are often more attentive. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian showed no visible reaction. But Yuan Gao shot a disapproving glare at Xiao Tao for questioning his capabilities. Bai Xiao Ning, sensing the tension, interjected playfully, Uncle Yuan, do not mind her words. Yuan Gao, feeling the warmth from her touch, relaxed slightly and decided to let Xiao Tao's comment slide. Bai Xiao Ning also had her rationale for joining. Your health has always been fragile, and you continually infuse a significant amount of soul power into Mo Gongzi. By accompanying you, I can assist in replenishing your energy. Yu Jiuxian pondered her reasoning. He remembered how he felt weakened after prolonged use of his fourth soul skill, relying on Bai Xiao Ning's healing to stabilize him for the next infusion. Without her, he might struggle. Thus, he conceded that her presence was indeed beneficial. As for Xiao Tao, having another girl with him would be fine. She could keep Bai Xiao Ning company, especially since their time on the island would likely be lengthy. Thanks to the Grand Elder's prior arrangements, their entry into Haishan Dao faced no obstacles. It was uncertain whether the second and third elders had informed the Holy Master. But Yu Jiuxian understood that participating in the trial was the best means to meet the sea god. He acknowledged this, knowing that even if he could exert his full strength to pressure those here into revealing the sea god, he would not resort to such measures. For he sought the sea god's aid in resurrecting Xiao Haitang. Should he provoke someone, the consequences of their interference with the resurrection would be unbearable for him. Thus, he preferred to take a few extra steps, seeking only the utmost caution in this matter. As they spoke, several individuals traversed the dense forest and halted at its edge. Yu Jiuxian raised his gaze, and before him lay a vast body of water, known as the Sea of Seas. In the midst of the tumultuous waters, a triangular platform emerged, upon which stood a stone pillar, at the base of which sat a black-clad soul master. The diligent elder introduced, "This is the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, one of the 7 sacred pillars of the Sea God Island." Seahorse Sacred Pillar? The soul masters on Sea God Island distinguished their ranks by the color of their attire: white, yellow, purple, black, and red, from lowest to highest. Thus, it was evident that the individual before them possessed formidable strength. Yu Jiuxian focused intently and sensed that the black-clad soul master had the power of a tidal Douluo. Tidal Douluo? The Seahorse Sacred Pillar is guarded by a tidal Douluo, and it stands to reason that the remaining 6 sacred pillars are similarly protected. Not to mention the almost divine guardian of the island, Poseidon. He raised an eyebrow, reflecting that Sea God Island was indeed formidable. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. "Are these the individuals here for the assessment?" The elder affirmed, "Indeed." Turning to the speaker, Yu Jiuxian noticed it was a soul master clad in yellow. After confirming, the yellow-clad soul master gathered his soul power and respectfully addressed the black-clad soul master in the center of the water. "Esteemed Seahorse, there are land soul masters who have come to undergo the trial. We ask for your permission." Upon hearing this, the black-clad figure withdrew his power and slowly opened his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Yu Jiuxian and the others, subtly exerting pressure. Among those present, aside from the yellow-clad soul master, who was an ally, there was Yu Jiuxian, who was not entirely human. The others possessed no more than the strength of an 8-ring soul Douluo, hardly capable of enduring the pressure of a level 90 tidal Douluo. In a brief moment, the faces of the group turned pale, cold sweat beading on their brows, clearly unable to withstand the strain. Yu Jiuxian cast a sidelong glance, his displeasure evident. However, in this domain, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he walked ahead, shielding his companions behind him, absorbing the weight of the title Douluo's aura. The black-clad soul master, known as the Seahorse Douluo, narrowed his eyes slightly, intrigued by the young boy's demeanor. How old could he be? 14 or 15? What level of soul power did he possess? Perhaps 60. Remarkably, he seemed unfazed by the pressure of a title Douluo while protecting his companions. Impressive indeed. Nevertheless, despite his admiration, the necessary procedures must still be followed. Land Soul Masters, you must cross the Sea of Seas and stand before the Seahorse Sacred Pillar to qualify for the trial. Xiao Tao, eager to prove her worth, declared, I shall go first. Yu Jiuxian nodded in agreement. Very well, you may proceed. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gao exhibited a hint of hesitation. The path ahead was uncertain, and it would be prudent for him to take the lead. Yet, Yu Jiuxian reasoned that what peril could a soul master face? Even if they sank, they could be retrieved. Nonetheless, out of consideration for Yuan Gao's concern, he reassured, it will be fine. Thus, Xiao Tao rolled up her sleeves, ready to showcase her abilities, summoning a peach blossom spirit. This soul skill, known as the 100 dodging peach blossoms, caused blossoms to cascade from above, blossoming and exploding under her control. In Chapter 301, Sea God Island, Assessment 3, the skill was indeed damaging. However, the application of the skill could be flexible. Countless peach blossoms fell upon the water's surface, forming a delicate path. With her soul power sustaining it, she gracefully walked across the peach blossom pathway. Yuan Gao glanced at the young master. Allow me now, he suggested, gesturing towards Bai Xiaoning, indicating she should join him. Yu Jiuxian nodded once more. Yuan Gao, displaying his martial spirit, struck the water's surface with a blade, sending waves crashing forth, startling the aquatic creatures within. In that moment, he seized Bai Xiaoning by the collar and surged towards the opposite shore, reminiscent of ancient deities gliding effortlessly across water. This left only the elder and Yu Jiuxian remaining. The two exchanged glances, and Yu Jiuxian remarked, let us proceed together. The elder had no objections. Thus, they approached the water's edge. Observing this, the Seahorse Douluo fixed his unwavering gaze upon Yu Jiuxian. The performances of the others had been commendable, yet he harbored greater anticipation for the child who could withstand his pressure. Yu Jiuxian, holding Xiao Haitang, stepped onto the water's surface, which, in that instant, appeared to freeze like ice, allowing him to traverse it as if walking on solid ground. While Xiao Tao had the peach blossoms as a platform, Yu Jiuxian advanced effortlessly. The corner of the Seahorse Douluo's mouth twitched. Once all had gathered, he led them to the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, suppressing his astonishment as he spoke coolly. Who shall go first? This time, it was Yu Jiuxian who stepped forward, still cradling Xiao Haitang. The Seahorse Douluo observed with a measure of surprise. From the outset, this child had held onto the young boy and had yet to release him. Just as he was about to remind them that the assessment could not be undertaken by two individuals simultaneously, he sensed an unnatural aura emanating from the boy in his arms, causing his brow to furrow slightly. With a sigh, he steeled himself for the trial. The Seahorse Douluo swiftly reined in his scattered emotions, adopting a serious demeanor. He slowly raised both hands to his chest, palms facing each other at a half-foot distance, as a faint blue light gradually materialized between them. When the blue light filled the palms of the Seahorse Douluo, it suddenly burst forth, enveloping the entire Seahorse Sacred Pillar in an azure glow. Subsequently, a flash of light surged from beneath the Sacred Pillar, ascending along its engravings with astonishing speed, reaching the pinnacle in the blink of an eye. He turned to point at Yu Jiuxian. A blue light enveloped him, and in an instant, the hue shifted rapidly from blue to white, then yellow, purple, ultimately halting at black and dark red. Concurrently, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, suggesting a tempest was imminent. All creatures on Sea God Island emitted sounds that were jarring to the ears, as if mourning a grievous loss or expressing profound anger. Moments later, thunder rumbled and torrential rain poured, lightning crackling amidst the dark clouds, illuminating the faces of all present. In response, the Seahorse Douluo frowned slightly. Yu Jiuxian, understanding the gravity of the situation, activated his soul power and held Xiao Haitang tightly. In Chapter 302, at the Sea God Hall, Sea God Poseidon sensed a disturbance. Opening her calm eyes, she gazed out the window, reflecting that it had been many years since such a commotion had stirred Sea God Island. With a wave of her hand, she prepared to address the unfolding events. Busashiki suddenly appeared before the testing pillar, taken aback by the dark red aura enveloping the youth. However, this was not the most astonishing aspect. Using her mental energy, she discerned a flickering platinum light amidst the dark mist surrounding the boy. Observing the turbulent weather and listening to the cries of creatures, she felt subtle vibrations from the sea god. She moved gracefully downward, where Yu Jiuxian regarded the stunningly beautiful yet gentle woman with wariness. Noticing the tense youth, poised to strike, Bei reassured him, "Young man, I harbor no ill intentions." "Then who are you?" Yu Jiuxian tightened his embrace around Xiao Haitang, maintaining his guard. His unease stemmed not from malice, but from the overwhelming power she exuded. Before Busashi could respond, the seahorse Douluo, present beside them, greeted, "Greetings, great offering," referring to Busashi as the guardian of the island. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian lowered his gaze, contemplating whether he could emerge unscathed from a confrontation with such a formidable sea god. He dared not make any rash assertions. As he pondered, the gentle voice of Busashi beckoned, "Young man, please follow me." His fists clenched and relaxed repeatedly until, with a determined bite of his lip, he inquired, "Where to?" "To the Sea God Palace," came her soft reply. Although bewildered, Yu Jiuxian nodded and followed in her wake. In the blink of an eye, both vanished from sight, leaving the others blinking in astonishment. Eventually, the seahorse Douluo cleared his throat, prompting the group, "Ahem, they have departed. Further observation is futile. Shall we continue the assessment?" The Grand Elder, disinterested from the outset, had only come to accompany the saint and saw no reason to participate now that the key figures had left. Similarly, Yuan Gao waved his hand, expressing his lack of interest in the assessment now that the main character was gone. The seahorse Douluo then turned to the two young ladies, Bai Xiao Ning and Xiao Tao, who had come primarily to accompany others, and they too shook their heads in disinterest. Inside the Sea God Palace, Yu Jiuxian gently placed Xiao Haitang on a soft couch, and then turned his attention to the two figures in the center of the grand hall, Wasai Shi, who had brought him there, and the authentic sea god who had emerged from the statue. Although he had intended to meet these two, the passive nature of this encounter disrupted his plans. He asked, "Why have you summoned me?" The sea god raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback by his demeanor, as it was the first time someone had approached him with such indifference. However, given the memories he had glimpsed of this individual, it was not entirely unexpected. He gestured for Busashi to withdraw and began to speak slowly. "You were once a deity with a heart for the world, devoted to goodness. Yet you fell into darkness for the sake of others, becoming a demon. In your first life, you fell from grace for him. Upon your return, will you make the same choice for this young man?" "The same choice?" Yu Jiuxian turned to gaze at the figure on the couch, pondering what that choice entailed. Transforming into a devil and battling against the heavens? If so, then indeed he would. Chapter 303. The choice of the God King in response to Yu Jiuxian's determination. The sky fell silent as 9 dark red cards materialized before him, crackling with energy. The sea god glanced at them and remarked without surprise, "This is the legacy of the evil god. The inheritance from one of the 2 god kings, the evil god." Had anyone else witnessed this, they would have been utterly astonished, for these were the 2 god kings. But the sea god was well aware of such matters, having long since been informed. The initial shock had faded, leaving him composed. As the words left his lips, 9 sets of platinum cards appeared before Yu Jiuxian once more, eliciting a wide-eyed reaction from the sea god. "This is the good god." What? The followers of the evil god were being contested by the good god? Was this a jest? 2 opposing attributes coexisting? He had not received such news. In his mind, a golden white figure emerged, and he thought, "I want this one too." Upon his declaration, a swirling mass of black-red mist appeared, immediately engaging in a heated argument with the golden white figure. The spectacle of divine beings clashing was nothing short of magnificent, especially within his mind, where he could not evade the chaos. Once they concluded, he wearily inquired, "What now?" The black-red mist replied, Both legacies should be offered to him. Whoever's trial he successfully completes will be the one he inherits. Thus, he rubbed his temples and cleared his throat, stating, "Both the good god and the evil god have chosen you as their successor. Upon successful completion of the trials, you shall inherit their divine positions." Yu Jiuxian looked at him in confusion. "Isn't this your sea god island? Shouldn't it pertain solely to the sea god? Why are the good god and evil god involved?" The sea god twitched his lips, internally questioning Yu Jiuxian's self-awareness regarding his own strength. Yet, could he voice such thoughts? The good god and evil god were observing from above. Could a mere first-tier god dare to complain? Clearly, he could not. With a strained smile, he replied, "Perhaps your overwhelming aura has attracted the attention of the two god kings." Yu Jiuxian nodded thoughtfully, before arriving at Sea God Island. Following closely is Yen. He had heard from Yuan Gao about its significance and the potential to become a guardian or offering through various trials. Little did he expect that he would be directly selected as a divine successor. However, this was not what he had anticipated. Becoming a deity held no appeal for him. His intent was merely to undergo a reasonable trial to meet Bo Shi. If he could encounter the sea god, that would be even better. Upon meeting them, he had hoped to plead for assistance in reviving Xiao Haitang. Now that he had encountered them, what use was there for trials? He asked, "I have no desire for trials. I only wish to ask this esteemed being. Can you save my beloved?" Love knows no bounds. The sea god would not ridicule Yu Jiuxian for his feelings towards a youth, only lamenting the rarity of someone willing to forsake immense power and supreme glory. After a lengthy pause, the sea god suppressed his emotions and cast a glance at the lifeless boy on the bed. "If I am not mistaken, he has been devoid of life for quite some time." Yu Jiuxian lowered his gaze, countering with a question, "So, can you?" Chapter 304. He would try regardless of hope. The sea god shook his head, stating, "His body shows no signs of life." As a first-tier deity, he possessed extraordinary powers, yet everyone had their limitations. To illustrate, it would be akin to asking a blacksmith to embroider. What kind of result could one expect from such an endeavor? He was deeply inclined to fulfill the child's request, as he could discern the profound significance the youth on the bed held for the child. Precisely because of this importance, he could not deceive the child. Otherwise, instilling hope only to later reveal its futility would be a blow no less devastating than the moment the child discovered the youth's demise. It seemed impossible. A hint of despondency flickered in Yu Liuxian's eyes. He wrapped his arm around Xia Haitang's waist, preparing to depart, for if there was no hope here, what reason remained for him to linger? However, just as he lifted Xia Haitang's body, he overheard the sea god muttering nearby. If only the youth had died recently. Perhaps his soul still lingered nearby, and that fellow might be able to assist you. Upon hearing this, Yu Liuxian abruptly turned his head, inquiring, "Who?" He would not overlook even the slightest glimmer of hope. He then heard the sea god mention the god of life, one of the three great enforcers of the divine realm. "How can I meet him?" Yu Liuxian asked excitedly. The sea god waved his hand, and two sets of cards reappeared before him. "I do not know. If you wish to find him, you can undergo an assessment to inherit his divine position and then seek him out in the divine realm." Upon hearing this, a wave of admiration washed over the sea god's mind, thinking, "Well done, Xia Haitang." However, the subsequent words made the two figures in his mind wish to leap out and strike the sea god. The sea god continued, "However, let me clarify beforehand. Without a soul, even the god of life can likely only revive his body. Oh, by the way, do you understand what it means to merely bring a body back to life? Dona?" Yu Liuxian understood. If it merely revived the body, it would at best be a puppet. Although the process was complex, he believed he could manage it. Was resurrecting Xia Haitang truly hopeless? He refused to believe it. Clutching his head, he desperately recalled the writings he had perused decades ago at Guishan Peak. Where were they? What must he do to revive Xia Haitang? The sea god, sensing his despair, spoke up, "Do not lose hope. After all, it is the god of life. Perhaps there is a way." Upon hearing this, a flicker of clarity emerged in Yu Liuxian's chaotic eyes as he murmured, "Yes, perhaps there is." Clinging to even the slightest hope, he refused to give up. He wiped his face, mustered his spirits, and turned to the sea god, asking, "What are the assessment criteria?" The sea god, puzzled, glanced at the two sets of cards, which were inexplicably blank. Nothing written? How could I know? He quickly delved into his mind, grasping the two quarreling divine kings. Hold on. What are the assessment criteria for this child? The god of kindness was the first to halt. To be honest, we haven't encountered such a suitable candidate in many years. Suddenly questioned about the specifics of their assessment, they found themselves momentarily flummoxed. Moreover, being the most formidable divine kings, they did not need to personally oversee matters. Unlike the sea god, they had no designated assessment location on the continent. Reflecting on this, they realized they lacked even a specific venue for the divine king's assessment. However, could they disclose this to the sea god? They needed to maintain an air of authority. The god of kindness nudged the god of evil, whose expression conveyed, "Were you not so impressive just now? Think." The god of evil, reluctantly stepping forward, pondered for a moment and finally stated, Chapter 305, participate in the assessment. Traverse the sea god's light. Ascend 1,001 steps. Since this child has come to you, let him undergo the assessment here. Zaya Haitang, you do not mind, do you? This provided them with a reason for lacking an assessment location. The sea god dared not express any objection and nodded in agreement. The god of evil continued. 9 cards, 9 assessments. His eyes narrowed, contemplating the complexity, and he declared, "My successor only needs perseverance, patience, and strength. Therefore, using their own power, they must traverse the sea god's light of your island, ascending 1,001 steps, enduring the relentless tides for 8 years, and defeating a level 99 titled Douluo. Only then will my assessment be considered successful." After speaking, the god of evil glanced at the god of kindness, signaling, "I have finished. Now it is your turn." The god of kindness smirked. "I believe squabbling is too troublesome, and prolonged waiting for results can lead to anxiety. Therefore, my assessment is the same as the god of evils. Upon completion, I will grant him the dual title of Divine King." The sea god rubbed his forehead, thinking, "These two, must they express their laziness in such an elegant manner?" However, he had no doubts about the assessments they had set. Although the quantity was fewer, the quality was not diminished in the slightest. Reflecting on his own assessment for a successor, it consisted of merely 333 steps. Enduring the tides for 8 years may sound trivial, but it was the most excruciating challenge. The deep-sea silver pillars above Sea God Island could temporarily suppress a soul master's soul power, yet the force of the tides was immense and painful. Those undergoing the trial might even perish from the strain. He merely required his successor to persist for 10 hours daily for 1 year. These two, however, were ruthless, multiplying the challenge by over 10 times. Furthermore, while he had also set an assessment to defeat a titled Douluo that involved overcoming the guardians of the 7 holy pillars. Although numerous, those 7 titled Douluo combined were not as formidable as a level 99 titled Douluo. A level 99, almost godlike power. Defeat them? He inhaled deeply. Truly, the assessments of the divine kings were formidable. Exiting his mind, he conveyed the details to Ueliuxian. Ueliuxian was perplexed, wondering if this could indeed be done. Yet who would refuse an easier path? Nevertheless, for the second round of assessments, he would dedicate 1 hour daily to imparting growth soul skills to his beloved, ensuring his body would not decay. This request was not excessive. The god of kindness readily agreed. With the conditions settled, Ueliuxian faced no further issues. Very well, since I am to participate in the assessment, the sooner the better. After all, the quicker he completed it, the sooner he could revive Zaya Haitang. He approached the 1,001 steps. Ueliuxian looked up, feeling as if the steps reached into the heavens. However, having just descended, he knew that above the steps lay not the clouds, but the sea god palace. He gently squeezed the jade pendant and whispered, "Zaya Haitang, wait for me." He then set aside his chaotic thoughts and ascended the steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He moved without difficulty, momentarily feeling that this assessment was rather too easy. However, he soon realized that anything deemed worthy of being an assessment here was far from simple. Upon reaching 1/10 of the way, Each step became increasingly burdensome. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, step by step. Chapter 306. Cultivating the Soul Ring. Poseidon, observing from the sea god palace with his spiritual power, could clearly see Euryalion's actions. He mused, "This youth is extraordinary. He has ascended 100 steps in one breath, and, judging by his demeanor, he seems capable of continuing." Though capable of continuing, the situation was far from ideal. Blood, dark and crimson, began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. He first harnessed his soul power, then unleashed his Taoye martial spirit, revealing several pieces of soul bones in succession. The first to manifest was the head soul bone, followed by the left arm, then the left leg, and finally, under duress, he revealed his external soul bone, pressing onward against the wind. Indeed, it was the external soul bone. He possessed an external soul bone as well. Upon acquiring his second soul skill, Thunderflash, after slaying a soul beast, he obtained the external soul bone known as Thunder Wings. Initially, this soul bone was damaged and could no longer facilitate flight. However, after absorbing the fourth soul ring, the external soul bone he once could not utilize was restored and became functional. As he ascended more than 300 steps, his limbs felt as though they were restrained by iron chains. With each step forward, the sound of cracking bones echoed. Observing this, Bosexia's eyes darkened as she recalled the sea god's admonition, prompting her to swiftly descend. She understood that he could not continue any further. This young man was formidable, but his current capabilities would only allow him to reach this point. If he pressed on, he risked losing half his life. She flew to Euryalion's side, and the pressure from the light of the sea god dissipated instantly, providing Euryalion with a reprieve. "There is no deadline. Why push yourself so hard?" Euryalion smiled. "Why? Because he is still waiting for me." Upon hearing this, Bosexy seemed to ponder something, her gaze revealing a sense of longing, and she led Euryalion down. As they departed, she cautioned, "You must take care of your health. Otherwise, what will that child wait for you for?" Hearing her words, Euryalion nodded, indicating that he would be mindful. In the following days, in a safe manner that wouldn't endanger himself, Euryalion practiced diligently while attempting to ascend the steps. With each attempt, he made progress compared to the last. The number of steps mirrored his soul power. He was already at level 59, and due to a period of inactivity, he had not advanced. Now that he resumed his training, he was rapidly ascending. Those in the know might wonder, wouldn't he need to obtain a soul ring to reach level 60? After all, how else could he progress? During the assessment, if one were to break through to a higher level, Bosexy would provide a divine soul ring. However, after some contemplation, Euryalion chose not to absorb it. "I do not require such a thing," he declared. Bosexy paused. She suggested that if someone else needed a soul ring, it could be given to them. Euryalion nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, you may keep it." So how did Euryalion acquire his soul ring? He felt his soul power was advancing swiftly. After pondering for several days, he devised a method to absorb his own soul power, compressing the cultivated soul power into what could be termed a soul ring, then absorbing it. This method might sound playful, but what Euryalion aimed to achieve was far from mere words. 10 days later, Euryalion successfully forged a soul ring using his own power. The strength was approximately a century, yet the soul ring he created could be upgraded. In future training, he could choose to enhance either his soul power or his soul ring. Furthermore, he could interchange the powers at will. To put it simply, as long as time permitted, he could absorb the power from his other soul rings, rapidly elevating himself to the status of a Douluo. However, such an endeavor would undoubtedly lack the purity of power attained through rigorous training by others. Chapter 307. Encountering Shrek? Cough, cough, cough. Euryalion was bound to a silver pillar, enduring the relentless waves. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Unbeknownst to him, 5 years had slipped by. Climbing the 1001st step and successfully completing the assessment felt as if it were just yesterday. He recalled that day. His strength had risen to over 70, and the 2 soul rings he forged had reached a power level of 10,000 years. Believing he was ready, He surged through the light of the sea god and ascended the 1001st step. Perhaps it was the increase in power, but the ascent did not seem overly difficult. Upon successfully completing the first assessment, Bosexy reappeared, primarily to extend her congratulations. She had remarked, "Congratulations. You completed the first assessment in just 5 months." 5 months. He had been there for 5 months. He made it a point to utilize his growth soul skill on the little Haidang every day. Even on days he neglected it, Bosexy would send someone to summon him. Yet, he had forgotten one matter. He inquired, "What about my companions?" Bosexy glanced at him, thinking to herself that he had finally remembered he did not come to the Sea God Island alone. She rubbed her temples and replied, "I have already sent word to them. You have completed the first assessment. You may go meet them now." Yue Jioshin nodded. After all, in the following 8 points, he might not see them again. He promptly expressed his apologies to them and recounted the events that transpired in the Sea God Palace. After that, he found himself here. Initially, it was quite painful. Gradually, he acclimated. At times, he felt drowsy. Eventually, he grew impatient. This brought to mind the 3 years he was imprisoned in the underworld. He longed to break free, but where could he escape? The evil god and the good god had hung him here, seemingly to temper his unstable nature. How could they easily release him? Time stretched on. He felt as though he had become a lifeless husk. Were it not for the hour each day he spent channeling soul power to little Haidang, he might have forgotten why he was suspended here. By now, he seemed to have lost his sharp edges, growing more indifferent. He had just heard from his subordinates that Tang San had undergone a drastic transformation and had reunited with Yin Shirlai and the others, except for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu had sacrificed herself during this time to protect Tang San, becoming an ordinary little rabbit. Presently, she had arrived at Sea God Island, purportedly to participate in the assessment and train to grow stronger. Additionally, there were updates about Yin Xiao, who had initially lagged behind. According to Yuan Gao, someone had found her and was closely following her to protect her. That individual was a soul saint. At this level, as long as they did not provoke the spirit hall, their strength was considerable, ensuring Yin Xiao's safety. He felt reassured. Years passed, and at last, Yue Jioshin reached the final day. As he prepared to depart this cursed place, he spotted the Shrek 7 monsters. They appeared to be here for an assessment. Thinking it would be impolite not to greet old acquaintances, he approached them. However, as he drew near, he realized that their numbers seemed to exceed 6. Among them were Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and a strange girl, alongside Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu. He had known that Tang San had undergone a drastic transformation and that Xiao Wu had sacrificed herself to become a little rabbit. But he was unaware that they had encountered other opportunities. But why did Tang San have such fortune? Observing their camaraderie and the way Xiao Wu nestled against Tang San, Yue Jioshin revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 308. How could I keep going? Step by step, he approached them. Tang San, we meet again. It seems to have found a way to resurrect Xiao Wu. His icy fingers settled upon Tang San's shoulder, with a grip so powerful it felt as though he could shatter his bones. The others from Shrek Academy gazed at him in astonishment. "Daxiang, what are you doing here?" They babbled a torrent of disjointed questions, but he merely furrowed his brow, ignoring them, and leaned closer to whisper in Tang San's ear. "You have found a way to restore Xiao Wu, but I'm utterly helpless regarding Xiao Haidang, Tang San." Later, he inquired of Xiao Tao. She recounted that at the time, Xiao Haidang was quite close to Tang San and Xiao Wu, convinced of Tang San's formidable abilities, which prompted her to distance herself slightly. Unbeknownst to her, Tang San recognized his own fault but did not resist. He accepted it with a stoic face, murmuring, "Jio, I am sorry." Yu Jiosian's expression was serene, yet his heart was cold. Just as he contemplated whether to escalate the situation, his arm was seized. It was Poseidon, Bosai Shi. He had unexpectedly appeared behind him. Contemplating his impending actions, Yu Jiosian did not shake him off. Instead, he turned his head and said amiably, "Why so anxious?" Bosai Shi examined the lines on Tang San's forehead and then turned her gaze to Yu Jiosian, troubled. "What has transpired between you two?" She lowered her voice to explain. "He will inherit the title of Sea God." Yu Xian had little interest in listening and merely replied nonchalantly, "Let us go back." Inside the Sea God Palace, Yu Xian caressed Xiao Haitong's cheek and articulated his request to Bosai Shi. "Over these past 8 years, I have recalled some ancient formations for returning. If I succeed, I will leave for a time. Please ensure you watch over Xiao Haitong's health." Bosai Shi was taken aback by his mention of leaving, raising an eyebrow. "Where are you going?" 8 years have passed. He could not rely solely on the God of life for hope, unable to recall the ancient methods of resurrection. He also struggled to remember how to traverse time and space. Yu Xian narrowed his eyes, channeling today's vibrant green energy into Xiao Haitong's body. As he spoke, a rare tenderness surfaced in his demeanor. "I will take a look back. If I succeed, I can bring Xiao Haitong back earlier." At his words, the colossal statue of the sea god on Sea God Island trembled slightly. Moments later, the sea god emerged. "How long?" "I do not know." Yu Xian shook his head. According to Xiao Zhao's account from years past, there was a time difference between the two realms. He had not figured out the specifics. The sea god swallowed hard. He had heard the previous words. If this child found the means and successfully resurrected his beloved, would Yu Xian, who initially undertook the trials to revive his love, still participate in the final assessment? If the assessment remained incomplete, would the two divine kings not strike him down? Yu Xian seemed to ponder something, lifting his head. "Upon my return, regardless of success or failure, I will partake in the final assessment as a way to repay you for caring for Xiao Haitong during my absence." Hearing this, the sea god exhaled in relief. "That is good, very good. I wish you a safe journey and success in your quest." Yu Xian smiled and expressed his gratitude. With his concerns alleviated, the sea god departed. However, Bosai Shi interjected, "What about this child's health during your absence? Leaving him unattended may lead to deterioration. Sustain him with soul energy." Yu Xian replied simply, "Is it truly that easy?" Bosai Shi raised an eyebrow. Yu Xian nodded, "Indeed." "Then why have you been so hands-on for the past 8 years?" Yu Xian tilted his head. 8 years is not merely a few days or months. It has been arduous. How could I endure? Chapter 309. The formation is complete, returning to my homeland after bidding farewell to Bosai Shi and his companions. Yu Xian plunged into his chamber to commence his grand undertaking. He knelt on the ground, meticulously depicting the ancient formation from his memory, using cinnabar mixed with his blood. Throughout the process, he frequently paused to revise his work, his eyes brimming with earnest focus. Bai Xiaoning watched, captivated, thinking how handsome a serious man appeared. Before she could finish her thought, Yuan Gao dismissed her and strode away. "Leaving already? This is unacceptable." Bai Xiaoning hastily lifted her skirt and pursued him. "Uncle Yuan, wait for me. I do not wish to be left alone here. Do not follow me. You said you would not leave, so why do you? How embarrassing for me. You are a young lady. Why would you follow a stinky man like me? Go entertain that girl named Tao." "Not stinky. I enjoy being with you." In the chamber, Yu Xian heard the ongoing conversation outside and sat up on the bare floor, rubbing his stiff neck. He had not noticed before, but the relationship between these two seemed quite extraordinary. He recalled when he had come here, intending to amuse by Xiao Ning with Xiao Tao, only to discover she had Yuan Gao and did not require his company. Yuan Gao had followed his uncle for many years. Aside from being slightly older, he possessed considerable strength, culinary skills, and a caring nature, making him an exemplary partner. Moreover, their contrasting personalities, one reserved, the other lively, formed a complementary bond. Imagining them together painted a pleasant picture, at least not dull. Was it not similar to how he and Xiao Haitong had once been? He being lazy while Xiao Haitong buzzed around like a busy little bee, preparing everything and updating him on the happenings outside. Yet, things had changed all too swiftly. He glanced at the cracked jade pendant around his neck, picked up a brush, dipped it in paint, and resumed his work on the formation. After several days of diligent effort and revision, Yu Xian finally gazed upon the ancient formation on the ground, a smile breaking across his face, his first in many days. "It is complete." Observing the patterns and lines, he marveled at how they mirrored his memories perfectly. Excitedly, he took a piece of paper and, with a flourish, inscribed a message. "To see this letter is to see me. The ancient formation is complete. I shall seek the means to resurrect Xiao Haidang. I do not know how long I will be gone, so please care for Xiao Haidang in my absence. Signed, Jiu. After writing, he slipped the note through the door's crack. Then, stepping into the center of the ancient formation, he inhaled deeply and channeled his soul energy into the array. After a stick of incense had burned, Yu Jiu Xian vanished from the room, the formation activating and transporting him. Within the tunnel, he gritted his teeth, his face pale. After 8 years of enduring the tide's relentless pounding, he believed his resilience had greatly improved, only to find he was mistaken. However, having experienced the agony of time and space tearing apart, he realized that the pain from the tides was trivial in comparison. He clenched his teeth tightly. Eventually, the time-space tunnel dissolved, and he found himself on a street. Observing the ancient charm of the surroundings, Yu Jiuxian knew he had succeeded. However, upon glancing down, he noticed his tattered clothing, resembling that of a beggar, and could not help but gasp. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. He sought a secluded spot to change his attire before venturing to find Xiao Xiao and the others. However, before he could locate such a place, he was knocked to the ground by an oncoming carriage. He inhaled sharply, pondering to himself whether the carriage was in such a hurry as to be seeking a rebirth. Propping himself up with his arm, he was about to rise when a boorish brute shoved him back down, angrily exclaiming, "Do you know who I am? How dare you try to extort me?" The audacity of this brute, who appeared to have shed his youth and possibly even taken a life, to be so brazen before him, Gui Lao Jiao. Furthermore, who had the audacity to extort him? Was he blind? It was they who had crashed into him. He hadn't even demanded compensation yet, and this man was already barking accusations. Narrowing his eyes, he prepared to teach this ignorant fool a lesson when a patrolling guard in the distance bellowed at them. The voice did not address the ruckus on the road, but rather exclaimed, "My lord, the strategist, the living strategist." The term strategist, was it referring to him? Instinctively, he touched his face. Despite his peculiar appearance and the memories he harbored, he had genuinely reincarnated in the Douluo Continent. Unbeknownst to him, he had increasingly resembled Gui Lao Jiao. However, it seemed unlikely that he would be recognized. After all, how long had it been since the death of Bai Gui Lao Jiao? In his stupor, a group of soldiers approached. His immediate reaction was to flee. If they were Xiao Xiao's people, that would be one thing, but if they were aligned with someone of higher authority, it could spell disaster. He drew his extinguishing spear, seeking an escape route, but just as he made the move, he heard a voice call out, "Jiao?" His eyes brightened, and upon turning, he was indeed greeted by Misha, his little brother to me. "It's me." Misha strode forward, excitedly embracing the long-absent figure. In his elation, he did not forget to inquire, "Brother, why have you returned? Is it because things were not going well for you?" Moon Jiuxian's eyes revealed a complexity of emotions. Not going well. Over the years, following the unforeseen incident with Xiao Haidang, he had descended into madness, and the relentless tides of the past 8 years had surely been burdensome. But how could he confide such woes to this lad? He was certain that upon uttering a single word, Misha would rush to confront those responsible. With a preemptive smile, he replied, "It's nothing. I have matters to attend to upon my return." "Is that so?" Misha released Moon Jiuxian, curious about the significant task that warranted such a temporal journey. Moon Jiuxian patted his shoulder, vaguely responding, "I'm looking for some ancient texts." Misha nodded in understanding, though it was unclear whether he believed him or not. The lad appeared honest, yet was quite shrewd. Prolonging the conversation could risk revealing too much. Moon Jiuxian quickly shifted the subject. "Where is Xiao Xiao? Is she not with you?" "She is in the camp. I cannot possibly meet my sister in such a disheveled state. Demise, I need to find a place to change." "All right." Misha nodded, gesturing for the soldiers gathered around to disperse as he led the untidy Moon Jiuxian to a nearby location to rest and freshen up. Along the way, he observed Moon Jiuxian with a keen eye. Several years had passed since their last meeting, and they had both matured considerably. During this time, he and Xiao Xiao had welcomed children, while Moon Jiuxian seemed to have endured much. He had grown taller and more robust, yet walked with an evident limp. Realizing this, Misha's eyes filled with compassion. "Xiao Xiao, come, let me see if Demise has been taking good care of you." By this time, Moon Jiuxian had changed into fresh garments. Misha had also sent someone to summon his Xiao Xiao. Before long, Hu Xiao appeared at the door, her eyes glistening with tears. Moon Jiuxiu extended his arms to her, and Hu Xiao, unable to contain her emotions, rushed into his embrace. Though she had become a wife and mother, in that moment she cried like a child. Brother. She had many questions for him. How he had returned, how he had fared, but her excitement rendered her speechless, and all she could utter was brother. Hearing this, Moon Jiuxian felt his own eyes moisten. Do not cry. Xiao Xiao, it pains my heart. All right, she replied, hastily wiping her tears, though her voice still trembled. Moon Jiuxian gently patted her head. After such a long absence, has Demi been bullying you? Reflecting on his own tragic experiences post-marriage and the pain of childbirth, Hu Xiao nodded emphatically, yes. Moon Jiuxian, sensing her distress, swiftly delivered a punch aimed at Demi, who staggered back, his face contorting in pain. Feeling better? If you're still unhappy, brother will continue to teach him a lesson. Before Hu Xiao could respond, a child's voice piped up from the doorway. Uncle, please don't hit my daddy. Moon Jiuxian looked puzzled at the small child peering in. Whose child was this? What did uncle mean? Realizing the oversight, Hu Xiao smacked her forehead, exclaiming, Oh dear. I got so carried away seeing you that I forgot to introduce my child. She presented the little one to her brother, oblivious to the fact that she had yet to mention her motherhood. Upon learning of the child's identity, Moon Jiuxian refrained from immediately asking for the child's name and instead spoke to Hu Xiao. You have suffered, Xiao Xiao. At his words, tears welled anew in Hu Xiao's eyes, and she shook her head repeatedly. All these years, Misha expressed his gratitude for her nurturing their little life. Others had commented on her childish cuteness, but Moon Jiuxian was the first to acknowledge her hardships. He gently patted her head. If you continue to cry, brother may grow to dislike himself for making my little princess weep. Hu Xiao shook her head. I am not crying. The child in her arms blinked innocently, becoming entirely overlooked in the conversation. An hour later, after much reminiscing, Moon Jiuxian declared it was time to attend to the purpose that had brought him here. Before his arrival, Hu Xiao had overheard Misha mention the search for ancient texts. Indeed, I am uncertain how long I can remain here, so I must expedite the search for those books. Moon Jiuxian, contemplating the other realm that awaited him, spoke in a low voice. Hu Xiao, you are not one to lack understanding. Once you have gathered your emotions, please prepare a carriage. It is likely that only Gue Shanfeng holds the ancient texts I seek. Moon Jiuxian touched the now graceful Xiao Xiao, aware of their bond, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. We are only here because of your support. Indeed, she replied. Without you, Brother Jiu, we might have perished over 20 years ago. Chapter 312. The formation is complete, returning to the hometown for Guishan Peak. Upon seeing Yu Jiuxian, Gue Lao did not exhibit the same excitement as Hu Xiao. Instead, he calmly inquired, Are you seeking ancient texts? Why? With neither Hu Xiao nor Misha present, Yu Jiuxian candidly responded, I wish to revive someone. Given the abundance of ancient texts at Guishan Peak, seeking Gue Lao's assistance was the most prudent course of action to expedite his search. However, upon hearing Yu Jiuxian's bold declaration of defiance against fate, Gue Lao rubbed his temples in exasperation. Do you understand this is a forbidden technique? I am aware, Yu Jiuxian affirmed, for that was precisely why he had come here. Gue Lao continued, to revive a person, both their body and soul must be intact. Clenching his fists, Yu Jiuxian replied, I have preserved his body. As for the soul, I will devise another means. Gue Lao looked at him with a mix of frustration and disappointment. You truly are reckless. Once for that individual, and now for another. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian did not rebut. Instead, he knelt with a thud, clearly expressing his resolve. Gue Lao tossed a book to him, swiftly turning his back, evidently unwilling to meet his gaze. Take it. It pertains to the forbidden techniques of resurrection. With that, another thud resounded as Yu Jiuxian bowed deeply in gratitude. Though Gue Lao did not look back, he could infer the meaning behind the gesture, a sign of appreciation for his guidance and for providing the forbidden tome. After all, he had watched this child grow. Weary, he waved his hand dismissively. You now belong to another world. Remaining here for too long is unwise. Take what you need and depart swiftly. Yes, Yu Jiuxian tightened his grip on a yellowed tome, gritted his teeth, and turned to leave. As he exited, he heard Gui Lao's voice, melancholic yet hopeful. The youth no longer exists. May you find peace in another realm. Yu Jiuxian reflected. This man was indeed his mentor. Not a theoretical master like Tang San's mentor Yu Shaojiang, but a figure of strength, wealth, and intellect. He was calm, powerful, and intimidating. Douluo Continent. Half a year later, Yu Jiuxian returned. Observing the dried paint marks beneath him, he realized his journey had not been lengthy, yet time had elapsed significantly. He took a moment to recover from his fatigue and began to peruse the forbidden tome in his hands. A revelation struck him. Ah, so the resurrection ritual is conducted in this manner and requires these elements. Oh, and those as well. Indeed, the most crucial prerequisite for resurrection remained, as Gui Lao had stated. The body and soul must both be present. As for the body, the life-affirming soul technique he had previously employed could invigorate Xiao Haitong's form. After leaving, he had ensured Poseidon would preserve Xiao Haitong's body using her soul power. Thus, the body posed no issue. Yet, the soul, this elusive yet vital essence. He struck his forehead in frustration, unable to conceive how to retrieve Xiao Haitong's spirit. To his knowledge, upon death, most souls journey to the underworld. If Xiao Haitong's soul resided there, how could he possibly extract her? Would he need to die to reach the underworld? In that case, he feared he might not return. Furthermore, there was a high likelihood of being imprisoned by the denizens of the underworld. What then could he do? He racked his brain. Chapter 313, Dreaming Back to the Bai Kingdom. However, perhaps due to the exhausting temporal travel, Yu Jiuxian leaned against the wall and, after a while, dozed off. He dreamed of his days as a ghost strategist in the Bai Kingdom. On that day, Gui Lao Jiu sat serenely on steps, observing the soldiers train while his subordinate polished the extinguishing god spear. Just as he felt the polishing was nearly complete and was about to stow it away, Xiao Hua's consciousness awakened, exclaiming excitedly, Xiao Jiu, do you know what I discovered? There's a spirit within the extinguishing god spear. It told me it can absorb the souls of the deceased. Perhaps after I die, I could accompany that spirit. What nonsense! How could I allow you to die? Yu Jiuxian responded without much emotion, his displeasure evident. Xiao Hua immediately surrendered. All right, I misspoke. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian's expression softened somewhat. Later, a misfortune occurred. While using her body, Xiao Hua was grievously injured, her chest pierced by a sharp weapon, and was brought back by reinforcements who exerted all efforts to heal her. Upon awakening, she found him returning, staring blankly at the little white flower on the bedside table. The spirit within her was gone. No longer was it as if she were asleep, unable to hear his calls, nor were they quarreling and ignoring each other. She had completely vanished from his being. He inquired of the gentle man beside him about what had transpired during her treatment, to which the soft-spoken man replied, the 100 souls' dissipation. He coldly demanded, who claimed the 100 souls' dissipation could save her. The man replied, it was Qi Wang. Rage surged within him, and he roared. Yet that man was no longer present. Later, once Gui Lao Jiu regained his composure, he recalled Xiao Hua's words. The extinguishing god spear could absorb souls. Clinging to hope, he retrieved the spear. Yet, he could only wield it superficially, utterly unable to summon the spirit within. He sought Gui Lao's counsel, but was met with the answer. The extinguishing god spear has recognized you as its master. To summon its spirit is solely dependent on you. He murmured. Then what of Xiao Hua? When he sought answers regarding the spear, he disclosed all about Xiao Hua's plight, hoping for Gui Lao's assistance. However, Gui Lao's response was, the notion of a dual soul within a single body is terrifying. Setting aside whether the spirit can be successfully summoned, even if the extinguishing god spear can indeed absorb souls, how do you propose to retrieve what you call Xiao Hua? And once retrieved, what then? Will you return her to your body? Moreover, are you truly certain that this Xiao Hua exists and is not merely a figment of your imagination? To this, he had no doubt. Xiao Hua undeniably existed. Yet, After some time of attempts, he couldn't help but question if there truly was a spirit within the extinguishing god spear. As he had wielded the ghost blade and the nine dragons whip, both artifacts, yet found no spirits within them. He scoured every text at Guishan Peak. Records regarding dual souls were scarce, akin to water in a desert. The documentation on reviving a soul after one had perished was even more non-existent. He was left with no choice but to seek alternative methods, revival, rebirth, and a myriad of ancient practices. He tried them one by one, but to no avail. Ultimately, all records stipulated that resurrection required one singular, independent individual. He had to concede that without Xiao Hua, she was lost to him. On that day, another good-hearted Gui Lao Jiu vanished. Chapter 314. The Soul Within the Extinguishing God Spear. A Solution Found? Lying in bed, Yu Jiuxian appeared to be haunted by a terrifying dream, his brow furrowed in distress. Yuan Gao soaked the cloth in cold water, wrung it out, and took it to wipe the cold sweat off Yu Jiuxian's body. As soon as he touched Yu Jiuxian's skin, Yu Jiuxian pushed his hand away and abruptly opened his eyes. He sat up, taking a moment to sort through the fragments of his recent dream. Looking around, he noticed that Xiao Haitang was not by his side and immediately inquired, "Where's my Mie Shenchang?" He answered himself, "Right. I gave it to Xiao Haitang." Gave it to Xiao Haitang? Indeed, if Xiao Haitang has the Mie Chang, how could he encounter danger or misfortune? However, he could not dwell on this for long. Grabbing Yuan Gao's arm, he asked again, "Where's Xiao Haitang? What about his Na Jie? Perhaps the Mie Chang contains Xiao Haitang's soul." He spoke quickly, and Yuan Gao, who was not particularly young, struggled to keep up. But by Xiao Ning behind him timely interjected in the next room. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian jumped out of bed barefoot and dashed next door, leaving Yuan Gao bewildered as he stared at by Xiao Ning, who was equally wide-eyed. Yu Jiuxian rummaged through everything in his Na Jie, yet there was no trace of the Mie Shenchang. He called for Xiao Tao, asking, "Have you seen the Mie Shenchang? The long spear, the white one?" Xiao Tao blinked, recalling the events of that day, when Tang San wielded the long spear, a figure brimming with vigor, as if it were in Tang San's hands. They had been in such a rush that they forgot to take it. Tang San? Why is the Mie Shenchang I gave to Xiao Haitang in Tang San's possession? Speak. Xiao Tao trembled at his shout and hurriedly recounted what had transpired. Once the reward is given, capture that girl. Bai Dong stood atop the platform, her staff pointing directly at Xiao Wu. What? Capture Xiao Wu? The master immediately stood up, demanding, "On what grounds do you intend to apprehend Xiao Wu? Even if you are the Pope, you cannot harm her." Aware of the situation, Xiao Wu's eyes were hollow as she hid behind Tang San. Bai Dong scoffed. "Of course, the reason is that she is a 100,000-year-old soul beast." Soul beast? The familiar companions were astonished at the revelation of Xiao Wu's transformation into a soul beast. Is it true? A soul beast? Tears welled up in Xiao Wu's eyes as she longed to explain, "Brother," but what could she say? Meanwhile, Tang San pulled Xiao Wu into his embrace, declaring, "Even if you're a soul beast, you are still my sister." Others rushed to shield Xiao Wu, insisting, "Do not harm her." Observing the situation, Bai Dong realized it was impossible to have them surrender Xiao Wu, and with a commanding shout, she ordered, "Seize her." Countless soul masters surged from the shadows, recalling the ambush on the official road. Last time, they had Yu Jiuxian to protect them. This time, they had to rely on themselves. Mo Xiao Tang immediately drew the Mie Shenchang entrusted to him by Yu Jiuxian. As he gazed at the familiar, gleaming white spear, the crowd momentarily fell into a daze, believing Yu Jiuxian had returned. Yet, it was merely an illusion. Nonetheless, the atmosphere did not allow for further contemplation. As the wave of attacks commenced, they immediately summoned their full energy to resist. However, while the artifact was indeed a remarkable weapon, Mo Xiao Tang was not adept at wielding the long spear, rendering it ineffective in his hands. There was no comparison to the way Yu Jiuxian had wielded it, executing diverse techniques with commanding presence. Here, it could only serve a protective role. At this moment, the master instructed, "Xiao Tang, give the Mie Shenchang to Tang San. He can maximize its potential." Give to Tang San? Tang San, known as the Thousand-Hand Shura, was skilled with any weapon and hidden weapon alike. Mo Xiao Tang believed that entrusting the Mie Shun Chang to Tang San would indeed yield the greatest effect. Yet, what about him? With so many powerful adversaries surrounding them, what would he do without the Mie Shun Chang? Just as he pondered this, another wave of attacks approached. The master shouted, "What are you hesitating for? The situation is paramount." Reluctantly, Mo Xiao Tang clenched his fists, reasoning that even without the Mie Shun Chang, with the presence of the dean and others, he would be safe. With that thought, he loosened his grip and handed the Mie Shun Chang to Tang San. The Mie Shun Chang, now in Tang San's hands, gleamed with brilliance. He thought to himself, the Mie Shun Chang truly lives up to its reputation as a divine weapon. He wielded the long spear, and no one could approach him. Xiao Wu remained safely behind Tang San. However, Mo Xiao Tang's situation was less favorable. Being so close to Tang San, the master had dispatched Xiao Tao to Oscar and Ning Rongrong's side, leading to Xiao Hai Tang defending against the attacks from behind Tang San. After all, as a soul master, he possessed capabilities. Yet the opponents were all above level 45. Soon, Mo Xiao Tang found himself at a disadvantage. He gripped another artifact given to him by Yu Jiuxian, Hu Junin, striking down one enemy after another. But upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's distant warning to be cautious, he lifted his head just in time to see a blinding wave of light rushing towards him, causing a momentary lapse of focus. The attacking soul master was standing on 6 or 7 circles of light. He had no means of resistance. He thought he was about to die. He was not afraid. In the past years, death had lingered in his mind, and over time, he had grown indifferent to it. It was his brother who had given him hope for life. Speaking of his brother, he hadn't seen him today. Was he still recovering from his injuries? His brother was from the Wuhuan Temple. Would he know everything happening here? Perhaps he was still unaware. Otherwise, he would have rushed over immediately to protect him. No, with his brother around, he would never be in danger. After all, his brother was so powerful. It was he who was too weak. Under the immense pressure of Douluo, he could hardly move, left only to await his demise. Brother, farewell. After Xiao Tang's death, may his spirit transform into a star, forever by your side. The wave of light struck heavily against his chest, forcing a mouthful of blood from his throat. He felt his body uncontrollably toppling backward and vaguely saw a large hole in his chest. Such a gaping wound was frightening. Perhaps the pain had reached its peak, rendering him numb. It seemed he did not feel much pain, only the sensation of blood flowing away, his limbs gradually losing sensation, and his vision becoming blurry. The child collapsed. Judo Luo's pupils contracted as he rushed down from the platform, exclaiming, "Who told you to attack that child?" After recounting the events, Xiao Tao tugged at her clothes, stating, "That's how it happened." Yu Jiuxian let out a cold laugh. He had not known that Xiao Hai Tang's death was not an accident. He had suspected it. With a divine artifact in hand, it would not be easy for Xiao Hai Tang to perish even if he wished for it. With his command, the Mie Shun Chang would protect Xiao Hai Tang. So, that was the truth. It turned out that the master had a hand in Xiao Hai Tang's demise. Yuan Xiao wandered aimlessly, unaware of how long she had walked or where she was headed. All she knew was that her heart ached deeply. She realized that her world had lost the light of Yu Jiuxian, yet she felt overwhelmingly sorrowful. As she walked, she heard that chaos had erupted outside. She lacked the energy to concern herself, yet her absence did not prevent others from troubling her. On that day, the sky was overcast with rain. She staggered along the dilapidated street when she heard a voice exclaim, "Another person here." It was then that she laid eyes on a soul, Douluo. His skin was bronzed, his stature towering, and a long scar marred his fierce visage. Realizing the danger, she attempted to flee, but before the soul Douluo, escape was an illusion. The formidable warrior seized her forcefully and pinned her to the ground. Suddenly, she noticed a dark figure rushing towards them. It was an evil spirit master, a subordinate of Yu Jiuxian, presumably at the rank of soul sage. Even while she was under Yu Jiuxian's command, he had shadowed her, following her every instruction. She had left, yet he continued to pursue her. Upon discovering that he trailed her persistently, they had quarreled fiercely. However, he remained loyal to Yu Jiuxian. Being an evil spirit master, She had no desire for his company. After their heated argument, she believed he had departed, only to find he remained. He continued to shadow her, appearing at the first sign of danger. As she pondered this, mist filled her eyes. Pressed to the ground, she summoned all her strength to shout, "Fool! Why are you still here? Run!" He was a soul sage, formidable in his own right, but the being before her was a soul Douluo, not to be trifled with. Yet, he remained unfazed and delivered a lethal strike against the soul Douluo. Forced to defend himself, the soul Douluo released her. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Xiao unleashed her third spirit skill, manipulating space. In an instant, she found herself several hundred meters away. Observing the two combatants still engaged in battle, she directed her soul power at the soul sage, urging him to retreat. However, the soul sage was being thoroughly overpowered by the soul Douluo. Escape was not an option. Yin Xiao recognized the urgency and quickly executed her first spirit skill, Mist Transformation, layering it with her third skill of space manipulation. This tactic had served her well at the Evergreen Academy, yet her speed still seemed insufficient. Before she could teleport her ally to safety, the soul thrust his blade deep into the soul sage's chest. Though distant, she could still vividly see the blood cascading down, each drop weighing heavily on her heart. With the soul sage dispatched, the soul Douluo rushed to her side. Stunned, she stood motionless, her mind racing. The soul Douluo gripped her throat, dragging her away from the scene, exclaiming, "You little wretch." She had no idea where he intended to take her. Her vision was filled with the lifeless form of the soul sage, who had sacrificed himself for her. Yet, she did not even know his name. What transpired next was beyond her imagination. She truly witnessed the world's malevolence and the significance of power. She struggled, resisted, and threatened, shouting, "You scoundrel, let me go. If you have the guts, kill me. What does it matter to humiliate me? I am the eldest daughter of the MO family. If you dare to touch me, I will not let you off easily." But her words were in vain. In the aftermath, she lay on her bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. She murmured, "Why has Yu Jiuxian turned into this?" Just then, the door was violently kicked open, and she instinctively recoiled into the corner. The intruder was Ulaina, whose eyes burned with anger as she surveyed the bruises and marks left from the humiliation. Seeing her, Yin Xiao's tears flowed freely. The soul Douluo who had tormented her followed closely behind, explaining, "Saintess, she is not a good person. When I found her, she was there, accompanied by an evil spirit master who had already reached Soul Sage. She must also be involved, which is why I..." Yin Xiao, clutching her tattered clothing to shield herself, cried out, "I am not an evil spirit master. I'm not from there. I merely stumbled in." Ulaina retorted, "Then you should have killed him directly. This was uncalled for." Yes. Just as the soul Douluo raised his weapon to strike, Yin Xiao shouted, "I'm a friend of Yu Jiuxian." Upon hearing this, Ulaina immediately kicked the soul Douluo away. "You are Xiao Jio's friend? Then spare me." Yin Xiao fell to her knees, sobbing. She thought, "Why should I die like this? I will kill him." Ulaina, upon hearing her, retrieved a piece of clothing from her storage ring and placed it before her. Chapter 317. Finding Tang San to retrieve the Annihilation Spear, Yu Jiuxian departed from Sea God Island. Due to certain individuals who were basking in glory, it took him only a few days to locate Shrek's whereabouts. As he beheld Tang San and his companions, Yu Jiuxian pondered, why should they be spared? If it weren't for them, if it weren't for that accursed master, Xiao Haitang would not be lying here, motionless. He seethed with rage, questioning why he had not slain the master with a single blow that day. Why did that man still live? Of course, he also harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Spirit Hall. His heart brimmed with discomfort. Firstly, the Spirit Hall had directly caused Xiao Haitang's demise. How could they remain unscathed? Secondly, if it were not for their damned orders to massacre cities, Yin Xiao would not have encountered that evil spirit master by chance. This was the news he received upon his departure. In that moment, he was filled with hatred for his own impotence, lamenting why he had not exterminated every last soul of the Spirit Hall. Why did the wretched live on while those who perpetrated evil thrived? Smiling and reveling in their fortune, he was consumed by rage. Thus, wielding the 9-dragon whip, he approached the Shrek 7 monsters. "Ladies and gentlemen, how effective is my weapon? Hearing Yu Jiuxian's words, the master's pupils constricted sharply. Tang San's expression was little better. Following their encounter on Sea God Island, he had assumed Yu Jiuxian was aware of everything, thus his demeanor. Yet he did not expect. Yu Jiuxian's gaze bore down on them as he swung the nine-dragon whip with ferocity. Douluo reacted instantly, activating his white tiger shield. However, at that moment, Yu Jiuxian had already reached level 90. He had simply been too busy to absorb his rings. Otherwise, he would have already attained the title of a true soul Douluo. While the Shrek team had made considerable achievements on Sea God Island, they were still merely at the threshold of Soul Sage. Thus, his attack was not something they could easily withstand. With a resounding crack, Douluo's protective barrier shattered, and the whip struck him squarely in the chest. Despite channeling his soul power, he staggered back several paces, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Douluo knew that Yu Jiuxian had shown restraint. But would that deter Yu Jiuxian? Not a chance. Fuming, Yu Jiuxian advanced without uttering a word, delivering another fierce strike. I've come to realize that my Xiao Haitang could have been fine. I questioned why, with the Annihilation Spear in hand. Xiao Haitang could stand amidst thousands of attackers without a hint of danger. Yet he perished. I have come to understand that it was you, Master, who did not value my Xiao Haitang's life. I questioned why, with Xiao Tao present. Even if Xiao Haitang faltered, Xiao Tao could still lead him to safety. Yet he died. I have come to realize that you, Master, are truly despicable. Your disciple Tang San's life is of utmost importance. And what of your student Oscar and Ning Rongrong? Am I, Xiao Haitang, merely a wildflower, subject to the whims of the wind and the blows of blade? Upon reflection, it is evident that each individual present bears numerous scars. The Master is inherently the weakest, and with a merciless onslaught from Yu Jiuxian, it is no surprise. Considering the humiliation of being struck by the deranged Yu Jiuxian, the Master could not help but fling his sleeves in frustration. Yu Jiuxian, I have taught you, and you are but half my pupil. Once a teacher, always a father. Do not overstep your bounds. We are equally mournful over Mo Xiaotong's demise. Yu Jiuxian shot him a glance, laughter escaping his eyes. Mournful? Ha ha ha. I see no trace of sorrow or remorse in you. Yu Xiaojiang. Chapter 3:18. Pressing words. What are you, Yu Xiaojiang? What are your title as teacher? As father? Ha 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 ha. Master, do you truly believe you hold such significance? You are merely a sole master of the soul sect, a laughingstock in the continent. In the past, I might have shown you courtesy, but did you truly take it to heart? The Master could only glare in silence, his retorts falling short as he shouted, Yu Jiuxian. He yearned to awaken Yu Jiuxian's rationality, yet hinged on whether Yu Jiuxian was willing to listen. He poked Yu Xiaojiang's chest with the whip handle, articulating each word with precision. You claim to be my half-father? Are you aware of my father's fate? His tone was dripping with sarcasm, suggesting that the outcome was far from favorable. As expected, the crowd soon heard Yu Jiuxian proclaim, he was no virtuous soul. He caused the death of my most cherished person and sought to end my life over a false prophecy. Then, he recounted how the man's head was severed and displayed on the city wall, exposed to the elements, while his body hung from a cliff, pecked at by birds. You say you're my half-teacher, a father for life. Does that mean you wish to claim the role of my father? Yu Xiaojiang was left dumbfounded, stepping back repeatedly. Yet, Yu Jiuxian continued to advance, relentless in his verbal assault. Master, you are not but a waste. It is not that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, and that is due to your own lackluster martial soul. This statement struck a nerve in Yu Xiaojiang, igniting his fury. I have proven my theory. Tang San is the result. However, upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian erupted in laughter, unable to contain himself. Tang San? Ha! How dare you even mention his name? With a sudden change in demeanor, he leaned closer to Yu Xiaojiang, a smirk gracing his lips. Do you dare to assert that if the roles were reversed, he would still succeed? Yu Xiaojiang fell silent. Yu Jiuxian turned his gaze towards Tang San, pointing at his legs and hands. We are both outsiders equipped with advantages. Tell me, without these, would he, Yu Xiaojiang, still find success? Tang San's eyes dimmed as he lowered his head. One by one, the others remained silent. Yu Jiuxian sneered. A worthless martial soul is just that, a worthless martial soul. To think a mere, ordinary Lan Yin Shao could cultivate into a soul master and achieve greatness. What are you dreaming of, Yu Shaojiang? Infuriated, Yu Shaojiang sought to retort. Yet Yu Jiuxian would not grant him the opportunity. As far as I know, his ability to cultivate stems from his mother, a 100,000-year-old Lan Yin Huang soul beast, while his martial soul is Lan Yin Huang, and his father is the Haotian Douluo, inheriting the Haotian hammer. Tang San interjected sharply, "Enough, master. Enough?" Had it truly reached that point? Yu Jiuxian felt overwhelmed by the blows dealt by the revelations of Mo Xiaodang and Yin Xiao, pushing him to the brink of madness. Eager to vent his frustrations, he glanced at the despondent Yu Shaojiang and tilted his head. "Then you must return the annihilating spear that you took from Xiao Haidang." The words taken from Xiao Haidang struck the hearts of the Shrek members heavily, especially Tang San, who promptly produced the annihilating spear and bowed in apology. "I am sorry." Yet, what does an apology matter when a life has been lost? Yu Jiuxian regarded Yu Shaojiang, slowly stating, "I will personally seek retribution against the soul master who harmed Xiao Haidang. If you wish to apologize, perhaps it would be better to sever Yu Shaojiang's head." Chapter 319. The Soul and Spirit in Place, Reviving Xiao Haidang. Severing Yu Shaojiang's head? This would mean killing the teacher who had guided him for so many years. A man of deep loyalty like Tang San would never consent, declaring, "He is my teacher." "Teacher? Yu Shaojiang is your teacher, Tang San. What Xiao Haidang? He is also my beloved." Yu Jiuxian took hold of the annihilating spear, contemplating the possibility of Xiao Haidang's spirit residing within. His gaze softened with warmth. Yet when he turned to face them again, it turned cold. "You had best hope I can revive Xiao Haidang. Otherwise, it will not merely be a matter of pressing words or a few lashes. I will tear through Shrek and pursue you across the entire Douluo Continent to exact vengeance upon you, Yu Shaojiang, as a tribute to my beloved Xiao Haidang." Yu Jiuxian understood that individuals like Yu Shaojiang were overly concerned with their reputation, and verbal humiliation would wound him more deeply than death itself. This journey would leave Yu Shaojiang in torment for a long time. Moreover, with an urgency to revive Xiao Haidang, he did not linger and vanish from sight, leaving the stunned Shrek members behind. Once they regained their composure, Yu Shaojiang furiously cursed Yu Jiuxian, lamenting disrespect for elders, rebellion, and the folly of youth, claiming he could not comprehend human speech. Yet, respect for elders? What had he ever genuinely taught Yu Jiuxian that would warrant such respect? Did Yu Shaojiang deserve to demand it? Rebellion? Setting aside what transgressions had occurred, on what grounds did he presume to judge others? Did he, Yu Shaojiang, possess the right to evaluate? Foolish youth? What their age? Was it not true that Yu Jiuxian had already ascended to the rank of Soul Saint? And what of Yu Shaojiang? He could not even reach the 30th level without his disciple as assistance. Did he have the right to speak? Could he truly claim to misunderstand Yu Jiuxian's words? How could that be? He clearly understood. And yet, what of Yu Shaojiang? Furthermore, regarding the unfortunate fate that befell Xiao Haidang and Yu Jiuxian's pursuit of justice, was Yu Jiuxian truly in the wrong? Was it not the case that they were the ones who encountered misfortune today? Had they met with calamity, they would surely lament their lack of fortune, wishing for a protector like Yu Jiuxian to address the matter. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. Had you not made such reckless arrangements, Xiao Tang might never have perished, and Master would not be at odds with us. Yu Shaojiang's eyes bulged in disbelief. Reckless arrangements? Was I not doing this for you? For us? Zhu Zhuqing shrugged, dismissing Yu Shaojiang's claims with disdain. She was not Tang San, willing to obediently heed his words. The others exchanged grave glances, though they did not openly contradict him. Zhu Zhuqing was aware that today had sown seeds of discord within their group, particularly among everyone except Tang San. Is a master truly so impartial and selfless? After being together for so long, the multitude of unnerving details has rendered them hesitant to ponder deeply. However, everything has changed after today. Returning to Haitian Dao, Yu Jiuxian boldly ventured into the Haitian Dian, presenting the mission xiang to Bo Sexy. He remained as he was in years past, unable to summon the spirit of the weapon. Yet he was not alone here. He could seek assistance from those capable. Great offering, I implore you to aid me in summoning the spirit within. Bosexi, somewhat perplexed, complied. Yet, the mission Xiang proved utterly ineffective. Was Bosexi incapable? Chapter 320. The resurrection of Xiao Haitong is underway. Yue Jiuxian approached, rapping on the statue of the sea god. My lord, please lend a hand. Bosexi was taken aback by his audacity. Indeed, those favored act without fear. The sea god emerged, gazing skyward in silence. After all, he was a deity. What harm could a little courtesy do? Yet, the benevolent and malevolent spirits residing in his mind forbade him from preserving his dignity. What is it you require? Please assist me in summoning the spirit of the mission Xiang. Yue Jiuxian patiently reiterated his request. Is it truly that simple? The sea god grasped the mission Xiang, internally intoning for the spirit to manifest. Soon, the weapon's shaft began to tremble slightly, and before the three of them, a young man clad in black materialized. The youth, a spirit, first nodded to the sea god and then knelt before Yue Jiuxian. I have met my master. Yue Jiuxian gasped, recalling the words spoken to him. The mission Xiang harbored a spirit capable of absorbing souls. Indeed, master. Yue Jiuxian's fingers trembled uncontrollably upon hearing this. You absorbed Xiao Haitong, meaning I entrusted you with the protection of that young man's soul? Though mere seconds passed, it felt like an eternity for Yue Jiuxian. Finally, the spirit affirmed yes. The single utterance brought a tear cascading down Yue Jiuxian's cheek. After nearly 9 years of anticipation, his anxious heart finally found solace. With the soul in place, the resurrection of Xiao Haitong was set to commence. Bosexi found a spacious chamber, and Yue Jiuxian brought Xiao Haitong inside. For an entire 7 days and nights, what transpired within remained unknown to those outside, who could only wait in silence and pray. In a corner, Yuan Gao kept his eyes tightly shut, fervently praying in his heart, for Yue Jiuxian had done so much since the incident with Xiao Haitong. On the path of searching, he could see that Yue Jiuxian was teetering on the brink of collapse. Eventually, they found her, and he observed Yue Jiuxian in a long period of despair. At last, he mustered the spirit to shout for the resurrection of Xiao Haitong, yet faced repeated failures and obstacles. Now, with a physical body obtained and a soul located, the so-called resurrection could begin. Should this attempt also fail, he could scarcely fathom Yue Jiuxian's reaction. Time passed slowly. The door they had fixated upon finally creaked open. Whether it was successful remained uncertain, but the sight that greeted them was a disheveled Yue Jiuxian. Yuan Gao rushed forward, only to see Yue Jiuxian's left leg, which was obscured by the door, a bloody mess, the lower half entirely hollow. The left calf was gone. Xiao Haitong. As Yue Jiuxian was supported, he mumbled his desire to communicate the situation to Yuan Gao, but succumbed to exhaustion, calling out Xiao Haitong before losing consciousness. Witnessing this, Yuan Gao swiftly carried him to the adjacent room. Once laid down, Yue Jiuxian furrowed his brow in slumber, coughing up blood. Yuan Gao had water brought and wiped away the bloodstains with a cloth. Having cared for Yue Jiuxian for many years, he performed these tasks with ease. However, Baixining was omnipresent. She provided an essential piece of information. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but when I observed that young Master Ma, he seemed to have a touch of color in his cheeks. Yet, he had been dead for nearly 9 years. The absence of decay was remarkable, let alone the presence of color. The Ma Xiaodong who had been deceased for 9 years could not possibly appear rosy, but what a Ma Xiaodong after a successful resurrection? As he pondered, Yue Jiuxian awakened with a violent cough. His first words were, "Where is Xiao Haitong?" Yuan Gao responded, "In the next room." Upon hearing this, Yue Jiuxian struggled to rise, intent on checking on her, but Yuan Gao pushed him back onto the bed. That young master Ma must have administered some sort of drug to ensnare you, leading you to neglect your own health. Yet, had Yue Jiuxian been privy to his thoughts, he certainly would have remarked, "A poison named Xiao Haitong has infiltrated your very being, and you are willingly ensnared by it." Chapter 321. Do you not remember? Ever since returning from the ancient world and successfully employing the resurrection forbidden technique, Yue Jiuxian had remained by Ma Xiaodong's side, vigilantly watching over him day and night. forbidding anyone else from intervening. Days later, Ma Xiaotong, lying in bed, furrowed his brow and emitted a faint groan, signaling signs of awakening. Hearing this sound, Yue Jiuxian sprang to his feet, but, having gone too long without rest, felt darkness cloud his vision and swayed unsteadily. Shaking his head to regain composure, he quickly approached the bedside, releasing his spirit-patterned fan martial soul to gently sway, bestowing Ma Xiaotong with a continuous flow of life force, patiently awaiting the child's awakening. Do you feel any discomfort? Your body feels so rigid. Ma Xiaotong clenched his fists, assessing his condition. His soul force flowed abundantly, with no significant issues, though he felt immense stiffness. Stiff? That is merely due to your prolonged repose. Once you feel better, you should move about. And what else? Ma Xiaotong shook his head, gazing at the exquisitely beautiful youth before him. Who are you? Upon hearing this, Yue Jiuxian was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched upon his countenance. You do not recognize me? Should I know you? Where's this place? Where's my sister? Ma Xiaotong rubbed his head, attempting to recall the last fragments of memory before his unconsciousness. I remember. My body hurt. A group of people attacked me. I was injured, and before losing consciousness, I saw my sister. She came to rescue me, right? Yue Jiuxian observed Ma Xiaotong, recalling all his memories, every person, yet failing to remember him. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails piercing his palm, blood seeping forth. Yet he did not release his grip. It was only when the acrid scent of blood filled the air that he finally let go, retrieving a cloth to roughly wipe the blood away and tossing it back into his spatial ring. Casting one last glance at the child's pale cheeks, he forced a bitter smile. It was his fault. He had taken the child out, but failed to protect him as promised. Perhaps forgetting him is for the best. After a lengthy silence, he staggered to his feet. Your sister is outside. I shall call her in. Oh, as he observed the man preparing to leave, Ma Xiaodong could not help but inquire, You have yet to answer me. Who are you? I. Yue Jiuxian made a comical face. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved not to disclose his identity. I'm a great villain. Mo Xiaodong stuck out her tongue, for a rogue would never admit to being a rogue. Perhaps it was because the first person she saw upon waking was this rogue that she inexplicably trusted the self-proclaimed villain. Moreover, with such good looks, he surely couldn't be all that bad. Yu Jiuxian extended his hand, instinctively reaching to ruffle the child's hair, but upon noticing the wounds on his hand, he withdrew it. Little one, lie still. I shall fetch your sister. With that, Yu Jiuxian turned to leave. As he walked down the stairs, twirling his ring, he caught sight of Yin Xiaoxiao conversing with Taozi outside. Ever since learning of Yin Xiaoxiao's plight, he had discreetly arranged for her return. After all, Hu Laina and the others were not afforded much freedom in the Spear Hall, and Bibi Dong would occasionally assign them tasks, preventing them from properly caring for Yin Xiaoxiao. The first few days after her return, she had been quite despondent. Fortunately, the two girls, Taozi and Bai Xiaoning, took turns to keep her company, and Yin Xiaoxiao's spirits had improved significantly. Thinking of the little one inside and eagerly anticipating their reunion, he interrupted them. Let's go in. He has awakened. Chapter 322. The hero's struggle at the beauty's gate. Upon hearing his voice, Yin Xiaoxiao turned her head to look at him, her lips moving slightly. Yu Jiuxian strained to listen, but he could not catch her words. Yin Xiaoxiao pinched her fingertips as she approached Haishan Island. Taozi intended to follow, but noticed that Yu Jiuxian was not going in and couldn't help but ask, Aren't you going in? In recent days, Yu Jiuxian's concern for Mo Xiaodong had become well known. Now that Mo Xiaodong had awakened, where would he go? No need. The revival has been successful. Over the past few days, I have helped him adjust his body. Both his physical form and bones are significantly improved. By the way, since he has just awakened, let him rest for a while. When the time comes, if you wish to leave, take him with you. If you prefer to stay, remain. I will discuss matters with Poseidon. As Yin Xiaoxiao was about to enter, she paused upon overhearing the conversation nearby. She turned and gave Taozi a distant look, urging her to check on her brother first while she remained fixated on Yu Jiuxian. After so much discussion, she asked, And what about you? Is it necessary to report where I am going? Yu Jiuxian tilted his head, his voice colder than that of an emotionless automaton. Yin Xiaoxiao shook her head. It's not like that. She could perhaps understand why he abandoned her in Taozi, as one did not love and the other did not care. But how could he also abandon Mo Xiaodang? 8 or 9 years had passed, compounded by the events that transpired. She pondered deeply and thought, if he does not love her, then so be it. The world is not devoid of other men. Why should she let one person create a rift between her and her own brother? Coming to this realization, she felt steadier. Yet now he uttered such words. She truly wished to cast aside her reason and seize his collar, demanding to know what he truly wanted. He did not harbor feelings for her. Fine. She understood he preferred the same sex. Their gender predetermined their lack of fate. But what of her brother? Did he not care for her brother? After all those days and nights of toil to resurrect him, now that he was revived, what was the intention? To abandon him? Yin Xiaoxiao observed the serious expression on his face and understood that he harbored his own burdens. Ultimately, she could not bear to stab him with harsh words and turned to look for her brother. Watching them enter, Yu Jiuxian closed his reddened eyes and sought out Poseidon. Upon entering, he heard Poseidon say, "You have emerged? It seems he is well. Indeed, he is fine." Yu Jiuxian languidly leaned against a pillar, recalling their previous promise. He stated lightly, "I promised you I would complete the assessment, Poseidon. Let us have a match." Having spent ample time together, Poseidon had gained a fair understanding of Yu Jiuxian's temperament. After the success, he had anticipated this very event. "I truly regret not being able to assist you." Yu Jiuxian initially intended to wave it off, but then thought of the child who had never ventured far from home. After all, he had always been at the academy, in the dense forest, never having seen the sea. Perhaps the child would appreciate this place. "I sincerely regret it. If they choose to remain on Haishan Island, please ensure they are well taken care of." Poseidon was somewhat taken aback. During the child's coma, he had never left his side, trusting no one else to care for him. Now, they were to leave without the child? Yu Jiuxian understood her thoughts. "He does not remember me." Poseidon's face showed surprise. "He does not remember? I have heard Lord Haishan say that this youth, regardless of how many times he reincarnates, possesses innate divine bones, destined to ascend. Alas, heroes find it difficult to pass the beauty's gate. In every life, he willingly succumbed to ruin for one person, bringing devastation upon the world." Chapter 3:23. Not for him in this lifetime, he once again descended into ruin for the sake of protecting someone. However, this time was different. For the youth, he was willing to suppress his rebellious nature. She had once contemplated that if possible, that child might alter his fate in this life. Little did she expect that the child would forget him, and he would walk alone toward the abyss, never looking back. "Poseidon, you have reached level 99, nearly a deity, guarding this Haishan Island. But in this realm, it is not solely Haishan Island. Poseidon, have you ever experienced love? Have you been loved in return? Is there anyone other than the heavens and living beings that you wish to protect?" Poseidon reflected on the people in his memories. He initially wanted to say yes. But how did that person feel about her? Ultimately, he remained silent. "I have." This was something Poseidon understood. "That child, perhaps." Yu Jiuxian nodded. "He is one of them. In my life, there have been 2 individuals for whom I would give my all to protect. He is one of them. And the other?" Poseidon inquired. "May I know who that is?" "It is of little consequence," Yu Jiuxian replied candidly. "My brother. It is said that my fate is extraordinary, destined for greatness. Yet, I have failed to protect either of them." Listening to Yu Jiuxian's words laced with melancholy, Poseidon was puzzled. Although he is still young and has yet to fully develop, it is evident that he is strong. "How could you have failed to protect them? What of your brother?" Yu Jiuxian recalled that day. "He died, right before my eyes." Poseidon raised an eyebrow. "That should not be the case. That boy with the surname Mo has been resurrected, hasn't he? Therefore, your brother should have been revived as well. Why then are you still so sorrowful?" Yu Jiuxian perceived her thoughts and shook his head. "No, his situation is different. At that time, I could not even locate his soul, nor was I prepared for the prerequisites of the forbidden technique. As one could imagine, I failed, and, as a result, I lived in pain for the latter half of my life, sinking into darkness." Observing Yu Jiuxian engulfed in self-reproach, Poseidon placed his palm atop his head, offering comfort while channeling gentle soul energy. "But you saved this child. Yu Jiuxian shook his head, pulling Poseidon's hand away. Do you know? When I first encountered him, he was immaculate, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. At that moment, I thought to myself, what a pure child, akin to an elder brother. Instantly, I felt a strong desire to protect this little one, shielding him from the taint of the world. I vowed to safeguard him diligently. However, I failed to fulfill that promise. Sometimes, I ponder whether it is my presence that has brought these tribulations upon him. Had it not been for me, how could such a remarkable person endure such trials? Upon hearing this, Bosexy felt a twinge of headache. Why does this child become increasingly radical in his thoughts? Why does he shoulder all burdens upon himself? Even if he were to ascend to divinity, he would still find himself powerless in many situations. Thus, how can he hold himself accountable? As she listened to Yu Jiuxian, who spoke of his arduous return, Bosexy hastily interrupted. So you intend to leave him? Leave? Those two individuals were entwined with him, as inseparable as flesh is to bone, deeply embedded in his very essence and soul. How could he possibly part from them? Yu Jiuxian shook his head. I do not wish to leave, yet I find myself uttering such morose sentiments. Bosexy, perplexed, inquired, what do you intend to do? Yu Jiuxian pressed his forehead, overwhelmed by confusion. Allow me some time to gather my thoughts and deal with those outside. Bosexy asked, what about that child? Yu Jiuxian understood that it was he who cherished Ma Xiaodong and desired to protect her with his very life. This concern had nothing to do with Bosexy. His constant interruptions had already caused her enough trouble. I will arrange for someone to protect him discreetly. Bosexy furrowed her brow. Do you trust them? After the Shalake incident, how could Yu Jiuxian trust anyone else? I will resolve matters swiftly and then return to protect him personally. Bosexy contemplated. In the shadows? Yu Jiuxian smiled softly. I love him, yet he has someone he cherishes as well. Moreover, that child regards me as an elder brother. He is exceedingly kind, and I do not wish to become a burden to him. Wouldn't such a hidden affection be exhausting? Bosexy questioned, do you not regret it? For the rest of my days, I will silently guard him. Yu Jiuxian cast a glance at the jade pendant resting on his chest. I will not. Chapter 324. The affairs of Bai Xiaoning and Yuan Gao. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoning languidly leaned against the window. Outside, Yuan Gao observed her despondent demeanor and tossed a bright red fruit from his spatial ring. Bai Xiaoning caught it, but did not eat it, placing it aside. The flavor was all too familiar. Sighing, she lamented, had I known, I wouldn't have followed you. I miss my days in the valley, where my guards would prepare a variety of dishes for me daily. Yuan Gao tightened his grip on the long knife, seemingly recalling something. Shall we go down? I'm about to grill some fish. Grill fish? Bai Xiaoning's eyes widened. She had tasted many types of fish, braised, steamed, but never grilled fish. Yuan Gao nodded, casually asking, do you want to? This was the first time Yuan Gao had extended an invitation to her. Bai Xiaoning cheerfully exclaimed, yes. Arriving by the small river, Yuan Gao cast his bait and awaited a catch. Bai Xiaoning, not idle, chattered incessantly, Uncle, do you remember the day you brought me out? That day? Yuan Gao nodded. It was a clear day, with autumn leaves carpeting the ground. Bai Xiaoning had quarreled with her parents and sat on a rock at the village entrance, swinging her small feet. As Yuan Gao passed by, he glanced at her, recalling the troublesome Yue Xiao, and remarked, be careful not to catch a chill. Bai Xiaoning looked up, her eyes sparkling. As she saw Yuan Gao turn to leave, she hurriedly slipped on her shoes and scampered to his side. I am Bai Xiaoning, pure white Bai. Dawn's light Xiao, tranquilling. And you, what is your name? Bai Xiaoning? Yuan Gao thought to himself that she was hardly tranquil, yet she had shared her name. Yuan Gao. Bai Xiaoning chattered incessantly. Yuan? That Yuan? That Gao. Where are you headed? What is your occupation? Unable to endure her barrage of questions, Yuan Gao finally replied. A guard. A guard? Bai Xiaoning nodded. She too had a guard, though he was not as handsome as Yuan Gao. So, are you the type who can slash and kill? Yuan Gao, aiming to frighten her off, replied curtly. Yes, so keep your distance. Don't. You. Bai Xiaoning followed Yuan Gao for a long while, until he sought out Yue Guan, and she did not waver. Yue Guan glanced over and raised an eyebrow. You have someone following you. Yuan Gao shot a glance at Bai Xiaoning, denying no, not. Yue Guan chuckled. He doesn't seem like a strict master. If he liked someone, he would bring them back. Imagining his future life devoid of peace, Yuan Gao quickly refuted, "No, I don't like her." However, Bai Xiaoning did not share his sentiments and exclaimed, "Good." Yue Guan smiled at her enthusiasm. "What is your martial spirit? If your talent is not exceptional, we might not need you." Bai Xiaoning hurriedly introduced herself. "I possess the Jade Buddha martial spirit, and my talent is exceptional." Jade Buddha? Both Yuan Gao and Yue Guan were taken aback. Subsequently, Yue Guan brought her back. Yuan Gao realized that this girl might have the potential to heal Yu Jiuxian, but chose not to comment further. After all this time, why was she bringing it up now? Because Uncle Yuan had been preoccupied with that young master since her arrival. He hardly spoke with her, leading her to reminisce about the past. Yuan Gao understood the girl's feelings, but knew he was not a suitable partner. "Do not follow me. I cannot provide the life you desire." Bai Xiaoning gazed at the river's surface, recalling a saying, "Those who love first are the ones who lose. Those who love deeply endure the most suffering." She had already become smitten. Thus, what was there to discuss regarding her own life? She did not require him to provide for her. She willingly chose to accompany him, to share in his life. "You revere Yue Gongzi as your master. I shall follow him. You care for him, and I shall care for you." Chapter 325. The final assessment and the battle against Bo Sexy. Preparation for the final assessment were underway. Yu Jiuxian and Bo Sexy conferred and selected a desolate, open area, surrounding it with layers of seals. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, divine beings in conflict could cause widespread repercussions. Secondly, to alleviate concerns for others. Once everything was in place, he gazed at Bo Sexy with a smile. "The Grand Priestess of the Sea God Island, allow me to witness your legendary power, nearly divine in nature." Bo Sexy, gripping her scepter, hesitated. There is no need to rush. She knew that the individual before her possessed extraordinary talent, capable of astonishing the continent. However, he had just barely reached level 90, while she had attained 99. It must be noted that once one ascends to the rank of title de law, even a single level can create a significant disparity, let alone the 9 levels that separated them. Furthermore, she had known him for 9 years and recognized his world-weary disposition. He was not an unequivocally virtuous soul, yet she also understood that he was a child worthy of sympathy. Aside from having harmed the one he loved, he had not actively sought to hurt others. Therefore, she did not wish to cause him any harm. However, once the assessment commenced, she had no choice but to take it seriously. This was the will of the sea god, and she could neither defy it, nor did she wish to disregard the sea goddess words. Thus, she could only approach him and persuade him to remain calm. Yu Jiuxian recognized Poseidon's good intentions. Nevertheless, today's battle was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It had been meticulously planned. Firstly, he did not wish to bear any burdens, lingering on this promise once he ventured out. Secondly, he would encounter numerous individuals outside, many of whom possessed uncertain abilities. While he had confidence in himself, he had been secluded for 9 years, during which he had diligently practiced, yet had not engaged in actual combat. He knew he had grown stronger, but he was unaware of the extent of his power, nor the height he had attained. The ancestral teachings reminded him that there are always greater powers beyond one's own. This was also a reason he had refrained from engaging with the Shrek group previously. If he were to battle Poseidon today, victory would enable him to fight recklessly upon his emergence. Conversely, defeat would not instill fear, for failure is the mother of success. At worst, he would practice more in return. He simply needed to exercise caution against those individuals. Therefore, let the battle commence. Poseidon, rubbing her forehead, felt a headache coming on as he seemed unyielding. However, upon reflection, he was no fool. He must have been prepared before arriving. In that case, let the battle begin. Poseidon summoned her sea god martial spirit. Yu Jiuxian, too, spread his hands and released his martial spirit, as soul rings began to materialize beneath his feet. Poseidon glanced over, her pupils narrowing. Astonishingly, without absorbing any divine soul rings, all 8 of his soul rings were red. She had suspected he had his own intentions when he rejected the divine soul rings. Year after year, his aura had been evolving. With her own matters to attend to, she could not constantly observe him. Thus, She remained unaware of what he had accomplished during this time. Yet she could surmise that his ambitions from years ago had indeed borne fruit. Upon seeing him today, it was evident that he had not merely succeeded. He had achieved remarkable success. Coupled with the imposing aura of the ancient martial spirit, Taotai, Poseidon found herself eager for the impending battle. Yu Jiuxian, too, felt an exhilaration that rivaled Poseidon's. Over the years, he had infused his two martial spirits with 8, both elevated to 10,000 years. However, he had yet to engage in combat. The atmosphere had reached a critical point. To remain idle would be excessive. Yu Jiuxian charged forward, wielding his spirit pattern fan towards Poseidon. Poseidon was not one to lag behind. She swung her scepter, unleashing a wave of soul power that surged towards his face like a colossal wave crashing upon the shore. In that moment, one could palpably feel the overwhelming force of nature pressing down, making it difficult to breathe. However, Yu Jiuxian was no ordinary opponent. He discerned that this attack bore little lethality. Its primary intention was to slow him down. The true prowess lay ahead. Yet, during his 8 years submerged in the deep sea, Yu Jiuxian had been accustomed to the relentless battering of crashing waves. Thus, the pressure felt trivial to him. Nevertheless, she was a woman. A gentle coaxing would suffice. Yu Jiuxian feigned a struggle, as if genuinely overwhelmed. Seeing her success, Poseidon immediately unleashed her 4th skill, tidal flow, followed by her 5th skill, ocean surge. With a breath, she commanded the surrounding waters, forming a protective barrier while directing powerful currents towards Yu Jiuxian. This was a legitimate wave of attack. A misstep could lead to being shredded by the high-pressure waters. Yu Jiuxian flung his spirit pattern fan outward. Poseidon thought to herself that fortunately, she had the foresight to cast a defensive layer. Yet, he might find himself in considerable trouble. She was eager to see how he would withstand this. To her surprise, Yu Jiuxian's fan merely feigned a sweep before returning swiftly to encircle him, spinning rapidly to create a tornado. This was his 3rd skill, Storm, which could enhance his speed and directly crush enemies into oblivion. Alternatively, as he had done against the Royal Academy, he could use it to control opponents. Of course, he could also adapt it to form a protective vortex around himself, utilizing softness to counter hardness. The two forces of nature clashed, counterbalancing one another. Poseidon exclaimed her admiration. Yet, if he could use softness to conquer strength, could she not use strength to overcome softness? After all, the ocean is formless. She waved her scepter, initiating her 6th soul skill, Water Pierces Stone. The sea was once again summoned, but this time, the water was not as forceful. It was gentle and soothing. As the water spiraled into the tornado, it made contact with Yu Jiuxian, seemingly merely dampening him. In reality, the droplets were searing against his skin, causing sharp stings. It seemed this tactic had lost its efficacy. However, he had many methods at his disposal. After all, there is a saying, solutions outnumber difficulties. He unleashed his 2nd soul skill, Thunderclap. Poseidon squinted, sensing danger with her woman's intuition. Indeed, the next moment, she witnessed Yu Jiuxian amplify the electric current exponentially, potentially hundreds of times. Water conducts electricity, and should he mishandle it, he might inadvertently empower Poseidon. Yet, Yu Jiuxian was astute. He had escalated the voltage from the outset, resulting in the electricity evaporating the surrounding water. After all, electricity generates heat. Poseidon regretted not activating her 7th soul skill, Martial Spirit True Form, earlier. With the enhancement of her sea god form, how could Yu Jiuxian's attack possibly succeed? Even if it did, he would expend a significant amount of energy. Now, she had been using her 5th, 6th, and 7th soul skills liberally, while he had only utilized his 2nd and 3rd skills. A level 90 soul master employing only 2nd and 3rd skills was akin to brushing off dust. Poseidon pursed her lips, contemplating that if skill could not secure victory, she would simply overpower him. After all, she was a level 99 title Douluo. The gap of 9 levels was not easily surmountable. She invoked her sea god True Form, unleashing her 8th soul skill, Vast as the Sea, enhanced by her True Form. This skill had been exponentially magnified. Furthermore, she refrained from using her ninth soul skill, strategically conserving her strength, as one could never predict what hidden cards this young man might possess. Meanwhile, Yu Jiuxian found himself enveloped in Poseidon's overwhelming presence. The depths of the sea closing in around him. Oxygen dwindled, and his lungs felt the pressure of the deep sea. Despite having been submerged for 8 years, he was, after all, an absolute landlubber. In the depths of the ocean, despite being buffeted by the tides, he found himself surrounded by an abundance of air. However, he was soon submerged in the salty sea, swallowing mouthfuls of brine. His mind raced, seeking a solution, a strategy. As he surveyed his surroundings, a fleeting glimpse of green caught his eye, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Yet he was truly at his limit. He hastily invoked a healing technique to ease his body, followed by his fourth soul skill, growth. The verdant hues around him indicated the presence of plant life. Yet merely enhancing the plant strength would not suffice. Utilizing his spirit pattern fan, he activated the sixth soul skill he had crafted for himself, inspired by the spatial transformation employed by Yin Xiaoxiao long ago. This sixth skill allowed him to transfer his six senses with the life forms in his vicinity. Apart from Poseidon, there were indeed plants around him. Employing this technique granted him a breath of fresh air. Nonetheless, the pressure of the deep sea demanded careful attention. This time, he utilized the seventh soul skill of his Taotai martial spirit, Taotai true form. Instantly, his physical prowess soared to an extraordinary level, allowing him to navigate the vastness of the ocean with ease, akin to walking on land. Poseidon, witnessing this transformation, was taken aback, contemplating whether the sea god had overestimated his capabilities. Though she possessed strength, she could not outpace the speed of his intellect. Nevertheless, she resolved to give her all, determined to face defeat with honor. The initial concerns for his safety had vanished. Poseidon thought that since she could not suppress him or mount an effective attack, she would unleash her sea of people tactic. Subsequently, she unleashed her first 4 soul skills in succession. At her level, utilizing these skills 100 or even 1,000 times would feel effortless. First came the surge of seawater, akin to a tidal wave, but with far greater force. Having endured the rifts of time and space, could Yu Jiuxian truly fear this? Well, he did fear it, for despite being formidable, he was still mortal and thus susceptible to pain. Yet, with policies in place, countermeasures were developed. The third soul skill of the Taotai martial spirit, ironclad warriors, came into play. If pain was a concern, then he would don iron armor for protection. Thus, the two engaged in a battle of wits, one posing challenges and the other responding adeptly. They fought from dawn until dusk and from dusk until dawn, with no time constraints on this assessment, resulting in a prolonged contest lasting half a month. Eventually, Poseidon, weary from the strain, called for a halt, realizing she could not outlast him. Her tactical prowess was not as adept, rendering her strategy of overwhelming numbers counterproductive, akin to inflicting 1,000 injuries upon the enemy while sustaining 800 in return. Likewise, Yu Jiuxian grew weary of this drawn-out engagement. However, the rules of the assessment did not provide for a draw. Thus, the time had come to determine a victor. Chapter 328. The Divine King assessment concludes. Departing from sea god Island, Poseidon narrowed her eyes, aware that if the battle continued, she would indeed be unable to prevail. A single round to determine the winner? Very well, she had done her utmost. Winning held no significance. Losing would not invoke regret. Upon her agreement, Yu Jiuxian withdrew his spirit pattern fan, leaving only the Taotai martial spirit. The two exchanged a knowing smile before unleashing their most potent attacks. In that moment, the seal enveloped in darkness swirled with black mist, radiating brilliant blue light. The situation within remained inscrutable, persisting for an entire hour. Eventually, the seal dissipated. The black mist cleared, revealing a desolate scene, where two figures lay motionless in a vast pit. After a prolonged silence, Poseidon spoke the first words of their battle, commending, "You are formidable." Yu Jiuxian opened his eyes, sitting up to respond, "You are not lacking either." Subsequently, two figures, one black and one white, appeared above them. declaring the successful completion of the assessment. In this round, Yu Jiuxian emerged victorious. The dark red mist proclaimed, "Congratulations on passing the assessment." The platinum figure added, "Are you prepared to receive the dual legacy of the Divine Kings?" Yu Jiuxian, trembling with anticipation, brushed off the dust from his clothing and gazed at the two deities. Truthfully, it was his first encounter with them, yet he recognized them as the legendary Divine King of Evil and the Divine King of Goodness. Would accepting their legacy elevate him to divinity? The Divine King of Goodness nodded, his voice as gentle as jade, affirming, "Indeed, my child." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian shook his head, stating, "In that case, I am not prepared." The room fell into stunned silence. After all, it was common knowledge that such inquiries were merely polite gestures. No one expected him to genuinely decline. Poseidon was taken aback by his audacity. The Divine King of Evil's veins bulged with anger. Had they not painstakingly selected him, he would have descended to strike him down. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, "May I know why?" Yu Jiuxian, contemplating the scenery outside Sea God Island, his gaze resolute, replied, "I have unfinished business." The Divine King of Evil, known for his fiery temper, could hardly fathom what task could possibly surpass the significance of inheriting the divine kingship. Did he not realize the consequences of his words? The Divine King of Goodness shot him a disapproving glance, pushing the other back, whispering, "What gives you the right to refuse?" When the Divine King of Goodness grew enraged, the Divine King of Evil immediately faltered, "I was wrong." The Divine King of Goodness then declared, "Very well, I shall grant you 1 year's time. 1 year from now, at this very Sea God Island, you shall inherit the divine position." Meanwhile, Yu Jiuxian, witnessing the benevolent demeanor of the exalted Divine King, nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you, Divine King." With the conditions set, the Divine King of Goodness tugged at the Divine King of Evil's ear as they departed. Poseidon, rising once more to look at Yu Jiuxian, regarded him with admiration, sincerely stating, "You are truly impressive." Yu Jiuxian offered a wry smile. Impressive? What significance did that hold? At times, he yearned to be an ordinary person, sitting by the hearth with family, indulging in hearty meals, sipping wine, discussing recent events and dreams of the future. Yet, his identity destined him for no such comfort. He adjusted his attire, steeling himself as he made his way toward the entrance of Sea God Island. His promise had been fulfilled, and now it was time for him to depart. "Farewell, Poseidon." Observing his demeanor, Poseidon shook her head. Once a celestial being, fate had twisted her into a state of melancholy. "Here," she wished him, "may you sail smoothly." Chapter 329. Blood stained his hands. Yu Jiuxian held a fondness for the little Haitang, his heart brimming with thoughts of her. Yet he did not forget the 2 uncles who had raised him with great care in this world, nor the 3 true friends who had genuinely supported him. This time, his mission entailed dealing with those vile entities and extricating them from their grasp. As he passed through the Soul Master City at the junction of Tiando and Xingluo, Yu Jiuxian hesitated, casting a cold gaze upon the city that thrived in the crevice. The angel statue had been restored, and high-ranking Soul Masters had gathered once more. It appeared to be improved, yet what did that matter? He would reclaim every bit of what was due to him. Which adversary should he confront first? On the day of the reward, a group of individuals harmed Xiao Haidang. He glanced back at the second elder and uttered 2 words, instructing someone to investigate. The second elder nodded and departed with a portion of his disciples. Observing the clear skies and the vibrant dawn, he sighed, noting that although the day was beautiful, it was destined to change soon. Many evil soul masters lurked in the shadows, and it wasn't long before results emerged. The first victim was pierced through the heart, meeting a tragically gruesome end. Subsequently, the second and third followed suit. None present that day escaped. All were struck down with fatal blows to the chest. Much like Xiao Haidang had been, blood stained the stone bricks beneath, as well as his hands, while rain poured down, creating a dismal and horrifying scene. A month later, those involved from the Wuhuan Temple had finally concluded their tasks. Seizing the opportunity while still in the vicinity, he stealthily infiltrated Wuhuan City that night, intending to rescue Uncle Guan and Hulaina. Meanwhile, within the Wuhuan Temple, the recent spate of deaths in the city could not have escaped the notice of the Pope. BB Dong. That night, she summoned a gathering to discuss the resolution of this crisis. In silence, 7 soul Douluos, 19 soul saints, and several dozen soul kings had perished under her watch, a testament to the impenetrable defenses she had been promised. The assembly felt shamed, fearing BB Dong would name them and demand accountability, lowering their heads like quails. They contemplated whether BB Dong would absolve them, particularly considering her right-hand man and law enforcement elder. Yu Guan, however, would have been discovered. Yu Guan's lips twitched. It had been said that the killings were executed silently. What could be uncovered? Yet, if you're to say as much, BB Dong might very well take his head off on the spot. He quickly identified a commonality. All victims had been struck through the heart. BB Dong nodded and turned her gaze toward Hulaina, her carefully nurtured successor. Saintess, what do you think? Hulaina lifted her head, her face a mask of contemplation, while internally she screamed in frustration. After a prolonged silence, BB Dong urged, "Haven't you come to a conclusion yet?" Hulaina rolled her eyes at the ceiling. Just then, Yin interjected, "Your Holiness, it seems they all appeared that day." BB Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Hulaina nudged Yin, wondering why he was stating the obvious. If that were the case, she certainly would have known. Yin reassured her, then added, "I believe it was Shrek who did this." This assertion held merit. Firstly, that group had attacked Shrek on that day. Secondly, it was well known that Shrek had recently disrupted their affairs. BB Dong reclined slightly, acknowledging that she had considered this angle. However, to operate within Wuhuan City undetected and execute so many deeds successfully was something she had thought impossible. Yet, they had indeed thwarted her plans previously, and thus, caution was warranted. Chapter 330. Her heart also holds a tenderness. BB Dong tightened her grip on the scepter and commanded, "Enhance security. I require effective measures." The assembly, relieved by the Pope's concession, responded in unison, "Yes." After a long day, BB Dong waved her hand. "That will be all. You may return." As they exited the grand hall, Hulaina immediately punched Yin, still shaken from earlier. Yin feigned distress, clutching his chest. "I'm a friend of Joe. How could I speak ill of him? You think too poorly of me." However, the issue at hand was not merely his intent, but rather his lack of intellect. Hulaina shot him an exasperated glance. Nevertheless, his earlier comment was indeed astute. Judging by the Pope's demeanor, she was inclined to believe him. Recent reports of deaths in the city had surfaced, and upon learning that the wounds were all to the chest, they arrived at a conclusion. The perpetrator was most likely their old acquaintance, Yu Jiuxian. Since their last encounter in the finals, they had not crossed paths in 9 years. Surprised by the potency of the news, Hulaina was suddenly jolted from her thoughts when someone tapped her back. Startled, she instinctively exclaimed, "What the?" Grasping the assailant's wrist, a struggle ensued in the darkness. As she targeted the individual's left leg, she distinctly heard a muffled grunt. Immediately, she recognized the weakness. Seizing the moment, she raised her leg to kick. Yet this time, she missed. How could she have missed? She held the person's wrist. Unless they had performed an acrobatic maneuver, there was no way she should have failed. In her moment of confusion, the individual reversed the hold on her. Yin and Xiaoyu exchanged astonished glances. It was evident that Hulaina was no weakling. How could this person subdue her without even revealing their soul power? Just as they prepared to intervene, the assailant spoke. "It's me, Yu Jiuxian." In the Saintess Hall, Yu Jiuxian gazed at the elegant Hulaina and the 2 handsome young men, feeling a headache coming on. Moments ago, he had attempted to clarify that he was indeed the one they had been fighting, only to be brought here by the 3 of them. Hulaina, in her determination to examine his injury, encountered staunch resistance from him. After several attempts, they discovered that his left calf was a prosthetic. He pressed his temples, assuring them he was fine. Hulaina, arms crossed, retorted sarcastically, "You're fine? You managed to silently kill dozens in Wuhuan City. How could there be nothing wrong?" Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Yu Jiuxian promptly apologized. Yet, his words ignited a fire within Hulaina, who had long suppressed her emotions. "Do you have any idea how panicked we were upon realizing it was you? Fearing the Pope would discover your identity. What would we have done then? You're so skilled at stealth killings. Was it too difficult to send us a message?" In those 9 years of silence, We were genuinely worried about you." As she uttered the last sentence, Hulaina broke down in tears. She was a strong woman, yet her heart too harbored its own vulnerabilities. Yin and Xiaoyu stepped forward to embrace her, while Yu Jiuxian joined them, enveloping all three in a comforting embrace. This is my fault. Chapter 331. The final movement has begun after soothing Hulaina. Yu Jiuxian conveyed his intentions. "Come with me." Hulaina, lost in thought, murmured, "Leave? We have been at the Wuhuan Temple since we were young. It has been over 20 years. During this time, we have dutifully followed the Pope's directives. Each clandestine escape for a moment of amusement has brought us joy. To claim we do not wish to leave would be a lie. But the Pope's power is overwhelming, instilling fear that prevents us from entertaining such thoughts." Yu Jiuxian had spent a considerable amount of time in the Wuhan Temple, and he was naturally aware of Hulaina and her companion's intentions. He grasped Hulaina's hand and continued, "Yes, let's leave this place. I will grant you new identities, and once we are outside, you may pursue whatever endeavors you desire." Previously, he had lacked the strength to break free while ensuring their safe escape. However, the situation had changed. He now possessed the power to liberate them from their confines. This proposition was indeed enticing. Yet, as Yin inquired, "What about before that?" The abruptness of his question caught Yu Jiuxian off guard, prompting him to respond with, "What?" Xiaoyu understood Yan's concern and explained, "Since you intend to take us away, you must also plan to bring Guan Shu and Gue Shu along." Yu Jiuxian nodded, acknowledging the inevitability of that. Xiaoyu lowered his gaze, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Who does not yearn for freedom? Yet, we cannot jeopardize our friends' lives for our own liberation. The disappearance of the two law enforcement elders and the trio from the Golden Generation would soon be discovered by the Pope. Although the Pope might be indifferent to their fates, he would undoubtedly dispatch a substantial force in search of them to maintain his dignity. When that time came, while 1 or 2, even 10 or 100 could be dealt with, could they truly contend against thousands of soul masters and emerge unscathed? Little Gio, as long as you are well, that is sufficient. We have grown accustomed to this way of life, and you need not endanger yourself on our behalf. If you were to suffer any harm, we would be consumed by guilt." Upon hearing this, Yu Jiuxian understood their concerns. However, in the current Wuhan city, apart from the troublesome Qiandao Lu, the rest posed no significant threat. To instill confidence in their faith in his abilities, he unleashed his Tao Tai Wuhan, 9 crimson rings materializing beneath his feet. 9 rings? Title Douluo. The trio of Hulaina gasped in astonishment. But this was merely the beginning. Yu Jiuxian transformed his Wuhan, and beneath his feet appeared 8 red rings and 1 black ring. "Is this still human?" Yu Jiuxian chuckled. "Now, do you believe me?" Yin nodded vigorously, unable to doubt such power. We believe. Yu Jiuxian retracted his Wuhan and urged the trio to follow him. "Then let us summon Guanshu and depart Wuhan City." Having witnessed the preceding spectacle, Hulaina and her companions fell silent, closely trailing behind him. As they were about to exit the Holy Maiden's residence, Yu Jiuxian playfully tugged at each of their hair, tossing 3 bean-like objects into the interior. "Now that we are here, how can we not leave a little gift for Bai Bai Dong?" Yu Jiuxian's eyes narrowed. He remembered that had it not been for Bai Bai Dong's orders, subsequent events would never have transpired. Given the heightened vigilance within the city, he found it challenging to act with Hulaina and the others, thus providing them with a small gift to exit first while he sought out Guan Shu and the others. Chapter 332. The final movement has begun. Guan Shu gazed at the bruised visage of Yu Guan, a complex expression gracing his face. Hearing the voice behind him, Yu Guan turned stiffly. "Guaijio?" Yu Jiuxian nodded. "Yes, Guan Shu, it has been a long time." Observing the disheveled and despondent youth, Yu Guan could hardly believe his eyes. "Is this really my Guaijio? How could he have changed so drastically?" The child who once appeared somewhat somber was now a refined young man. He rushed forward and embraced Yu Jiuxian, his heart aching. He had hoped the boy would thrive after departing, never anticipating such misfortune. It was his failure for not safeguarding the child. Yu Jiuxian patted Yu Guan's shoulder, knowing it was not the time for reminiscing, and quickly inquired, "Where is Gue Shu?" Noting the urgency in the child's demeanor, Yu Guan pointed to the adjacent room. "He is next door." Yu Jiuxian nodded and hurried to summon him. Upon being called, Gui Mei, upon realizing that the young man before him was Yu Jiuxian, exhibited a reaction akin to Yu Guan's. However, time was of the essence. Yu Jiuxian simply stated, Guan Shu, Gui Shu, trust me, and come with me. I will explain everything later. Although both Yu Guan and Gui Mei harbored doubts, they instinctively nodded in agreement. Primarily, they trusted their child. Knowing he was not one to act recklessly, there must be a reason for his actions. With Yu Guan and Gui Mei successfully in tow, they departed the sorrowful place under the cover of night. Yu Jiuxian cleared his throat. This marked the third day since their escape from Wuhan City. The Pope had discovered the disappearance of his 2 trusted aides and the 3 formidable generals. While searching for them, he fell victim to the small devices Yu Jiuxian had left behind, sustaining considerable injuries. She was an astute woman. Otherwise, she would not have ascended to the position of Pope. After a moment of contemplation, she deduced the situation. Although incredulous, she promptly issued a warrant for their capture. The Wuhan Temple's influence spanned the continent, and their journey to Sea God Island was fraught with obstacles from the temple. Initially manageable, Yu Jiuxian soon found himself overwhelmed after several days. After battling Poseidon, he had not had a moment's respite. Thankfully, they were nearing the coast. He steeled himself, retrieving 2 medicinal herbs from his spatial ring and chewing them raw. Perhaps the heavens were determined to thwart him, as fate conspired against him. After a brief rest, they set forth only to encounter both the Shrek and Wuhan Temple factions. With Wuhan Temple ahead and Shrek behind, Yu Jiuxian wiped the blood from his face and muttered, "This is truly vexing." He exchanged a glance with Guan Shu and the others before unleashing his Wuhan, engaging with the members of Wuhan Temple. Each strike was precise and impactful, inflicting severe damage upon his adversaries. While he fought with ease, the situation was less favorable for Yu Guan and the others. Despite their small group, Shrek's numbers were formidable. Tang San faced 3 opponents at once. Wiping the blood from his face, he grinned malevolently. "Why is it always you?" A dark mist enveloped him once more, his eyes filled with a sinister hue, transforming him into a fearsome figure. Gradually retreating to the center, he glanced at Guan Shu and Hu Laina before shouting storm. A whirlwind swept the 5 of them onto the ship. With a forceful flick of his fan, the vessel sailed toward the horizon. The 5, battered and bruised, watched as the solitary Yu Jiuxian was left behind, unable to suppress their cries of "Little Jiu." Yu Jiuxian tilted his head, opening his mouth. Yet, the distance was too great, and his voice too soft for them to hear. They could only read his lips, understanding he urged them to wait for him. Subsequently, they witnessed a surge of white light erupting. The protagonists of 2 differing realms clashed, shaking the heavens and earth. They were both children of destiny. While it would be preferable for them to coexist peacefully once the battle commenced, who would emerge victorious? The tale concludes here. Chapter 333, Side Story 1. Little Hai Tang remembers Yu Jiuxian on Sea God Island. Xiao Haimo, Xiao Tang suddenly opened his eyes. A torrent of memories flooding his mind, all intertwined with the moments he shared with Yu Jiuxian. Clutching his heart, he called out, "Brother." The voice was choked with sorrow, evoking tears in those who heard it. Outside the door, unable to adhere to any decorum, Yin Xiao hurriedly pushed the door open. Upon seeing her younger brother with red-rimmed eyes and tears glistening on his eyelashes, she embraced his shoulders, asking, "Xiaotang, what is the matter?" Mo Xiaotang did not respond, merely shaking his sister's arm and inquiring, "Where is Ge?" It had been a long time since she had heard that term of endearment. Yin Xiao gazed blankly at Mo Xiaotang. "Do you remember Yu Jiuxian?" They had only discovered after Yu Jiuxian's departure that Mo Xiaotang's memory was fragmented. Initially, everything seemed normal. However, as time passed, they realized that the once talkative Mo Xiaotang, who mentioned Yu Jiuxian in nearly every sentence, had not spoken of him for quite some time. One day, Taozi remarked, "Yu Jiuxian doesn't even know when he will return." "Did he tell you?" Mo Xiaotang paused, asking, "Who is Yu Jiuxian?" It was then they understood the extent of his memory loss. He had forgotten about Yu Jiuxian. With his sister silent, Mo Xiaotang grew increasingly anxious. "Where is Ge? Where is he?" Yin Xiao looked at her brother helplessly. He has been gone for half a year. Mo Xiaodang stared blankly ahead. Gone for half a year? He felt a dull pain in his chest and turned his head to ask, do you know where he went? Is he in danger? Hearing this, Yin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh. He is exceptionally skilled. How could he be in danger? You, on the other hand, should lie down. Seeing her sister's disbelief, Mo Xiaodang struggled to rise, determined to find him. Yet, Yin Xiaoxiao, observing his state, could not allow him to leave. Mo Xiaodang pleaded, don't stop me, sister. Let me go find him. He is truly in danger. I can feel it. Feel it? She scoffed. Do you think you possess some mystical sixth sense? Yin Xiaoxiao pushed him back onto the bed, insisting, you are merely having a nightmare. A good sleep will resolve it. Mo Xiaodang lay fixed to the bed, tears streaming down and dampening his collar. I am not lying, sister. Let me find him. Witnessing her brother's distress, Yin Xiaoxiao felt a headache coming on. Considering their mutual affection, perhaps there was indeed some sort of psychic connection. She wiped away the tears from his face. All right. Stop crying. I believe you. Wait here. I will seek out Lord Poseidon. If that fellow is in danger, you're going 1T solve anything. I will ask Lord Poseidon. She might have a solution. Just wait for me. Upon hearing his sister's change of heart, he nodded eagerly. Yes, hurry. Yin Xiaoxiao left with a sense of resignation. After a while, rather than news from his sister, Mo Xiaodang was met with the jealous words of Xiao Tao. Mo Xiaodang, even if he is in danger, so what? He no longer wants you. Why do you still concern yourself with him? No longer wants me? Mo Xiaodang retorted loudly. Go would never abandon me. Would he? Xiao Tao sneered. After you awakened, he left. Is that not abandonment? After awakening, Mo Xiaodang had indeed seen Yu Jiuxian once, but he had not encountered him again since. Yet so what? Even if he no longer wanted him, he must find him. Just then, the respectful voice of a guard echoed from outside. Greetings, great offering. Following this was Poseidon and Yin Xiaoxiao entering. Yin Xiaoxiao shot a glare at her. Taozi, why are you provoking him? Xiao Tao was at a loss for words. She wanted to express her lingering affection for Mo Xiaodang, but seeing him anxious over Yu Jiuxian made her jealousy flare. However, her recent actions hardly reflected someone in love. Mo Xiaodang disregarded their thoughts and immediately addressed Poseidon. My lord, you are powerful, right? Can you save my brother? Poseidon frowned. This was originally a matter concerning Yu Jiuxian, and she preferred not to interfere. However, the child's concern suggested that something truly was amiss. She glanced at Mo Xiaodang and said to Yin Xiaoxiao, let your brother rest for a moment. We should discuss this outside. With that, Yin Xiaoxiao quickly comforted Mo Xiaodang. Once his eyes closed, she stepped outside. He has fallen asleep. My lord, what is wrong with Xiao Tang? Is Yu Jiuxian truly in danger? Poseidon nodded. A few days ago, 5 individuals arrived on Sea God Island, claiming to be Yu Jiuxian's uncle and friends. They just sent me a message, instructing me to prevent you from leaving. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxiao tightened her fists. 5 individuals? She could not ascertain their identities at that moment, but why could Xiao Tang sense that Jiu was in danger? Poseidon appeared troubled. Yu Jiuxian likely chose not to inform his companions to spare them worry. However, they are genuinely anxious. Yin Xiaoxiao clasped her hands. My lord, I beseech you to enlighten us. Chapter 334. The Truth of Resurrection. Poseidon considered that this also pertained to Mo Xiaodang, and they deserved to know. Moreover, she desired to assist the young man. Thus, she began, the forbidden resurrection technique is inherently an act against the heavens, and the celestial laws would not permit it. Furthermore, he has already descended into the abyss, unrecognized by heaven and earth. In order to resurrect your brother, the young man must exchange his own soul for a chance at your brother's revival. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. What does it mean to exchange a soul for a chance at resurrection? Does this imply that he has not successfully resurrected him yet? How much had that person sacrificed for a brother? Poseidon continued, your brother's time of death was too prolonged, although his body was preserved by your companions. The duration has rendered his soul unable to enter. Yin Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. Was resurrection truly this difficult? She gritted her teeth and inquired, what else did Yu Jiuxian do? Poseidon sighed. he utilized his self-created soul technique to transfer his own blood to your brother, infusing him with a continuous flow of life. Yin Xiaoxiao's eyes reflected her heartache. Blood transfusion? Though she had not witnessed it, she knew the process must have been excruciating. She closed her eyes and softly urged, "My lord, please continue." Poseidon shook her head, aware that the moment they grasped the truth, it would be hard for them to accept. After all, when she first learned of the resurrection's true nature, she had been equally shocked. Yu Jiuxian truly loved Mo Xiaodong deeply, a love that penetrated to the very marrow of his being, a love that reached the depths of his soul. His fourth soul skill, I wonder if you're aware of it, allows him to control plants, bending them to his will. It can also serve as a medium to transfer life force from one to another. So this was how it worked. Yin Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, reflecting, "Yu Jiuxian, you truly are willing to sacrifice so much for my brother. You have shown remarkable resolve." She took a deep breath and asked, "What else did he do? Why can my brother feel his comfort?" Poseidon looked at the nearly collapsing figure before her, her voice growing softer with every word. The forbidden technique requires his bones and essence as mediums to activate the formation. Originally, only a divine artifact was needed, but he no longer possessed one. In his desperation, he resorted to sacrificing his own leg, using his divine bones. Upon hearing these words, Yin Xiao smiled and retorted, though she was unaware of many things. She was well-versed in the matter of divine artifacts. "He possesses them." Poseidon shook her head, explaining that he owned 3. One was gifted to your brother. Another could not serve as a condition for activation, and the final one was automatically sealed away after extracting your brother's soul. Yin Zhao's expression shifted to one of shock. He actually severed his own leg? However, this still did not address why he sensed the danger posed by Yu Jiuxian. She turned to Poseidon. The latter's gaze drifted towards the room where Mo Xiaotong was resting. That piece of leg bone, after resurrecting your brother, was ground into essence, which was then administered to your brother to enhance his physique, given that it contained the flesh and blood of your companion. It is not surprising that he could sense the danger. In that moment, Yin Xiao laughed maniacally. Yu Jiuxian, what a remarkable figure. Earlier, she had told herself that he was a heartless and passionless individual, merely concocting tales to deceive her. Yet she had not anticipated that he had long since fallen for her brother. For her brother's sake, he was willing to sacrifice his own life. Tears trickled down her cheeks as she pondered this. "Ha ha!" Poseidon shook her head at this sight, lamenting that love is a double-edged sword, capable of wounding both the lover and the beloved. Yet, was she not similarly ensnared? After waiting in vain for so many years, after a lengthy silence, Yin Xiao regained her composure and inquired about his current condition. Poseidon replied coolly, "Under the judgment of heaven and earth." Under the judgment of heaven and earth? What nonsense is this? Confusion flickered in Yin Zhao's eyes. Poseidon dutifully elaborated, recalling the significant upheaval caused by the sea god not long ago. On that day, the sea god had mourned for an extended period, lamenting the loss of his heir. He wagered his soul, and now that your brother has been resurrected, his soul has naturally been marked by the heavens. Should he commit any malevolent acts, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. The continent is no longer what it used to be. Death has become commonplace, and typically, the demise of a few individuals goes unnoticed by the heavens. Considering the events of that day, she could not help but speculate if Yu Jiuxian's misdeeds involved the death of the sea goddess heir. Yin Xiao, however, had not contemplated such matters and simply remarked that he had always cherished his freedom. Chapter 335, Side Story 3, no longer in a state of being protected. He has become a guardian. In the valley, Yu Jiuxian, having sustained considerable injuries after the battle, had retreated to this secluded place to recuperate. Yet, upon entering the valley, he found the ground shimmering with golden light, forming a magical array. Just as he intended to retreat, he was yanked back by soul-binding chains that emerged from the array, crashing down in its center. He then heard an ethereal voice echoing in his ears. The voice emanated from the Tao of Heaven, one he was all too familiar with. For it was this very voice that had kept him company during his 3 years of confinement in that dark abyss. This time it spoke once more, its tone as loathsome as ever. My little master, previously it was merely a minor punishment, a period of confinement for reflection. Yet now that you have returned, you continue to wreak havoc upon the world. Yu Jiuxian lowered his head, easily catching sight of the jade pendant upon his chest, which reminded him of the person who gifted it to him. He wondered how that person was faring now. However, with his sister around, he assumed everything would be fine. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the ethereal voice returned, declaring that ignorance of the law leads to punishment by the god-slaying whip, 30 strikes. Do you acknowledge this? Yu Jiuxian raised his arm, bound by chains, tore off the jade pendant, clutching it tightly in his palm. He closed his eyes and whispered, "I acknowledge." As his words fell, a golden whip materialized in the air, striking fiercely against his back. With just one blow, he spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Realizing that this weapon was indeed on par with the god-slaying spear, its might was formidable. The remaining 29 strikes would be no easy feat to endure. Just as he braced himself against the ground to rise again, the god-slaying whip lashed down once more. This time, however, he did not fall. The soul-binding chains held him fast in place, leaving him unable to even collapse. As he contemplated how to endure the punishment, another ethereal voice resonated within the cave. The voice was muffled, emanating from a spatial ring. "Stop hitting me. Let me out. Tao of heaven, if you have the ability. Then release me so I can bear the blows for him." Yu Jiuxian's lips curled into a slight smile, though it quickly faded as pain coursed through him. "Thank you, Xiaohua. I can endure this." Ever since the spirit of the weapon had appeared, he realized that his god-slaying spear had someone within it. His elder brother, Xiaohua. Knowing that his elder brother had always been by his side filled him with joy, yet he also felt regret for his own foolishness in not noticing sooner. However, it seemed his elder brother was angry, for during their time together in that world, he had never uttered a single word to him. After discovering his elder brother's presence, it seemed the anger only intensified. Yet this time, all he could hear was his voice. Observing the god-slaying whip pausing, he chuckled and urged, "Why have you stopped? Continue. Finish the remaining blows quickly. I have matters to attend to." The Tao of heaven hesitated for less than half a second before allowing the god-slaying whip to resume its movement. The sound of wind slicing through the air echoed throughout the cave once more. "Crack, what can you do? You know how much pain hurts, don't you? Let me out." The voice continued to emerge from within the spatial ring, yet Yu Jiuxian paid it no heed. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and bore the pain in silence, as if to convey to Xiaohua that he truly could endure. Inside the spatial ring, Xiaohua listened to the sound of the whip in a daze, her heart aching uncontrollably. Yu Jiuxian clutched the jade pendant tightly, blood seeping from the corners of his lips. "Xiaohua, you may have always accompanied him within the god-slaying spear, but in his life, you ultimately remained absent." He had changed in ways that Xiaohua was unaware of. He had become strong. No longer in a state of being protected, he too had become a guardian. Chapter 336, Side Story 4. Upon discovering his brother lying in a pool of blood. Brother, led by the malevolent soul master from Sea God Island. Mo Xiao Tang swiftly arrived at the cave where Yu Jiuxian was hiding. However, upon witnessing her brother ensnared by iron chains and bloodied, tears filled Mo Xiao Tang's eyes. She had never seen her brother in such a state. The only image she held was that of the gentle, yet overwhelmingly powerful Yu Jiuxian, the malevolent soul master. Noticing that his master's beloved was about to enter the cave, hastily called out to warn her of the seal at the entrance. "A seal? What of a seal? Today, no one shall prevent me from taking my brother home." She gathered her soul power, emanating a chilling aura, and disregarding everyone's attempts to stop her. She broke through the formation with her body. Even as the shards of the shattered array injured her, they could not deter her resolve. She rushed into the cave, carefully lifting the man from the bloodied ground and cradling him in her arms, her voice filled with remorse. "I'm sorry, brother. I'm late. I made you wait. Last time, you brought me home. Now it's my turn to bring you home." Given their blood bond, seeing him in such distress caused Yin Xiao to feel a pang of heartache. Xiao Tang slapped, and Mo Xiao Tang, momentarily stunned, glanced at her before silently channeling her soul power to break the chains that imprisoned her brother. Although he had been in a coma for 9 years, and had only awakened for less than 6 months, his body had not fully recovered. Yet in this moment, he still managed to lift his brother with unwavering strength. As she observed Mo Xiaotong's familiar melancholic expression, Yin Xiaoxiao followed behind and sighed silently. Perhaps her brother's facade had been so convincing that she nearly forgot his true self. She couldn't help but wonder if the mutual pursuit in love was akin to their relationship, although neither was aware of the other's affections. They both embodied the essence of love in their souls. Yu Jiuxian, a being who cherished freedom above all and regarded rules with disdain, had, for the sake of his beloved, eternally marked his soul with the imprints of destiny, forever under its watchful gaze and constrained by fate. As for Mo Xiaodong, while others might remain oblivious, she, having grown up alongside him, was well aware of the truth. Behind her angelic smile lay a heart shrouded in shadows. Yet she continuously donned the guise that her beloved favored, striving to draw closer to him. Years had passed, and he had long forsaken his true self. They were two souls intertwined. One, originally benevolent, had morphed into a demon for love, while the other, once malevolent, had transformed into a saint. Under the influence of love, they ultimately became reflections of one another. On the island of the sea god, Mo Xiaodong laid her brother face down on the bed and gently retrieved scissors from the cabinet to cut away the fabric clinging to his wounds. However, time had rendered the clothes fused with the blood that had seeped from his injuries. Despite her delicate touch, it was inevitable that the fabric would disturb the wounds as she tore it away. In his unconscious state, Yu Jiuxian felt the painful tugging at his injuries and involuntarily groaned. The sound startled Mo Xiaodong, causing her to freeze in place. Yet, leaving the wounds unattended would lead to infection. Recalling her childhood injuries, she remembered how her father would gently rub her head, assuring her, "Xiaotong, be good. Daddy will make the pain fly away." With that thought, she found herself echoing her father's words to her brother. Once she realized what she had done, her face flushed with embarrassment. This felt far too childish. And the words, "brother, be good, Xiao Haitang will make the pain fly away," felt utterly mortifying. However, the most embarrassing moment was yet to come, as the wounded figure stirred and responded with a soft okay. In Chapter 337, Part 5, Applying Medicine, Yu Jiuxian, feeling the tug on his injuries, could not suppress a groan, as the pain coursed through his nervous system like a ballet. As he stirred and opened his eyes, he heard Mo Xiaotong's soothing voice. Instantly, he responded with tenderness. Mo Xiaotong's face turned crimson, her words faltering as she stammered, "Aye." Yet, Yu Jiuxian seemed oblivious to her embarrassment. After enduring the lashes, he felt dizzy, and the child had appeared to him like a deity. Reflecting on the child's declarations of affection, he spoke to himself, "Is Tang Bao here to tend my wounds?" Mo Xiaodong nodded, cheeks aflame. "Thank you, Tang Bao." He smiled. She cast a furtive glance at her brother, puzzled by his newfound term of endearment. "Tang Bao Fao et Sedin Samen Fun." As she heard him wince again, she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, did I hurt you?" Yu Jiuxian dismissed her concerns, yet Mo Xiaodong felt an overwhelming guilt. Observing the fresh blood that had emerged due to her actions, her hands trembled. Yu Jiuxian noticed her apprehension and understood that she feared causing him pain. "Tang Bao, please step to the door and turn away," he instructed gently. Confused, Mo Xiaodong questioned why. Yu Jiuxian feigned irritation. "Are you disregarding your brother's words?" At this, her heart sank, and she hurriedly complied, running to the door. Once she had distanced herself, Yu Jiuxian slowly sat up, retrieving a small piece of wood from his spatial ring. He then grasped the edge of the fabric that the child had lifted. Gazing at her slender silhouette, he spoke softly, "Tang Bao, can you promise your brother one thing?" Fearing her brother's displeasure, Mo Xiaodong immediately replied, "Yes." Yu Jiuxian took a weak breath before stating, "Then, without my permission, you must not look back." Mo Xiaodong hesitated, wanting to protest, "Brother, what if I—" But Yu Jiuxian had seen her fear and would not allow her to move, insisting, "Are you ignoring your brother's words?" Mo Xiaodong lowered her gaze. "All right." Receiving the response he desired, Yu Jiuxian inhaled deeply, biting onto the piece of wood, and forcefully pulled down the fabric. The pain surged and he gasped, his neck arching backward. Hearing the child's sobs from the doorway, he paused, releasing the wood and retracting the bloodied fabric into his spatial ring. He then staggered to the door, enveloping the child in his embrace. "Why are you crying?" Emo shouting sniffled. "Brother, it hurts." "Fool!" Yu Jiuxian gently ruffled her hair, feeling the pain himself. Yet it was she who wept uncontrollably. How could there exist such a foolish person in this world? As she thought of her brother's wounds, Emo shouting pushed his hands away, roughly wiping her tears. "Brother, can I turn back now?" Seeing her somewhat composed, Yu Jiuxian nodded slightly. Emo shouting circled behind him, her gaze drawn to the reopened injuries, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Her icy fingertips brushed over the untouched skin of his waist. Yu Jiuxian sighed, retrieving the medicine from his spatial ring. "Give me the medicine, brother. Please lie down on the bed. I can't walk, Tangbao. Just bear with me a little and help me apply the medicine. All right?" "All right." Emo shouting took the medicine bottle, opening it to reveal an ointment. "Is this medicine?" she asked, puzzled. "It's all right. This one is potent. Just use it. But if it's potent, won't it hurt the wounds? And your injuries are still bleeding. Applying ointment is like rubbing salt in the wounds. It's fine." Hearing her brother's repeated assurances, Emo shouting felt a pang in her heart. He was enduring for her sake, but his body belonged to him. Was it truly so difficult to speak the truth? What would happen if he shed his facade? In that moment, she reflected on her own pretense. Listening to his muffled groans, she too felt his pain acutely, wishing to bear it for him. Yet, if he wished to pretend, then she would indulge him. Together, they would share the burden of pain. She scooped a generous amount of ointment from the jar, gritting her teeth as she forcefully applied it to his back, starting with the swollen areas, then transitioning to the whip marks, and finally to the bleeding spots. But just as her nails grazed a tender spot, Yu Jiuxian turned to her, throwing the medicine aside and pulling her into his embrace. "I'm sorry." In Chapter 338, Part 6, Reconciliation, Under the Moon, Emo Xiaodang felt the warmth radiating from her brother, her eyes reddening. Uncertain of who might be with her brother in the future, and whether he would embrace another person in the same way, Emo Xiaodang felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Moreover, it was her brother who had been hurt. Why should he apologize? Yu Jiuxian helplessly remarked, "Brother is pain for my Tangbao." Emo Xiaodang gently pushed away her brother's warm body. Though his embrace was comforting, it was not truly hers, and no matter how warm, it would eventually come to an end. Rather than waiting for separation, it was better to take the initiative. Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, surprised that it was the first time the child had addressed him by his full name. Emo Xiaodang swallowed hard, nervously asking, "What exactly do you take me for? Am I merely a substitute for your beloved?" Yu Jiuxian was momentarily taken aback. He had never considered that after such a heartfelt confession, the child would harbor such thoughts. Sitting up straight, he countered, "And you? Do you regard me as a brother or a lover?" Emo Xiaodang fell silent, questioning whether he truly had the right to utter the latter two words. After a long pause, he finally whispered hoarsely, "Lover." "I feel the same," Yu Jiuxian replied, pulling the child tightly into his embrace. Upon hearing this unexpected answer, Emo Xiaotong's eyes welled with tears. Feeling the dampness against his chest, Yu Jiuxian's heart ached, wanting to separate to wipe away his beloved's tears. Yet, Emo Xiaodang clung on tightly. With no other choice, Yu Jiuxian said, "Stop crying, Tangbao. Your tears wound me." "Wound you?" Montak si iotang mom ulit. After all, he was not the only one feeling hurt. "I am also pained that my brother does not take care of himself. He is so strong, yet still ends up injured," he lamented. Yu Jiuxian pressed his lips together, recalling the bloodied shores, his eyes darkening. "It is my fault. It will not happen again." Hearing her brother's promise, Emo Xiaodang nodded. When it came to promises, his brother was quite reliable. "Brother, let me apply medicine to your wounds." Thinking of the child's earlier demeanor, Yu Jiuxian shook his head. "Call Yuan Gao in. Let him tend to my wounds." Emo Xiaodang looked at Yu Jiuxian with pleading eyes. "Why? I did not mean to hurt you." Yu Jiuxian affectionately ruffled the child's hair. How could he blame the child? As long as the child wished, he could turn his back and allow him to poke at the wounds. He was merely concerned about frightening the child. Just then, He heard Mo Xiaotong's assertive voice. No, I want to apply the medicine myself. After confessing his feelings, Mo Xiaotong grasped Yu Jiuxian's finger, wanting to stay close to his brother, not wanting anyone else to approach him. Seeing the child so adorable, Yu Jiuxian relented. All right, then promise me, Tang Bao, no more tears. Montak Xiaotong nodded vigorously. During the application of the medicine, in an effort to distract Yu Jiuxian, Mo Xiaotong spoke up. Brother, do you really like me? Yu Jiuxian lay on the bed, nodding. Indeed, I truly adore our Tang Bao. I have loved you for 18 years. Mo Xiaotong calculated in his mind. His sister had mentioned he had been gone for 9 years. So that meant his affection had begun long before, at Chongqing Academy. He excitedly asked, You do not see me as a substitute? This question piqued Yu Jiuxian's curiosity. Why would you think I view you as a substitute? Mo Xiaotong continued applying the ointment, mumbling, Sometimes I feel as if you are looking through me at another person. Yu Jiuxian suddenly understood. Ah, I see. That is a misunderstanding. There are times when I look at you and am reminded of my brother. Mo Xiaotong tilted his head. Yu Jiuxian candidly shared. At first, I thought you bore a striking resemblance to the aura of my brother. Eventually, I realized you are not the same. Due to certain events, I failed to protect him, and I have carried that regret until I met you. I could not help but care for you. And after 5 years apart, my feelings grew stronger, prompting me to seek you out. I did not wish to miss you, nor did I want to live with regret. Hearing this, Mo Xiaotong shook his head vigorously. I have never blamed you, brother. Yu Jiuxian was aware of this, yet his heart ached for the child's experiences. After applying the last bit of ointment, Mo Xiaotong climbed onto the bed beside his brother. Brother, can you tell me about your brother? Since they were now together, it was only right to share his past with the child so that he could understand him better. Yu Jiuxian spoke with joy. His name was Xiaohua. Not a nickname, but his true name. We were 2 souls in one body, growing up together, much like me and Xiao, Mo Xiaotong, listen in awe, exclaiming, 2 souls in one body? That is so cool. Yu Jiuxian smiled and continued, I was not originally from this world. I came from another realm, a country called Baigua. A month later, under the attentive care of his beloved, Yu Jiuxian's back healed completely. One day, holding the small Hai Tang in his arms, Yu Jiuxian gently asked, My Tang Bao, shall we get married? Married? Mo Xiaotong, nestled in his brother's embrace, opened his mouth in surprise, filled with hesitation. He certainly wished to marry his brother, but they were both men. Such a union might attract unwelcome scrutiny. He did not mind, but he did not want anyone to speak ill of his brother. Yu Jiuxian sensed his hesitation and stroked the child's head, asking, Why worry? I simply ask if you want to marry me. Mo Xiaotong replied firmly, Yes. Yu Jiuxian smiled, Then let us marry. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaotong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Brother, when we marry, will the groom come on a magnificent steed to fetch his bride? Who will come to fetch him? That is for you to decide, my Tang Bao. Will you be the groom coming to marry me, or will you be the bride I come to fetch? Yu Jiuxian answered with affection. Mo Xiaotong pondered for a moment before decisively nodding. He wished to be the groom. There's a saying, a phoenix crown and a bridal gown, adorned in a procession of joy. All things in sight are beloved. A fleeting glance surpasses countless people. Therefore, I want 3 letters and 6 rights, a grand sedan chair, and a procession of joy to marry my brother. Yu Jiuxian had no objections. He would gladly accommodate the child's wishes. However, little Hai Tang furrowed his brow after stating this. Given that I am currently on the Sea God Island, the grand procession may not be possible, so please do not hold it against me. Yu Jiuxian would never complain. Holding the soft child, he declared with confidence, even without the grand procession, my Tang Bao is more than enough. Allow me to make it up to you, all right? Mo Xiaotong nodded, finally confirming the wedding date. When shall we marry? A month from now, Yu Jiuxian considered. Anything too soon would not allow enough time for preparations. He wished to provide the best for Lil Hai Tang. Coincidentally, a month later was also Tong Bao's birthday. Brother would gift himself to you. All right. The next day, Yu Jiuxian awoke in bed, only to find Xiao Hai Tang had already vanished. Recalling the child's eager and restless demeanor from the previous night, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. Who could it be so early in the morning? Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow and called, Come in. As the words left his lips, the door creaked open to reveal the grim-faced Yuan Gao and the playful Bai Xiaoning. Upon noticing Yu Jiuxian still in bed, Yuan Gao was about to urge him to rise, but Bai Xiaoning spoke up first. "Young master, what time is it? The sun is nearly at its zenith. Why are you still in bed? Is there something you need?" Yu Jiuxian shot her a bemused glance, thinking to himself, what mischief was this girl up to? Did he not always rise around this hour? However, considering his imminent responsibilities as a man with a family, he hastily donned a loose garment from his storage ring. Yuan Gao then stated, "Little master, someone is seeking you in the main hall." As he spoke, a cloud of gloom overshadowed Yuan Gao's features. His gaze toward Yu Jiuxian reminiscent of a farmer witnessing his prize cabbage being ravaged by a pig. Yu Jiuxian's suspicions arose. Had Yuan Gao learned about his impending union with the child? But it quickly became apparent that it wasn't just Yuan Gao who knew. The entire Shunhai Island was aware of the news. In the main hall, Xiao Tao sat with an air of exaggerated sarcasm. "The little princess has finally graced us with her presence. What brings you here? What do you want?" Yu Jiuxian replied, exasperated. "The young master of the Mo family has taken a liking to you and wishes to marry you. I, as the matchmaker, have come to inquire about your feelings on the matter, to see if you consent." "Naturally, I agree." Listening to Xiao Tao's words, Yu Jiuxian began to understand her peculiar demeanor. The child had indeed sent someone she fancied to act as her intermediary. A sense of helplessness flickered in Yu Jiuxian's eyes, yet he felt a swell of happiness within. It indicated that the child truly valued the marriage ceremony. Xiao Tao, slightly taken aback, stated, "Oh, then I shall return to inform young Master Mo to prepare the wedding gifts." Yu Jiuxian raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself, there will be gifts as well. Is Tang Bao planning to adhere to the traditional rites in full? Her anticipation grew as the minutes passed. Half an hour later, Xiao Tao returned with 4 spirit masters, who carried a large box measuring 1/2 meter wide and 1 meter long. Yu Jiuxian stroked her chin, discerning that they had just completed the first half of the engagement ceremony, where the groom proposes to the bride. Now, they were transitioning to the latter half, where the bride would respond to the proposal. "The young master of the Mo family wishes to propose to you, little master. Please inscribe your name and birth date." As she spoke, Xiao Tao placed writing materials upon the table for her use. Yu Jiuxian, momentarily lost in thought, recalled the date of her first birthday celebration with Tang Bao and wrote it down. After submitting the paper, Xiao Tao departed once more. Yu Jiuxian considered the customary process. Next, Xiao Tao would return to the groom with the birth date to begin the third of the 6 traditional rites. The Naji, wherein the matchmaker would consult the heavens to select an auspicious date for the wedding. However, since they had already agreed upon a date, this step could be bypassed. Following Naji, the 4th rite, Najung, involved both parties preparing the betrothal gifts. Tang Bao had previously indicated that she would not be able to return to the Mo family in time to prepare her gifts, which simplified matters for him. He decided that whatever was in his storage ring would suffice as the betrothal gifts. Once he finished writing the letter of gifts, he sent Yuan Gao to summon Xiao Tao to accept it, thereby completing a significant portion of the traditional rites. Next came the 5th rite, the Qi, where the matchmaker would inform the bride's family of the wedding date. Finally, there was the wedding procession. On the chosen auspicious day, the groom would personally come to escort the bride home. The ceremonial documents would be presented upon the bride's arrival. Thus, the 3 letters and 6 rites would be concluded. Mo Xiao Tang was diligently following these customs. At last, a month later, all 3 letters and 6 rites were completed, and preparations were in full swing. On Mo Xiao Tang's birthday, the day of the wedding, the island was awash in vibrant shades of red. Clad in a resplendent red gown, holding the ceremonial documents, Mo Xiao Tang rode forth on a magnificent steed from the sea god temple. Behind her was a grand palanquin carried by 8 bearers, fulfilling the saying of the 3 letters and 6 rites, 8 bearers for the bridal sedan. As for Yu Jiuxian, he cast a glance at the elaborate bridal procession he had prepared, a smile gracing his lips. Yuan Gao approached, immediately spotting the phoenix crown and bridal attire adorning Yu Jiuxian. Bai Xiaoning, her eyes sparkling, mused this must be true love. Despite Yu Jiuxian's formidable nature, He was willing to bow in reverence for Mo Xiaotang. They were both men, yet Yu Jiuxian chose to humble himself for love. Adorning Mo Xiaotang with the finest wedding attire, she turned to Yuan Gao beside her and sighed. When will I get to experience a wedding like this with that blockhead? I heard Mo Xiaotang waited nearly a decade for Yu Jiuxian to comprehend her feelings. How long will I have to wait? I hope it won't be too long. I'm already in my 20s, and I'm not a powerful spirit master. If I wait another 10 years, I fear I may lose my youth. The intricacies of marriage were manifold. As the bride, Mo Xiaotang faced numerous social engagements. With great effort, she finally reunited with Yu Jiuxian, and they were to return to the Sea God Temple for the wedding ceremony. Mo Xiaotang supported Yu Jiuxian as they slowly approached the temple. Upon entering, they were greeted by familiar faces. Among Yu Jiuxian's kin were Dean Mo and Yin Xiaoxiao, whom he had summoned. On Mo Xiaotang's side were her two uncles, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, who had raised her. Friends from both sides, including Yuan Gao, Hu Lai Na, and Zhu Zhuqing, the sole member of the Shrek Academy who had not been injured during the battle, gathered to celebrate their union. Congratulations to both of you. May your love flourish. Congratulations on overcoming all obstacles to be together. May your affection grow sweeter with each passing year. Mo Xiaotang was deeply moved and exchanged a glance with Yu Jiuxian, who seemed to sense her emotions and return her gaze. Beside them, Hu Lai Na teased, "Oh dear, can't resist looking at each other, can you?" Xiaoyu chimed in, "Let us proceed with the ceremony. Once it's completed, feel free to enjoy your time together. No need to flaunt your affection in front of us." Mo Xiaotang's cheeks flushed at the remarks, and she quickly glanced at Poseidon, who was officiating. Soon, the ceremonial rites commenced, a bow to heaven and earth, a bow to the parents, and a mutual bow between the couple. Finally, they were led into the bridal chamber. Though there were minor interruptions, the wedding proceedings unfolded smoothly. When Mo Xiaotang returned, lifting the veil from Yu Jiuxian's face, she playfully dove into the bed. Mo Xiaotang found herself atop Yu Jiuxian. "Brother, I read in the stories that after marriage, lovers engage in intimate activities to deepen their bond. Shall we?" Yu Jiuxian gently pushed her away, asking, "Do you understand what such things entail between lovers?" At his words, Tang Bao's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly replied, "I understand. It's just that, in a moment of negligence, the child has already learned to peruse those chaotic books." Yu Jiuxian gently pinched the tender face of the little one, admonishing him to cease his mischief. Mo Xiaotang swatted Yu Jiuxian's hand away and exclaimed loudly, "No." Yu Jiuxian was momentarily taken aback. Observing the child's serious expression, he suddenly realized that he had always regarded Tang Bao as a mere child. Yet, in truth, Tang Bao had long since outgrown that phase. Coming back to his senses, he tenderly touched the child's waist, asking for the first time, "Does it hurt? Aren't you afraid?" A man of valor, would he fear pain? Mo Xiaotang immediately shook his head, asserting, "I am not afraid." "Very well." Yu Jiuxian then pressed Tang Bao beneath him, gazing into those innocent eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing. He lowered his head, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Throughout the night, the melodies of the zither and lute harmonized beautifully. In summary, upon awakening one day, he found himself in the Douluo Continent. Martial soul, he possessed a dual martial soul, capable of both attack and support. Soul power? He was innately endowed with full soul power, exhibiting astonishing cultivation speed. What? The auxiliary martial soul is the most fragile, easily crushed by a single blow? Nonsense. Was the title of Hell's messenger he summoned with a single leap merely a facade? What? I heard that so-and-so has perished, and that other so-and-so has succumbed to darkness?